Chapter 1. The system abandons me. In the dim, cold, and damp alley, a frail figure appeared rather inconspicuous in this city. This was the Douluo Continent, Fastnuo Province, Nodding City. Everything is shrinking, my head is shrinking, my body is shrinking, everything is diminishing. Ye Hao, clad in tattered garments, was visibly shrinking at an astonishing rate. This might defy logic, yet it was indeed occurring to Ye Hao. Ye Hao, 18 years of age, male, was a promising youth of the 21st century, destined to be a pillar of society. Having just finished reading the novel of the Douluo Continent and lamenting the fall of the Spirit Hall, he unexpectedly found himself transported to this place. Indeed, he was in a novice village Nodding City. Where am I? Dazed, Ye Hao opened his eyes to find himself in a long, narrow alley, filled with a medley of foul odors. Clad in ragged clothing, he was utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Ding! The life simulation system is now at your service. Ye Hao's eyes lit up as he heard the voice echoing in his mind. As a reclusive individual, he naturally understood this was a familiar trope from novels. As he walked deeper into the alley, he gazed up at the azure sky above. Perhaps I truly have crossed over after all. Noticing that everything seemed smaller, Ye Hao's pupils contracted as he leaned over a small puddle, fixated on the diminutive figure reflected in the water. With black hair, large eyes, and a delicate face marred by ash, coupled with his tattered attire, he was a perfect embodiment of a little beggar. Is this really me? Ye Hao, perplexed, reached out to touch his slender frame, feeling a chill run through him. After a moment's pause, Ye Hao finally accepted the reality of his transmigration. But where exactly was this? The life simulation system is at your service. Ye Hao was elated the system had arrived. What is this place? Douluo Continent, Nodding City. The system replied in a neutral tone. Douluo Continent, Nodding City. Had it truly come to fruition? Having just finished the novel, Ye Hao found himself in the very world he had read about, a plot twist that no author would dare to write. What time is it now? Who is the current pope of the Spirit Hall? Ye Hao's heart raced as he feared missing the optimal moment. It was well known that this continent was not devoid of other transmigrators, and another individual not belonging to this world was present. The Pope of the Spirit Hall is Dawn. The system continued its response. Upon hearing this, Ye Hao breathed a sigh of relief. At a glance, he appeared no older than 6, and in a world where spirits reign supreme, capable of manifesting as weapons, spirit beasts, or even tools for sustenance, anything could potentially be his spirit. As a member of this new world, Ye Hao pondered deeply about what his spirit might be. System, what are your functions? Ye Hao inquired. Simulation. The system answered. Simulation? Who can be simulated? Can it be anyone? Ye Hao pressed for clarification. Indeed, your body has been adjusted by me, and you are currently 6 years old, the perfect age to awaken your spirit. Considering your unique identity, you have one opportunity to choose a simulation. The subject can be either a person or a spirit beast. Please make your selection. Anyone can be simulated. In other words, Ye Hao had the freedom to choose and unleash the potential of simulating someone's spirit and all its attributes, thereby awakening that person's spirit. The Douluo Continent was a vibrant world, home to numerous powerful beings and extraordinary spirits. The foremost weapon spirit, the Haotian hammer, the 6-winged angel of the Spirit Hall, the premier beast spirit, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, and the top support spirit, the 7-treasure glazed tile. These were the most iconic spirits of the Douluo Continent. Considering the notable figures associated with these spirits, Ye Hao dismissed them without a second thought. The reason was simple. The Haotian hammer could only be possessed by disciples of the Haotian sect, passed down through generations, and aside from the one who had been expelled long ago, nearly no one on the continent held this spirit. Since that event, the Haotian sect had shut its gates, and should someone with the Haotian hammer appear now, it would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. The 6-winged angel, representing the Spirit Hall, awakens with a baseline soul power of 20, essentially starting at the top. Even so, Ye Hao would not choose it. He had crossed over, after all. Why not opt for a dual spirit to play with? As for the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, he held no interest. And the 7-treasure glazed tile, who still played support in this day and age. Your selection time is limited to 30 seconds. Should you exceed this time, the system will randomly assign a match for you. 30, 29, 28. After much contemplation, Ye Hao finally made his choice. Give me a dozen Dawn's. Dawn's response, a sneeze. Ye Hao's decision to select Dawn was not without reason. Firstly, before his transmigration, Ye Hao had just finished reading the Douluo Continent and felt a sense of regret for Bibit and her master's actions, the misunderstanding from outsiders, and even her own daughter only calling out Mama at her death, marking a first and last farewell. Secondly, Ye Hao perceived this continent as cruel, With nobility reigning supreme, commoners had little chance to rise, perhaps hindered by the spirit hall's existence. Thirdly, he simply could not tolerate certain events and individuals. Having arrived here, he sought to rectify some regrets, which he felt was not too much to ask. Ding, life simulation, selecting BB Dawn. Selection complete. You have acquired the Death Spider Emperor and Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor spirits. Status: not yet awakened. Please proceed to the nearest Spirit Hall sub-branch to undergo the Spirit Awakening ceremony. In an instant, Ye Hao felt a jolt throughout his body. Ding, ding, ding. Did I pull the wrong person? Apologies, the system encountered a temporary error. Please forgive the previous inconveniences. Wishing you a pleasant journey. The previous rewards will be considered compensation from the system. May you become a titled Douluo soon. Goodbye, dear. Ye Hao. System. System? System. It's over. The system has abandoned him, leaving him desolate and uncared for. Ye Hao slumped down onto the ground, indifferent to the dirt and disorder beneath him, and after a moment of silence, sighed with melancholy. What should he do now? In the Douluo Continent, strength was paramount, and soul masters were undoubtedly the most esteemed profession. Now, under the predecessor system's operation, Ye Hao had already acquired the Death Spider Emperor and Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor spirits, which remained unawakened. Currently, Ye Hao planned to head to the Spirit Hall sub-branch in Nodding City to undergo the Spirit Awakening ceremony. With these two invincible spirits, he felt confident. Without the system's assistance, could he not forge his own legend in the Douluo Continent? Chapter 2. I come from Earth Village. The Spirit Hall's presence could be felt almost everywhere on the Douluo Continent, and Nodding City was no exception. The immediate priority was to reach the Spirit Hall sub-branch in Nodding City to partake in the Spirit Awakening ceremony. In the wake of the predecessor system's adjustments, this frail body had now reached the optimal age for Spirit Awakening. 6 years old. Ye Hao emerged from the dark, chilly alley. The scorching sun overhead felt blinding. In this world where spirits reign supreme, Ye Hao's arrival stirred little commotion. Passers-by merely cast him a fleeting glance before continuing on their way. Ye Hao did not dwell on this, instead feeling a surge of excitement as he observed the differences between this city and his previous life. Before the Spirit Hall sub-branch, after much inquiry, Ye Hao finally arrived. Before him stood a dome-shaped building with 3 stories. As the lowest ranked among the Spirit Hall, the insignia at the entrance featured only a long sword. Stop. This is the Spirit Hall. No unauthorized persons may enter. 2 guards halted Ye Hao as he approached, their eyes narrowing at his tattered appearance, unmistakably a beggar. Uncle. Hello, my name is Ye Hao. I am here to awaken my spirit. Ye Hao adopted a pitiful demeanor as he spoke to the guards. The guards exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. Were your parents? They're dead. Recently, wolf bandits attacked our village, and I am the sole survivor. I stumbled my way here to Nodding City. Anger flickered in the guards' eyes. Wolf bandits were a hybrid of humans and wind demon wolves on the Douluo Continent. Only powerful soul masters could contend with such creatures, rendering an ordinary person like Ye Hao, who had yet to awaken his spirit, nothing more than a walking target. Thus, one of the guards led Ye Hao into the Spirit Hall sub-branch. Inside, the decor was lavish and grand. Despite Nodding City's poor location, this sub-branch, the lowest tier within the Spirit Hall, boasted all the necessary amenities. There were few people inside the sub-branch, only a handful of attendants busy with their tasks. Upon noticing Ye Hao's arrival with the guard, they paid little heed and continued their work. I'm exhausted. A young man in his 20s sauntered in, carrying a bag. Dressed in white, with a black cloak draped over his shoulders and sweat pouring down his face, he approached Ye Hao, panting heavily. Master Su, you're back? The guard rushed forward to take the bag from Master Su, smiling ingratiatingly. Master Su nodded and turned his gaze toward the ragged Ye Hao, wondering if it could be. Where did this child come from? Master Su inquired. Greetings, Master Su. My name is Ye Hao, and I have come to awaken my martial soul. Ye Hao replied. Master Su scratched his head in confusion and said, that can't be right. I have traversed numerous villages during this period. How could I have missed you? Which village do you hail from? Master Su, this child is quite pitiable. His village was ravaged by wolves, leaving him utterly alone, the gatekeeper remarked. Upon hearing the gatekeeper's words, Master Su cast a sympathetic glance at Ye Hao and let out a deep sigh. Very well, one more won't hurt. Your name is Ye Hao, correct? Come with me. Ye Hao discreetly gave a thumbs up to the gatekeeper, thanking the uncle for his timely assistance. Following Master Su, they arrived at a slightly larger room where 2 individuals, one elderly and one young, were present. The elder sat at a desk, clad in the tidy attire of a soul master from the Spirit Hall, while the young woman stood before him with utmost respect, seemingly delivering a report. In this round of martial soul awakenings, there are two individuals with innate soul power of level 5, several with level 2 or 3, and the rest possess no soul power at all. The young woman spoke listlessly. In recent years, there had been a dearth of promising candidates, yet the awakened martial souls were extraordinarily varied, leaving her with a significant impression from her travels through the villages. The elder sighed. Thank you for your hard work, CC. I wonder how things are faring with Ye Hao. Creak. The door swung open as Master Su and Ye Hao entered. Ye Hao, why are you still so reckless? Soul masters must maintain composure, and poise you should be more mindful. Do you not know to knock before entering? The elder cast an irritated glance at Master Su. Ye Hao, Master Su? Ye Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be? The legendary Su Ye Hao, known for awakening martial souls for the sea godbrother Tao. Master Mashuno, please refrain from your incessant lecturing. This child is here to awaken his martial soul, and I require your venue for the ceremony. Su Ye Hao complained, casually retrieving a crystal orb and 6 gray circular stones from his bag, arranging them in the shape of a hexagram. During my recent visit to Shenghun village, I encountered a child with full innate soul power. Full innate soul power, exclaimed both Mashuno and CC, astonished. Children with full innate soul power were indeed rare. Those with such potential would awaken their martial souls by the age of 6, and those with exceptional talent would possess full innate soul power, marking them as undeniable geniuses. Where's that child? It couldn't possibly be this one standing before us. Mashuno inquired eagerly. Ye Hao felt a chill run down his spine. Why was he suddenly the center of attention? Su Ye Hao shot Mashuno a disdainful glance and replied irritably, unfortunately, this child's martial soul is blue silvergrass. Such a common martial soul. Even if he becomes a soul master in the future, his starting point is likely to be quite low. As for this child, his name is Ye Hao. His family was slaughtered by wolves, leaving him all alone. I happened to encounter him upon my return, and since he also seeks to awaken his martial soul, I brought him along. Mashino's expression turned forlorn. Blue silvergrass? How could it be blue silvergrass? Full innate soul power? This is impossible. CC, standing nearby, also felt regret. Just when they encountered a child with full innate soul power, it turned out his martial soul was blue silvergrass, a hallmark of a useless martial soul, destined for limited achievements. Wait, blue silvergrass? Full innate soul power? Ye Hao pondered, recalling Tang San, the first transmigrator from Douluo Continent, who possessed both Blue Silver Emperor and Hao Ian Hammer as twin martial souls, although the former had yet to awaken. All right, child, stand here, Su Ye Hao said, wiping the sweat from his brow as he prepared the necessary items for the martial soul awakening ceremony. Ye Hao understood and stepped into the center of the 6 stones. Though he already knew what his martial soul was, the experience of awakening it firsthand still filled him with excitement. The martial soul awakening ceremony was about to commence. Mashuno and CC focused their attention on Ye Hao, hoping he would bring them an unexpected surprise. Meanwhile, at the gates of Nodding City, a rather unremarkable carriage slowly entered the city. Chapter 3, Death Spider, Spider Monarch. The martial soul awakening ceremony officially began. With a heart full of trepidation and unease, Ye Hao approached the center of the 6 stones. The hexagonal stones emitted a golden glow, which soon penetrated Ye Hao's body. For some reason, it felt as if something within him was about to emerge, enveloping him in a warm current. Suddenly, the temperature in the room dropped slightly, causing Su Ye Hao, CC, and Mashuno to involuntarily shiver, standing behind Ye Hao. Crackle, crackle. A sound seemed to emanate, revealing a creature with 4 small eyes sprouting from its body. Its abdomen transformed into a massive spherical shape, from which 8 stout legs emerged, covered in thick green fur and distasteful slime. An aura of sovereignty surged forth. A pair of crimson eyes made Su Ye Hao feel a chill run down his spine, while CC could no longer maintain her composure, collapsing to the ground in a faint. Even Mashuno, despite his long years, was horrified he had never encountered such a strange martial soul. It appeared to be of the spider variety. Ye Hao was drenched in cold sweat after all. It was the Death Spider Monarch, the king among magical spiders. Recalling Su Ye Hao's earlier words, Ye Hao summoned his soul power, barely managing to retract the Death Spider Monarch martial soul, for he could sense that if he delayed any longer, his second martial soul-to-soul, devouring Spider Monarch would soon make its appearance. I found it! I found it! Mashuno exclaimed, rifling through his books and pointing at an illustration of the Death Spider in one of them. Your name is Ye Hao, correct? Your martial soul is the Death Spider. a rare martial soul on the continent. Throughout history, very few have awakened it. To date, the current Pope's martial soul is also the Death Spider Monarch. It is a pity. At this point, Machino's demeanor became exceptionally animated. The Pope of the Spirit Hall was a figure of immense stature, a divine entity in the eyes of those in remote places like Notting City. Ye Hao was momentarily taken aback, taking the book from Machino's hands and examining the illustration of the Death Spider, shaking his head in disbelief. No, this wasn't right. Flipping to the next page, he found what he was looking for: Death Spider Monarch. Subsequently, Su Yuntao steadied himself and held the crystal orb in his hand. Ye Hao understood and placed his hand upon it. In an instant, the crystal orb erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. Even though it was daytime, the light radiating from the orb was so intense that it outshone the sun by several times. Full innate soul power, the trio exclaimed in unison, elated. They had struck gold. Yuntao, Xiao Hao, stay safe on your journey. Having awakened the Death Spider Monarch martial soul, Ye Hao instantly became the center of attention. His status within the Notting City Spirit Hall elevated to number one. For Su Yuntao and the others, Ye Hao's true identity had been firmly established as a destitute child. For Ye Hao, his journey as a Soul Master has only just begun. The next destination is the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy. The Spirit Hall Division, affiliated with the Spirit Hall, requires Matthew Nua to report this matter, allowing Ye Hao to enter the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy for a brief period of study. Once the powerful figures from the Spirit Hall arrive, Ye Hao will be taken to his rightful place. Master Matthew Nua has already commenced the reporting process. A genius with innate full soul power is a rarity, with only a handful across the entire Douluo Continent, most of whom have entered the Spirit Hall. If his growth proceeds smoothly, he is destined to rise to the status of an elder, becoming a pillar of the Spirit Hall. It is astonishing that a genius with innate full soul power has emerged in such a small city as Notting, albeit two of them, yet one, named Tang San, possesses the blue silver grass. Master Matthew Nua, seated at his desk, perused the documents regarding Tang San, shaking his head in dismay. The blue silver grass is a standard representation of a useless martial spirit, and its future achievements are unlikely to be significant. As for the prominent figures of the Spirit Hall, there is no need to disturb them. Master Matthew Nua, someone is looking for you. The door swung open abruptly, causing Matthew's heart to tremble. At his age, every shock could be detrimental to his vitality. Understood, let him wait for me in the side hall. Matthew waved his hand in dissatisfaction, lamenting the current generation, led astray by the likes of Su Yuntao. Quickly leave, quickly leave. Our academy is not a place for beggars. The Notting Junior Soul Master Academy is situated in the western part of the city. However, at this moment, a gatekeeper lacking discernment obstructed someone's path. From a distance, at the archway of the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, a gatekeeper barred entry to an elderly man and a young boy. The elder leaned on a cane, hunched and emaciated, with a scraggly white beard that accentuated his age. As for the young one, it is unnecessary to elaborate further. Indeed, the protagonist was denied entry at the gate, and the reason? The blue silver grass, a martial spirit synonymous with uselessness, rendered the gatekeeper incredulous at the prospect of someone possessing innate full soul power. Holy Spirit Village? Never heard of it. Probably just another impoverished locale. Faced with the gatekeeper's derisive laughter, Tang San felt a surge of murderous intent, his wrist subtly indicating the readiness of a hidden weapon. What are you all gathered here for? Su Yuntao arrived with Ye Hao at the gates of the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, coincidentally witnessing this scene. Observing the frail Tang San before him, Su Yuntao felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. Recently, there have been too many children awakening their martial spirits, leading to a plethora of acquaintances turning into strangers. Master Su Yuntao, how wonderful to see you here. The elderly man exclaimed joyfully, tears of joy welling in his eyes. And you are? Su Yuntao furrowed his brow. Old Jack? It is I, it is I. Old Jack grasped this glimmer of hope, straightening his previously bent posture slightly. Master Su Yuntao, I am Tang San. You haven't forgotten me, have you? Tang San stepped forward, glancing at Ye Hao beside Su Yuntao before smiling at the master. Ye Hao glanced at Tang San, noting his unremarkable appearance, devoid of any distinguishing features. Perhaps this is a common trait among protagonists. Seemingly harmless, yet often harboring lethal potential. Su Yuntao suddenly recalled. Of course he remembered. It was he who had personally awakened Tang San's martial soul. It had been a long time since their last meeting. Are you preparing to enroll in the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy? Indeed. Old Jack interjected eagerly. Master Su Yuntao, you must take our side. Oh, what has transpired? Su Yuntao inquired. As you can see, this Soul Master certificate was issued by you, correct? Su Yuntao, somewhat perplexed, took the Soul Master certificate concerning Tang San from Old Jack's hands, glanced over it briefly, then nodded earnestly, saying, Yes, I issued it. Is there a problem? Chapter 4, Master? Then I shall take my leave. Upon hearing these words, the gatekeeper stationed at the school entrance felt a chill run down his spine. Struggling to swallow hard. This was a formidable opponent he had encountered. Quite daunting indeed. As Su Yuntao learned about the situation's context, he furrowed his brow and stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back, adopting an authoritative demeanor. Are you questioning the dignity of the Spirit Hall? Su Yuntao declared with conviction, asserting that the sanctity of the Spirit Hall must not be profaned. Moreover, the audacity of the other party, who had spoken many disrespectful words, was intolerable. Under normal circumstances, he would have acted sooner. However, this was an academy, and rash actions could tarnish the Spirit Hall's reputation. The gatekeeper, terrified, fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing and exclaiming apologies, pleading for mercy. You need not return to the academy. I will inform the academy leadership. Su Yuntao waved his hand dismissively. In a good mood today, unwilling to pursue the matter further, relieved to have spared his life. The gatekeeper expressed immense gratitude and fled the scene with a swiftness that left others in awe. Well then, Old Jack, the matter has been resolved. What comes next is beyond our control. Old Jack smiled and said, Thank you, Master Su Yuntao. If it weren't for you, it would have been uncertain whether Little San could enroll today. No need for thanks. Su Yuntao gently shook his head, then reached into his pocket to retrieve Ye Hao's Martial Soul Certificate, handing it to him while advising. This is your Martial Soul Certificate. From now on, you are a student of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. When you obtain your spirit rings, do not forget to return to the Spirit Division for your Martial Soul assessment. By the way, there is something you need to consider. After relaying this, Su Yuntao also mentioned that Matthew had submitted Ye Hao's information, assuring him that someone from above would arrive shortly. Ye Hao, unbeknownst to him at this moment, possessing innate full soul power and wielding the blue silver grass, a rather commonplace spirit, it is likely that those individuals could not be bothered to descend. Blue silver grass, a feudal spirit, surely there must be some mistake. As for the matter mentioned by Su Yuntao, it pertains to the invitation for Ye Hao to join the Spirit Hall. Although Ye Hao has yet to express a definitive stance, the tone of Matthew's letter suggests that this matter is nearly settled. Nodding City is a small place, and its Spirit Hall is the smallest branch. While Ye Hao is indeed a prodigy, the journey to the main Spirit Hall is fraught with peril. The only course of action is to report Ye Hao's information, after which a powerful individual dispatched from above will escort him away. After conveying his instructions, Su Yuntao departed. And shortly after, Old Jack bid farewell to Tang San and followed suit. Despite the modest size of Nodding City, it still offered a tranquil life for Old Jack. The village elder. After parting with Old Jack, Tang San turned his gaze towards Ye Hao, extending his hand and introducing himself. Greetings, I am Tang San. 6 years of age, hailing from Holy Soul Village, with the blue silver grass as my martial spirit. I have yet to acquire a soul ring. Thus I cannot be considered a soul master. The protagonist initiates conversation with me? How intriguing. In return, Ye Hao offered a slight smile and replied, I am Ye Hao. Also 6 years old, an orphan left alone in my village, and my martial spirit is the Death Spider. Death Spider? Tang San inquired, puzzled, as he was merely a novice just having left the beginner's village with limited knowledge of martial spirits. I heard from Uncle Su Yuntao that you also possess innate full soul power? Tang San paused, astonished. Could it be that you too? Ye Hao offered a faint smile and nodded, then proceeded to walk towards the academy with his backpack in tow. Tang San, momentarily taken aback, recalled that innate full soul power should be quite rare. Why? Wait a moment. Tang San hurried to catch up with Ye Hao, walking alongside him. At that moment, a man of medium build, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, dressed in a somber black attire, passed by them. His features were unremarkable, with lifeless eyes devoid of emotion and short black hair that resembled prickly steel needles. Coincidentally, as the man crossed paths with Tang San and Ye Hao, he arrived at the school gate and noticed its desolate emptiness. Where is everyone? He pondered. Did they leave? I just saw them. Recalling the two he had just encountered, a sense of alarm struck him. Without hesitation, he turned and sprinted towards the academic affairs office. He had overheard earlier that a new student had just awakened his martial soul, possessing innate full soul power, and his martial soul was blue silvergrass. It is widely known that blue silvergrass is the epitome of a useless martial soul. The man was convinced that the boy must harbor some clandestine secret. Perhaps he possessed another martial soul as well. At the Academic Affairs Office of Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, Ye Hao and Tang San presented their martial soul proofs. Tang San came from a humble background, while Ye Hao, though receiving assistance from the Spirit Hall, had yet to officially join, thus not fully belonging to it. The personal delivery by Su Yu Tao was already a significant favor. Inside the office, 3 teachers were present, 2 younger and 1 older, seated at a desk, scrutinizing the martial soul proofs in their hands. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief and glanced repeatedly at Ye Hao and Tang San. Are you two truly endowed with innate full soul power? The teacher holding their proofs could hardly believe it. Jokingly questioning how 2 youths with innate full soul power ended up at their institution. Although Notting Junior Soul Master Academy was considered a junior academy, it was among the smaller ones in scale. A humble temple could hardly accommodate such formidable figures. Tang San nodded, while Ye Hao rolled his eyes, seemingly dismissive. Blue silvergrass. Innate full soul power. Ha. One of the teachers burst into laughter, suggesting that the Spirit Hall must have made an error. How could blue silvergrass possibly be associated with innate full soul power? Hearing this, Tang San's expression dimmed, his teeth clenched momentarily before he relaxed his grip. By the way, you are Ye Hao, correct? Another teacher picked up Ye Hao's martial soul proof, scrutinizing him, nodding to himself. He noted that Ye Hao's martial soul was the death demon spider, a rare existence among beast martial souls, and that he possessed innate full soul power. How about this? Would you like to become my apprentice? I can teach you about martial souls and accompany you on soul ring haunts. What do you think? Thank you for your kind offer, but I must decline. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Hao resolutely declared, how absurd for a toad to aspire to dine on swan meat. Does one not recognize their own worth before instructing others? With that, he proposed, shall I take on the role of your mentor instead? Just as his words faded, the man he had just brushed past entered the room, his rigid face contorting into an unappealing grin. Ye Hao, could it possibly be that fellow? Chapter 5. Worship you? Ridiculous. Master, what brings you here? The elderly teacher, who had been seated, gradually rose and smiled at the approaching master. Director Su, I have heard that the Academy has welcomed 2 students with innate full soul power, and I could not suppress my curiosity, so I came to take a look. You must be the 2 new students, correct? The master leaned down, his face displaying an awkward smile that was, quite frankly, more sorrowful than a frown. At this moment, Ye Hao's heart was in turmoil, for he knew that this individual was the cause of it all. It was far too convenient to simply pick persimmons. Tang San was perplexed, scratching his head in curiosity as he gazed upon the suddenly appeared master. The words spoken by the master echoed in his mind. Could this master truly impart knowledge to him? After completing the enrollment procedures, Ye Hao and Tang San exited, followed closely by the master. Not long after the master departed, a few disgruntled remarks spread throughout the administration office. An elite soul master at level 29 was audaciously attempting to recruit 2 students with innate full soul power as his disciples. It was indeed a case of hubris that could lead to folly. Rumor had it that the master had been trapped at level 29 for over a decade, unable to break through. According to reliable sources, his martial soul was a variant, and he had only recently awakened to an innate soul power of half a level. The 2 conversed freely, their words piercing the master's vulnerabilities. Director Su, who had been seated in silence, finally restrained a cough and interjected. Despite the master's lack of prowess, he was proficient in certain areas. You may leave now. Take the bedding for those 2 children. Remember, do not harbor thoughts of anyone in particular among them, and refrain from mentioning the notion of accepting them as disciples. What soul master with innate full soul power is simple to train? Upon exiting the administration office, the master led Tang San and Ye Hao to a secluded spot. Observing the master's lewd grin, Ye Hao felt an involuntary shiver. It was akin to a weasel paying a visit to a hen, clearly with ill intentions. Pay you homage? That would be akin to tarnishing the reputation of all those who have traversed realms. The master retracted his flower-like smile, returning to his earlier rigid demeanor. He first retrieved Tang San's soul master certificate, and upon seeing the words blue silvergrass and innate full soul power inscribed above, he nearly faltered, the curve of his lips betraying him. Clearing his throat, he feigned nonchalance. Your name is Tang San, is it? Following this, the master cast a discreet glance at Ye Hao and subtly addressed Tang San. If I am not mistaken, you must possess 2 martial souls, am I correct? Upon hearing this, Tang San's expression shifted dramatically, his previously relaxed brow now furrowed in astonishment. Ye Hao, keenly observant, noted the widening of Tang San's fingertips, indicating that the master had commenced his efforts to recruit a disciple. Ye Hao remained calm and collected, for he understood that Tang San was destined to be the disciple of the master, and he had no intention of seeking the master as his own mentor. Most importantly, Ye Hao harbored little affection for the master. He chose instead to perch himself upon the gnarled trunk of a nearby withered tree, observing the master as he engaged in hushed whispers with Tang San, which struck Ye Hao as amusing. At that moment, the master resembled a mischievous uncle with a handful of sweets. Possessing dual martial spirits is a rare gift in the entirety of the continent, aside from the Pope. Tang San and Ye Hao are the only ones endowed with this extraordinary ability. Such news, if disseminated, would not bode well for anyone involved. Consequently, the master sought a private conversation with Tang San, prompting Ye Hao to discreetly withdraw, a seemingly trivial action that, in the master's eyes, signified that this young man was far from ordinary. Moreover, Tang San's identity was shrouded in secrecy, for it was wise to avoid attracting perilous attention. Yet Ye Hao was no naive soul. His claim of possessing the death demon spider martial spirit was calculated. Consider this. During the martial spirit awakening ceremony at the spirit hall, his true martial spirit, the death spider emperor, had been mistakenly identified by Masayuno as the death demon spider. Although the names differ by merely 2 characters, the disparity between them is monumental. Masayuno had also stated that the only individual with the death spider emperor martial spirit was the Pope, who, like Ye Hao, possessed dual martial spirits specifically. The death spider emperor and the soul-devouring spider emperor, the sovereigns among insect-type martial spirits. The example of the Pope was strikingly evident, a fact that Ye Hao was keenly aware of. The inheritance of martial spirits typically favors the more dominant lineage of one's progenitors. Ye Hao, possessing the formidable martial spirits of the Death Spider Emperor and the soul-devouring Spider Emperor, shares the same martial spirit as the High Priestess, inevitably raising suspicions among many. Bibi Dong, when did I gain an illegitimate son? Why was I unaware of this? Qian Renxue, to my astonishment, I have unexpectedly acquired a brother. Ye Hao Bai cast a sidelong glance at Tang San, who was attentively receiving guidance from the master, and silently shook his head. Thus, it was the arrival of the life simulation system that led Ye Hao to choose to simulate Bibi Dong. With the Death Spider Emperor and the soul-devouring Spider Emperor as his martial spirits, it was utterly impossible for Ye Hao to sever ties with Bibi Dong. Having devised a plan in his mind, Ye Hao redirected his gaze back to the master and Tang San. Suddenly, Tang San knelt down, an act that caused the master to feel both embarrassed and secretly pleased as he began to contemplate his subsequent actions to validate himself. He required a crucial individual to substantiate his views, and without doubt, Tang San was the best choice. The master, taken aback, quickly assisted Tang San to his feet, saying with a smile, "Silly child, there is no need to kneel when paying respects to a teacher. Kneeling is reserved for kings and parents. Once a teacher, always a father," Tang San declared resolutely. After a series of mental conditioning by the master, Tang San was utterly convinced, with just a single piece of evidence. He recognized himself as a twin martial spirit. This man before him could indeed be his mentor. The master felt a surge of joy, exclaiming "Excellent!" 3 times, his mouth stretching into a grin. Following this, after making arrangements for Tang San, the master turned his attention to Ye Hao. Was he the second individual with innate full soul power? However, as the master glanced at the soul master certificate in Ye Hao's hand, he found himself momentarily stunned. The death demon spider martial spirit, innate full soul power? That shouldn't be possible. In an instant, a myriad of questions swirled in the master's mind. The death demon spider ranked among the top-tier beasts in the realm of martial spirits. Even if Ye Hao possessed the death demon spider as his martial spirit, the likelihood of attaining innate full soul power was exceedingly slim. Currently, there were only a handful of soul masters in existence with innate full soul power. And apart from Tang San and Ye Hao, the master had researched each of the others individually. For instance, the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial spirit, undoubtedly the foremost among beast martial spirits, had never seen a disciple from the blue lightning tyrant dragon family awaken it with innate full soul power. The best had been innate level 8 or 7. Yet, Ye Hao's death demon spider martial spirit left the master engulfed in contemplation. Unless, he too was. Impossible. Impossible. One cannot perish while hanging from a gnarled tree. Today must be the master's lucky day, encountering 2 individuals with twin martial spirits, clearly. The master found it hard to believe. You are Ye Hao, correct? May I see your martial spirit? Ye Hao, filled with skepticism, pondered the true intentions of the cunning old fox. With a sense of uncertainty, he cautiously unleashed the Death Spider Emperor spirit, causing the surrounding temperature to drop slightly as the spectral figure of the Death Spider Emperor manifested behind him. Tang San, momentarily taken aback, observed the formidable presence of the Death Spider Emperor and could distinctly sense its immense power. He then glanced at his left hand, engulfed in a moment of confusion. Was his blue-silver grass truly a useless spirit? How could he possess innate, full-soul power? And what of the hammer in his left hand? Yet, Tang San's reaction paled in comparison to that of the master, whose mouth hung agape, as if one could fit an egg within. For reasons unknown, the master became exceedingly exhilarated, and upon gazing at the Death Spider Emperor behind Ye Hao, he inadvertently recalled someone. Could it be her? Perhaps. The Death Spider Emperor. Was it possible that those at the Wuhuan branch in Nodding City were blind enough to mistake the Death Spider Emperor for the Death Demon Spider? At that moment, everything began to make sense. Ye Hao's spirit was indeed the Death Spider Emperor, and possessing innate full-soul power was not an exaggeration, but rather a stroke of remarkable luck. The Death Spider Emperor, the Death Spider Emperor. Unconsciously, the master thought of her once more. It had been over 20 years. Yet could he truly not forget? Perhaps, if she were to learn that this child possessed the Death Spider Emperor spirit, she would feel immense joy. For the myriad of spirit types across the continent shared a lineage. Wait, a lineage? The master sensed something amiss and urgently inquired, Ye Hao, who are your parents? Ye Hao, in times devoid of festive celebrations, what does this master inquire of his parents? Yet, reflecting upon the connection this master once shared with the female pope, Ye Hao found his thoughts wandering. It appears the master has conflated himself with that esteemed female pope. It is hardly surprising, for as the saying goes, seeing an object evokes memories of individuals. Ye Hao retracted the Death Spider Emperor martial soul and glanced at the master, who was filled with eager anticipation for answers. Upon witnessing Ye Hao's Death Spider Emperor martial soul, the master was momentarily stunned. Even Tang San could not help but be taken aback. Indeed, this was quite intriguing. The master scrutinized closely. It resembled her martial soul immensely, in both essence and demeanor, as well as in the words spoken moments ago. Unbeknownst to them, all of this was the work of the former system, which had simulated the martial soul of the High Priestess. It was hardly surprising that Ye Hao exhibited a trace of her divine aura. When comparing the High Priestess to Ye Hao, one could easily conclude that they were cut from the same cloth, leading to potential misconceptions of kinship. Sometimes, such misunderstandings can be advantageous, after all. In a world fraught with peril, having a layer of identity can provide a measure of security. Who knows, at a pivotal moment, Ye Hao might even wield the authority of a tiger through the guise of a fox. Ye Hao feigned mystery, evoking boundless imagination in the master. Subsequently, the master abandoned the initiation ceremony to accept Ye Hao as his disciple and instantly became despondent, staggering away alone, his mind in turmoil. Resembling a mere shell of a man, Tang San, perplexed, inquired, Ye Hao, what did you say to the master? Why does he appear so unusual? Unusual? Came the retort. He is perfectly normal. This is the true Shaojiang. Children should refrain from speaking out of turn. Ye Hao smiled faintly and reassured, rest assured, after all. The master is indeed a master. Let us hasten back to the dormitory. Tang San, with a hint of understanding, nodded slightly. Regardless of the master's departure, he would continue to ponder the intricacies of life. It seemed the master had begun to harbor doubts about whether Ye Hao was someone she had placed under her watchful gaze, or perhaps even her own son. Ye Hao and Tang San made their way towards the work-study dormitory, eager to witness the fabled rabbit. The work-study dormitory, known as the seventh residence, was the least favorable accommodation designated specifically for work-study students. Spanning over 300 square meters, it housed row upon row of bunk beds. Among them sat a little girl in a pink skirt, her hair styled in a scorpion braid, exuding an air of innocence and charm, while a group of sycophants lingered around her. In the seventh residence, an unspoken rule prevailed. Strength dictated stature, as long as one possessed the requisite power. Age or gender did not preclude one from assuming the role of leader. Suddenly, the previously lively atmosphere of the seventh residence fell into an eerie silence, as nearly all eyes turned towards the unfortunate soul about to enter. Just moments ago, a girl had managed to defeat everyone present, leaving those who had been bested to silently hope that the new leader would show leniency, as they still had classes to attend the following day. Chapter 7. The Death Spider Monarch. Possession. Ye Hao pushed the door open and entered. Ye Hao exclaimed, "What an enormous foot!" Instinctively dodging, his heart quivered. Was it truly so exuberant from the very beginning? This welcoming ceremony seemed rather boisterous. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed as Tang San was unceremoniously kicked away. He swiftly regained his stance and retaliated with a punch directed at the assailant's toes. A girl's voice rang out, high-pitched and youthful. She was a petite little girl. Her adorable rabbit ears perked up. Dressed in a delicate pink dress, her skin appeared as soft as a petal, and her charming face was adorned with a playful smile. Yet, there lingered an unsettling feeling that this little girl was anything but ordinary. Ye Hao felt a wave of relief as he narrowly evaded the attack. Had he not reacted in time, the blow would have struck him. Before him stood a petite girl with rabbit ears, undoubtedly the legendary soft-boned rabbit, Xiaowu. Fierce and irrational, she was indeed a fitting counterpart to Tang San. "Who are you? Why did you ambush me?" Tang San inquired with a sense of indignation. "I am the leader of the 7th dormitory, Xiaowu, the dancer. Are you newcomers?" She replied haughtily, hands on her hips, exuding an air of defiance. "My name is Tang San, and my martial spirit is blue silver grass. I am a new student here. But tell me, why did you attack me?" He pressed on. "Because it's the rule of the 7th dormitory," she stated matter-of-factly. "Rule? What rule?" he asked, intrigued. "The one with the bigger fist is the boss. I've gone through my own trials, and I dealt with those who dared to challenge me," she boasted. Casting a triumphant glance at the pale-faced Wang Xing and his companions, Tang San sighed in resignation. It was clear that she was a formidable opponent. He thought to himself that it was better not to quarrel with her. Picking up his backpack from the ground, he instinctively sought Ye Hao's whereabouts and was astonished to find that Ye Hao had already entered the 7th dormitory and claimed an empty bunk. Ye Hao lay sprawled out, casually crossing his legs and humming a tune, appearing utterly at ease. "Why is it that I seem to be the unluckiest one?" Tang San lamented. Xiaowu followed Tang San's gaze, and, upon spotting Ye Hao lounging comfortably, her anger flared. "How dare he not even greet me upon seeing me?" That kick was directed at him, yet he had the audacity to dodge. "He clearly disrespects me." Initially in high spirits, Xiaowu realized that Tang San was a tough opponent with considerable skill. She resolved to pick on the weaker one instead. Tang San, standing at the doorway. Couldn't he help but feel sympathy for Ye Hao? This little girl was quite ruthless. Ye Hao slowly opened one eye, casually regarding Xiaowu. A resigned smile gracing his lips. "Why you are?" Xiaowu stammered, her mind racing back to the painful memories of her past and the face she despised. "I will not let you off." With that declaration, Xiaowu leapt into the air, executing a perfect 360-degree spin. Her slender legs transforming into lethal weapons aimed directly at Ye Hao. Ye Hao felt a sudden tightening in his chest. Had he somehow provoked this rabbit? In a moment of urgency, he sprang to his feet, swiftly pressing one palm against the bed before gracefully landing on the ground. He gazed at the bed, now split in two by a single kick from Xiaowu, and met her eyes, which radiated an unreserved aura of menace. Ye Hao came to the realization that this matter was not as straightforward as he had initially presumed. Immediately, a circle of yellow soul rings illuminated beneath Xiaowu's feet, and a distinct layer of white fur emerged on her delicate form, reminiscent of that of a rabbit. Had her martial spirit manifested? A century-old soul ring? Impressive, indeed. Within the 7th dormitory, there were few work-study students possessing soul rings, due to their family circumstances. They were unable to venture into the forest to hunt for the soul beasts they required, unlike the privileged offspring of affluent families who had the luxury of protection. The peril of hunting soul beasts was exceedingly high, with a significant probability of fatality. The profession of a soul master was fraught with risks. Yet it was often said that the greater the sacrifice, the more substantial the reward. Tang San was taken aback, gazing at the yellow century-old soul ring beneath Xiaowu's feet, and suddenly, it dawned on him. This was the soul ring. After 6 years of traversing this world, it was his first encounter with one. At the same time, Tang San discerned Xiaowu's resolute demeanor, as if she bore a deep-seated grudge against Ye Hao. He opted to observe from the sidelines, ready to intervene should Ye Hao falter or find himself in peril. For now, he would watch and assess the situation. Ye Hao, after undergoing systematic transformation, possessed a physique that was far from ordinary. Although he had never engaged in combat experience, dealing with a young girl seemed trivial. However, this was no ordinary girl. She was, in fact, a soul beast that had existed for 100,000 years. Uncertain of the reasons behind Xiaowu's aggression, Ye Hao resolved not to remain passive. Having traversed to the Douluo Continent with great difficulty, he had yet to make his mark in even a single episode, and he had no intention of hastily logging off. Thus, he invoked the Death Spider Emperor, merging with its essence. With a hushed whisper, Ye Hao was enveloped by a layer of black armor that encased his upper body, even his visage was shrouded in darkness. His eyes glowed with a blood-red hue, and beneath them sprouted 4 additional small eyes. From his back emerged 8 sharp, glistening appendages reminiscent of spider legs, exuding a menacing sharpness. At that moment, Ye Hao's appearance was utterly that of a venomous spider, with lush green tendrils sprouting from beneath him, accompanied by repulsive viscous droplets that continuously fell to the ground, soon perforating the surface beneath him, though fortune favored him as he stood on the first floor. Ye Hao sensed the transformation within himself, the death of the Spider Emperor, and the immense power that accompanied it. Upon witnessing this, the crowd instinctively recoiled, for it was the first time in their lives they encountered such a terrifying spectacle. A few among them, unable to contain their fear, retreated to a corner to vomit, their faces turning a ghastly shade of purple. Tang San, witnessing this scene, despite having lived a second life, could not help but gasp in astonishment at the formidable martial spirit before him. Was his blue-silver grass truly a useless martial spirit? Yet, the one most affected was Xiaowu. Without hesitation, she leaped into action, her first soul ring illuminating in an instant. Her first soul skill, waist bow. The soft-boned rabbit, with its defining characteristic being its softness, made Xiaowu's body extraordinarily pliable, almost as if it were boneless. She darted behind Ye Hao, preparing to strike. But in a swift motion, Ye Hao turned abruptly, seizing her delicate leg, his face obscured by black armor, flushed with a sudden crimson hue as 8 sharp spider spears plunged into the ground, firmly gripping Xiaowu's throat and pinning her down. Why must you resort to such lethal force against me? Ye Hao spoke in a low, somber tone, his several piercing eyes fixated intently on Xiaowu, unfazed and resolute. Xiaowu retorted fiercely, "What is your relationship with that woman? Is he your son?" Upon hearing this, Ye Hao was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the questions. Which woman? What son? Chapter 8. A kind misunderstanding. Ye Hao was utterly perplexed. Could it be that this rabbit had some sort of defect? A son? The Death Spider Emperor? Her? Wait a moment, could it be related to that incident? Ye Hao retracted the spider spear, and the black armor on his chest vanished, restoring his face to its original state. He then released Xiaowu. "I am unaware of what you are referring to. All I know is that I have been an orphan since childhood. If you doubt my words, feel free to inquire with Tang San." Tang San paused momentarily, recalling that Ye Hao had indeed accompanied him. Xiaowu, still shaken, glanced at Tang San. This boy appeared honest and trustworthy, unlikely to deceive. "But why is your martial spirit?" Xiaowu continued to question. "It resembles that of the woman." For some reason, as she looked at Ye Hao, memories of that night flooded her mind. The woman's striking resemblance was unforgettable. They seemed to be cast from the same mold. Those who had encountered them might easily assume they were mother and son. This exemplifies the remarkable capabilities of the life simulation system. Alas, the system has vanished, leaving Ye Hao in solitude. Ye Hao remarked, "The world is vast, teeming with wonders. There exists a multitude of martial spirits. And although I am unfamiliar with the individual you mentioned, I can assure you that you are not the sole possessor of a rabbit martial spirit in this realm. Please refrain from making assumptions." Ye Hao was acutely aware of the identity of the person that Xiaowu spoke of. It appeared that he had misjudged the character of others through a narrow lens. Xiaowu's face flushed with embarrassment as she stammered, "I mistook the person." He believed in the principle that if others did not offend him, he would not offend them. Ye Hao cast a disdainful glance at Xiaowu, remarking, "It was you who struck first. Had it been possible, I would have long since dispatched you to create a soul ring, and you would not have survived to this day. However, my capacity to absorb soul rings has yet to reach its limit." Ye Hao let out a cold snort, declaring, "Seventh dormitory, you remain the leader. I have no interest in your childish games. Please do not disturb me unless absolutely necessary." The onlookers, having witnessed Ye Hao's formidable strength, dared not provoke him lightly. Observing the disarray on the floor, they exchanged knowing glances and promptly began tidying up. The work-study dormitory was specifically designated by the school, and should the faculty become aware of today's events, repercussions would undoubtedly ensue. A strong individual is always in demand wherever they may be. Tang San, with an air of nonchalance, chose a nearby bed beside Ye Hao. As he gazed at Ye Hao, who lay turned to the side, a multitude of thoughts flooded his mind. It dawned on him that this was indeed the true hidden powerhouse. "Ye Hao, Tang San, come and collect your bedding." The door opened gently, and the traces of the earlier battle with Xiaowu had vanished without a trace. The 2 teachers who arrived to deliver the bedding remained completely oblivious to any unusual occurrences. "Thank you." Ye Hao spoke softly, leading his bedding back to his sleeping quarters. Before long, the master would take him to the soul-hunting forest to hunt soul beasts. The Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor were formidable foes. The first soul ring must not be approached recklessly. it would be prudent to steadily absorb a century-old soul ring, although this body had been refined by the system. The process of absorbing soul rings required careful deliberation. Ideally, he would encounter magic spider-type soul beasts, such as the man-faced demon spider or the death demon spider, as these soul rings would truly resonate with him. During his leisure time, Ye Hao chose to recline, leisurely narrowing his eyes as he watched Xiaowu toss her bundle onto Tang San's bed. They indeed seemed like a pair, though still young. They were already cohabiting. Was this a plan for the cultivation of a young man? Time slipped by, and soon it was time for lunch. Ye Hao is a diligent student. If he had previously agreed to Su Yuntao's request, he would have been the only one dining on the second floor. As he walked through the spacious cafeteria, he glanced at a boy clad in luxurious attire, a few years his senior, who was rolling his eyes at him. Ye Hao shook his head inwardly, knowing that time was on his side. Xiaowu was quite stubborn. Had she not been restrained, she likely would have collapsed alongside a few others upstairs. Such occurrences were all too common in the academy. The current realm of soul masters was fraught with class distinctions, where nobles looked down upon commoners. Without the aid of the spirit hall to awaken their martial souls, many commoners would surely be overlooked in the pursuit of becoming soul masters. There are indeed golden phoenixes hidden amongst the weeds, and the koi will one day transform into dragons. The food served was rather ordinary, for Ye Hao. It may not have been exquisite, but as long as it satisfied his hunger, it was good enough. Throughout the meal, Xiao's gaze remained fixed on the second floor, internally competing, wary of provoking the rabbit, lest she hold a grudge. Observing this, Tang San shook his head with a wry smile. Having lived a second life, his temperament was no longer that of a child. He had little time to indulge in such trivial squabbles. In his leisure, Tang San turned his attention to Ye Hao, observing him for a moment before nodding in approval. Ye Hao's composure was remarkable. He was indeed an extraordinary individual, worthy of deep friendship, but not of enmity. In the Tiando Empire, within the capital city of Tiando, stands a magnificent edifice at the very heart of the city, the Spirit Hall. This institution ranks second only to the Pope's Hall, and there are only 2 Spirit Halls on the continent, both situated in the capitals of the 2 great empires. The bishop responsible for the Spirit Hall in Tiando City is named Salus, who now sits upon a gilded throne, his expansive desk adorned with a letter sent by Mathuno. Salus is quite displeased. An innate full soul power? His eyes gleamed with interest. In the remote town of Notting, an innate full soul power has emerged? Salus fully understands the implications of such a rarity. This is indeed a significant matter. In recent years, the Spirit Hall has been rapidly expanding, and the recruitment and proper utilization of talent is essential. Innate full soul power? Salus rubbed his eyes, questioning whether he was mistaken. Tang San? Innate full soul power with the blue silvergrass? What a joke. When has the blue silvergrass ever possessed innate full soul power? This is utterly absurd. How could a wasteful martial soul like the blue silvergrass ever yield innate full soul power? Humph. Master, are we really going to obtain the soul ring tomorrow? So soon? Tang San sat in the master's office, feeling an inexplicable excitement at the master's words. Since arriving in this world, he had been diligently practicing the Xiantian skill. Yet for reasons unknown, he had been unable to break through the first bottleneck despite his efforts. Perhaps it was due to the differences from his previous world. Obtaining the first soul ring might indeed lead to a breakthrough in the Xiantian skill. Little did he know that, far away in the Spirit Hall of Tiando City, his information lay before the scrutiny of the Spirit Hall. Salus, not being the Pope, lacked the unique insight. Had it been anyone else, it would be uncertain whether Tang San would even survive a single episode. Chapter 9. The hunt for the first soul ring. The time elapsed since you awakened your martial soul and arrived at the academy has already been considerable. Soul masters must hunt soul beasts to acquire soul rings, thereby continuing their cultivation. The master spoke calmly. In response, Tang San nodded solemnly. During the earlier competition between Ye Hao and Xiaowu, the soul skill exhibited by Xiaowu from her first soul ring undoubtedly captivated Tang San, deepening his yearning for the Douluo Continent. Little San, when you return, inform Ye Hao. We shall set out together tomorrow morning, the master emphasized. Noting that Ye Hao also possessed innate full soul power, having another companion would be advantageous. The master harbored some doubts regarding Ye Hao's identity. Not only his bearing and martial soul, but also his demeanor bore an uncanny resemblance to her. However, it was unfortunate that Ye Hao only possessed the Death Spider Emperor martial soul. Had he truly possessed her other martial soul, the soul-devouring Spider Emperor, the implications would have been vastly different. Ye Hao's identity has always remained an enigma. Previously, the master had visited the Spirit Hall branch in Notting to gather information, and the answer he received was that Ye Hao was an orphan. However, the master did not share this belief. He always felt that she still harbored resentment toward him, which was why she had sent Ye Hao. Thus, during this expedition to hunt soul beasts, the master invited Tang San along, not only to observe Ye Hao but also to ascertain a certain truth. In this world, no two individuals can ever be identical. The remarkable resemblance between them could only be explained by the bond of mother and child, leaving the master unable to fathom any other explanation. System, I shall not bear the blame for this. Ye Hao, dog system. Tang San readily nodded before departing. Could he truly be her son? The master felt a tumult of emotions. His once tranquil heart was now fraught with unease, a sensation he had not experienced in quite some time. He had believed that, after all these years, he could come to terms with the events of the past, yet Ye Hao's emergence had shattered the memories he wished to forget. Not long after Tang San's departure, an unexpected visitor appeared in the master's office. A man in a gray robe, appearing to be in his 50s, stood before him. His murky gaze mirrored the master's own, and they seemed to belong to the same ilk. His disheveled hair resembled a bird's nest, suggesting he had not attended to his appearance in quite a while. Who are you? The master inquired, furrowing his brow. The man's ability to infiltrate the academy unnoticed and seek him out was unsettling, and for some reason, he felt an unsettling familiarity with this stranger. Master. It has been a long time, the man rasped, his expression devoid of emotion. You are Tang, the man abruptly interrupted. I have come to bid farewell. Little Sam will be entrusted to your care. He has chosen you as his master, allowing me, as his father, to finally pursue the endeavors I have longed to undertake but never dared. Wait. The master called out hastily. He is still your son. You cannot simply abandon him. The man paused, a look of melancholy crossing his face. Do not forget, he is also your disciple. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the man vanished without a trace, leaving the fluttering curtains as the only evidence of his presence. Now, the master could finally confirm Tang San's true identity and the nature of his second martial soul. In essence, the day his martial soul was revealed would mark the day of Tang San's demise. Furthermore, the revelation of the soul-eating spider emperor would herald Ye Hao's capture. How has my idol fallen to such a state? The master lamented, shaking his head in dismay. He then took a seat at his desk, beginning to plan for the next day's hunt for soul rings, making brief annotations regarding Tang San's requirements for several soul rings. As for Ye Hao's, that would be considered as well. What? We're going to hunt for soul rings tomorrow? Ye Hao feigned a look of shock as he gazed at Tang San, who had come to inform him. Tang San nodded, stating that the teacher had said that soul masters must obtain corresponding soul rings to continue their training. He mentioned that both he and Ye Hao possessed innate full soul power, allowing them to forego the need for postnatal cultivation. The spirit hall had sent someone specially to inform the teacher, urging him to take good care of Ye Hao. He reminded Ye Hao to not forget that they were to venture into the soul-hunting forest the following day. After delivering his message, Tang San departed without a backward glance. From the master's words, it was clear that hunting soul beasts was undoubtedly a daunting endeavor, fraught with peril. And Ye Hao needed to prepare a few items, such as hidden weapons. Upon Tang San's departure, Ye Hao returned to Dormitory 7. Due to his earlier confrontation with Xiaowu, the other residents harbored a lingering psychological shadow regarding him, and they dared not approach him, let alone engage with him extensively. This was perhaps for the best. Despite his small stature, Ye Hao was indeed 18 years old, possessing a maturity far beyond that of these children. He had no desire to stoop to the petty tricks and schemes of younger kids. Otherwise, those noble children dining on the second floor at noon might very well have found themselves in dire straits by now. In the early hours of the morning, before dawn had fully broken, Ye Hao stealthily rose from his bed. He sat for a moment on the edge of his mattress, glancing around at the work-study students still ensnared in the grips of slumber. After donning his garments, he realized that the time agreed upon with the master was fast approaching. Tang San had already left, leaving behind only Xiaowu, sprawled across her bed, with drool glistening at the corner of her mouth, appearing rather cute like a rabbit. At the front of the academy, a carriage shattered the night-ash tranquility, where the master had long been waiting. Shortly thereafter, Tang San arrived beside the carriage. Bowing respectfully to the master, "Teacher, I apologize for keeping you waiting," he said. The master smiled. "Not at all, I have only just arrived. Xiao San, during our expedition to the soul-hunting forest to hunt soul beasts, you must remain by my side at all times. The soul beasts are exceptionally ferocious. Although the soul-hunting forest is a man-made sanctuary, it still harbors many formidable creatures." Upon learning of Tang San's identity, the master transformed into a vigilant guardian, wary of the spirit hall's covetous gaze. "Xiao San, promise me one thing," he said. "What is it, teacher?" Tang San inquired. The master spoke earnestly. "Above all, you must never reveal your second martial soul in public. The consequences could be dire. Tang San was momentarily taken aback, for his father had conveyed similar advice upon his awakening of the martial soul. Through his recent understanding of martial souls, he recognized that twin martial souls were exceedingly rare across the continent, with perhaps only one appearing every few centuries. To date, the only known twin martial soul belonged to the current pope of the Spirit Hall. Tang San understood the principle that a gentleman is innocent, yet possessing a precious gem can invite trouble. The exposure of his secret regarding his twin martial soul would undoubtedly bring him unnecessary distress, potentially endangering even his teacher. Teacher, I understand, Tang San replied solemnly, nodding deeply as he grasped the gravity of the situation. Chapter 10. What do you think of Ye Hao? Before long. Shortly after Tang San's arrival, Ye Hao appeared before them, his eyes somewhat dazed. Master, are we ready to depart? Ye Hao stifled a yawn, experiencing his first sleepless night since his arrival in this new realm. Though he had become a soul master, who wouldn't yearn for the indulgence of a leisurely slumber? The mere thought of hunting soul beasts today sent waves of exhilaration through him, causing him to toss and turn in bed. As he began to fantasize about what his first soul skill might be, Ye Hao pondered for a moment, considering that even a century-old soul beast would suffice. The thought of a millennium-old beast was too daunting. What if it led to his demise? Each soul ring possesses a limit of absorption. One must adhere to scientific principles and avoid lofty aspirations. To presume that the first soul ring could be a millennium old is misguided, as it would only invite peril. Is not survival the ultimate goal? Why court death? Caution is the true path to success, with nothing to his name. Ye Hao lacked the powerful title Douluo father that Tang San had, nor did he possess a formidable backing. It was better to remain inconspicuous. One should develop steadily and refrain from reckless behavior. The master cast a profound glance at Ye Hao before nodding, ascending the carriage, followed closely by Tang San and Ye Hao, who entered in succession. The coachman shouted, and the carriage gradually departed from the academy, fading from view and vanishing into the enchanting night. On a narrow path, a carriage sped along. Inside, the master rambled on, sharing lengthy discourses filled with knowledge regarding soul beasts, soul masters, and martial souls. Tang San listened intently, occasionally nodding in agreement, while Ye Hao appeared drowsy, having heard these discussions countless times since he first delved into novels. The master's words now seemed to Ye Hao nothing more than superfluous chatter. We are en route to the soul-hunting forest, a designated area where the Empire raises soul beasts. For you two novices, there will undoubtedly be suitable soul rings within. The master spoke with a tone of assuredness, albeit with a hint of misplaced confidence. The soul-hunting forest was not the Stardew forest. The master, a level 29 soul master, could certainly ensure their safety. However, should they encounter a powerful soul beast, it was conceivable that the three of them might become mere fodder for the beast by the next day. Teacher, can soul beasts also be domesticated? Tang San inquired. Before the master could respond, Ye Hao, bored, glanced around and interjected. Soul beasts are categorized into 10-year, 100-year, 1,000-year, 10,000-year, and 100,000-year classes. The 10-year and 100-year soul beasts are relatively weak and can be domesticated by the Empire. However, once a soul beast reaches 1,000 years of age, it develops intellect akin to that of humans. 1,000-year soul beasts are not to be trifled with. The soul-hunting forest we are heading to essentially lacks any 1,000-year souls. Otherwise, with the Master's abilities, we wouldn't just be unable to hunt them down, but we might very well end up as the soul beast's excrement the following day. As soon as he finished speaking, the Master's expression turned awkward. This child spoke such harsh truths. No matter how incompetent he may be, he was still a great soul master. Indeed, a great soul master known for his flatulence. Teacher, is that truly the case? Tang San, enlightened by Ye Hao's words, realized the vast classification of soul beasts. Cough, cough, cough. The master coughed to mask his embarrassment. Yes, indeed, Ye Hao is correct. Ye Hao, who imparted this knowledge to you? The master gazed intently at Ye Hao, finally revealing his intrigue. Knowledge of this sort regarding soul beasts was not something a beginner like Ye Hao should possess. Ye Hao, is it enough to just have a mouth? Yesterday, during the awakening of the martial soul in the martial soul branch, Master Matthew Nua imparted his wisdom to me. Master, please continue. Do go on. The corner of the master's mouth twitched slightly. What more is there to say? You've already articulated everything I wish to express. Where were we? Ah yes, the soul beasts. The master resumed. Previously, Ye Hao had already elaborated on the 10-year, 100-year, and 1,000-year soul beasts. Now we shall discuss the 10,000-year soul beasts. These creatures are exceedingly rare across the continent. The cultivation of soul beasts differs fundamentally from that of humans, They require year upon year of trainings. And the process is fraught with peril far beyond that which humans face. Some 10,000-year soul beasts are even comparable to tidal Douluos. Through their prolonged existence, they have gained profound insights into the human condition. Consequently, when hunting 10,000-year soul beasts, it is imperative for soul masters to form specialized soul hunting teams. Otherwise, the endeavor would be tantamount to courting death. As for the 100,000-year soul beasts, there are alarmingly few soul masters today who possess a 100,000-year soul ring. And my understanding of these creatures is also quite limited. For now, this knowledge should suffice for you. Tang San contemplated deeply, fervently jotting down the master's words. Feeling as though he had been enlightened, this was the first time since becoming a soul master that he truly grasped such profound knowledge. A 100,000-year soul beast. Does our academy not possess one? As a child, I once read about them in an ancient text in my village. Reflecting on it now, it must certainly be the same. As Ye Hao's words resonated, both the master and Tang San's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The term soul beast of 100,000 years refers to a soul beast that has endured the tribulations of heaven and has reached the remarkable age of 100,000 years. Upon attaining such a profound level of cultivation, these soul beasts face a pivotal choice. They may either maintain their current state, which offers them a fleeting existence of merely 1,000 years, or they may transform into humanoid form. Transforming into a human? The master pondered. He had indeed heard whispers of such a phenomenon, yet no one had ever encountered a 100,000-year soul beast in its transformed state, let alone met one in person. Well, our academy happens to possess one. Why not return and secure that rabbit for a thorough examination? As the sun ascended, its warm rays graced every corner of the earth. Within the carriage, the master retrieved a belt crafted from 24 meticulously woven segments, which he had specifically chosen to present to Tang San during Ye Hao's absence. As his sole disciple, Tang San, being a twin martial soul bearer, undoubtedly holds the potential for greater achievements than Ye Hao. Furthermore, Tang San's second martial soul, the Haotian hammer, is renowned as the supreme weapon martial soul in the world. Ye Hao, is it really so? Here you go. Teacher, what is this? A soul guidance device. A soul guidance device? This belt was obtained by me 30 years ago, and for so long it has languished in obscurity. I hope that in your hands, it can once again flourish. Each of these 24 jade pieces possesses a cubic meter of storage space. Upon hearing this, Tang San was overjoyed, quickly fastening the belt around his waist. It fit quite well. Indeed. Previously, Tang San had been concerned about concealed weapons, those unexpected means of attack that could lead to death. Now, with this belt, the issue of storage for such weapons was effortlessly resolved. Teacher, you have given me a soul guidance device, so what of Ye Hao? Facing Tang San's doubts, the master offered a slight smile. What do you think of Ye Hao? After much contemplation, Tang San replied, he seems decent enough. Just yesterday, Ye Hao had a fierce battle with Xiaowu, and his death spider martial soul was exceedingly powerful, defeating her almost in a single move. The master remained unfazed. Thinking it a jest, how could her son be mediocre? How formidable is that girl named Xiaowu? The master began to focus on understanding Xiaowu. Not her true identity, but rather, even if Xiaowu stood right before the master, would she truly discern her? Tang San patiently explained. I fought against Xiaowu last night. She is very strong and possesses innate full soul power along with a century-old soul ring. Upon hearing this, the master was taken aback. Truly remarkable, this new generation is astounding. 3 individuals with innate full soul power, one of whom even has a century-old soul ring. It seems she had indeed underestimated them. Now, upon reflection, do you still regard Ye Hao as simple? He possesses extensive knowledge of soul beasts. Even the formidable 100,000-year soul beasts, his claim of being an orphan is hardly believable. The master was almost certain that Ye Hao was her son. What a knife! What a knife! Bibi Dong, the devouring soul spider emperor? The master muttered, her throat dry. Time passes swiftly. She had already married and given birth to the extraordinary Ye Hao. The master's gaze became vacant, as if she were transported back to her youthful days, yet regrettably, those days could never return. With the master's guidance, Tang San gradually shifted his perception of Ye Hao. This individual was far from ordinary. In terms of skill and background, he appeared to possess much more than met the eye. Before long, Ye Hao returned after resolving the issue. Glancing at the jade belt around Tang San's waist. Indeed, it was the 24 bridges bright moonlight. What does it matter? What is yours will ultimately be yours. And what is not, you cannot force. Time passed slowly. Within the carriage, a chilling silence enveloped the air. Ye Hao closed his eyes to rest, while Tang San diligently focused on the books the master had brought, striving to absorb as much knowledge about soul masters as possible. The master's gaze occasionally drifted towards Ye Hao. Observing him, he bore an uncanny resemblance to her. Ye Hao felt a shiver run down his spine, as if a perverse gaze were upon him. The forest was enveloped in an eerie silence, yet the atmosphere before him was anything but tranquil. Ye Hao traversed the path adjacent to the soul-hunting forest, flanked by a bustling thoroughfare teeming with people. Among them, some vociferously hawked instruments for capturing soul beasts, while others sought companions for their soul master teams. The myriad shops and the diverse throngs of individuals made one question the claim of this being a forest, as it appeared almost unbelievable. "Let us hasten our steps. There is nothing here that we require," urged the master, prompting Tang San to quicken his pace. While Ye Hao ambled along leisurely, taking the opportunity to glance at the sides of the path, reminiscent of a marketplace from his past life. The prices in this location were twice those of Notting City. Soul masters earned their fortunes with remarkable ease. To expend a bit of wealth for the chance to hunt a suitable soul beast seemed hardly a burden. The periphery of the soul-hunting forest resembled an immense cage, with no fewer than 100 soldiers clad in gleaming armor conducting their patrols in an orderly fashion, armed with long spears. They exuded an air of discipline and deadly seriousness. This area served as the Empire's breeding ground for soul beasts, housing a notable number of 10-year and even century-old beasts. It was surmised that the stronger soul beasts resided closer to the heart of the forest. The master approached, presenting his token to the soldiers for inspection. Instantly invigorated, the soldiers beckoned eagerly, swinging open the iron gates to reveal a dense thicket and countless unknown dangers within. The master had previously mentioned that this token held significance. Its engravings denoted a person's status, and the privileges conferred varied accordingly. At the pinnacle was the papal order, with 6 distinct symbols representing 6 powerful titled Douluos. On the day Tang San's father departed, he had entrusted this token to the master, serving as a form of intangible protection. The papal order held an exalted status, with its bearer at the very least being an elder of the spirit hall, second only to the Pope. The forest winding paths led into profound tranquility, where towering trees reached for the heavens. The master led the way, with Tang San and Ye Hao trailing behind, the former explaining the surroundings as they walked, to which Ye Hao listened with mild interest. At that moment, the master's eyes sparkled with excitement as he clasped his hands before his chest and then swiftly lowered them. "Come forth, Luo Sanpao." What emerged resembled a dog but was as corpulent as a pig, adorned in purple fur, with naturally drooping ears and 2 pairs of blinking blue eyes. Its rotund backside swayed as it moved, and atop its head rested a prominent bump. Upon its appearance, it affectionately nudged its head against the master's feet. "Ye Hao, I have gained a broader perspective. Tang San, is this truly the martial spirit of the master? Have I inadvertently chosen the wrong mentor?" "Master," the master forces a smile, "do not be overly concerned. The strength of one's martial spirit and the level of soul power cannot truly reveal a person's worth. I still possess some abilities that I have yet to showcase." Tang San, "Oh, Ye Hao, ahem, let us proceed. San Pao, lead the way." The master's martial soul is a variant, thus in terms of innate soul power, it is merely half a level, colloquially known as 0.5. This serves as an indelible stain upon his life. Despite being the son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect leader, he remains the subject of derision. Others awaken as dragons, while he is likened to a lowly pig, a mere farting swine. Who is it? Tang San furrowed his brow, gazing towards the lively thicket ahead. As the 3 grew instantly vigilant, this place is not within the city, but rather a forest, the Soul Beast Forest, although it falls under the direct jurisdiction of the Empire. Numerous fatalities occur year-round due to Soul Beast attacks. They can only blame their ill fortune or lack of strength. Suddenly, 3 wolves sprang forth from the underbrush, glaring fiercely at the trio, while Luo Sanpao growled defiantly. The master's eyes brightened. How dare these mere 10-year-old phantom wolves launch an assault? At last, it was his turn to shine. Watch closely. Sanpao, prepare. Huh? Before the master could react, Ye Hao swiftly manifested the Death Spider Emperor, clad in black armor, his face enveloped. 8 black spider spears sprouted from his back, and his arms became adorned with barbed spikes, the aura of the Death Spider Emperor enveloping the entire forest. The 3 phantom wolves growled ominously, realizing their imminent doom. They had merely emerged to intimidate, without the need to risk their lives. Chapter 12. Ye Hao's first spirit ring. Is this for real? The Death Spider Emperor manifested, as Ye Hao transformed into a black shadow, his form flickering past. The 3 phantom wolves were flung into the air, their bodies cleaved in 2. In an instant, the wolves emitted a low whine before scattering to the ground, their bodies making a sound as they rapidly decayed at a visibly alarming rate. The infamous poison of the Death Spider Emperor truly lived up to its reputation, given time. Should Ye Hao attain the rank of title Douluo, it is likely that even the poison Douluo would pale in comparison to his venom. Before long, several pools of blood appeared on the ground. Ye Hao withdrew from the Death Spider Emperor, re-attaining his original form. The master remarked, "It is a pity to encounter such ripe opportunities, yet you offer no chance for demonstration." Tang San responded, "Impressive. Ye Hao's martial soul truly embodies an unparalleled toxicity. As a disciple of the Tang sect, I have honed my skills in the art of poison. Yet it appears I still possess ample room for enhancement. Master, let us proceed." Ye Hao responded, pulling the master, who was deep in contemplation about life, back to the present. Oh. San Pao, please continue to lead the way." The group pressed on, the ground stained with patches of blood. While 3 circles of white tenure soul rings lingered in the air, these could be acquired by defeating soul beasts. However, the 3 ghost wolves were slain by Ye Hao, making it impossible for anyone else to absorb the rings, rendering these 3 tenure soul rings wasted. Though soul rings are precious, they vary in quality. In the eyes of Ye Hao and Tang San, older soul rings are undoubtedly superior, with a minimum starting point of 100 years. Of course, selecting a soul beast that suits oneself is of paramount importance. Encountering one is one thing, defeating it is quite another. As day turned to night, the forest stood silent, its trees lush and sprawling. Beneath a particularly large tree, the master produced a powder he had prepared in advance to mask their presence, evenly scattering it around the trees. Today bore no fruit, but tomorrow they would continue the pursuit of soul beasts. Hunting these creatures is arduous, and finding a suitable one is even more challenging. After a simple dinner, the group gradually succumbed to slumber. Yet Ye Hao found himself unable to sleep, perhaps due to his unfamiliarity with sleeping outdoors. With his hands clasped behind his head, he gazed at the enchanting starry sky above, feeling an inexplicable surge of homesickness. Dog System, I hope I do not encounter you again. System, goodbye. Suddenly, an urge to relieve himself struck, prompting Ye Hao to hurriedly seek out a nearby patch of grass. Splash. Splash. Ah, what a relief. Ye Hao felt invigorated, and without warning, he shivered slightly, the burden on his shoulders vanishing without a trace. Just as he was about to depart, he noticed a sudden movement in the grass ahead. A black, net-like object lunged toward him, prompting Ye Hao to hastily evade. Terrified, he was relieved to have dodged in time. Otherwise, he would have truly found himself in a palace in his next life. Emerging from the thicket was an enigmatic creature, making a series of crunching sounds. Ye Hao? The death spider? Ye Hao was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the death magic spider before him, which still bore a puddle of yellow liquid atop its head. Well, now he understood the reason. This trip was not in vain, and the efficiency of hunting was quite remarkable. The death magic spider was relatively small, standing at around half a meter tall, and it was quite a distance from Tang San and the master, leaving him with no one to rely on but himself. The death magic spider was undoubtedly a perfect choice as Ye Hao's first spirit ring, being of the same spider type, and his first martial spirit, the Death Spider King, was indeed the ancestor of this very death magic spider. Little magic spider, you have been chosen. Suddenly, the death magic spider erupted in fury. It had been peacefully slumbering during the night when it was inexplicably rained upon. As if that were not enough, the rain had an unusual taste. After taking a sip, it glanced at the figure not far away who was retrieving their pants, and the death magic spider's anger flared. It unleashed a web. Ye Hao possessed death spider venom as well. Although the death magic spider before him was a century old, its toxicity could not be underestimated. How did you discern this? It was simple, really. By observing its size, appearance, and the length of its spider legs, it was evident that this one was merely half a meter tall. Following that, the death magic spider spat out several webs, charging towards Ye Hao with a fierce momentum, moving like the wind. Ye Hao's lips curled into a smile as the Death Spider Emperor manifested, its ethereal form emerging. At that moment, the death magic spider was momentarily taken aback, its eyes wide with astonishment. This was indeed the Death Spider Emperor. Meanwhile, Ye Hao effortlessly dismantled the webbing spun by the death magic spider, relishing the ease with which he did so. Observing the death magic spider, now frozen in place and trembling uncontrollably, everything unfolded as he had anticipated. The first soul ring. Here I come. Ye Hao rose swiftly to confront the death demon spider. Enveloped by the shroud of night, he transformed into a shadow, with 8 razor-sharp spider spears glimmering ominously behind him. His chest was adorned with black armor, and in a sudden move, the death demon spider lunged. Its spear aimed directly at Ye Hao's heart. Yet, it proved futile. As the spear made contact with the black armor, it merely sparked a few fleeting flames. Ye Hao rejoiced, manipulating the dark spider spear from behind. With a swift thrust, the obsidian spear pierced through the body of the death demon spider. The creature trembled violently, its mouth dripping with a luminescent green blood, as Ye Hao's lethal spider emperor poison flowed incessantly into the death demon spider's form through the spear. Ye Hao could perceive the swift ebbing of life from the death magic spider. Had it not been for his nocturnal excursion to relieve himself, he would not have encountered this creature. Among all known soul beasts, the death magic spider undeniably resonated most profoundly with Ye Hao, serving as the ideal source for his first soul ring. The one before him, in terms of both age and species, was a perfect match for him. My apologies for dousing you with water. As compensation, will you become my first soul ring? I shall surely ascend to the rank of title Douluo, and dear little spider, may your spirit find eternal rest. Do you hear the absurdity in my words? The death magic spider began to convulse even more violently, extending its sharp forelegs, which, before they could be raised, fell swiftly downward. Ye Hao discerned that the adversary no longer posed a threat to him. The spider spear was forcefully withdrawn from the corpse of the death demon spider, which then collapsed to the ground. In the next moment, a radiant yellow light began to coalesce upon the lifeless form, sparkling like a myriad of stars in the night sky. In an instant, a resplendent circle of yellow soul rings materialized above the head of the death demon spider, marking the emergence of a century-old soul ring, the first of its kind in Ye Hao's lifetime. However, the question remained, how does one absorb a soul ring? Although the master had provided some guidance, Ye Hao had never experienced it firsthand. Had he known, he would have left the trio of netherwolves for the master to handle. Surely, it would have been easier to select a softer target. Gazing at the slowly ascending yellow century-old soul ring before him, Ye Hao's eyes sparkled with fervor as his mind replayed the master's words to Tang San from the novels he once read. To remain undistracted? Ye Hao shook his head, gazing at the gradually dimming century-old soul ring before him. It would be a pity to let such an opportunity slip away without taking advantage of it. Chapter 13. Master. Why have you disappeared? Ye Hao took a deep breath, seated himself cross-legged upon the ground, and unleashed his Death Spider Emperor martial soul. In an instant, the colossal figure of the Spider Emperor manifested behind him. An overwhelming aura of terror surged forth, causing the surrounding weaker spirit beasts to scatter in panic. Above the long-deceased Death Demon Spider, a circle of yellow hundred-year spirit rings, guided by Ye Hao's soul power, gradually ascended towards his head, the rings appearing a brilliant yellow-orange, reminiscent of gleaming gold. Ye Hao felt an overwhelming heat coursing through his entire being, a searing energy surging within him, causing his internal organs to throb painfully, while his body trembled uncontrollably. The tyrannical force enveloped him, as a circle of yellow soul rings firmly encircled the Death Spider Emperor's feet. At that moment, it felt as if something within Ye Hao snapped, akin to breaking free from shackles, and his soul power transformed instantaneously into a warm current. This warmth permeated every corner of his body, rendering him akin to a small furnace. Simultaneously, the Death Spider Emperor underwent a subtle transformation. Its crimson eyes grew increasingly ferocious and terrifying, as if a single glance at its adversary would lead one to the depths of despair. Within a 10-meter radius of Ye Hao's feet, the flora began to wither, the trees rotted away, and the earth lay in desolation, permeated by an unpleasant odor. Even the lifeless body of the Death Spider had transformed into a puddle of dark green liquid. Ye Hao's first soul ring had brought about significant change in him. Likewise, the toxin of the Death Spider King had escalated to a new level. After a considerable pause, Ye Hao suddenly opened his eyes. 8 sharp black spider spears unfurled from his back in an instant, while a black armor enveloped his chest. His face bore a grotesque visage, with a pair of crimson eyes glinting ominously in the night. Below, smaller eyes whirled furiously, allowing Ye Hao to perceive the peculiarities around him. The rustle of the wind, the movement of the grass, and the flourishing leaves could not escape his keen gaze. Ye Hao was filled with joy, and in his exhilaration, he swiftly exited the Death Spider Emperor and took possession of his body. As he surveyed the desolate and decayed surroundings, he couldn't help but marvel at the Death Spider Emperor's status as a top-tier beast martial soul. He pondered what the scene would be like when he eventually became a titled Douluo. However, before that moment, Ye Hao knew he must exert considerable effort. Though he had already obtained his first soul ring, with his soul power breaking through to the 10th level, he estimated his current soul power to be around the 12th level. Nevertheless, he understood the importance of preparing for the future. This Death Demon Spider was approximately 400 years old, fortunately not exceeding the maximum age for a first soul ring. After brushing off the dust from his clothes, Ye Hao rapidly returned to the campsite. As he approached the area, he moved stealthily, observing Tang San, who was quietly meditating nearby. Ye Hao noticed a faint purple aura surrounding Tang San's body, an energy that was imperceptible to others. At this moment, Ye Hao had gained his first soul ring, significantly enhancing his mental acuity and concentration. Xiantian skill? The only explanation at present. Given that it was the technique from the Tang sect where Tang San belonged in his previous life, Ye Hao returned and, without uttering a word, immediately lay down on the blanket to rest. Having just absorbed the soul ring, he was utterly exhausted, and indulging in a refreshing slumber was indeed the most fitting course of action. This place, the soul-hunting forest, also known as the Forest of Soul Beasts, may not rival the Stardow Forest, yet it is teeming with soul beasts, concealing countless dangers lurking within the underbrush, much like the death magic spider, which lay in peaceful slumber until the sudden downpour. Ultimately, this scenario favored Ye Hao, indirectly leading to the demise of the death magic spider. May its spirit find eternal rest in the heavens. Not long after Ye Hao had settled into bed, Tang San slowly opened his eyes. He turned his gaze toward the half-asleep Ye Hao, feeling a complex mix of emotions within him. Despite the considerable distance between them, Tang San had already sensed the earlier commotion. After all, he was indeed Tang San. Ye Hao's aura had grown significantly stronger than before. He seemed to walk ahead of himself. Had he acquired a soul ring? Reflecting upon the words of the master from earlier, Tang San felt a surge of curiosity towards Ye Hao. What secrets lay hidden within him? Even the teacher regarded him with unusual importance, indicating that they should cultivate a friendly relationship rather than harbor animosity. Although Tang San did not fully comprehend the reasons, he heeded the teacher's words. For after his father's departure, the teacher had become his sole source of emotional solace in this world. To consider Ye Hao as a friend? After a moment of contemplation, Tang San decided to give it a try. Who knows, their temperaments might align. Having left Holy Soul Village and distanced himself from his father, Tang San felt isolated. And finding a friend was no small feat. The following morning, as the dawn's light bathed the earth, Tang San had already risen and began to prepare himself amidst the forest. Ye Hao appeared in a state of drowsiness, having suffered from sleepless nights in the recent past. And last night was particularly restless. The wilderness is truly not conducive to slumber. Unbeknownst to him, it has already been 4 days since Ye Hao arrived in this world. Throughout these days, not a single moment has been tranquil, and even the nights have offered no solace for sleep. It is time to set forth once more. The master, sensing the moment is ripe, urged the group to continue their pursuit of the soul beasts. As of now, there remains the matter of Tang San's soul ring. And while the hunting soul forest is vast, the sightings and experiences shared among the group have predominantly involved soul beasts that are either around 10 years old or nearly a century old. However, there has yet to be any sign of a century-old soul beast suitable for Tang San. Ye Hao strolled leisurely through the forest, trailing behind the 2 disciples ahead of him. To be frank, had it not been for his financial constraints, he would have likely departed long ago. Who would want to linger in their wake? As long as the mandragora serpent belonging to Tang San remained absent, Ye Hao surmised that he would either face futility today or be hurriedly preoccupied with matters tonight. In a state of despondency, he casually picked up a stone from the roadside and hurled it into the distance. The stone arced gracefully through the air, landing with a splash, as if striking something unseen. Ye Haomon remained indifferent as he continued on his path. Suddenly, a dark green serpent's head emerged from the adjacent thicket. Its ruby-like eyes intensely fixed upon the trio before it, fervently flicking its forked tongue. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a slight bulge on the serpent's head, hinting at something concealed within. Ye Hao's heart tightened as he hurriedly pointed towards Tang San and the master. The great serpent understood the signal and nodded in acknowledgement, its long body twisting as it lunged towards the 2 ahead. In a moment of urgency, Tang San and the master swiftly dodged. The master was astonished. This was a mandala snake, a highly venomous spirit beast known for its potent toxins and partial paralyzing effects. How could it possibly appear here? Tang San's eyes brightened as he inquired, "Mandala snake? Master, what do you think of this spirit beast?" The master nodded confidently. "This spirit beast is quite suitable for you." Based on my... Before the master could finish his sentence, the mandala snake opened its massive jaws and instantly bit down on the master, swallowing him whole and even letting out a satisfied belch. Chapter 14. Snake? Laying eggs? Tang San. Oh, winky face. Ye Hao, mandala snake. This person has a terrible odor, and it's quite unpleasant. Master, Ye Hao is rendered speechless. Master, is this considered formless? Tang San suddenly erupted in rage, directing a fierce glare at the mandala snake before him, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. At this moment, he had ceased to conceal anything. With a swift stride, under Ye Hao's watchful gaze, his hands transformed into a lustrous jade hue as he forcefully pried open the serpent's jaws. Tang San, in this instance, was undeniably the most formidable. Having parted ways with his father and finally found a mentor, he now faced the grim fate of being devoured by a snake within mere days. Generally speaking, those who speak the most tend to perish the quickest. A notion Ye Hao had always firmly believed. If it comes to battle, then engage in combat. There is no need for analysis. Ye Hao shook his head, letting out a silent sigh of exasperation towards the master. He then summoned the Death Spider Emperor spirit, its presence enveloping him as the first soul ring beneath his feet glowed to life. With a keen eye on the mandala snake before him, Ye Hao seized the opportunity, eager to make his move, especially since he had just acquired his first soul ring the day prior. First soul skill, Spider Strike. No sooner had he spoken than two massive spider spears materialized in his hands, the dark green venom of the Death Spider Emperor dripping ominously. On the other side, Tang San observed the unfolding scene with clarity. Indeed, Ye Hao had secured a soul ring ahead of him. However, the immediate priority was to rescue their teacher. Straining to listen, Tang San discerned a muffled sound emanating from the mandala snake's mouth, an unmistakable whimper. His heart leaped with hope. Their teacher was still alive. This revelation was more significant than anything else. Ye Hao, behold, this mandrake serpent measures approximately 4 meters in length, and in its midsection, a substantial figure rides incessantly. Undoubtedly that of the master. As time elapses, the master's resistance wanes, becoming increasingly feeble. In a moment, it is conceivable that the master may succumb to corrosion. For the mandrake serpent possesses a potent toxin, as perceived by Ye Hao, Tang San, and others. Step aside, my companions. Ye Hao let out a thunderous roar, causing Tang San to momentarily pause in surprise. After a brief moment, he nodded in acknowledgement. Before departing, he did not forget to sever one of the mandala serpent's fangs, prompting the creature to writhe furiously on the ground, its mouth immediately gushing forth with blood. Ye Hao stepped forward, his footsteps stirring the air with a palpable intensity. Under Tang San's watchful gaze, Ye Hao brandished 2 enormous spider spears, thrusting them directly towards the mandragora serpent. To be frank, at that moment, Ye Hao harbored a whimsical desire to play a trick on his master, intending to claim that he had simply miscalculated due to his nearsightedness. In the next instant, a crisp crack echoed, the sound of the blade slicing through flesh. A crimson line appeared at the serpent's throat. Moments later, the mandragora serpent collapsed, its body severed. Yet it writhed in a frenzy, evidently not entirely deceased. Even in death, the serpent's head retained its capacity for aggression. Ye Hao stepped forward, using the spider spear in his hand to lift the head of the mandala snake, casting a disdainful glance before throwing it aside. Sanzi, deliver the final blow. Tang San, undeterred by the distraction, gently brushed his fingers across the surface of the 24 bridges' bright moonlight, summoning a beautifully adorned dagger into his grasp. This had been prepared by the master for the purpose of hunting soul beasts, to administer the final strike and ultimately absorb the soul ring. In this very moment, the mandala snake was clinging to its last breath. Ye Hao severed its head, yet its life force remained remarkably resilient. In an instant, Tang San's dagger transformed into a flash of white light, descending upon the mandala snake, which writhed in a frenzy, its entire body quaking uncontrollably. Then, an astonishing and unforeseen event unfolded before them. The master, who was positioned nearby, began to shift erratically, into Tang San and Ye Hao's astonishment. The rear of the mandala snake suddenly expanded, revealing the master's head. Tang San, Ye Hao, the master's head has emerged. Sanzi, put in some effort. Ye Hao's expression was one of intense agitation. In this moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Tang San's lips twitched uncontrollably, and the scene before him was unsettling. Yet, disregarding his trepidation, Tang San resolved to put everything on the line for his teacher's safety. Gripping his dagger firmly, he thrust downward with fervor, causing the mandala serpent's body to writhe violently. Before his very eyes, the master was being birthed, curled into a shape reminiscent of an egg by the mandala serpent. Surrounding the master's form was a layer of blood membrane, akin to the spectacle of an egg hatching. The only missing element was the eggshell, which would have rendered the scene indescribably vivid. Tang San found himself at a loss for words as he gazed at the master ensconced within the egg-like cocoon. The essence of life outweighed all else, appearances were but illusions. Meanwhile, after delivering the master, the mandala serpent finally succumbed to its fate. Before Tang San, a century-old soul ring began to manifest slowly. With the master safe and the soul ring successfully acquired, a long-awaited smile finally grazed Tang San's lips. Ye Hao withdrew from the Zhuanghuang manifestation and glanced at the master curled up within the egg. What should they do now? Should they pierce the egg to let the master out? Tang San exchanged a glance with Ye Hao. Both were momentarily indecisive, deciding instead to leave it as is and observe how things would unfold. After placing the master's egg beneath a tree, Tang San wiped the sweat from his brow and then sat cross-legged on the ground. Under the influence of Tang San's spirit power, the soul ring of the mandala snake firmly entwined itself around the blue-silver grass. In that instant, Tang San's aura surged dramatically, mirroring the intensity of Ye Hao's situation from the previous night. With nothing pressing to attend to, Ye Hao chose to recline leisurely. At noon, when the sun was at its zenith, casting down scorching rays, Ye Hao lay beneath the tree. Watching Tang San absorb the soul ring and noting the subtle movements of the master within the egg, he estimated that the master would soon break free. Unfortunately, the snake mother had departed ahead of schedule, leaving no trace. Just then, both Tang San and the master opened their eyes simultaneously, a testament to their profound bond. Tang San's blue-silver grass had transformed from its previous frailty to a robust width, its leaves considerably more substantial. The effect of the mandala snake's soul ring on him was significant. His Xiantian Gong had successfully achieved a breakthrough, just as he had anticipated. The master, still in a haze, opened his eyes to find himself curled up within the egg. The peculiar expressions on Tang San and Ye Hao's faces prompted him to ponder his own actions as a mentor. In a moment of urgency, the master hastily shattered the eggshell, finding himself covered in a thick layer of mucilage, interspersed with strands of blood. A faint, unpleasant odor wafted through the air, detectable to both Ye Hao and Tang San. Embarrassed, the master coughed and glanced at the headless mandala snake nearby before turning his gaze to Tang San. Xiao San, have you succeeded? Chapter 15. The master's unbearable past. Yes, Tang San replied with a smile and nodded. Following this, he released his blue-silver grass, which began to spread throughout the forest like the intricate patterns of the mandala snake, taking advantage of the forest's inherent geographical advantages. The master, unable to contain his curiosity, approached and marveled at the growth of the blue-silver grass, which exceeded his expectations. A subtle fragrance emanated from it, a blend of the mandala snake's soul ring and its toxic, paralyzing essence. Indeed, Xiao San, your blue-silver grass has surpassed my expectations. What is its resilience like? Under the master's scrutiny, Tang San's century-old soul ring slowly ascended, targeting a nearby tree. The blue-silver grass shot forth like a bolt of lightning, severing the tree's trunk. As Tang San gently tugged, the trunk exhibited a slight bend, yet remarkably, the blue-silver grass remained unscathed, pulled taut. The master nodded in satisfaction, his theories finally validated. With Tang San's soul ring secured, he turned his attention to Ye Hao, who stood with a century-old soul ring rising beneath him. The Death Spider King behind him appearing increasingly menacing, a stark contrast to its form before acquiring the soul ring. Have you obtained a soul ring? When? The master stammered, bewildered. If memory served him correctly, Ye Hao had been with him and Tang San throughout this period, and yet, this soul ring. Ye Hao remarked, last night, while you were asleep, I ventured to a nearby thicket to relieve myself, only to inadvertently awaken a centuries-old death spider. By a stroke of fortune, it coincided with my death spider emperor martial soul. So, you comprehend, do you not? Tang San pondered this, while the master refrained from further elaboration. Ye Hao is indeed extraordinarily gifted, possessing the death spider emperor's martial soul, with his first soul ring derived from the death demon spider. Such an opportunity is undeniably profound. The master is resolute in her belief that Ye Hao is undoubtedly her son. Yet, one cannot help but ponder the true purpose behind her sending Ye Hao here. Could it be an act of vengeance against herself? If that is the case, then let us depart. In haste, the group exited the soul-hunting forest, having already acquired 2 soul rings, with the next destination being the academy. As the sun set behind the western hills, the trio emerged from the forest and rented a carriage. This journey has been a harrowing experience for the master, who has faced a near-death situation. While Tang San and Ye Hao each attained their first soul ring, allowing their soul power to surge, the coachman guided the carriage, gradually fading into the horizon under the glow of the setting sun. In the city of Notting, at the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, they returned after a long absence. Having spent 4 days traveling from the soul-hunting forest, with the entire journey spent in the carriage, Ye Hao dismounted from the carriage, his legs weak and trembling. He vowed never to ride in a carriage again. If he were to possess the strength, he would surely invent an automobile in the future. Ye Hao patted his chest, feeling a sense of nausea that was difficult to expel, the thought of the carriage lingering ominously in his mind. You all should return and rest well. You are excused from the afternoon's lessons. With a few casual remarks, the master decided to retreat to his own quarters. Having gone 4 days without proper rest, he felt the urgent need to tend to himself. The sticky residue on his body had already dried, and even his hair, resembling sharpened needles, was matted together, not to mention the disarray of his clothing. Ye Hao and Tang San exchanged a knowing smile, both refraining from mentioning the events of that day to their master. It would be rather embarrassing to reveal that the master was born of the mandala snake. Upon returning to their dormitory, they found it utterly deserted. According to the usual schedule, it was precisely noon, a time that should have been designated for rest. Ye Hao chose to recline, sprawled across the bed in a languid manner. Having not enjoyed a proper rest for nearly 4 days, he found himself in dire need of respite. At that moment, his gaze inadvertently drifted to the window, where he noticed a considerable gathering of people. Ye Hao was unable to suppress his curiosity as he surveyed the playground, his visage concealed by a black armor. "Look, Sanzi, at the playground below," he remarked. Tang San momentarily paused, puzzled. "The playground? What about it? And by the way, you may call me Xiao-san, but what on earth is Sanzi? What about Xiaowu? And everyone else?" The term group fight flickered in Tang San's mind, delineating 2 factions, the working students and the noble families. Having recently arrived at the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, he was well aware of the dichotomy between its 2 major factions. One side represented the commoners, while the other epitomized the aristocracy. Not long ago, Ye Hao had encountered individuals in the cafeteria who had made faces at him. One of them was amidst the crowd now, evidently of high status. The cafeteria was divided into 2 floors. The first floor catered to the commoners, while the second floor served the nobility, with vastly differing meals. The first floor offered simple steamed buns and vegetables, while the second floor indulged in an array of meats and delicacies, each meal unique and varied, illustrating a stark contrast akin to the duality of yin and yang. With the noble faction outnumbering them, it seemed Xiaowu might be at a disadvantage. Tang San, deeply concerned for Xiaowu, recalled her previous display of strength and knew that 1 pair of fists could not contend against 4. In the next moment, he swiftly pulled the lounging Ye Hao off the bed and descended the stairs. "Ye Hao, why are you dragging me into this fight?" On the playground, both factions glared at each other, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. One side was led by Xiaowu, a group of working students, while the other represented the nobility, a minority among them possessing soul rings. The disparity in their martial souls determined the different starting points for these noble youths. "Little girl, it is wise to know your place. You have provoked us for quite some time now. What is it you desire? To be my pet rabbit? If memory serves me right, your martial soul is indeed that of a rabbit." The leader, clad in the uniform of the Notting Junior Academy, stood tall, a head above Xiaowu, exuding an air of disdain and contempt. "Xiaowu, are you perhaps afraid?" Xiaowu seized the opportunity to counter, recalling how these noble youths had relentlessly insulted the working students in the dining hall days prior. The divide between commoners and nobility was stark, each side steadfast in their beliefs. Thus, the current standoff was born. With Ye Hao's retreat, Xiaowu naturally ascended as the new leader of the working students. The role of a leader is to protect, to safeguard those behind them. It is a responsibility and a duty within their capacity. Especially upon witnessing the injuries on Wang Sheng, Xiaowu took the initiative, leading to this confrontation. Back and forth they exchanged words, their verbal clashes ringing out. Yet the question of their true strength remained unanswered. At that moment, Xiaowu signaled, and former leader Wang Sheng stepped forward, his martial soul a battle tiger. While the opposing sides sent forth a combatant wielding a stick, a clash between weapon masters and beast masters was imminent. Chapter 16. Ye Hao grew angry. 3 of you. 1 is sufficient. Why drag me into this? Ye Hao reluctantly spoke, having spent 4 consecutive days either on the road or wandering aimlessly through the forest, longing only for a restful slumber. "Ye Hao, we share a dormitory. Your roommate is in peril. How can you remain indifferent?" Through this period of interaction, Tang San gradually developed a new understanding of Ye Hao. Ye Hao is a person of whimsy, adhering to his own wishes in all matters, acting without method, guided solely by his heart. Such individuals are particularly perplexing to Tang San. Conversely, they can be quite perilous, as one never knows when they might spring an unexpected surprise. For the sake of his roommate, Tang San is willing to go to great lengths, and upon witnessing this, Ye Hao chooses not to speak further, preferring to conclude the battle swiftly and return to their dormitory for rest. On the playground, the fight has evidently escalated to a fervent climax, with Wang Xing's battle tiger spirit manifesting, standing alongside an adversary wielding a staff. As the saying goes, an inch in length is an inch in strength. The staff lashes against Wang Xing's wrist like a relentless downpour, yet he persists through gritted teeth. In times past, before Xiaowu's arrival, he was the leader among the work-study students, having endured frequent bullying from the aristocratic youths. Such encounters became commonplace, often resulting in 1-against-2 scenarios. Before long, Tang San and Ye Hao made their way into the throng. It appeared that Wang Xing was on the verge of defeat. At that moment, Tang San delivered an important address. Xiao San, you've returned? Xiao turned, her expression one of surprise as she beheld the two newcomers. Where have you been for the past 4 days? And Ye Hao, what were you two up to? Why wasn't I included? Tang San responded. Ye Hao remarked. We indulged in a sumptuous feast outside and have explored every corner of Nottingham over the past few days, savoring delightful food and drink, so we shall not include you. Upon hearing this, Xiao's expression reflected a mix of anger and helplessness. She recognized that she was no match for Ye Hao and stood no chance against him. Ye Hao continued, especially that shop in the east of the city. Their spicy rabbit heads are truly delectable. I devoured more than a dozen. And Tang San indulged quite a bit as well, didn't you, Sanzi? Tang San subtly nodded, only to realize something amiss as he caught a glimpse of Xiao's eyes, which were filled with resentment. Tang San remarked, I have a certain sentiment that I am unsure whether to express or not. You all, humph. He turned away in disregard. Xiao, in a fit of anger, spun around. Tang San cast a lingering glance at Ye Hao, questioning the necessity of this. They would still share a bed that night, but it seemed he had lost even that privilege. If he couldn't share a bed tonight, perhaps he would sneak into Ye Hao's quilt instead. Ye Hao, have you heard about the Death Spider Emperor's poison? Tang San. Wang Xing spat out a mouthful of blood, having lost his combat ability after being struck by a blow from his opponent. He exited the state of martial spirit possession. His body adorned with numerous bruises, clearly indicating the disparity in strength between the two combatants. Wang Xing, your former leader seems rather inadequate, having been defeated by a mere girl. The one wielding the long staff is named Lu Long, who had some past grievances with Wang Xing. During the time when Wang Xing was still the leader, their rivalry was intense, leading to frequent clashes. Lu Long, do not revel in your victory. You shall soon face the consequences. Wang Xing, ecstatic despite his defeat, did not feel disheartened, for he had spotted Ye Hao among the crowd, the true powerhouse. The aura of the big shot had grown terrifyingly strong in just a few days. Given time, it would be formidable. Ye Hao's aura was fearsome, filled with resentment. He had been abruptly awakened from his slumber by Tang San, a situation that would frustrate anyone. At that moment, he directed a cold glare at the few individuals across from him, silently warning them to avoid provoking him, lest they face dire repercussions. As a result of Wang Xing's defeat, the morale of the team led by Xiao, the working students, plummeted. In stark contrast, the noble youths represented by Xiao Chenyu became exceedingly arrogant, their spirits soaring high. Xiao Chenyu raised his head, nostrils flaring as he laughed heartily. Xiao, it seems you are not up to the task either. How about this? Since we are all from the same academy, let's not make it difficult for one another. If you all collectively address me as Boss Xiao, I shall spare you all. What do you say? Xiao frowned at the thought of calling Xiao Chenyu boss, finding it absurd. She could easily be his grandmother's age, and he was unworthy of even being her grandson. How about this, Boss Xiao, you and I have a friendly spar. If I lose, I shall call you boss. What do you think? Xiao boldly issued the challenge. Xiao Chenyu was momentarily taken aback. He was in the 6th grade. And although his opponent was a mere girl, she was a newcomer who likely had never even seen a soul ring, while his first soul ring was a decade old. Was this not an excessive display of superiority? Yet, he thought, defeating Xiao would establish him as the unrivaled authority at the New Oding Primary Soul Master Academy. From this day forth, who would dare defy him? Very well, it is settled. Upon hearing Xiao Chenyu's agreement, Xiao felt a surge of delight, as the pent-up frustration within her finally found a chance for release. Meanwhile, at the back of the gathering, Ye Hao stood in a daze, observing the farcical encounter before him, his eyelids growing heavy. Why waste so much breath? Why not just let everyone engage? He detested such trivialities, if they could fight. Why delay? Bored, Ye Hao chose to rest beneath a nearby tree, glancing at the soul-releasing Xiao Chenyu and the white soul ring at his feet. He couldn't help but chuckle. How dare he accept Xiao's challenge? Xiao Chenyu was in for a reckoning. What are you laughing at? At that moment, a seemingly ordinary student from the noble group called out to Ye Hao, who was lounging under the tree. Ye Hao cast a fleeting glance at the individual and chose to disregard him, deeming it unnecessary to engage in a dispute with a mere child. Nevertheless, in the eyes of that person, Ye Hao's actions were undoubtedly perceived as a sign of disdain. Nobility remained nobility, while commoners would forever be commoners. This was an immutable truth throughout the ages. The aristocracy held themselves in a position of superiority, and one could not help but ponder why such a vast chasm existed between individuals, despite them all being human. Ye Hao slowly rose to his feet, casting an impatient glance at the student who had just been barking like a mad dog. Could it be him? The very same individual who had made faces at him in the dining hall that day. Indeed, fate has a peculiar way of intertwining adversaries. He had no intention of seeking trouble, yet here he was, recklessly inviting his own demise. Meanwhile, Xiao summoned her rabbit spirit. The soul rings beneath her feet poised for activation. In an instant, an overwhelming and formidable aura enveloped the arena as the Death Spider Emperor manifested before them. Accompanied by a century-old soul ring, Ye Hao advanced with a powerful stride, accompanied by the century-old soul ring beneath his feet. While the formidable Death Spider King loomed menacingly behind him, gradually approaching the group of nobles. Chapter 17. The century-old soul ring. The young aristocrats were left utterly astonished. Their mouths agape as if one could fit an egg within. In their perception, there were few students possessing a century-old first soul ring. Although Notting City is but a small locale on the Douluo Continent, its geographical constraints have resulted in a scarcity of resources. Consequently, the local spirit hall is merely a modest branch, with Master Matthew, the branch's head, already in his 80s. At present, he remains a great spirit master, seemingly destined to stagnate at this level for life. This is also the reason why Salus, the bishop of the spirit hall in Heavendoe City, found it hard to believe that a place like Notting City could give rise to someone with innate full soul power. Moreover, the individual in question possessed blue silvergrass, an abundant spirit type, which would likely yield little promise even if one were to become a spirit master in the future. Had there been no unforeseen circumstances on that day, and had Ye Hao's true information been submitted, it is likely that Salus would have had far more faith in its authenticity. At this moment, it is conceivable that Ye Hao would not be standing in Notting City, but rather before her in the spirit hall. Ye Hao stepped forward with deliberate strides. The terrifying aura combined with the grotesque visage of the Death Spider Emperor rendered the noble youths speechless, leaving them to collapse onto the ground, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Even Xiao Qinyu, the representative of the noble youths, was momentarily startled. What a remarkable cohort of work-study students this term harbors. Those with a century-old spirit ring are rare. Aside from the principal and the master, most instructors possess only spirit rings of a decade or so. Capturing a century-old spirit beast is an arduous task, especially in a small place like Notting City, where resources for spirit masters are scarce, and even within the spirit hall branch, there are only a handful of them. Mostly great spirit masters. Take the master as an example. If not for Ye Hao and Tang San's timely intervention against the Mana Snake, the master would have likely been expelled from the battle long before. For Xiao Qinyu, merely possessing a 10-year spirit ring suffices for him to assume a position of prominence, indicating that the spirit master power in Notting City is rather limited. The Death Spider Emperor possessed. The following day, in the early morning, Ye Hao donned the uniform of the Notting Junior Spirit Master Academy and strolled alone through the streets. After the previous day's tumult between the work-study students and the noble youths, Ye Hao was astonished to discover that the two groups were now engaging in playful banter with one another, indistinguishable in their camaraderie. To his further surprise, some work-study students ascended to the second floor to breakfast alongside the nobles. This unexpected development left not only Ye Hao but also the Academy's principal and the master momentarily speechless. It is noteworthy that the Academy had previously invested considerable effort into mitigating the conflicts between the noble youths and the work-study students. Evidently, Ye Hao's manifestation of the Death Spider Emperor, in conjunction with Tang San and Xiao Wu's respective century-old spirit rings, had brought about a transformation far beyond anyone's expectations. As mentioned earlier, Ye Hao's first spirit ring acquisition required a visit to the Spirit Hall branch in Notting City for spirit registration, thereby securing a stipend from the Spirit Hall. Currently, Ye Hao finds himself in a state of isolation, merely a work-study student. While he performs menial tasks within the Academy to earn a meager income, it remains insufficient to meet his needs. Now, however, a visit to the Spirit Hall for spirit assessment could yield a substantial monthly sum, sufficient to sustain his future living expenses. Yesterday, he heard that Tang San intended to work at a blacksmith shop in the city, apparently at the behest of his father. Ye Hao shook his head. For he was not a blacksmith. The notion of labor was utterly inconceivable to him, an impossibility throughout his lifetime. Shortly thereafter, he arrived before the Spirit Hall in Nottingham. Reflecting upon the events of 5 days prior, when he was but a forsaken soul, abandoned by the system and left to wander the streets. Now, however, he had metamorphosed into the pride of the Academy, a veritable leader in his own right. The irony of it all brought a smile to his face. The occurrences of these 5 days were enough to overturn the perceptions of anyone. Due to the events of the previous day, Xiao Qinyu and his companions were thoroughly disheartened, exhibiting utmost deference towards Xiao Wu, not daring to display even the slightest hint of negligence. Likewise, Ye Hao had also garnered their complete admiration, having witnessed his formidable prowess. Xiaoqinyu and the others were entirely won over, preferring to forget the harrowing scene of the previous day. Stop. This is the Spirit Hall. No unauthorized personnel may enter. The gatekeeper asserted, resolutely blocking Ye Hao's path. Ye Hao's lips twitched in irritation as he pondered why he was compelled to repeat the same lines ad nauseam. Unable to conjure something more refreshing. Gentlemen, do you not recall me? The two guards exchanged glances. Suddenly realizing that this individual was clad in the attire of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. How could he seem so familiar? Ah, it comes back to me now. One of the guards exclaimed, a look of enlightenment crossing his face. You are Ye Hao, are you not? 5 days ago, Master Su Yutao awakened your martial soul. And I was the one who escorted you inside. My memory seems to have failed me momentarily. Young brother Ye Hao, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Ye Hao smiled faintly and inquired, excuse me, is Master Masayuno available? I wish to undergo a soul assessment. Yes, indeed. You may enter directly. Master Masayuno is in his usual chamber, replied the gatekeepers. After expressing his gratitude, Ye Hao proceeded into the Soul Division Hall. He navigated through the spacious corridors, bypassing numerous rooms until he arrived, with familiarity, at Master Masayuno's door. Knock, knock, knock. Ye Hao politely knocked on the door, and the next moment, an elderly voice resonated from within the room. Come in. As Ye Hao pushed the door open, he found Master Matthew New diligently writing at his desk. Upon noticing Ye Hao's arrival, Matthew rubbed his eyes instinctively, and once he confirmed that it was indeed Ye Hao, a warm smile graced his face. Is that you? Ye Hao? It has been 5 days since we last met. What brings you to the Spirit Hall branch today? Matthew maintained a friendly demeanor towards Ye Hao, in stark contrast to his attitude towards the impolite Su Yutao, who had barged in unannounced. Furthermore, Matthew had already dispatched a letter regarding Ye Hao to the Spirit Hall in Tiando City, and it was only a matter of time before the prominent figures of the hall would come to take Ye Hao away. Nurturing good relations at this moment could certainly provide multiple assurances for the future, couldn't it? Chapter 18. Working is impossible. What? You wish to undergo a soul power advancement assessment? Have you already acquired a soul ring? Matthew exclaimed in astonishment. From the moment Ye Hao awakened his martial spirit to his current visit for a soul power evaluation, nearly 5 days had elapsed. The nearby Soul Beast Forest was situated far from the outer hunting grounds, which were maintained by the Empire. Aside from the tokens issued by the Spirit Hall, no one else was permitted entry. Many had come to the branch in recent days, yet Matthew had not once laid eyes on Ye Hao. Perhaps others had temporarily taken up that opportunity instead. Although Ye Hao possesses a complete innate soul power and does not require subsequent cultivation, he is able to directly acquire his first soul ring. Matthew is convinced in his heart that Ye Hao's soul ring is undoubtedly one of 10 years. With the limited strength of soul masters in Nodding City, confronting a century-old soul beast would be exceedingly laborious and taxing. No one would venture to hunt a century-old soul beast for the sake of a newcomer, as the risks involved are exceedingly high. Master, is this a reference to me? Ye Hao followed Matthew as they walked towards a grand archway. Upon reaching the entrance, Matthew stepped forward to push open the massive door, revealing the laboratory for the assessment of martial soul advancements. It was an expansive room, measuring over 200 square meters, illuminated by large floor-to-ceiling windows that provided ample light and offered a distant view of the academy scenery. Matthew guided Ye Hao to a black stone embedded in the ground, approximately the size of a fist, akin to the one used by Su Yutao when awakening Ye Hao's martial soul, albeit differing in size, one large and one small. Ye Hao, place your hand upon it and unleash your martial soul and soul rings, Matthew instructed. As soon as Matthew's words fell, Ye Hao stepped forward, concentrating his energy. He raised his right hand, and at the moment his palm made contact with the stone, a yellow soul ring, signifying a century's worth of age, gradually ascended from beneath his feet. The ethereal shadow of the Death Spider Emperor behind him momentarily left Matthew breathless, akin to being throttled and unable to breathe. A century soul ring. Matthew regained his composure and scrutinized Ye Hao again, his eyes reflecting a mixture of pride and complexity. He approached the yellow crystal ball on the table, observing a faint glow emanating from it. Ye Hao, your martial soul is the Death Demon Spider, with a soul power of level 12, and your first soul ring is of a century's age. By the way, can you tell me which soul beast your first soul ring is derived from? Matthew inquired, perplexed. Given that the first soul ring was of a century, it was expected that Ye Hao's subsequent soul ring would also follow suit. Each breakthrough for a soul master necessitated the acquisition of a soul ring suited to their capabilities, with the required age of the soul rings progressively increasing. Alongside this, the colors of the soul rings would undergo dramatic transformations. A century death demon spider, what a stroke of luck, Matthew remarked. A stroke of luck, you say? With the Death Spider Emperor as your martial soul and your first soul ring derived from the Death Demon Spider. It is akin to the ninth soul ring of the High Priestess being sourced from a 100,000-year-old Death Spider Emperor. Is that merely a stroke of luck? To claim you are favored by the heavens would not be an exaggeration. Ye Hao's primary martial soul is the Death Spider Emperor, which, under the manipulation of Matthew, was mistakenly believed to be the Death Demon Spider. Matthew produced a medal and registered Ye Hao's information. This medal is universally accepted across the continent, usable in any spirit hall of the Douluo Continent. From this moment forth, you are a proud soul master of the Tiando Empire. We welcome you to the ranks of soul masters. Henceforth, with this medal, you shall receive a monthly subsidy of 1 gold soul coin. As you advance to the level of great soul masters like us, this monthly allowance will increase to 10 gold soul coins. You must strive diligently. Ye Hao accepted the medal and, after expressing his gratitude to Matthew, departed from the spirit hall alone. Throughout their interaction, Matthew refrained from mentioning the prospect of Ye Hao joining the spirit hall. He was well aware that Ye Hao's personal information had already been submitted. It was merely a matter of time before he would be inducted. As he watched Ye Hao's retreating figure, Matthew let out a deep sigh. Reflecting on the beauty of youth, Ye Hao strolls leisurely down the bustling and vibrant street, a gold soul coin nestled in his pocket, which imbues him with a delightful sense of euphoria. The feeling of wealth is undeniably unique. Clad in the conspicuous uniform of the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, he stands out among the throngs. For those who gain admission to such an institution are undoubtedly soul masters, a profession revered across the continent. While many possess the potential to awaken their martial souls, not everyone is endowed with soul power. As he passes a blacksmith shop, the rhythmic sounds of hammering capture his attention. There, a diminutive figure wields an oversized forging hammer, striking the iron block before him with fervor. Dressed in a gray garment and wrapped in a scarf, sweat pours down his forehead, and his youthful face is flushed from the heat. Nevertheless, his gaze remains resolute, fixed firmly on the substantial iron block. With each powerful blow of the hammer, the iron begins to visibly transform, gradually taking shape according to the young craftsman's vision. Ye Hao called out, startling Tang San, who was engrossed in his workout. Indeed, Tang San was a work-study student, struggling to sustain his college life with the meager funds provided by the institution. Moreover, he was currently quite enamored with Xiao Wu, spending their nights together and enjoying leisure time as if they were inseparable twins. Xiao Wu's expenses were considerable, and most of Tang San's funds were devoted to her. Consequently, he recalled the man's words before his departure, "If you lack money, seek work at the blacksmith's." Thus, this scene unfolded. Wiping the sweat from his brow with the towel draped over his shoulder, Tang San gazed at the suddenly appearing Ye Hao. "What brings you here?" he inquired, perplexed. Ye Hao glanced at the enormous forging hammer clutched in Tang San's hands, stepped forward, and effortlessly seized the hammer. With a few experimental swings, the iron block before him was instantaneously flattened into a delicate iron disc under Tang San's watchful gaze. Tang San, the onlookers, oh winky face. Ye Hao. Ye Hao released the forging hammer and gazed at his hands, pondering when his strength had grown so formidable. "System, praise me. Ye Hao, keep your distance." The blacksmith shop owner's eyes sparkled with interest. "Young lad, it's evident you are no ordinary person. How about joining us in our ironwork? Just 1 silver coin a day. What do you think? Is this how children have become these days?" Tang San was like this. And so is this suddenly appearing boy. Faced with the blacksmith's invitation, Ye Hao replied resolutely, "Working is out of the question. I shall never toil for a living." Chapter 19. Checking in at Sacred Soul Village. Tang San, the blacksmith, seeing his response, decided to relinquish his pursuit. And thus the forging realm would lose a potential master craftsman. What a pity. Tang San, have you gone to the Wuhuan branch in Nanning City for your soul power assessment? Tang San, taken aback, shook his head in confusion. "Not yet. I plan to go after my work shift." "Have you already been?" Ye Hao nodded and retrieved a golden soul coin along with a medal that bore his name. "Indeed. There is a monthly stipend of 1 golden soul coin, but I remarked, such an amount is merely a drop in the bucket. Why not invite Xiao Wu to join you in your endeavors? The more hands, the greater the potential for earnings, is it not?" Tang San sighed helplessly, stating that Xiao Wu currently holds a prominent position at Notting Academy. How could I, as her subordinate, possibly persuade her? "Have you come here merely to visit me?" "Just passing through, I see." Ye Hao whispered a secret. Little Dance is truly a rabbit. After uttering these words, he departed towards the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. Returning to his dormitory to recline once more. Little Dance is truly a rabbit? Tang San mulled over this statement, contemplating for quite some time before shaking his head and resuming his weightlifting. The clattering sounds echoed once again. Shortly after Ye Hao's departure, a man clad in a gray robe appeared quietly, glancing in the direction Ye Hao had gone. Moments later, the man's gaze shifted to Tang San, who was engrossed in his workout, and he let out a helpless sigh before vanishing from sight. Life at the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy was rather monotonous, with daily routines of rising with the sun and resting at night. Aside from his daily travels between the academy and the blacksmith shop and his regular training, Tang San had little else to occupy his time. Little Dance continued to assert her dominance, establishing a small faction within the academy. It was rumored that even the principal was aware of the presence of Sister Dance and, disinterested in meddling, allowed her activities as long as no incidents arose, especially since she possessed innate full soul power. As for Ye Hao, lounging was an indispensable part of his routine, and he continued his normal training regimen. His only passion lay in this simple existence. Training? Did he still need it, given the body granted by the system before its departure? Romance? That was not on his agenda. Playing with the younger ones? Regrettably, he felt he was beyond such pastimes. Working alongside Tang San at the blacksmith shop? Such labor was utterly out of the question. He could never envision himself in such a role. The academy had its own rules. Students were not permitted to have parental visits while enrolled, only allowed to return home during breaks. The previously lively 7th dormitory had become desolate. As the other working students returned to their respective homes, Little Dance sat alone on her bunk, casting a glance at Tang San, who was diligently training. He was a mere blockhead, fixated solely on his practice. Beside him lay Ye Hao, who left Little Dance with a rather unfavorable impression. Initially, when Ye Hao had arrived at the 7th dormitory, he had humiliated her by pinning her down in front of everyone, an embarrassment she could never forget. For Little Dance, this had become a lifelong shadow. Each encounter with Ye Hao was met with disdain. Rabbits are known to harbor grudges easily, especially considering Ye Hao had once mentioned his fondness for spicy rabbit heads. Are you going home? Tang San slowly opened his eyes, now preparing to return to Holy Soul Village. Time had flown by. He had been away from home for half a year and wondered how his father was faring. Suspecting he might still be drinking at this hour, Little Dance stared vacantly, casting a fierce glance at Ye Hao, whose face was particularly irksome. Each time she met his gaze, she couldn't help but recall that dark, frigid night, sharing the same death spider Emperor Martial's soul. She had witnessed her mother's murder at the hands of several titled Douluos, and the moment the century-old soul ring shone, her hatred for that person was sealed. There was no escaping the fact that Ye Hao bore a striking resemblance to Bai Bai Dong. The system had simulated Bai Bai Dong's martial soul, endowing Ye Hao with a formidable physique, along with her grace and facial expressions. Standing together, it was nearly impossible not to draw certain connections. Could they possibly be mother and son? Ye Hao, Bai Bai Dong. But that was a tale for another time. Ye Hao, in a state of confusion, remarked, "Since my childhood, I have been solitary and forlorn, entirely without support. My status as an orphan is well known throughout the academy. Sanzi, if my memory serves me right, your family resides in Holy Soul Village, correct?" Tang San nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, my family is in Holy Soul Village. It takes less than half a day to reach my home from Notting City. Why don't you accompany me back? It would hardly be fitting to leave you alone at the academy." After a moment of contemplation, Ye Hao pondered the significance of the sacred Soul Village, the legendary birthplace of Tang San. Since he had arrived in this world, it seemed only fitting to pay a visit. With that thought, Ye Hao sprang from his bed, unencumbered by any belongings. "What about you, Xiaowu?" he inquired. Xiaowu glanced at Ye Hao, her heart in turmoil. Though she harbored an aversion towards him and his familiar yet detestable visage, she recognized that Ye Hao was ultimately not her adversary. Very well then. The sacred Soul Village earned its name a century ago when a soul sage emerged from its midst, nestled at the confluence of two great empires. This quaint village is home to residents who cultivate fruits and vegetables, facilitating trade between the two realms and leading a relatively comfortable existence. After a day of arduous travel through mountains and streams, the trio finally arrived at the sacred Soul Village, where the simplicity of the villagers and the fresh air surpassed that of Notting City. Ye Hao ambled through the village, pausing particularly in the central area to gaze at the legendary palm imprint left by the soul sage. He compared it to his own hand, contemplating whether he should leave his own mark, just in case it gained prominence in the future. Tang San, hailing from a modest background, had lived with his alcoholic father since childhood, while their family operated a blacksmith shop. Even before reaching the Tang residence, Ye Hao caught a strong scent of rust in the air. The yard was overgrown with weeds, and the lock hanging at the entrance was heavily corroded, suggesting that Tang San's father had not returned for quite some time. Startled for a moment, Tang San retrieved a spare key and pushed the door open, revealing a world shrouded in white dust. The furniture was coated in a thick layer of ash, and the battered floor was choked with weeds. Ye Hao couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed that his visit to Sacred Soul Village had concluded with an unexpected task of tidying up for the protagonist. For someone like him, who preferred a laid-back existence, the only thing to do, regardless of the location, was to recline and take it easy, given the current state. It was evident that Tang San's father, Tang Hao, had departed, though his destination remained a mystery. Who could say? Suddenly, the door creaked open. Could it be a thief? At that moment, old Jack, leaning on his cane, staggered to the front of Tang San's house. He glanced at Tang San, who was busy tidying up, and with a sigh of relief, realized it was not a thief. Little San, you're back? Tang San dropped the broom and turned to the doorway, exclaiming, Grandpa Jack. What brings you here? Please, come in and have a seat. Old Jack chuckled. No need for that. You continue with your chores. By the way, this letter was left for you by your father before he departed. Handing the letter to Tang San, old Jack couldn't help but grumble. Your father is truly irresponsible, claiming he would retrieve what belongs to him. Sigh, Little San, Grandpa is leaving now. In old Jack's eyes, oblivious to Tang Hao's true identity, Tang Hao was merely an irresponsible man. Did such a person deserve to be a father? Take care, Grandpa Jack. Tang San replied as he handed the letter to old Jack. Alone at the doorway, he sat in silence, staring at the yellowed paper and the letter pinned by Tang Hao before his departure. For a moment, Tang San was enveloped in contemplation. Ye Hao sat on a small bench, fully aware of the contents of Tang Hao's letter. Why concern himself with such matters? Unable to tread the path of the protagonist, Ye Hao planned to embark on his own journey after graduating from the Notting Junior Soulmaster Academy. As night descended, the back mountain of Holy Soul Village transformed into a breathtaking garden, where a myriad of flowers blossomed under the night sky, creating a vibrant tapestry of life and color. Ye Hao lay amidst the flower fields, inhaling the fragrant blooms, his spirits instantly lifted. He turned his gaze towards Tang San and Xiao Wu, who were solemnly swearing their vows beneath the moonlight. Ye Hao, however, found himself disinterested in their declarations. After all, it was merely a matter of you choosing to be a sister. One day, many would seek to take my life, yet those adversaries are beyond your capabilities to confront. Let them tread over my corpse first. As Tang San pledged his oath to Xiao Wu, a wave of inexplicable solitude washed over Ye Hao. Alone in the Douluo Continent, devoid of kinship, he cursed the accursed system. Ye Hao secretly cursed the system for its inaction. Under the incessant display of affection from the two individuals before him, he couldn't help but shudder. A single man could no longer linger. Resolutely, he descended the mountain, his figure vanishing completely into the depths of the night. 5 years later, in the Tiando Empire, Tiando City, within the Sunset Forest outside the city, several individuals clad in the attire of the Tiando Royal Academy were besieging a purple-winged demon spider. Leading the charge was a woman with emerald hair and eyes, her feet transformed into a serpentine tail, fervently pursuing the fleeting figure of the spider. Beside her stood a handsome young man, his right hand replaced by a blue dragon claw, lightning crackling around it as he launched attacks against the rapidly fleeing creature. How swift the purple-winged demon spider is, Tianheng. The emerald-haired woman nodded at the man, who understood her cue. 3 soul rings gradually rose beneath his feet, and a blue serpentine dragon appeared behind him, enveloped in dense lightning, giving him the appearance of a celestial being. His configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple soul ring was formidable. With a flick of his wrist, the first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw, surged forth. His right hand became entwined with electricity, and a claw forged from lightning lunged towards the spider. As the heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, he wielded one of the most prestigious beast martial souls in the Douluo Continent. However, the purple-winged demon spider evaded with a swift flicker, leaving Tianheng grasping at emptiness. Momentarily taken aback, Tianheng raised his gaze to the skies. A student, adorned with wings and also dressed in the Tiando Royal Academy uniform, hovered above, possessing the wind spirit bird martial soul. With a nod, he activated 3 soul rings identical to Tianheng's, gently flapping his wings. Suddenly, a tempest swirled through the tranquil forest, yet the spider's form remained unscathed. This sight astonished both Tianheng and the wind spirit. The purple-winged demon spider was the only flying species among all demon spiders, and its speed was understandable. Yet, this particular creature was merely a millennium-old spider. Its swiftness seemed excessive. Amidst the dense and intricate forest, where towering trees loomed. Pursuing a Millennium Soul Beast was no simple feat, especially one that could fly, surpassing even the Wind Spirit in speed. Just as the purple-winged demon spider reveled in its escape, a figure emerged from the thicket, standing at 175 meters. With an attractive visage, clad in black armor, and 8 spider spears aligned on his back, his crimson eyes fixated on the flying spider. This man, too, was garbed in the Tiendo Royal Academy uniform. A yellow and purple soul ring flared to life beneath his feet, propelling him through the forest with an almost ethereal grace. Undeterred by the massive trunks surrounding him, murmuring the second soul skill, Web, the man activated his second Millennium Soul Ring. His hands transformed into blackened appendages, and 2 lethal webs infused with venom shot forth. The purple-winged demon spider desperately fled, but the webs swiftly corroded the trees in its previous path. Panic-stricken, the spider attempted to escape, yet the man suddenly materialized before it. Manifesting 2 colossal spider spears, imbued with a fierce intent to kill, he struck downwards, piercing the spider's body with ease. The force of the blow sent the creature crashing to the ground, creating a deep crater. The deadly poison from the Spider King coursed into the purple-winged demon spider as it writhed beneath him, its body convulsing violently, eyes bulging as if about to burst. After a prolonged struggle, it finally succumbed to stillness. The man withdrew his spears, dispelling the martial soul, revealing his previously handsome features. 5 years had passed, exactly 5 years. Ye Hao gazed up at the azure sky, inhaling deeply. At this moment, it seemed that Tang San and Xiao Wu had already made their way to Shrek Academy. This individual, Ye Hao, had returned to Notting City after parting ways with them in Holy Spirit Village, completing his studies at the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy a few years later. During that time, the master had sought him out, encouraging him to enroll in a prestigious institution known as Shrek Academy. He extolled the academy's numerous merits and state-of-the-art facilities, ultimately persuading Tang San and Xiao Wu to join. Yet Ye Hao remained impervious to his entreaties. In the master's eyes, Ye Hao was undoubtedly a prodigy. Back then, Ye Hao, Tang San, and Xiao Wu had all broken through to the 20th level in almost the same time frame. The entire Notting Junior Soul Master Academy had been shaken. Who had ever witnessed such young talents achieving level 20? Consequently, under the guidance of the master and several school leaders, the trio returned to the familiar hunting grounds of the Soul Hunting Forest, where they sought to acquire the appropriate soul rings to overcome their current bottlenecks in soul power. In the previous chapter, we recounted how Ye Hao, Tang San, and Xiao Wu sequentially broke through the 20th level, accompanied by the master and school officials to the Soul Hunting Forest. Revisiting this location, although the soul beasts within were relatively weak, they were not to be underestimated. On the first day, the group selected a century-old ghost vine as Tang San's second soul ring, bestowing upon him the soul skill of parasitism. The seeds of the blue-silver grass would remain on the target's body, and with the activation of his second soul skill, the seeds would instantaneously sprout, binding the individual and achieving perfect control. For Tang San, a control-type soul master, this skill was undoubtedly optimal. As for Xiao Wu, she vanished for a moment while the others were distracted, only to reappear with her own second soul ring, a century-old one as well. According to her, she had strayed from the group and fortuitously encountered a dying century-old soul beast, which she effortlessly dispatched and absorbed the soul ring just as the others were searching for her. The group, unable to contest her story, accepted it without question. Yet, Ye Hao was acutely aware that Xiao Wu was a 100,000-year soul beast in human form and thus did not require the slaying of other soul beasts to acquire her soul ring. Her actions were merely a guise to conceal her true identity, allowing her to act freely in the remote Notting City, untroubled by the presence of tidal Douluos, who alone could discern her true nature. As for Ye Hao's second soul ring, it was derived from a 1,000-year-old man-faced demon spider, which they had encountered in the soul hunting forest. Indeed, the group had expended considerable effort to slay this formidable creature. Ye Hao's martial soul is the Death Spider Emperor, and the human-faced demon spider undoubtedly serves as the most fitting spirit beast for him. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred during the absorption of the spirit ring. It turned out that this human-faced demon spider was merely a millennium-old creature, not suitable for the second spirit ring. Initially intending to impede Ye Hao, the master felt an immediate chill in his heart. Absorbing a millennium spirit ring for the second ring was undoubtedly a path to self-destruction. Should anything unfortunate befall Ye Hao, the individuals present would find themselves in grave peril. In the master's mind, as Ye Hao matured, his appearance underwent a remarkable transformation, increasingly resembling Bibi Dong. This resemblance became increasingly evident to the master, who grew more convinced that Ye Hao was a pawn placed beside him by Bibi Dong, scheming for revenge. If something were to happen to Ye Hao, the consequences for them would be dire. To everyone's astonishment, Ye Hao successfully absorbed the Millennium Spirit Ring, elevating his soul power to level 22. At this sight, the Master and the others simultaneously exhaled in relief. They secretly rejoiced. Having just witnessed history, the birth of the first genius in history to possess a Millennium Spirit Ring as a second ring, they expressed joy for Ye Hao. Yet Tang San found no happiness in this development. The gap between them had widened considerably. Tang San was a person of great ambition, and Ye Hao's terrifying power, coupled with his first Millennium Spirit Ring, struck a significant blow to him. Years later, as the trio approached graduation, the Master advised Ye Hao to consider furthering his studies at Shrek Academy in Soto City, where he could fully unleash his potential and avoid being overlooked. Ye Hao, however, promptly declined, feeling that the atmosphere of Shrek Academy did not suit him. To attend Shrek Academy would be akin to following the well-trodden path of a protagonist. Since he had come this far, why not forge his own path? In the days leading up to graduation, Ye Hao departed on his own, embarking on a journey to Heaven-Do City. As for why he chose to join the Royal Academy of Heaven-Do, it would be better to first absorb the spirit ring from the purple-winged demon spider before discussing that matter further. In the Sunset Forest, Ye Hao withdrew the Death Spider Emperor and took possession of the spirit. Before him lay the lifeless purple-winged demon spider, from which purple light points materialized, gradually condensing into a circle of purple light, an authentic Millennium Spirit Ring, marking Ye Hao's third spirit ring. To attain this spirit ring, Ye Hao had inquired extensively and finally gleaned information from the Academy's teachers about the presence of purple-winged demon spiders in the Sunset Forest. At that moment, a girl with emerald hair stormed towards him, seizing Ye Hao's ear. "You clearly could handle this alone, yet you have made us go through such trouble. Are you perhaps intent on making a fool of us?" Ye Hao glanced at Douluo Yin, offering a sheepish smile. "Sister Yin, it's a misunderstanding. How could I have known that the purple-winged demon spider was so feeble? Had I known, I would have ouch, the implication of his words, as perceived by Douluo Yin, was that the purple-winged demon spider was weak, and that with so many of them, they could easily handle it, while she alone could swiftly deliver the final blow. The underlying message suggested that they were quite inept. Of course, this was merely Douluo Yin's interpretation, not Ye Hao's true intention. Without the assistance of a few others, Ye Hao would likely have expended considerable effort. Upon hearing this, Douluo Yin was incensed, ready to unleash her fury upon Ye Hao. As the granddaughter of the notorious Douluo, she had naturally inherited his peculiar temperament. Speaking of Douluo, in the 3 months since Ye Hao joined the Tiando Royal Academy, he had yet to encounter the esteemed title Douluo, renowned for his mastery of poison. "All right, Yin. Let Xiao Hao absorb the spirit ring first. You can discipline him afterward," suggested Yu Tianheng, who approached with a wry smile. Following him was Yu Feng, who looked at Ye Hao, currently being tugged by the ear, and exchanged a knowing glance with him. Ye Hao is merely 11 years old, and it is undeniable that he is a prodigy. At such a tender age, he has already reached the formidable level of 30, a rarity throughout the entire continent. Initially, when Qin Ming introduced Ye Hao to the Tiando Royal Academy, not only did Dong Guiyin and Yu Tianheng express skepticism, but even the 3 committee members of the Academy found it hard to believe that a mere 11-year-old could possess such talent. However, when Ye Hao unveiled his martial soul and disclosed his soul power level, the expressions of those present were momentarily frozen in astonishment. Indeed, it was that very look. At 29, Ye Hao entered the Tiando Royal Academy with a soul power level of 29, and after 3 months of diligent cultivation, he finally elevated his soul power to 30, which led to the incident involving the hunt of the purple-winged demon spider. The Tiando Royal Academy is undoubtedly an institution for the aristocracy, yet with Qin Ming's recommendation, a talent like Ye Hao, who lacks a noble background yet possesses extraordinary strength, is precisely what the Academy desperately needs. The committee members promptly arranged for Ye Hao's admission, waiving his tuition and various fees. It would be absurd to expect payment from someone so rare, especially when the Tiando Royal Academy, established by the Empire, is abundant in funds but scarce in talent. To demand payment from a jewel discovered in the wild would be tantamount to driving him away. Chapter 22. Ye Hao is a genius. Ye Hao is a prodigy, a fact that is universally acknowledged. Immediately upon his admission to the Tiando Royal Academy, he was subjected to intensive training. In just 2 years' time, the day of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition will arrive, heralding an unprecedented era of grandeur. Under the auspices of the 3 committee members, Ye Hao was placed in the team overseen by Qin Ming, the Royal Combat Team, an elite assembly formed by the Tiando Royal Academy. poised to contend for the championship of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition. His inclusion undoubtedly serves as a potent source of encouragement for the three committee members. Ye Hao, aged 11, possesses the martial spirit of the Death Demon Spider, Spider Monarch, and boasts a soul power level of 29. This was Ye Hao's self-introduction during his first encounter with the Royal Combat Team. Upon discovering that Ye Hao was endowed with innate full soul power, the 7 members of the team felt an added sense of intrigue towards the sudden newcomer. Over the course of the following 3 months, under the guidance and support of Qin Ming, Ye Hao gradually integrated into the Royal Combat Team, officially becoming one of them. Today marks the occasion of Ye Hao reaching level 30 in soul power. Thus, early in the morning, under Qin Ming's leadership, Ye Hao, along with Yu Tianheng, Douluo Yin, and Yi Lingling, ventured into the Sunset Forest with the intention of capturing the legendary purple-winged demon spider to enhance Ye Hao's third soul ring. Like everyone else, Ye Hao had his mischievous moments. Although his body was technically over 20 years old, due to the system's adjustments, he remained 11. He often felt stifled and found amusement in teasing Douluo Yin and playing pranks on Yi Lingling, for such antics added joy to his life. Conversely, had Ye Hao journeyed to Shrek Academy in Soto City, he would have been unable to connect with familiar faces such as Xiao Wu, Tang San, the combative Dai Mubai, the lascivious Oscar, the duplicitous Tang San, the fiery Xiao Wu, the calculating Ning Rongrong, or the icy yet alluring Zhu Shiqing. During his time in Notting City, Ye Hao maintained a certain distance from Tang San and Xiao Wu, neither becoming too close nor adversarial. This relationship suited him well. A crucial factor in his decision to reject the master and refrain from entering Shrek Academy was his disdain for Ma Hongjun, whom he regarded as the epitome of avarice, lewdness, and petty behavior, essentially a fusion of all undesirable traits. This disdain fueled Ye Hao's desire to forge his own path, questioning why all matters must conform to the master's designs. Who was he, after all, to adopt such an arrogant demeanor? Within the Sunset Forest, Douluo Yin cast a disdainful glance at Ye Hao, noting that his audacity rivaled the walls of Heavendo City. Their 3 months together had been warm and pleasant. Yet Ye Hao was undeniably eccentric. During prior combat training, even the captain Yu Tianheng did not stand a chance against him, and the brothers Shimo and Shimo, whose martial spirits were the Black Tortoise, found their strength equally matched by Ye Hao. What manner of monster was he? Furthermore, the impending absorption of the purple-winged demon spider's soul ring was a most fitting enhancement for Ye Hao's Death Spider Monarch martial spirit. Observing Ye Hao's playful demeanor, Douluo Yin felt utterly exhausted. Although she served as the vice-captain, her strength ranked among the lowest in the team. While she was a notable figure in the academy due to her phosphorescent snake venom, it paled in comparison to Ye Hao's Death Spider Monarch poison. The disparity between the two was evident, thanks to the short-sightedness of Matthew Nua in years past. Ye Hao had been able to regard his first martial spirit as the Death Demon Spider without drawing the attention of the Spirit Hall, which seemed oblivious to his existence. Ye Hao remained uncertain whether to feel gleeful or mournful about this fact. Enough of this, he thought. Let us hasten to absorb the soul ring. Teacher Qin and Lingling await us outside the forest. Ye Hao nodded slightly and approached the purple-winged demon spider, settling into a meditative posture. Under the influence of his soul power, the soul rings of the spider began to gracefully encircle his feet. The configuration of 1 yellow and 2 purple soul rings rendered Ye Hao exceptionally striking at that moment. The purple-winged demon spider was fortuitously within the absorption range of Ye Hao's third soul ring. As the soul power surged, the shackles within Ye Hao's body shattered, releasing a robust aura that enveloped the forest. The ethereal shadow of the Death Spider King momentarily overshadowed the formidable presence of Douluo Yin's emerald phosphor serpent and Yu Tianheng's blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Unbeknownst to them, the creature before him was not merely the Death Demon Spider, but rather the Death Spider King. The process of absorbing a soul ring is typically gradual. Yet Ye Hao sat upright, attuned to the resonance between his third soul ring and his own essence. Soul power surged within him like a mighty river, warming his internal organs in an inexplicable manner. Ye Hao sensed that the absorption of the spirit ring had been completed. However, he felt an inexplicable sensation, as if something within him was being drawn out. There was an itch at the base of his spine, suggesting that something was about to emerge. Ye Hao suppressed the itch, as a continuous stream of soul power surged to soothe his back. This was Ye Hao's first encounter with such an experience, and he lacked the necessary experience to navigate it. The fiery presence at his back weighed heavily upon him, and all he could do was rely on his indomitable will to counteract the oppressive pressure. The forest was enveloped in silence, and under the watchful eyes of Yu Tianheng, Douluo Yin, and Yu Feng, Ye Hao's process of absorbing the spirit ring proceeded undisturbed, rather mundane in its flow. Suddenly, A strikingly handsome man emerged from the depths of the forest, his hands clasped behind him, adorned in the specially tailored attire of the Royal Academy of Tiando, with a wolf's head insignia hanging prominently on his chest. Behind him stood a woman exuding an icy demeanor, clad in black, her face veiled by a thin layer of gauze. Her slender figure was crowned with cascading blue hair, flowing like a waterfall down her back, and her blue eyes, calm as a still lake, betrayed no hint of emotion. The aura surrounding her was chilling, enough to instill a sense of dread. What is the situation? Has Xiao Hao not yet completed the absorption? The man inquired gently, his gaze fixed on Ye Hao, revealing a flicker of concern. Yu Tianheng shook his head. Teacher Qin, Xiao Hao has yet to finish absorbing the ring. When I absorbed my first 1,000-year spirit ring, it also took considerable time. I estimate that it won't be long before Xiao Hao completes his absorption. The man nodded subtly, then fell silent, patiently awaiting Ye Hao's subsequent reaction. At that moment, Ye Hao finally reacted. With a sharp crack, his clothing tore apart behind him. Chapter 23, External Spirit Bone, Six-Winged Purple Light Wings. Ye Hao's upper garments were torn asunder, revealing a chiseled physique adorned with 8 well-defined abdominal muscles, prompting Du Guyan to swiftly avert her gaze. Her cheeks flushed as she glared at Ye Hao, bewildered by his antics in broad daylight. Standing behind Teacher Qin was none other than Yu Lingling, a member of the Imperial Battle Team, who possessed the continent's singular martial soul, the Nine Hearts Begonia. At this moment, she regarded him with a cold detachment, a reflection of her unique temperament. Like a tranquil blossom, she typically spoke only a few words each day, sometimes remaining utterly silent, while Ye Hao would occasionally tease her. For Yu Lingling, she perceived Ye Hao merely as a mischievous yet exceptionally gifted younger brother, choosing not to indulge him further. Having reached her teenage years, she had gained a clearer perspective on certain matters. Behind Ye Hao, 6 translucent purple wings materialized silently, sprouting from his back. This astonishing sight startled all present. Subsequently, before the astonished crowd, Ye Hao leaped into the air, propelled by the 6 wings, achieving a speed so formidable that it defied the naked eye. Ye Hao keenly sensed the transformation within himself and turned to behold the sudden emergence of 6 purple wings, delicate as gossamer. These wings endowed him with the ability to soar. However, something felt amiss. His Death Spider Emperor martial soul seemingly lacked the capacity for flight. The appearance of these 6 purple wings coincided with the absorption of the 3rd spirit ring, leading him to one plausible conclusion. Could they be an external spirit bone? Spirit bones are exceedingly rare entities, coveted by spirit masters as their most cherished possessions, akin to spirit rings, yet they originate from spirit beasts. The distinction between them is profound. The likelihood of a spirit bone manifesting is a mere 1 in 1,000, or even less. Typically, only exceptionally powerful spirit beasts, particularly those that have experienced unique circumstances at the moment of their demise, such as 100,000-year spirit beasts, have a chance of yielding spirit bones upon death. In contrast, the probability of ordinary spirit beasts dropping spirit bones is exceedingly low. Thus, external spirit bones undoubtedly rank just below 100,000-year spirit rings in the esteem of spirit masters. Ye Hao was ecstatic. The external spirit bone, much like the spirit master themselves, could evolve alongside the master-esque growth. The set he possessed originated from a millennia-old purple-winged demon spider, and its external spirit bone granted the ability of flight. Undoubtedly, Ye Hao was now soaring freely through the skies, his velocity so remarkable that even Yu Feng, a wind-type spirit master with the wind spirit bird as his martial spirit, could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Ye Hao's speed surpassed his own. The external spirit bone birthed by the purple-winged demon spider must have. Ye Hao recalled correctly that the current Pope of the Spirit Hall also possessed an external soul bone, akin to his own, endowing him with the ability of flight. The 6-winged purple light wings? Could it be? Although 5 years prior, the system had transported him to this realm, and he chose to emulate Bibi Dong's twin martial souls. Not only did his appearance undergo a dramatic transformation, but how could his external soul bone mirror hers so closely? Bibi Dong's 6-winged purple light wings originated from the purple-winged spider emperor, while his own arose from the purple-winged demon spider. Despite the similarity in the species of soul beasts, the years of their existence differed significantly. Ultimately, the essence remained the same. Their external soul bones were strikingly identical. Ye Hao glanced at the crowd below, their faces turned upward in awe of the sky. Suddenly, he realized a chilling sensation before him. It was an alarming moment. He had inadvertently exposed himself. In a state of urgency, Ye Hao plummeted swiftly to the ground. Once he had safely landed, he summoned his soul energy to retract the 6-winged violet luminescent wings. He retrieved his garments from the soul guide device and discreetly donned them behind a tree. After ensuring his attire was in place, he shyly emerged before the onlookers, his bashfulness palpable. Ye Hao, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and turned to Qin Ming with a smile, saying, "I apologize, Teacher Qin, for causing you concern." Qin Ming chuckled lightly, shaking his head in response. "It's quite all right. I have only just arrived and noticed that you had not made any progress for some time, so I couldn't help but come in to check. Have you successfully absorbed the soul ring of the purple-winged demon spider?" Ye Hao nodded and remarked, having successfully absorbed the soul ring of the purple-winged demon spider. "My soul power has ascended to level 32. Moreover, my third soul skill is a remarkably potent attack technique, sufficient to contend in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition 2 years hence. It is no jest, the ultimate champion of that competition will indeed be Shrek Academy, triumphing over the illustrious team led by Hu Laina at their peak. Now, with my enrollment in the Tiando Royal Academy, you might as well wait for the next lifetime to claim the championship. At present, the urgent task is to elevate my soul power level. There exists an entity within the Sunset Forest that I am determined to acquire, and fortunately, the granddaughter of the old poison master is my teammate. Although Ye Hao often exhibits a sharp tongue and occasionally teases Du Gaiyan, the latter cannot match him in strength. A month prior, the two engaged in a sparring session, culminating in a decisive victory for Ye Hao, whose Death Spider Emperor poison proved superior to Du Gaiyan's green phosphor snake poison. Consequently, Qin Ming issued a decree forbidding Ye Hao from utilizing the Death Spider Emperor poison, except in critical circumstances, due to its overwhelming potency. The fallen purple-winged demon spider, now reduced to a pool of blood, serves as a stark illustration of this reality. Throughout their 3 months of acquaintance, Du Gaiyan has come to deeply understand Ye Hao's background, an upbringing marked by solitude and near demise at the hands of wolf bandits, ultimately finding refuge in the Notting City Martial Soul branch, where he awakened the Death Demon Spider, Spider Emperor, Martial Soul, boasting innate full soul power. Now, at the age of 11, with his soul power reaching level 32, it is evident the extent of Ye Hao's diligence in recent years, a true tale of the underdog's ascent. Even the 3 committee members of the Academy hold him in high esteem, not to mention Du Gaiyan and Qin Ming, alongside the members of the Royal Combat Team. Ye Hao is the youngest among them, while the other 7 are predominantly around 17 or 18 years of age, with a younger brother of 11 and older brothers and sisters in their late teens. In their eyes, Ye Hao is merely a younger sibling. Apart from being a bit mischievous on a daily basis, he occasionally teases Du Guyan and playfully mocks Yi Lingling. There is nothing else that Ye Hao dares not to do. Ye Hao has even defeated an avalanche, and to this day, whenever the avalanche encounters Ye Hao, it will obediently take a detour. If one does not provoke me, I shall not provoke others. However, if one dares to offend me, I shall retaliate with the might of thunder. Ye Hao's extraordinary talent has far surpassed everyone's expectations. Thus, Du Guyan regards Ye Hao merely as a younger brother, and has even suggested that he become a disciple of her grandfather. And who is her grandfather? The renowned poison Douluo, Dugabo, notorious for his lethal prowess. Ye Hao did not immediately agree, expressing the need for careful consideration. Although the poison Douluo was formidable in his mastery of poison, his overall strength was lacking. In the realm of known titled Douluos, among the 3 unparalleled Douluos, Bibi Dong, who was undergoing the divine examination, ranked second. Should Bibi Dong unleash her full power, it is conceivable that she could surpass the 3 peerless Douluos. In the category of ordinary titled Douluos, Dugabo found himself in a somewhat awkward position. Indeed, he was a titled Douluo, yet aside from his prideful prowess with the phosphorescent snake emperor's poison, he appeared to possess no other means of attack. In a one-on-one confrontation, Dugabo ranked below others. However, on the battlefield, his phosphorescent snake emperor's poison became a living nightmare for all, capable of decimating an entire city with ease. The advantages and disadvantages were glaringly evident. Ye Hao lacked a mentor. He referred to Qin Ming as his teacher solely because Qin Ming was an instructor at the Tiando Royal Academy. Ye Hao recollected that 3 months prior, he had departed from Notting City, setting forth towards the capital of the Heavendo Empire, Heavendo City. At that time, he had not bid farewell to Master Tang San or Xiao Wu. He had left purely on his own accord. The thought of enrolling in Shrek Academy to consort with a band of charlatans was utterly inconceivable to him. In essence, the current Shrek Academy resembled nothing more than a collection of institutions lacking proper licensure. Ye Hao had to concede that Shrek Academy was indeed an esteemed institution, having produced remarkable students like Qin Ming, of whom he felt an immense pride. His time teaching at the Royal Academy of Tiando had solidified this understanding. It was through Qin Ming's introduction that Ye Hao had managed to gain admission to the Royal Academy. Otherwise, with his unremarkable background, how could he have aspired to join such a prestigious institution teeming with nobility? It would have been nothing short of a pipe dream. At that time, Ye Hao had even contemplated that if the Royal Academy did not accept him, he would divert his path straight to the Spirit Hall and openly reveal his dual spirits before the watching crowd. Fortunately, events unfolded favorably, and Ye Hao was admitted to the Royal Academy, where he received focused training. It seemed he had almost forgotten the secret of his dual spirits, devoting himself entirely to cultivation and teasing Ye Lingling. Ye Hao remained skeptical. Could it be that this frosty sister truly never smiled? By the way, Xiao Hao, what are those 6 wings behind you? Douluo Yin couldn't help but inquire, as she had not witnessed Ye Hao's flight abilities before, which were quite impressive in speed. Ye Hao smiled faintly. Sister Yin, have you ever heard of external soul bones? A profound silence enveloped the scene. Even Qin Ming, who was accustomed to facing great storms, exhibited a noticeable change in expression at that moment. External soul bones are an extraordinary existence among soul bones, possessing immense potential for growth. As their master becomes stronger, external soul bones can even evolve, making them the coveted dream of all soul masters, a treasure that is often elusive throughout one's lifetime. To Qin Ming's surprise, his eyes lit up as he exclaimed, Xiao Hao, are you implying that your external soul bone was perhaps born from this purple-winged demon spider? Ye Hao smiled and nodded, saying, indeed, my external soul bone is named the 6-winged purple light wings. You have already witnessed the skill it confers, which is the ability to fly, with a speed surpassing that of the wind spirit bird. The others, despite harboring varying sentiments towards the external soul bone, understood that it belonged to Ye Hao, and no one could usurp it, unless they were prepared to kill him. Yet, should Ye Hao meet his demise, the 3 committee members from the Tiando Royal Academy would undoubtedly pursue that individual to the ends of the earth. Moreover, they were fundamentally a team, united in their ambition to secure victory in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition set for a year hence. Ye Hao's enhancement should, in fact, be a cause for their celebration. Having concluded their expedition to hunt the purple-winged demon spider, the group prepared to depart as the sun dipped low in the sky, marking the swift passage of a day. Several carriages, bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, made their way toward the Tiando Royal Academy. Within the last carriage, Ye Lingling sat comfortably, her eyes closed, as the sunset forest lay some distance away from the academy. Ye Lingling is the sole auxiliary soul master within her team, and her 9-heart sea butterfly martial soul is a lineage that has only one successor per generation. Simultaneously, there can only be 2 living 9-heart sea butterfly soul masters at any given time. Only upon the death of one can a descendant possibly emerge. Its sole effect is comprehensive healing. In simpler terms, as long as one still draws breath, with the healing of the 9-heart sea butterfly, it becomes nearly impossible to succumb to death. Sister Lingling, do smile a little, do not remain perpetually aloof, for a joyful demeanor greatly contributes to both physical and mental well-being. Ye Lingling remained unperturbed in the face of adversity, her heart as tranquil as still water. She paid no heed to Ye Hao's words. In her eyes, every child at this age is in a mischievous phase. Ye Hao would forever be merely her younger brother. Nothing more than that. She regarded his antics as the playful mischief of a sibling, one that an older sister could easily overlook. Ye Hao had grown accustomed to, and even held a certain admiration for, Miss Ye Lingling, who seemed impervious to all manners of influence, remaining untouched by the passage of time. It had been 3 whole months since he joined the Royal Combat Team, and in all that time, he had never witnessed a smile from Ye Lingling. The other members of the team regarded this situation with a sense of amusement, believing that eliciting a smile from Ye Lingling was a task meant for another lifetime. Such was the unique reputation that Ye Lingling commanded among them. Indeed, the truth had proven their assessment accurate. For 3 months, Ye Hao had playfully teased Ye Lingling. Throughout this duration, she maintained an unwavering demeanor, treating him as a mere younger brother, rarely allowing a smile to grace her lips. Her words were few, spoken only in response to inquiries posed by Qin Ming, after which she would retreat once more into silence. Upon witnessing the scene, Ye Hao could only settle himself beside the carriage, gazing at the setting sun outside, as the golden rays of dusk cast a crimson hue upon the distant walls of Tiando City. Such a splendid vista. Yet no one was there to share it with him, a lamentable circumstance indeed. The journey had been exhausting, and the carriage undoubtedly served as Ye Hao's greatest ally in this life. The grueling expedition through the soul-hunting forest, which had lasted a day and a half, had undeniably left him with a psychological scar. Not long after, Ye Hao found himself drowsy, compounded by the effects of absorbing the soul rings and external soul bones. Inside the carriage, Feng and Qin Ming were engaged in conversation, while in between them sat the couple, Douluo Yin and Yu Tianheng, who had succumbed to slumber. Finally, there were Ye Hao and Ye Lingling, the last pair in this tableau. Ye Lingling, with a serene and composed demeanor, sat gracefully in the carriage. Her face devoid of any emotional fluctuations, resembling an etherealized princess, lost in a tranquil reverie. Suddenly, an involuntary shiver coursed through her entire being, causing her to tremble. Ye Lingling sensed a slight increase in the weight upon her slender, youthful thighs. The carriage contained only herself and Ye Hao, which made the situation all too clear. She gradually opened her eyes, only to find Ye Hao exhausted, sprawled on the ground with his head inadvertently resting upon her lap. Ye Lingling inhaled sharply, her eyelids fluttering uncontrollably, momentarily ensnared in a predicament. Chapter 25. Drunkenly resting upon a beauty's knee, the carriage gradually made its way towards the Royal Academy of Tian-Do. Having traversed half the distance, the sun began its descent, heralding the onset of a solitary night, as darkness once again enveloped the earth. Inside the carriage, Ye Lingling remained motionless, her heart in disarray, gazing at Ye Hao, who lay with his head resting on her lap. She found herself at a loss for what to do. Should she rouse him? Clearly, that was out of the question. For Ye Hao appeared to be in a deep slumber. The mere thought of waking him seemed implausible. Moreover, had the hunt for the purple-winged demon spider not drained his energy with the absorption of the soul ring and external spirit bone? Furthermore, the weariness from their journey weighed heavily on him. Ye Hao was particularly sensitive to the carriage's motion. Had it not been for the regulations in Tian-Do City prohibiting soul masters from utilizing their martial souls for flight within the city limits, he would have likely soared ahead to the dormitory and fallen into a deep sleep long ago. Unless the world were to crumble, no one could rouse him from his slumber. At this moment, Ye Lingling resembled a statue, her indifferent gaze gradually infused with a hint of bewilderment. It was the first time she encountered such a situation, leaving her momentarily at a loss. She understood Ye Hao's character well. He was an earnest young boy, merely 11 years old, embodying the innocence and playfulness of childhood. Since Ye Hao joined the Royal Academy of Tian-Do, his numerous efforts have not gone unnoticed by Ye Lingling and others. This is undeniably true. Ye Lingling feels deep sympathy for Ye Hao's lonely background, as her own martial spirit serves as a striking example of hardship. The two are indeed kindred spirits, and instinctively, Ye Lingling reached out her delicate hand. However, the moment her fingers brushed against Ye Hao's head, she quickly retracted her hand, as if struck by an electric current, a sensation entirely new to her. How exquisite and delicate this moment was! Ye Hao slept peacefully, inhaling the delicate fragrance of Ye Lingling, and drifted serenely into a dream. Unconsciously, Ye Hao nestled his head closer, burrowing fervently into Ye Lingling's embrace. This action rendered Ye Lingling bashful, a subtle blush blooming on her frosty cheeks. Ye Lingling carefully recalled that Ye Hao was merely her younger brother, having just turned 11. In this continent, individuals often mature early, and it is not uncommon for those as young as 13 or 14 to take on the responsibilities of parenthood. However, it was indisputable that Ye Hao was not one of those individuals, at least not at present. Yet, as the saying goes, people can change. In the beginning, human nature is inherently good. With the ebb and flow of one's surroundings, even the purest of papers will inevitably become stained with soot. This is an unavoidable truth. For no one can maintain their innocence throughout their entire life. Ye Hao slept quite comfortably, yet it was poor Ye Lingling who suffered. To awaken him was a dilemma. She found herself truly caught in a bind. Calling Ye Hao to rise weighed heavily on her heart, for although she often remained silent and distant from others, while they engaged in lively banter, she would choose to remain in solitude, ensconced in a corner, enveloped in silence. Yet, in this seemingly inconspicuous moment, it was Ye Hao who took the initiative to approach her. It was not that her teammates lacked concern for Ye Lingling. Rather, she was simply born with a disposition that resisted interaction. When one sought her attention, she was often disinclined to respond. Only in critical moments would Ye Lingling speak. At all other times, she existed in a state of silence or was on the verge of it. However, in this unintentional exchange, a flicker of affection blossomed within Ye Lingling for Ye Hao, not of romantic nature, for he was still but a child, yet to mature fully. The bond between them was purely that of siblings, further deepened by their shared experiences of hardship. Ye Lingling's heart trembled as her delicate, silky hand gently caressed Ye Hao's cheek. The tender sensation momentarily enveloped her, revealing that such feelings could be evoked not only by petting a cat but also through human touch. The carriage continued its journey, finally arriving at the foot of the Tian-Do Royal Academy just as the sun dipped below the horizon. The academy, nestled amidst mountains and rivers, truly served as an idyllic sanctuary for cultivation. To train in such a place was undoubtedly the dream of every soul master, yet alas, entry to the Tian-Do Royal Academy was not granted to just anyone. The carriage came to an abrupt halt. Inside the last carriage, Ye Lingling felt drowsy. teetering on the brink of slumber. The atmosphere was remarkably quiet, perhaps due to Ye Hao having fallen asleep first. As the carriage came to a stop, Ye Lingling suddenly opened her eyes wide, recognizing the familiar scenery at the mountain's base. She realized they had indeed arrived at the academy. Casting a glance at Ye Hao, who was soundly sleeping with his head resting on her lap, she felt a pang of reluctance and gently nudged him a few times. "Wake up. We have arrived at the academy." Ye Lingling spoke in a tone that was neither warm nor cold. In contrast, Ye Hao remained deeply enraptured in the embrace of tenderness, finding it difficult to extricate himself from the warmth of Ye Lingling's arms. It was a rare occasion for Ye Hao to fall asleep in the embrace of a beautiful woman. "If it were you, would you wish to awaken?" Reveling in the gentle caress of the beautiful elder sister, Ye Hao subtly nuzzled in Ye Lingling's embrace. Ye Lingling, alas. Ye Lingling did not indulge Ye Hao. She chose to rise directly and disembark from the carriage. "What is happening to me? Who touched me just now?" Ye Hao shuddered slightly as he glanced outside at the enchanting night sky and the magnificent buildings on the distant mountains. The academy had indeed arrived. Surveying the empty carriage, he realized that Miss Ye Lingling had already departed. Stretching languidly, Ye Hao found his recollection of the recent events somewhat hazy, rubbing his head in a daze. He shook it off and alighted from the carriage, making his way towards the Tiandou Royal Academy. The Tiandou Royal Academy, situated not far from the city of Tiandou, was funded by the Tiandou Empire. The Snowy Night Emperor served as its principal, while the three esteemed committee members included Chief Mengxinji, Deputy Bai Bashan, and Third Seat Jilin Douluo. The Snowy Night Emperor typically refrained from intervening in the Academy's affairs, given his responsibilities in governing a nation. Thus, the three committee members undoubtedly held a venerable status within the institution. As the starlight dimmed, in a lavish circular chamber, three elderly gentlemen in their 50s, one lean, one plump, and one tall, sat with an air of calm authority, exuding an invisible aura of power. These three were the esteemed committee members of the Tiandou Royal Academy. Opposite them, Qin Ming hurriedly returned. His primary mission to the Sunset Forest was to procure a suitable soul ring for Ye Hao. Upon completing this task, he felt it was his duty to report the situation. "Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Qin," Mengxinji said, seated in the center, his hands resting on the sides of his chair, a look of satisfaction on his face. Qin Ming smiled modestly, replying, "Chief, you flatter me. The real effort lies with those children. To speak frankly, they all possess commendable talent, especially young Hao, who has gained the most from this experience. Not only has he acquired a third soul ring, but his soul power has also reached level 32, along with a soul bone." What? 3 Chapter 26. My grandfather wishes to meet you a soul bone, the most precious item in the Douluo Continent. It is the coveted treasure of soul masters, with some never encountering one in their lifetime. It would be astonishing to think that the three committee members before him each possessed a soul bone. There have been instances in history where the Tiandou and Xing Luo empires nearly erupted into war over a single soul bone, an invaluable lesson from the past. Qin Ming lowered his voice, aware that the allure of a soul bone was a deadly temptation, and one could never be too cautious. The three committee members were not outsiders. They held high expectations for Ye Hao and were responsible for the academy. They had previously guided Ye Hao in his cultivation. Understanding the gravity of the secret, the three men acknowledged that it must remain undisclosed. Ye Hao was still young and should focus on his training. Despite the soul bone's power, it was ultimately an external object. In the Douluo Continent, soul power levels stood as the only undeniable truth. Of course, while a soul bone is indeed a valuable asset, it is also an indispensable artifact for soul masters, proving crucial in critical moments. The number of those who covet it is not small, and one must possess formidable strength, lest they fall victim to those seeking to claim the soul bone for themselves. Ye Hao is truly blessed with him around. The chances of our academy securing victory in the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament a year from now would surely increase significantly. Mengxinji laughed heartily, feeling a surge of elation. Suddenly, Qin Ming had a thought and said, "Chief, I plan to take the 8 of them for practical training on the continent in due time, and I kindly request your approval." As one of the most distinguished teachers at the Tiandou Royal Academy, the committee members could not help but acknowledge Qin Ming's exceptional teaching abilities. At just 30 years old, he had already attained the rank of Soul Emperor. With time, becoming a title de law was merely a matter of when. The committee members felt reassured in trusting the 8 to Qin Ming. "Rest assured, Teacher Qin, whatever you need, just ask, and we shall comply," Mengxinji continued. "By the way, Teacher Qin, before you take them away from the academy, there is a matter requiring the cooperation of the Royal Combat Team." Qin Ming looked slightly taken aback. "Chief, please go on." Meng Shenji explained, tomorrow afternoon, one of the four sects, the Elephant Armor sect, will send representatives for an exchange. While it is termed an exchange, it is essentially a test. According to intelligence, the Elephant Armor sect has joined the ranks of the Spirit Hall, and this time, the sect leader, Hu Yinjin, is personally leading the delegation. Their intentions are clear. For the honor of the Tiando Royal Academy, this task is entrusted to you, Teacher Qin. Seeing Meng Shenji's serious demeanor, Qin Ming understood the weight of the situation. The Spirit Hall, the Tiando Empire, and the Xing Luo Empire were locked in a fierce rivalry, with the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament in 2 years amplifying the stakes. Whichever side emerged victorious would undoubtedly attract the attention of the entire continent, bringing immense benefits to that faction. Qin Ming nodded resolutely, understanding the implications. And after bidding farewell to the 3 committee members, he departed. As the sun rose, warm rays of light illuminated every corner of the Tiando Royal Academy. At this moment, the sun was high in the sky, and the academy bustled with activity. Many students clad in luxurious attire congregated in groups, their status determined by their lineage. Among them were royal offspring, dukes, and noble families. It was evident that those who attended Tiando Royal Academy were anything but ordinary. Amidst the crowd, a group of sycophants surrounded an individual who exuded an air of arrogance. Dressed in immaculate uniform, his appearance was unremarkable. Yet there was an undeniable aura of authority about him. Shui Ping, the 4th prince of the Tiando Empire, was the most esteemed and untouchable figure within the academy. Before Ye Hao's arrival, Shui Peng had held the position of dominance. However, once Ye Hao entered the scene, the dynamics subtly shifted. It was recalled that when Ye Hao first arrived, he brushed past Shui Peng, who looked at Ye Hao's plain attire and immediately perceived him as a commoner. Consequently, it was Shui Peng who faltered, while Ye Hao simply dusted himself off and walked away, as if nothing had happened. Some might wonder, isn't it illegal to strike a prince? Won't the royal family pursue the matter? Pursue it? Not a chance. Shui Peng was just like that. Do you really think the Snowy Night Emperor would intervene? Ye Hao is undoubtedly a prodigy when it comes to the choice between reputation and personal gain. The Emperor of the Snowy Night naturally opts for the latter. His attitude towards this matter is one of impatience, as he dismissively gestures, indicating that minor squabbles among children are trivial and do not warrant such concern. After tirelessly managing the affairs of the nation all day, it is exhausting to also deal with the mischief of his young son. At this moment, on the large bed within the dormitory, Ye Hao lies sprawled in deep slumber, snoring resoundingly. The glaring sunlight streams through the window, illuminating his face, yet he shows no sign of awakening. Suddenly, the door creaks open, and there stands Douluo Yan, hands on her hips, entering with an irritated demeanor. Upon seeing Ye Hao still lost in sleep, her frustration boils over. With only 2 years remaining until the grand competition. Although Ye Hao possesses considerable talent, the saying goes, the plan of the day lies in the morning, and Ye Hao seems to be squandering his time. After 3 months of diligent training at the academy, he has managed to break through to level 30, yet his true potential is now laid bare. Enough of this. Get up, the sun is already shining on your backside. Douluo Yan exclaims, vigorously shaking Ye Hao. Ye Hao, indifferent and somewhat disoriented, rose from his slumber. Glancing at the blinding sunlight streaming through the window, he shielded his eyes and murmured faintly, Sister Yin, good morning. Douluo Yan replied, quickly get up. Teacher Qin has important announcements to make, and you are the last one we need. Ye Hao held a sentiment of gratitude and respect towards Qin Ming, recognizing him as a person of integrity. Were it not for Qin Ming, Ye Hao surmised that he would have long since joined the Spirit Hall. Now, with his identity preserved, he could continue to indulge in life on the Douluo Continent. His meeting with the esteemed Pope would likely have to wait until after the finals. There was no rush, no urgency. Upon seeing Ye Hao dressed, Douluo Yan's expression softened somewhat. She approached him, adjusting the creased collar of his garment, and casually remarked, my grandfather wishes to see you. At a mere glance from Douluo Yan, Ye Hao swallowed the words that had nearly escaped his lips. Mindful that mentioning an elder's name openly would be disrespectful, especially with family present. Sister Yin, your esteemed grandfather wishes to see me? May I inquire why? The two exited the room, engaging in conversation as they walked. My grandfather is simply intrigued by you. That is all. Intrigued by me? Ye Hao suppressed a shiver of amusement, fortunate to have foreknowledge of the old poison masteress character. Otherwise, the situation could have been quite awkward. What troubles you? Are you unwell? No, not at all, Sister Yin. Might you reveal whether the esteemed Douluo Senior wishes to meet me solely out of interest? Douluo Yan pondered for a moment, recalling vague mentions from her grandfather regarding his search for a successor, which likely pertains to this matter. Chapter 27. Salutations to His Highness the Crown Prince. Douluo wishes to see me? The conclusion drawn from his search for a successor aligns with this. Douluo is intrigued by me and wishes to take me as his disciple? Without a doubt. Yin is the granddaughter of the poison Douluo and must have privately discussed Ye Hao with the old poison master. Ye Hao possesses the Death Spider King, martial spirit. And during the last training confrontation, Ye Hao's Death Spider King's poison decisively outmatched Douluo Yan's phosphorus snake poison. Thus, after Yin informed Douluo, he sought to meet me. Coincidentally, the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, where the old poison master resides, feature a celestial herb that Ye Hao covets greatly, a chance to procure it. The old poison master's eccentric nature mirrors that of Ye Hao. Both adhere strictly to their own principles, acting without method and disregarding the consequences. In this regard, Douluo aligns closely with Ye Hao. As for the apprenticeship, that matter shall be addressed upon their meeting. At the back mountain of the Tiando Royal Academy, members of the Royal Battle Team gathered. With Douluo Yan escorting Ye Hao, Qin Ming surveyed the crowd. I have summoned you all today to publicly announce two matters. First, shortly, I shall lead everyone on a journey across the continent to test the results of your training. Second, this afternoon, guests will be arriving at the academy. With that, Qin Ming dismissed the assembly. Xiangjia sect? Each side will select 3 individuals for a 3-on-3 contest? Ye Hao learned from Qin Ming that the Xiangjia sect would soon engage in friendly exchanges with the academy, and many prominent figures would be present at the event. As the host, the Tiando Royal Academy was naturally reluctant to lose face. To do so would tarnish the dignity of the royal family. Furthermore, the Xiangjia sect was one of the lower sects and a vassal of the Spirit Hall, a fact that Ye Hao was acutely aware of. They preferred to target the vulnerable. The reputation of the Tiando Royal Academy was well known, with 99% of its members indulging in pleasure and luxury rather than dedicating themselves to cultivation. Regrettably, their visit to the academy was merely to adorn their noble status. As noon approached, a throng of people gathered at the foot of the Tiando Royal Academy, with numerous soldiers wielding steel spears standing guard at the entrance, indicating the arrival of distinguished guests. The verdant training ground was already prepared for combat, with a steady stream of attendees clad in the academy's uniforms. According to reliable intelligence, a battle was imminent, and a group, driven by the principle of enjoying the spectacle, had begun to place bets on the outcome. The sounds of wagering echoed, prompting a collective sigh from the 3 committee members seated above. Their hopes of revitalizing the academy felt distant, perhaps in another lifetime. Thankfully, Ye Hao remained their last glimmer of hope. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and an invisible pressure began to pervade the atmosphere. A colossal figure, towering over 2 meters, strode towards them from the foot of the mountain, flanked by a cadre of similarly imposing individuals, each exceeding 2 meters in height. With shoulders as broad as a person and muscles as hard as marble, gleaming under the sunlight. The moment had arrived. Meng Shenji remained unperturbed, sharing a knowing glance with the other committee members, who immediately donned their professional smiles. Master Hu Yin, it has been a long time, they greeted. The leading man smiled in return, acknowledging Chief Meng Shenji, Deputy by Baoshan, and 3rd C.G. Lin. It is a pleasure to see you all. With that, the group took their seats. What brings Master Hu Yin here today? Meng Shenji inquired with a smile. Hu Yinjin replied with a slight grin. It is not so much a directive. In a year's time, the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition will commence, and our Xiangjia sect is determined to secure the championship. Behold, this is our champion lineup, led by my grandson, who is the most outstanding genius our sect has seen in years. I hope you will become a title Douluo. He gestured toward the largest figure within the Xiangjia sect's ranks. Meng Shenji fell silent. The notion that becoming a title Douluo was as simple as picking a cabbage was absurd. The intentions were clear. They aimed to crush the prestige of the Tiando Royal Academy first, serving as a banner for the Xiangjia sect. Shortly after, Qin Ming led the 8 members of the Imperial fighting team to the scene. As the protagonist, Ye Hao would naturally make his entrance last. This contest would be a trio of battles, with Ye Hao positioned as the final combatant, taking his place at the prepared seating as the others settled in. Ye Hao glanced at the formidable figures of the Xiangjia sect across from him, embodying the notion of brawn over brains. In this contest, he was utterly unconcerned. Dealing with these burly men required only a singular prowess. Soon, Osro would take the lead, and caution was paramount. Meanwhile, Qin Ming was busy strategizing, aware that their adversaries were far from benign. The diamond mammoth martial spirit, second only to the graphite and stone mill of the Xuanwu tortoise in terms of defensive capabilities among beast martial spirits, possessed formidable resilience. While their defense was robust, their speed was lacking. Qin Ming had designated Osro, who wielded the ghost leopard martial spirit, to take the stage first, followed by their captain, Yu Tianhing, who commanded the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, a beast martial spirit renowned as the finest in the world, coupled with Yu Tianhing's superior soul power among the eight. This would ensure a seamless confrontation. Lastly, of course, was Ye Hao, the hidden powerhouse, an enigmatic figure whose true strength remained inscrutable. As their trump card, Ye Hao was poised to catch the Xiangjia sect off guard. Before the battle commenced, Ye Hao leisurely addressed some personal matters on the periphery. Shortly after his departure, the three members of the educational committee and the sect leader, Hu Yinjin, rose from their seats, and the previously bustling crowd fell into an immediate hush. Not far away, an exquisite and luxurious carriage approached slowly, capturing everyone's attention. A young man, around 21 or 22 years of age, with golden hair and a strikingly amiable demeanor, emerged from the carriage, exuding an innate nobility that captivated the onlookers. His presence undoubtedly illuminated the gathering, and amidst the crowd, Shuebeng instinctively clenched his fists. His expression contorted with fury, yet he dared not reveal his feelings, instead concealing himself within the throng, appearing to harbor unspoken grievances. Your Highness. The three committee members and Hu Yinjin bowed in deference. The young man responded with a warm smile, akin to a gentle spring breeze, gesturing for them to rise. He then took a seat at the head, observing with keen interest. Let us begin. As his words resonated, the atmosphere crackled with anticipation for the impending clash. Hu Yinjin's eyes gleamed with excitement as he nodded toward the Xiangjia sect. In the next moment, a massive figure from the sect ascended the stage, causing the ground to tremble slightly with each step, an invisible pressure enveloping every corner of the venue. Osro inhaled deeply, steeling himself as he prepared to confront the challenge ahead. Chapter 28. He resembles her. After resolving his personal matters, Ye Hao hurriedly returned to the arena, completely oblivious to the sudden appearance of the prince. The prince, engrossed in the ongoing battle, also failed to notice Ye Hao among the members of the Huangdo team. On the field, Osro swiftly darted about, his body transformed into a black lightning bolt due to the manifestation of the ghost leopard martial spirit, relentlessly attacking the disciples of the elephant armor sect. As anticipated, the defensive capabilities of the elephant armor disciples were astonishing. Their diamond mammoth martial spirit, second only to the Xuanwu turtle, proved formidable. Osro's leopard claws struck fiercely, yet the disciples remained steadfast, suffering not a scratch, demonstrating their unwavering defense. Soon after, the third soul ring of the elephant armor disciple illuminated, and Osro found himself ensnared as if trapped in a mire, his limbs rendered powerless against the ground, struggling to keep from collapsing. Observing this from the sidelines, Ye Hao shook his head slightly. Osro was on the verge of defeat. The opponent's third soul skill resembled a gravitational suppression, posing a significant threat to a speed-oriented soul master like Osro. Unsurprisingly, Osro's form rapidly plummeted from the arena. Upon hearing the news, several members of the Huangdo team rushed over to assist the injured Osro, while Yu Lingling, with her 9-heart Si-Tang martial spirit, began to heal his wounds. On the stage, the three committee members wore despondent expressions. Losing the first match was a considerable blow to their morale. In contrast, Hu Yinjin wore a broad grin, brimming with self-satisfaction. Meanwhile, the prince, seated above, finally noticed Ye Hao and the Huangdo team. He momentarily froze, his gaze fixated on Ye Hao, who was tending to Osro's wounds. A sudden chill gripped the prince's heart as he recognized that face, that aura, and the fleeting glint of coldness in his eyes, involuntarily evoking thoughts of someone else. Who was this person? The chief of Dream Machinery, who could it be? With these doubts lingering in his mind, the prince inquired of Dream Machinery. The latter respectfully replied, Your Highness, this is a student who recently joined the academy, brought in by teacher Qin Ming. His name is Ye Hao, and his martial spirit is the Death Demon Spider, possessing innate full soul power with a 1,000-year second ring. Dream Machinery spoke with pride, casting a disdainful glance at the bewildered Hu Yinjin. A 1,000-year second ring? Hu Yinjin pondered. The term referred to a soul master whose second soul ring was 1,000 years old, a rarity in the soul master realm. It seemed that a fierce battle was inevitable. The situation had shifted. Hu Yinjin subtly moved his lips, transmitting a message to Hu Yinli, who was preparing to take the stage. As the captain of the Elephant Armor sect and Hu Yinjin's grandson, the second match was naturally a contest between captains. Yu Tianhing had already taken the stage, and upon receiving Hu Yinjin's message, Hu Yinli felt a slight tremor in his heart and whispered to a nearby teammate, That individual nodded and replaced Hu Yinli to face the challenge posed by the Huangdo team captain, Yu Tianheng. This maneuver undoubtedly furrowed Qin Ming's brow. They had not sent out their captain Hu Yinli but rather an obscure contender. Their actions were unfavorable. They were targeting Ye Hao. It was well known that Hu Yinli was the heir to Hu Yinjin, given that the roster had already been submitted. Both teams possessed the right to freely switch members. However, according to regulations, once a member had taken the stage, this privilege was forfeited. A loophole that the Elephant Armor sect had keenly exploited. At this moment, Yu Tianheng and the substitute for Hu Yinli from the Elephant Armor sect stood side by side, the outcome already predetermined. Ye Hao is about to face off against Hu Yanli. They planned to have Hu Yanli contend with Ye Hao. Qin Ming whispered and hurriedly turned to face Ye Hao. Ye Hao possesses innate full soul power, and the Death Prince pondered. Having learned about Ye Hao from the Dream God's mouth, a profound curiosity blossomed within him. It is uncanny. This individual named Ye Hao bears an astonishing resemblance to her. He too possesses innate full soul power, and his second soul ring is a millennium talent. Deep within the imperial palace, Xue Qinghe is privy to certain circumstances. She had heard of a genius arriving from the Heaven Do Royal Academy. And it turns out to be the one before her. The Death Demon Spider Martial Soul is vastly different from her own Death Spider Emperor Martial Soul. Although both belong to the same category, the difference between a Demon Spider and a Spider Emperor is monumental. Xue Qinghe eagerly anticipates Ye Hao's performance. Perhaps she knows that there exists someone who closely resembles her, possesses the Death Demon Spider Martial Soul, is endowed with innate full soul power, and boasts a 1,000-year second ring talent. She is likely to be intrigued. It is rare to find individuals in this world who look strikingly alike unless there is some connection between them. As this thought crossed her mind, Xue Qinghe furrowed her brow. Impossible. It cannot be. He has never had siblings, let alone someone who is merely 11 years old. The timeline does not match. At present, it seems that perhaps this is all just a coincidence. Indeed, merely a coincidence. With interest, Xue Qinghe continued to observe the ongoing battle. At this moment, the fight was drawing to a close. Yu Tianheng delivered a dragon fist that struck an Elephant Armor sect disciple, who felt a gust of fist wind rushing towards him, spitting out a mouthful of blood before his heavy body suddenly fell off the stage. In the second match, the Heaven Do Royal Academy emerged victorious. As the referee announced the result, the previously somber atmosphere of the Heaven Do Royal Academy instantly became lively, with cheers and jubilations echoing, reminiscent of a festive celebration. Hu Yanli. Ye Hao learned from Qin Ming that the final battle would be his contest against Hu Yanli. He cast a glance at Hu Yanli, who stood taller than the others. Was this not a delightful challenge? Hu Yanli possessed the Diamond Mammoth as his martial spirit, a symbol of supreme defense. Yet, no matter how formidable his martial spirit may be, could it rival the impenetrable hardness of the stone mill and graphite of the Xuanwu turtle? The death spear of Ye Hao, known as the Spider Emperor's Spear, has indeed pierced through the turtle shells of both Shimo and Shimo. When it comes to dealing with a muscular brute like Hu Yanli, it is merely a matter of whether I can strike. Rest assured, Teacher Qin. I am determined to secure victory in the final battle. Ye Hao patted his chest in assurance. Do not be careless. Hu Yanli is the grandson of Hu Yinjin, and his strength should not be underestimated. If you lose, I will have my grandfather speak with Hu Yinjin personally. The crowd responded. Is that really necessary to involve the elders? Yi Lingling, exercise utmost caution. A simple statement. Nothing more. With unwavering confidence, Ye Hao felt an invigorating surge of strength coursing through his entire being. In this moment, he cast aside his playful demeanor, adopting a solemn expression as he strode forward with the innate aura of a king, confronting Hu Yanli. Chapter 29. Could he truly be my brother? Xue Qinghe furrowed his brow, for Ye Hao's countenance was all too familiar. It was impossible. After all, he was an only child. How could this be? As Hu Yanli and Ye Hao prepared for battle, the referee announced, in the third match, Hu Yanli faces Ye Hao. Both participants have 1 minute to summon their martial spirits. As soon as the words were spoken, Hu Yanli cast aside his outer garment, revealing his robust and exaggerated musculature. The Diamond Mammoth martial spirit enveloped him, a layer of angular yellow energy shimmering with a golden luster, causing Hu Yanli's physique to nearly double in size. His upper lip curled back to reveal formidable tusks, each measuring a full foot in length. In the presence of Hu Yanli, Ye Hao appeared as insignificant as an ant. Unfazed by this, Ye Hao displayed his might, as 3 colossal soul rings gradually ascended beneath his feet. The unique configuration of 1 yellow and 2 purple soul rings left the onlookers utterly astonished. He was indeed the first of his kind on the continent. From his back, 8 black spider spears emerged, while his chest was cloaked in dark armor, and his face similarly shrouded in black. his pair of crimson eyes fixated intently on Hu Yinli, accompanied by several smaller eyes that incessantly darted about. Green, swollen tufts sprouted from his feet, as if he were on the verge of growing spider legs. Ye Hao had completed the manifestation of the Death Spider King, transforming into a humanoid spider. Standing menacingly as the virulent green toxins of the Death Spider King began to permeate every corner of the arena. However, adhering to Qin Ming's prior warning, Ye Hao refrained from unleashing the Death Spider King's poison. Behind Hu Yinli, a diamond mammoth silently materialized, exuding an overwhelming aura. Yet, Ye Hao remained entirely unaffected. In his wake, the Death Spider King appeared, radiating the regal presence of a sovereign, the emperor among the magical spider-type martial souls. The emergence of the Death Spider King's martial soul caused Xueqinghe to lose her composure, her breathing quickened, and her eyes, filled with fierce determination, were fixed upon the Death Spider King behind Ye Hao. This was no ordinary death magic spider, it was the illustrious Death Spider King. Xueqinghe understood the essence of the Death Spider King's aura better than anyone else, for it was one of her mother's twin martial souls. Unlike Bibi Dong, who seldom intervened, she had long served as the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Furthermore, Ye Hao's Soul Master Journal was inscribed with the records of the Death Magic Spider martial soul. The Death Spider King and the Death Magic Spider were indistinguishable, both belonging to the same breed of magical spider-type soul beasts. The deathly spider Empress of Ye Hao bore an uncanny resemblance to her, with the only distinction lying in the soul rings. Otherwise, it was nearly impossible for Xueqinghe to identify a single dissimilarity. They appeared to be chiseled from the same mold, with their divine aura, facial expressions, and every movement reflecting the shadow of that woman. It was as if Ye Hao were her biological offspring, while she herself was merely adopted. Such a connection made Xueqinghe silently shake her head in disbelief. It was impossible. She was an only child, and she had never heard whispers of a brother. Moreover, Ye Hao had merely been fortunate enough to awaken the martial spirit of the deathly spider Empress, possessing innate full soul power, and nothing more. Yes, nothing more. With an insatiable curiosity bubbling within, Xueqinghe began to scrutinize every action of Ye Hao that followed. The soul battle commenced. At the referee's command, Hu Yinli surged forward like thunder, the ground trembling violently beneath him as he raised his colossal hand, hurtling toward Ye Hao with the force of a mountain. Ye Hao narrowed his eyes slightly as the first spirit ring beneath him began to rotate. His hands conjured two robust Death Spider Emperor spears, meeting Hu Yinli's powerful punch head-on. The ground beneath Ye Hao rapidly caved in, resembling a shattered spider web. Seizing the moment, Hu Yinli's spirit ring illuminated beneath his feet, enveloping his entire body in a dark yellow armor-like sheen, significantly enhancing his defense. Ye Hao's figure flickered past, seizing the opportunity as the Death Spider Emperor's spear was raised high above his head, forcefully thrusting downward. Suddenly, the dark yellow armor coalescing on Hu Yinli's chest shattered, revealing a patch of purplish-black beneath. It was a mere fraction away. The Death Spider Emperor's spear nearly pierced through his body. Hu Yinli's heart raced with horror. He understood that Ye Hao had clearly held back in that moment. This contest was merely a sparring session, devoid of deep-seated enmity, and there was no necessity to take each other's lives. Yet, this battle carried profound significance for both parties, with the score tied at 1 apiece. Victory became their sole objective. Hu Yinjin observed his son's performance closely, and for reasons unbeknownst to him, a surge of defeat and powerlessness welled up within him, an invisible pressure that nearly left him breathless. Upon encountering Ye Hao, Hu Yinjin felt as if he were in the presence of the Pope himself, exuding an air of condescension that rendered the strong as mere ants, all within an intangible realm. Ye Hao stood tall, unyielding in the face of the formidable pressure exerted by Hu Yinli. In this moment, he resembled an embodiment of the Pope, exuding an air of solemnity and determination. Hu Yinli, taken aback, could scarcely believe that within the ranks of the Heavenly Royal Academy, which, despite its royal title and stringent admission criteria, harbored such a terrifying figure as Ye Hao among its unevenly skilled students. This scene resonated deeply with Xueqinghe, who occupied the seat of honor. Having had a strained relationship with Ye Hao since childhood, she recalled the first time she had called her mother. At that moment, her expression mirrored Ye Hao's current demeanor. As time passed, Xueqinghe gradually came to terms with her feelings, and now, upon witnessing Ye Hao, she began to ponder her own existence. Could it be that she truly had a younger brother? In the arena, having assessed Ye Hao's capabilities, Hu Yinli recalibrated his strategy. The third soul ring beneath his feet, a millennium-old ring, illuminated, and a solemn, weighty aura swiftly enveloped the surroundings, casting a formidable sense of pressure over all present. Was he resorting to the same tactics? Did he intend to employ the same methods he had used against Osro to confront Ye Hao? Ye Hao raised his head, and before him materialized the formidable figure of a diamond mammoth. Its robust front hooves descended with a thunderous crash, causing chaos to erupt around them. The entire Tiando Royal Academy shaking as if struck by an earthquake. At that moment, countless hearts were in turmoil, including those of Qin Ming, the Royal Combat Team, and the 3 members of the teaching committee. Xueqinghe held her breath, gazing upwards. Just as she was about to speak, Xueqinghe quickly swallowed her words. The external spirit bone, 6-winged purple light wings, bore an uncanny resemblance to her own. A heavy silence enveloped her. Ye Hao possessed the Death Spider Emperor martial soul, innate full soul power, and the external spirit bone, 6-winged purple light wings. From any perspective, Ye Hao was strikingly similar to her. Such coincidences were almost non-existent. Earlier, she had heard Mengxinji mention that Ye Hao was an orphan, having lived a life of solitude since childhood, which Xueqinghe had regarded with skepticism. The more one insisted, the greater the suspicion. Ye Hao's stunning appearance had truly caught her off guard. Could it be that she and Ye Hao shared a deeper connection? At this stage, Xueqinghe could no longer entertain any speculation about their relationship. What could slip through her fingers, Ye Hao could also conceal. The first priority was to prevent her from uncovering the truth, as that would render the game meaningless. Over the years of opposition, Xueqinghe had grown numb. And now with the emergence of Ye Hao, she yearned to unravel the mystery surrounding him. If Ye Hao truly was her brother, that would be quite the twist. Chapter 30. Greetings, I am Xueqinghe. Aside from her grandfather, Xueqinghe had little family. Her father was deceased, her mother indifferent, leaving her solely dependent on her grandfather. Now, encountering Ye Hao, she felt an inexplicable fondness for this sudden presence. Especially at the moment when the Death Spider Emperor martial soul and the 6-winged purple light wings manifested. Having another family member, particularly a brother, was certainly better than having none at all. Xueqinghe smiled and turned to Mengxinji, saying, Chief Mengxinji, please arrange for Ye Hao to visit my carriage after this battle concludes. Mengxinji was taken aback for a moment but promptly complied. On the battlefield, Ye Hao skillfully evaded Hu Yanli's assault using the 6-winged purple light wings. Following this, his second soul ring suddenly illuminated. His hands enveloped in darkness as 2 toxic spider webs descended from the sky. Hu Yanli staggered and fell, his massive form crashing to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. The 2 spider webs pinned Hu Yanli firmly to the ground, and the Death Spider Emperor's poison rapidly spread throughout his body. Before the naked eye, Hu Yanli's body shifted from yellow to a deep purple-black hue. Victory was achieved. Ye Hao gently descended, retracting the Death Spider Emperor's poison. Hu Yanli clutched his chest, eyes wide with horror. How could this be? His soul power stood at 39 levels. And this boy was merely 11 years old with a level of 32. Had all those years of training been in vain? In the third match, Ye Hao emerged victorious, thus securing the ultimate triumph for the Tiando Royal Academy. The referee immediately announced the battle's outcome. Tiando Royal Academy had won. For the Academy's second-generation heirs, this victory was certainly unexpected. Many in the crowd lamented their losses, some having wagered heavily, and a few almost lost their trousers. Such occurrences were commonplace, and the 3 members of the teaching committee had long since ceased to care. For now, the Royal Combat Team was the primary focus of support for the Tiando Royal Academy, particularly Ye Hao, who needed special nurturing. As the battle concluded, Xueqinghe gazed at Ye Hao, who was celebrating with the Royal Combat Team, a glimmer of satisfaction in her eyes, hoping he truly was her brother. She then turned and walked toward her carriage. Mengxinji and the others bid farewell to Xueqinghe as she boarded. What does the Crown Prince mean by this? Bai Baoshan could not help but inquire, realizing that Xueqinghe had a talent for gathering capable individuals. Ye Hao's prowess was evident, and his future as a titled Douluo was merely a matter of time. Mengxinji sighed softly, saying, the Crown Prince's intentions are beyond our comprehension. I shall fetch Ye Hao. You attend to comforting Hu Yin, for he is in dire need of solace. The scene unfolded as Hu Yin trembled in disbelief. Bai Baoshan and Jilin exchanged knowing glances, their confidence high as they entered the arena, only to leave in disgrace under the scornful gazes of the Tiando Royal Academy's second-generation heirs. Cough, cough, cough. Mengxinji arrived at the resting area of the Royal Combat Team. Chief Mengxinji, the group called out in unison. Mengxinji smiled warmly and nodded. Addressing them with appreciation, I commend all of you for your hard work in this endeavor. After this, I shall request commendations from His Majesty on your behalf. Teacher Qin, your contributions are not insignificant either. Qin Ming smiled silently, realizing that without Ye Hao's timely intervention in the final battle, it could very well have been the Tiando Royal Academy in a state of disgrace. Mengxinji turned to Ye Hao and said earnestly, Young Hao, please accompany me. There is someone who wishes to meet you. Ye Hao, the chief of Dream Machine. Who is that person? Ye Hao inquired with confusion. Dream God Machine feigned mystery, saying, You will understand upon arrival. A noble personage is descending, and your rise to prominence is but a fleeting moment away. As these words echoed in his mind, Ye Hao envisioned various images. A noble personage? Could it possibly be the great emperor of the Snowy Night himself? The notion of soaring to success held little allure for Ye Hao. He found greater joy in the freedom of his current existence. Ye Hao stealthily followed Dream God Machine, traversing into a dense forest. There, amidst the thicket, a resplendent and opulent carriage caught his eye, resembling a creation sculpted from pure gold, shimmering under the sunlight. For reasons unknown, a fragrant aroma permeated the air. Was it emanating from the carriage? Little Hao, that individual is already inside the carriage. You may enter directly. I shall take my leave, Dream God Machine hastily declared before departing. As Ye Hao observed the retreating figure of Dream God Machine, a lingering sense of betrayal gnawed at him. A thought echoed in his mind. I wonder if I should express my discontent? Ye Hao's gaze was fixed upon the opulent carriage ahead, surrounded by an enveloping silence. The wind chimes at the front of the carriage jingled softly, and even the air felt imbued with warmth. Taking a deep breath, Ye Hao approached the carriage with measured steps, treading carefully. Since he had arrived, he might as well step inside. A voice, refined and gentle, echoed from within Xueqinghe's. In an instant, Ye Hao was engulfed in disappointment. Why was it not the young lady? Observing the carriage's ornate decor, he felt there was a considerable chance it would be occupied by her. With a heavy heart, Ye Hao drew back the curtain and summoned the courage to step inside. The interior of the carriage was remarkably spacious. At the center, upon a golden throne, sat Xueqinghe, poised and regal. Before her lay an array of fruits and preserved delicacies, while a goblet of ruby-red wine exuded a fragrant aroma, harmoniously blending with the carriage's inherent scent. Ye Hao felt an immediate sense of tranquility wash over him. Ye Hao awkwardly greeted her. Xueqinghe smiled faintly and gestured for Ye Hao to take a seat beside her. Thank you. For a moment, the carriage was enveloped in an eerie silence. Ye Hao was utterly perplexed about the identity of this person and was at a loss for how to initiate a conversation. If she were a young lady, he would undoubtedly be bold enough to make the first move. What is your name, fair lady? How old are you? Where is your home? Are you betrothed? Qian Rinxue interjected. I am your elder sister. Ye Hao, how was I unaware of that? Dear brother, what business do you have with me? Ye Hao spoke weakly, yearning for liberation to seek out Miss Yulingling sooner. Being in the company of a grown man left him feeling distinctly uncomfortable, especially in the presence of a stranger. And this discomfort intensified. Xueqinghe, I truly wish to confront you as my true self, to see if you remain indifferent to me. Ye Hao, Xueqinghe took a sip from his cup of fine wine and introduced himself. My name is Xueqinghe, but you may call me Brother Xue. Ye Hao, am I perhaps mistaken? What did you say? Xueqinghe. Xueqinghe slowly articulated, ensuring that Ye Hao did not mishear. Xueqinghe? Ye Hao instinctively shifted his posterior back a bit. Was this a jest? How could this unfamiliar sister come seeking him? Had he inadvertently revealed himself? Chapter 31. Brother Xue. Ye Hao's gaze toward Xueqinghe had transformed from its previous languor to one filled with vibrant intensity. Before him, Xueqinghe appeared as a veritable treasure trove, a veritable mountain of gold and silver. Xueqinghe offered a slight smile, replenished the exquisite wine in his cup, and then graciously presented a glass to Ye Hao. Ye Hao gestured with his hand, indicating that it was unnecessary. He was still young and could not partake in alcohol. Xueqinghe smiled gently, his refined and cultured demeanor radiating warmly. Indeed, children should refrain from drinking. He then proceeded to consume the wine with ease and shifted the conversation to the matter at hand. The recent battle had been exhilarating, and I had witnessed it. Those 6 wings behind you, are they perhaps external soul bones? From whence do they originate? Ye Hao was taken aback, realizing why she had sought him out to this extent. Why had he not noticed it beforehand? Just a moment ago, someone had stepped out to relieve themselves. What Brother Xueqinghe said was indeed accurate. That was undoubtedly my external soul bone, obtained from a millennium-old purple-winged demon spider, which I had recently acquired. Ah, the purple-winged demon spider. Xueqinghe nodded to herself, recognizing its origin from the purple-winged spider queen. The two were indeed fated to be connected. Xueqinghe grew increasingly perplexed. How could there exist 2 individuals so strikingly similar in this world? It seemed scientifically implausible. System, are you bringing up science with me? Although Xueqinghe had a strained relationship with her during her childhood, the undeniable truth remained that she was indeed Xueqinghe's mother. The reasons behind her mother's long-standing indifference towards her remained a mystery, to the extent that she had never even permitted her to utter the word mother. Gazing at Ye Hao, Xueqinghe found herself involuntarily reminded of her. Truly, whatever one mentioned seemed to manifest. You shouty, who are your parents? Where is your home? Ye Hao narrowed her eyes slightly, sensing that she was probing me. Perhaps due to her deathly spider emperor martial soul and the external soul bone, the six-winged purple light wings. Brother Xue, I have been an orphan since childhood. My parents met a tragic end at the hands of wolf bandits. Observing Ye Hao's dejected demeanor, Xueqinghe was momentarily taken aback, moved by her plight. The deathly spider emperor martial soul of Ye Hao is undeniably accurate. Her martial soul is something Xueqinghe understands better than anyone. Although the external soul bone provides an explanation for the deathly spider emperor martial soul, who can enlighten Xueqinghe that Ye Hao's visage is truly akin to a sculpted masterpiece, bearing an almost uncanny resemblance to her own. Otherwise, Xueqinghe would not have nearly mistaken Ye Hao for herself at their very first encounter. Ye Hao is her biological child, while she herself is an adopted one. I apologize for touching upon a painful subject. Xueqinghe expressed her regret. Ye Hao, displaying a mature understanding, gently shook his head and remarked, "It is nothing. After all these years, I have come to terms with certain matters. May I inquire why His Highness the Crown Prince summoned me?" Xueqinghe returned a faint smile. Exuding a demeanor of grace and elegance, adorned in resplendent golden satin, radiating an aura of vigor. Seated across from him, Ye Hao felt his heart involuntarily quicken. She was no ordinary individual. "It is nothing of great importance," Xueqinghe replied with a smile. "Referring to me as His Highness the Crown Prince may be overly formal. You are a student of the Royal Academy of Tiando and indeed the future hope of our Tiando Empire. As the Crown Prince, I shall rely on you in the times to come. When I ascend to the throne, I must ensure to elevate your standing as well. In this private setting, while publicly you may address me as Prince, in private, I am your senior. Henceforth, you may call me Brother Xue." "Brother Xue?" Ye Hao remained composed, gritting his teeth. "Xue, elder brother." "All right, Yi, younger brother." Ye Hao felt a cold sweat trickling down his back. The prince before him was no ordinary opponent. The spirit hall wielded immense power, and her placement in the position of the prince was undoubtedly a significant move in the grand strategy of the spirit hall. Meanwhile, Xueqinghe served as a crucial piece on this intricate chessboard. The secret of Ye Hao's twin martial souls remains known only to him, thanks to the previous system's machinations. Not only was Bibi Dong's martial soul simulated, but her appearance was also rendered with astonishing accuracy, making Ye Hao nearly indistinguishable from her. Those who have encountered her may likely draw parallels between her and Ye Hao. "Brother Xue, unless there is anything else, I shall take my leave now. My teammates are awaiting my return." Xueqinghe smiled and nodded, saying, "Go ahead, young brother Yi. I have heard from the 3 committee members that your royal fighting team will soon depart from the Heavenly Royal Academy to embark on your journey in the Douluo Continent. Indeed, it would be beneficial to gain more experience. Remember to support me in the future. I shall ensure you are well rewarded with high positions and ample riches. Whenever you have leisure time, feel free to visit me in the palace. I shall always be here." Upon finishing, Xueqinghe reached behind him and retrieved a golden token, tossing it to Ye Hao. Instinctively, Ye Hao grasped the token in his hand. Crafted from gold, it glimmered under the sunlight, imparting a sense of weightiness in his palm. The sole inscription on the token read Xue. Xueqinghe continued, "This token is possessed solely by me within the entire palace. Should you ever find yourself in turmoil or burdened with unspoken thoughts, the palace gate shall always be open to you." Ye Hao carefully tucked away the heavy token. It appeared that the likelihood of Xueqinghe winning him over was quite substantial. Moreover, she possessed an inherent desire for conquest. Xueqinghe valued Ye Hao for 2 principal reasons. Firstly, his death spider emperor martial soul, and secondly, his strikingly similar visage. Additionally, Ye Hao piqued Xueqinghe's interest. From their earlier conversation, she could almost ascertain that he was concealing something. Everyone harbors their own little secrets, and Xueqinghe chose not to press further. There would be ample opportunities to engage with Ye Hao in the future, so there was no need to dwell on the present moment. "Goodbye, Brother Xue." Ye Hao waved his hand, bidding farewell to Xueqinghe inside the carriage. "Farewell, Brother Yi. Do not forget our agreement," Xueqinghe said through the window. A gentle smile gracing his lips, exuding warmth and approachability. As he watched Ye Hao depart, Xueqinghe's smile faded, and his expression suddenly turned serious. "Young master." "That Ye Hao bears an uncanny resemblance to someone," he remarked, as a figure with a snake spear stealthily passed behind the nearby woods, whispering beside the carriage. The snake spear man nodded silently. It was indeed hard to believe that such a striking likeness existed in this world. Even he, as an elder, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Upon seeing Ye Hao, the snake spear man nearly mistook him for Bibi Dong herself. There was no denying that Bibi Dong was the most remarkable among all the past popes. And the development of the spirit hall over the years could not be separated from her formidable methods. Young master, should we inform Her Holiness the Pope about this? I believe she would be quite intrigued by this matter, the snake spearman suggested. However, Xue Qinghe waved his hand dismissively. There is no need. I have a bond with Brother Yi, and since he regards me as an elder brother, I must fulfill the responsibilities that come with that title. Chapter 32. Two-faced and deceitful. At the foot of the Tiando Royal Academy, Xue Qinghe sat in the carriage. What? Father wants me to return to the palace immediately? Yes. It seems the sect master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School has also arrived. Very well, I understand. Inside the carriage, Xue Qinghe rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Over the years, he had gradually acclimated to the identity of the Crown Prince, but inevitably he faced an endless stream of state affairs daily, all while guarding against the potential revelation of his true identity, especially with Ning Fingxi, that old fox who, as the sect master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, had an uncanny ability to read people. Furthermore, he was Xue Qinghe's mentor. In everyday life, Ning Fingxi was perhaps the person with whom he interacted the most, aside from the Emperor of the Snowy Night. Meanwhile, at the Tiando Royal Academy, Ye Hao stood upon a cliff, gazing down at the receding carriage. Phew. Xue Qinghe has finally left. This woman is truly remarkable. Does this mean I have indirectly joined the spirit hall? Ye Hao patted his chest, exhaling a deep sigh. The fact that Xue Qinghe had drawn him in was undeniable. Among all the attributes, what captivated Xue Qinghe the most was undoubtedly his appearance, as well as his Death Spider Emperor martial soul. Fortunately, Ye Hao's soul-devouring Spider Emperor had not been revealed. Otherwise, even plunging into the sea would not absolve him of the consequences. Xue Qinghe inquired, "What is your relationship with her?" Ye Hao? Bibi Dong? Ye Hao held the token gifted by Xue Qinghe in the palm of his hand. Its weight bore heavily upon his heart, leaving him in a tumult of emotions. Should he seek her out, or refrain from doing so? This dilemma gnawed at him. To go or not to go? It is said that Xue Qinghe is the most beautiful woman in the Douluo world. Yet alas, he had not been fortunate enough to behold her visage today. There is still ample time ahead, and he would surely encounter her in the future. With 2 years remaining until the grand tournament for elite soul masters across the continent. The principal team from the Heavendo Royal Academy is the Royal Fighting Team, of which Ye Hao is a member, possessing a direct ticket to the finals. In other words, the series of preliminary and knockout rounds need not be faced by the Royal Fighting Team, a privilege bestowed upon the offspring of the event's organizer. Historically, the Heavendo region has rarely triumphed in the elite tournament. Victories have predominantly gone to either the Spirit Hall or the Star Luo Empire. This upcoming competition is of considerable significance to the royal family, as a prodigy has emerged within the Royal Fighting Team, an individual deserving of focused cultivation. Over the past 3 months at the Academy, Ye Hao has encountered numerous experiences and grown accustomed to various matters. He maintains a respectful attitude towards the teachings of Qin Ming and the 3 committee members. If Ye Hao recalls correctly, Qin Ming is soon to lead the Royal Fighting Team away from the Heavendo Royal Academy, with their ultimate destination being Soto City. Coming from Shrek Academy, it is likely that a confrontation between Shrek Academy and the Royal Fighting Team will ensue shortly. Throughout the years, aside from residing in Nodding City, Ye Hao has quietly observed Tang San, scrutinizing the authenticity of this protagonist character. Does he truly embody the duplicitous nature often spoken of in the past? He recalls an incident when Xiaowu ventured out alone, having grown accustomed to being called Sister Xiaowu at the academy. Unfortunately, she fell prey to a formidable external soul master, returning to the academy in tears. This occurred in Holy Spirit Village, where a promise was exchanged between a human and a rabbit, leading to declarations of siblinghood. At that moment, Ye Hao found the sentiment rather nauseating and hastily returned to Nodding City, fearing potential further complications. That night, Tang San was absent from the dormitory, and by the following day, the assailant had mysteriously vanished. Indeed, the soul master who had tormented Xiao Wu disappeared without a trace, reportedly causing quite a stir at the Nodding City Spirit Hall. Due to the perpetrator's exceptionally skilled methods, no evidence was left at the scene. The only suspicious detail was an injury located at the center of the deceased's forehead, determined to have been caused by a steel-like object that penetrated the skull, resulting in a grievous wound. Consequently, the matter faded into obscurity. Ye Hao only recalled that the next day, Xiaowu called out for her third brother with an affectionate glimmer in her eyes, a sentiment that even Wang Xing and the others could discern. To their perspective, Xiao Wu and Tang Sen merely shared a close bond. Having always slept together, such feelings were entirely reasonable. However, Ye Hao perceived the situation differently. Believing that aside from Tang San, no one else could accomplish such feats. He had witnessed Tang San employ hidden weapons and silent darts, and could not conceive of any other suspects. Consequently, Ye Hao distanced himself from Tang San and Xiao Wu. Despite Tang San's multiple attempts at reconciliation, Ye Hao's reactions remained genuine as he chose to disregard them, departing as if nothing had transpired. This infuriated Tang San in secret. Had it not been for the master's instructions to maintain a favorable relationship with Ye Hao, he would have acted long ago. After all, when had he ever humbled himself so? It was permissible to harm others, yet one must not be harmed in return. What kind of reasoning was that? The dual martial souls and the Haotian hammer seemed to be squandered potential, deceitful in nature, portraying one facade in reality while maintaining another in secret. He opted to claim all the celestial herbs from the ice and fire yin-yang eye, fortunate that Yin Jie was his teammate, as dealing with the old toxic one would not be too difficult. The ice and fire yin-yang eye, where the old toxic one achieved the title of Douluo, possessed an exceptionally advantageous geographical setting, rich with celestial herbs. Now, Dugu Yin was on Ye Hao's side. As the saying goes, one helps their kin, not outsiders. Could the old toxic one truly mistreat his granddaughter? Nevertheless, Ye Hao was not in a hurry to venture there. The celestial herbs would remain in place, not sprouting legs or fleeing, so there was no rush. Soto City, Shrek Academy, and the Shrek 7 monsters. Before long, they would meet again. Ye Hao reminisced about 3 months prior when the master personally summoned him to the office, insisting, with a tone that brooked no argument, that he must enroll in Shrek Academy. The gravity of the command was unmistakable, as if to say, you have no choice, whether you wish it or not. You are destined to attend Shrek Academy. Ye Hao was well aware of what Shrek Academy entailed. Thus, in a fit of determination, he journeyed to Tiando City, where he subsequently encountered Qin Ming. Ultimately, through Qin Ming's introduction, he became a member of the Tiando Royal Academy, where he was introduced to the members of the Royal Fighting Team. One could hardly blame Ye Hao. After all, the master presented himself with an air of superiority. The admonishing tone that worked on Tang San felt like outright coercion when directed at Ye Hao. Imagine if someone suggested you attend an obscure academy under duress. Your reaction would likely be even more intense than Ye Hao's. After bidding farewell to Shuai Qinghe, Ye Hao collected his restless thoughts, secured the token, and ambled towards the dormitory. In just a few days, he would be heading to Soto City, and there were essential preparations to be made in advance. Chapter 33. Only those with thick skin can conquer the world. The Tiando Royal Academy sprawls over a vast expanse. As Ye Hao wandered towards a pavilion, he fortuitously encountered Yi Lingling, who was serenely seated amidst the picturesque surroundings adorned with vibrant flowers. Ye Lingling's S9 heart, Sea-Dew martial soul, a plant-based auxiliary soul, thrived in such an idyllic environment, making it an optimal place for cultivation. Upon noticing Ye Hao's arrival, Ye Lingling retracted her 9 heart, Sea-Dew martial soul, and her 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings faded away. She regarded Ye Hao with a tranquil demeanor, and the two exchanged not a word. Ye Hao, with unabashed boldness, settled beside Ye Lingling, who regarded him with a distinctly frigid demeanor. As he occupied the space next to her, he genuinely felt the penetrating chill in the air. SSSSSS, Sister Lingling, are you all alone here? Isn't it rather dull? Would you like your younger brother to keep you company? Ye Lingling cast a fleeting glance at Ye Hao, opting to disregard him, remaining silent, embodying an air of nonchalance and tranquility. Ye Hao, yesterday on the carriage. Ye Lingling suddenly said, nothing happened yesterday, do not misunderstand. Ye Hao, there is a frown. Ye Hao vaguely remembered that during the carriage ride, someone seemed to have touched him, and something warm was placed under his head. He glanced at Ye Lingling, whose face bore a faint blush, and immediately understood. Following the moment, Ye Hao once again rested his head precisely upon Ye Lingling's slender, long thigh, a pure and innocent smile gracing his face as he tilted his head to gaze at her already rosy cheeks, truly a sight to behold. Being young allows one to act freely. What are you doing? Hurry and get away. Ye Lingling spoke with a hint of anxiety, her tranquil gaze betraying a trace of unease. Her cheeks were flushed, and a subtle shyness lingered in her eyes. This was a side of her that Ye Hao had never witnessed before. It turned out that the typically frosty Miss Ye Lingling could exhibit such emotions. Sister, I am weary. Ye Lingling, how shameless. Sister, considering the efforts I have devoted to the academy, would you allow me to rest my head for a moment? Ye Hao was notorious for his thick skin within the Imperial combat team. Noticing the absence of others, Ye Lingling, rendered speechless, cast an exasperated glance at Ye Hao before shutting her beautiful eyes, unwilling to gaze upon this unabashed individual any longer. On the following morning, a grand and exquisitely adorned carriage came to a halt at the foot of the Tiando Royal Academy. This day marked the departure of Qin Ming and the Imperial Combat Team for their training journey across the Douluo Continent. Under the personal farewell of 3 esteemed members of the teaching committee, the Imperial Combat Team was sent off, the carriage carrying them gradually rolling away. Inside the carriage, Qin Ming unfurled a map of the Tiando Empire, meticulously marking locations and the ultimate destination. Ye Hao scrutinized the surroundings, and indeed, it was Soto City. Qin Ming retracted the signal pin, glanced at the 8 individuals, and advised, "Our ultimate destination is Soto City, a place I once fervently battled for. Along the way, we shall traverse numerous locales, so everyone must remain ever ready for combat. Out there is vastly different from the confines of the academy. Countless unforeseen events may transpire." The group nodded in unison, etching Qin Ming's words into their hearts. Upon noticing Ye Hao, Qin Ming paused slightly. "Xiao Hao, why does your complexion seem so pallid? Are you feeling unwell?" The others turned their gaze towards Ye Hao, who appeared ashen, his lips pursed in a manner suggesting impending nausea. "Xiao Hao, if I recall correctly, you are prone to motion sickness," Du Guyan reminded him. Ye Hao nodded awkwardly, cursing the cursed carriage. It was during his initial journey from the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy to the Soul Hunting Forest that he first encountered the carriage. Enduring a grueling day and a half of travel, where all his basic needs were met within its confines. Unlike his previous world, the Douluo Continent lacked modern transportation such as automobiles, and it was from that moment onwards that Ye Hao developed a profound aversion to carriages. Yulingling cast a faint glance at Ye Hao, and it appeared that the young man was not feigning. Her complexion immediately flushed, and before the watchful eyes of all, she gracefully extended her delicate hand to embrace Ye Hao's head, gently resting it upon her lap. With her fragrant fingers, she tenderly caressed his hair. The onlookers were taken aback, and several older gentlemen silently raised their thumbs in admiration for Ye Hao, exclaiming, "Impressive, my friend." As for Du Guyan, she looked on in astonishment at Yulingling, questioning whether this was still the frosty and aloof woman she had known. Qin Ming, witnessing the scene, merely cleared his throat and then picked up a book to read slowly, occasionally glancing at Ye Hao, who was comfortably nestled against Yulingling's lap. "What a lad! If only I possessed such audacity, I wouldn't be lamenting my single status," he mused, resolving to engage in a conversation with the young man at the earliest opportunity. Ye Hao felt a sense of joy as he observed the disdainful gazes of those around him. As a man himself, he pondered why they displayed such superiority. "Sister Yen, is your esteemed father home?" Ye Hao mumbled in a daze. Du Guyan nodded and said, "Indeed, my grandfather has been residing in the Sunset Forest. I once invited him to serve as an advisor to the Heavenly Do Royal Academy, but my grandfather has a peculiar temperament and acts solely according to his own whims. Even the words of his own granddaughter may not penetrate his ears. Why are you inquiring about this? Are you perhaps prepared to seek my grandfather as your master?" At this, the crowd was taken aback, their gazes converging on Ye Hao, who was resting on Yulingling's lap, with envy etched upon their faces. It is well known that Du Guyan's grandfather is the illustrious Dugubo, a poison doa renowned throughout the continent. To be designated by a title Douluo is an exceedingly rare honor, let alone the prospect of being accepted as a disciple. Alas, the old poison master has always preferred solitude and possesses a rather eccentric disposition. Seeking him as a mentor is akin to scaling the heavens. It is not as though no one has attempted it before. Ye Hao smiled wryly and said, "I have no intention of doing so for the time being." Du Guyan replied, "What a waste of my feelings. I thought that by taking your grandfather as a master, we could become a family. I truly pampered you for nothing. Look, you've turned around and thrown yourself into Yulingling's embrace. However, this young man is indeed formidable, able to evoke such affection from Yulingling. Is this truly the same Lingling I know? Yulingling, don't get me wrong. I only feel pity for him, lonely and forlorn." Ye Hao smiled faintly and said, "Old poison." Then, upon noticing the gaze of Du Guyan, he quickly changed his words. "Senior Dugu, the environment of your location is rather splendid. There are certain treasures I intend to acquire, and I assure you, these treasures will be sufficient to benefit everyone for a lifetime." "What treasures?" Du Guyan scratched his head in confusion. "Why am I unaware of this?" Ye Hao cast a glance at Du Guyan, speechless, and remarked, "If even the old poisoner is unaware, how could you possibly know?" Du Guyan, taken aback, rolled up her sleeves and charged forward, declaring, 3 days without a beating and the house will be in ruins." Seeing the impending danger, Ye Hao swiftly extricated himself from Yulingling's embrace. hastily pushed open the carriage door and unfurled his six-winged purple light wings. With a vigorous shake of his body, he ascended into the air just moments before Douluo Yin could seize him. Sister Yin, this is infuriating, Douluo Yin exclaimed in frustration. Chapter 34. Only monsters accepted. No ordinary people in the imperial palace of Tiando City. After a taxing day of meetings, Shui Qinghe felt utterly drained. He secured the doors and windows, drew the curtains, and, once assured of solitude, pressed his immaculate hand against his face. A mask was quietly removed, revealing an unblemished and captivating visage. His golden hair cascaded down his back, and his exquisite features resembled an angel fallen to the mortal realm. Restoring his original appearance, Qian Rinxue let out a deep sigh. Being a prince was no easy task. Indeed, the responsibilities of a prince were burdensome, filled with incessant administrative duties and the obligation to attend significant events, such as yesterday's visit to the Tiando Royal Academy. Curled up in a luxurious golden silk quilt, he gazed blankly at the opulent ceiling overhead. Since his encounter with Ye Hao the previous day, Shui Qinghe found his thoughts inexplicably drawn to that almost familiar countenance. Has Ye Hao already departed? He pondered. In a concealed corner of the room, a shadowy figure silently emerged and respectfully bowed to Qian Rinxue. Young master, Ye Hao has left the Tiando Royal Academy and is heading towards Soto City. Soto City? Qian Rinxue mused, momentarily taken aback. What could he possibly want there? In her memory, Soto City, though small, was the largest grain exporting city in the entire Douluo Continent, supplying the military with a significant portion of its provisions. The shadow replied, Young master, according to my investigations, Qin Ming from the Tiando Royal Academy hails from the Shrek Academy in Soto City. Shrek Academy? Qian Rinxue repeated softly. What sort of institution is that? She inquired further. As the name held no recollection for her, could it be an obscure academy? The shadow continued. The founder of Shrek Academy is Flander, one of the original Golden Iron Triangle. The academy advocates the principle of only accepting monsters and rejecting ordinary individuals. Only accepting monsters and rejecting ordinary individuals? Qian Rinxue smiled slightly, stroking her smooth chin. How intriguing. Such an audacious claim. Keep a close watch on Ye Hao's movements. Should there be any sign of activity, inform me at once, she commanded. As her words fell, the shadow bowed slightly and gradually faded from sight. Once the shadow had departed, Qian Rinxue rose slowly and moved behind the curtain. Her graceful figure gradually revealed as her garments fell away. Meanwhile, far outside Soto City, in a desolate village, a lonely hamlet stood, with a sign at the entrance boldly displaying the 5 characters, Shrek Academy. Indeed, Shrek Academy, Qin Ming's alma mater, was an unlicensed establishment, a mere sham of an academy. With an enrollment fee of 10 gold soul coins, acceptance was not guaranteed, and fees were non-refundable if rejected, making it akin to robbery. Adhering to the principle of only accepting monsters and rejecting mediocrity, the essence of such an academy was for one to ponder deeply. As night enveloped the land, within the office of the Shrek Academy Estine, 2 figures engaged in an animated discussion. The first stage of training for the little monsters has finally concluded. Xiao Gang, what are your plans moving forward? Flander, the founder and principal of Shrek Academy, inquired, his eagle-like features accentuated by his crystal glasses and a thick beard. Despite the academy's dire financial straits, he remained hopeful. Opposite him sat the master, who had exerted great effort to secure Ye Hao's admission into Shrek Academy, only to find that Ye Hao had been indifferent, dismissing his entreaties, while he had publicly honored the master. The truth was that Ye Hao had shown a clear disdain for the academy, perceiving it as a repository for the inept. The master, still troubled by this incident, expressed his vexation. I plan to take them to the Soto Great Soul Arena soon. As soul masters, combat is essential. Flander's eyes brightened at this prospect. That sounds promising. Yet, inwardly, he calculated how much gold soul coin could be earned from victories in the arena, especially through strategic betting during team battles. Noticing the gleam of anticipation in Flander's demeanor, the master cleared his throat and remarked, Xiao San and Mubai should be ready for this step as well. Just ensure your pockets are well prepared. Flander grinned. Ah, you truly understand me. By the way, Xiao Gang, I've been meaning to ask, in your last letter, you mentioned that besides Tang San and Xiao Wu, 3 others were preparing to enter Shrek Academy. What of the last one? At this mention, the master's expression darkened, his hand tightening unconsciously. That child is named Ye Hao, a prodigy with innate full soul power and a martial soul of the Death Spider Emperor. He was previously studying at the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. I had advised him to join Shrek Academy, but he was resolute in his refusal. claiming it to be a place for failures. He abruptly left the academy just a day before graduation, truly a piece of uncarvable wood. The master's words dripped with disdain, revealing little kindness for Ye Hao. Flander, upon hearing this, seethed with anger, pounding the table in frustration. Humph, what an uncultured child. What is wrong with our Shrek Academy? We possess a premier training facility, a stellar faculty, and my own strategic oversight. Ye Hao must be blind. If he doesn't come, it's for the best. If he does, I shall ensure Zhao Wujie teaches him a lesson. The master waved his hand impatiently. Let us not dwell on him. Discussing him only aggravates me. Xiao San has made good progress lately, though the only shortcoming is that his external soul bone has yet to fully integrate with him. However, daily use should not present significant issues. Xiao San, with his innate talent, had the advantage of having a father who was a titled Douluo, thus providing Shrek Academy with a notable ally. Flander, brimming with pride, propped his feet on the desk, gazing at the pile of gold soul coins in the drawer with a grin. The master shook his head disapprovingly. Do not rejoice too early. While Xiao San's father is indeed the Haotian Douluo, do not forget that his identity, if discovered by the Spirit Hall, could jeopardize Shrek Academy's existence. I know. Rest assured, I have the secrecy aspect under control. The master continued. The Continental Senior Soul Master Elite competition is set to commence in just over 2 years. What are your plans? At this, Flander fell silent. Chapter 35. The first bloodshed to participate in the Continental Senior Soul Master Elite competition. One must be from a legitimate Senior Soul Master Academy. Institutions like Shrek Academy, akin to a sham, would likely fail to meet even the most basic eligibility criteria. As night deepened, after 2 days of arduous travel, the Emperor's battle team finally reached the transit station en route to Soto City, Silva City. They would spend the night here before continuing their journey the following day. Ye Hao was assigned to share a room with Yu Tianheng. He sat alone by the balcony, gazing at the vibrant and bustling night market before him, a deep yearning swelling within his heart. Ah, Tianheng has gone to seek out Sister Yan. Such young couples are truly enviable. Yet, he pondered, where might his destined soulmate be? It is indeed something to look forward to. The hour was still early, and sleep eluded Ye Hao, so he decided to descend the stairs and knocked on the door of the room where Yi Lingling and Dugu Yin were staying. With a soft click, the door opened moments later, revealing Yi Lingling, who inquired upon seeing Ye Hao, "Is there something you need?" Yi Lingling inquired softly. Ye Hao glanced around the interior of the room and asked, "Are you the only one here? Is there something amiss?" Yi Lingling, neither warm nor cold, continued. Yu Tianheng has gone out on a private date with Du Gaiyan. As Du Gaiyan's roommate, I find myself alone in the room, akin to Ye Hao. Both of us lost souls in this fast world. Shall we take a stroll? I wonder where Tianheng has wandered off to. I can only surmise that he is enjoying himself with Yan Jia. Yi Lingling cast a sidelong glance at Ye Hao, and it just so happened that a stroll to clear one's mind would not be amiss. Together, they exited the inn, finding themselves on a bustling street, alive with the ceaseless flow of vehicles and a throng of pedestrians. Ye Hao and Yi Lingling walked hand in hand. Initially, Yi Lingling felt a bit restrained, but upon reflection, she realized that Ye Hao was merely an 11-year-old child. What ill intentions could a young child possibly harbor? Ye Hao resembled an experienced traveler, meandering through winding paths, exploring every picturesque spot along the way. As nightfall approached, the two settled on a bench in front of a certain building. Yi Lingling, rubbing her fatigued legs, cast an exasperated glance at Ye Hao, who, brimming with energy, appeared far from satisfied with their excursion. Ye Hao smiled faintly, taking a moment to rest with Yi Lingling. Just as he was about to rise and depart, a few disheveled, inebriated men stumbled out, their tattered clothing barely concealing their drunken state, clutching empty bottles of liquor in their hands. Ye Hao and Yi Lingling exchanged a glance, choosing to overlook each other. Believing that it is better to avoid unnecessary trouble, they preferred not to provoke conflict or complicate matters. Ye Hao held a deep disdain for the notion promoted by Shrek Academy that those who do not stir up trouble are mediocre. After all, if one has not been wronged, why instigate trouble? Is that not merely a display of baseness? Ye Hao and Yi Lingling brushed past these individuals, taking only a few steps before several burly men encircled them, leaving no avenue for escape. In an instant, the expressions of Ye Hao and Yi Lingling darkened, realizing the precariousness of their situation. Before they could utter a word, one of the men reached out with a large hand, attempting to pull Yi Lingling into his embrace, his eyes glinting with avarice, which betrayed his intentions. Suddenly, a piercing scream pierced the air as Ye Hao, with an impassive expression and a demeanor of cold indifference. Seized the man's wrist, applying a gentle yet decisive pressure. A sickening crunch echoed, and the man collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Tears and snot flowing freely from his face due to the excruciating pain in his wrist. "Sister, we must flee at once," Ye Hao urged, swiftly grasping Ye Lingling's hand. Yet, before they could escape even a few meters, a formidable sense of pressure surged towards them from behind. Ye Hao and Ye Lingling instinctively separated, hastily evading the impending threat. The assailants unleashed their martial spirits, their formidable physiques swelling with muscle, and in that moment, a palpable stench of blood began to emanate from their very beings. Ye Hao, undaunted in the face of danger, activated his 3 formidable soul rings. The Death Spider Emperor enveloped him, shrouded in a dark armor, while 8 ebony spider spears unfurled from his back. Opposing him were 6 soul masters, each adorned with 4 soul rings, their hues a disarray of shades. The metallic scent of blood emanating from them suggested a history steeped in violence. "You dare to provoke our fearsome god battle team? Have you not inquired who in the entire city of Sylvis dares to challenge us?" Ye Hao was momentarily taken aback. The fearsome god team? Infamous for their notorious reputation. This registered soul master team at the Sylvis Grand Soul Arena had frequently engaged in soul battles that resulted in inexplicable fatalities. Consequently, they faced a ban from the Grand Soul Arena. Since then, the fearsome god team had lost its prominence, and their appearances at the Sylvis Grand Soul Arena had dwindled progressively. During their final appearance, the fearsome god team was pierced by the Zhuge Divine crossbow wielded by the Shrek 7 monsters, resulting in a lifetime of disability. Ye Hao wiped his nose and glanced at the 6 fierce-looking individuals before him, one of whom lay on the ground, weeping in agony after having his wrist broken by Ye Hao, a sensation far from pleasant. Of course, they had brought this upon themselves, after all. Who dared to lay a hand on Ye Lingling? "Kid, hand over the girl beside you, and then take your own life, lest we be forced to intervene," one of them proclaimed arrogantly, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards the slender figure of Ye Lingling. Ye Hao took a deep breath, initially intending to embody the role of a benevolent savior. However, given the circumstances, he decided to embrace a more formidable persona. With a decisive utterance, he invoked his 3rd soul skill, Spider Prison. As his words resonated, the 3rd soul ring beneath his feet blazed to life, unleashing a dark miasma that enveloped the fearsome god team, a noxious scent assailing the senses of each member. In quick succession, Ye Hao raised his right hand with vigor, causing venomous spider spikes to erupt from the ground. Under the astonished gaze of Ye Lingling, the spikes unerringly claimed lives, blood gushing forth and staining the once pristine ground of vivid crimson. Ye Hao exhibited a demeanor of serene composure, exuding an air of tranquility. For reasons unknown, perhaps influenced by his martial spirit, he felt an exhilarating thrill with each act of slaughter, an omen that filled him with trepidation. The Death Spider Emperor, inherently a harbinger of death, embodied the apex of the demonic spiders, his capacity for carnage rivaling that of the faceless Spider Emperor, surpassing it even. Ye Hao gritted his teeth, retracting his martial soul and soul skills. He cast a glance at the fragmented corpse on the ground, feeling a lingering apprehension as he exhaled deeply, narrowly avoiding losing control. After this bout of carnage, Ye Hao was astonished to sense a white aura enveloping him, a solemn presence that even caused Ye Lingling, several meters away, to feel a twinge of unease. An aura of slaughter? "Sister, let us hasten our return." Ye Lingling awakened from her astonishment, suppressing the unease within her. She hurriedly departed with Ye Hao, for committing homicide against a soul master was a grave offense. Regardless of how notorious the fierce god squad might be, rules are rules. Fortunately, the area was sparsely populated, devoid of surveillance cameras from her previous life. Thus, the events of the day would ultimately fade into oblivion, coinciding with the demise of the fierce god squad and the conclusion of their nefarious existence. Chapter 36. Arrival at Suda City. The night was enchanting as Ye Hao and Ye Lingling rushed back to their inn. As they ascended the stairs, a nearby door suddenly swung open, revealing Yu Tianheng and Du Guyin, their faces flushed and beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads. In such peculiar circumstances, having secured a rare lodging, it was inevitable that personal matters would be addressed. "Xiao Hao, Lingling, what are you doing outside? Surely it can't be." Yu Tianheng was momentarily taken aback, realizing that if they had been outside, the implications of what transpired within were concerning. Ye Lingling, Ye Hao, at a loss for words, remarked, "Sister Lingling and I just returned from a stroll outside, and as we were about to ascend the stairs, we encountered you and Sister Yen." How does the taste of secrecy feel? Douluo Yan's face flushed crimson as she stepped forward and grasped Ye Hao's ear, applying a slight pressure. Such matters are not for a child like you to inquire about. Eh? Douluo Yan leaned in closer, her curiosity piqued. What fragrance is that on you? It's quite potent. Ye Hao hurriedly extricated himself, quickly uttering an apology before hastening back to his room. This scent, it felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of his grandfather's. Albeit his grandfather's aroma was far more potent. What could this be? A sense of murderous intent. The poison Douluo, infamous across the continent. Wielding the lethal poison of the Emerald Phosphor Snake King, has undoubtedly led countless souls to their demise, exuding a solemn aura of death that is all too common. Yet, Ye Hao's murderous aura remained slight, still in its nascent stages. At this moment, Douluo Yan's eyes lit up as she turned to the side, gazing at Ye Lingling. And teasingly approached, Lingling, you and Xiao Hao seem to share quite a bond. Haven't you progressed to the next step? Ye Lingling's cold and stunning visage suddenly flushed as if engulfed in flames. She merely regarded Ye Hao as a younger brother, nothing more. Denying Douluo Yan the opportunity to press further, Ye Lingling chose to disregard her and hurriedly retreated to her chamber. Observing this, Douluo Yan chuckled softly, pondering whether there might be a tale unfolding between the two. The following morning, sunlight pierced through the clouds, and a carriage set forth from outside Silva City. The events of the previous night had long been forgotten by both Ye Hao and Ye Lingling. After a night of contemplation, they acknowledged their identities as soul masters. Bloodshed was an inevitability they must confront, leaving no room for lingering fears. Just before their departure, they inadvertently caught wind of the notorious reputation of the fierce God Battle team, as numerous individuals along the route expressed their sentiments, declaring that these beasts deserved their fate. In the ensuing days, Qin Ming regaled them with tales of his experiences across the continent, each fragment of his narrative steeped in nostalgia. After all, who amongst them had not once been a spirited youth? Teacher Qin, do you have any regrets? Qin Ming paused momentarily, contemplating the notion of regret. Perhaps I do. I was unable to participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Tournament of my year. Alas, let us not dwell on it. Once a student of Shrek Academy, Qin Ming lamented that due to the institution's circumstances, they were utterly ineligible for the tournament, having not even registered. Thus, this became the singular regret of Qin Ming's life. Ye Hao smiled faintly and said, Teacher Qin, rest assured, we will certainly secure the championship in this Continental Advanced Soul Master competition. Indeed, the championship shall undoubtedly be ours. The members of the Imperial Combat Team echoed in unison, filling the carriage with a harmonious atmosphere. Witnessing this, Qin Ming felt his eyes moisten slightly. And with a resolute nod, he harbored an even greater sense of determination regarding the ultimate outcome of the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition. Ye Hao brimmed with confidence, casting a sidelong glance at Douluo Yan. Sister Yin, I shall not spare any effort in patronizing your family's farmland. 5 days later, at the break of dawn, a swift carriage sped along the rural path, flanked by fields awash with golden rice grains. Sachuo City was renowned as the granary capital. High above, Ye Hao soared leisurely with his 6-winged purple light wings, while several others hurried along the ground. He found himself unaccustomed to being confined. As he had decisively resolved to forsake carriages, why sit in one when he could fly? Soaring in the sky, he beheld the landscape below in its entirety, a vast expanse of golden rice, resembling a shimmering ocean. A carriage raced along the narrow path. And as Ye Hao surveyed his surroundings, he unexpectedly discovered a small village constructed of wood not far off. Could it be? With a twinge of intrigue, Ye Hao's face was encased in black armor, his scarlet eyes fixated upon the quaint village. Shrek Academy. Ye Hao gazed upon the 5 bold characters inscribed on the door, accompanied by a peculiar green monster visage above. Indeed, this was Shrek Academy. If the narrative unfolded as anticipated at this very moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu should have already entered the academy and successfully completed the master's initial assessment. Soon, Shrek Academy would engage in a collective soul battle against the royal fighting team. This impending battle held immense significance for Ye Hao. It was nothing short of imperative. The Shrek 7? I eagerly await our encounter. High above, as the carriage approached the city, Ye Hao gradually descended, positioning himself at the forefront of the carriage. Stepping into Soto City. Soto City, aptly dubbed the granary of the world, was lined with an abundance of culinary delights and numerous inns and hotels. The bustling crowds were a testament to the city's prosperity. Qin Ming, peering through the carriage window, beheld the long-lost Soto City, prompting a wave of nostalgia for the memories enshrined within this very locale. Soto City, how I've missed you. Qin Ming had a clear destination in mind. The carriage halted before a grand inn situated at the outskirts of the Soto Great Soul Arena. Members of the royal fighting team disembarked one after another, their gazes drawn to the magnificent edifice in the distance. Yu Tianhing remarked, "Teacher Qin, could it be that our purpose in Soto City is to partake in soul battles?" Qin Ming nodded affirmatively, stating, "Tianhing, your intuition is correct. My intention in bringing you all to Soto City is precisely this." "Teacher Qin," Du Guyan interjected, "doesn't Heaven-Do City have the Heaven-Do Great Soul Arena? Why must we venture so far when it is closer at hand? Moreover, I doubt the scale of the Soto Great Soul Arena surpasses that of the Heaven-Do Great Soul Arena, and the opponents within do not seem formidable." Qin Ming smiled wryly, replying, "Yan Zi, underestimating the enemy is a grave mistake in warfare. No one remains invincible forever. There are always greater talents beyond our own. How can you be so certain that there are no experts within the Soto Great Soul Arena?" As he surveyed the group, Qin Ming's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "In the coming days, you will engage in battles within the Soto Great Soul Arena, whether one-on-one, two-on-two, or ultimately, in team battles. I expect you to secure the Team Silver Soul Badge within a month. This is the primary focus of your training. The soul battles will take place at night, so you must rest well during the day, recuperating as needed. Especially you, Ye Hao. Avoid unnecessary excursions. The prestigious Continental Senior Soul Master Elite Competition is on the horizon. Do not lead Ling Ling astray." In the bustling city of Soto, illuminated like a city that never sleeps, the atmosphere was vibrant and lively. The most animated locale was undoubtedly the Soto Great Spirit Arena, where nearly 70 to 80% of the city's populace had gathered. The spirit battles not only stirred the blood but also provided an exhilarating release from the pressures accumulated throughout the day. For the common folk, who lacked the soul power to become spirit masters, enjoying a thrilling match before bed was undoubtedly more satisfying than mere bedtime stories. Guided by Qin Ming, a native of the Soto Great Spirit Arena, Ye Hao and his companions from the royal battle team entered the arena. As they walked, Qin Ming scanned the crowd, perhaps catching sight of a familiar face or two. Concurrently, another group entered, tasked with their own mission, yet traversing a different path from the royal battle team, their paths merely brushing against one another. Leading his companions into the spacious hall, Qin Ming was struck by a wave of nostalgia at the familiar scene before him. "Did you all remember what I said this morning?" he inquired, to which the group nodded in agreement. The Soto Great Spirit Arena had its own rules. Order was essential, and even though Qin Ming led the team from the Royal Academy of Heaven-Do, compliance was mandatory. Nodding, Qin Ming signaled for the 8 members to register at their leisure, while he himself proceeded to the team registration area, fulfilling his responsibilities as the team leader. The royal battle team, alongside Ye Hao, was comprised of pairs, Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan, the brothers Shimo and Shimo, followed by Yu Feng and Aosalu, and finally, Ye Hao and Yi Lingling, forming the double Yi duo due to their shared surname. Before commencing the team spirit battles, Qin Ming stipulated that each member must first compete in individual matches and then in pairs, ultimately selecting 7 participants for the team battle. After completing their registrations, the members dispersed to their designated areas for combat, with Ye Hao and Yi Lingling prepared to face their opponents, the Hammer Duo. Their name alone made it clear that their weapon of choice was the hammer. "Are you very hungry?" Yi Lingling cast a faint glance at Ye Hao, who was engaged in his meal. Ye Hao wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth and chuckled. "Sister, aren't we about to engage in the soul battle? After our 2-on-2 match, we have the group soul battle organized by Teacher Qin. We will be fighting all night. Are you hungry? Shall I share a piece of rabbit leg with you?" Yi Lingling shook her head and replied coldly, "You may eat it yourself. I am not hungry." "Why do you harbor such animosity towards rabbits?" From the braised rabbit head at noon to the currently roasted rabbit leg, Ye Hao consumed the final morsel of rabbit meat and declared with righteous fervor, "I simply relish the taste of rabbit, nothing more." At the front desk of the Soto Great Soul Arena, he requested, "Please register me for the team soul battle." "After you, please," said Qin Ming in unison with a man clad in black with a buzz cut. "Please, go ahead, uncle." Qin Ming, out of respect for his seniority, opted to yield. The buzz-cut man, showing no pretense, stepped forward and handed the registration card to the desk attendant. "Thank you. Are you also here to register for the team soul battle?" Qin Ming nodded and replied, "Indeed. I hope we do not encounter each other too soon." A grimace transformed the buzz-cut man's rigid face into an unpleasant smile as he retorted, "It will undoubtedly be you who loses." "Very well." The attendant handed the iron plate back to the black-clad man, who nodded slightly, and strode away with an air of confidence. Seeing this, Qin Ming shrugged in resignation, pondering the vastness of the world and its peculiarities. Is it customary for someone to come right out and declare their opponent will lose? Are pleasantries truly so foreign to them? Register me for the Team Soul Battle, the Royal Combat Team, he instructed. The attendant took the iron plate and began to type swiftly. All set, sir. The Royal Combat Team's match will be the final one this evening. And your opponents are the Frenzied Battle Team, holders of the Iron Soul Medal. Qin Ming murmured, Frenzied Battle Team? Do you have their basic information? Certainly, sir. The attendant responded, producing a stack of materials regarding the Frenzied Battle Team. Is there anything else you require, sir? The attendant kindly reminded him. The Frenzied Battle Team is the only squad in our arena to achieve 3 consecutive victories. Although they recently suffered a loss due to underestimating their opponents, their overall strength remains formidable. Please advise your teammates to exercise caution. Qin Ming smiled faintly, tucking the information about the Frenzied Battle Team away. Thank you for the warning. But I have faith in my team. They will triumph in this battle. After expressing his gratitude, he departed. The attendant observed Qin Ming's retreating figure and reflected on the earlier encounter with the buzzcut man, unable to suppress her thoughts. Why is there such a vast chasm between individuals? Attention, the next match featuring the Twin Leaf Duo and the Hammer Team is about to commence. Please take note of the upcoming 2-on-2 soul battle. Beneath the arena, Ye Hao and Ye Lingling donned masks prepared earlier to conceal their identities amidst the throng of spectators at the Soto Great Soul Arena. Ye Hao was determined to avoid revealing himself too easily. Participating with his true visage would significantly increase the likelihood of being recognized, especially by the members of Shrek Academy. If his conjecture proved correct, the 7 from Shrek Academy might very well be battling at the Soto Great Soul Arena at this very moment, should fortune favor him. Encountering one of the 7 would prompt Ye Hao to be the first to engage out of respect. Ye Lingling, codenamed Begonia, and Ye Hao, known as Spicy Rabbit Head, are the designated monikers of these 2 individuals. The soul fighting platform boasts an impressive diameter of 50 meters, with a vast central arena capable of accommodating 2 teams for collective soul battles. The crowd below is a sea of heads, a dense throng of people fervently cheering, their enthusiasm evidently ignited by the preceding combat. Time ticks away, and soon the host takes the stage, exclaiming passionately, "Ladies and gentlemen, the 3rd battle of the duo contest is about to commence. Let us welcome the Shuangye Duo and the Hammer Duo to the arena." As the words leave his lips, an astounding roar erupts from the crowd, applause rising and falling like waves. Under the watchful gaze of the audience, the Hammer Duo makes their entrance. 2 robust figures, grand in stature, ascend the platform. They are brothers, their martial souls identical, the earth-shaking hammer. Given that Ye Hao and Ye Lingling are soul emperors, their opponents naturally match their rank. Accompanied by the thunderous applause and cheers, the masked figures of Ye Hao and Ye Lingling gracefully take their positions on stage. With both sides prepared, the host refrains from further introductions. The exhilarating soul battle is paramount, and the audience is clearly restless with anticipation. Chapter 38. Satire. The 3rd battle of the duo contest commences, featuring the Shuangye Duo against the Hammer Duo. With the host's declaration, the brothers of the opposing team simultaneously summon their martial souls. Beneath their feet, soul rings of white, yellow, and purple appear. Encircling them as a hammer materializes in their hands, dark red in hue, adorned with protruding features, its formidable aura rapidly radiating outward. 3 soul rings slowly emerge beneath Ye Lingling's feet, 2 yellow and 1 purple, giving her an advantageous position in terms of soul ring configuration. However, Ye Lingling's 9-heart Begonia was merely a support-type martial soul, possessing no offensive capabilities aside from healing. In stark contrast, Ye Hao remained composed in the face of danger. He had yet to unleash his martial soul or soul rings, leaving both the host and the audience in a state of bewilderment. The host inquired, "Spicy Rabbit Head contestant, will you not release your martial soul?" Ye Hao nodded slightly. The host, without further ado, promptly announced the continuation of the battle. Throughout the annals of the Grand Soul Arena, there have been several individuals who, like Ye Hao, chose not to unleash their martial spirits. Their fates were uniformly tragic. Some were left incapacitated, while others were rendered disabled. The disparity in strength between soul masters wielding their martial spirits and ordinary individuals is evident to all. The audience, adopting a spectator's mindset, quietly lamented the fate of this audacious and reckless character, the Spicy Rabbit Head. What a pity! Ye Lingling stood quietly and unhurriedly to the side, her duty being to heal the wounded. As long as Ye Hao sustained injuries, her 9-heart-sea buttercup martial spirit could be summoned. Yulingling was not surprised by Ye Hao's reluctance to employ his martial spirit back at the Heaven Do Royal Academy. He had engaged in combat against the Shimo and Shimo brothers, relying solely on his own strength. It was only when he could no longer endure that he resorted to using his martial spirit. Ye Hao is not a person devoid of reason. The phrase small but fierce aptly describes him. Upon witnessing the scene, the Iron Hammer duo exchanged satisfied glances, pleased to have encountered an easy target. They initially assumed that the masked figure was a formidable opponent, only to discover the facade. With a unified roar, the two brothers charged forward, wielding their hammers with determination. The hammers glinted ominously, their fierce momentum palpable. Yet, Ye Hao remained unfazed. With a deft movement, he propelled himself forward to seize the hammers. Just as he neared, 6 radiant purple wings unfurled from his back, allowing him to swiftly soar behind the duo, delivering powerful blows that sent them staggering forward, nearly toppling to the ground. In quick succession, 2 massive black spider spears were pressed ominously against the brothers' throats, causing them to shiver involuntarily. "We concede," they declared, the outcome clear. Ye Hao's spears could effortlessly pierce their throats. This was merely a contest of combat souls, devoid of personal vendettas. Naturally, he would not condemn them to death. Unlike the earlier duo battle, where Tang San's injury ignited a murderous intent in Xiaowu, leading her to unleash a silent dart that would have surely claimed their lives had Tang San not intervened with a flick of his knife, preserving a sliver of goodwill. Ironically, the very blacksmiths who had nearly met their demise at Xiaowu's hands were the ones tasked with crafting the concealed weapon components for Tang San in Soto City. One cannot help but ponder, with such a disregard for justice, how could one not harbor disdain for these indiscriminate killers? Thus, the fate of the rabbits lies in your hands. In the arena, the host nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment, clearing his throat to regain composure as he declared. In the third round of the 2-on-2 combat, the Shuangye duo emerges victorious, earning 1 point for their triumph. As the announcement concluded, the audience, initially eager for a thrilling spectacle, found themselves disappointed by the lopsided outcome. Nevertheless, they offered their applause. Ye Hao and Yulingling exchanged a knowing glance before departing the arena, heading towards the resting room prepared by Qin Ming. Inside the resting room, Qin Ming perused the profiles of the members of the Crazy War team, arriving at a conclusion. He placed the documents on the table, patiently awaiting the victorious return of the 8. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Ye Hao poked his head in, glancing at the quietly waiting Qin Ming. "Teacher Qin, am I first?" Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded with a smile. "I knew it was you. Come in. Your team's opponents have been decided." "Is that so?" Ye Hao's eyes brightened as he walked straight to Qin Ming, picking up the documents laid out on the table and glancing over them. The Crazy Battle Team? Timing could not have been more fortuitous. With Captain Quashi at the helm, Ye Hao felt immensely confident in his ability to defeat them. If the first match were against the Shrek 7 monsters, one could surmise that Ye Hao would approach it with utmost seriousness. However, their upcoming opponents in the team battle were the Crazy Battle Team, which seemed quite manageable. Qin Ming looked at Ye Hao and chuckled. "You seem rather pleased. Do you already feel assured of victory against the Crazy Battle Team?" Ye Hao, brimming with confidence, patted his chest and declared, "That is imperative." I glanced over the members of the Frenzied Battle Team. Aside from the support-type Soul Master, the others were all Beast Spirit Masters, and their soul power was generally at the 35th level. Our Royal Fighting Team even surpasses them by a considerable margin. Qin Ming chuckled wryly and cautioned, "Be wary of capsizing in a shallow ditch. Although the opponent's strength is mediocre, you must not allow that support-type Soul Master to unleash their third soul skill. Otherwise, we could be in serious trouble." After waiting a while longer, the remaining 6 members of the Royal Fighting Team returned one by one, celebrating their complete victory in the 8-man battle, their spirits soaring high. Next came the Team Soul battle, with Qin Ming continuously offering reminders. Meanwhile, Ye Hao, lost in thought, exchanged a brief greeting with Qin Ming and departed the lounge alone. Although it was nearing midnight, the Soto Great Soul Arena was still bustling with passersby. The arena is divided into 3 categories: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and team battles of 7 versus 7. Among these, team battles are the most intense, and there are typically many spectators at this hour. Now, let us welcome the Shrek 7 monsters to the arena. As Ye Hao was about to depart, he was drawn in by the voices nearby. Could it be the Shrek 7 monsters? Indeed, they were present. Donning a mask, Ye Hao joined the throng of spectators and made his way to the arena where the Shrek 7 monsters were set to compete. Given that the match between the Imperial Fighting Team and the Frenzied Fighting Team was the final one, Ye Hao had ample time to observe the battles of Shrek Academy. The group combat arena was vastly different from before. It could accommodate thousands of spectators simultaneously. Following the Shrek 7 Monsters' previous victories, the audience had swelled, and Ye Hao found a secluded spot to better observe the movements of the 7 fighters. Chapter 39. The Green Tea Rabbit Shrek 7 Monsters. Shrek 7 Monsters. Shrek 7 Monsters. The earlier victories had garnered the Shrek 7 Monsters some popularity, and their recent triumph over the formidable Frenzied Fighting Team had propelled them to unprecedented heights. Ye Hao occupied a prominent position, his visage concealed behind a mask, meticulously observing the two opposing teams. With the arrival of the host, the atmosphere became increasingly electrifying, reaching a crescendo even before the battle commenced. "Let us welcome both teams," announced the host, and as the words resonated, 7 members from each side entered the arena. The Shrek 7's adversaries were an unremarkable soul-fighting squad, composed of 6 men and 1 woman. On the opposing side, 7 individuals adorned in varied attire and masks. 4 men and 3 women gracefully ascended the soul-fighting platform. Ye Hao immediately recognized Tang San and Xiao Wu, even though the two were currently wearing masks. Xiao Wu's scorpion tail braid and the 24-bridge bright moon knight wrapped around Tang San's waist served as the most compelling evidence of their identities. Ye Hao carefully observed the scene before him, identifying the leader as their chief, Daimubai, whose striking golden locks were quite conspicuous. Although masked, his commanding presence was undeniable. Beside him stood Oscar, while the stout figure was unmistakably Ma Hongjun. The 2 young women caught his attention as well. One, with a figure that was undeniably alluring, was certainly Zhu Zhiqing. It was hard to believe she was merely 12 years old. The final girl was undoubtedly the little enchantress from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong. Having discerned the identities of Shrek's 7 monsters, Ye Hao shifted his focus to the battle unfolding at that moment. The clamor of the surrounding crowd prompted him to furrow his brow. On the Fighting Spirit platform, both parties engaged in a war of words, exchanging barbs. One soul master directed an obscene gesture at Xiao Wu, and Ye Hao noticed her hand instinctively clenching, while Tang San's eyes narrowed slightly. In response, Ye Hao found himself silently mourning for the soul master. What possessed him to provoke them? As the battle commenced, Tang San unleashed his blue-silver grass, decisively seizing the initiative under the conditions of preemptive control. Following this, Xiao Wu leaped forward, her 3rd spirit ring illuminating as she activated her soul skill, instant teleportation. The rabbit's target was clear, the one who had previously mocked her with a rude gesture, enhanced by Ning Rongrong's 7 Treasure Glazed Tile. Her speed reached a level beyond the naked eye's perception. She swiftly appeared behind him, and before the astonished gaze of thousands of spectators, she first bent low, then utilized her scorpion tail braid to launch him into the air, culminating in a devastating 8-dan slam. The sound of bones dislocating was faintly audible. Xiao Wu's strikes were merciless, a truth Ye Hao had recognized back at the Nodding Junior Soulmaster Academy. In the final moments, Tang San did not forget to employ blue-silver grass, ensnaring the man in midair before hurling him mercilessly off the platform. It is worth noting that the entire battle arena was suspended, with a staircase leading down from the platform, creating a drop of at least 5 meters. This was a direct throwdown. Upon witnessing this, Ye Hao's gaze hardened slightly. Is this still a battle of souls? What distinguishes it from murder? Similarly, due to Tang San's childhood vow with Xiao Wu, stating "You are my sister and no one can harm you," their naive perspective disregards the feelings of others, believing solely in their own righteousness. They hold that no one has the right to inflict harm upon one another. The evidence of mutual injury or insult lies in the fates of the individuals involved, including the one who perished in Nodding City. Ye Hao's expression remained indifferent as he observed the free spirit master being dragged off the arena. Such is the nature of soul battles. On the soul arena, strength dictates everything. If one cannot prevail, they must succumb. This timeless principle endures. The skirmish concluded swiftly, and on the arena, apart from the Shrek 7 monsters who still stood, the opposing 6 lay sprawled on the ground, blood pooling around them in a chilling tableau. One individual had already been carried away, and the likelihood of their suffering a lifelong affliction seemed exceedingly high. With the battle concluded, the host promptly declared the Shrek 7 monsters victorious. Before departing, Xiao Wu could not resist making a playful grimace at the fallen 6, as if to say, "This is merely a minor lesson for provoking Sister Xiao Wu." She then affectionately took Tang San's arm and left the arena. This display filled Ye Hao with revulsion. A rabbit that had lived for 100,000 years now acted like a naive girl, freshly introduced to the world. Was this not a form of mockery? No. He resolved to indulge in more spicy rabbit heads tonight to quell the resentment in his heart. With the battle over, Ye Hao intended to depart. However, as he watched the Shrek 7 monsters leave, a thought crossed his mind. He decided to follow them and witness firsthand what this so-called Shrek Academy truly entailed. Ye Hao restrained his aura, his face enveloped in dark armor. Following closely behind the Shrek 7 monsters, he arrived at their resting chamber, utilizing his six-winged purple light wings. He lifted his toes off the ground and, ensuring there was no one around, directed his gaze towards a nearby ventilation shaft, through which he could meticulously observe the movements within. Before him, Ma Hongjun removed his mask, revealing his chubby cheeks and eyes that resembled sesame seeds. His rotund form slumped on the sofa, his gaze frequently fixated on Zhu Zhuqing's alluring figure. Ultimately, under the watchful eye of Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun relented. "You lecherous fool. Keep your eyes to yourself, or I shall pluck them out next time," Dai Mubai chided with a laugh. To which Ma Hongjun responded with a lewd grin before shifting his attention elsewhere. Zhu Zhuqing maintained an indifferent expression, her cold aura slightly subdued. Much like Yi Lingling, she preferred tranquility over chaos. Casting a frosty glance at the still peeking Ma Hongjun, she departed the lounge in disgust. As she left, Ning Rongrong shot an accusatory glare at Ma Hongjun, remarking that some things never change. A rotten orange would always remain a rotten orange. Outside, upon noticing Zhu Zhuqing's exit, Ye Hao swiftly vacated the scene, retreating to a corner where he continued to observe her as she walked away. Dai Mubai sighed with a wry smile. "Xiao Wu, be gentler next time. We wouldn't want anyone to report us." Xiao Wu chuckled softly, resting her head on Tang San's shoulder. "What are you afraid of? Big brother Dai? You saw it too. He provoked me first. It's a great mercy that I didn't T-smash him to pieces. Besides, if I cannot handle it, I still have my brother." Outside, Ye Hao suppressed his urge to retch. What a green tea. This rabbit was unbearable. And he decided that tonight he would indulge in even more spicy rabbit heads, preferably soft-boned ones. With Zhu Zhuqing leading the way, Ning Rongrong, feeling uneasy, followed closely behind her. The Soto Great Soul Arena was bustling with people, and given the Shrek 7 monsters' current prominence, it was unwise for anyone to wander alone. Just as Ye Hao prepared to leave, the conversation within the lounge caught his attention. It was about him. "Third brother, who exactly is that Ye Hao you mentioned? Why do you dislike him so much?" Ma Hongjun casually inquired during a moment of idleness. Upon hearing Ye Hao's name, Xiao Wu's expression changed dramatically. Glaring furiously at Ma Hongjun. "You gluttonous fool, why bring him up? Are you asking for a beating?" For Xiao Wu, her impression of Ye Hao was far from favorable. From the moment he had choked her in front of everyone years ago to the subsequent years where he offered her no respect, often even feasting on rabbit heads in her presence, particularly those of the 10-year soft-bone variety. Each instance had infuriated her greatly. Yet, what could she do? She simply could not match Ye Hao's strength. Normally, Tang Xin would not tolerate such behavior. Under different circumstances, he would have confronted him 100 times over. However, Ye Hao was Ye Hao. Due to the master's prior admonition to avoid enmity and cultivate goodwill with him, Tang San had endured all this time. Tang San squinted, his voice heavy with resentment. That was 3 months ago. Just days before graduation, the master had sought him out specifically to discuss enrolling in Flinder's Shrek Academy, recognizing Tang San's undeniable talent. Complying, Tang San, now regarded as Xiao Wu's brother, agreed to accompany her there. "Ye Hao, you are about to graduate. Pack your things and head to Shrek Academy. In a few days, you will depart with Xiao San and the others," the master declared confidently, his hands clasped behind his back. With Ye Hao and Tang San joining, he believed Flinder would be exceedingly pleased. Ye Hao was acutely aware of what Shrek Academy entailed, a fraudulent institution without a business license, where one would endure hardships while being surrounded by the people he detested most. Just the thought of it sent shivers down his spine. "Master, what is your relationship with me?" Ye Hao inquired with an expressionless demeanor. The master was momentarily taken aback. "My student, what is the matter?" "Your student?" Ye Hao chuckled softly, an act that undoubtedly provoked Tang San's ire. The master held the esteemed position of mentor to Tang San, and both Ye Hao and Tang San were traversers from different worlds, leading to inherently divergent perspectives. For Tang San, the master represented a figure of profound respect, embodying the adage that once a teacher, always a father. Ye Hao's actions, therefore, seemed to tread perilously close to a path of self-destruction. Unbeknownst to him, during their initial venture to hunt soul beasts, the fear of exposure regarding his concealed weapons had even ignited thoughts of eliminating the master to safeguard his secrets. Such duplicity. Yet for Ye Hao, the master was merely an ordinary individual, neither a mentor nor someone of significance in his life. Ye Hao's current prowess is a result of his own relentless efforts, entirely independent of any master. The so-called worldly opinions merely serve to constrain him. Moreover, the master just now spoke with an authoritative tone, as if it were imperative for Ye Hao to attend Shrek Academy. What is there to laugh about? The master is evidently aware of the misstep. Master, it is said that a forcibly bent fruit is never sweet. I have never heard of Shrek Academy, and you need not plead with me any further. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Ye Hao left without a backward glance, while the master secretly clenched his teeth, feeling helpless in the face of the situation. Ye Hao was like an unstoppable bull. Once he made a decision, no one could alter it. Moreover, for reasons unknown, the master always had a vague sense that Ye Hao was opposing him. Ye Hao's recent demeanor undoubtedly crossed Tang San's bottom line. However, master had previously warned that Ye Hao must not be harmed. Otherwise, the entire Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy would face dire consequences. Consequently, Tang San found himself bound by this condition, unable to take action against Ye Hao. Why, you may ask? It is simply because Yu Shaojiang perceived Ye Hao as her own son, secretly watched over by the Spirit Hall. If anything were to befall Ye Hao today, it would not only be his loss, but the entire Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy and even Nodding City would be utterly destroyed. For her wrath would be unbearable for anyone. Ye Hao, you truly overthink things. Thus, Ye Hao publicly embarrassed the master, which further fueled Tang San's disdain for him. Returning to reality, in the Shrek 7 Monsters Lounge, Dai Mubai slammed his fist against the table, causing it to shatter into pieces. This Ye Hao is truly ungrateful. What is it about Shrek Academy that he looks down upon? Just wait. If I encounter him again, he will witness the might of my evil eye white tiger, Dai Mubai. And me too. Ma Hongjun pounded his chest, his slight belly jiggling with emotion. Dai boss, count me in. If he dares to belittle our Shrek, I, the fatty, will be the first to confront him. Outside, Ye Hao, wearing a mask, revealed a peculiar smile at the corner of his mouth. A small notebook mysteriously appearing in his hand. Shrek Destruction Plan. Ye Hao closed his notebook, contemplating the destruction and division of Shrek Academy. Recognizing that the first step was to dismantle it from within, he glanced towards the spot where Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong had parted ways. A faint smile gracing his lips before he followed suit. The grand arena of the Soul Arena was bustling with the commencement of team battles, with the majority of spectators engrossed in the fervent contests, leaving the two enchanting young ladies seated in the hall largely unnoticed. Zhu Zhuqing removed her mask, revealing her stunning features and voluptuous figure, while Ning Rongrong similarly discarded her mask. With the battle concluded and the area devoid of onlookers, the necessity of concealing their identities had vanished. Zhuqing, do not be upset. That glutton is simply insufferable. Once we return, I shall assist Xiaowu in teaching him a lesson, Ning Rongrong consoled. Zhu Zhuqing sighed softly. Rongrong, what are your thoughts on Shrek Academy? Ning Rongrong raised an eyebrow. Why the sudden inquiry? Zhu Zhuqing shook her head in confusion. It's nothing. I merely felt compelled to ask. The trials of the past 3 months had bestowed upon her a fresh perspective of Shrek Academy. While it was indeed a commendable institution, the individuals within were quite another matter, prone to anger, quick to resort to violence, and particularly unpredictable. Casting a glance at her own devilish physique, Zhu Zhuqing felt a sense of resignation. It was not her intention to be this way. Chapter 41. The first step. Division Shrek Academy is nothing but a deceitful institution. Who? Startled by the remark, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing turned in unison to see Ye Hao, masked, approaching them with measured steps. Who are you? Ning Rongrong asked, her tone laced with suspicion. As the victories of the Shrek 7 increased, their notoriety within the Soto Great Soul Arena soared, drawing intrigue and admiration from the audience. The enigmatic team, all concealed behind masks, sparked boundless curiosity. Everyone yearned to unveil the faces hidden beneath those masks. Due to the Master's prior admonition that entry into the Soto Great Soul Arena required a mask, primarily to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings and for other compelling reasons, Tang San's identity remained a ticking time bomb, one that would be both subtle and explosive when revealed. With the area clear of spectators, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing had felt secure enough to remove their masks, only to discover that their true identities had been discerned by this masked stranger. Uncertain of his intentions, they opted to maintain their distance, hastily donning their masks anew. A palpable tension enveloped the surroundings. You must be the phantom spirit cat, and the 7 treasures glazed tile, am I correct? Ye Hao smiled faintly as he gazed at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing before him. The first step of his plan, division. Tang-san, you may act unkindly, but do not blame Ye Hao for being unjust. To conquer one's adversaries, one must first incite discord within their ranks, thereby achieving the objective of internal fragmentation. Who exactly are you? Zhu Zhuqing inquired coldly, her voice laced with caution. Within the vast Soto Great Spirit Arena, only the teachers of Shrek Academy and the other 5 members were aware of their true identities. Typically reticent, she and Ning Rongrong now exhibited heightened vigilance. The Soto Great Spirit Arena was akin to a vast cauldron of chaos, and they stood like proud white lotuses amidst it. Victory was their foremost priority at this juncture, and they wished to remain unentangled in extraneous matters. Who am I? That is of no concern to you, Ye Hao replied solemnly. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Shrek is merely a deceitful academy. Ning Rongrong erupted in fury. How dare you insult Shrek Academy? On what grounds? Ye Hao smiled faintly. Just based on their claim of only accepting monsters and not ordinary people. It is quite audacious for an academy that has yet to register and has no qualifications to participate in the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition to make such statements. Qin Ming could be considered one of the most successful graduates of Shrek Academy, aside from not having participated in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition. His life has already reached a state of fulfillment. Ye Hao continued. Moreover, one cannot graduate without reaching level 40. Otherwise, one would bring shame upon the academy upon leaving. How absurd. On what grounds do they restrict the freedom of soul masters? An institution like this is better off non-existent. What purpose does its establishment serve? Have you finished speaking? Zhu Zhuqing replied coldly. Ye Hao remained unconvinced. This was precisely the effect he desired. Let us set aside discussions of Shrek Academy for now and instead delve into the members of your illustrious Shrek 7. Your leader, the Evil Eye White Tiger, was notorious for his romantic escapades before this, a true philanderer who would frequently indulge in late-night revelries and nocturnal escapades as mere routine. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's defenses crumbled. Her enchanting visage, concealed beneath the mask, suddenly darkened, and a chilling aura radiated from her being. Enough. Should you dare utter another word? Beware that I shall summon my 3rd brother to deal with you. Ning Rongrong issued her final warning, her impatience evident. Ye Hao continued to be unconvinced. Asserting that your 3rd brother is not a virtuous character, a duplicitous individual who presents one facade while concealing another. Do not be deceived by appearances. I must candidly inform you that Tang-san is nothing more than a thoroughly despicable person, as evidenced by today's skirmish. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong fell into silence. I observed your battle today, and it was merely due to the taunts aimed at the rabbit in your ranks that led to such a calamity, rendered half-paralyzed. I believe you are well aware of the connection between that rabbit and Tang-san. I can assure you that, were this not the arena of soul battles, the soul master who insulted the rabbit would have vanished from this continent, and it would have been at the hands of Tang-san himself. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong could hardly believe it. They thought it impossible that their typically rule-abiding 3rd brother could harbor such a different nature. It was utterly inconceivable. Ye Hao continued, and that rabbit, with a heart of a beast yet a face of a human, is the one you must not underestimate the most among you. As for the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, if my memory serves me right, you hail from there. If given the chance, have one of your 2 titled Douluos meet the rabbit, and you shall uncover the true secret. With that said, further words are futile, until we meet again. After finishing his remarks, Ye Hao waved his hand and was about to depart. Wait, what is your name? Ning Rongrong called out to Ye Hao. Me? Ye Hao, wearing a mask, slowly turned around and addressed Ye Ritian. After speaking, he clasped his hands behind his back and departed. The 2 women exchanged glances, utterly perplexed by this unfamiliar name. Rongrong, what do you think of what Ye Ritian has said? Could it be that the Dean and Tang-san are truly? Zhu Zhuqing inquired cautiously. Ning Rongrong sighed despondently. Ever since entering the academy, Tang-san's numerous displays had captivated her profoundly. Were it not for Xiao Wu's presence by his side, she might have wholeheartedly devoted herself to him without hesitation. I would pursue you with the entire 7 treasures glazed tile school, yet you choose to dote on a mere rabbit? Let us return, Ning Rongrong simply stated, before walking towards the lounge with Zhu Zhuqing. Ye Hao's earlier words had indeed left a significant impact on the 2, and they needed a moment to gather their thoughts. As they walked, their minds were heavy. They deemed Ye Hao's remarks largely untrustworthy, considering them the ramblings of an outsider. Upon reaching the lounge, Just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to enter, Ning Rongrong suddenly stopped her. With a piercing gaze inherited from her cunning father, Ning Fengji, she instinctively sensed something amiss. The two approached the spot where Ye Hao had been, quietly eavesdropping. "Brother, that person is utterly outrageous to dare belittle me. When I was at the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, I never endured such humiliation." Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a glance, their eyes revealing a strange understanding, causing them to shiver involuntarily. What an exquisite tea. Chapter 42. The True Identity of Tang Sandalao. Do persuade Zhuqing. It's just a glance. It won't kill anyone. Why throw a tantrum? Ma Hongjun had lost face in public. Daimubai, feeling exasperated, glared at Ma Hongjun. "You glutton! How many times must I tell you to retract that piggish gaze? From now on, if you dare to exhibit such a look again, do not blame me for disregarding our brotherly bond. One does not trifle with a brother's wife." Previously, Xiaowu had been lamenting to Tang San, and Ma Hongjun's earlier remarks were not lost on the two women. For some reason, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing found themselves inclined to believe Ye Tian's words a bit more. Judging by Tang San's earlier demeanor, it seemed he was already courting disaster. Before arriving in Soto City, Zhu Zhuqing had encountered certain events, and she had caught a glimpse of the murderous intent that flickered in Tang San's eyes. It seemed she needed to redefine her understanding of this third brother. Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow, grasping Zhu Zhuqing's hand as they stood before the lounge door. As they opened it, they were met with the gazes of the crowd, particularly that of Ma Hongjun. However, adhering to Dai Mubai's prior admonition, Ma Hongjun merely cast a glance before turning away in displeasure. Who cares? Though he said such, Zhu Zhuqing's figure was indeed alluring, and he couldn't help but steal glances. "Rongrong, Zhuqing, you have returned," Xiao Wu exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace her dear friends. Ning Rongrong, feeling a bit awkward, offered a casual response. A layer of suspicion crept over her as she pondered whether to test Ye Tian's claims by introducing Xiao Wu to Grandpa Jian or Grandpa Gu. Zhu Zhuqing surveyed the surroundings, and indeed, the expressions of the crowd had transformed, starkly contrasting with what the two had witnessed earlier, further intensifying her doubts. As time slipped away, the moment for the final match approached, the ultimate battle of the night, the Frenzy Team versus the Royal Fight Team. As a team ranked second in both strength and popularity at the Soto Great Soul Arena, the Frenzy Team would undoubtedly have more supporters compared to the newly arrived Royal Fight Team. "Are you heading back to the inn? Is there something amiss?" Qin Ming inquired, surprised that Ye Hao did not intend to participate in the upcoming team battle. Ye Hao, feeling a touch embarrassed, scratched his head and said, "Teacher Qin, I am the ace of our royal battle team. An ace, of course, must make a grand entrance at the very end. Rest assured, when it is my turn, I will certainly be ready." Although this formidable team possesses an overall soul power of 35 levels, their soul ring configuration pales in comparison to ours. I have faith that Sister Yin and Tianheng will manage splendidly. For now, I shall return to the hotel to prepare a delicious meal for everyone. After contemplating for a moment, Qin Ming acquiesced to Ye Hao's suggestion. As the battle was about to commence, Ye Hao, in a flurry of urgency, hurried back, trusting in the capabilities of his teammates. Even in his absence, they would undoubtedly achieve victory. Ye Hao donned a mask and retrieved a black garment from the soul-guiding device. Enveloping himself completely, he sought a secluded spot and gazed intently at the entrance of the Soto Great Spirit Arena, where the Shrek 7 monsters, having removed their masks, departed one by one. Only Tang San remained enigmatic, whispering something to Xiao Wu. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Wu's face flushed, and she embraced Tang San briefly before joining the others in their departure. Ye Hao lay concealed in the shadows, contemplating a test of strength. At present, Tang San had already acquired his third soul ring and an external spirit bone, rendering his prowess formidable. However, Ye Hao was taken aback to observe that Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing had voluntarily distanced themselves from the crowd. Their departure seemed to coincide with the very path that Tang San had taken. Could this spell trouble? Ye Hao trailed closely behind, his figure clad in a black robe, merging seamlessly with the depths of the night. As the sky unleashed a drizzle akin to pitch, a veil of mist enveloped the air. Ye Hao ventured into a narrow alley, where he beheld a grim sight of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. Approaching cautiously, he examined them and breathed a sigh of relief. These individuals had merely been rendered unconscious, their pulses still faintly detectable. However, upon closer inspection of their attire, he recognized them as the very team that had engaged in battle with the Shrek 7 monsters, those treacherous scoundrels of dual-faced deceit. Ye Hao cursed under his breath and continued to pursue, a premonition of impending misfortune gnawing at him. At the end of the narrow alley, he beheld Tang San shedding his disguise, wielding a gleaming silver dagger, the relentless rain cascading upon it, instantly splitting the droplets in two. "Who are you? Why do you wish to kill me?" The figure clutched his chest, blood staining his garments. Was this not the very soul master who had previously mocked Xiaowu? Indeed. Those who harmed her had been dealt with by Tang San. His countenance darkened, emanating an intense aura of vengeance. "You should not have harmed Xiaowu. Anyone who lays a hand on her deserves death." The man, taken aback, inquired, "Xiaowu? Who is Xiaowu?" Suddenly, he turned to face Tang San, who was advancing step by step, realizing, You are one of the Shrek 7 devils." Tang San's form flickered, a murderous glint in his eyes. At this juncture, eliminating this man was the only way to safeguard his secret. Otherwise, the ensuing public outcry could spell doom for Shrek Academy, and he would find himself the target of widespread scorn. With resolve hardening in his heart, he tightened his grip on the dagger and hurled it forward. Just as Zhu Zhuqing, concealed in the shadows, prepared to intervene, a mysterious figure emerged silently. The dagger Tang San had thrown was caught by this enigmatic shadow, which crushed it effortlessly in its grasp. "Two-faced? Tang San, you are indeed such a person," the shadow rasped. Tang San furrowed his brow. "Who are you? Why do you accuse me of being two-faced?" This individual had chosen the path to death. He could not be spared. The cloaked man glanced at Tang San and then back over his shoulder, urging, "We must leave, quickly." Tang San's murderous intent swelled uncontrollably. No one could escape this day. He bellowed, "None of you will leave." As he shouted, 3 soul rings slowly rose beneath his feet, the first glimmering to life. First soul skill bind. Blue-silver grass erupted from the ground, densely carpeting the entire street, signaling his intent to eradicate both of them right there. Ye Hao dismissed the notion with a wave of his hand, for he possessed an intimate understanding of Tang San. What challenge could mere blue-silver grass present? Clad in a black robe, Ye Hao swiftly maneuvered, his right hand, concealed in the shadows, radiating a sinister black light. In an instant, the advancing tendrils of blue-silver grass were severed, scattering to the ground in disarray. "Tang San, you are being rather petty. Was it not simply a gesture made towards that rabbit during the spirit battle? Must you resort to such lethal measures? What rationale lies behind this?" Ye Hao's animosity towards Tang San had reached its zenith. "You have your rules, and I have my principles. None of you shall leave today," Tang San bellowed, as his palms summoned the blue-silver grass once more. Chapter 43, Yi Ri Tian, Your End is Nigh. The blue-silver grass erupted from the earth, ceaselessly advancing towards Ye Hao. Ye Hao displayed unwavering courage as he swiftly maneuvered, his palm transforming into a sharp spider's stinger that severed his adversaries with precision. Throughout the encounter, Ye Hao remained shrouded in anonymity, even concealing his identity with dark attire while wielding the spider spear. Tang San, undeniably astute, adhered to an unjust principle. Only the officials are permitted to ignite the flames, while the common folk are forbidden from lighting their own lamps. Tang San, do you believe it acceptable to provoke others while shielding yourself from their retaliations? What manner of reasoning is this? You are, without doubt, the most contemptible individual I have ever encountered. Ye Hao continued to unleash his power, while Tang San gritted his teeth, feeling an overwhelming surge of murderous intent flooding his heart. At this moment, Tang San was engulfed in rage, the 8 spider spears behind him unfurled, and his eyes glowed with a fierce crimson hue. A faint dark light flickered from his left hand, and the 3rd spirit ring beneath his feet illuminated in succession, conjuring a vast net woven from blue-silver grass. This was Tang San's 3rd spirit skill, spider web binding, originating from a 1,000-year-old human-faced demon spider. The web was imbued with toxins of a lethal nature. Tang San's murderous intent was palpable. Under Ye Hao's watchful gaze, a dark hammer materialized in his hand, which he hoisted above his head and brought down with tremendous force. At that moment, the individual facing him was utterly paralyzed with fear. Having merely shown a middle finger to a girl named Xiaowu, he could not fathom why he was now being driven to the brink of death. Because he was Tang San. Confronted with such an unexpected onslaught, Ye Hao held his breath, enveloped in a faint green glow, adorned with dark green spider web patterns on his forehead. A crystalline emerald light radiated from him, and 3 pairs of dark green spider legs emerged from his back. His arms transformed into long green spears, and his lower half was entirely shrouded in a layer of emerald luminescence. Ye Hao had activated his 2nd martial soul, soul-devouring spider monarch. At this juncture, Tang San was blinded by his murderous rage, even resorting to his 2nd martial soul, the Haoyan hammer. Ye Hao's soul-devouring spider monarch had never been revealed before, but this time it manifested, and fortunately, he had taken precautions. Tang San would never discern that this individual was, in fact, Ye Hao. Ye Hao understood that Tang San intended to doom both himself and the soul masters behind him. Aware of the secret of his twin martial souls in the events of the day, he realized that if this matter were to be disclosed, he would undoubtedly be reviled by the entire Douluo Continent, and even the Shrek Academy would be compelled to close its doors for good. Tang San, having callously slain an innocent soul master, had forged enmity in the soul arena, and despite the opponent's defeat, he remained relentless, determined to bring about the other's demise. Passing by, the free-spirited soul master Yu Ritian could not bear to witness this and thus drew his blade to assist. Not foreseeing that Tang San aimed to eliminate both of them together, Ye Hao wielded the spider spear, instantly shattering the web that bound him. Tang San, imagine if these words were to spread across the Douluo Continent. I dare say you would be met with universal scorn, unable to lift your head in public. The one you cherish would turn away from you, your closest kin would disregard you, your brothers and sisters would isolate you, and even your mentor would be implicated, ultimately bearing the blame for inadequate guidance. Tang San roared, "Silence! You must die today." Grasping the Haotian hammer, his rough technique was enough to make onlookers cringe. Ye Hao raised the soul-devouring spider emperor spear, firmly trapping Tang San's Haotian hammer. At that moment, 8 spider spears surged forth from behind Tang San, aimed viciously at Ye Hao. These 8 spears derived from a human-faced demon spider, laden with venom. Naturally, Ye Hao wished to avoid such misfortune, however. It must be noted that the poison of his death spider emperor appeared to be even more formidable than that of the human-faced demon spider. Regrettably, he could not employ the death spider emperor martial soul, for doing so would undoubtedly reveal his identity, an undesirable predicament indeed. This external soul bone has truly been wasted on you. With a swift flying kick, Ye Hao struck Tang San's abdomen, causing him to loosen his grip on the Haotian hammer. In that moment, Ye Hao retracted his 6 spider spears and replaced them with 6-winged purple light wings. He brandished the elongated spider spear in his left hand while swiftly rolling his body, transforming into a veritable meat grinder. The soul-devouring spider emperor spear serving as the sharpest of blades. Blood flowed from Tang San's bitten lips, his palm beginning to ooze crimson stains. As he realized that the power of the individual before him far surpassed his own, Tang San swung the heavy hammer, positioning it defensively across his chest. Ye Hao's soul-eating spider emperor spear incessantly erodes the Haotian hammer. As its rotation accelerates, the Haotian hammer rapidly shatters before the naked eye, cleaved in twain by the soul-eating spider emperor spear. Tang San, your second martial soul is rather unimpressive. Would you like to learn of the origins of this hammer? Shall I recount the tale from the very beginning? Ye Hao's voice was hoarse as he continued to unleash his fury. Silence! You shall perish. Tang San once again summoned the blue-silver grass to ensnare his opponent. Alas, all of this was futile against Ye Hao. The soul-devouring spider emperor's spear swept forward, severing the blue-silver grass in droves. In the fleeting moment when the blue-silver grass was torn asunder, Ye Hao, amidst the obscurity of the night, caught sight of numerous twinkling dots, densely converging towards him and that person. This is not good. Ye Hao let out a quiet sigh, realizing the gravity of the situation. He swiftly seized the individual and soared into the sky, but upon looking around, he found no trace of Tang San. It was evident that he had managed to escape. Consider yourself fortunate. Ye Hao descended slowly to the ground as the rain began to subside. The ground lay in disarray, and the wall behind him was strewn with concealed weapons and darts. Are you all right? Ye Hao gazed at the man before him. The man shook his head in confusion, assuring, I am fine. Thank you. He continued, there is no longer a place for me in Soto City. You must leave the city at once and seek a secluded spot to live a tranquil life as an ordinary person. The man was aware of too many of Tang San's secrets, his twin martial souls, hidden weapons, and the deadly intent Tang San harbored against him. Each of these revelations alone could suffice to ruin Tang San's reputation utterly. Ye Hao, with his long-term plans in mind, realized that the man before him could not meet his demise just yet. The road beyond the city was still a considerable distance and cloaked in black. Ye Hao took advantage of the night to personally escort the man out of the city. Ye Hao escorted a man along the rain-soaked asphalt path, while the lifeless bodies of his 6 teammates lay in silence, having succumbed to Tang San's merciless strike, swift and devoid of hesitation. Though the man felt a deep-seated resentment. Confronted by the sight of his fallen comrades, his heart swelled with fury towards Tang San. If he possessed the strength, he would undoubtedly exact revenge upon that individual. Was it not merely a contemptuous gesture towards the young girl, followed by his own brutal defeat that also ensnared his allies? Under Ye Hao's protection, the two slowly made their way towards the outskirts of Suatua City. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, who had been hiding in the loft during the fierce battle between Ye Hao and Tang San, emerged with umbrellas in hand, their expressions a tapestry of complex emotions. Vividly recalling the earlier scene. Chapter 44. Misunderstanding Tang San. He truly is a fickle and duplicitous man. How foolish I was to refer to him as third brother all this time. Today has opened my eyes. Ning Rongrong exclaimed in indignation, fully aware of the shocking turn of events. Never had she anticipated that this once-admired figure would reveal himself as a coward, willing to slaughter so many innocent lives to uphold the promise to Xiao Wu. Had it not been for Yi Ritian's timely intervention, that man would likely have met his end today. Zhu Zhuqing's expression darkened, feeling a profound shame towards Tang San's actions, and developing a strong disdain for the title of Shrek Seven Devils. Initially, both Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong had doubted Yi Ritian's claims. But now it was clear that he spoke the truth. Tang San was indeed a petty man. Zhuqing, let us return, Ning Rongrong sighed, having seen through Tang San's true nature. At that moment, she felt utterly drained, questioning why she had ever associated with such a small-minded individual, sharing the title of Shrek Seven Devils. How ironic. Zhu Zhuqing nodded faintly, equally fatigued, and followed Ning Rongrong as they departed. Reflecting on the other 5 members of Shrek Academy, each possessed unique talents, none of whom could be underestimated. Within the Suo Great Spirit Arena, the battle between the Frenzy Fighting Team and the Royal Fighting Team had reached a critical juncture. As the last member of the Frenzy Fighting Team fell, the audience, numbering in the tens of thousands, stood in stunned silence before erupting into thunderous applause. Their reaction was unexpected. They had anticipated the newly arrived Royal Fighting Team would falter, given the evident prowess of the Frenzy Fighting Team. Despite their earlier defeat against the Shrek Seven Devils, this did nothing to diminish their popularity. The sudden emergence of the Royal Fighting Team caught the Frenzy Fighting Team off guard. They had presumed them to be weaklings, only to discover that every member of the Royal Fighting Team was a Spirit Elder, all equipped with optimal Spirit Ring configurations. With this advantage, the Royal Fighting Team had already gained the upper hand. Yu Tianhing led the offensive, while Du Guyan, as a control-type Spirit Master, provided timely support. Yilingling's unparalleled healing, the speed of Osro the Ghost Leopard, and the aerial support from Yufeng, combined with the formidable defenses of Shimo and Shimo, created an almost invincible lineup, revealing no apparent weaknesses. The sudden appearance of such a formidable team could only be rivaled by the Shrek Seven Devils. As the battle concluded, the audience departed the Suo Great Spirit Arena, still buzzing with excitement over the exhilarating contests they had witnessed, ensuring a night of blissful slumber. In the Royal Fighting Team's lounge, Qin Ming had been waiting for some time. Observing the team members returning one by one, he nodded in satisfaction. The first battle had commenced with a resounding success, an outcome more favorable than he could have wished for. Du Guyan surveyed the surroundings, noticing the absence of Ye Hao, and inquired, Teacher Qin, where is Xiao Hao? Where has that rascal gone? The others began to search around, wondering if he had wandered off again. Fortunately, Yulingling had participated in today's match. Otherwise, Ye Hao might have led them astray. Qin Ming forced a smile. You 7 performed admirably tonight. Let us maintain our effort for tomorrow's match. Do not let a small victory inflate your egos. As for Xiao Hao, he has already returned to the inn, claiming he would prepare a sumptuous dinner for everyone. Please tidy up your belongings. We must hurry back, as it is quite late, and tomorrow's battle may prove even more perilous. Upon hearing this, their spirits soared, and they cheered in triumph. This rascal has finally done something commendable. Once they had gathered their things, the 7 members of the Royal Fighting Team followed Qin Ming out of the Suo Great Spirit Arena, their demeanor exuding the confidence befitting victors. Meanwhile, in a modest and some distance from the Suo Great Spirit Arena, Flanders, the Dean, had chosen this location to save costs, allowing them to save money while placing bets at the arena, resulting in substantial winnings over the past few days. As night fell and tranquility enveloped the streets, the drizzle ceased, leaving few pedestrians. In the stillness of the night, Tang San staggered wearily to his room, nearly failing to return. Clenching his teeth, he vowed vengeance upon Yi Ritian. Yet, his worries lingered regarding Yi Ritian and the man who had escaped his grasp. The secret of his twin martial souls had already been uncovered by those two, along with the rumors Yi Ritian had spoken. Should these truths be divulged, Tang San would find himself ostracized within the Spirit Master community. Tang San lamented internally, questioning why he had exposed his second martial soul. In a moment of fury, he had been overwhelmed by the desire to end the lives of Ye Ritian and the other man. He had vowed to make anyone who harmed Xiao Wu pay dearly. Yet now, the situation had spiraled out of control, leaving him in a precarious balance between heaven and hell. For the time being, Tang San could only proceed cautiously. Suspecting that Ye Ritian remained within Suatua City, while the man he was meant to kill had likely fled. Fortunately, Tang San had taken care to eliminate all 6 of his teammates, ensuring that his secret would remain concealed. Alas, that accursed Ye Ritian. I, Tang San, swear that I will personally exact my revenge upon you in this lifetime. Knock, knock, knock. Brother, are you asleep? Xiao Wu's voice called from outside the door. Tang San paused momentarily, then quickly changed out of his damp clothes and donned a fresh outfit from his collection. He opened the door to find Xiao Wu standing there, groggy and half asleep. Xiao Wu, it's so late. Why are you still awake? He asked. Xiao Wu shook her head, still dazed. Brother, just teach that man a lesson. But don't go too far. Tang San nodded absent-mindedly, his mind preoccupied with devising a plan to draw Ye Ritian out. As for the man who had escaped, he was not concerned about any potential revelations, as one voice would hardly carry weight. Rongrong, Zhu Qing, why are you still up at this hour? Xiao Wu observed Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing returning from outside, their faces ashen, particularly upon encountering Tang San and herself, their expressions dark as a chalkboard. Today, they finally glimpsed the true nature of Tang San, causing a palpable distance to form between the 2 women and the pair. Ignoring Xiao Wu, they brushed past them without a word. Rongrong, Zhu Qing, what has happened? Xiao Wu hesitated, sensing an inexplicable intention of avoidance from them. This was perplexing. Usually, the 3 were close companions. How could one night apart lead to such a dramatic shift in their demeanor? Tang San reflected with a hint of melancholy as he gazed up at the bleak sky, his heart mirroring the somber atmosphere. Xiao Wu, it is getting late. You should rest. Tomorrow night, new battles await us. Brother, you should retire early as well. With that, Xiao Wu, drowsy, returned to her room. She glanced at the slumbering forms of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing, a sense of confusion washing over her. What had transpired? They seemed like entirely different people. Outside the Soto Great Soul Arena, in a lavish hotel, the members of the Emperor fighting team were relishing a sumptuous feast after their victorious battle. Ye Hao sat alone in his room, contemplating the various signs from the combat. It was evident that Tang San had yet to master the use of his external soul bone. In other words, the external soul bone had not yet been integrated into his being. The 8 spider lances stood as Tang San's greatest weapon, akin to the fangs of a venomous serpent. They could not be overlooked, for their mere presence posed an ongoing threat. An opportunity must be sought to address this concern. Ye Hao pondered thoughtfully and concluded that tonight's gains were indeed substantial. He had seized a hold over Tang San. And there was also the free spirit master he had rescued. At a designated moment, he would unveil the atrocities Tang San had committed over the years, bolstered by the testimony of the free spirit master. At that time, the entire realm of spirit masters would find no refuge for Tang San. His collusion with spirit beasts and his clandestine slaughter of innocent spirit masters would be laid bare. Yes, it would be articulated just so. Another sleepless night ensued. During the day, he would rest in the hotel room, while at night, he engaged in soul battles at the Soto Great Soul Arena. Over the past few nights, Ye Hao had only partaken in a few one-on-one matches or teamed up with Yu Lingling in the Twin Leaf combination. After several bouts, he had accumulated a commendable number of points. As for Qin Ming, he had his own strategies. Ye Hao was the true trump card, one he would not casually reveal in ordinary soul battle teams. In the lounge, Qin Ming observed the data of the Shrek 7 monsters in his hands, a smile gracing his lips. Unfortunately, the opponent for the Royal Battle team today was not the Shrek 7 monsters. In recent days, as the Shrek 7 monsters continued their streak of victories alongside the sudden emergence of the Royal Battle team, the two had subtly become the leading forces within the Soto Great Soul Arena. Both the audience and the teams themselves eagerly anticipated a direct confrontation between the two formidable sides. The Soto Great Soul Arena was set for one-on-one combat. Ye Hao, finding himself with little to occupy his time, had little to do in the team battles except for the occasional one-on-one match. In his leisure, he often engaged in two-on-two skirmishes with Sister Lingling, spending his days in idleness. With a one-on-one bout about to commence, he wondered who the unfortunate soul would be today. The anticipation was palpable. Spicy rabbit head versus gentle bone charming rabbit. The duel of souls was about to begin. Both parties, please prepare yourselves. Ye Hao, is that you? Xiaowu, the rabbit? Ye Hao was momentarily taken aback, but soon his face lit up with joy. Since their parting at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, they had not seen each other for quite some time. Little did he expect that their first encounter would be a contest in a one-on-one soul fighting arena. Indeed, life is unpredictable, and the grand intricacies of fate often intertwine in unexpected ways. Ye Hao's eyes brightened. In this battle, he resolutely decided not to show any mercy. He removed his mask, revealing his true visage. Wearing this mask had lost its significance. Initially, it served to conceal his identity, but now, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing were undoubtedly familiar with its owner's appearance. After all, during their previous encounter, Ye Hao had donned this very mask. However, he could not afford to expose himself just yet. In preparation for the impending clash, Ye Hao returned to the lounge to borrow Yi Lingling's mask. Meanwhile, in the Shrek 7 Monsters Lounge, thanks to the recent confrontation between Tang San and Yi Ritian, the astute Tang San believed he was the sole bearer of this information. Unbeknownst to him, Zhu Shiqing and Ning Rongrong had been observing the entire situation from the sidelines. Since that day, the two ladies had chosen to isolate Xiaowu, refraining from engaging in conversation or interaction with her, even going so far as to secure a separate room, leaving the previous shared living arrangement. They had thoroughly ostracized Xiaowu. During this period, Xiaowu had made attempts to reach out to the two women, seeking clarification for her confusion regarding their sudden coldness towards her. Were they not supposed to be good friends? Yet, the only response she received was a curt reminder. Please maintain a safe distance from us. They were wary of inadvertently harming Xiaowu, fearing that her brother San would retaliate against them. Attention, soft-bone charm rabbit, a one-on-one soul fight is about to commence. Please prepare yourself. Your opponent is Spicy Rabbit Head. As the announcement echoed through the loudspeaker, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, her greatest amusement lay in witnessing her former good friend's predicament. The pairing of the soft-bone charm rabbit and the spicy rabbit head was a curious match, especially considering Xiaowu's martial soul was a rabbit, an impeccable combination. Zhu Shiqing offered a faint smile, casting a dismissive glance at the self-righteous Xiaowu, her eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Coincidentally, at that moment, a peculiar glint flickered in Tang San's eyes. He had sworn an oath that anyone who dared to harm Xiaowu would face dire consequences, regardless of their identity. Spicy Rabbit Head, just you wait. If Xiaowu manages to teach you a lesson herself, I will refrain from intervening. But if she suffers even the slightest injury, no matter who you are, I will personally ensure your demise. Ye Hao acknowledged. Time passes steadily, and soon the battle between Spicy Rabbit Head and Soft-Boned Enchanting Rabbit is upon us. The Soft-Boned Enchanting Rabbit is one of the members of the Shrek 7 Monsters. In recent days, the Shrek 7 Monsters have continued their streak of victories. Where there is a Shrek presence, spectators inevitably gather in droves, creating a throng of eager onlookers. It is evidently a prime location for spectacle. All members of Shrek are seated in the audience, each lost in their own thoughts. Tang San, harboring a hint of murderous intent, is prepared to intervene should Xiaowu come to harm. The arena has its own rules, and the intricate web of powers behind it leaves no room for Tang San's recklessness. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar adopt a more casual demeanor, viewing this as mere entertainment. To choose such a name is clearly an affront to Xiaowu. Remaining are Zhu Shiqing and Ning Rongrong, who now stand united in their sentiments. Chapter 46, One-Sided Domination, Tang San's Fury in a one-on-one contest, Spicy Rabbit Head versus Soft-Boned Enchanting Rabbit. The duel is about to commence. The host's voice fades, and Xiaowu strides onto the arena, her face a mask of fury. She has resolved to thoroughly teach this Spicy Rabbit Head a lesson. What a name to choose. Is it not an invitation for a beating? She is determined to strike him down, leaving him incapacitated and dazed. Following closely, clad in the Royal Combat Team uniform and deliberately concealing the emblem of the Tiando Royal Academy, Ye Hao, wearing a mask resembling Yi Lingling, makes his way onto the arena under the gaze of thousands of spectators. In an instant, Tang San, seated in the audience, suddenly sharpens his focus, clearly harboring different thoughts regarding this Spicy Rabbit Head. Little San? Dai Mubai is about to inquire but swallows his words upon witnessing Tang San's piercing gaze. It is evident to Dai Mubai that Tang San is dead serious. Is there something troubling you, Dai? Tang San asks. Dai Mubai shakes his head, signaling that all is well. Spicy Rabbit Head? Tang San clenches his teeth at the mere mention of the name. It inevitably brings to mind one person, Ye Hao. Ye Hao has a penchant for indulging in Spicy Rabbit Head, particularly in front of Xiaowu, and that period was undoubtedly torturous for her. watching helplessly as her beloved dish was consumed. How could she, as an ancestor, not feel the pain? Little San, do you believe Xiao will prevail in this battle? Daimubai arches an eyebrow, fully prepared to watch the spectacle unfold. To dare adopt such a name is truly courting disaster. Oscar and Ma Hongjun were expressions of sheer amusement, reminiscing about the time when they bullied Ma Hongjun, only to be mercilessly defeated by Xiao Wu's explosive grappling technique. Only Zhu Shiqing and Ning Rongrong maintain their composure. For them, Shrek Academy has become synonymous with disappointment. The Shrek 7 monsters are merely a jest. After witnessing Tang San's ordeal, the two have long since lost faith in Shrek Academy, yearning only for graduation and a swift departure from this institution of mediocrity. Spicy Rabbit Head, you dare to call yourself that? Xiao Wu's eyes blaze with fury as she glares intensely at Ye Hao from the arena. Ye Hao smiled faintly and said, Rabbit Head is my favorite delicacy, especially when it is spicy. It is even better with a dash of cumin, enhancing the flavor. Ah, I am serving you spicy Rabbit Head, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her anger radiating intensely from her. Ye Hao remained silent, merely raising his middle finger at Xiao Wu, reminiscent of that day during the group's soul battle when a certain individual had done the same to her. Witnessing this, neither side uttered another word. A fierce battle was inevitable. In a one-on-one soul duel, Spicy Rabbit Head versus Gentle Bone Enchanting Rabbit, the battle commenced. The host announced with fervor as 3 soul rings illuminated beneath Xiao Wu's feet, 2 yellow and 1 purple. A layer of white fluff emerged on her body, and her rabbit ears became even more agile. In an instant, Xiao Wu flickered past, her 3rd soul ring suddenly glowing, causing her to vanish from sight. To initiate her 3rd soul skill upon arrival, such audacity. The dead rabbit disregards martial ethics, while I have yet to even summon my martial soul. In a heartbeat, Xiao Wu reappeared behind Ye Hao, her body supple and boneless, spinning gracefully 360 degrees, as her long, delicate legs delivered a powerful blow aimed at Ye Hao's head. Ye Hao swiftly turned and seized Xiao Wu's right leg. You wretched rabbit. Taking advantage of another's misfortune is not the act of a gentleman. I have yet to summon my martial spirit, so how could you strike preemptively? Xiao Wu scoffed disdainfully. When dealing with someone like you, what Xiao Wu desires is simply. Ye Hao exerted force with his hand, gripping Xiao Wu's leg, and then hurled her to the ground. Ah, the anguish was excruciating for Xiao Wu, as if all her bones had been shattered. What was it? Ye Hao's lips curled into a smile, and then he forcefully hurled Xiao Wu away, her figure landing heavily on the edge of the battle arena. Mere inches from the brink. At that moment, in the audience, Tang Sen could no longer contain his fury. His eyes turned a vivid crimson, especially at the instant Ye Hao slammed Xiao Wu into the ground. Spicy Rabbit Head, I shall have your life. In the midst of this, Daimubai and Oscar quickly restrained Tang San, fully aware of his temperament. Xiao Wu was Tang San's sister. How could he not be enraged when harm came to her? The Soto Great Arena had its rules, and Tang San could not act recklessly, forced to watch helplessly as Xiao Wu endured the assault. Nearby, Zhu Shiqing and Ning Rongrong exchanged knowing glances, a smile gracing their faces. In the earlier days, they had indeed been blind, mistaking this rabbit for a dear sister. Now, having discerned the truth, they felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction and delight as they witnessed Xiao Wu's plight. As they looked at Tang San, whose eyes were bloodshot and who was being held back by Daimubai and Oscar, a wave of pleasure unfurled within them. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, delightful. A subtle smile appeared on Zhu Shiqing's lips. On the battle stage, Ye Hao refrained from summoning his martial spirit and strode towards the edge of the platform where Xiao Wu lay. In an instant, her form vanished from sight as she activated her 3rd soul skill, instantaneous movement. The arena fell into a hushed silence, with nearly all the spectators holding their breath, eagerly anticipating where the soft-bone charm rabbit would reappear. Ye Hao felt a chill behind him, and indeed, Xiao Wu had quietly appeared. Her 1st soul ring glimmered as she activated her waist bow. Rising onto her toes, she propelled Ye Hao into the air. In the audience, Tang Sen finally exhaled, the murderous intent in his eyes gradually dissipating. It turned out that all of this was merely Xiao Wu's ruse. By first exposing her own weaknesses, she had lulled Ye Hao into a false sense of security. Then, employing her teleportation and waist bow, as long as these 2 soul skills connected successfully, Ye Hao would undoubtedly be unable to escape. Coupled with the explosive 8, this would be sufficient to release the pent-up resentment Xiao Wu had harbored all these years. Ye Hao lay suspended in midair, gazing at the smiling figure of Xiao Wu above him. Miss Spicy Rabbit Head, you dwell at the very bottom, while I reign in the stratosphere. Xiao Wu momentarily froze, and in the next instant, Ye Hao unfurled his six-winged violet light wings, swiftly appearing behind Xiao Wu. In that fleeting moment, her heart sank. The sharp sound of two resounding slaps echoed through the air as Ye Hao mercilessly struck Xiao Wu's delicate face. The visible speed of the blows caused her charming visage to gradually swell, leaving two distinct handprints that sent a chill down the spine of onlookers. Subsequently, under Tang San's desperate and murderous gaze, Ye Hao delivered a powerful kick, sending Xiao Wu soaring into the sky, heralding the grand display of Ye Hao's catastrophic 8-section throw. Chapter 47. Tang San's intent to kill Ye Hao's fist struck Xiao Wu's abdomen with tremendous force, leaving her in a state of daze, spitting out bitter water. Rabbit, it is now your turn to experience the taste of the explosive 8-section throw. With a resounding slap, Xiao Wu spun 360 degrees in midair. The impact of the slap left her mind swirling, her eyes vacant, and she teetered on the brink of collapse. Once upon a time, she was the one executing the 8-section throw on others. How is it that today she finds herself in such a predicament? Thud, thud, thud. Ye Hao transformed into a violet lightning bolt, while Xiao Wu's figure danced in midair, the sounds of flesh striking flesh resonating in a relentless cadence. The audience was left utterly speechless, witnessing the once graceful soft-boned charm rabbit of the Shrek 7 Devils reduced to such a pitiful state. Bested by an unfamiliar soul master who had yet to unveil their martial spirit, it was nothing short of a one-sided annihilation. As the time elapsed, Ye Hao ruthlessly hurled Xiao Wu to the ground. A resounding thud echoed as her body crashed onto the soul-fighting platform. Silence enveloped the arena. The spectators were momentarily stunned into stillness, gazing upon the platform, where Xiao Wu lay battered and swollen, resembling Ma Hongjun in her disheveled state. One could hardly believe this was indeed Xiao Wu. She was akin to Ma Hongjun donning a skirt, sprawled on the ground in a strikingly vivid tableau. In that moment, Tang San could no longer restrain the fury boiling within him. He leaped from the audience and swiftly ascended the soul-fighting platform, enveloping the bruised Xiao Wu in his arms. Witnessing her battered visage ignited an uncontrollable wrath within him. A torrent of murderous intent surged toward Ye Hao. Tang San cradled Xiao Wu to the side, and 3 soul rings gradually illuminated beneath his feet. With a swift motion, the 8 spider lances shimmered with a purple glow behind him, thirsting for blood. One could not deny that Tang San had indeed been fortunate. The external soul bone, the 8 spider lances, was undeniably a formidable weapon, resolving numerous significant challenges throughout his journey. Yet, it was unfortunate that such a powerful artifact found itself in the hands of someone so unworthy. Spicy rabbit head, come and meet your demise. Tang San's killing intent soared to the heavens. At that moment, he cast aside any thoughts of rules or regulations. With Xiao Wu so brutally harmed by Ye Hao, it would be a travesty not to exact vengeance upon him. Ye Hao remained unfazed, completely disregarding Tang San's intentions, and defiantly raised his middle finger in response. The host swiftly reacted, rushing onto the stage to stand directly before Tang San, and solemnly stated, "Sir, please do not disrupt the order here. If you persist in your defiance, the Soto Great Soul Arena will no longer welcome the Shrek 7 monsters, and you will face the consequences that are beyond your capacity to bear. In this domain, the strong must adhere to the rules of the land." At that moment, the remaining 5 members of Shrek, aside from Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing who remained seated in the audience, ascended the stage. Daimo Bai stepped forward to block Tang San, whispering, "Calm down, Xiao San. The Soto Great Soul Arena has its own regulations. We must not resort to violence here. As long as the spicy rabbit head remains in Soto City, there will be ample opportunities in the future. Quickly, let us depart. There will be other days. We will certainly deal with the spicy rabbit head, but not now." Oscar chimed in, offering 2 recovery sausages to Tang San. A fierce glint flashed in Tang San's eyes, and at the moment he received the sausages from Oscar, he promptly shoved one into Xiao Wu's mouth. "Spicy rabbit head, I shall kill you in this lifetime." Tang San's gaze burned with intense killing intent, marking the spicy rabbit head as a target for his vengeance. Ye Hao disregarded Tang San, immediately making a gesture of raising his middle finger, followed by a thumbs down, his face betraying a look of disdain. "Do you dare to engage us in a direct confrontation, irrespective of life and death?" Tang San questioned loudly, in front of all, effectively challenging Ye Hao to a duel. Ye Hao bitterly smiled and shook his head at Tang San, expressing disdain. "With your comrades behaving in such a manner, I cannot vouch for your integrity. I fear they may unite against you." To put it plainly, the sudden assault by the soft-boned enchantress rabbit, while my martial soul was yet to be fully unleashed, is a conspicuous event. None of the spectators are blind. Just moments ago, her strike was evidently aimed to end my life, directly targeting my head. She sought to take my life, while I could only await my fate. Or perhaps it is you whose reasoning is flawed. Imagine a person intent on taking your life. Would I merely stand by and allow such an assault? Today, I shall teach this rabbit a lesson. The Shrek 7 devils? Truly. It opens my eyes. You are being struck yet cannot retaliate, for to do so would mean forfeiting your life. Who decreed such a principle? Soul masters ought to engage in honorable combat. If you are so self-righteous, why tread the path of a soul master? Disregarding the rules of the Soto Great Soul Arena and acting with impunity, individuals like you are utterly unworthy of the title of soul master. Ye Hao, with fervor and passion, concluded his statement, dramatically raising his hand to gesture an obscene sign towards the assembled members of Shrek. Tonight's feast will feature spicy rabbit heads. The newly awakened Xiaowu, upon hearing this proclamation, promptly spat out blood, her head tilting as she fainted. Tang San, rendered speechless, clenched his fist so tightly that his knuckles turned pale, a droplet of crimson blood falling from his palm. In that moment, all he desired was to eliminate the source of his torment, the spicy rabbit heads. The pent-up frustration weighed heavily on his chest, an unbearable burden. His mentor had once imparted the wisdom that the Shrek 7 were a unified entity, akin to a loving family. When one member faced adversity, all must rally to support them. In dire times, they could act in concert, unbound by rigid rules. That was the essence of Shrek. Yet, here he was, rendered utterly speechless by the spicy rabbit heads, unable to utter a single word. Ma Hongjun shuddered, unable to suppress a chuckle. My apologies, I couldn't hold it in. In the audience, Ning Rongrong gazed at Ye Hao's retreating figure, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Now, that's a real man. He dares to confront Tang San head-on, even besting Xiaowu before him and leaving unscathed. A wave of exhilaration surged through her. This battle had granted her a newfound perspective on both Xiaowu and Tang San, revealing their true natures. Tang San was a duplicitous character, presenting one face in public while harboring another in private. Xiaowu, too, displayed a lack of restraint, her intentions to eliminate her opponent all too clear, believing herself untouchable. To befriend such individuals, to be their comrade, had indeed been a grave misjudgment on Ning Rongrong's part. Zhu Qing, let us depart. From this day forth, we shall steer clear of Tang San and Xiaowu. Zhu Qing nodded subtly, her gaze shifting away from Ye Hao as she followed in Ning Rongrong's footsteps. And the two exited the scene. Chapter 48. Greetings, I am Ning Rongrong. What a thrill! Ye Hao emerged from the Soto Great Spirit Arena, strolling alone along the path back to the inn. At this moment, he felt no fear of retaliation from Tang San and his companions. Their pressing concern now was to rescue Xiaowu, who had been beaten to a pulp, much like the second Ma Hongjun. Following this battle, Ye Hao and Tang San would henceforth be adversaries. Spicy rabbit heads. Ye Hao was momentarily taken aback, realizing that someone was calling out to him. Turning around, he was greeted by the radiant smile of Ning Rongrong, who stood before him. You are from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. What brings you to me? If it is vengeance you seek, I would advise against it. As a support-type soul master, you are not one to provoke, especially considering the formidable reputation of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. The 2 titled Douluos of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda regard Ning Rongrong as their cherished jewel, and Ye Hao certainly would not dare to oppose them. Hello, my name is Ning Rongrong. I witnessed your battle just now. You performed admirably, she exclaimed, clapping her hands with exuberance. Isn't that soft-bone charm rabbit a member of your team? Your teammate was bested, yet you seem quite cheerful. Ye Hao feigned ignorance, having earlier conversed with Ning Rongrong from the perspective of Yi Ritian, yet now, as he assumed the guise of Spicy Rabbit Head, he was determined to maintain an air of nonchalance. Fortunately, having exchanged masks with Lingling beforehand, he was spared from being recognized. At this juncture, Ning Rongrong could not suppress a cold snort, perceiving that the rabbit was as self-important as the individual described on that day. She lamented having misjudged him. It was regrettable that she had regarded him as a close sister, only to discover that Tang San and she were of that ilk. I have come today to inform you, she stated. Inform me of what? Ning Rongrong replied cautiously and softly, be exceedingly wary of Tang San's retribution. After you have so thoroughly beaten up Xiaowu today, Tang San will undoubtedly not let this go easily. You must prioritize your safety from now on. What a deviation from expectations. Ning Rongrong, the little witch of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, had come to offer her sincere warning. Presently, Ye Hao had formed a preliminary assessment of Tang San's strength, had it not been for the events of the previous night. It is conceivable that he might have subdued Tang San himself. The external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, remained a constant concern in Ye Hao's mind. Reflecting on subsequent events, it was evident that Tang San had navigated numerous perils primarily through the aid of the 8 spider lances. One can only imagine, should Tang San be deprived of the 8 spider lances, it would be akin to confiscating his instrument of crime. What then would he wield in a contest against himself? Fortunately, the 8 spider lances had yet to fuse with Tang San, a fact that Ye Hao had verified during their recent confrontation. At that time, when Ye Hao had acquired the 6-winged purple light wings, he had found himself in a situation analogous to Tang San's current predicament, ultimately achieving integration with the assistance of 3 committee members. The spirit bone is akin to a part of one's own body, equivalent to one's bones. In contrast, Tang San was not in the same position. The 8 spider lances had not yet merged with him, presenting an opportune moment for reclamation. Should they indeed venture to the Heaven Do Royal Academy, all hope would be lost. Thank you for your warning. I suspect this journey may have been in vain for you, Ye Hao remarked. Ning Rongrong, perplexed, inquired, Why? Are you not afraid of Tang San's vengeance? Ye Hao smiled faintly, extending his hand to indicate the metal upon his arm. Do you see this? Ning Rongrong leaned in to investigate. As the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school and the daughter of Ning Fingxi, she was certainly accustomed to grand spectacles. You are a student of the Heaven Do Royal Academy? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise. The Heaven Do Royal Academy, established by the Heaven Do Empire, held a unique status of which Ning Rongrong was undoubtedly aware. During the earlier battle, her focus on the unfolding events had caused her to overlook the insignia on Ye Hao's arm. It was understandable, at present. Ning Rongrong had a vastly different perception of her former close friend, standing alongside Zhu Zhiqing and having discerned the true nature of Tang San and Xiao Wu, leaving her disillusioned with Shrek Academy and the Shrek 7 monsters. Ye Hao concealed the insignia on his arm, brimming with confidence, and said, Miss Ning Rongrong, do you still harbor concerns regarding Tang San's potential retribution against me? Ye Hao is a person of great importance to the Royal Academy of Tiando, and he is mistakenly believed by the Crown Prince Xueqinghe to be his biological brother. As for this matter, Ye Hao will later journey alone to the Spirit Hall. Though not at this moment. To everyone's surprise, members of the Royal Academy of Tiando have arrived in Tiando City, the Royal Battle Team. Ning Rongrong suddenly realizes, could it be that the rising force of the Royal Battle Team is indeed? Ye Hao smiled slightly, acknowledging that Miss Ning Rongrong was indeed astute. Indeed, the Royal Fighting Team was the contingent from the Tiando Royal Academy. Judging by the current circumstances, it is uncertain whether our 2 teams will encounter one another in the next battle or the one thereafter. Miss Ning Rongrong, I kindly ask that you keep my identity a secret. With a mysterious smile, Ning Rongrong replied, Are you not afraid that I might inform Tang San right now? Ye Hao laughed heartily. You are not that kind of person. Why? Ning Rongrong inquired. If you wished for me to be avenged by Tang San, you would not have traveled so far to warn me. With that, Ye Hao waved his hand, bidding farewell to Ning Rongrong. Meanwhile, at a modest and located half a city away from the Soto Great Spirit Arena, where the Shrek Academy resided, an unexpected guest had arrived. Within the room of the Academy's headmaster, Flender, the master, and Zhao Wujie were all present. Opposite them stood Qin Ming, the leader of the Royal Fighting Team. Who had come alone? Haha. Flender laughed heartily, his face radiating pride. Xiao Ming, I never expected that this suddenly rising team at the Soto Great Spirit Arena would be led by you. Just a few days ago, I was pondering how this Royal Fighting Team was performing so vigorously, winning consecutively and on the verge of breaking the winning streak record set by our 7 little monsters. Qin Ming smiled in return, saying, Headmaster Flender, you flatter me. My achievements today are greatly attributed to the guidance of all the esteemed teachers. It is an honor for me to have the opportunity to teach at the Tiando Royal Academy. The master interjected. I have observed the current situation at the Soto Great Spirit Arena. In the upcoming Team Spirit battle, it seems likely that Shrek 7 monsters and the Royal Fighting Team will face off. At present, the trend at the Soto Great Spirit Arena showed Shrek 7 monsters leading the charge, while the Royal Fighting Team had emerged as formidable contenders. Both teams enjoying a streak of victories, having nearly defeated the former teams at the arena. Chapter 49, Spicy Rabbit Heads. Recently, the Royal Fighting Team drew the Mad Fighting Team again, and to everyone's surprise, the Mad Fighting Team voluntarily conceded. After the last battle, the remaining teams at Soto Great Spirit Arena would not easily engage the Royal Fighting Team in combat, as doing so would only result in handing over points, akin to offering themselves up for slaughter. The Royal Fighting Team comprised all Soul Respect level members, while Shrek 7 monsters exhibited seamless teamwork. Should both sides truly strive to determine superiority, Qin Ming, through days of observation and inquiry, had gained a comprehensive understanding of the Shrek 7 monsters. Ye Hao is indeed the sole key to victory. Qin Ming's eyes lit up with curiosity about the Shrek 7 monsters and their unique qualities. Although it was his former academy, when it came to significant matters, Qin Ming firmly sided with the Imperial Battle Team. After all, the purpose of this journey was to refine the Imperial Battle Team and adequately prepare for the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition in 2 years. Suddenly, the tranquility of the night was shattered by a series of hurried footsteps, and outside, a crowd surged, indicating that the Shrek 7 monsters had returned. Flinder smiled faintly, feeling an indescribable joy and satisfaction with this cohort of students. Clearing his throat, he straightened his attire and stood up, ready to introduce this year's exceptional students to Qin Ming. However, just as he was about to open the door, he abruptly shut it again, clutching his chest in shock, nearly dropping his crystal spectacles. Flinder gasped for breath, his expression filled with alarm. "Flinder, what happened?" Qin Ming inquired urgently. Flinder swallowed hard, trembling with fear. "I was startled to death just now. I saw a pig's head when I opened the door." "A pig's head?" Zhao Wujing paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. "Boss, where would a pig's head come from at this hour? At your age, it's amusing to think a pig's head could rattle you so." "I must see this pig's head for myself," Zhao Wujing said, pushing past Flinder to open the door, only to freeze in place. There stood Tang San, carrying a pig's head, albeit an abstract one, adorned with 2 pink rabbit ears. "A flying pig?" Zhao Wujing stifled a laugh, taking a deep breath. Tang San frowned slightly. "Zhao teacher, please stop laughing. Is Dean Flinder inside?" "Indeed he is." Zhao Wujing turned back. "Boss, it's not a pig's head. It's Tang San and his companions returning with a pig that has rabbit ears." However, since Zhao Wujing was Tang San's instructor, and Tang San was a student of Shrek Academy, Tang San felt a twinge of guilt. Nevertheless, his priority was to tend to Xiao Wu's injuries before seeking revenge against the spicy rabbit head. At that moment, Flinder examined the now battered Xiao Wu, whose cheeks were swollen, bearing countless handprints, and she was in a deep state of unconsciousness. "Tang San, what happened to Xiao Wu? How did she end up like this?" Flinder was taken aback, unable to comprehend how Xiao Wu, with her strength, could have suffered such a humiliating defeat. Flinder had initially thought he encountered a ghost when he opened the door and saw what he believed to be a pig's head. Now, faced with Xiao Wu's condition, a deep-seated anger surged within him. This was a blow to Shrek's pride. "Tang San, what on earth transpired? Who had the audacity to harm Xiao Wu in such a manner?" Flinder demanded furiously. With a sigh of relief, Flinder gradually retracted his soul power, and with the assistance of Flinder and others, Xiao Wu's original appearance was restored, though the handprints on her face would not vanish overnight. Observing his junior sister's battered state, Qin Ming felt a pang of sympathy and went to the front desk to fetch a bag of ice for Tang San. "Thank you, Dean Flinder. And who might you be?" Tang San inquired, recognizing that Qin Ming did not seem to be a student of Shrek Academy. Qin Ming smiled. "Hello, I am Qin Ming, a former student of Shrek Academy, returning specifically to visit the Dean and the others." At that moment, Flinder proudly placed an arm around Qin Ming's shoulders, laughing heartily. "This is a distinguished alumnus from Shrek Academy. When your senior was your age, he was already making a name for himself in the Soto Great Soul Arena. Do not be deceived by his youth. He is now in his 30s and has achieved the rank of Soul Emperor." "Soul Emperor?" Everyone was astonished. Realizing that Qin Ming was indeed an exceptional figure, Qin Ming blushed modestly, attributing his success to the guidance of his teachers. "I have heard Dean Flinder and the Master speak of you. You were Tang San, correct?" Tang San nodded. "What happened to this junior sister? Did she sustain injuries during a soul battle?" Fighting in the Soto Great Soul Arena was a part of Shrek Academy's curriculum. Minor injuries were not uncommon, and Qin Ming himself had endured similar experiences. Flinder, the Master, and others were equally curious about who had dared to inflict such harm upon a student of Shrek Academy. Tang San gritted his teeth, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. The culprit behind Xiao Wu's injuries was someone named Spicy Rabbit Head. Spicy Rabbit Head? Flinder's expression hardened. Zhao Wujing scratched his head in confusion, while the Master seemed contemplative. Qin Ming rubbed his ears, wondering if he had misheard. "Spicy Rabbit Head? Isn't that Ye Hao's?" Qin Ming recalled previously inquiring about the origins of the peculiar name from Ye Hao. Ye Hao replied, "I simply have a fondness for spicy rabbit heads, nothing more." From that moment on, Qin Ming ceased his inquiries. "Tang San, could you repeat that? What is that person's name?" Qin Ming asked with uncertainty. "Spicy Rabbit Head." Tang San gritted his teeth as he spoke, filled with a desire to eliminate that spicy rabbit head at once. Throughout her life, Xiao Wu had never endured such hardship. Had it not been for the regulations of the Soto Great Spirit Arena prohibiting clandestine battles, combined with Xiao Wu's unconscious state, Tang San might have already taken action against that spicy rabbit head. This individual has certainly paved their own path to demise. Spicy rabbit head. In that instant, Qin Ming comprehended, realizing who the instigator was. Chapter 50. The grandiose oath Ye Hao. Apart from him, Qin Ming could not think of anyone else. Firstly, Ye Hao had registered under the name Spicy Rabbit Head at the Soto Great Soul Arena. Secondly, he had a penchant for enjoying Spicy Rabbit Head, often ordering it to eat. At this moment, Xiao Wu was still unconscious, and Qin Ming, glancing at the irate Fland and others, quickly greeted them and hastily departed from the scene. This fellow truly caused one to be restless. Exiting the inn where Shrek Academy resided, Qin Ming sighed helplessly at Ye Hao's actions. There was neither deep enmity nor significant hatred. It was unnecessary to beat that girl named Xiao Wu to such an extent, especially since she was a student of Shrek Academy, making her Qin Ming's junior. Ye Hao's actions undoubtedly struck a blow to the entire Shrek Academy. Fortunately, his identity remained concealed. Otherwise, Qin Ming, the team leader, would find himself in a precarious position, potentially accused of inadequate oversight. Shortly after Qin Ming departed, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing returned to the inn, coincidentally passing by Flinder's room, where they found Xiao Wu lying on the bed, the imprint of a hand visibly reddening her face. The two exchanged a tacit glance and chose to disregard her. They had no desire to provoke Xiao Wu and risk being placed on Tang San's kill list. "You two, come in," Flinder suddenly called from within the room. Upon entering, the two women noticed that everyone was present. Flinder's expression was grave as he turned to them and inquired, "What exactly happened between you and Xiao Wu? I heard from Tang San that you not only moved out of your original dormitory but also isolated Xiao Wu. Who gave you such audacity? Do you not understand the importance of unity and camaraderie?" The master interjected. "The Shrek 7 monsters are a cohesive unit. They must support one another. It is unacceptable to allow trivial matters to jeopardize the integrity of the group. The upcoming soul battle competition is of utmost importance, and I hope you will apologize to Xiao Wu today, allowing this matter to be resolved." Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Wu, lying in bed, had already clenched her fists. In truth, she was awake, fully aware of the situation as Flinder had described. She wondered why Rongrong and Zhu Qing had chosen to ostracize her and what wrong she had committed. Ning Rongrong scanned the room, noting that everyone was present. "Do you truly wish to know?" she asked, and the group nodded in unison, echoing the master's sentiment that they were indeed a collective capable of resolving any issues through discussion. However, what Ning Rongrong was about to reveal was nothing short of earth-shattering. Taking a deep breath, Ning Rongrong recalled the events of that fateful night, shivering at the thought of the former third brother seizing an opportunity to harm her under the cover of darkness. No, she chastised herself. What was she afraid of? Backed by the powerful Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, she had no need to fear anyone. "Before we proceed, I have a question for Tang San," Ning Rongrong declared. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. "Please, go ahead," he replied. "I heard Xiao Wu mention that you had a pact during your childhood," Ning Rongrong continued. Tang San nodded, affirming, "Xiao Wu is my sister. I will not allow anyone to bully her. Those who dare to do so will pay the price." Such a grandiloquent proclamation. Ning Rongrong's words caused Tang San's gaze to sharpen, as if he had misheard. "What did you say?" he asked, bewildered. Ning Rongrong smiled slightly. "Am I mistaken?" she continued. "The soul battle is a sacred contest between soul masters. Stepping onto the arena is akin to signing a life and death agreement. Yet you, Tang San, openly scorned the rules, treating them as mere trifles." At this juncture, Oscar interjected, "But the circumstances were dire. You witnessed how that spicy rabbit had attacked. Xiao Wu ended up in this state. How could Tang San simply stand by?" "Let us not dwell on that," Ning Rongrong retorted, suddenly pointing a finger at Tang San and proclaiming, "You can harm others, but others must not harm you. It is hypocritical to inflict pain upon someone while expecting to remain unscathed. Do you understand why Zhu Qing and I isolated Xiao Wu?" Tang San remained silent, his eyes betraying a hint of strangeness. "Do you recall the incident during the recent group soul battle when one of the soul masters gave Xiao Wu the finger?" Ning Rongrong's question hung in the air. As her words settled, Tang San's body tensed. It couldn't be. Such an event had only been known to him, Yi Tian, and the fleeing straggler. To prevent any leaks, Tang San had taken care to eliminate the 6 fallen opponents before departing, ensuring that his secret would not be easily exposed. "Is this the reason you isolated Xiao Wu?" Tang San questioned incredulously. Ning Rongrong scoffed. "What do you think? For such a trivial matter, which nearly cost a life, how could someone with such a narrow-minded perspective qualify as my friend?" Hearing this, Tang San exhaled in relief that the incident had not been disclosed. Otherwise. Enough. Enough. You are all part of a collective. Do not allow trivial matters to sow discord among you, Flinder interjected, seeking to mediate. The upcoming group soul battle was crucial for the Shrek 7 monsters. Humph. Ning Rongrong huffed, grasping Zhu Zhuqing's hand as they left. Rongrong. I genuinely worry that you might disclose that incident, Zhu Zhuqing remarked as they exited Flinder's room. I am not foolish enough to reveal such matters, Ning Rongrong chuckled. Yu Qing. What are you afraid of? Are you worried about Tang San's retribution against you, or me? Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, unperturbed by Tang San's potential vengeance. Instead, she mused that if he truly acted against them, the powerful forces backing Ning Rongrong would not let him off lightly. Two titled Douluos from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, alongside Ning Rongrong's father, rendered Tang San nothing more than a feeble ant. Inside the room, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Ning Rongrong's resolve was unwavering. She would not associate with someone like Tang San. Coming from the prestigious Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, she held a revered status. Despite having been a little demoness in her youth, she could still discern right from wrong in significant matters. This Rongrong is truly unreasonable. Flinder fumed, rising to storm out. He found himself at a loss with the little demoness from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Although he had received instructions from Ning Fingji, he could not act against her without consequences. Particularly, he could not lay a finger on her. Otherwise, the two elders from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School would be relentless in their pursuit of retribution. Tang San, it is getting late. Take good care of Xiaowu. The master advised before departing, leaving only Tang San and Xiaowu in the room. Chapter 51. You're back to annoying me again. Apologize? On what grounds? Meanwhile, Qin Ming, having left the inn of Shrek Academy, hurried back to the royal fighting team, seeking out Ye Hao at the earliest opportunity. Upon understanding the circumstances, Ye Hao promptly declined Qin Ming's request. I heard from Dean Flinder that you and Tang San have a past as classmates. Now, seeing Xiaowu in such a state due to your actions, it is only fitting that you apologize, Qin Ming urged earnestly. Classmates? Ye Hao shook his head in silence, saying, I do not possess such extraordinary abilities as a fellow alumnus. Moreover, I did not lay a hand on Xiaowu. Qin Ming, with a peculiar gaze, timidly looked at Ye Hao and asked, Are you jesting with me? You truly did not strike her? Indeed, came the reply. Then how did Xiaowu sustain her injuries? She fell on her own, Ye Hao stated. Do you dare to claim that the spicy rabbit head is not your doing? It is not mine. Do you have any evidence? Ye Hao spoke with conviction. Teacher Qin, I have recently changed my name to Ye Hao. Spicy rabbit head is spicy rabbit head. And Ye Hao is Ye Hao. The two cannot be compared. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Farewell. With that, Ye Hao stepped away. Xiaowu was merely inviting her own misfortune. Her lack of strength was not to be blamed on others. From Qin Ming's urging for Ye Hao to apologize to Xiaowu, it seemed he had already visited Shrek Academy and met with Tang San and the others. This was not surprising, as Qin Ming was once a student of Shrek Academy. His purpose in coming to Soto City was twofold, to train the royal fighting team and to revisit his former academy. The following evening, before darkness fully enveloped the sky, Soto's great soul arena was already teeming with people, the throngs flowing like a tide. Among soul masters, the size of the arena could dictate the rise and fall of nations. Its prosperity was key to the flourishing of both city and country. Today, the Shrek 7 monsters arrived early to prepare for the most significant group battle of the evening. Greetings, I am Chinsho Azura from the Shrek 7 monsters. Could you please assist me in retrieving information about an individual known as Spicy Rabbit Head? Tang San approached the front desk, intent on acquiring details about Spicy Rabbit Head. Due to Xiaowu's serious injuries the previous day, Tang San had reluctantly spared Spicy Rabbit Head, knowing that, under normal circumstances, his nature would not allow such leniency. I apologize, sir, but the Soto Great Soul Arena has strict regulations. We cannot disclose any Soul Master's information. If you continue to press, the consequences may be beyond your capacity to bear. The staff member promptly refused Tang San's request, perceiving his urgency as a personal vendetta. The battle between Spicy Rabbit Head and the soft-boned rabbit had gained considerable notoriety. The Chinsho Azura's blatant disregard for the arena's rules was evident, as external interference and underhanded tactics were strictly prohibited in Soul Master duels. Tang San gritted his teeth in frustration. The numerous rules of the Soto Great Soul Arena, combined with his own notorious reputation, made for a volatile situation. He departed with a cold snort, consumed by a desire to uncover the true identity of Spicy Rabbit Head. His simmering anger and murderous intent made it impossible for him to remain composed. Some people just can't take a hint, a staff member muttered under their breath. In the Shrek Academy lounge, Xiaowu sat alone in a corner, wearing a mask, observing Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shuqing engaged in lively conversation. At that moment, she felt utterly isolated. Why had they chosen to ostracize her over such a trivial matter? What had she done wrong? Before leaving the Soto Great Soul Arena, she had merely asked Tang San to give those individuals a slight reprimand. Was that truly a fault? With a soft click, Tang San entered, quietly taking a seat beside Xiaowu. At present, he was the only one who could offer her any companionship. Like-minded individuals naturally gravitate towards one another. Just then, Master Zhao Wujie and Flander entered, and upon observing the current dynamics among the 7 monsters, Flander sighed in weariness. The group was on the verge of disintegration. He wondered how much longer Shrek could endure. The master cleared his throat and produced a stack of documents. This evening, you need not engage in other battles. Focus solely on preparing for the group duel. Your opponents are formidable, and you must mentally prepare yourselves. As the captain, Dai Mubai received the documents detailing their upcoming adversaries. The Royal Fighting Team, comprising 8 members, all possessing silver soul rings. Captain, Yu Tianhing, Martial Soul, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. A level 39 attack type soul master with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Vice Captain, Du Guyan, Martial Soul, Emerald Phosphor Snake. A level 38 control type soul master with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Team members, Shimo and Shimo, both possessing the martial soul of the Black Tortoise. One at level 37 and the other at level 36, each with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Team member, Aosu Luo, Martial Soul, Ghost Leopard. A level 36 agility type soul master with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Team member, Yufeng, Martial Soul, Wind Spirit Bird. A level 36 agility type soul master with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Team member, Yilingling, Martial Soul, 9 Heart Begonia. A level 35 support type soul master with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Team member, Ye Hao, Martial Soul, Death Demon Spider. A level 34 control type soul master with 1 yellow and 2 purple soul rings. Dai Mubai was taken aback. Ye Hao? Little San, is this the person you mentioned earlier? Tang San's eyes lit up as he hurried to Dai Mubai's side, examining the information about Ye Hao and the nearly unparalleled configuration of his soul rings. Tang San couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. 100 years for 1 ring, 2,000 years for the other 2. This was indeed Ye Hao. He was a member of the Royal Fighting Team. Ma Hongjun immediately perked up. That's him. He dared to insult our Shrek Academy. I'll be the first to make him pay. Dai Mubai rolled up his sleeves, as the leader among the 7 who had entered the academy first. He held a rather unfavorable impression of Ye Hao, who had previously insulted the academy. His only intention was to teach this person a lesson in the upcoming battle, allowing Ye Hao to witness the true power of Shrek Academy. Upon hearing the name Ye Hao, Xiaowu instantly perked up, momentarily forgetting the burning sensation on her face, and hurriedly snatched the documents from Dai Mubai's hands. Aside from the spicy rabbit head, Ye Hao was undoubtedly her second most disliked person. Wait. The spicy rabbit head, Ye Hao's favorite dish, could it be that this spicy rabbit head referred to Ye Hao himself? Meanwhile, Tang San naturally made the same connection. They both knew that Ye Hao had a penchant for spicy rabbit heads, and given that he was now a member of the Royal Fighting Team, which had been achieving remarkable victories lately, it was highly likely that the spicy rabbit had indeed referred to him. Ning Rongrong was well aware of Ye Hao's identity. That night, he had worn the uniform of the Tiando Royal Academy. Although the emblem had been concealed, a discerning eye could easily recognize it. Who would casually wander around in their school uniform? They were on a discreet visit, and it would be far too conspicuous to wear uniforms during a team battle. Moreover, the Tiando Royal Academy was renowned and specifically established by the Tiando Empire. The master remarked, "This battle can be considered your final team fight. I have reviewed your scores, and they have accumulated to a considerable extent, even surpassing the Silver Fighting Spirit tier. Strictly speaking, you are now a team that possesses the Silver Fighting Spirit medal." Dai Mubai replied confidently, "Rest assured, Master. With Ye Hao on the Royal Fighting Team, we will certainly uphold the Academy's honor." The Master shook his head solemnly and said, "You must remember what I am about to say. During the upcoming fight, you must not go too hard on Ye Hao. Especially you, Xiaowu." The group turned to Xiaowu in unison, and she found herself the target of their gazes, clearly indicating that even the Master disapproved of her heavy-handedness. Xiaowu, bewildered, asked, "Master, what have I done?" Seeing this, Tang San could not help but interject, "Master. Xiaowu is really quite gentle, I can assure you." Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes at the two, questioning, "Gentle? How do you figure that?" The master sighed. Ye Hao is now a member of the Royal Fighting Team, which originates from the Tiando Royal Academy. Yesterday, your senior Qin Ming was the leader of this team, which is directly fostered by the Tiando royal family. The revelation left everyone in shock. They had not realized the profound connections of the royal fighting team. Poor master still believed Ye Hao was someone he had placed beside him intentionally. Over the years, Ye Hao had either been at odds with the master or had been on the path of opposing him. Although Tang San was furious about this misunderstanding, what could he do? The principle that a teacher is a father for life resonated deeply within him. With the master's prior statements, Ye Hao essentially held a get-out-of-jail-free card, rendering Tang San incapable of laying a hand on him. With that said, the master expressed his hope that everyone would emerge victorious this time. He then stepped aside for Flinder. Flinder chuckled, cleared his throat to feign composure, and surveyed the group with a serious demeanor, declaring, "Before the battle commences, I have an important announcement. The Academy has decided that soon. Shrek Academy will undergo a significant relocation. After this battle, I will grant everyone 3 months to recuperate. And those with pressing matters in Soto City should attend to them promptly. 3 months later, all faculty and students will embark on a journey to our ultimate destination, Tiando City." Flinder smiled mysteriously. Having already conferred with Qin Ming the previous night about merging with the Tiando Royal Academy, currently, Shrek Academy remained an unregistered institution. These young prodigies, with less than 2 years until the next Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Tournament, were poised for greatness. Qin Ming had expressed his regrets about this being the final tournament, and ultimately, Flinder agreed to his request to set off towards the Tiando Royal Academy in 3 months. "Why is the Academy relocating?" Ma Hongjun inquired, reluctant to leave, believing that a golden nest or silver nest could not compare to one's own humble abode. Flinder's gaze hardened. "Are you questioning the decision of the Dean?" No. The Dean is wise." In another lounge, the Royal Fighting Team was meticulously studying the profiles of the Shrek 7 monsters laid out before them, which clearly outlined their martial souls, soul power levels, and soul ring configurations. "Tang San? Martial soul? Blue silvergrass? Can blue silvergrass be cultivated?" Duguyin scoffed, noting from the data that among the Shrek 7, only 4 were soul ancestors, with Dai Mubai possessing the highest soul power, followed by Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Oscar, while the remaining 3 posed no threat at all, except for one named Ning Rongrong, who surprisingly hailed from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ye Hao sat alone. His interest piqued as he observed the ongoing soul duel below. He was designated by Qin Ming to witness the battle involving the Shrek 7 monsters, and his presence was undoubtedly essential in this contest. The Haotian sect, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. How intriguing it was to see these 3 prominent sects intertwined in this affair. Ye Hao offered a slight smile, as the impending battle filled him with anticipation. With the world's foremost weapon spirit, the premier beast spirit, and the most exceptional support spirit converging in this contest, the most outstanding individuals from the 3 leading sects were assembled for this momentous event. At that moment, Qin Ming entered, his gaze sweeping across the gathered company. "Teacher Qin," he acknowledged. "Indeed," Qin Ming nodded, a smile gracing his lips. "Unbeknownst to us, a month has swiftly elapsed since we departed from the academy. Are all of you prepared? This final confrontation will mark the completion of this phase of training." Duguyin, resolute and confident, interjected, "Teacher Qin, I have taken a cursory glance, and it appears that the Shrek 7 monsters have maintained an unbroken winning streak at the Soto Great Spirit Arena. Among them are 4 Soul Sages and 3 Grand Soul Masters. I believe they are not as formidable as they seem. Similar to the Shrek 7 monsters, the Imperial Combat Team has also faced little defeat since entering the Soto Great Spirit Arena, boasting an unparalleled lineup and optimal spirit ring configurations for all 7 members. What could possibly lead to their downfall? Chapter 53. The final battle. Underestimating the enemy has always been Duguyan's Achilles heel. Moreover, over the past month, the Imperial Combat Team has been in peak condition, effortlessly securing victories in nearly every group battle, which naturally fostered a sense of pride among them. Qin Ming shook his head with a wry smile and spoke earnestly. "Yin, the Shrek 7 monsters' continuous triumphs indicate they are no ordinary adversaries. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, this time, Ye Hao will join you on the battlefield. Yu Feng, you shall be replaced by Xiao Hao." Yu Feng paused momentarily in surprise before nodding in agreement. With the necessary points addressed, Qin Ming turned his attention to Ye Hao, who was sitting nearby, engrossed in watching the match. "Xiao Hao, do you have anything to add?" A faint smile graced Ye Hao's lips as he confidently patted his chest and proclaimed, "Teacher Qin, with my presence, there shall be no unforeseen circumstances." Although the Shrek 7 monsters had enjoyed a continuous streak of victories, their most significant vulnerability lay in their overall soul power levels, which were inferior to ours. When the battle commences, our primary focus shall be on the formidable thousand-hand Jura, while we may disregard the others. In the Soto Great Soul Arena. At the Central Soul Arena, the highly anticipated team battle between the Shrek 7 monsters and the Royal Combat team was about to unfold. The arena had been promoting this event for quite some time, and since its establishment, no team had ever achieved such an impressive winning streak. Apart from the Shrek 7 monsters and the Royal Combat team, these two rising stars had undoubtedly become the most discussed topics among the residents of Soto City during their leisure moments. I bet on the Shrek 7 monsters to win. I place my wager on the Royal Combat team to triumph. In the betting area of the Soto Great Soul Arena, numerous individuals clutched their coin purses, forming long lines to place their bets. This area was renowned for being the most lucrative within the arena. 100,000 gold soul coins. I wager on the Shrek 7 monsters to win, Flander remarked with a sly grin, placing a long-preserved golden card before the staff. This was his secret stash, representing his greatest gain over the past month. In this realm, Flander was quite the regular. Before long, just as Flander had left, Ye Hao arrived fashionably late, brandishing a golden card worth 200,000. Did you think Ye Hao had squandered the past month? As a member of the Royal Combat team, he was acutely aware of the prowess exhibited by the likes of Sister Yin and the others. Thus, after each one-on-one or two-on-two battle concluded, Ye Hao would make his way to the nearest betting station to place wagers on himself or the Royal Combat team. Undoubtedly, this month had proven to be immensely profitable for Ye Hao. Such is the nature of betting. One moment you may possess a fortune, and the next, you could be left with naught but your undergarments. Please place my bet on the Royal Combat team. This is a card valued at 200,000 gold soul coins. Thank you. After placing his bet, Ye Hao rushed back to the lounge, for the battle was about to commence. Meanwhile, Qin Ming had already departed for the viewing area. Seated alone in the expansive room, where the crystal glass above provided a panoramic view of the events unfolding on the soul fighting platform below. Of course, Master Flander and Zhao Wujin were not idle either. They sat across from Qin Ming, harboring a glimmer of hope regarding the upcoming confrontation. The Royal Soul team was undeniably formidable, surpassing any previous opponents encountered by the Shrek 7 monsters. They were a well-coordinated team, boasting a complete roster and comprehensive soul rings, devoid of any discernible weaknesses. As the host took the stage, he surveyed the throng of spectators filling the Soto Great Soul Arena, the largest venue capable of accommodating 50,000 souls, exclusively reserved for silver-ranked soul teams. Clearly, both the Royal Soul team and Shrek Academy had reached this esteemed level. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Soto Great Soul Arena. The host proclaimed passionately, instantly elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch, with cheers resounding throughout the venue. Next, we shall witness the pinnacle of the Soto Great Soul Arena, an exhilarating team battle. Shrek 7 Monsters versus Royal Soul Team. Will Shrek continue to weave its legend? Or will the Royal Soul Team reach new heights? Let us wait and see. Now, let us warmly welcome the two teams to the arena, with the crowd's cheers echoing. The Shrek 7 Monsters and the Royal Soul Team made their entrance to the soul fighting platform. Leading the Shrek team was Daimu Bai, flanked by Tang San, with Oscar and Ma Hongjun standing beside them, while Zhu Shiqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu formed the outer line. At this moment, despite the strained relations among Ning Rongrong, Zhu Shiqing, and Xiao Wu, the nature of the soul fighting competition necessitated that they put aside their differences and provide the necessary support. In contrast, the Royal Soul team, led by Yu Tianheng, was accompanied by Dugu Yin and Ye Hao, while the brothers Shimo and Shimo stood at their sides, and Osro and Yu Lingling flanked them. With both teams assembled, the host wasted no time and announced, the battle between Shrek 7 Monsters and Royal Soul Team is about to commence. Both sides have 1 minute to release their soul abilities. At that moment, the 14 participants activated their soul rings in unison, casting a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors that illuminated the arena. With a roar of the White Tiger and the fury of the Thunder Dragon, Daimu Bai transformed with the White Tiger spirit while Yu Tianheng summoned the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, the two beasts clashing in a display of power. Tang San's 3 soul rings illuminated sequentially as blue silver grass began to spread, enveloping the arena. Ma Hongjun was engulfed in flames, while Oscar conjured a sausage entwined with 3 soul rings. Ning Rongrong's hand revealed a 7-layered pagoda radiating brilliance, and Zhu Zhuqing's fingers morphed into black claws, her body instinctively arching. Xiao Wu followed suit, her earlier injuries having been treated, yet the imprint of a handprint remained visible on her face, fortunately concealed by her mask. Concurrently, the Royal Soul team showcased their prowess, Douluo Yan's green phosphorus snake spirit manifested, her legs transforming into a serpentine tail. The Shimo brothers were encased in turtle shells, while Yilingling's 9-heart begonia blossomed in her palm. Osro and Zhuxing, resembling drawn bows, prepared to unleash their might at any moment. At the center stood Ye Hao, clad in black armor, his visage fierce, with hands transformed into black spider spears. 8 black spider legs extended from his back, and his lower body was almost enveloped in verdant fluff as the Death Spider King's poison began to emanate around him. At this moment, Ye Hao's 3 soul rings shone exceptionally bright. Chapter 54. The emergence of Death Spider Poison. 100 years, 1,000 years, 1,000 years. The 3 soul rings aligned perfectly as Ye Hao positioned himself at the heart of the Royal Soul Team, casting an overwhelming aura toward the Shrek 7 monsters. Daimubai gulped, his heart racing with trepidation. 100 years, 2,000 years, this individual was nothing short of a monster. This sentiment was shared among the other members of Shrek, who found themselves perplexed by the irregularity of Ye Hao's soul ring configuration. A wave of envy welling up within them at the stark disparities in their abilities. The audience was awestruck. Ye Hao's appearance marked his debut, and the Royal Soul Team had clearly prepared extensively to face the Shrek 7 monsters. As both teams completed their soul releases, the host declared, "The battle between Shrek 7 monsters and Royal Soul Team begins." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Tang Sen activated his first soul ring, with the blue silver grass intertwining and sprawling like giant pythons, enveloping the entire arena. With a resounding shout, Tang Sen commanded, "Bind." The blue light from his palm flickered, and the blue silver grass seemed to possess a will of its own, converging towards Ye Hao with a singular intent. Ye Hao serves as the pivotal core of the Imperial Combat Team. Vanquishing him would undoubtedly save Tang San and his comrades considerable effort. Do not presume to act with impudence. Yu Tianhing radiated a dazzling aura of lightning, his blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit manifesting swift, electrifying dragon claws that surged directly toward Tang San. As the sole control-type soul master among the Shrek 7 devils, Tang San wielded the seemingly inconsequential blue-silver grass, a spirit often underestimated, yet capable of delivering fatal blows when least expected. It is, in fact, you who ought to refrain from arrogance. At a critical juncture, Daimubai stepped forth, his first soul ring illuminating with brilliance, the white tiger shield effectively thwarting Yu Tianhing's assault. As captains of their respective teams, the two exchanged a glance, a palpable fervor for battle permeating the entire arena. In an instant, they propelled themselves forward like arrows released from a bow, their dragon fists and tiger claws colliding with ferocious intensity, the immense energy radiating outward. With fierce determination, they glared at one another, each embodying an unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, Ye Hao gazed upward, noticing that the blue-silver grass had reached directly above him. It appeared that Tang San shared his sentiments, their profound understanding of one another evident. Observing this, Ye Hao revealed his intentions without reservation, conjuring several phantom spider spears that sliced through the encroaching blue-silver grass in a flash. Yet, as one wave subsided, another surged forth. The blue-silver grass seemed inexhaustible, a fresh layer resembling a boundless azure ocean, surging forth in a relentless tide. A testament to Tang San's exhaustive preparations for this battle. Ye Hao's lips curled into a smile as he lightly stamped his right foot. A layer of black substance began to emerge from the ground at the periphery of the Royal Combat Team, causing the soul arena to crack and shatter like a spider's web. From the fissures, countless tendrils of black gas began to seep forth, and upon contact with the blue-silver grass, an astonishing phenomenon occurred. The blue-silver grass rapidly withered and decayed, some even turning to ashes before the spectators in the VIP viewing area. Qin Ming struck the massive crystal screen before him in frustration, realizing that Ye Hao had indeed unleashed the Death Spider Emperor's poison. It is known that Ye Hao's spider venom is far more formidable than the phosphorescent serpent venom of Douluo Yin, rendering it a certain death sentence. This was no mere rumor. Meanwhile, in the VIP observation area, Master clenched his teeth. Ye Hao had lost his composure, an unusual sight for someone so typically composed. The black mist was undeniably sinister. It is worth noting that Tang San's third spirit ring was derived from a 1,000-year-old human-faced demon spider. And while blue-silver grass possesses toxins, they are not lethal. Yet, the inexplicable black mist could easily dissolve the blue-silver grass, causing it all to rot almost simultaneously, some even turning to ash. "Master, what exactly is the black gas that Ye Hao has summoned?" Zhao Wujie inquired, bewildered. The master, with a troubled expression, sighed. "Little San and the others are in trouble. Ye Hao is employing the Death Spider Emperor's poison." "What? The Death Spider Emperor's poison?" Flender exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Isn't his martial soul, The master gritted his teeth and replied with difficulty, "Flinder, after observing for so long, I never expected you to misjudge this. Ye Hao's martial soul is not the death demon spider, but the death spider emperor. The death spider emperor's poison is the most lethal of all spider-type spirit beasts." Hearing this, Flinder was profoundly shaken, his hands unconsciously clenching tightly. He now understood why the master had previously cautioned against harming Ye Hao in any way. His background was overwhelmingly formidable, causing Flinder and the others to feel inadequate. On the soul arena, the death spider emperor's poison unleashed by Ye Hao began to spread slowly, withering all blue silver grass in its path, casting a pall of despair over the arena. Tang San was taken aback, urgently calling, "Little Ao, quickly, use the detox sausage." Oscar hesitated for a moment, then activated his second spirit ring, and in the next instant, several detox sausages fell into the hands of the crowd. Tang San was acutely aware of the terror of Ye Hao's spider venom. However, to everyone's astonishment, the outer spider poison was gradually dissipating, forming nothing more than a faint mist. Were it not for Qin Ming's strict warning against harming any member of Shrek, Ye Hao's death spider emperor's poison would have swiftly annihilated them all. Oscar's second spirit skill, the detox sausage, was no match for the emperor's poison. Seeing this, Qin Ming exhaled lightly, relieved that Ye Hao had not resorted to lethal force. Among the royal combat team, Ye Hao was the most formidable opponent, the one they must not provoke. The situation on the arena indicated a unilateral advantage for the royal combat team, as the death spider emperor's poison had eliminated all blue silver grass, effectively binding Tang San's arms. With the threat neutralized, the royal combat team chose to take the offensive. Yu Tianhing led the charge, lightning crackling as he unleashed a fierce dragon punch towards Tang San from within the Shrek crowd. Tang San was momentarily stunned. Yu Tianhing dared to penetrate the Shrek 7's formation. He quickly transformed his palm into a jade hue, meeting Yu Tianhing's dragon punch head-on, both figures rapidly retreating. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tower radiated a brilliant light. Combat was combat, and life was life. This distinction was clear to Ning Rongrong. Chapter 55. A nest of snakes and mice. 6 brilliant beams of light surged into the bodies of the team members, significantly enhancing their speed and strength. Ma Hongjun activated his first and second spirit rings in quick succession, unleashing searing phoenix flames that pierced through the crowd, aimed directly at Yu Tianhing. Simultaneously, Shimo and Shimo, clad in tortoise shells, leaped to shield Yu Tianhing, the phoenix flames striking their shells without inflicting any damage. Oslo flickered, his speed nearly imperceptible, and he appeared behind Zhu Qing, his dark leopard claws poised to strike. At that moment, Xiaowu executed a swift maneuver, deflecting Oslo's attack, and afterward, she offered Zhu Qing a warm smile. She sought to mend the rift among the 3 women. They were a cohesive unit, and minor disputes should not jeopardize their bonds. Zhu Qing, with a cold demeanor, muttered a perfunctory thank you, before engaging Oslo. Seeing this, Xiaowu shook her head in disappointment, pondering what she had done wrong. Why did everyone seem to shun her? Meanwhile, Shimo and Shimo's defenses were impeccable, successfully countering several of Ma Hongjun's fiery assaults. Exhausted, Ma Hongjun gasped for breath. Though he was not adept at close combat, he was still a mobile artillery unit. It was not a lack of effort on his part, but rather the formidable nature of his opponents. In a moment of desperation, Ma Hongjun recalled Ye Hao from the royal combat team. Remembering Ye Hao's earlier remarks, he could not tolerate the words spoken by someone who was a part of the Shrek 7 and a direct disciple of the Academy's principal, Flinder. With the speed assistance from the 7 treasures glazed tower, Ma Hongjun dashed through the crowd, gathering fiery energy in his mouth, unleashing a searing phoenix flame aimed directly at Ye Hao. Ye Hao was taken aback. This hefty fellow had dared to seek him out? Did he prefer to bully the weak? Observing the phoenix flame approaching, Ye Hao remained unfazed, summoning 8 spider spears behind him. With a swift movement, he dispersed Ma Hongjun's fiery assault. In an instant, Ye Hao appeared before Ma Hongjun, the tips of the spider spears aimed menacingly at him. Ma Hongjun had a vivid recollection of the spider spears. He remembered how Tang San had once acquired them, leading to his own near-fatal poisoning due to improper use. His lower body trembled uncontrollably, his legs resembling withered eggplants. "Do you think I'm easy to bully?" Ye Hao retorted. In the next moment, Ma Hongjun's cheeks puffed up, a distinct glow of flames flickering within his mouth. He was resolute. At such a close range, the combination of phoenix flames and his second spirit skill, Blazing Phoenix, would elevate the flame's potency by 30%. Ye Hao smiled faintly, and before Ma Hongjun could unleash his flames, he swiftly executed a spinning kick, rendering Ma Hongjun dizzy as he spun like a top. "Fatty!" Dai Mubai exclaimed in surprise. "Ye Hao, you rascal!" Enraged, Dai Mubai charged forward, his second spirit ring suddenly glowing, a sphere of milky white light hurtling directly toward Ye Hao. Second spirit skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. With the White Tiger's Radiant Wave paving the way, Tang San and Dai Mubai advanced together, their hearts brimming with fury. Truly, they were a nest of snakes and rats. Ye Hao spat disdainfully. Second spirit skill, Spider Web. His palm transformed into a dark hue as two spider webs shot out with remarkable speed. One ensnared the entirety of the White Tiger's Radiant Wave, while the other flew straight toward the duo. First spirit skill, Bind. Tang San's first spirit ring ignited, and blue-silver grass surged forth, tightly wrapping around the spider web to immobilize it. However, to his astonishment, the blue-silver grass entwined with the spider web began to decay rapidly, turning into black ash. Seeing this, Dai Mubai was taken aback. It's poisonous. The two swiftly dodged. Just as Ye Hao, on the tips of his toes, charged toward Dai Mubai, disregarding the spinning Mahongjun as the leader of the seven monsters. Eliminating Dai Mubai at this moment would undoubtedly secure victory. Dai Mubai roared and swung his fist. Their punches intersected, and for a moment, neither could gain the upper hand. Tang San chose this moment to strike, continuing the entanglement with blue-silver grass. Humph! What skill is a sneak attack? Yin scoffed. As the verdant phosphor snake venom surged toward Tang San. In the spectator area, Qin Ming clenched his fists. Among the royal fight team, aside from Yu Tianheng, he had a close relationship with Ye Hao. Moreover, due to Ye Hao's youth, Dugu Yin had always hoped he would apprentice under Dugu Bo, thus making them family. However, Qin Ming understood Ye Hao's temperament. He had always been evasive. After all, apprenticing under a title Douluo was a dream for many. For some inexplicable reason, Ye Hao showed no interest, even exhibiting a degree of repulsion. Seeing Ye Hao targeted, Dugu Yin naturally took action. While the phosphor snake venom was inferior to the Death Spider Emperor's poison, it was still lethal. Tang San remained unfazed, even sporting a smirk of disdain. He reached into his possession, producing several bags from the moonlit night on the 24 bridges, throwing them at the location of the phosphor snake venom while simultaneously calling out to the dazed Ma Hongjun, Fatty, Phoenix Fireline. Ma Hongjun vigorously shook his head, spewing forth phoenix flames. The moment the flames met the bags, they exploded, the liquid within spilling out and igniting upon contact. To everyone's surprise, Dugu Yan's phosphor snake venom was neutralized. Impossible! How could you dissolve my phosphor snake venom? Tang San smiled slightly. In my presence, your snake venom is merely trash. Following this, Tang San unleashed his 8 spider lances, unencumbered by the threat of the phosphor snake venom, ready to eliminate one member of the royal fight team. As the crowd prepared to defend themselves, the Shrek 7 monsters were not to be underestimated. Dugu Yin retreated, her eyes filled with determination, showing no fear of Tang San's impending assault. Just as the 8 spider lances were about to descend, a sharp sound echoed. Ye Hao, having appeared before Dugu Yin, created friction between the spider lances. Tang San. Ye Hao smiled calmly and remarked, "You claim that Sister Yan's phosphorescent snake venom is worthless. What of you? Are you not also akin to refuse?" Tang San's eyes blazed with fury, his murderous intent already ignited. He retorted, "Ye Hao, you seek death." Suddenly, Tang San raised his right arm, aiming directly at Ye Hao before him. In an instant, a glimmering silver needle sliced through the air, hurtling menacingly toward Ye Hao's head. A silent sleeve arrow? Ye Hao was taken aback, his head swaying slightly as he caught the silver needle with his teeth. "You scoundrel." Chapter 56? Am I weaker than others? A complete hypocrite. Ye Hao clenched the silver needle between his teeth, gazing at Tang San, whose eyes blazed with fury. He expelled the silver needle from his mouth, a disdainful smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Tang San, you are nothing but trash." Tang San, consumed by rage, bellowed, "I shall silence you forever." In his wrath, the 8 spider lances behind him seemed to possess a will of their own, descending vertically, poised to strike Ye Hao down in that very moment. Ye Hao remained unconvinced as the spider spear behind him intertwined with Tang San's 8 spider spears, igniting a flurry of sparks between the two parties. "Shao San, I am here to assist you." Dai Mubai seized the opportune moment and advanced with measured strides, his tiger claws primed for action. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun approached Ye Hao from behind, a large handprint emblazoned across his chubby face, still stinging with intensity. The phoenix flame coiled with anticipation, and in an instant, it erupted forth with fervor. Surrounded on both sides, Ye Hao found himself ensnared by Tang San's relentless assault, leaving him with no avenue for escape. Ye Hao's lips curled into a smile as he retracted his spider spear. Suddenly, a brilliant purple light surged forth. While Tang San was still reveling in the joy of having struck Ye Hao, he was taken aback to find himself soaring into the air. Meanwhile, below, Daimubai's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the phoenix flames unleashed by Ma Hongjun. At that moment, the desire to eliminate Ma Hongjun surged within him. The searing phoenix flames enveloped Daimubai entirely, igniting his garments in an instant. Ma Hongjun stood awkwardly to the side, watching Daimubai engulfed by his own flames. In that moment, this lecherous rotund figure wished nothing more than to burrow into a hole and hide himself away. Ye Hao briefly utilized the six-winged purple light wings to soar through the air, breaking free from Tang San's grasp. The unique scenery before him instantly elicited uproarious laughter from those present. Who would have thought? This evil-eyed white tiger is truly a white tiger, they exclaimed. On the soul-fighting platform, all the young ladies turned their heads away, their faces flushed with embarrassment, unable to bear witness to the scene unfolding before them. There stood Daimubai, hands clasped protectively over his groin, his garments consumed by Ma Hongjun's phoenix flames, leaving him utterly exposed before the crowd. In a moment of indignation, he shot a fierce glare at Ma Hongjun, then hurriedly attempted to descend from the platform to don his attire before rejoining the fray. Yet, in the next instant, Daimubai faltered, realizing with alarm that he had nearly crossed the threshold. Leaving the combat platform would equate to forfeiting his eligibility to fight. Moreover, as the captain of the Shrek 7 monsters and the one with the highest soul power among them, his early elimination would severely dampen the morale of the group. Observing his own nakedness, Daimubai felt a rush of heat to his cheeks and was about to turn away when an unexpected jolt of pain from his rear caused him to cry out. He staggered, collapsing onto the ground beneath the platform, sprawled in a most undignified manner. The reputation of the evil-eyed white tiger was indeed well-deserved. I am truly in awe. Ye Hao approached the edge of the arena and, with a courteous gesture, smiled down at Daimubai, who lay below. Daimubai, feeling a surge of anger, tilted his head and braced himself, only to succumb to a fit of rage that rendered him unconscious. With Daimubai's premature exit, the Imperial fighting team found themselves at a numerical advantage. Tang San, with his fists unable to contend against 4 opponents, struggled to cope with the formidable defenses of Shimo and Shimo. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun, bearing the imprint of a large hand on his right cheek, unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks towards Ye Hao. Today, Ma Hongjun had never suffered such humiliation. His once handsome visage was marred, leaving him to ponder how he would navigate social circles henceforth. He also recalled Daimubai's earlier public exposure, knowing that once the battle concluded, Daimubai would not let him off easily. The only course of action left was to defeat Ye Hao, hoping that Daimubai might show leniency. Ye Hao, prepare to meet your end. Ma Hongjun's eyes blazed with fury as he activated his first and second spirit rings in quick succession, summoning the Phoenix Fire Line and the Blazing Phoenix simultaneously. The flames erupted as if they were free, illuminating the battlefield with a fierce intensity, signaling that the battle had reached a fever pitch. You overgrown pig, your flames are nothing extraordinary. Is that the evil fire phoenix? I'd say it resembles more of a boiled chicken. Ma Hongjun, clearly incensed, felt the power of the phoenix flames significantly amplified under Ning Rongrong's enhancement from her 7 treasures glazed tower. In a fleeting motion, Ye Hao transformed his hands into obsidian spider spears, cleaving the oncoming flames of the phoenix in twain. Seizing the moment, he materialized before Ma Hongjun, raising the spider spear and delivering a merciless blow. Under Ma Hongjun's horrified gaze, his garments were instantly rent asunder, much like Daimubai before him. The sole vestige of dignity left to Ma Hongjun was the last remnant of his crimson undergarments, a final semblance of honor amidst the chaos. Ye Hao refrained from further words, delivering a swift kick that sent his opponent crashing off the stage, following in Daimubai's footsteps. The situation in the arena became starkly evident, as the early exits of Daimubai and Ma Hongjun left everyone astounded. Without these 2 formidable sources of power, Tang San found himself struggling against overwhelming odds. Ning Rongrong and Oscar offered no combat prowess, while Zhu Qing was restrained by Osro. Meanwhile, Xiao was currently under the relentless assault of Shimo and Shimo. The tortoise shell was split in 2, as the 2 brothers hurled it into the air, their soul rings illuminating beneath their feet, directing the shell towards the agile Xiao. In the VIP section, the master suddenly clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, all hope rested upon Tang San. Should the most critical point of Shrek 7 monsters be breached, it would indeed be a fateful turn of events. Ye Hao maneuvered through the crowd, positioning himself at the rear of the Shrek 7 monsters, his spider spear poised menacingly against the throats of Oscar and Ning Rongrong. The former, a food system spirit master, and the latter, an auxiliary system master, possessed no combat capabilities whatsoever, although Oscar would later prove to be exceptionally talented. That was a matter for another time. The present was what mattered. He shrugged, opting to withdraw from the confrontation. unwilling to follow in the footsteps of Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. Moreover, with thousands of spectators observing, he was acutely aware that his pride was not as resilient as theirs. The presence of Ning Rongrong by his side was a critical factor. With a playful smile, Ning Rongrong reached out, gently moving Ye Hao's spear aside as she teasingly remarked, "Ye Hao, must you be so violent? I say, you're just a spicy rabbit head, aren't you?" Ye Hao nodded lightly, signaling for him to leave. "Go for it." Ning Rongrong raised her small fist, cheering for Ye Hao before hurriedly exiting the arena. At this moment, only 3 members of the Shrek 7 monsters remained, while the entire royal fighting team was present. Realizing the precarious situation, Tang San felt a surge of panic. He desperately wanted to defeat Ye Hao. In this second life, how could he be inferior? Time and again, he had been bested by Ye Hao. Was he truly weaker? Chapter 57. I am your ancestor Shimo and Shimo exchanged glances, simultaneously tossing their turtle shells, which tightly ensnared Xiaowu. No matter where she moved, the shells could track her at any moment. Now, without Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed tile supportive effects, the combat strength of the Shrek 7 monsters had plummeted. Only Tang San remained, along with Xiaowu and Zhu Qing, standing alone against the onslaught. In stark contrast, the royal fighting team was fully assembled. Tang San looked at the neatly organized royal fighting team before him, then glanced at his own mismatched group, feeling a sudden chill run down his spine. Should he concede? This thought abruptly emerged in his mind, but he quickly shook his head. He could not afford to lose. Even if the Shrek 7 monsters were defeated, he would ensure that the royal fighting team suffered greatly. Meanwhile, Shimo and Shimo maneuvered their turtle shells to encircle Xiaowu. In an instant, the shells exploded into 32 fragments, surrounding her completely. The intense sound of the shattering air made Xiaowu increasingly agitated, causing even the very air to tremble. Before Tang San, he watched in horror as the turtle shell spun like a meat grinder, accelerating with relentless force. Xiaowu evaded several attacks, her body drenched in blood, as she tumbled mid-air. A solid turtle shell collided with her abdomen, causing her to spit out a spray of blood. At that moment, Tang San could no longer contain his fury. He unleashed his 8 spider lances and charged forward, transforming into a vengeful spirit. The blue silver grass and 8 spider lances seamlessly intertwined as he launched a series of attacks against the Shimo brothers. In a moment of desperation, the brothers quickly recalled their turtle shells to block Tang San's onslaught. Though the 8 spider lances were sharp, they were no match for the formidable defense of the Xuanwu turtle. Just then, Xiao's body fell from the air. With a cold snort, Tang San repelled the Shimo brothers and rushed to catch Xiaowu in his arms. Her eyes were tightly shut, her body trembling uncontrollably, her inner thigh mangled and bloodied. And she was gravely injured, her breath erratic and fading. Tang San's breath hitched as he hastily pressed his hands to several acupoints on her body, staunching the flow of blood. At that moment, he suddenly looked up and locked eyes with Ye Hao, who clearly sensed the intense killing intent emanating from him. After gently placing Xiaowu down, Tang San's 8 spider lances erupted once more, along with the illumination of his 3rd spirit ring. His 3rd spirit ability, web binding, formed a blue orb in his palm. At the moment the orb was thrown, countless strands of blue-silver grass erupted from it, creating a vast net that descended from above, seeking to ensnare Ye Hao. Simultaneously, Tang San's 8 spider lances were poised to strike, with a singular goal, to first subdue Ye Hao and then eliminate him. He would not let anyone who harmed Xiaowu escape unscathed. Observing the unfolding scene, Ye Hao ceased to hide his intentions. His 1st spirit ring glowed ominously, as a dense miasma of death spider emperor poison began to spread around him, cracking the ground beneath. The members of the royal fighting team instinctively retreated. Ye Hao's spider poison was far more potent than Dugu Yan snake poison, and only Dugubo's green phosphor snake emperor poison could possibly rival it. Choosing to take the offensive, Tang San swiftly approached using ghost shadow phantom steps. As the net descended, his 8 spider lances lunged forward, channeling all of his pin-up rage. The master's previous advice was long forgotten. Nothing was more important than Xiaowu. A sharp clang resonated as Ye Hao's hands, transformed into spider lances, firmly gripped Tang San's, rendering him immobile. The ground was littered with blue-silver grass, all of which had been corroded by the death spider emperor poison. Tang San glared at Ye Hao, his eyes ablaze with fury. Ye Hao, were you the one who harmed Xiaowu yesterday? You are the spicy rabbit head, aren't you? At this declaration, the crowd collectively held their breath. The spicy rabbit head? Ye Hao was the spicy rabbit head. In the VIP observation area, Qin Ming shook his head in distress, realizing that Ye Hao's identity had inadvertently been revealed. This created a dilemma, torn between his alma mater and his student. Meanwhile, the master and others remained silent, Though the outcome of the battle was all but predetermined, the enigmatic spicy rabbit head had become a recognized adversary of all Shrek members. Anyone who dared to attack Shrek was simply courting death. Yet, considering Ye Hao's background, perhaps it was best to let it slide. On the battle platform, facing Tang San's accusation, Ye Hao merely chuckled, unperturbed. Ye Hao is Ye Hao, and the spicy rabbit head is the spicy rabbit head. The two should not be conflated. You seek the spicy rabbit head. What does it have to do with me, Ye Hao? You, Tang San, are a petty schemer, hoping to use a silent hidden arrow to strike me down, only to now wish to eliminate me altogether. Shall I also seek my own demise? Tang San remained silent, straining with all his might to pull the 8 spider lances, hoping for another chance to attack. Stop struggling, your 8 spider lances cannot escape. Ye Hao observed Tang San's predicament with a sense of satisfaction. Why? Tang San gritted his teeth, questioning the failure of his external soul bone. Because I am your ancestor. Ye Hao smiled faintly, casting a disdainful glance at Tang San. How dare he display his meager 8 spider lances before me? If I am not mistaken, your 8 spider lances were derived from a human-faced demon spider, am I right? Tang San remained silent, evidently acquiescing to this assertion. The Death Spider Emperor reigns as the sovereign among all demon spiders. In comparison to the human-faced demon spider, the two are simply incomparable. Ye Hao perceived that the 8 spider lances behind Tang San could be seized with but a little more effort. However, considering the multitude of spectators present, he momentarily dismissed the thought. This evening, with a swift backflip accompanied by a whip-like kick, he sent Tang San retreating. Before Tang San could react, Ye Hao's Death Spider Emperor lance had already positioned itself at his throat. In the blink of an eye, the lance was poised to strike. Tang San remained motionless, fully aware of Ye Hao's character. Although he recognized the necessity of temporary restraint, a peculiar smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Ye Hao, undeterred by Tang San's predatory gaze, turned to the host. Can we announce the results now? The host, momentarily taken aback, surveyed the clear situation on the Duhun platform before proclaiming, Shrek 7 Monsters vs. Imperial Fighting Team. The Imperial Fighting Team wins. As the words fell, a thunderous applause erupted, marking the end of Shrek 7 Monsters' remarkable winning streak. Amidst the cheers and claps, the members of the Imperial Fighting Team exited the arena one by one. Tang San, his expression darkened, staggered away with the unconscious Xiaowu in his arms. Just as they approached the exit tunnel, he suddenly halted. Under Zhu Zhuqing's watchful gaze, a strange smile crept onto Tang San's lips. I will not spare anyone who has harmed Xiaowu, he vowed silently, a promise they had made since childhood, one he had always upheld. Upon returning to the lounge, Tang San found Dai Mubai cornering Ma Hongjun, who was currently on the receiving end of a flurry of fists and kicks. If it weren't for that glutton's flames, Tang San mused, he would not have been humiliated in front of thousands of spectators, leaving him stripped of his last shred of dignity. Dai, spare me, Ma Hongjun cried, instinctively covering his head as he scrambled away. At that moment, Flinder, the master, and Zhao Wujin rushed in, having come to inquire about Xiaowu's condition. Seeing Flinder, Ma Hongjun quickly hid behind him, cautiously stating, Teacher, Dai Mubai is hitting me. You must stand up for me. Flinder sighed softly, helplessly replying, All right, Mubai. Just give him a light lesson. In an instant, Dai Mubai was fuming, his voice rising in anger. Dean, you saw everything clearly today. I was humiliated before tens of thousands of viewers. By tomorrow, the entire Soto City will know that the leader of Shrek 7 Monsters. At this point, Dai Mubai struggled to voice the rest, overwhelmed by the desire to teach Ma Hongjun a proper lesson to release his pin-up frustration. Flinder quickly interjected, Enough. Do you think my words as the dean hold no weight? You all deserve to lose today. Who told you to underestimate your opponents? Tang San has already spoken of Ye Hao's abilities, yet you all treated him as inconsequential. Now that you have lost, instead of reflecting on your own mistakes, you blame your teammates. As these words rang out, Dai Mubai fell silent, and the atmosphere in the lounge turned tense. Flinder could sense that the Shrek 7 Monsters were beginning to decline, potentially irreversibly. Just then, the master spoke up, All right, Flinder, do not be too harsh on the children. They have performed admirably this time. And don't think I'm unaware of your frustration. Tell me, did you place a bet again? How did it turn out? Did you lose? At this question, Flinder sighed, recalling how he had tasted success in previous bets. Over the past month, as the Shrek 7 Monsters triumphed repeatedly, Flinder had profited handsomely each time he wagered. That card worth 100,000 gold soul coins was his greatest treasure. However, after this battle, he felt as if he had plummeted from the peak to the abyss overnight. To add insult to injury, while passing through the betting area, Flinder had seen Ye Hao holding several gold cards, each of substantial value. One card in particular haunted Flinder's memory, for it was rightfully his. Now, with Shrek 7 monsters defeated, that card had fallen into Ye Hao's possession, a bitter reminder of his loss. With his mood already sour from losing money, encountering this spectacle only served to stoke Flinder's anger. Shrek 7 monsters, pure resentment. All right, everyone, quiet down. The master turned to the unconscious Xiaowu, asking, Tang San. How is Xiaowu? Tang San sighed heavily, replying, although I managed to seal Xiaowu's acupoints in time, she has lost too much blood and remains in a coma. Teacher, why did you not allow me to take action against Ye Hao? Tang San's voice was resolute, an aura of murderous intent emanating from him that seemed to chill the air around them. Daimubai and the others shivered involuntarily, for this was a side of Tang San they had never witnessed before, starkly contrasting with his usual demeanor. Only Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong remained unfazed. Recognizing that this was not the true terror of Tang San, the one they had seen in the alley days prior might have been his real face. The master sighed. Resigned, Tang San, Ye Hao has a complex background, far beyond your reach. Patience is a virtue you must learn. Patience? Tang San gritted his teeth, asserting. I can now say with absolute certainty that Ye Hao is undoubtedly the spicy rabbit head. There was no way Tang San would believe otherwise. Given the available clues, Ye Hao's suspicion was overwhelmingly high. Firstly, he had an undeniable fondness for spicy rabbit heads. Secondly, he was a member of the Imperial Fighting Team, who, despite being low-key recently, had been active in the Soto Great Soul Arena. During this time, he may have participated in battles under the guise of the spicy rabbit head. Hiki. Tang San's brow furrowed as he turned towards the source of the voice, angrily demanding, Ning Rongrong, what are you laughing at? Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes at Tang San, calmly stating, Tang San, you are being rather petty, aren't you? What did you say? Tang San's fury ignited. Ning Rongrong continued, did I say something wrong? You are truly laughable. Just because Xiaowu is injured, you wish to eliminate your opponent? This is the arena, a place for soul masters to compete. Soul battles are meant to be fair and just. Once on the stage, all grievances should be resolved there. Some injuries among soul masters are inevitable. If we were to follow your logic, if you harmed me, I would seek to kill you once off the stage. Would there even be a profession of soul masters left on this continent? We might as well close the Great Soul Arena. If everyone were as petty as you, allowing you to harm others while forbidding them to retaliate, then soul masters would cease to exist on Douluo Continent. Tang San's murderous intent was palpable. And with Ning Rongrong fanning the flames, he felt as if he were on the brink of explosion. Ning Rongrong shot him an acerbic glance, Tang San. Do I also have a death wish? Come on, kill me. Do you dare? Even with tenfold courage, you wouldn't. Enough. The master suddenly bellowed, casting a fierce look at Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, do not take advantage of the situation. I believe Tang San is not that kind of person. The master firmly declared. For no one understood Tang San better than he did as his teacher. Ning Rongrong, furious to the point of laughter, retorted, Tang San is not that kind of person. Your performance as an educator is rather lacking, is it not? Chapter 59. The eve of extraction as one wave subsides, another rises. After triumphing over the Shrek 7 monsters, Ye Hao departed from the team to the betting area to collect his bounty of gold soul coins. This venture proved quite lucrative, as evidenced by the substantial stack of golden cards in his grasp, each bearing a significant denomination. Among them was a golden card worth 100,000 gold soul coins, belonging to Flinder. Coincidentally, just before his departure, Ye Hao cast a glance at Flinder, whose eyes reflected an expression of desperate longing. The helplessness was palpable. It serves you right. Who told you to wager on the Shrek 7 monsters? If you lose, do not blame others. Having defeated the Shrek 7 monsters, Ye Hao ascended to the status of a millionaire, and his spirits soared with delight. Upon returning to the lounge and entering, he inquired, Graphite brother, Stone Mill brother, what has transpired? Ye Hao gazed at the two figures sprawled on the sofa, their complexions revealing an unmistakable pallor. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a faint purplish hue emerging on their skin, an evident sign of poisoning. Nearby, Yilingling invoked her 9 hearts begonia martial spirit, the petals unfurling gracefully in her palms, as delicate lavender blossoms adhered to Shimo and Shimo's bodies. While this alleviated their pain, the 9 hearts begonia martial spirit lacked the capacity to neutralize the toxins. Meanwhile, Dugu Yin furrowed her brow in contemplation, musing, Shimo and Shimo must have been poisoned. And the toxicity is severe, rivaling even my own Bun serpent venom. Yet, I wonder when they fell victim to this affliction? Ye Hao swiftly approached to investigate. And upon meticulous examination, he discovered a minute wound on the shoulders of the two brothers, resembling a pinprick. It was nearly imperceptible unless scrutinized closely. The area surrounding the wound was gradually decaying, emanating a foul stench that permeated the vicinity. Clearly, the assailant had administered the poison with alarming swiftness, leaving no time for a reaction. Who could be so malevolent as to poison Yu Tianheng? He was infuriated, having emerged victorious from battle. This turn of events was most untimely. Ye Hao took a deep breath. From the condition of the wounds and the accompanying scent, it was evident that it was indeed Tang San's 8 spider lances. At that time, when Xiao Wu was injured, Tang San recklessly charged forward to engage in battle with Shimo, and it was likely during that moment that he had administered the poison. The poison from the human-faced demon spider was exceptionally potent. Fortunately, Tang San had not ingested an excessive amount of the toxin at that time. Otherwise, the effects of Shimo's poison would have manifested immediately. Had that been the case, Ye Hao would have unhesitatingly compelled Tang San to concoct an antidote for them. Should Tang San refuse, Ye Hao would not hesitate to seize the 8 spider lances from him in front of the multitude of spectators. I will step out for a moment. Please take care of Shimo in my absence. Ye Hao immediately departed. Yu Lingling inquired, "Where are you headed?" Ye Hao turned his head and smiled faintly, naturally seeking the one who had poisoned him, compelling him to reveal the antidote. "I shall accompany you." Ye Hao shook his head solemnly and replied, "There is no need for that. I can manage on my own." With that, he stepped out, his surroundings steeped in solitude. His gaze infused with a fierce determination and a hint of latent menace. The Soto Great Soul Arena, having witnessed the conclusion of the final team battle, saw spectators gradually depart. Among them, with the assistance of their comrades from the royal battle team, Shimo managed to leave, albeit with great difficulty. Yet, the whereabouts of Qin Ming remained a mystery at this moment. If one were to speculate, he might very well be at the hotel affiliated with Shrek Academy. After all, the royal battle team had triumphed over the Shrek 7 Devils, and as their leader, a former member of Shrek Academy, he had to extend the customary courtesies. Simultaneously, due to Xiao Wu's injuries, Tang San hastened back to the hotel. Furthermore, considering the venom from the 8 spider lances that had previously been ingested, he believed that those 2 who had harmed Xiao Wu would meet their demise before the night was through. Tang San's eyes gleamed with determination. A sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, he had vowed that anyone who dared to harm Xiao Wu would pay a steep price. Though it was regrettable that it had to involve Ye Hao. Suddenly, Tang San rose abruptly, his gaze fixating on the dark figure standing by the window, his expression hardening. "It's you." The shadow's voice was hoarse as it responded, "Indeed, it is I, Tang San. Do you still remember me?" Tang San clenched his teeth, a wave of intense murderous intent flashing in his eyes once more. "Of course, I remember you, Ye Tian. I never imagined you would have the audacity to show your face here. Are you truly unafraid of my wrath?" Ye Tian laughed heartily. "Fear? What I have to fear? I possess evidence against you. Should I reveal the events of that day, not only would your friends be implicated, but even the Shrek Academy would find itself in an irretrievable predicament." Tang San gritted his teeth, glaring at Ye Tian with indignation. "What brings you here today? Have you come solely to threaten me?" Simultaneously, Tang San reached behind him, silently loading a hidden dart. "I have taken a liking to something of yours and intend to borrow it," Ye Tian stated. Tang San's eyes narrowed suspiciously. "What is it?" "The 8 spider lances." As soon as the words left his lips, Tang San abruptly raised his right hand, a sharp silver needle slicing through the air, hurtling directly towards Ye Tian. Ye Tian, well acquainted with this maneuver, effortlessly evaded it. In the same breath, he entered Tang San's room, hoisting the unconscious Xiao Wu over his shoulder. Under Tang San's murderous gaze, he fled with her in tow. "Do not inform anyone, or else the loss of 10,000 your soul rings and soul bones will be on your head," Ye Tian warned. Tang San's fury ignited at once. The other coveted his 8 spider lances, an external soul bone that everyone yearned for. Ye Tian was truly insufferable. For the sake of Xiao Wu, Tang San chose to confront him, leaping out of the window to closely follow Ye Tian's trail. The 2 figures danced upon the rooftops, their silhouettes shrouded in the mystery of the night. Before long, Ye Tian halted in a narrow alley, carelessly discarding Xiao Wu onto the ground. Had it not been for the fact that he had not yet reached the level to absorb soul rings, he would have already taken action. Tang San arrived breathlessly, his heart racing as he beheld Xiao Wu behind Ye Tian. "Ye Tian, hand Xiao Wu over. If she suffers even the slightest harm today, I will risk my life to ensure we both perish together." Ye Tian smiled faintly, casting a scornful glance at Tang San as he raised his middle finger in mockery, saying, "Die together with me? Huh, you are not even worthy." He then gestured around. "Do you remember this place?" Tang San instinctively looked around, and Ye Tian continued, "Indeed. This is where you committed your heinous acts, where those 6 innocent soul masters met their demise. What on earth do you intend to do? Tang San demanded fiercely. Choosing to bypass the topic. What do I intend to do? Ye Tian's eyes brightened, and in an instant, he completed the possession of the soul-devouring spider emperor. I shall deal with you. In a flash, Ye Tian vanished from sight, reappearing behind Tang San. Chapter 60. Today is your day. Tang San suddenly turned, his left hand shimmering with a dark light as the Haotian hammer materialized in his grasp. His twin martial souls had been revealed not long ago, thus. In the face of Ye Tian, he had to exert all his strength. Today would be the day of Ye Tian's sacrificial demise. The emerald-hued spider spear clashed against the Haotian hammer, producing a shower of sparks. In the blink of an eye, Tang San swung the heavy hammer directly at Ye Tian's head. Even without the addition of soul rings, the Haotian hammer weighed 500 pounds, and with a single strike, the ground instantly cracked, resembling a spider's web. Ye Tian pivoted his form, swiftly propelling himself off the wall, as the spear transformed from his arm into the soul-devouring spider emperor's spear, descended with ferocity. The clash with Tang San's Haotian hammer ignited an extraordinary battle spirit within their eyes, enveloping the atmosphere with palpable killing intent. Meanwhile, not far from Nodding City, in a secluded cave on the rear mountains of Holy Soul Village, Tang Tian, cloaked in black, concealed his visage as he gazed tenderly at the blue-silver grass adorned with golden veins before him. Ian, after accompanying you for so long, it is time I check on Xiao San, Tang Tian murmured softly. The blue-silver grass swayed gently, as if responding to his words. A bittersweet smile graced Tang Tian's lips, before he transformed into a streak of black light, soaring rapidly towards the location of Soto City. In a nondescript alley of Soto City, Tang San had already unveiled the 8 spider lances, gripping the heavily scarred Haotian hammer as he knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. On the other side, Ye Tian was not faring much better. The spear formed from his arms trembled violently as he surveyed the ground, marked by traces of blue-silver grass, a clear indication of a fierce battle that had transpired. Faced with the formidable Tang San, who could utilize soul skills, Ye Tian found himself at a disadvantage. Had it not been for his identity, Tang San might have already succumbed to the ground. Ye Tian brandished his spear, while Tang San advanced with the formidable Haotian hammer, swinging it with great ferocity. As the imminent clash approached, Ye Tian deftly evaded the assault of Tang San's Haotian hammer. And with a fierce downward strike of the soul-devouring spider emperor spear, a chilling scream echoed as one of the 8 spider legs behind Tang San was severed. The external spirit bone was akin to one's own bone, rendering this injury equivalent to a personal dismemberment. Ah! Tang San cried out in agony, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. In that moment, he knelt partially on the ground, barely supported by the shattered Haotian hammer in his grasp. Looking at the figure clad in black robes before him, he inquired loudly, Ye Tian, must you take this course of action today? Ye Tian spat on the ground, letting out a cold snort, purely out of disdain for his opponent. What could you possibly do to me? First, there was the sudden silent dart attack on the Soul Duel platform, followed by the poison from the graphite and stone mill. These 2 incidents combined made it justifiable to eliminate Tang San. Although the outcome of the duel had already been determined, Tang San's actions were intolerable to Ye Hao. The 8 spider lances he possessed were indeed reckless. No matter the circumstances, today his 8 spider lances must be destroyed. Tang San was acutely aware that the other's intentions were clear. He had come for the 8 spider lances. As an external soul bone, it held great allure for most individuals, which was hardly surprising. What was most infuriating was that he dared to abduct Xiaowu. This man had effectively sealed his own fate. Aside from Ye Hao, Ye Tian was undoubtedly the target Tang San most wished to eliminate. In this moment of stillness, under the cover of night, they found themselves at the eastern edge of Soto City, a place seldom frequented by others. Even after the recent fierce battle, it was likely that no one would discover the events that transpired until the following day. Tang San gradually rose to his feet, his gaze fixed on the approaching Ye Tian, his heart sinking with a chilling realization. For the first time in his life, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread, as though calamity loomed in the next heartbeat. In a moment of desperation, he swiftly brushed his left hand across the 24 bridges by moonlight, and suddenly, a number of flying daggers and various silver needles of different sizes appeared in his grasp as he hurled them forward. Ye Tian squinted his eyes, gazing at the glimmering hidden weapons before him. It was akin to a celestial maiden scattering flowers, an all-encompassing assault with no angles of escape. Furthermore, Ye Tian sensed a disturbance beneath his feet as 2 robust blue-silver grasses erupted from the ground, attempting to ensnare his feet. Thus, he would become a living target. destined to be pierced by countless concealed weapons. As Ye Tian emerged, surrounded by a flurry of violet light, he ascended into the air under Tang San's gaze. The concealed weapons and the dual entrapment of blue-silver grass fell futilely to the ground. Projectiles pierced the earth, as peculiar flying daggers and silver needles elicited a sense of dread. In the next moment, Ye Tian brandished the soul-devouring spider emperor's spear, striking downwards at a perfect 90-degree angle. At that instant, Tang San found himself with no means of escape, compelled to raise the Haotian hammer above his head. Upon the moment of contact between the soul-devouring spider emperor's spear and the Haotian hammer, Tang San's weapon shattered abruptly, and even Ye Tian's spear could not escape, disintegrating into motes of starlight. Immediately following, Ye Tian seized Tang San by the head, forcefully pressing him into the ground, rubbing and scraping mercilessly. Blood began to flow profusely from the ground, while Tang San struggled in vain against Ye Tian's relentless hold, rendered completely immobile beneath his foot. Once, he had never endured such humiliation. How could a man of his stature be trampled underfoot? As his resistance grew more fervent, Ye Tian, far from being alarmed, found delight in the struggle, tauntingly grasping Tang San's head and jeering, "Oh, the two-faced schemer, look at you now." Tang San glared fiercely at the blood-soaked earth, disregarding the crimson liquid trickling down from his head. "If you do not kill me today, I shall personally exact vengeance upon you next time." Ye Tian let out a cold snort, placing one hand at the location of Tang San's 8 spider lances. At this moment, Tang San was thoroughly alarmed. "What do you intend to do? Stop it, you scoundrel." His mentor had once conveyed that the bond between soul masters is inseparable, akin to one's own bones. Unless a soul master perishes, no one can extract another's soul bone. However, ever since Tang San acquired the external soul bone of the 8 spider lances, despite having utilized it several times with a fair degree of proficiency, he still sensed that the external soul bone had yet to truly merge with him. In private, Tang San had sought the wisdom of his master, only to learn that his external soul bone had not yet integrated with him and required an external force for that to happen. Ye Tian's expression was one of indifference as his right hand transformed once more into the soul-devouring spider emperor's spear, swiftly severing the remaining 8 spider spears in succession. Immediately thereafter, Ye Hao grasped the lowest part of the 8 spider spear, and Ye Tian's hand brushed against something akin to bone. "Stop!" A heart-wrenching scream pierced the heavens, and Tang San's eyes were filled with crimson. The sensation of bones separating was something he felt profoundly, etched into his very being. Blood promptly stained Tang San's back a deep red. Soon after, darkness enveloped Tang San's vision, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Ye Tian gazed at the 8 spider spear in his hand, adorned with a soul bone, then cast a sidelong glance at Tang San, who lay at his feet. "Today is your day," he mused. Chapter 61. That Madman. Today is your day. Ye Tian kicked the unconscious Tang San disdainfully, remarking, "Over the years, you have stealthily eradicated nearly everyone who harmed that rabbit. Today, you shall understand the despair of one on the brink of death." After casting a final glance at Tang San and the soon-to-awaken Xiaowu, Ye Tian's lips curled into a smirk as he slipped away into the night. For the future was still long. In a daze, Xiaowu slowly opened her eyes, seemingly hearing Tang San's anguished cries. Gazing at the dark sky above and the unfamiliar surroundings, she pondered how she ended up there, a myriad of questions swirling in her mind. With a wince, Xiaowu grimaced in pain. The wounds inflicted by the graphite and stone tortoise shell had yet to heal, and now she found herself in a state of confusion. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon Tang San, lying in a pool of blood. In disbelief, she rubbed her eyes, staring at the motionless figure, his back soaked in crimson stains. "Brother!" Xiaowu could no longer contain her emotions and hurriedly rushed to lift Tang San, disregarding her own unhealed injuries. "Brother, what has happened to you? Please, do not frighten Xiaowu. I cannot bear to be without you." Tears streamed down her face like a string of broken pearls. Meanwhile, Ye Tian returned to the inn, shedding his black cloak and stowing it within his soul guide ring. Along with it, he also secured Tang San's 8 spider lances. Extracting a single lance, the very one he had severed at the outset, Ye Hao pushed open the door and hurried down the corridor. The recent skirmish with Tang San having drained him of considerable energy, he walked with a slight lightness, as if he were soaring. Upon reaching the threshold of the rooms of Shi Mo and Shi Mo, he steadied himself, shaking his head vigorously before entering. Inside, he found Qin Ming and several members of the royal battle team, all gazing intently at the brothers lying on the bed. The brothers' breathing had grown increasingly erratic, and their wounds were already festering. Although they had received treatment from Yilingling, the 9-heart begonia martial spirit lacked the capacity to counteract the toxins. merely alleviating their pain to a limited extent. Just as despair began to settle over the group, Ye Hao's entrance sparked a flicker of hope. Qin Ming, having learned from Dugu Yin and others about Ye Hao's pursuit of the poisoner, rushed forward with urgency, inquiring, "Xiao Hao, what is the situation?" The others gathered around, their hopes pinned on Ye Hao to find an antidote, as the fate of the brothers, Shi Mo and Shi Mo, rested entirely in his hands. Ye Hao did not disappoint expectations, nodding with a smile. Upon witnessing this, the crowd rejoiced and hurriedly surrounded Ye Hao, guiding him to the bedside of the Shimo brothers. Ye Hao instructed everyone to clear the area. Immediately, his back unfurled the death spider spear, revealing its ominous presence. The spectators were evidently taken aback. Was it not an antidote he was to provide? Why brandish the spear? One must remember, Ye Hao's spider venom was exceptionally potent. Without uttering a word, Ye Hao cautiously raised the spear above his head, trembling as he advanced toward Shimo. The crowd held their breath, not daring to make a sound, intently observing Ye Hao's next actions. Meanwhile, at the hotel where the Shrek Academy resided, the Shrek 7 had transformed into the Silver Soul fighting team following the Battle of the Night, indirectly fulfilling the task assigned by the Master. Their next undertaking was the relocation of Shrek Academy, officially heading to Heaven Do City in 3 months. Flander planned to embark on the journey back to the Academy the following day, choosing to stay the night in the meantime. The Master sat alone on a bench at the stairway, gazing at the somber night, his already gloomy face deepening in shadow, becoming rigid with tension. Reflecting on the scenes from the Soul Fighting Arena earlier that day, and the performance of his nephew, Yu Tianheng, he sighed heavily. Time, how swiftly it passes. So many years have flown by. He had intended to meet his nephew privately, but alas, the royal fighting team had departed ahead of him. As the Master prepared to retreat to his room for rest, a faint cry for help pierced the silence, capturing his attention. He approached slowly, and upon reaching the stairway, frozen shock, rendered immobile. Before him lay the most distressing sight he could have imagined. Xiao Wu, drenched in blood, struggled forward, carrying the unconscious Tang San, blood pooling beneath them. The Master felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, his mind buzzing, stumbling down the stairs. He hastily lifted Tang San onto his back and rushed into the room, laying him on the bed, exposing his bloodied back. In a panic, the Master prioritized finding Flander. The urgent knocking on Flander's door shattered his peaceful dreams of becoming a billionaire, immersed in a sea of gold coins. Startled awake, drenched in sweat, he felt a wave of irritation wash over him at the incessant knocking, which amplified his already foul mood after losing money that day. When Qin Ming departed earlier, Flander had mentioned the matter, hoping he would consult with Ye Hao about reclaiming his lost funds. After all, it was the fruit of a month's hard labor. He could not accept such a loss. Coming. Flander grumbled impatiently, rising leisurely. Upon opening the door, ready to express his frustration, he was immediately pulled away by the Master, who seemed frantic. "Xiao Gang, why are you up so late?" The Master remained silent, his pace quickening, exuding a palpable urgency, bordering on madness. Flander was taken aback. He had never seen the Master so flustered. What calamity could have befallen Shrek? Entering the room, his gaze fell upon Tang San, who lay nearly lifeless on the bed, and he too widened his eyes in disbelief. "Xiao Gang, Xiao San, what has happened to him?" Flander stammered, panic-stricken. "First, we must stabilize Xiao San's wounds," the Master urged. "I will fetch a doctor. No matter what, he cannot die. Otherwise, we would all bear the brunt of his wrath." With that, the Master hurriedly exited the room. Flander understood the gravity of the situation and quickly utilized his soul power to suppress Tang San's injuries. His heart racing with dread. If Tang San were to perish, his own fate would be sealed, for that madman dared to confront even the Pope. What chance did a mere soul sage have against such a lunatic? Chapter 62. Tang Ritian approaches. The news of Tang San's injuries spread like wildfire. Upon hearing it, the Shrek 7, except for Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing, gathered in Tang San's room, staring at their unconscious companion, bewildered by the circumstances. "What happened?" the Master queried, furrowing his brow. He had promised Tang how he would safeguard Tang San, and now, witnessing his current state, he felt utterly ashamed to face his idol. Flander sighed deeply. "The bleeding has stopped, but Xiao San has lost too much blood. He will need a few days of quiet recovery. For now, let us take turns caring for him." He then turned his gaze to the tearful Xiao Wu, recalling the Master's words that she had carried Tang San back, indicating her knowledge of the incident. Whoever had inflicted this harm must possess greater soul power than her. "Xiao Wu, please tell me what transpired," Flander implored as he knelt before her, seeking to uncover the assailant's identity so they could ensure their safety. If that madman were to arrive at Shrek Academy and see Tang San in such a state, the entire institution would tremble under his fury. Xiao Wu sobbed, her eyes swollen, glancing at the pale Tang San lying on the bed. Director Flander. I do not know how it happened. When I awoke, I found myself in a narrow alley, and then I discovered my brother in this condition. The master pressed further. Xiao Wu, think carefully. Has Xiao San had any interactions or conflicts with anyone recently? After a moment of contemplation, she wiped away her remaining tears. No. My brother is always well behaved. He would never entangle himself with others, nor engage in any wrongdoing. Outside, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing exchanged knowing glances, conveying a silent understanding. Inside the room, the master's expression soured as he rubbed his temples, letting out a long sigh. Flanders sat opposite him, and in that moment, only the two remained. What shall we do, Xiaogang? If Tang Hao learns of this, we will be in deep trouble. The master was troubled by the thought. He had promised Tang Hao at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy to take good care of Tang San. All these years, Tang Hao had been elusive, and now, with this calamity, they could only hope for Tang San's swift recovery, allowing them to uncover the truth behind this ordeal. Every injustice has its source. We must seek out the responsible party. Flander, let us return to Shrek Academy with Xiao San tomorrow. Soto City is no longer a safe haven. Flander frowned. Xiaogang, are you suggesting that the perpetrator remains here in Soto City? The master nodded in a daze and said, this is merely speculation. The urgent matter is to awaken Xiao San. I observed just now that the wound is located on his back. As he spoke, the master's expression suddenly grew grave. His right hand gripping the edge of the table so tightly that his fingers left distinct impressions. Furthermore, Flinder had mentally prepared himself, as the dean. He had to uncover the identity of this individual. Otherwise, when Tang Hao truly descended, he would be unable to bear the consequences. Meanwhile, Tang Hao was en route. The master's voice trembled as he continued. I have discovered that Xiao San's external spirit bone is missing. Upon hearing this, Flinder's eyes widened in shock, his pupils constricting. Xiao San's external spirit bone is actually gone. Remembering the earlier treatment of Xiao San's back injury, Flinder realized that he possessed an external spirit bone. Initially, he found it perplexing that the injury was on the back. Could it be an ambush? Now, it appeared that the situation was far more complicated than he had imagined. Flinder quickly interjected, Xiaogang, did you not say that once a spirit bone merges with a spirit master, it cannot be stripped away unless the master dies? What about Xiao San's current condition? Why is this happening? The master sighed deeply and replied, I have indeed stated such a thing. In principle, once a spirit master absorbs a spirit bone, unless they perish or choose self-destruction when facing death, it is impossible for others to claim it. However, Xiao San's situation is somewhat unique. Oh, Flinder's interest piqued, and he asked eagerly, how is it unique? The master took a sip of tea and inhaled deeply, stating, Xiao San's spirit bone is the most precious external spirit bone. I suspect that the individual is coveting Xiao San's external spirit bone, using Xiao Wu as bait to lure him out. Flinder nodded in understanding. The matter was becoming clearer. Knowing the target of that individual, the next step was to ascertain their true identity, which was of utmost importance. The master slowly rose, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze drifting towards the tranquil night market outside. Then he drew the curtains shut. Xiao San's external spirit bone was derived from a millennium-old human-faced demon spider. From recent observations, it was evident that Xiao San still could not fully wield it. The 8 spider lances could not be used at will, and Xiao San required additional support. Support? Flinder questioned, puzzled. What kind of support? The master pondered and explained. Support refers to the pressure exerted by a formidable individual. It embodies the concept of rising anew after destruction. What Xiao San currently lacks is precisely this. The 8 spider lances were forcibly extracted without complete synchronization with Xiao San, akin to subjecting him to the excruciating pain of having his bones stripped. Consider this. He is merely a 12-year-old boy. How could he endure such extraordinary suffering? At this point, the master could not help but shed tears. Tang San had been his disciple for many years, and it echoed the words Tang San had spoken upon becoming his student. Once a disciple, forever a father. Though they were termed master and disciple, the bond between the master and Tang San was akin to that of a father and son. The room fell silent, the atmosphere heavy and suffocating. At the inn where the Imperial battle team was staying, the night was still, and the stars twinkled in the sky. After Ye Hao neutralized the poison from the graphite and stone mill, he returned to his room alone, fixing his gaze around the space. He ensured that no one was present, and then cautiously retrieved the blood-stained 8-spider spear from his soul guiding ring. The 8-spider spear is adorned with a soul bone. Ye Hao wiped away the blood of Tang San, and the 8-spider lances regained their former luster. Holding the lance in his hand, Ye Hao felt an extraordinary aura emanating from it. Chapter 63, Zhao Wujia, the Great Grievance. The exterior of the soul bone was purple, resembling that of the man-faced demon spider. A subtle impulse surged within Ye Hao, urging him to absorb it. However, he swiftly dismissed the thought. The 8-spider lances belonged to Tang San. To equip it on himself would be tantamount to declaring himself the murderer, an invitation to calamity. He returned the 8-spider lances to the soul guidance ring, reclined backward, and comfortably lay on the bed, instantly feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him. Having endured 2 fierce battles consecutively, Ye Hao was now utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Drowsily, he drifted into slumber. The following morning, at dawn, the members of Shrek hurriedly transported the injured Tang San back to Shrek Academy outside the city. After last night's recovery, Tang San was no longer in critical condition. Though he appeared somewhat frail due to excessive blood loss, his complexion still pale. Yi Ritian. Who is Yi Ritian? The master. Seated at the edge of Tang San's bed, found the name unfamiliar. Tang San gritted his teeth in frustration. Yi Ritian, the wretched one, was the very person who had abducted Xiao Wu that night and subsequently seized his 8-spider lances. The master, though troubled by the painful memories of the previous night, felt relieved that Tang San was safe. He merely needed time to rest, or else he would have no explanation to offer Tang Hao. Yi Ritian, Yi Ritian. The master pondered repeatedly, questioning the strength of that individual. What distinguished his martial soul? Tang San sighed, mustering the strength to lift himself from the bed, and weakly remarked, I am no match for that person. As for his martial soul, I did not observe it closely. I merely sensed that he was a weapon soul master, and his martial soul resembled a scythe, which shattered my Haotian hammer. Upon hearing this, the master was profoundly shocked. If even the Haotian hammer was broken, could there truly exist a weapon martial soul more formidable than it? You must rest well and not exert yourself during this time. I will investigate the matter concerning Yi Ritian thoroughly, the master assured him before departing the room, leaving Tang San alone. As the master stepped outside, he felt an overwhelming helplessness. There were still no leads on the culprit. However, one thing was certain. From Tang San's description of that individual's martial soul, it was evident that he was indeed a weapon soul master. A scythe? Could a scythe truly surpass the Haotian hammer? The master shrugged, recognizing that this surpassed his understanding. The Haotian hammer was renowned as the world's premier weapon martial soul. How could a scythe possibly be more powerful? Such a notion was utterly unheard of. Master. At that moment, Dai Mubai rushed in, panting heavily. The master glared sternly at him, shushing him to indicate that Tang San was resting. Dai Mubai understood, recognizing that Tang San, as a patient, required peace and quiet. Mubai, what brings you here? The master inquired. Dai Mubai's expression grew serious as he cautiously replied, Master, the Huangdo team and Senior Qin Ming have arrived. Dean Flanders has sent me to call you. The mention of the Huangdo team caused the master to furrow his brow. What brought them here? Dai Mubai shook his head in confusion, stating, the dean said that Senior Qin Ming is leading the Huangdo team back to Heavendo City today, and before leaving, he specifically came to the academy to discuss the relocation of the academy. So that was it. The entire academy was to relocate to the Heavendo Royal Academy. This was the next strategic move the master intended to make. Shrek Academy was far too small, lacking an environment conducive to training and a proper academic atmosphere. It resembled a destitute village, and the food was dismal, merely pickled vegetables with steamed buns, occasionally accompanied by a bit of oil, but only rarely. In such an academy, it would be impossible for even the most gifted individuals to thrive. Their potential would undoubtedly be squandered. Like Qin Ming, who undoubtedly could have had a bright future had he not initially enrolled in Shrek Academy, it was likely he would be far more accomplished than he is now. Qin Ming had once expressed that not participating in that year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition was a lingering regret for him. At the entrance of Shrek Academy, Ye Hao surveyed his surroundings with disdain. This was his first visit to Shrek Academy, and his initial impression was one of poverty and subpar conditions. Training in such an environment was truly a waste of his potential. He cast a sympathetic glance at Qin Ming, acknowledging his plight. Is this truly Shrek Academy? Du Gu Yin exclaimed, akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden. surveying everything before her with a mix of disbelief and disdain. This place is utterly rustic. Is this really an academy? Even a wild chicken would be superior. As the Shrek 7 monsters, aside from Tang, San, and Xiao Wu, exchanged glances with the Huang Do team, a palpable tension filled the air. Oh, I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be the defeated ones. One of the Huang Do members taunted. What did you say? Dai Mubai's anger flared. His defeat to the Huang Do team had long been a source of shame for him, and to make matters worse, he had been humiliated in front of thousands of spectators the previous night. The enmity between them was palpable, and those led by Dai Mubai were eager to retaliate. Just as a confrontation seemed imminent, an explosion echoed from the rear mountain, abruptly capturing everyone's attention. Ye Hao fixed his gaze and beheld thick smoke billowing from the back mountain, a formidable pressure swiftly radiating outward. Dai Mubai, unable to maintain his composure, suddenly felt his limbs weaken, collapsing to the ground, with the others experiencing a similar fate. A powerful presence was approaching. Ye Hao was taken aback, sensing an overwhelming aura. Could the opponent possibly be a titled Douluo? In the forest of the back mountain, Tang Ritian, cloaked in black, traversed the air with a grim expression, his murky eyes brimming with murderous intent. The Haotian hammer in his right hand, adorned with 9 radiant soul rings, caught the eye. Zhao Wujie lay amidst the ruins. Utterly bewildered, how had this madman returned? The last time, it was merely a test of Tang San, resulting in a severe beating that still haunted him. Today, this lunatic seemed indiscriminate, and it appeared that his life was forfeit. Tang Ritian, he called out, as the Haotian hammer suddenly expanded in size, descending directly upon Zhao Wujie's helpless gaze. Under the Haotian crown, let none escape. At this critical moment, Flander, the master, and Qin Ming arrived just in time. Tang Ritian's movement faltered noticeably, his gaze fixed on the master, seeking an urgent explanation. Wujie, what on earth has transpired? Flander and Qin Ming rushed to support Zhao Wujie, realizing that if they had arrived even a moment later, the trio might have been left to collect corpses. Casting a glance at the furious Tang Ritian, the master inhaled deeply. This day had inevitably come. Master, I demand a reasonable explanation, Tang Ritian declared, retracting the enlarged Haotian hammer and striking the ground forcefully, exuding a formidable presence that left the others in awe. Dean Flander, who is this? Qin Ming inquired, his heart trembling. With a resigned sigh, Flander replied, allow me to introduce. This is His Excellency Haotian, and also the father of Tang San. His Excellency Haotian. Qin Ming's pupils constricted. A title Douluo. Surely that hammer he wields is no ordinary weapon. Your Excellency Haotian, this is a former student of Shrek Academy. Qin Ming, we are all on the same side. Flander said with a conciliatory smile. Tang Ritian's gaze bore down on the master, the might of a titled Douluo sending shivers down the spines of those present, who dared not make a move. The master, steeling himself, confronted Tang Ritian directly. Indeed, you have been lurking in the shadows, Tang Ritian stated solemnly. Give me answers. With a heavy heart, the master sighed and recounted the events of the previous night, detailing the incident where Tang San had his external spirit bone forcibly removed, leaving him bloodied and wounded. Upon hearing this, Tang Ritian erupted in rage, the force of his fury causing Shrek Academy to tremble. With a thunderous roar, Tang Ritian soared into the sky, the hammer in his hand swelling to several times its size. As he struck downwards, half of the forest on the back mountain quaked violently, the earth cracking and the landscape shifting, resembling a scene from the apocalypse. In a single, devastating blow, half of the forest was obliterated. Flander and the others gasped in shock. The true terror of a titled Douluo was indeed profound. Ye Ritian, where is that man? Tang Ritian's aura was menacing, his intent to kill palpable. For having reduced his son to such a state, Ye Ritian must pay with his life. The master shook his head in confusion. I do not know where Ye Ritian is. The only clue we have is that he is a weapon spirit master of considerable strength. Tang Ritian retracted the Haotian hammer and approached Zhao Wujie with an ominous expression, causing Wujie to tremble uncontrollably. Wujie, this time, I owe you a debt. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujie hurriedly replied, I dare not, I dare not. He could not face a titled Douluo. As a mere soul sage, that earlier strike could have easily crushed 100 of him. Master, it has been a long time since we last met. Let us depart. With that, the master and Tang Ritian ventured deeper into the forest. Once they were out of sight, Flander finally breathed a sigh of relief. The madman had calmed, albeit at the cost of half the back mountain. Thankfully, they would be leaving in 3 months. Though reluctant, For the future of the Shrek 7 monsters, they had to make a choice. Xiaoming, I trust you understand what transpired today. Qin Ming acknowledged. Rest assured, Dean Flander, I will not mention this to anyone. That is good, Flander nodded, as he and Qin Ming worked together to carry Zhao Wujia back. Wujia, you ought to lose some weight. Boss, do you find me displeasing? Shrek Academy had been profoundly shaken by Tang Retian's earlier blow. Tang San gazed into the distance, observing the devastation of the back mountain, feeling overwhelmed, especially by that hammer. In the clearing, Ye Hao disregarded the astonishment of others, his expression turning grave. That figure and that hammer unmistakably belonged to Tang Retian. Tang Retian had come. Should he flee? But why should he escape? It was Yu Retian who had harmed Tang San. What connection did that have to Ye Hao? At that moment, Qin Ming arrived, albeit belatedly. Let us return to the academy. That madman is not to be trifled with. The tales of the madman who hammered the Pope are notorious. Remaining at Shrek Academy is unwise. Moreover, with that madman in a rage, one would not wish for their own grave to be overgrown with weeds. Teacher Qin. Just now, Duguyan hesitated, sensing an aura far stronger than her grandfather's. Choosing to avoid the topic, Qin Ming urged the group to leave without looking back. Their lives were at stake. The Royal Battle Team was the culmination of the efforts of the Tiando Royal Academy, and each member had formidable backgrounds. Should anything go awry, Qin Ming could not bear the responsibility. The group, perplexed, exchanged glances, but due to Qin Ming's insistence, they complied and boarded the carriage, swiftly departing toward the Tiando Royal Academy. Despite their myriad of questions, Qin Ming remained tight-lipped, leaving them in the dark about the events that had just transpired. As Ye Hao gazed through the car window at the receding Shrek Academy, he felt a profound certainty that Tang Retian had arrived at this location, and that Qin Ming must have met with him. It was inconceivable that Qin Ming would have allowed everyone to leave in such haste otherwise. With this thought, a nefarious idea began to stir within Ye Hao's mind. Teacher Qin, I would like to request a leave of absence, he stated promptly. Qin Ming's eyelids twitched. Request a leave? This brat, is he about to stir up trouble again? He cleared his throat, and, with an air of nonchalance, turned his gaze toward Ye Hao. A leave? For what purpose? Only those of no consequence in the realm of soul masters would seek a leave of absence. Ye Hao, why do these words sound so familiar? Sit tight, and do not go anywhere from this moment on. Ye Hao, why should I? Qin Ming narrowed his eyes, signaling Yi Lingling and Du Guyan to each restrain one of Ye Hao's arms, firmly immobilizing him in place. It would be folly to allow a titled Douluo to roam free within Shrek Academy. Should that madman unleash his fury and harm Ye Hao, Qin Ming's career would meet a swift end. For both his own sake and Ye Hao's, he could not permit it. With a subtle glance, Yi Lingling and Du Guyan understood and held Ye Hao firmly in place, rendering him unable to move. Despite this, the sinister thoughts brewing within Ye Hao's mind grew ever more intense. Perhaps he could take advantage of the night. The commotion at Shrek Academy had indeed served as a wake-up call for the gathered crowd, particularly for Xiao Wu, who hastily retreated to her dormitory, burying herself under the covers, appearing quite anxious. In a makeshift cave amidst the ruins of the back mountain, the master and Tang Retian sat on the ground, engaging in a lengthy discussion. Master, you need not blame yourself for this. It is not your fault, Tang Retian expressed with a heavy heart, filled with regret over Tang San. Had he been by his side last night, perhaps things would have been different. The master, with a melancholic gaze, sighed. What has transpired is beyond our control. As long as little San is unharmed, that is what matters. My next step is to accompany him for a while longer. Then seek out Yi Retian's whereabouts. I must avenge this grievance. Tang Retian's eyes glinted with determination, his murky gaze suddenly clearer. The master replied, I understand. During this time, I too will remain by Little San's side. Alas, Little San's external spirit bone is lost, otherwise. As he spoke, the master couldn't help but lament. External spirit bones were exceedingly rare, with only 1 or 2 spirit masters across the continent possessing such treasures. Tang Retian's mind raced, and he looked at the master with a mysterious expression. Master, I wish to inquire about something. The master raised an eyebrow in surprise. Please, go ahead. Is the Ye Hao who was once an alumnus alongside Little San truly who he claims to be? The master regarded Tang Hao with suspicion. Their eyes met, and it became evident that his suspicions were correct. Ye Hao was indeed affiliated with the Spirit Hall. After saying this, Tang Hao's gaze hardened. He held no fondness for the Spirit Hall, particularly not for the Pope. You must be wondering why I have not acted against Ye Hao all these years. Tang Hao's eyes grew fiercer as he recalled the past. The anger within him could not be quelled. Had it not been for the spirit hall, his family would not have fallen to such a state. The master replied, "No, I would not ask." Ye Hao, looking at the master without surprise, questioned, "Why not?" The master rose, brushing off the dust from his clothing, casting a conflicted gaze towards the spirit hall. After a long pause, he sighed deeply. "After all these years, if you intended to act, you would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? Ye Hao may indeed be her son, but he is innocent. He is merely a child. Furthermore, had you acted back then, I suspect neither you nor little San would have survived to see today. Some matters are best left unspoken." The master understood the terrifying nature of the spirit hall. In recent years, nearly 70% of spirit masters across the continent had joined their ranks. Who could possibly stand against them? As the night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, the Imperial fighting team's carriage rested in the depths of the forest. By the campfire, Qin Ming and the entire Imperial fighting team had succumbed to slumber, with only a few remaining vigilant on patrol. The wilderness was fraught with danger, necessitating nighttime watchmen. Close to the flickering flames, Ye Hao rested his head, gazing up at the resplendent starry sky. Unbeknownst to him, it had been 6 or 7 years since he arrived in this world. From a mere beggar without a spirit to a member of the Imperial fighting team, many events had unfolded along the way. The time had come. Observing the slumbering figures around him, Ye Hao felt a surge of restlessness. This was an exceptional opportunity. He had initially intended to ask Teacher Qin for permission to leave, but it seemed unlikely he would grant it, perhaps due to the shock brought by Tang Ritian. Would Qin Ming allow Ye Hao to depart so easily? What if he encountered that madman? However, Ye Hao was acutely aware of Tang San's current predicament. Having been forcibly stripped of his external spirit bone, the pain was unbearable. Complete recovery could not be expected in less than 10 days or half a month. Healing from such injuries could take up to 100 days. Casting a glance at the sleeping Yilingling, Ye Hao stealthily made his way out. Careful not to disturb anyone, he evaded the patrol range of the Shimo brothers, distancing himself from the Imperial fighting team so that none would notice his departure. Just as Ye Hao prepared to unfurl his 6-winged purple light wings and take flight, he was halted by a voice. "Where do you think you're sneaking off to in the dead of night?" Qin Ming approached with hands on his hips, a look of anger etched upon his face. He had been observing Ye Hao for some time. As expected, this boy had never been one to inspire confidence, attempting to slip away under the cover of darkness. Ye Hao scratched his head and chuckled. "Teacher Qin, are you still awake?" "Enough of that." Qin shot a glance at Ye Hao, exasperation evident in his expression. "Speak your mind. Where do you wish to go?" Ye Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "You agree?" Qin sighed with a wry smile, shaking his head. "What do you think? If I were to refuse, would I be foolish enough to engage in a battle of wits with you indefinitely? I have no desire for such a contest. Now, tell me your purpose for this journey." Ye Hao stated directly, "I intend to journey to Notting City to visit an old acquaintance." "An old acquaintance?" Qin Ming inquired with skepticism. "Do you still have acquaintances? Were you not an orphan?" "Indeed," Ye Hao nodded. "It is true that I am an orphan. However, I once studied at the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. After such a lengthy absence, is it not reasonable to return and pay homage to my alma mater?" Qin Ming cast a scornful glance at Ye Hao, questioning, "Is that truly the case?" "Absolutely true," Ye Hao asserted confidently. Ye Hao nodded affirmatively. "How many days?" he inquired. "Is this still necessary?" Qin Ming shot a discontented glance at Ye Hao. 7 days. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Ming declared, "All right, 7 days it is. I must see you in person at the academy after that." "It's a promise. Teacher Qin, I'll see you at the academy in 7 days." With that, Ye Hao sprouted his 6-winged violet light wings and gazed into the distance. In a flash, he was gone, leaving behind a stunning arc of purple in the sky. "This kid," Qin Ming shook his head, "at least my ears will have some peace for a while." High above in the sky, Ye Hao soared at full speed. His objective clear, to pilfer from home. The generous gift of 100,000 years' worth of soul bones was not to be squandered. With Tang Ritian currently at Shrek Academy, this was the perfect opportunity. "Tang San, you shall not blame me for my lack of righteousness." The distance from Soto City to Notting City was considerable, but with Ye Hao's pace, he estimated his arrival by dawn the next day. Meanwhile, in Tiando City, within the Tiando Palace, tranquility reigned. The streets were devoid of bustling crowds, and only the palace maintained an air of serenity. In one opulently decorated chamber, Xue Qinghe removed her disguise, revealing her exquisite features as she sat at her desk, perusing a letter she had just received. Tang Hao, he has appeared at Shrek Academy? Qian Renshua paused, her breath caught. The name Tang Hao was particularly sensitive for her, as her father had perished at his hands. Is the news accurate? Before her, a shadow knelt. Having swiftly returned to report this unexpected news, the sky had already brightened. Young master, the information is indeed accurate. I witnessed Tang Hao's fury as he obliterated half of a small mountain with a single blow of his Haoyin hammer. I have not forgotten that weapon. Fury? Why was he angry? Qian Renshua asked, perplexed. Because of Ye Hao, the shadow replied. Ye Hao? Qian Renshua was taken aback, quickly regaining her composure. What happened to him? She inquired urgently. Chapter 66. Yi Ritian's Visit Humph. Qian Renshua scoffed, her eyes glinting with murderous intent. This Tang San is truly a fickle and duplicitous character, daring to trouble Ye Hao repeatedly, thereby dragging innocent soul masters into the fray. What right does he have to exist in this world? And then, she pressed. The shadow continued. Ye Hao first disguised himself as Yi Ritian, then abducted a girl named Xiao Wu and fought Tang San, severely injuring him and ultimately stripping him of his external soul bone. It seems Tang San is now gravely weakened and bereft of his external soul bone, making his future as a soul master rather bleak. Qian Renshua supported her chin with her delicate hand, a slight smile gracing her lips. Indeed, it appears that my little brother Yi is quite the decisive character, remarkably similar to my own nature. Is there anything else? The shadow pondered for a moment before his expression darkened, and he spoke in a hushed tone. Young master, I have sensed a secret about Ye Hao. I am unsure whether to disclose it. Upon hearing this, Qian Renshua's eyes lit up with fierce intent. Speak. The shadow wiped the sweat from his brow, trembling slightly as he revealed, I have discovered that Ye Hao possesses a second martial soul. Indeed, a twin martial soul? Qian Renshua expressed her certainty, contemplating whether it was related to her own martial soul. What distinguishes Ye Hao's second martial soul when it manifests? Indeed, there is a difference. Ye Hao emits an emerald green radiance, and his hands can transform into spider-like appendages, while 3 pairs of dark green spider spears sprout from his back. As for Tang San, I observed that his second martial soul is the Haoyin hammer. Upon hearing this, Qian Renshua could be 100% certain that Ye Hao's second martial soul was undoubtedly the soul-devouring Spider Emperor. With the Death Spider Emperor and the soul-devouring Spider Emperor, along with the external soul bone of the 6-winged violet light wings. And given the similarities in appearance and temperament, such coincidences are indeed intriguing. It seems that this Tang San is likely a disciple of the Haoyin school, and the probability of him being Tang Hao's son is quite high. Tang Hao. The mention of his name made Qian Renshua grit her teeth in anger, as her father had met his demise at Tang Hao's hands, creating a deep-seated vendetta between her and Tang Ritian. Young master, the shadow ventured cautiously. Should I proceed to eliminate Tang San? Qian Renshua dismissed the idea with a laugh. Do you think you can act against him with Tang Hao by his side? Since little brother Yi has already made him an enemy, why not take advantage of the situation? What do you mean, young master? The shadow was puzzled by her suggestion. Qian Renshua waved her hand dismissively. The shadow, understanding her intent, bowed respectfully before silently merging into the shadows. Death Spider Emperor, soul-devouring Spider Emperor, my dear brother. You truly have hidden yourself well. In that case, I shall have a proper encounter with you. High above in the cloudless sky, Ye Hao streaked through the air like a flash of purple light. After a night of flight, he finally arrived over the Sacred Soul Village. Gazing down at the bustling villagers, he noticed that Sacred Soul Village had not changed much since the past. Arriving at the spot where Tang San and Xiao Wu had once made grand oaths, in the back mountain, the scenery was breathtaking, adorned with blossoming flowers. If memory served him correctly, the treasure he sought lay within this vicinity. Ye Hao sat on the ground, and the Death Spider Emperor materialized behind him. He began to emanate his soul power, and an aura of malevolence radiated from his being. The surrounding flowers began to wither, and the earth turned a shade of brown as the poison of the Death Spider Emperor slowly spread. The mountain behind him was vast, and Ye Hao intended to use this opportunity to locate the true position of the Blue-Silver Emperor. Even in its seed form, the resilience of the Blue-Silver Emperor's life force surpassed that of ordinary flora. Indeed, during the release of the Death Spider Emperor's poison, a mysterious and unfathomable force obstructed its spread. Ye Hao retracted the spider venom and cast a glance at the desolate land ravaged by the Death Spider Emperor's poison, alongside the withered flora and trees. This place had been utterly ruined, marking the site where Tang San and Xiao Wu had once pledged their grandiose vows. The achievement had been fulfilled. Following the path tainted by the Spider Emperor's toxin, Ye Hao advanced slowly, traversing through the lifeless forest until he arrived at a concealed cave entrance. The mouth of the cave was firmly blocked by a large boulder, leaving no crevice for escape. Ye Hao extracted a sack from his soul guide ring. Standing before the rock, he instantaneously completed the transformation into the Death Spider Emperor, his right hand morphing into a sharp, black spider spear. Upon contact with the stone, the surface shattered into fragments, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air. Amidst the haze, Ye Hao discerned a small blue grass adorned with golden patterns, pulsating with vibrant life force. The blue-silver emperor paused momentarily, and then darkness enveloped the sky. Ye Hao entered the cave with astonishing swiftness, ensnaring the blue-silver emperor in an instant. He then meticulously peeled back the fertile soil beneath, which appeared remarkably fresh, a feat indeed for Tang Ritian. After a brief moment, Ye Hao securely stowed the sack containing the blue-silver emperor back into his soul guide ring. The blue-silver emperor possessed a vigorous vitality, so Ye Hao was naturally unconcerned about it suffocating. The cave, rather rudimentary in nature, resembled more of a makeshift dwelling than a true cavern, equipped with pots, bowls, and a stone bed. Beneath the stone bed, a black box suddenly captured Ye Hao's attention. The box was elongated and surprisingly heavy, weighing nearly 100 pounds. He placed it on the stone bed. The box was unlatched, and Ye Hao slowly opened it. As a narrow crevice appeared, he was momentarily taken aback by an unparalleled aura emanating from within, a rich vitality that he could distinctly perceive. As the black box opened, Ye Hao's eyes were met with a striking object, radiating a blue-golden hue, reminiscent of twinkling starlight, a bone of sorts. Being a soul master, he recognized it immediately. This was a right leg bone, ranking lower among soul bones. Yet the life energy it exuded was undeniably palpable to Ye Hao. It was the right leg bone of the blue-silver emperor, aged a staggering 100,000 years. Ye Hao's eyes sparkled with delight as he reached out to grasp the object in his hand, feeling its icy coolness. An unprecedented sense of relaxation enveloped him, making him feel as if he were soaring into the heavens. Immersed in the gentle aura surrounding him, Ye Hao's lips curled into a smile as he retrieved paper and a pen from his soul guide ring. Ye Ritian visited this place. The soul bone has been taken. Thank you. Ye Hao chuckled softly, placing the note within the black box. He then sought out a blue-silver grass, inserting it into the soil previously touched by the blue-silver emperor, carefully burying it and accompanying the act with a gentle watering. Observing his handiwork, Ye Hao couldn't help but nod in satisfaction, reveling in his cleverness as he perfectly concealed any traces of his actions. Grasping the right leg bone of the blue-silver emperor in his hand, he seated himself upon the stone bed, firmly pressing the soul bone against his right leg. Chapter 67. The journey to the spirit hall. As the soul bone adhered to his leg, Ye Hao felt a slight chill radiating from his right leg. The soul bone silently merging into his limb, transforming into numerous blue-golden light points that entwined around it. A refreshing coolness enveloped him, a sense of comfort flooding his entire being. This marked his first encounter with the absorption of a 100,000-year soul bone. Although he had previously experienced the absorption of auxiliary soul bones, this particular process unfolded smoothly, devoid of significant hindrances along the way. Ye Hao's entire soul power dispersed, continuously converging into his right leg. The following day, at dawn, the morning sunlight streamed into the cave entrance, revealing a scene of devastation outside. All the trees lay lifeless, a testament to the overwhelming potency of Ye Hao's Death Spider Emperor poison. In his quest to uncover the true location of the blue-silver emperor, he had indeed ravaged this once pristine sanctuary. Within the cave, Ye Hao slowly opened his eyes, reaching out to explore the changes brought about by his right leg. The outcome was rather unremarkable, akin to the state before he possessed the soul bone. The blue-silver emperor's right leg bone granted him two abilities. Wildfire cannot be extinguished. Spring breeze brings rebirth, a skill that allowed for self-regeneration even after destruction, and the other was the ability to fly. Ye Hao had already acquired the six-winged purple light wings. Why would he need to rely on the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone skill for flight? Moreover, if he were to casually invoke the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone skill, it would unmistakably convey to Tang Hao, "I have your wife in my grasp. What can you do about it?" He certainly did not wish to meet an untimely demise. Ye Hao mused to himself. His soul power had broken through to level 37. Previously at level 34, after absorbing the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone, his soul power had ascended to 37, thus achieving his objective for this journey. Having requested a week's leave from Qin Ming, it was only the second day. He had initially anticipated a prolonged search for the blue-silver emperor, yet unexpectedly resolved it today. Returning now would undoubtedly be quite awkward. With a moment of leisure, Ye Hao contemplated embarking on an exploration of the Douluo Continent, or perhaps meandering through the Spirit Hall. Resolute in his decision, he exited the cave, glanced around, and casually found a sizable boulder to block the entrance. He patted his hands together, surveyed his handiwork, and nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, he transformed into a violet light and vanished from his location. The Spirit Hall is situated between the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire, boasting a fairly favorable geographical environment. After a day and night of flight, Ye Hao finally arrived within the domain of the Spirit Hall. Gazing at the towering, majestic city walls and the Pope's palace perched atop a distant mountain, he took a deep breath and stepped forward with heavy footsteps, pondering whether he was inadvertently ensnaring himself. No, he reassured himself. This was a matter of self-awareness. Visiting the Spirit Hall to familiarize himself with the customs and culture of the Douluo Continent was indeed a significant endeavor. Upon reaching the city gate, he presented his Spirit Master credentials to the guard. The guard glanced over them, confirming Ye Hao's status as a free Spirit Master, and permitted his entry. In recent years, the Spirit Hall had experienced rapid development, with the number of free Spirit Masters increasing day by day, leading the guard to mistakenly assume that Ye Hao aspired to join the Spirit Hall, an assumption that posed no issue. Although modest in scale, Spirit City was vibrant, rivaling the grandeur of Tiando City. The bustling streets were lined with an array of shops, teeming with pedestrians, creating a scene of flourishing vitality. Most individuals traversing the streets were Spirit Masters, and according to incomplete statistics, the number of Spirit Masters affiliated with the Spirit Hall had already reached an astonishing 70% of the continent's total. What an alarming figure this is. As the saying goes, he who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. Spirit Masters are the most esteemed profession on the Douluo Continent, wielding far greater influence on the battlefield than ordinary soldiers. With such a vast number of Spirit Masters and dozens of titled Douluos, it is hardly an exaggeration to deem the Spirit Hall the foremost power on the Douluo Continent. Ye Hao strolled alone down the street, perplexed by the multitude of gazes directed toward him. Could it be that his striking handsomeness was the cause? "Boss, a bowl of noodles, please." After wandering for a considerable time, Ye Hao arrived at a roadside noodle stall, having not eaten since the previous night. "Your noodles are ready," the server announced, bringing forth a steaming bowl. However, upon catching sight of Ye Hao, the server was momentarily taken aback. "Could you please stop following me?" "How could I possibly do that? Nana, I truly worry about you being out alone." "What is there to worry about? Is there any danger in the city?" "And do not call me Nana. Refer to me as the Saintess." "Very well, Nana." On the bustling street, a man and a woman ambled along. The man boasted a mane of fiery red hair, his crimson pupils striking against his robust frame, clad in a striking red outfit. Beside him, the woman, with her golden bob and graceful figure, drew the attention of passers-by, who regarded her with profound respect wherever she went. "Nana, do you see that?" The man furrowed his brow, noticing a crowd gathered ahead, blocking their path. With a puffed chest and an air of confidence, he began to push through the throng. Initially, the crowd reacted with indignation, but upon recognizing the man, their bravado waned, and they obediently stepped aside. "What are you all doing here?" he bellowed. "The Saintess is on official business. Can you bear the responsibility for any delays?" Acknowledging the presence of the Saintess, the crowd dispersed, clearing a path ahead. Satisfied, the red-haired man turned his attention to Ye Hao, who was seated nearby, savoring his noodles. A surge of inexplicable anger welled up within him as he approached, and, with a swift kick, overturned Ye Hao's table, scattering the noodles across the ground. Ye Hao awkwardly held his chopsticks, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Who had he offended? In this day and age, was it a crime to simply enjoy a bowl of noodles? Gradually, Ye Hao's expression darkened. He detested being disturbed while dining, especially during moments of ravenous hunger. Ye Hao rose silently, his expression darkening. The moment his gaze locked onto the crimson-haired man, the latter visibly flinched, instinctively stepping back. "Your Holiness, the Pope?" Regaining his composure, the man scrutinized Ye Hao closely. The resemblance to the Pope was striking. Even the aura of anger radiated from him was eerily identical. Not only did the red-haired man feel this way, but the golden-haired woman behind him shared the same sentiment. She covered her delicate lips, observing the gloomy visage of Ye Hao, marveling at how strikingly similar he was to her mentor. How could one encapsulate such likeness? It was as if they were carved from the same mold. The more she gazed, the more she felt as though her teacher stood right before her. Suddenly, 3 soul rings illuminated beneath Ye Hao's feet, 1 yellow and 2 purple, a configuration that utterly shattered everyone's understanding. A century, 2 millennia? Could this individual even be human? Was he truly affiliated with the Spirit Hall? Why had they never encountered him before? At that moment, the Death Spider Emperor silently manifested. Chapter 68. A Brush with Fate. The Death Spider Emperor. The golden-haired woman instinctively exclaimed. In an instant, Ye Hao completed the transformation into the Death Spider Emperor, his fury palpable, denying the crimson-haired man any opportunity to react. Ye Hao swiftly darted behind the man, executing a sweeping kick that sent him soaring into the air. In a seamless motion, he then delivered a powerful kick that sent the man crashing to the ground, causing the sturdy floor to splinter dramatically. Have I offended you in any way? Ye Hao's countenance darkened as he exerted force underfoot, causing the man to howl in pain. It was not that the man was weaker than Ye Hao, but rather that Ye Hao's formidable presence, coupled with his Death Spider Emperor martial soul, served as the decisive advantage over the man. Aye, the man stammered, his gaze fixed on Ye Hao's grim expression, and the figure of the Pope inexplicably surfaced in his mind, lingering persistently. This was the Spirit Hall, and Ye Hao was a newcomer. Naturally, he wished to keep this matter from escalating. With that, he delivered a kick, sending the man sprawling. Begone! A sycophant, left with nothing in the end. Ye Hao withdrew from the possession of the Death Spider Emperor, casting a casual glance at the red-haired man before finding a vacant seat to settle down. He called for the waiter to bring another bowl. Strangely, the waiter stood frozen in place, seemingly taken aback. At that moment, a blonde woman stepped forward and signaled to the waiter, who, comprehending the cue, finally moved to prepare the order. Return without embarrassing me, she admonished, glaring fiercely at the red-haired man. The man, unable to voice his anger, left with a disgruntled expression, casting a lingering, apprehensive glance at Ye Hao before departing with a disdainful huff. Everyone may disperse, the saintess declared, and the onlookers naturally scattered. The woman refocused her gaze on Ye Hao. He bore an uncanny resemblance to her teacher and possessed the same Death Spider Emperor martial spirit. In that fleeting moment, she had momentarily believed her teacher had arrived, a revelation that was nothing short of breathtaking. Who are you? Ye Hao was slurping his noodles when he glanced at the unexpectedly appeared blonde woman before him, expressing his confusion. The woman smiled gently and said, I sincerely apologize for my earlier behavior. I was remiss in my guidance. Ye Hao waved his hand dismissively, lowering his gaze to continue savoring the noodles. You need not apologize to me. The one who should express remorse is he. Shortly thereafter, Ye Hao fell silent, his mood profoundly disheartened. Here he was, innocently enjoying his meal, unperturbed by the world, when suddenly he was met with an unwarranted kick. Who could withstand such a blow? After finishing the last bowl of soup, Ye Hao felt satisfied. Having settled the bill, he prepared to depart. What is your name? Suddenly, the woman called out to Ye Hao, eager to inquire about his identity. In her eyes, Ye Hao was undoubtedly a person of exceptional talent. Should he choose to join the Spirit Hall, with his soul rings and the same Death Spider Emperor martial spirit as her teacher, perhaps her mentor would. Ye Ri Tian. Ye Haoping replied in a bland tone before turning away and departing without a backward glance. At this moment, Ye Hao was engulfed in a profound sense of agitation, finding even the act of dining to be disquieting. A compelling desire to leave began to stir within him. However, upon reflection, having painstakingly secured time off to visit the Spirit Hall, how could he justify not indulging in a little exploration? Resolutely, he quickened his pace, swiftly distancing himself from the blonde woman trailing behind, and sought refuge in a secluded corner where he donned a black cloak, setting off in the opposite direction. The woman arrived at the alley where Ye Hao had been, only to find it utterly deserted. How peculiar! Where could everyone have gone? After observing for a considerable time and confirming that Ye Ri Tian had departed, she reluctantly turned to leave. Ye Ri Tian's presence in the Spirit Hall city suggests he may already be affiliated with the Spirit Hall, or perhaps he has joined it long ago. Immediately, the woman returned to the Spirit Hall to investigate this matter diligently. A talent must not be delayed. Within the archives of the Spirit Hall, the woman fervently searched for the name Ye Ri Tian. After an exhaustive search, she collapsed onto the ground, wiping the perspiration from her brow, utterly drained. It is impossible. How can there be no record of Ye Hao? Could he be a newly arrived free spirit master? She sighed in regret, realizing that a remarkable talent had slipped away right before her eyes. If only her mentor knew that this individual possessed the Death Spider Emperor spirit in such irregular soul ring configurations. Not to mention that Ye Hao bore an uncanny resemblance to her mentor. She was certain he would be intrigued. Your Highness, the Pope requests your presence. A person approached her respectfully. The woman nodded, signaling him to lead the way. The majestic Pope's hall loomed atop the holy mountain, bathed in sunlight, appearing utterly divine. Beneath the towering angelic statue, the heavy doors were flanked by knights clad in armor, standing resolutely with their steel spears. This was the Pope's hall, a place long yearned for by countless spirit masters. At that moment, under the guidance of her escort, the woman slowly approached the entrance. Before she could step inside, the doors creaked open, a faint light illuminating the darkness. The woman, composed and steady, took a deep breath and gracefully entered. The vast hall, spanning several hundred square meters, made her feel diminutive in comparison. She approached the throne and performed a slight bow. Master, you called for me. Suddenly, a flash of purple light flickered through the cold hall, revealing a captivating figure atop the throne. Dressed in a golden robe and adorned with a purple gold crown, she held a staff approximately 2 meters long, encrusted with countless gems. Her porcelain skin and flawless beauty exuded an air of nobility that stirred deep emotions within the woman below. The regal aura emanating from her elicited feelings of reverence. Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, the first to conquer the challenge of twin spirits on the continent, and alongside Ye Hao and Tang San, one of the first titled Douluo with dual spirits. Nana, how have you progressed with the task I assigned you? Bibi Dong spoke with calm authority, one hand resting on a fragrant cushion, her eyes closed in contemplation. As Bibi Dong's only disciple, Hulaina's expression momentarily faltered, her gaze becoming unfocused. Oh no, I completely forgot about the task due to Ye Hao, she thought. Cursed Ye Hao, may I never cross paths with you again. Meanwhile, in a certain corner of Spirit Hall City, Ye Hao sneezed. Who is thinking of me? Bibi Dong slowly opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Hulaina, who was half kneeling in silence. Recognizing her beloved disciple's reticence, she sighed. Very well, get up. Shaking her head with a wry smile, Bibi Dong added, remember to complete your task by tomorrow, and do not let it happen again, understood? Blushing, Hulaina stood up hesitantly. Master, I have something to report. Chapter 69. Bibi Dong first learns of Ye Hao. Bibi Dong smiled at her anxious disciple, realizing this matter must have caused her delay. With no pressing issues today, she decided to hear what her beloved pupil had to say. Speak. I am eager to know what has captured your attention so deeply. Bibi Dong gestured for Hulaina to take a seat, and they sat down together. Hulaina, with a look of suspicion, asked mysteriously, Master, are there spirit masters on this continent who have cultivated 1,000-year soul ring as their second ring? Bibi Dong was slightly taken aback. Why do you ask this all of a sudden? Oh, I was merely curious, Hulaina replied with a smile. Bibi Dong responded earnestly, yes. But such individuals are exceedingly rare. According to the records of the Spirit Hall, a spirit master typically absorbs 9 soul rings throughout their life, excluding the 10th ring upon ascension to godhood. When a spirit master reaches a certain level, there is a maximum age limit for each absorbed soul ring, and breaching this limit could lead to unimaginable peril. As for me, being a dual spirit master, the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor, I must first absorb 9 rings for my first spirit before I can continue with the second, and the age of the soul rings will not be restricted by the former. Even if I were to absorb 100,000-year soul ring, it would be effortless for me. Isn't this simple logic something I have taught you since childhood? Have you forgotten it all now that you are a saintess? Bibi Dong teased. Hulaina's face turned crimson, and she bashfully replied, No, Master, how could I forget what you taught? Today, I encountered someone on the street. He was a spirit elder with a soul ring configuration of 1 yellow and 2 purple, 100 years and 2,000 years, Hulaina recounted. As soon as Hulaina finished speaking, Bibi Dong's expression became serious, stroking her smooth chin. 100 years and 2,000 years. How old did he seem? Thinking carefully, Hulaina replied, he must be younger than me and appeared quite youthful, still a stranger. I wanted to follow him, but I lost track of him. Upon learning his name, I specifically went to the Spirit Hall archives to retrieve his information, but unsurprisingly. Bibi Dong's eyes lit up. Did you find anything? Huliena shrugged, shaking her head. No. Bibi Dong mused. A soul ring configuration of 1 yellow and 2 purple, and younger than you. Since there is no record of him in the archives, he must be a free spirit master. What is his name? Ye Ritian, Huliena answered truthfully. Ye Ritian? The name sounds rather grand. Ye Ritian? What is his spirit? Bibi Dong inquired further. Ye Ritian's soul ring configuration is 1 yellow and 2 purple. It is unlikely that there is another like him in the current spirit master realm, she added, excluding some ancient figures, of course. On that note, Huliena excitedly replied. Ye Ritian's spirit is the Death Spider Emperor, just like yours. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening. The Death Spider Emperor? Nana, you must be mistaken. Is it truly the Death Spider Emperor? Huliena nodded firmly, asserting, Master, Ye Ritian's spirit is indeed the Death Spider Emperor. I was on my way to fulfill the task you assigned when I left the hall, and Yinxing followed me. I had no choice but to let him come along. While walking, we came across a crowd gathered. I intended to take a detour, but Yinxing insisted on getting involved. At that moment, Ye Ritian was enjoying a bowl of noodles, and Yinxing kicked over his table. And then, Bibi Dong eagerly inquired. Intrigued by the tale of this young genius with the Death Spider Emperor spirit and such an irregular soul ring configuration, Huliena continued. Then, Ye Ritian gave Yinxing a thorough beating. Moreover, there was no semblance of resistance, merely a state of pure subjugation. As soon as the words left her lips, Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes and let out a discontented huff. She issued a decree, dispatching Yen to the mysterious canyon for a year of training, with no allowance for return to the Spirit Hall until the time had elapsed. Upon receiving the command, the knight outside hurried to relay the orders, leaving the unfortunate Yen in utter despair. Ultimately, you have lost track of Bibi Dong, she lamented. Huliena, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, nodded shyly. As a living person vanished before her very eyes, and she, as the saintess, could do nothing. At that moment, Huliena suddenly recalled something and hastily exclaimed, Teacher, it is rather peculiar. The moment I laid eyes on Ye Ritian, I involuntarily thought of you. Bibi Dong. Thought of me? What do you mean by that? Bibi Dong was perplexed, wondering how one could possibly think of her, as he was not of her lineage. Huliena stammered, Teacher, do you believe there exist 2 individuals in this world who bear an extraordinary resemblance to one another? Bibi Dong. You mean to say that this Ye Ritian bears a striking similarity to me? To this, Huliena nodded emphatically, asserting, Teacher, I am not deceiving you. If you and Ye Ritian were to stand side by side, I dare say the elders of our spirit hall would likely mistake you for the same person, as if cast from the same mold. In demeanor and every action, they are nearly indistinguishable. It was precisely this resemblance that left Yen so terrified and immobile, allowing Ye Ritian to subdue him effortlessly. At this juncture, Bibi Dong began to ponder. This Ye Ritian bore an uncanny likeness to her, which piqued her interest. Not only that, but he possessed the Death Spider Emperor spirit, and as Huliena spoke with such enthusiasm, Bibi Dong found herself increasingly captivated by Ye Ritian. Given Hualiena's return, it was evident that Ye Ritian was still within the spirit hall. The thought that he possessed the Death Spider Emperor spirit and bore such a striking resemblance to her elicited a mysterious smile from Bibi Dong. Intriguing indeed. Huliena, relay this order. From this moment forth, the spirit hall is to be on full alert. Without my explicit permission, no one is to enter or exit at will. Ensure that Ye Ritian is brought before me in his entirety. Huliena promptly acquiesced, and the command was disseminated in waves, causing the entire spirit hall to bustle with activity. Meanwhile, not far from the spirit city, Ye Hao gasped for breath, observing the barricaded spirit city. What could this mean? He had been wandering freely, and suddenly, the city was under lockdown? Could it be that he had inadvertently engaged with a high-ranking official of the spirit hall? The thought sent chills down his spine, and he hurriedly retreated, his life taking precedence. Chapter 70. Ye Hao delivers gifts within the spirit hall. A fervent search for Ye Ritian ensued. For 3 consecutive days, they scoured every nook and cranny, yet still failed to uncover any trace of him. It was as if Ye Ritian had evaporated from existence, leaving no indication of his whereabouts. On the 5th day of Ye Hao's leave, within the city of Tiando, he lifted the brim of his black hood, revealing a once youthful visage now marred by disarray. After a tumultuous encounter at the spirit hall, he hastened back to Tiando City, fortunate to possess the blue-silver emperor's leg bone and the six-winged purple light wings, which allowed him to evade capture by the spirit hall. The red-haired man was truly detestable. What offense had he committed merely by enjoying a meal? For now, Ye Hao felt secure, with 2 days remaining to leisurely explore Tiando City before returning. Resolute in his decision, he sought out an inn, secured a room, and commenced a much-needed bath after 3 consecutive days and nights without proper rest. After washing up, he collapsed onto the bed, feeling utterly drained, and gradually succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, within the spirit hall, in the Pope's chamber, 3 days had elapsed without any sight of Ye Tian. Have you not yet found him? Bibi Dong, seated above, expressed her growing anxiety. Below, numerous titled Douluo elders exchanged glances. Not only had they failed to locate him, but they had not even laid eyes on him, making it implausible to identify Ye Tian. Teacher, we have thoroughly searched the spirit hall inside and out, yet there remains no trace of Ye Tian. Hulaina reported, then added, perhaps he has already departed from the spirit hall. Departed? Bibi Dong gradually calmed, contemplating the matter. How did you conduct your search? One elder stepped forward, stating, Your Holiness, I instructed my subordinates to shout in the streets. Shout? What did you shout? Hulaina inquired. The elder cleared his throat and pretended to call out, Ye Tian. You are surrounded. Come out at once. Bibi Dong interjected, Hulaina, who authorized such shouts? Hulaina replied incredulously. The elder scratched his head in confusion. Didn't Your Holiness command us to apprehend Ye Tian? Furthermore, since we have never seen Ye Tian, how could we go around asking, Are you Ye Tian? It would be futile, even if we inquired until dawn. No one would admit to being Ye Tian. So, this is how you proceeded? Bibi Dong's gaze turned increasingly frigid, the atmosphere in the chamber oppressive. A group of incompetents, failing to achieve anything substantial. You may all disperse. Bibi Dong waved her hand, wishing to no longer behold them. The opportunity to capture a young man blessed with the formidable Death Spider Emperor martial spirit and astonishing soul ring configuration had slipped through their fingers, an unfortunate loss. As night fell, the inky darkness enveloped Tiando City, the streets vibrant with the glow of lights and the hum of prosperity. Tiando City, truly one of the 2 imperial capitals of the continent, stood in stark contrast to the humble Soto City where Ye Hao had once dwelled. Inside the inn, Ye Hao blinked awake, his vision initially a blur before gradually sharpening. Gazing at the exquisitely decorated ceiling, he lay alone upon the grand bed, reflecting on the complexities of life. Almost forgetting, Ye Hao smacked his forehead and hurriedly approached the windowsill, retrieving the only flower pot resting there. He uprooted the flowers it contained and then extracted a burlap sack from his soul guide ring. 5 days had elapsed. He wondered whether the blue-silver emperor had withered. Ye Hao, trembling with trepidation, carefully extracted the blue-silver emperor from the burlap sack. The entire plant shimmered in a captivating blue and gold hue, with golden veins intricately coursing through its branches and leaves. In the darkness of night, it emanated a serene beauty, while the faint golden glow added an air of mystique to the surroundings. Following this, Ye Hao tenderly planted the blue-silver emperor in a flower pot, meticulously attending to each step of the process. After all, this was the only blue-silver emperor on the continent, and it must not be mishandled. Although the plant had spent 5 days confined within the burlap sack, it remained vibrantly alive. However, upon noticing the presence of its caretaker, the stems and leaves of the blue-silver emperor began to droop, presenting a rather listless appearance. Could it be? Ye Hao silently lamented, subsequently placing it into the soul guiding ring. The blue-silver emperor, carried upon him, remained a persistent threat. Tang Ritian would not easily relent. Before Tang Ritian became aware, Ye Hao had to transport it to an exceedingly enigmatic location, one that would elude speculation. Unbeknownst to him, Ye Hao's gaze was drawn to the Tiando Imperial Palace. Inspiration struck. Resolute in his decision, Ye Hao began to gather his belongings, donning the hat he had prepared in advance, shrouded in a dark trench coat, concealing himself meticulously. Ye Hao found himself alone amidst the bustling streets, where pedestrians flowed like a river, and the scene along both sides was one of vibrant liveliness. The escape from the spirit hall had been utterly chaotic. He had run for 3 days and nights before hastily returning to Heavendo City. He had initially hoped for a chance to glimpse her esteemed visage within the spirit hall, but was taken aback by the unexpected proclamation, Ye Tian, hurry out. We have already spotted you. This declaration caused Ye Hao to lose his composure on the spot, prompting him to flee before the city gate closed. His first thought was of the red-haired man who had surely betrayed him. What a predicament! Not only did the Grand Pope fail to notice him, but he had also inadvertently placed himself on the Spirit Hall's blacklist. At this moment, Ye Hao was engulfed in a profound sense of melancholy. Unbeknownst to him, he had arrived at the gates of the Tiando Imperial Palace. The towering walls obstructed his path, and the soldiers stationed at the entrance surrounded him. Their first instinct upon seeing this unfamiliar figure clad in a black robe and hat was to suspect him as an assassin. Ye Hao remained unperturbed, gazing at the steel gun that was poised threateningly at his throat, even sensing its chilling presence. Under the solemn gazes of the surrounding soldiers, he retrieved the token that Xue Qinghe had prepared in advance. The golden token inscribed with the character Xue was akin to the arrival of the crown prince himself. The soldiers instinctively retracted their long guns, their demeanor shifting dramatically as they respectfully stated, "We were unaware of your highness's esteemed guest. We sincerely apologize for any previous offense. Please do not take offense, esteemed sir." Ye Hao lightly nodded, neither cold nor warm, and said, "Please inform him that Hao Di has arrived with a gift for Brother Xue." The title Brother Xue sent a shiver through the soldiers surrounding them. It was evident that this individual shared an exceptionally close relationship with the crown prince. Fortunately, there had been no prior offense, or else. As the clock neared midnight within the palace, Qian Rinxue had just removed her disguise, preparing to rest. After a day filled with activity, she was utterly exhausted. It was essential for a woman of her age to find time for repose. Just then, a shadow suddenly appeared at her door, gently knocking. "Who is it?" Qian Rinxue asked, her expression darkening. A knock at this hour could only indicate significant news. Irritated, she ran her fingers through her flowing golden hair. Clad in a lace-trimmed nightgown, leaning against her bed. "Ye Hao requests an audience," the shadow replied succinctly. "That troublesome younger brother? He wishes to see me?" Qian Rinxue hesitated for a moment, recalling that he had embarked on a journey to Douluo Continent just a few days prior. Had he returned so swiftly? "Let him in," she contemplated, before adding, "No, let him wait outside." Upon receiving her command, the shadow quietly withdrew. After a while, Xue Qinghe emerged from his chamber. Having completed his disguise and transformed once more into the crown prince, Xue Qinghe, stretching languidly, his drowsy eyes wandered reluctantly towards the palace gates. Did Ye Hao not require sleep at this late hour? How could this troublesome younger brother appear so energetic? Yet, he wondered why he had summoned him in the dead of night. The Tiando Palace sprawled over an expansive area, adorned with countless pavilions and exquisitely decorated halls. At the city gates, Ye Hao aimlessly paced, casting glances at the tightly shut gates. It had been quite some time. Why had Xue Qinghe not yet emerged? But then again, it was a girl preparing to go out. It could take half a day to get ready. Ye Hao had experienced this in his past life. Never disturb a woman while she is applying her makeup. The consequences could be dire. At this thought, Ye Hao couldn't help but shudder. With a resounding creak, the heavy gates swung open, and Ye Hao focused his gaze. A figure emerged, slender and elongated, shrouded in the ethereal glow of the moonlight. As Xue Qinghe stepped forth from the shadows of the night, their eyes met, and in unison, they both revealed professional smiles. "Brother Xue, I apologize for disturbing your rest at such an hour. Do not hold it against me," Ye Hao said, cupping his hands in a bow. Xue Qinghe shook his head with a smile, saying, "There is no need for such formalities between brothers. I am curious as to what brings you to the palace at this hour." Seeing this, Ye Hao refrained from further pretense. From his soul guide ring, he retrieved a potted plant, carefully avoiding the prying eyes of the palace guards, and presented the pot containing the blue-silver emperor to Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe looked at him incredulously. "You sought me out in the dead of night for a mere potted plant? Are you jesting?" However, upon closer inspection, Xue Qinghe's pupils constricted in realization. Something was amiss with this plant. Ye Hao chuckled softly, feigning an air of mystery as he spoke. "Brother Xue, I recently ventured to Soto City for training. On my return journey with Teacher Qin and the others, I discreetly separated from them. This exquisite blue-silver grass was discovered by me in the mountains behind Holy Soul Village, not far from Nodding City. Its splendid appearance and the noble aura it exudes resonate harmoniously with you, so I have taken the liberty of preparing it as a gift for you, as a testament to our friendship." Upon hearing these words, Xue Qinghe was initially taken aback, but soon his face brightened with joy. Gazing at the potted blue-silver grass before him, he already began to formulate plans in his mind. "Thank you, Brother Yi. This gift is truly overwhelming. I hardly know how to accept it. Ye Hao dismissed the notion with a chuckle, saying, Brother Shui, there is no need for such modesty between us brothers. Discussing these matters would only create a sense of distance, would it not? Shui Qinghe, with a subtle smile, accepted the blue-silver grass from Ye Hao's hands. His gaze remained fixed upon the plant, revealing a glimmer of determination in his eyes. It appeared as though the blue-silver grass sensed this intensity. Its previously vibrant leaves now drooped further, visibly withering at an alarming rate, presenting an image of impending demise. Shui Qinghe smiled faintly, cradling the potted blue-silver grass against his chest as if it were a treasured artifact. As the night deepened and the palace regulations forbade entry to outsiders, he added, Brother Hao, your gift has been graciously accepted. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to a place of interest, and whatever you desire, I shall procure for you. Ye Hao was troubled about where to go the next day. Returning to the Heavenly Royal Academy seemed a futile waste of time. Meanwhile, the blue-silver emperor had already made its move. Tang Ritian would never fathom that I had gifted the blue-silver emperor to Shui Qinghe. Consequently, the suspicions surrounding me would naturally dissipate. I shall await the outcome, dear brother, until we meet again tomorrow. The two brothers waved goodbye and parted ways. In the palace, Shui Qinghe walked briskly, cradling the blue-silver emperor in his arms, his gaze occasionally drifting downwards. Hao, my brother, has indeed been a fortunate star for me. By a fortunate accident, I have acquired this treasure. With it, I hold an additional card, an ace that could determine the course of events. Previously, Shui Qinghe was unaware of the true nature of this object. In his memory, no blue-silver grass had ever appeared in such a form. However, a man concealed at the city gate had communicated through soul power, revealing to Shui Qinghe that this was the essence of the blue-silver emperor. The former pope, Qian Xuanji, had sought this very item. In other words, it was the manifestation of the blue-silver emperor after its demise, and moreover, the wife of Tang Hao. Shui Qinghe entered the room, closing the door securely behind him. He placed the blue-silver emperor on the windowsill and gently sprinkled water upon it, meticulously wiping every corner with care. Within his heart, Shui Qinghe harbored his own schemes. Brothers? Perhaps. A warmth filled Shui Qinghe's heart as he recalled Ye Hao's words before his departure, developing a slight fondness for this brother who bore the Death Spider Emperor and soul-devouring Spider Emperor martial spirits. As day turned to night, the sun's rays bathed the city of Tiando in golden light, illuminating the resplendent palaces. In the prince's chamber, Shui Qinghe found himself unoccupied today. He had promised Ye Hao the night before to prepare a gift for his dear brother. Ye Hao's blue-silver emperor arrived with exceptional timing, bringing unexpected delight to Shui Qinghe. Draped in a golden robe and adorned in a lace-trimmed nightgown, Qian Rinxue languidly stretched, basking in the morning glow. She rose gracefully and approached the vanity, taking up a comb to untangle her flowing golden locks. Gazing at her ethereal beauty in the mirror, a smile graced her lips. And in the next moment, she transformed into Shui Qinghe. Shui Qinghe approached the windowsill, diligently pouring a cup of fresh water for the blue-silver emperor, tending to it with utmost care. The blue-silver emperor remained motionless, akin to an inanimate object, as Shui Qinghe gently caressed it. I shall safeguard this blue-silver emperor. My room permits no intruders. Having said this, a prepared Shui Qinghe departed. In the next instant, a shadow silently emerged, casting a glance at the blue-silver emperor on the balcony, and then quietly settled in, fully aware of the significance of this precious plant. Chapter 72. Such is brotherhood. Thank you for your patience, little brother Yi. No, brother Shui, after you. A finely crafted carriage came to a gentle halt at the inn where Ye Hao resided. Amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ye Hao boarded the carriage, and Shui Qinghe waved as the soldiers guided the carriage away. Within the carriage, Ye Hao sat casually, indulging in the fruits and preserves laid out on the table, occasionally glancing out at the passing scenery, truly a great enjoyment of life. Throughout the journey, Shui Qinghe maintained a demeanor of refined elegance, observing Ye Hao as he heartily feasted. Unable to suppress a chuckle within, he truly was a child at heart. Where have you been these past few days, little brother Yi? Shui Qinghe lifted his teacup. Taking a delicate sip, Ye Hao savored the grapes and sipped the fruit wine, chuckling. I took a stroll around the spirit hall and unexpectedly found myself in a bit of trouble. Trouble? Shui Qinghe raised an eyebrow in surprise. What kind of trouble did you get into? Ye Hao ventured to the spirit hall. It is indeed quite remarkable that he could return unscathed after provoking trouble. Ye Hao continued. I had a dispute with someone in Spirit City, which led to a fierce altercation, and soon after, I found myself wanted throughout the entire city. Fortunately, I was quick on my feet. Otherwise, I would have been in grave danger. Xue Qinghe shook his head with a wry smile, realizing that during the quarrel, Ye Hao must have utilized his martial soul, the Death Spider Emperor. Aside from her, no one else on the Douluo Continent possessed such a soul. Xue Qinghe was already aware of Ye Hao's situation, and she was well acquainted with his character. It was entirely in line with her disposition to make a grand effort to recruit a genius like him. Unfortunately, Ye Hao was too swift. Otherwise, Xue Qinghe would not have been able to see him today. "Brother Xue, where are we headed?" Ye Hao inquired, gazing out at the bustling scenery. A place teeming with the affluent of Heavendo City. The streets were lined with an array of shops, including gold and jade stores, alongside numerous vendors selling hunting tools for spirit beasts, creating a vibrant marketplace. As one of the two major capitals of the continent, its scale was undoubtedly unprecedented, with merchants flocking in from all corners to conduct their business. "You need not rush, little brother Yi. We shall arrive shortly," Xue Qinghe replied with a gentle smile. "What do you think of the Spirit Hall?" "The Spirit Hall?" Ye Hao pondered, taken aback by her sudden inquiry. Ye Hao paused his actions, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor. To speak frankly, Xue Qinghe held his breath, momentarily uncertain of Ye Hao's attitude. "The Spirit Hall is acceptable." Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe instantly breathed a sigh of relief, as he had initially feared that the turmoil engulfing Spirit City would adversely affect Ye Hao. "Given the Spirit Hall's treatment of you, do you still believe it is acceptable?" Xue Qinghe questioned. Ye Hao scrutinized Xue Qinghe for a moment and remarked, "Sister, are you not simply asking me to express my stance? As your plans for the future commence, it is essential to secure one's position, is it not?" The significance of the Death Spider Emperor's martial soul cannot be overstated. The Spirit Hall has greatly benefited commoners in awakening their martial souls, and I, myself, have been deeply favored by this. Therefore, I believe the Spirit Hall possesses merit. And that is all. "That is good. That is good," Xue Qinghe replied. The carriage came to a gradual halt, and the soldiers crouched down, offering their backs as a makeshift staircase. Xue Qinghe descended the carriage, stepping onto the soldiers' backs, while Ye Hao leaped down and surveyed the vast surroundings. The striking white circular structure before him captured his attention. This is the great auction house of Tiando, a place teeming with countless rare treasures. When you encounter something splendid, do not hesitate to speak up. Your elder brother shall surely bid on it for you, Xue Qinghe declared confidently. Ye Hao bestowed upon Lan Huang, and naturally, Xue Qinghe felt compelled to express his gratitude. Every treasure within the imperial palace is governed by strict regulations, and even as the crown prince, he is unable to transport any of them. Consequently, the Tiando Grand Auction House emerged as Xue Qinghe's preferred destination, a place brimming with rare and exquisite treasures, some of which far exceed the value of those found in the imperial palace. The only drawback, however, is that the prices at the Tiando Grand Auction House are exorbitant, and entry is restricted to those possessing over 10,000 gold soul coins. Ye Hao was well aware of the treasures that lay within this place. He was not one to be swayed by mere monetary gain, for ordinary valuables held little allure for him. Xue Qinghe had thoughtfully provided him with a mask, a requisite for entry to the auction, designed to shield their identities from any unscrupulous individuals who might take note of them upon exiting. After all, tales of murder and treasure theft were not uncommon. Leading Ye Hao through the main entrance, Xue Qinghe encountered little resistance along the way. Upon entering, the Grand Auction House was devoid of ostentatious decor. The floor was adorned with white marble, while the surrounding walls exhibited an array of exquisite paintings alongside ancient armors. There were even intricate porcelain pieces displayed in glass cabinets, reminiscent of a museum from a bygone era. "Do you see anything that catches your eye?" Xue Qinghe inquired, aimlessly wandering while casting a glance at Ye Hao. Ye Hao surveyed his surroundings and glanced at the auction list in his hand. Alas, there was not a single item of interest. The auction featured soul-guiding devices, ancient floral porcelain, and renowned paintings, among other items. Ye Hao already possessed a soul-guiding device, and as for the other items, floral porcelain and famous paintings would not sustain him. It was said that the Tiando Grand Auction House had previously sold soul bones. Yet such treasures were always hotly contested. If they were to appear, the scene would inevitably descend into chaos. Reflecting on the external soul bone, the 8 spider spears, contained within his soul-guiding ring, he decided against pursuing soul bones. They were inherently precious, and external soul bones were even more so. should news leak that the Tiando Grand Auction House had external soul bones for sale. The following day would see all the major powers of Tiando City converge upon it. Ye Hao shook his head, suggesting they should wait and see. Perhaps something appealing would catch their eye. The young woman guiding them, trained specifically for this environment, led them to the heart of the auction house. The establishment resembled a grand hall from a past life, boasting an impressive scale. At its center stood a circular podium designated for the auctioned items. The proceedings had already commenced, with numerous bids being placed. 150,000 gold soul coins, once. 150,000 gold soul coins, twice. 150,000 gold soul coins, thrice. Ding. The auctioneer struck the gavel, sealing the deal. The seating arrangement was stratified into 3 tiers, divided into 5 levels, with the closest 3 rows to the podium adorned in red, followed by black, purple, yellow, and white. The 5 seating categories reflected the economic standing of the bidders. Only those of extraordinary wealth or status were deemed worthy of the coveted red seats at the forefront. Xue Qinghe maintained an indifferent demeanor as he glanced at several familiar figures occupying the red seats below. Unsurprisingly, he recognized a few of them. This time, Xue Qinghe wished to attract minimal attention, so he leaned against the railing alongside Ye Hao, observing the forthcoming auction items. Suddenly, he felt a hand on his shoulder, causing him to stiffen in surprise. Just as he was about to express his frustration, he turned to find it was Ye Hao, who had playfully draped an arm around him. Such is the bond of brotherhood. Ye Hao chuckled in amusement. Chapter 73. Teacher Xue Qinghe felt an uncomfortable sensation coursing through him, yet he could not reveal his discontent. Being unexpectedly embraced by a man left him flustered, a feeling he had never experienced before. 190,000 gold soul coins, once. 190,000 gold soul coins, twice. Sold, sold, sold. Numerous items were auctioned off one after another, and Ye Hao and Xue Qinghe found a seat amidst the bustling crowd. Little brother Yi, have you not yet spotted anything of interest? Xue Qinghe propped his chin on his hand, appearing drowsy and disinterested. Ye Hao glanced at a set of armor from a century ago that was about to be auctioned off, feeling a deep sense of exhaustion. What did it matter to him whether he bought such items? Brother Xue, have you brought me to the wrong place? To be frank, it wasn't that he looked down upon the items here, but they held little relevance to him. Take this century-old armor, for instance. What use would it serve upon my return to the academy? I would even find it a nuisance to store at home. Xue Qinghe hesitated briefly, but soon realized that there were many items slated for auction that were of little significance to soul masters, yet would undoubtedly serve as intriguing collectibles for wealthy connoisseurs. Just as the two were preparing to leave, a familiar voice called out, "Qinghe?" Xue Qinghe halted, recognizing the voice instantly. Turning around, he saw 2 figures standing before him and Ye Hao. The area was thick with steam, and a small hot spring lay before them, divided into 2 distinct sections of milky white and red water. Remarkably, the waters maintained their boundaries, each refraining from encroaching upon the other's territory. The rising steam from the 2 springs filled the valley, creating an ethereal ambience. Grandfather, a figure rushed towards them, a girl named Douluo Continent. Atop a solitary cliff, an elderly man clad in a green robe sat cross-legged, his straight posture and deep green eyes betraying an air of authority. He emanated a faint emerald glow, focusing his energy inward as he approached a pivotal moment in his cultivation. Douluo paused, seemingly at a loss for words. After a considerable time, the elder's breath became steady, and he opened his eyes, gazing intently at the emerald glow emanating from his right hand. Why has there been no breakthrough yet? Is it truly? The old man trembled slightly, turning to see a softening in his gaze, his once cold and rigid features breaking into a warm smile. Yin, didn't you go on a journey across the continent? It's only been a month. Why have you returned? Douluo pouted, casting a sidelong glance at the elder, retorting, Grandfather, I just arrived. With your title Douluo strength, you couldn't possibly have missed my presence, could you? The elder was taken aback. Ahem. His expression shifted to one of joy. Let us set that aside for now. Where has my precious granddaughter been for the past month? Have you encountered any delights worth sharing? Tell me, so we may rejoice together. Upon hearing this, Douluo sighed, sitting alone on the cliff's edge, resting her chin in her hand, lost in contemplation. Seeing his granddaughter in such a state, it was evident she bore some burden. What troubles you? Has someone offended you? Is it that brat Yu Tianhen? How dare he abduct my granddaughter and bully you? Just wait. I shall go to the Tiando Royal Academy and break his legs for you. The elder's fury rose, his icy aura causing the temperature to plummet, and the elongated emerald serpent behind him appeared terrifying and suffocating. Wait, Douluo Yin quickly interjected. Grandfather, what are you talking about? Tianheng treats me well. He hasn't bullied me at all. Do you know why I'm upset? The elder leaned in, intrigued. Do tell. Douluo Yin held up 2 fingers in a peace sign. 2 matters. The elder listened attentively. First, do you remember the name Ye Hao I mentioned earlier? The elder pondered for a moment before responding. Of course. Wasn't he the one you found to be my successor? What? Has that brat become ungrateful? Douluo Yin's expression turned exasperated as she sighed. I've discussed this matter with Ye Hao multiple times, yet he seems indifferent. I had hoped you could see him upon my return. But he slipped away in the middle of the night without a word and even took a week off from Teacher Qing. Isn't that infuriating? At this, the elder narrowed his eyes, a gleam of interest shining through. That little rascal, even the name of the poison Douluo doesn't intimidate him. It is an honor for him to be my disciple, yet he dares to act so brazenly. This time, I shall personally intervene. He won't escape my grasp. The poison Douluo Bo, known for his formidable prowess with poison, was Douluo Yin's grandfather. And what is the second matter? He inquired further. Douluo Yin gazed up at the heavens, sighing softly. Grandfather, is our bicolor serpent poison truly unmatched in the world? Douluo Bo paused, taken aback by the sudden question. Why do you ask this? Recently, during a team soul battle in Soto City, we encountered a group known as the Shrek 7 Monsters. This team consisted of 4 soul ancestors and 3 great soul masters. Over the course of nearly a month in team battles, they achieved consecutive victories, setting a record at the Soto Great Soul Arena, only to have their streak ended by us. Upon hearing this, Douluo Bo expressed confusion. You're not pleased with winning the soul battle? Why the long face then? Douluo Yin rolled her eyes. The most infuriating part is that one of them, a soul master known as Qianshou Shiluo, whose true name is Tang San, managed to counter my bicolor serpent poison. At this revelation, a flash of murderous intent flickered in Douluo Bo's eyes. The fact that his granddaughter's bicolor serpent poison had been countered was indeed a troubling omen. Each soul master on the continent possessed their own trump card. For Douluo Bo, it was his bicolor serpent poison. Although Douluo Yin's poison was still developing, it was by no means to be underestimated, capable of annihilation. Yet now, to have her poison countered was akin to stripping Douluo Bo of a vital lifeline, a loss he could not tolerate. Chapter 74. The Enigmatic Stone Teacher, What Brings You Here? Snow Qinghe inquired, surprised, at the Tiando Great Auction House. Ye Hao's mind raced with thoughts. The instructor of Shui Qinghe was none other than Ning Rongrong's father, the esteemed leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the cunning old fox Ning Fengji. Before him stood a man clad in a light-colored robe, leaning on a silver cane planted firmly on the ground, exuding an air of refined elegance that was hard to resist. Beside Ning Fengji stood a man in a similarly simple robe, his white hair a stark contrast to his piercing eyes that resembled sharp swords, capable of discerning the truth of a person at a mere glance. He stood like a sword beside Ning Fengji, his gaze instinctively drawn to Ye Hao, who stood shoulder to shoulder with Shui Qinghe. Something felt amiss. The white-haired man furrowed his brow, entranced by Ye Hao, whose countenance strikingly resembled that of a woman he once knew. Moreover, the old fox Ning Fengji certainly took note of this connection. For someone to accompany the Prince Shui Qinghe to such a place was indeed remarkable. As Shui Qinghe's teacher, Ning Fengji possessed an intimate understanding of his pupil's character. In a setting driven by fame and rivalry, Shui Qinghe would never deign to come. Furthermore, given Shui Qinghe's position as the crown prince, should his subjects discover that he had privately ventured here, the subsequent court assembly would surely be rife with speculation. Thus, given Shui Qinghe's status and identity, he could have easily occupied a seat in the most honored front row. His choice to remain at the periphery was a deliberate attempt to avoid unnecessary complications. Yet, who could have anticipated that he would indeed arrive here? With a wry smile, Shui Qinghe addressed his teacher. It has been a long time, sir. Allow me to introduce my younger brother, Ye Hao. Little Hao, this is my teacher Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The other gentleman is the esteemed sword Douluo, known for his unparalleled prowess in combat. Indeed, Ye Hao's conjecture proved correct. Ye Hao smiled gently. Greetings, Master Ning, and Your Excellency, the sword-fighting Duke. I am Ye Hao, a student of the Royal Academy of Tiando. The Royal Academy of Tiando. Yi Ningfeng tapped his forehead, gradually forming a preliminary impression of the name Ye Hao. I recall now. Not long ago, I heard of a prodigious student from the Royal Academy of Tiando. Surely, that must be you. A genius endowed with the remarkable prowess of a second-ring talent for a millennium. Ye Hao offered a faint smile, waving his hand and saying, "Thank you, Sect Master Ning, for your kind praise, but I cannot accept the title of genius." He continued, "Additionally, Brother Shui has come to the Grand Auction House to select a gift for me. As for the other gifts..." Ning Fengji was momentarily taken aback. Shui Qinghe glanced warmly at Ye Hao, thinking to herself, "It seems my efforts in nurturing this little brother were not in vain." Recently, Xiao Hao had presented her with a gift, and as his elder brother, it was only fitting that she reciprocated in some manner. Ning Fengji, understanding the unspoken implications, realized the significance of the matter at hand. "Have you found anything to your liking? If you see any items that captivate your interest, feel free to speak up. If there is nothing here, Qinghe, you may bring Ye Hao to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. I have nothing more to add on that front." The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect was affluent, benefiting from the exceptional treasure-seeking capabilities of the Seven Treasures Tower, which rendered them wealthier than even the royal family. Shui Qinghe replied with a smile, "There is no need to trouble the teacher. Today, my brother Hao and I have merely come for a visit. Teacher, we shall take our leave now." Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo nodded in acknowledgement. Just as Shui Qinghe was about to escort Ye Hao away, Ye Hao suddenly halted, standing motionless. "What's the matter?" Shui Qinghe turned to him, puzzled. Ye Hao shook his head, a lingering sense of regret washing over him. He felt that this missed opportunity would haunt him for a lifetime. He swiftly turned and ran to the railing, standing beside Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo. Under their puzzled gazes, a square object wrapped in red cloth was presented on the auction stage by a ceremonial attendant. Shui Qinghe, filled with skepticism, watched as the host raised a small golden hammer and, with a decisive thud, struck it down, unveiling the red cloth. Before them lay a small square object, quietly resting on the auction platform, enveloped in a thick layer of stone skin, bearing the marks of time and wear. It was adorned with intricate patterns, a testament to its antiquity, leaving its origins a mystery. This item was an unexpected find by our team in the forest. We have studied it for several days, scouring all available records, yet we have been unable to uncover its true identity. Thus, we conclude that it is a decorative piece from a structure dating back a century or even a millennium. We shall commence the bidding at 1,000 gold soul coins. Let the auction begin. 1,100 gold soul coins. One individual raised their paddle. 1,300 gold soul coins. Another followed suit. 1,500 gold soul coins. And then the bids surged to 2,000, 4,000, 5,000, and finally 7,000 gold soul coins. The bids continued to escalate from the initial 1,000 to an astonishing 15,000 gold soul coins. Was this a case of hunger marketing? The Grand Auction House seemed to promise even more profit than the Grand Soul Arena. 20,000 gold soul coins, Ye Hao declared for the first time. Upon hearing this, Shui Qinghe furrowed his brow, glancing at the unremarkable square stone resting on the stage. It appeared to be an ordinary rock, though ancient and possessing some collectible value. The price of 20,000 gold soul coins seemed unjustifiable. On the other side, Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo exchanged glances, bewildered by Ye Hao's bid. From Ning Fengji's seasoned perspective, this was merely an ordinary stone, distinguished only by its age. The atmosphere in the Grand Auction House was one of calculated tension, designed to incite competitive bidding among participants, with the highest bidder emerging victorious. This was driven by the desire to showcase one's status and the insatiable nature of vanity. It was evident that Ye Hao, a novice in this realm, had fallen victim to the game. Laughter rippled through the crowd as the onlookers recognized the youth's naivety. The atmosphere grew eerily silent, punctuated only by the faint sound of a falling silver needle. The host, sensing the moment, wasted no time. An unremarkable stone was poised to sell for 20,000 gold soul coins, an extraordinary gain, considering that every individual in attendance was a seasoned player in this arena. 20,000 gold soul coins once. 20,000 gold soul coins twice. The host glanced around, hoping for another unsuspecting bidder. Seeing no response, he gritted his teeth. 20,000 gold soul coins thrice. Bang. Sold. One could only speculate about the significance of this stone. A friendly reminder, it would ultimately become a crucial card in the protagonist's hand. Chapter 75. Sister, I have money. As the host's golden hammer fell, all was settled. Ye Hao acquired the purchasing rights to this unremarkable stone, needing only to proceed to the back end to pay 20,000 gold soul coins. Thereafter, the stone would rightfully belong to him. The individuals present shared a collective chuckle, turning to discern the identity of the unfortunate soul. In an instant, their expressions shifted to astonishment as they beheld Ning Fengji, the esteemed leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, alongside the sword Douluo and another figure, the Crown Prince. At that moment, Xueqinghe had removed his mask, gazing down with an air of serene composure, his demeanor as tranquil as still water. Subsequently, a mysterious smile graced Xueqinghe's lips as he turned and departed with his companions. "You were exceedingly reckless this time," Xueqinghe remarked, continuing to admonish as they walked. Ye Hao dismissed the notion with a chuckle, saying, "Brother Xue, I truly believe this transaction has favored me. Trust me, that stone is extraordinary." Xueqinghe, with a wry smile, shook his head, acknowledging that everything had already been settled. The price was quoted, and only the payment remained outstanding. Although 20,000 gold soul coins represented a substantial sum, it paled in comparison to the true value of Ye Hao's blue-silver emperor, which could not be quantified by mere currency. As they entered the backstage area, the staff had been awaiting their arrival for some time. Among them lay the small square stone, scarcely 5 centimeters in size, resting upon a red tray. Upon closer inspection, Xueqinghe's lips twitched in dismay. How could 20,000 gold soul coins have been spent on such a trivial item? It was a loss, indeed a considerable loss. Having previously promised Ye Hao that he would take immediate action on anything he desired, Xueqinghe had no choice but to produce his gold card. Upon exiting the grand auction house, he bid farewell to Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo, and the carriage whisked Ye Hao and Xueqinghe away. As the carriage receded into the distance, Ning Fengji could not help but reflect deeply. "Uncle Jian, what are your thoughts on this young man?" Jian Douluo replied coolly. "A soul master possessing a 1,000-year second ring, yet appearing so youthful. Surely he is destined to be an extraordinary talent. However, his lack of experience is evident. That stone is worth at most a single copper soul coin. Despite enduring a century of trials, it can only command such a value. Perhaps even the brick beneath our feet holds greater worth than that wretched stone." In response, Ning Fengji chuckled ruefully. "All right, Uncle Jian, enough of that. He is merely a child." Yet, he suddenly grew serious, pondering. "I cannot shake the feeling that the boy bears a striking resemblance to someone." "Fengji, you too have sensed it?" "Surely not," they both exclaimed in unison. On the spacious street, a carriage sped by. Inside, Xueqinghe rested his chin on his hand, watching as Ye Hao played with the stone, lamenting his fortune in spending 20,000 gold soul coins on a worthless trinket. Earlier, he had taken the stone from Ye Hao to examine it closely. Just as the host had mentioned, the stone indeed bore intricate patterns that eluded the common eye. However, after scrutinizing it thoroughly, Xueqinghe concluded it to be nothing more than an ordinary rock, remarkably ordinary. "Brother Xue, is something amiss? Are you feeling down?" Ye Hao asked innocently. Xueqinghe replied, "I apologize for the expense today." Ye Hao, aware of the stone's worth, murmured softly, convinced that it was indeed something special. Xueqinghe smiled gently, affectionately ruffling Ye Hao's hair. "Do not worry, 20,000 gold soul coins are but a trifling amount for me. Remember, in the future, try to refrain from purchasing such items. Should you desire anything else next time, consult with me first. Whatever you wish for, your elder brother shall procure it all for you." A warm feeling enveloped Ye Hao's heart as he said, "Brother, you are too kind. There is no need for that. As I have sufficient funds, I cannot continually allow you to bear such expenses. It would be quite embarrassing." Xueqinghe was momentarily taken aback, realizing that his brother had indeed not misidentified him and was always considering his own well-being. "Although you possess the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor martial spirits, I truly wish you were my brother. Next time, Brother Xue, you need not intervene. I have the means." Xueqinghe replied with a teasing tone, "It's nothing, just a trifling amount. Besides, what could a child like you possibly have?" Suddenly, Xueqinghe was struck dumb, for he witnessed Ye Hao extracting a stack of gold cards from his soul guide ring. Among them, one card bore a value of approximately 500,000 gold soul coins, while the others were not insignificant either, ranging from 100,000 to 200,000, with the smallest being 50,000. "Where did you acquire such wealth?" Xueqinghe inquired, rendered speechless. Ye Hao scratched his head, smiling bashfully as he spoke. "I earned this during my time at the Soto Great Spirit Arena. I made quite a fortune through betting during that period. Look, these are all my spoils. Brother Xue, if you ever find yourself in need of funds, Just let me know, and I shall generously assist you. Xue Qinghe fervently shook his head, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. I sincerely hope that day never comes, haha. At this moment, Xue Qinghe truly wished that Ye Hao were his younger brother, his own flesh and blood. He contemplated revealing the truth. I am your sister. Hand over the money. Ye Hao, on what grounds? Qianrenxue, what does a child need so much money for? You can repay me when you marry. Unbeknownst to them, the carriage gradually came to a halt, signaling their arrival at the inn where Ye Hao was staying. Xue Qinghe had been out for quite some time. It was time for him to return. Goodbye, brother Xue. Next time, the treat is on me. Ye Hao waved farewell to Xue Qinghe. Inside the carriage, Xue Qinghe rolled his eyes, followed by a helpless bitter smile and a shake of his head. What a loss. Today was indeed a significant setback. After watching the carriage of Xue Qinghe depart, Ye Hao returned to his inn room. Upon entering, he began to pack his belongings. Today marked the 7th day of his holiday, and he must return to the Tiando Royal Academy before sunset, or else he would have difficulty explaining himself to Qin Ming. If he wished to request leave in the future, the likelihood of Qin Ming denying his request would undoubtedly increase. Once everything was in order, Ye Hao sat on the bed and retrieved a square stone worth 20,000 gold soul coins from his pocket. His gaze was intense, fixated on the stone. The stone was angular, with 6 flat, smooth faces and intricate patterns etched on its surface that Ye Hao could not decipher. It resembled a form of writing, as if it were conveying some profound message. Ye Hao is not a scholar and cannot comprehend it at all. Could it be that I have truly misjudged? Ye Hao began to doubt himself. In a moment of boredom, a stone was unconsciously cast into the air by him. The stone spiraled gracefully before descending directly downward. Suddenly, it struck Ye Hao's head with unerring precision. As the sharp edge grazed his forehead, blood splattered onto the stone, and in that instant, it transformed. Chapter 76. The heart of the Grim Reaper. Under Ye Hao's gaze, the stone unexpectedly soared into the sky, radiating an eerie violet luminescence that was strikingly otherworldly. Could it be? Ye Hao was overwhelmed with emotions. Suddenly, the surface of the square stone began to peel away, revealing its original form. Before Ye Hao's eyes materialized a purple square object, which floated gracefully in midair. Its radiance had not diminished. Rather, it grew increasingly luminous. Although it was daytime, the entire room felt shrouded in darkness, the purple light intensifying. In the next moment, the stone hurtled towards Ye Hao, and before he could react, it swiftly penetrated his forehead. A heaviness enveloped his mind, and he promptly fainted. During his unconsciousness, a plethora of new elements began to materialize in his mind, which Ye Hao gradually absorbed. At long last, a figure clad in black, enveloping his entire form, silently emerged. His eyes gleamed with a crimson light as they cast a fleeting glance at the unconscious Ye Hao before his figure began to dissipate. As dusk approached, the dying rays of the sun bathed the entire Sky-Do city in a warm glow. People gradually returned to their homes. Wisps of smoke began to rise, and a faint aroma of cooking wafted through the air. Perhaps due to his empty stomach, Ye Hao groggily rose from his bed. He glanced around the immaculate room, scratching his head in bewilderment at the recent influx of thoughts in his mind. The concept of the heart of death? Ye Hao hesitated as he spoke, casually uttering the abbreviated term he had for that enigmatic square, which lingered in his memory. Ye Hao carefully observed and noticed that something seemed to have appeared in the center of his brow. He hastily approached the mirror to investigate. To his astonishment, he discovered a stone, a square, purple mark that looked exceedingly enchanting. Coupled with Ye Hao's extraordinary visage, he appeared even more handsome than before. From the memories Ye Hao could retrieve, he discerned that this stone was, in fact, a soul-guiding artifact. Ye Hao delicately touched his brow, and the purple square object materialized once more. Its size began to expand until it reached approximately 10 centimeters, radiating a resplendent purple light that was extraordinarily dazzling. The heart of the Reaper rotated in Ye Hao's palm. This was no ordinary soul guide. The heart of the Reaper was endowed with 4 formidable abilities. The first was Death's Gaze, which could immobilize an adversary for 5 seconds, during which the foe could not move an inch. A tidal Douluo could be held in place for 3 seconds. The second was Abyssal Binding, which could ensnare an opponent, rendering them incapable of escape, thus eternally depriving them of freedom. This ability could only be used on one individual at a time, and it could also be applied to spirit beasts, albeit limited to a single beast within the range of 100,000 years. The third was Dark Veil, which concealed one's own aura, preventing detection by the opponent. The fourth was Reaper's Descent, a singular assault skill that required the accompaniment of a specific weapon for execution, though the precise nature of that weapon was not elaborated upon. How could this resemble the Hanhai Qiankuan shield of the Tiando royal family so remarkably? Ye Hao could not help but express his bewilderment. It was simply inconceivable. The Hanhai Qiankuan shield was intricately linked to the sea god, while his Heart of the Reaper surely could not be related. After a moment's contemplation, Ye Hao vigorously shook his head. Divine positions were not as common as cabbages. As the saying goes, one radish, one pit. He was undoubtedly overthinking. The Heart of the Reaper, priced at 20,000 gold soul coins, was indeed a tremendous bargain. Sister Qian had claimed I suffered a loss. It is you who misjudged this time. Ye Hao withdrew the Heart of Death to his forehead, and at the moment it merged with his brow. A purple square mark reappeared upon it. Observing this, Ye Hao nodded in satisfaction, realizing that he had acquired yet another formidable weapon. He pondered whether he had overlooked anything important. Upon noticing the pitch-black sky outside, his expression darkened instantaneously. It was over. 7 nights prior, before his departure, Teacher Qin had mandated that he must arrive at the Tiando Royal Academy by dusk, and he was to stand before her openly. Given the current circumstances, that seemed utterly impossible. In light of this predicament, Ye Hao could only place his hopes on the 6-winged purple light wings. However, there were strict regulations in Tiando City, forbidding soul masters from flying at high altitudes within the urban area. This was particularly true in the capital of the Tiando Empire. If a soul master were to be discovered soaring above the city, it would undoubtedly bring humiliation to the Tiando royal family. With no other options available, Ye Hao pressed a single finger to his forehead, and in the next moment, the Heart of Death quietly manifested. The Heart of Death bore an accompanying skill, Dark Envelopment. With a soft whisper, Ye Hao witnessed the Heart of Death erupting violently, splitting into 6 facets before his eyes. Astonishingly, all 6 facets separated and enveloped Ye Hao completely. Once encased, he found himself within an enlarged Heart of Death, where an undercurrent of darkness surged through the space. Yet, through the translucent surfaces, Ye Hao could discern every object ahead. Surely, no one would be able to see him, right? Ye Hao approached the mirror, and indeed, his reflection was absent. Observing this, he did not hesitate. The 6-winged violet light wings unfurled from his back, and his right leg emanated a resplendent blue-golden glow. The combination of the soul bone and the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone created a remarkable synergy in flight. Initially, Ye Hao might have harbored doubts regarding the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone, considering it was a 100,000-year-old soul bone. What if he encountered Tang Ritian? However, with the Heart of Death now in his possession, which possesses the ability to obscure one's presence, such concerns were effortlessly dispelled. Ye Hao was soaring through the night sky at an astonishing speed. Meanwhile, outside the Royal Academy of Tiando, an esteemed figure had arrived at the guest hall, where the 3 members of the Education Committee sat with an air of composure. Although they appeared unperturbed, their eyes conveyed a complex mix of emotions, exchanging glances filled with anxiety while shifting restlessly in their seats. Beside the committee members stood Qin Ming, who was more anxious than anyone else. With a subtle gesture, Meng Xinji signaled to Qin Ming, who understood immediately and stepped closer. Meng Xinji inquired, "Teacher Qin, did you not mention that Ye Hao would return before sunset? It is already nearing midnight. Could it be that he has encountered some trouble along the way?" Qin Ming replied decisively, "Fear not. That rascal Ye Hao is quite cunning. He is never the one to suffer losses. I suspect he has simply lost track of time while enjoying himself. However, I wonder why Elder Douluo has come here in person?" After saying this, Qin Ming cast a lingering glance at Douluo, the renowned poison Douluo, who sat in meditation. It was indeed extraordinary for such a figure to visit the Royal Academy of Tiando, specifically requesting Ye Hao's presence. At this very moment, Ye Hao was en route. In the tranquil night, under a sky adorned with twinkling stars, Ye Hao departed from the serene Tiando city. Once he had flown beyond the city's boundaries, he stowed away the Heart of Death, and, propelled by the speed of his 2 soul bones, he swiftly approached the Royal Academy of Tiando. Just as he was about to land, a familiar figure appeared at the foot of the Academy's mountain. Sister Yen, what brings her here?" Ye Hao pondered, puzzled. Could it be that she came specifically to greet me? With a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, he descended gently. Upon seeing Ye Hao's arrival, Douluo finally breathed a sigh of relief, and hurriedly pulled him towards the mountain. "What's the rush, Sister Yin?" Ye Hao asked, puzzled. With a hint of irritation. Douluo Yin responded, "You still remember to come back? Why did you leave without a word?" Ye Hao was momentarily speechless. "The moon is particularly bright tonight." "Ha ha ha." Douluo Yin whispered, "Be cautious. Not only Teacher Qin is here, but the 3 committee members are present as well." Ye Hao was taken aback. It was merely the absence from the academy, yet the esteemed figures of the institution kept arriving one after another, far more solemn than any tribunal. Oh, and there was one more thing that Douluo Yin did not forget to mention. "My grandfather is also present." Ye Hao sneered, "Your grandfather?" "Grandfather. Oh, the old venomous creature." Ye Hao's voice resonated loudly, reaching the ears of the solitary Gu Bo and the 3 committee members in the waiting room with crystal clarity. The 3 committee members exchanged glances, their palms heavy with anxiety as beads of cold sweat trickled down their backs. Qin Ming slapped his forehead, lamenting that this reckless youth wouldn't meet his fate if he just refrained from courting disaster. In stark contrast, Gu Bo remained composed, sitting still like a statue. Before long, Gu Yin escorted Ye Hao to this location. Ye Hao surveyed his surroundings, and indeed, the 3 members of the education committee along with Teacher Qin were present. Ye Hao took the initiative to wave at the trio. However, the members of the committee and Qin Ming feigned indifference, whispering among themselves, their glances subtly urging Ye Hao to be wary of his companion. Beside him? Which one? At that moment, Ye Hao finally noticed the icy-eyed Douluo Bo seated next to him. Just then, Douluo Bo slowly opened his cold gaze, and their eyes met. Almost simultaneously, Douluo Bo's expression darkened, followed by a furrow of his brow. Something felt amiss. This young man bore an uncanny resemblance to someone. Ye Hao looked innocently at Douluo Bo. Is this the renowned poison Douluo? Clad in a green robe is one thing, but how could his eyes also be green? It must be a hereditary trait, or perhaps a consequence of something within his body. Douluo Bo fixed his gaze and slowly rose to his feet, speaking in a calm tone. "You are Ye Hao?" Ye Hao nodded and said, "Indeed, I am the one. May I inquire why the esteemed poison Douluo seeks me?" Upon hearing this, Douluo Bo burst into hearty laughter, remarking, "You truly are a mischievous one. Just moments ago, you referred to me as an old poisoner, and now you have changed your tune." The 3 committee members turned pale, having been prepared to explain that Ye Hao was still young and naive. However, they were caught off guard by Douluo Bo's icy gaze. A title Douluo, truly formidable. The trio of sold Douluos were reluctant to provoke this situation, silently praying for the young lad to fend for himself. Ye Hao was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. "Very well, old venomous one." The crowd collectively wondered if they had misheard. Douluo Bo narrowed his eyes slightly, a chilling aura emanating from him, engulfing Ye Hao in a profound chill from head to toe. "You dare to repeat that?" Douluo Bo said in a flat tone. At the corner of Ye Hao's eye, a twitch manifested. The most effective way to confront fear is to face it head-on. The old poison master. For a moment, the entire waiting room fell into a profound silence, with everyone momentarily frozen in place. They were all aware that Ye Hao was a master of the blade. Yet this time he was dancing upon the very edge of the title Douluo, and it seemed all was lost. After a considerable pause, a glimmer of realization crossed Douluo Bo's face, followed by a hearty laughter that resonated through the room. "Ha ha ha. You truly pique my interest, young man. You boldly utter the nickname that others dare not speak. Had it been anyone else, they would have met their demise countless times over." Observing this, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief, while Douluo Yin radiated with exuberance, indicating that the likelihood of success in this endeavor was exceedingly high. Ye Hao secretly exhaled a sigh of relief, his palm already damp with perspiration. He was taking a gamble, wagering that the old poison master, Douluo Bo, would refrain from intervening. Firstly, Douluo Bo's granddaughter, Douluo Yin, was present, and the old man had always held a deep affection for her. Should he take action, the likelihood of Douluo Yin harboring resentment towards him would be unequivocally high, an outcome Douluo Bo would undoubtedly wish to avoid. Secondly, the old poison master was known for his peculiar temperament, often eschewing conventional methods, a trait that aligned with Ye Hao's own disposition. Even if Douluo Bo were to act, Ye Hao remained unperturbed. His heart of death was already primed. At that moment, Douluo Yin noticed the conspicuous purple square mark on Ye Hao's forehead and inquired with curiosity, "Xiao Hao, what is that on your brow?" Upon hearing her words, everyone turned their gaze, and indeed, as Douluo Yin had pointed out, the purple square mark on Ye Hao's forehead was strikingly prominent. Coupled with Ye Hao's already remarkable appearance, his aura contrasted sharply with how he had presented himself earlier. Oh, you mean this? The Heart of Death is undoubtedly one of Ye Hao's significant trump cards, and it should not be disclosed lightly. I specifically adorned it in Heaven-Do City before my departure, which is why I took so long. What do you think? Have I become more handsome? The crowd was rendered speechless, collectively rolling their eyes. Handsome? My foot. They nearly suffered a cardiac episode from the shock. Douluo cleared his throat, standing before Ye Hao with arms crossed, fixating his gaze upon him. I offer you an opportunity. How about you take me as your master? Douluo spoke earnestly, his tone devoid of any hint of jest. Ye Hao did not dwell on the matter for long and directly replied, Old Poison, I sincerely apologize. But I truly cannot take you as my master. This is for your own good. For my own good? Douluo raised an eyebrow, exuding confidence. As a dignified titled Douluo, who in this continent could possibly instill fear in me? I am curious to hear how this can be considered beneficial to me. Upon witnessing the scene, Ye Hao cast a troubled glance around, and Douluo immediately understood his intentions. I shall converse privately with this young fellow Yi. You may carry on as you wish. However, remember, do not approach us, Douluo warned once more. The others nodded vigorously in agreement. Just as Douluo was about to follow them to discern the situation, she was unexpectedly halted by Douluo, leaving her to patiently await their return. As the two departed, Meng Xinji wiped the cold sweat from his brow and sighed. It is truly terrifying. This Ye Hao is indeed a master of blades. If it were anyone else, they would have met their demise countless times over. Qin Ming, equally fatigued, exhaled deeply, resolving to keep a close watch on this young lad in the future. Chapter 78. The Revenge of Tang Ritian. The Royal Academy of Tiando boasts an expansive campus. Ye Hao and Douluo arrived at a secluded area, and as night fell, nearly all the students had succumbed to slumber. Douluo wore a mocking smile as he said, Well, this place is deserted. Now you may speak freely. Ye Hao smiled faintly. Old Poison, you are indeed a titled Douluo. Your knowledge undoubtedly surpasses mine. Naturally, Douluo's expression brightened, but after a moment, he became serious and stern, saying, Do not attempt to deceive me. Speak quickly, lest I take it upon myself to bind you. Ye Hao chuckled lightly. Oh, Old Poison, must you be so grave? The reason I refrain from taking you as my master is not without its own difficulties. Difficulties? Douluo glanced at Ye Hao with disdain. What kind of difficulties could you possibly have? In this world, there is likely no one as audacious as you. To openly call me Old Poison without fear of retribution is indeed a rare feat. You should count yourself fortunate. Ye Hao smiled serenely, his right hand glowing as 3 soul rings illuminated beneath his feet. Simultaneously, the Death Spider Emperor martial spirit gradually materialized, and in an instant, Ye Hao completed the manifestation of the Death Spider Emperor. Old Poison, do you recognize this? Ye Hao remained calm, a composed smile gracing his lips. Upon witnessing this, Douluo felt an intense dryness in his throat, struggling to swallow. He managed to utter, the Death Spider Emperor. You young man, are you? At that moment, Douluo genuinely sensed a looming crisis. The Death Spider Emperor martial spirit. No wonder he felt that Ye Hao bore a striking resemblance to someone he knew. Fortunately, this young man had declined the earlier proposition. Otherwise, the situation might have been dire. Douluo forced a bitter smile, questioning, as a member of the Spirit Hall, what brings you here? And regarding your Death Spider Emperor martial spirit, he hesitated, unwilling to speak too plainly. Ye Hao maintained a composed demeanor, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he withdrew from the Death Spider Emperor, merging with its essence. Old Poison, I am who I am, and the Spirit Hall is the Spirit Hall. Do not conflate the two. As for why I cannot take you as my master, well, you understand. At this juncture, it seemed prudent for Douluo to take his leave, for lingering might spell danger. Ye Hao's identity was conspicuous, and he could not afford to remain. Which title Douluo would not risk their life. Those who have ascended to the title Douluo realm are not to be underestimated. Well then, I haven't been here, he declared. And with that, Douluo soared into the sky, a green streak vanishing into the horizon. Come again next time. Ye Hao waved, but soon felt a pang of concern. The divine herb. With Douluo now distant, Ye Hao laughed lightly. There was ample time ahead, and the herb wouldn't flee. Seeing Douluo had departed, Ye Hao returned to his dormitory to rest. After a long day, fatigue had settled heavily upon him. The following morning, outside Soto City at Shrek Academy, 10 days had quietly elapsed since the battle between the royal fighting team and the Shrek 7 monsters. During this interlude, the 7 monsters had been recuperating, particularly Tang San. Deprived of his external spirit bone, he had become increasingly despondent, often isolating himself in his room. The blow dealt by Yi Ritian weighed heavily on him, manifesting as a mental demon. Tang Ritian, as a father, observed this with sorrow, but he could not yet reveal himself for an emotional reunion with Tang San. They needed to recuperate for 3 months before embarking for the Heaven Do Royal Academy. While outwardly, everyone concealed their resentment towards the royal fighting team. If they failed to enter the academy, they would have no place in the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Tournament. Moreover, Shrek Academy's financial situation had deteriorated. The card containing 200,000 gold soul coins now belonged to Ye Hao. Is Xiao Sen not eating? Dai Mubai inquired as he approached Tang San's door. Noticing Xiao Wu holding a plate of now cold food, letting out a resigned sigh. Xiao Wu shook her head, replying, "Brother hasn't eaten for 2 days. What are we to do if this continues?" Tears welled as she spoke. Outdoors, Tang Hao had been troubled, his brow furrowed. He implored the master to ascertain Yi Ritian's whereabouts. Finally, diligence bore fruit. The master, albeit delayed, arrived. "Master, what news?" Tang Ritian asked eagerly, desperate for information on Yi Ritian's location. The master wore a bittersweet smile as he responded, "I have indeed found him." Tang Ritian's eyes widened, urgency coursing through him. "Where is he?" "My instincts are not wrong," the master replied confidently. "Yi Ritian is affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Recently, news from the Spirit Hall indicated that he was spotted there and is under direct orders from the Pope to be apprehended." "Apprehended? Why?" Tang Ritian questioned, confused. "If Yi Ritian is one of them, why would they seek to capture him?" The master stroked his scruffy chin thoughtfully. "It concerns Tang San's external spirit bone. You know well the value of such a bone, especially an external one. Yi Ritian's possession of it became known, prompting the Pope to issue a capture order. This is entirely plausible, considering the Spirit Hall's nature." Tang Ritian felt a surge of anger. Now that he was aware of Yi Ritian's true whereabouts, his best course of action was to confront him at the Spirit Hall and reclaim his son's external spirit bone. "Master, I am departing." With that, Tang Ritian soared skyward towards the Spirit Hall. "Don't go." The master hesitated, fully aware he could not deter Tang Ritian's quest for vengeance. The Spirit Hall was formidable, and his journey was tantamount to walking into a trap. For now, they could only acquiesce. Tang Ritian was a titled Douluo. What could the master, a mere great soul master, do? Offer encouragement? He sighed in resignation and made his way to Tang San's chamber, feeling compelled to provide some guidance. Descending from the mountain, the master approached Tang San's door. Observing the cold food on the ground, he wore a pained expression as he knocked. "Xiao San, it's me. Open the door." After a considerable wait, Tang San opened the door, his expression somber. "Master, what brings you here?" The master remained silent, taking in the disarray of Tang San's room, finally grasping the weight of his student's despair. "May I not enter?" Tang San hesitated but then acquiesced, allowing the master to step inside. "Master, is my blue silver grass truly worthless?" Chapter 79. There are no worthless spirits, only worthless soul masters. Upon hearing this, the master furrowed his brow, disappointment etched across his face. "Xiao San, remember this. There are no worthless spirits, only worthless soul masters." Tang San looked up, bewildered. "Master, are you referring to yourself?" "Indeed." The master rose, his eyes alight with fervor. "That person is me." Suddenly, he sensed something amiss and coughed, casting a disapproving glare at Tang San. "You should not speak to your teacher in such a manner." Realizing his misstep, Tang San quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, master. I didn't mean." The master waved his hand dismissively. "No matter, Xiao San. How is your recovery progressing?" Tang San clenched his fists. "All his injuries inflicted by Yi Ritian." "Master, my wounds are healing. By the way, have there been any sightings of Yi Ritian recently?" The master chose to withhold certain truths. He could not disclose Yi Ritian's connection to the Spirit Hall, nor that Tang Ritian had already set out for vengeance. "Rest assured, Xiao San, we will not let Yi Ritian escape. Justice will be served, and the grievances will be settled. Shrek Academy will not let him go unpunished. For now, your health takes precedence. You must recuperate." With that, the master presented the cold, hard food to Tang San, urging him to eat. Reluctantly, Tang San took a bite, lamenting. "Master, is my blue silver grass really a useless spirit? I often feel it pales in comparison to my second spirit, the hammer." Having faced Ye Ritian in combat twice, Tang San's faith in his abilities waned. The practical evidence suggested that blue-silver grass merely served as a minor restraint, lacking any lethal potential, while his second spirit, the hammer, exhibited far greater power. Thus, he contemplated abandoning the blue-silver grass in favor of honing his hammer spirit. However, such thoughts were met with the master's stern disapproval. Absolutely not. Xiao San, what has come over you? The master admonished. You possess a twin spirit, a rarity on the continent. Should you forsake the blue-silver grass to focus solely on your second spirit, while you may see rapid gains initially, in the long run, you will lose the unique potential that your dual spirits afford you. However, before we proceed, I must remind you of the first twin martial soul master on this continent in a century, when he attempted to enhance his second martial soul with soul rings. He succumbed to the physical strain and ultimately perished in an explosion of his own body. The master gently conveyed, I understand your dissatisfaction, the humiliation from Ye Ritian, and the harm inflicted on Xiao Wu by Ye Hao. Each incident has been witnessed by me from the beginning. Imagine, when you become a titled Douluo and bestow your second martial soul with soul rings, if they are all over 10,000 years old. Who in the world of soul masters could rival you then? As the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is never too late. Although you have lost your external soul bone, that is not the true reason for your downfall. Tang San, gather your strength. I believe you are capable of this. The master's words resonated with Tang San, as if a sudden enlightenment had struck him. He raised his bewildered gaze to meet the master's wise eyes. Yet, almost immediately, Tang San sighed in despair. Master, I truly am no match for Ye Hao. The battle prior has already proven this. Even if I were to abandon cultivating my second martial soul and focus entirely on blue-silver grass, I would still be trampled by Ye Hao. As he spoke, Tang San lifted his head, a look of unwillingness etched upon his face. Master, I cannot accept this. In this second life, having traversed realms, I still cannot defeat the natives here. It is utterly unacceptable. With my skills in hidden weapons and the Shintian skill and ghost shadow perplexing track, yet I still fall short against Ye Hao, this native. The master sighed deeply and continued, in truth, Ye Hao is not invincible. Upon hearing this, Tang San's eyes brightened as if he had discovered a new world. He eagerly looked at the master, unwilling to live under the shadow of others. The master stood confidently, hands clasped behind his back, and said calmly, Do you know why you lost this time? Tang San pondered for a moment and replied, Ye Hao is exceedingly cunning, and moreover, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, the current Shrek's 7 devils, are already fragmented. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong are in one camp, while the remaining 5 are in another. Tang San struggled to comprehend why the 2 women had distanced themselves from Xiao Wu and sometimes even clashed with him verbally. If they were not part of the same academy, he would have acted decisively. At this point, the master could not help but sigh. We will discuss Rongrong and Zhuqing's issues later. For now, let me analyze the situation from that night. The most crucial aspect of a successful team is the mutual understanding among its members, yet you currently lack even the most basic trust, which is why you suffered such a thorough defeat. Additionally, Ye Hao and his team possess an overall strength that far surpasses yours. Consider this. Which team is more likely to prevail, one with seamless cooperation or one that is in disarray? Tang San's gaze fell, dejectedly stating, Master, I understand what you are saying, yet all I wish to know is how to defeat Ye Hao. At that moment, the master truly realized the depth of Tang San's obsession, so profound it was almost frightening. Nevertheless, the master continued, Xiao San, do not rush. Every endeavor has its challenges at the outset. Trust in me. Under my careful guidance, you will surely triumph over Ye Hao. Ye Hao's greatest flaw is his arrogance. Little does he know that such traits can be perilous. The higher he stands, the harder he will fall. He is also exceedingly sly. During the previous battle, he deliberately provoked Mu Bai and Hong Jun, leading to Mu Bai's early elimination and public humiliation in front of thousands of spectators, a psychological tactic. The moment I saw Mu Bai being eliminated first, I knew the battle was already lost for you. Furthermore, Ye Hao's martial soul is not the Death Spider, but the Death Spider King. Tang San's eyes widened in shock. The Death Spider King. Master, I have read about it in books. The Death Spider King is among the highest tier of beast martial souls, rivaling even Yu Tianheng's blue electric Tyrannosaurus. He has concealed it so deeply. Tang San gritted his teeth and muttered, No wonder the spider venom is so formidable. Chapter 80. He has arrived after being invigorated by Yu Shaojiang's inspiring words. Tang San regained his vitality and ceased his melancholic demeanor. Simultaneously, Yu Shaojing shifted his focus towards Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. As previously stated, the Shrek Seven Devils are an inseparable whole. Each member is indispensable. Master, please refrain from your incessant lecturing. I can hardly absorb any of it right now. Ning Rongrong stormed out of the room. Having endured days of the Master's discussions about the importance of teamwork and other grandiose rhetoric, she had consistently resisted these notions, and despite his efforts, she remained obstinate, refusing to heed a single word from him. Exhausted, the Master sighed. Outside, Tang San furrowed his brow, watching Ning Rongrong's retreating figure, a surge of frustration swelling within him, feeling utterly powerless to express it. After all, her family background was substantial, and he was but a minor character in comparison. However, times may change. Master, she actually. Tang San entered, filled with indignation over Ning Rongrong's earlier actions, feeling as though she had insulted his teacher. The Master waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Enough. Rongrong is still just a child. I believe that with my persistence, she will eventually come to her senses." Above the cloudless skies of the Spirit Hall, a figure no larger than a sesame seed stood tall in the air, clad in a black robe, surveying the entire spirit city with a fierce glint in his eyes. Suddenly, a Haotian hammer appeared in his hand, and 9 soul rings slowly rose beneath his feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 1 red, forming an eye-catching configuration. In an instant, the previously clear sky turned ominous, and a powerful, solemn aura began to permeate throughout the Spirit Hall. Within the Pope's chamber, Bibi Dong abruptly opened her beautiful eyes. Holding a purple gold scepter, she slowly rose and gazed upward, her eyes narrowing, her aura climbing dramatically. What audacity! Who dares to cause such a ruckus in the Spirit Hall? In all these years, never has anyone been so bold. Spirit Hall scoundrels, hand over Yi Ri-Tian immediately. Or today, there will be chaos in the Spirit Hall. Tang Ri-Tian's rough voice echoed throughout the Spirit Hall, clearly audible to nearly all its disciples. Yi Ri-Tian, why is it him again? We searched for 3 whole days last time, turning the Spirit Hall upside down, yet we found nothing. This fellow is formidable. Why do we keep hearing his name? What has he done to stir up such a storm that a titled Douluo has come personally to demand him? Within the city, the disciples of the Spirit Hall whispered among themselves, filled with intense curiosity about Yi Ri-Tian. Of all the chatter they had heard recently, he was the most mentioned. Yet they remained unaware of the true identity of this person who had incited such upheaval, compelling a titled Douluo to come and seek him out. Moreover, that individual possessed a soul ring of 100,000 years. Before long, several figures soared into the sky within the Pope's palace, swiftly approaching Tang Ri-Tian. Almost simultaneously, they revealed their respective martial souls and soul rings. 9 soul rings in total, uniformly configured with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. For titled Douluos stood resolutely before Tang Ri-Tian. Tang Hao, after all these years, what is this? No longer the coward? A man adorned with a golden chrysanthemum and lightly made up spoke softly. Enough with the chatter. Everyone, attack together, commanded a figure shrouded in darkness, prompting the other 3 titled Douluos to rush toward Tang Ri-Tian in an instant. The combined assault of 4 titled Douluos is a rare honor. Likely only Tang Ri-Tian could bear such a distinction on the Douluo Continent. The air resonated with a dull thud before erupting into a magnificent display of fireworks. Tang Ri-Tian brandished an enlarged Haotian hammer, directly striking toward the 4 titled Douluos with an overwhelming aura capable of subduing all before it. The 4 titled Douluos were struck with astonishment. What had caused Tang Hao to become so furious? Empowered by his rage, Tang Hao's combat prowess reached unprecedented heights. The chrysanthemum titled Douluo activated his 5th soul ring, conjuring a faint golden barrier around him, then advanced to intercept Tang Ri-Tian's furious blow. 5th soul skill, gathering of frosty blossoms. The chrysanthemum titled Douluo bellowed. The other 3 followed suit, with the phantom titled Douluo transforming into a shadow, extending a massive ghostly claw from the void to seize Tang Ri-Tian's Haotian hammer. Before the claw could reach him, the residual force from the Haotian hammer shattered it into fragments, sending the phantom titled Douluo plummeting from the sky. The remaining 2, witnessing this, unleashed their full power, directing 2 concentrated beams of light toward Tang Ri-Tian. The stout beams pierced through his body in an instant. Blood trickled from the corner of Tang Ri-Tian's mouth. Yet his murderous intent only intensified, transforming his aura into something even more terrifying. His target was unmistakably the Pope's palace, the emblem of the Spirit Hall. Ah! Tang Ritian roared, gripping his hammer, which swelled several times larger. The chrysanthemum titled Douluo's fifth soul skill ultimately was shattered, the golden barrier exploding like a shower of petals. While he could only watch in despair as the hammer descended. Desperate to flee, he found the oppressive force of the hammer too great, instilling fear even within a titled Douluo. Just as the Haotian hammer was about to strike the Pope's palace, and the chrysanthemum titled Douluo faced imminent demise, suddenly, a hand effortlessly dissipated Tang Ritian's attack. The newcomer was an elderly man with a gentle demeanor, golden long hair, and towering over 2 meters tall. Under the gaze of the onlookers, the elder lightly snapped his fingers, and a radiant golden beam erupted from the hammer's surface, causing Tang Ritian to stagger back several paces, the bloodlust in his eyes diminishing somewhat. With astonishment, he beheld the elder, who, without giving Tang Ritian a moment to react, appeared before him and struck him with a punch that forced him to spit blood, nearly causing the Haotian hammer he held to crumble. It is worth noting that Tang Ritian's soul power had already surpassed level 95. To be struck down by this elder with a single blow was nothing short of earth-shattering and caught Tang Ritian off guard. On the top balcony of the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong gazed upward, her bright eyes narrowing in surprise at the elder's sudden appearance. She had intended to intervene herself, only to find him one step ahead. How did he arrive? Chapter 81. A home-lost Tang Ritian held his breath, staring incredulously at the elderly figure before him. Tang Hao, you should not have come here, the elder said, shaking his head lightly as he looked down upon the injured 4 titled Douluos, his eyes filled with a fierce determination. How could one Tang Hao contend against 4 titled Douluos? Despite the passage of years, the Spirit Hall had never ceased its pursuit of Tang Hao's whereabouts. Today, he had unwittingly delivered himself right into their hands. Yet, who exactly was this Ye Ritian? No matter the situation, every event has its origin. Tang Hao had come for Ye Ritian, and regardless of the reason, there was only one: the audacity to attack the Spirit Hall. Since you have arrived, you shall remain. The elder spoke with a calm demeanor. Behind him appeared a divine angel, adorned with 6 wings, emanating an aura of sanctity. A resplendent golden holy sword materialized in the elder's hand as he gripped it lightly and swung it forward. In that instant, space was cleaved in two, and the air froze as brilliant sword light descended upon Tang Hao. Tang Hao felt as though he were being choked, his expression growing grave, and his breath quickened. Just as everyone expected Tang Hao to be vanquished, the 9 soul rings beneath him exploded, and the Haotian hammer in his grasp transformed into a dazzling spectacle, radiating with vibrant colors. With a terrifying pressure surging forth, the elder's calm expression faltered as he took half a step back. The great Sumera hammer. How long it has been, the elder mused, reminiscing about the years since he had faced the great Sumeru hammer directly. The last battle with that individual had occurred decades ago. Tang Hao's ability to wield this technique truly exceeded the elder's expectations. Seeing Tang Hao escape, the elder did not rush to pursue him. Instead, he flashed to the top of the Pope's palace, standing shoulder to shoulder with Bibi Dong. Who exactly is this Ye Ritian? The elder inquired calmly, lacking any accusatory tone, instead expressing curiosity. Bibi Dong turned slightly, avoiding direct eye contact. I find it quite curious that you would take the initiative to strike, she remarked. The elder remained composed, continuing to inquire. Answer my question. Bibi Dong, seemingly unperturbed, replied. He is merely an ordinary soul master who recently joined the Spirit Hall. An ordinary soul master? Where is he now? The elder pressed on. One must consider, what could compel Tang Hao to regard this individual so highly, to the point of recklessly attacking the Spirit Hall without regard for his own safety? This clearly piqued the elder's curiosity, as he yearned to uncover the true identity of Ye Ritian. Regrettably, Ye Ritian had already fled. He escaped? The elder frowned, discontent evident in his tone. Indeed, he has fled. A youth of merely 1,000 years with a second ring, bearing a striking resemblance to me, and most importantly, he possesses the Death Spider Emperor martial soul. The Death Spider Emperor martial soul? And he resembles you closely? The elder scrutinized Bibi Dong, pondering the implications. Do not overthink it. There are many coincidences in this world. I have ordered a thorough investigation into this matter, and I believe we will soon acquire concrete intelligence. Furthermore, with me overseeing the Spirit Hall, it shall not descend into chaos. Upon finishing her words, Bibi Dong left with a cold smile. The Judgment Elder lingered for a moment, then transformed into a golden light, swiftly disappearing from the scene. 3 days later, at the back mountain of Holy Soul Village, Tang Hao clutched his heavy chest, strolling through the forest. The use of the Great Susumu Hammer and the 9 rings had caused significant damage to his body. The Great Susumu Hammer was a secret technique of the Haotian sect, passed down to only one individual per generation, who must inevitably be the successor of the next sect master. During this expedition to the Spirit Hall, Tang Hao had prepared for the worst. Even if he could not compel the Spirit Hall to surrender Ye Ritian, he must ensure the Spirit Hall's humiliation. At a critical moment, Douluo, as the Judgment Elder, unexpectedly took the initiative to act. Tang Hao had the opportunity to eliminate that chrysanthemum Douluo, but alas, it was a tremendous pity. Severely injured, Tang Hao needed time to recuperate before plotting his next move. At present, he could no longer venture to Shrek Academy outside Soto City, as it would only risk exposing his son's identity. Comparatively, this location was most suitable. Not only could he spend time with his wife, but he could also take the opportunity to restore his health, achieving a perfect balance. As he walked, Tang Hao increasingly sensed something was amiss. Inexplicably, he could not perceive the aura of the blue-silver emperor, as if it did not exist in this place. Furthermore, the surrounding trees had all withered, clearly indicating that someone had maliciously poisoned the area. Could it be? No, it was absolutely impossible. Tang Hao's heart raced with urgency as he hurriedly made his way toward the cave where the blue-silver emperor resided. Along the way, the flowers, grasses, and trees were all as dead and exuding a foul odor as before. Soon, Tang Hao arrived at the cave entrance. Upon entering, it appeared identical to when he had departed, except, upon closer inspection, Tang Hao noticed a significant difference in the rock before him. At this moment, anxiety consumed him. Disregarding everything, he rushed forward to move the rock obstructing the cave entrance. As the long-awaited sunlight streamed into the cave, illuminating the interior, Tang Hao focused his gaze and saw a blue-silver grass rooted in the ground. Everything else in the cave seemed unchanged since the day he left. A sigh of relief escaped him as he approached the blue-silver grass, gazing at it with tender affection. However, something felt off. The blue-silver emperor, in its true form, bore golden patterns on its stems and leaves, yet the blue-silver emperor before him appeared identical to those outside, and its size was significantly larger than that of Ain. Ain, it is I have returned. Respond to me, please. No matter how Tang Hao shouted, the blue-silver emperor remained motionless, as if it were an inanimate object. Suddenly, an instinctive sense of foreboding surged within him, prompting him to quickly open the lead box that held the bone of the blue-silver emperor's right leg. A slip of paper? He paid no heed to the missing soul bone, tightly grasping the note and directing his gaze upon it. Ye Ritian has visited here. The soul bone has been taken. Thank you. Tang Hao stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, his mind blank as he clutched the paper, which disintegrated into dust in an instant. Ye Ritian. Tang Hao's furious roar echoed from the back mountain, causing the cave to tremble violently. Chapter 82. The mysterious figure in his mind. The 3 characters Ye Ritian lingered in the air, and not far away in Holy Soul Village, many covered their ears, revealing expressions of revulsion at the sudden outburst. Old Jack, leaning on his cane, impatiently shouted towards the source of the voice from the back mountain. Tang Hao. After a long while, within the cave, unable to withstand Tang Hao's relentless outcry. The cave had already collapsed. Tang Hao knelt on the ground, a once stalwart man now reduced to a pitiful state, tears and snot streaming down his face. Due to the previous battle and Douluo's intervention, Tang Hao, burdened by old and new injuries, was now a mere shell of himself, riddled with wounds. Ain, I am filled with hatred. Ye Ritian, I shall kill you in this lifetime. After his furious shout, Tang Hao let out a groan, spitting blood as his right arm sagged slightly, his face contorting in pain, undoubtedly a consequence of his earlier battle with Douluo. Tang Hao, his expression tense, reached out and discovered that his bones had misaligned, his internal organs displaced. His vision darkened, and with a sudden jolt, he collapsed. In the short term, Tang Hao posed no threat to Ye Ritian. A sneeze. At the Tiando Royal Academy, Ye Hao couldn't help but sneeze. For days had passed since he obtained the Heart of Death, and during this time, he had been at the academy, occupied mostly with daily routines and little else. Currently, his soul power was among the forefront within the royal fighting team, significantly benefiting from the 10,000-year blue-silver emperor's right leg bone. Ye Hao, Ye Hao, Ye Hao. A deep voice echoed in his mind. Ye Hao fell from the trunk in a state of panic, landing awkwardly on the ground, sprawled in disarray. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Ye Hao drew in a sharp breath, rubbing his lower back, and lamented, "Who on earth is this? Do they not realize that frightening someone can lead to dire consequences?" As he spoke, he remained vigilant, glancing around, only to discover that he was alone. This location was behind the Royal Academy of Tiando, which was nestled against the mountains. There were many such forested academies. Could it be that I misheard? With a mix of skepticism and curiosity, Ye Hao leaped back onto the branch, preparing to rest once more. Ye Hao, Ye Hao, the deep voice echoed in his mind once again, clearer than before. Ye Hao lost his balance once more, tumbling down from the tree, landing awkwardly on the ground. At this moment, he felt utterly numb. Supporting his chin with one hand, Ye Hao lay silently on the lawn, listening to the mysterious figure in his mind repeatedly calling his name. Ye Hao, Ye Hao. Ye Hao, in silence, remarked, "My friend, spare me the incessant chatter. I am still alive. Hurry to the sunset forest." As the final words of the mysterious figure echoed in his mind, he was subsequently engulfed in silence. The sunset forest? Ye Hao pondered for a moment, unsure of the intentions of that individual. The sunset forest lies not far from the outskirts of Heavendo City and is the second most renowned soul beast forest on the Douluo Continent. Following the Stardo Forest, among its many wonders, the Eye of Ice and Fire stands out as the most famous and is the next objective for Ye Hao. Given the current strength of the royal fighting team, they are ill-equipped to secure victory in the upcoming competitions. The only viable solution lies in the myriad of celestial herbs within the Eye of Ice and Fire, which could alleviate their pressing predicament. Since that person extended an invitation, Ye Hao had no reason to decline. However, Ye Hao rose once more, resting his chin upon his hand, adopting a pensive demeanor as he paced back and forth. Having just returned, it seemed rather unreasonable to request another leave. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head. What did it matter? The sunset forest was not far from this place, and with his stamina, he would surely reach the academy before dusk. Resolute in his decision, Ye Hao unfurled his six-winged, violet-glowing wings. The six translucent purple feathers, in conjunction with the flight skill derived from the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone, allowed him to transform into a streak of purple light, vanishing from sight in an instant. Within mere seconds, he had exited the confines of the Tiando Royal Academy. Moments later, Ye Hao hovered in the air, gazing down at the towering, uneven trees below. He had indeed arrived at the sunset forest, positioned directly above the woodland. "Where are you, buddy? Where have you gone?" Ye Hao whispered several times, yet the voice in his mind vanished without a trace at that moment. With no other choice, he retracted his six-winged purple light wings and descended slowly. Standing amidst the towering and majestic forest, Ye Hao appeared quite diminutive. He wandered aimlessly, observing every movement within the woods. Since the mysterious individual had summoned him, there was no need for him to hide. Is this person out of their mind? Ye Hao silently lamented. The expanse of the sunset forest was vast. Searching for one person was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. After wandering for a considerable while, he began to feel utterly exhausted. By this time, noon had long passed, and he had yet to eat, his stomach growling in hunger. Should he return for lunch and then continue his search? No, that wouldn't he do. What if someone caught him on the way back? Teacher Qin is rather cunning. With no alternatives, Ye Hao had no choice but to continue his aimless wandering in the sunset forest, encountering numerous soul beasts along the way, some of which eyed him with intent. The drool dripping from their mouths was ample evidence that they had evidently been hungry for quite some time. I am still hungry myself. Ye Hao's eyes glimmered with mischief as a wicked smile crept across his lips, observing the century-old and millennia-old soul beasts before him. A daring notion took root in his mind. In an instant, 3 soul rings materialized beneath his feet, and the Death Spider Emperor emerged silently. Before Ye Hao could fully embody the Death Spider Emperor, the soul beasts scattered in disarray, resembling frostbitten eggplants, desperately fleeing in a state of utter panic. Ye Hao, am I truly that formidable? Ye Hao murmured to himself, just as he was about to retract his martial spirit and continue on his journey. Suddenly, he felt the ground tremble beneath him, and the trees in the distance began to collapse rapidly. The creatures of the forest, both avian and terrestrial, hastily fled in all directions, with numerous figures of ancient soul beasts among them. Ye Hao merely stood still, acutely aware of the multitude of soul beasts rushing past him on either side. A beast tide? Ye Hao pondered for a moment and realized something was amiss. Shortly thereafter, he sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from not far away, as an ethereal violet light flickered in the distance. Ye Hao focused his gaze and beheld two nets, larger than himself, emerging from the depths of the forest. In a moment of urgency, he swiftly leaped and landed atop a tree trunk, peering downwards. The two enormous nets that had suddenly appeared were enveloping a towering tree, and strangely, within just a few breaths, the majestic tree disintegrated into powder. It was evident that the substance was toxic. However, he could not shake the feeling that these nets were eerily familiar to him. Ye Hao lowered his gaze, and the second soul ring beneath his feet illuminated. From his hand emanated a spider web identical to the previous one, albeit significantly smaller, reminiscent of the saying, "The small witch sees the great witch." The spider webs darted through the air with remarkable speed, swiftly penetrating the depths of the dense forest. Soon vanishing from sight, Ye Hao stood atop the tree for quite some time, observing the stillness around him. Just as he was about to descend to investigate, he unexpectedly leaped down from the treetop, only to be confronted by a colossal creature before him. He couldn't help but draw in several sharp breaths. Hiss, 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 the Death Spider Emperor? Ye Hao's lips twitched uncontrollably as he stood before the towering Death Spider Emperor, which loomed at a height of 10 meters, rendering him exceedingly insignificant. Simultaneously, the venom of the Death Spider Emperor was spreading rapidly. Chapter 83. The 10,000-year soul beast. The potency of this Death Spider Emperor's toxin was alarmingly swift. Within mere breaths, the surrounding trees withered away, transforming the area within 100 meters into a desolate wasteland. Any ordinary person, or even a soul master, who dared to tread upon this cursed ground would undoubtedly face certain death. Ye Hao, however, was an exception. As the possessor of the Death Spider Emperor's martial soul, he could generate a unique magnetic field while wielding his soul, a field infused with the Death Spider Emperor's venom that pervaded the vicinity. Nonetheless, due to Ye Hao's current level, he was unable to exert perfect control over this magnetic field. Previously, he had mentioned this predicament, and the response from the 3 committee members was domain. While there were countless soul masters across the continent, only a select few possessed a true domain. Thanks to Ye Hao's primary martial soul, the Death Spider Emperor, he inherited the innate domain known as the Death Domain, an exceptionally formidable domain. Within this domain, the Death Spider Emperor's venom would envelop the entire area, transforming it into a hellish realm for mortals. This was undeniably lethal for both soul masters and humans alike. Once afflicted by the potent toxin, one's body would gradually succumb to weakness until the moment of demise. At this very moment, it was evident that the Death Spider Emperor before Ye Hao was indeed manifesting the Death Domain, which elucidated the frantic escape of the previous soul beast. This all made perfect sense. Generally speaking, soul beasts capable of wielding a domain were exceedingly rare, akin to the dark demon evil god tiger or the 2 titan giant apes and the sky blue bull python from the Stardow forest. As for the Death Spider Emperor before him, its innate domain was none other than the Death Domain. Ye Hao stood before the Death Spider Emperor, releasing a faint sigh. "What do you mean, my friend?" The Death Spider Emperor remained silent, opening its terrifying maw, intent on seizing the opportunity to devour Ye Hao whole. At this moment, Ye Hao found himself devoid of any escape. As merely a soul master, what could he possibly contend with against the formidable presence of the Death Spider Emperor? To make matters worse, this creature possessed a gifted domain. Ye Hao pondered. Could it be that this Death Spider Emperor summoned him here? The Death Spider Emperor moved with remarkable swiftness, opening its gaping maw in an attempt to devour Ye Hao whole. In the next instant, a flicker of purple light flashed at Ye Hao's forehead, and he grasped the Heart of Death firmly in his hand. The Heart of Death came with a skill, Death's Gaze. With a hushed whisper, Ye Hao felt the Heart of Death explode within his palm. The 6 faces gleamed with a smooth, translucent luster akin to mirrors, allowing Ye Hao to perceive his reflection with startling clarity. Suddenly, an eye emerged within the mirror's depths, an eye imbued with a rich, murderous violet hue, fixated intently on the Death Spider Emperor. In an instant, the realm of death surrounding the Death Spider Emperor shattered. Simultaneously, the Death Gaze took effect. The Death Spider Emperor stood motionless, clearly under its influence. Ye Hao was acutely aware of the fleeting effects of the Death Gaze, lasting merely a few seconds. The heart of death possessed a skill known as abyssal binding. As soon as he spoke, 6 mirrored surfaces began to orbit around the death spider monarch, accelerating in their rotation. From within these mirrors, chains of purple flame emerged, ensnaring various parts of the death spider monarch's body, rendering it utterly immobile. Under Ye Hao's subtle gaze, the once towering figure of the death spider monarch, standing at 10 meters, rapidly diminished in size, while the 6 mirrors swiftly closed in. The process unfolded smoothly, although the death spider monarch attempted to resist. The chains that had emerged from the depths of hell offered it no opportunity for retaliation. Thus, the 6 mirrors completely sealed off, reverting to the diminutive size of 10 centimeters of the heart of death. The heart of death then returned to the palm of Ye Hao, through the mirrors revealing the tightly bound form of the death spider monarch. If memory served correctly, the death gaze immobilized the opponent, while abyssal binding ensured that the opponent would be forever deprived of freedom, applicable to both humans and soul beasts. Soul beasts with lifespans of less than 100,000 years, inclusive, could be absorbed, while others would be rendered ineffective. Little creature, where has your spirit gone? How dare you act so arrogantly? Who gave you the audacity? As Ye Hao had just retracted the heart of death, an unexpected torrent of invective assailed his ears. This abrupt outburst left him utterly perplexed, for the presence of the death spider emperor suggested that this place should be devoid of life. Could it be that enigmatic figure? No, the voice was evidently emanating from outside. Ye Hao gradually became aware, spreading open his palm. At that moment, the heart of death emitted a voice from within the death spider emperor. Despicable and shameless human, I shall slay you. Ye Hao exclaimed in astonishment. You've shocked me for an entire year. This little creature can actually speak. He jested. The death spider emperor's gaze turned icy, ready to retort, but was abruptly interrupted as the chains binding it unleashed a surge of purple lightning, causing it to tremble uncontrollably. As the thick smoke dissipated, the death spider emperor found itself sprawled within the heart of the reaper. How tragic! Ye Hao lamented, reflecting that had a soul master entered, the torment endured would have been far more excruciating. Despicable human. The death spider emperor managed to rise with great effort, dragging its agonized form, its cold eyes glinting like sharp blades. Ye Hao felt speechless and slowly said, My friend, refrain from speaking. Be cautious lest you attract another bolt of lightning. The death spider monarch, who was about to blurt out a response, obediently fell silent, not wishing to endure another strike. I will ask, and you will answer with a nod or shake of your head, understood? It shook its head. Ye Hao, what should I say to a demon spider? Why is it attacking me? Perhaps it finds me delectable. In the next moment, the death spider king convulses once more, its lightning fiercer than before. Crackle, crackle, crackle. After a brief moment, it expels a plume of black smoke from its mouth. To speak candidly, I sensed the presence of a companion earlier, so I ventured closer, only to discover your despicable and shameless self. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Another surge of lightning follows. Ye Hao's lips twitched slightly. The heart of death was indeed quite formidable. The death spider emperor continued, I never anticipated encountering you. As a mere human, you possess me as your martial soul, which has led me to develop this fascination. Ye Hao was left speechless and inquired, So, you were compelled to consume me? The death spider emperor nodded in affirmation. A series of hissing sounds ensued, and no further words were exchanged. Ye Hao secretly rejoiced and coughed lightly. Ahem, ahem, ahem. If you can speak, then you must be the death spider emperor. The death spider emperor nodded obediently and remarked, in terms familiar to humans, I am a soul beast of 100,000 years, having recently transcended this threshold. I never anticipated that upon my emergence, I would encounter such a peculiar individual as yourself. A resounding crackle of lightning echoed. After a cloud of smoke dissipated, Ye Hao could even discern a glimmer of tears in the eyes of the death spider emperor. With no other choice, Ye Hao waved his hand, and the chains binding the death spider emperor were entirely released. Chapter 84. I know someone. Do not weep. How can a majestic soul beast of 100,000 years shed tears? Ye Hao removed the shackles from the death spider emperor, and with the unique power contained within the heart of death, the death spider emperor's injuries were restored to their original state. Why should I not weep? The death spider emperor's voice trembled with emotion. Who among us is not still a child? Humanity, please release me. I promise I shall not provoke you again. Ye Hao appeared pensive, then feigned a look of helplessness, shrugging his shoulders and saying, I truly do not know how to utilize this. As you witnessed earlier, when you attempted to feast upon me, This cube acted autonomously. Furthermore, let me share a secret. It possesses its own little emotions, hence you must learn to exercise control, lest you find yourself in a precarious situation next time. At this juncture, the Death Spider Emperor felt an unsettling chill run through its entire being. Instinctively glancing around with trepidation, evidently shaken by the fear of the thunderbolt. Would you consider accompanying me from this day forth? Ye Hao ventured tentatively. Having a 100,000-year soul beast as an ally is not an opportunity to be missed. Accompany you? The Death Spider Emperor scoffed. I would rather perish than do so. Before the Death Spider Emperor could finish its retort, 6 mirrored chains surged forth once more. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the Death Spider Emperor was thoroughly intimidated. It had already experienced the formidable power of the chains. Continuing to resist would only result in further corporeal suffering. I shall accompany you, the Death Spider Emperor conceded reluctantly. Seeing this, Ye Hao finally exhaled in relief, yet he remained cautious. A 100,000-year soul beast is akin to a tidal Douluo among soul masters. Although bound by the heart of death, to avert any unforeseen circumstances, Ye Hao decided to secure the heart of death at his brow. You will come to appreciate your decision today, Ye Hao grinned. Why? The voice of the Death Spider Emperor echoed in his mind, laced with a hint of discontent. As it pondered how it had fallen from the grandeur of a 100,000-year soul beast to the plight of captivity. Because, Ye Hao replied with a playful smirk. Ye Hao revealed a peculiar smile, for he was acquainted with an individual. Who might that be? A woman. A woman? I have encountered numerous women before. Many among your human spirit masters have perished at the hands of my Death Spider Monarch. Yet this woman is extraordinary. In what way is she extraordinary? The Death Spider Monarch inquired, perplexed. Her martial spirit is the same as mine, an identical Death Spider Monarch, and Ye Hao feigned an air of mystery. Furthermore, the Death Spider Monarch impatiently pressed for more. Moreover, she has slain a Death Spider Monarch. Ye Hao divulged slowly. The Death Spider Monarch fell silent for a moment. And that is all. She has yet to cross paths with me. Since you know her, bring me to meet her next time. It proclaimed with an air of immense pride, its words laced with a tone of provocation. Is that so? Ye Hao smiled slightly, then slapped his forehead. Oh dear. I forgot to mention, the Death Spider Monarch that my friend vanquished was a 100,000-year-old one, just like you. The Death Spider Monarch, upon hearing this, fell silent. Its demeanor suddenly subdued. Ye Hao smiled silently as he collected the Death Spider Emperor, choosing to continue his journey deeper into the forest. He sprinted through the dense woods, heading towards the heart of the Sunset Forest. The sun was nearing the horizon, casting a crimson hue across the western sky. The entire expanse of the Sunset Forest was bathed in red, centering upon an open clearing. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Ye Hao surveyed his surroundings, only to find a lush green meadow devoid of any presence. Is this place haunted? Ye Hao collapsed beneath a large tree. At this moment, he was utterly famished, having traversed nearly every corner of the Sunset Forest throughout the day. In his quest, Ye Hao had even pinpointed the location of the ice and fire duality. Yet he chose not to enter, knowing that it would be 3 months before Shrek's group arrived in Heavendoe City. He had ample opportunities during this time. His immediate concern was to decipher the true intent of the mysterious figure in his mind. How did you come to this place? The voice of the Death Spider Emperor resonated slowly in his thoughts. Are you familiar with this area? Ye Hao inquired. How could I not be? I have lived in the Sunset Forest for many years. This is the very center of the forest, a place where virtually no soul beasts dare to tread. We should leave quickly. This place is terrifying. The Death Spider Emperor urged Ye Hao to depart. Ye Hao gazed ahead with a peculiar expression, then rose to his feet and walked forward, pausing in the central area to absorb the atmosphere for a considerable time. Don't be so loud. Where is the terror you speak of? Ye Hao lamented. Who on earth is playing such a grand joke, forcing me to traverse the entirety of Sunset Forest? This is truly infuriating. Just as Ye Hao was about to depart, his steps suddenly halted, as he sensed an unusual presence. The surrounding space began to warp dramatically, and an ancient edifice emerged from the once barren land. The ground was scarred, bearing the marks of time, and everywhere he looked, remnants of a bygone era lay in ruin. Before him stood a grand hall, once magnificent, reminiscent of the papal chamber he had previously encountered. The scale of the hall was immense, rendering Ye Hao utterly diminutive in comparison. What on earth? Ye Hao swallowed hard, suddenly feeling parched and dry. In his mind, the Death Spider Emperor trembled uncontrollably, seemingly gripped by an unknown fear. Ye Hao instinctively sensed the peculiarities exhibited by the Death Spider Emperor. He felt it. The very person who summoned him here this morning was inside. Just as he was about to step through the door, it creaked open with a long-forgotten groan, revealing a layer of thick dust that obscured the view beyond. Before Ye Hao could fully enter, the scene concealed by the dust remained hidden from him. Are you truly going to venture inside? The voice of the Death Spider Emperor echoed once more. Indeed. Ye Hao smirked. Are you afraid? From my experience of living for 100,000 years, I can assure you that this place is indeed extraordinary. For the sake of safety, I suggest we leave, the Death Spider Emperor advised with genuine concern. Ye Hao pondered deeply. Since he had come this far, it would be a disservice to himself not to enter. Moreover, it was the mysterious figure who had extended the invitation to him earlier that morning. Having arrived at the destination, to refrain from entering would indeed seem discourteous. Fear not, for we are but two grasshoppers tethered to the same string. Even if I were to perish, you would remain unable to escape. Shall we not accompany each other on the road to the underworld? Ye Hao felt a sense of eager anticipation as he gazed upon the suddenly manifested edifice, brimming with intense curiosity. At that moment, a pair of crimson eyes appeared in the distance. Chapter 85. Preconditions of the Reaper's 9 Trials. Refinement. Who were you thinking of just now? A chilling voice resonated through the darkness. Ye Hao and the Death Spider Emperor involuntarily shivered, overwhelmed by an immense pressure that bore down upon them. The voice that resonated was familiar to Ye Hao. It belonged to the enigmatic individual who had summoned him to this place earlier that morning. From the shadows, the figure gradually emerged. Ye Hao's mind momentarily focused, followed by a peculiar glint in his eyes and a subtle twitch at the corner of his mouth. Before him emerged a diminutive puppy, entirely cloaked in fiery red, its size scarcely exceeding that of a newborn pup. Ye Hao, I must confess, I was momentarily intimidated by the imposing presence of this dog. Huh. Ye Hao couldn't help but burst into laughter, an act that provoked the puppy's immense fury. No laughing. The puppy proclaimed with great authority, exuding a commanding presence that surpassed even the formidable Death Spider Emperor from earlier. Observe, the Death Spider Emperor within the heart of the Grim Reaper still trembles uncontrollably. Ye Hao promptly sensed the gravity of the situation. Quickly suppressing his emotions as he crouched down and earnestly inquired, Greetings, my name is Ye Hao. Were you the one who summoned me to this place? Indeed. The little dog raised its head, exuding an air of haughty pride. What is the reason for your arrogance, little pup? Why have you called upon me? Ye Hao continued to question, aware that night had fallen and eager to clarify the circumstances. He thought it prudent to gather information before any significant commotion arose within the academy, estimating that he could return before dawn, given his flying speed. The little dog, brimming with self-importance, scrutinized Ye Hao with a slight nod of approval. You are quite impressive. You have managed to harness the heart of death to capture a 10,000-year Death Spider King. This creature should serve as one of your soul rings in the future, correct? Death Spider King. Ye Hao smiled and waved his hand dismissively. What nonsense are you spouting? There's no such thing. I've made quite a few enemies while out and about, and having this Spider Emperor act as my muscle is already stretching it. By the way, who are you? And why have you summoned me here? The little dog smiled faintly. Listen well. I am the divine beast of the Lord of Death, the Hellhound. You have awakened the heart of the Reaper, which is why I have stirred from my slumber. Congratulations. From now on, you possess the opportunity to transcend to the divine realm beyond the 100th level. The Hellhound, the Lord of Death? Ye Hao was momentarily bewildered, beginning to grasp the situation. Are you saying that this heart of the Reaper I've acquired provides me with the foundation to break through the 100 levels? Does this mean I have caught the attention of the divine? Ye Hao inquired, astonished. Indeed, you are teachable. The three-headed dog nodded in approval. With this acknowledgement, Ye Hao's eyes sparkled with realization. He had indeed surmised correctly. The heart of the Reaper, akin to the sea god's heart within the heavenly battle palace, was an essential artifact left by the gods on this continent to seek out their successors. Gaining their recognition would pave the way for his future. Is that all? Ye Hao raised an eyebrow. Are you not pleased? The three-headed dog inquired, puzzled. To break through the 100 levels and ultimately become invincible across the continent. Surely, this is the ultimate aspiration of most soul masters? I am pleased, I am. What I meant to say is, may I take my leave now? Ye Hao was eager to depart, worried about not having taken leave beforehand. If Qin Ming caught wind of this, future excursions would become arduous. Leave? The three-headed dog glanced at Ye Hao, grinning mischievously. Where do you intend to go? I have come to assign you a task. A task? Indeed. The task is the 9 trials of the Reaper. The three-headed dog elaborated. The 9 trials of the Reaper? Ye Hao murmured, realizing the implication, by passing through 9 trials. He could become the new Reaper. The day he completed the trials would coincide with his breakthrough to the 100th level. Then give them to me. Hurry, Ye Hao urged impatiently. Do not be in such haste. The divine trials exist, but there is a prerequisite. The three-headed dog feigned mystery. What prerequisite? Ye Hao inquired anxiously. The three-headed dog pointed to the dilapidated palace behind it and slowly said, You must refine this Reaper's temple, and only then will you receive the 9 trials of the Reaper. This is the most fundamental condition. Upon hearing this, Ye Hao stepped back slightly to survey the crumbling Reaper's temple. The structure had long been ravaged by time and was of considerable size. Refining it? This is not a world of immortals, Ye Hao shrugged, unsure of how to proceed. Utilize your heart of the Reaper to merge this palace with it. Thereafter, the Reaper's temple will reveal its original grandeur, and conversely, you will be granted the corresponding 9 trials of the Reaper. However, the three-headed dog hesitated. But what? Ye Hao furrowed his brow. Your strength is still insufficient. How can you expect to complete the trials with a mere 38 levels of soul power? It is impossible. However, as the saying goes, the boat will reach the bridge when it gets there. Once your soul power reaches 60 levels, the 9 trials of the Reaper will truly commence. The three-headed dog found a spacious area to lie down and yawned widely. Now, begin the refinement. Ye Hao let out a faint sigh. Refining the Temple of Death should not require excessive effort. In the next moment, a flash of purple light appeared between his brows, and the heart of death was grasped firmly in his hand. Subsequently, his lips moved slightly, and the Death Spider Emperor was immediately released. To his surprise, upon regaining its freedom, the Death Spider Emperor did not flee. Instead, it bore a mark upon its head, a purple square insignia identical to the one on Ye Hao's brow. With this mark, the Death Spider Emperor was bound to willingly submit to Ye Hao's command, even to the point of sacrifice. However, given the multitude of enemies Ye Hao had made during his recent ventures, having the Death Spider Emperor as an ally would ensure a measure of safety. The question of sacrifice was not yet pertinent. You. Yes, you, did you not hear me? Come here and give my back a rub, commanded the Cerberus, directing its order at the Death Spider Emperor. The Death Spider Emperor, taken aback, reluctantly approached the three-headed beast, cautiously extending its spider legs to perform a series of massages. Go a bit higher. Be careful not to prick me with your spider spear. If you do, I might just devour you, the Cerberus said, squinting its eyes in a haughty manner. The legs of a spider are rather crunchy. They are best when roasted, it added. Death Spider Emperor. Ye Hao smiled and shook his head, cradling the heart of the Reaper in his palms as he sat cross-legged upon the ground. Time was of the essence. The heart of the Reaper seemed to respond to an unseen call, soaring involuntarily above the temple of the Reaper. Simultaneously, the heart of the Reaper shattered into fragments. 6 mirrored shards enveloped the entire temple of the Reaper, and Ye Hao sensed that the process of refinement was underway. He pondered the duration of this refinement and inquired specifically. The three-headed hound opened one eye and replied nonchalantly. It may take as little as 3 months or stretch to a year and a half. Ye Hao felt a chill wash over him. Chapter 86. Ye Hao has disappeared. Where is he? Not here. What about you? Not here either. Where has this rascal gone? The Heaven Do Royal Academy was in an uproar early in the morning, and the reason was, Ye Hao has vanished once again. Almost everyone is aware that Ye Hao is not one to be trifled with. Wherever he goes, calamity follows. Qin Ming wiped the sweat from his brow and lamented, Where on earth has that boy gone? Yanzi, what about your side? Du Guyan arrived late, shaking her head. I haven't found him either. I even reached out to my grandfather, who instructed me to inform you that what? Qin Ming impatiently inquired. At this critical moment, there is no need for riddles. Du Guyan spoke softly. I fear that Xiao Hao has gone in search of his parents. Parents? Qin Ming was perplexed. The fact that Ye Hao was an orphan was well known throughout the academy. What was the significance of this sudden mention of parents? What do you mean by that? Facing Qin Ming's confusion, Du Guyan was equally baffled. She had seen Ye Hao just yesterday, and now he was missing during the morning assembly. As more people became aware of the situation, the entire academy was mobilized, yet by noon, there was still no trace of Ye Hao. Du Guyan was astonished, recalling how Ye Hao had publicly rejected her grandfather's invitation days prior. Could it be that the old man had taken advantage of the crowd's distraction to abduct Ye Hao? The peculiar nature of the old poison master made such a deed plausible. However, the outcome was shocking. Douluo claimed he had not seen Ye Hao since returning home days ago, and had hardly stepped outside since then, let alone abducted him. Am I the illustrious poisoned Douluo, capable of such underhanded deeds? It was evident that this was not the doing of Douluo. The moment he interacted with Ye Hao, Douluo had felt a tension in his heart due to Ye Hao's mysterious identity. While he was labeled an orphan, Douluo clearly did not believe it. As a seasoned figure in the continent, he recognized the implications of Ye Hao possessing the Death Spider Emperor spirit and bearing a striking resemblance to the current Pope of the Spirit Hall. It was implausible to assert that he had no connections to the Spirit Hall. Thus, upon learning of Ye Hao's disappearance, Douluo contemplated for a moment and concluded that Ye Hao had been taken by his kin. Du Guyan wished to inquire further, but Douluo interjected. Some matters are not meant for you to know. Ye Hao's status is esteemed, even beyond my reach. Rest assured, a living person cannot simply vanish into thin air. In due time, he shall return on his own accord. Is that so? Qin Ming nodded skeptically, then asked, but why didn't he request leave? Leading us to all this trouble? It is likely that Xiao Hao feels embarrassed, Du Guyan suggested. Let us hope so. His pride is thicker than the walls of Tiando City, Qin Ming replied. Think about it, Yanzi. Xiao Hao just returned from a leave of absence. If he requests another, it would surely raise eyebrows. Qin Ming then rubbed his temples in exasperation. All right, Yanzi, please inform the students to cease their search. I will go to the committee and explain the situation. With that, he departed, reflecting that Ye Hao was unpredictable. Who knows, he might bring family home one day. What? Xiao Hao is missing. In a lavish room within the Tiando Palace, Xue Qinghe stood abruptly, shocked by the report from her subordinate. Indeed, Ye Hao disappeared suddenly yesterday, and the entire Tiando Royal Academy is in chaos. Xue Qinghe composed herself and pondered carefully. A living individual cannot simply vanish. Where could he have gone? At that moment, a shadow spoke. Young master, the Spirit Hall has just issued a command. Speak. The Pope has decreed that any branch of the Spirit Hall that discovers the whereabouts of Yi Ritian must report it immediately. Those who fail to do so will face severe punishment. As the shadow finished speaking, Xue Qinghe could not help but let out a cold snort. While Yi Ritian was unfamiliar to many, she recognized him as Ye Hao. This was a truth she kept to herself. Understood. Mind your tongue, Xue Qinghe replied, waving her hand dismissively, instructing the shadow to be cautious with his words. The shadow complied. Yes, I understand. Young master, what about Ye Hao? Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe lost her train of thought. Her troublesome brother was missing, and without any clear leads, there was no direction to search. Could he have gone to the Spirit Hall? Impossible. Xue Qinghe instantly dismissed the notion. The last encounter at the Spirit Hall had resulted in a conflict between Ye Hao and Yan, although it was concealed under the name Yi Ritian. The Spirit Hall had eyes and ears throughout the continent. As long as one remained on Douluo Continent, escape from their surveillance was futile. With a weary sigh, Xue Qinghe strolled to the window, cradling the blue-silver emperor that Ye Hao had gifted her, gently kneading its delicate petals. After a long moment, she declared, I understand now. You may leave. The shadow paused for a moment before vanishing into the ether. Where on earth could that troublesome boy be? Xue Qinghe gazed into the distance, feeling as if Ye Hao were still close by. Meanwhile, in the central area of the Sunset Forest, the sudden appearance of the god of Death's temple had vanished without a trace. Ye Hao sat cross-legged before the temple, shrouded in the darkness of the heart of death, rendering himself invisible to those around him. At this moment, he was urging the heart of death to align with the temple of death. However, after an entire night, the connection was still barely established. Patience is a virtue, and he feared that the academy had descended into chaos by now. Nonetheless, having ventured this far, Ye Hao could not turn back. The three-headed dog lay comfortably, indulging in a deep slumber, while the Death Spider monarch remained quietly vigilant, scarcely daring to move. According to the three-headed dog, its existence predated that of the Death Spider monarch, having slumbered for so long that it had forgotten how many years had passed. Ye Hao, the Cerberus, and the Death Spider monarch. Do you comprehend? The Cerberus narrowed its eyes, scrutinizing Ye Hao with keen interest. As the chosen heir of the Lord of Death, such tenacity is indeed a rare and admirable quality. Hey, Spider, come here and give me another squeeze, commanded the Death Spider monarch, who reluctantly approached. Not wishing to be devoured, especially since the legs of the demon spider were notoriously unpalatable, particularly when roasted. Chapter 87. Do not come any closer 3 months later. Time has a way of slipping by rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months have elapsed. During this period, the name Ye Hao has seemingly transformed into a distant memory for both the Tiando Royal Academy and Shueqinghe within the Tiando Palace. It is as if Ye Hao never existed at all. Throughout these 3 months, neither side has ceased their efforts to dispatch individuals across the continent in search of him. However, the ultimate conclusion reached was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, with no traces to be found. Even the Spirit Hall has abandoned its pursuit of Yi Ri-Tian, having encountered 3 months of silence. Continuing the search would only serve to squander precious time. Ye Hao mysteriously vanished in this manner. Meanwhile, in Soto City, the members of Shrek Academy, led by Flinder, are currently en route to Heavendo City. Traversing the central region of the Sunset Forest, Ye Hao sat cross-legged before the Temple of Death, fervently urging the Heart of Death to merge with the temple itself. He gritted his teeth, for he had reached a crucial moment where any misstep was utterly intolerable. Beside him, the Death Spider Emperor and the three-headed hound watched patiently. Merge. With a soft murmur, Ye Hao beheld the Death God Temple rejuvenate, radiating a brilliant shade of purple. The crumbling walls began to mend themselves gradually, and the dilapidated gates transformed to appear as new. Other shattered sections were visibly repairing at an astonishing pace. Beside him, the three-headed hound chuckled whimsically, its laughter a mystery. Subsequently, the outermost heart of the Death God contracted swiftly, enveloping the entire temple within, reducing it to a remarkably miniature form. Ye Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief as he held the Heart of Death in his grasp. His efforts during this time had not been in vain. Congratulations to you, the three-headed hound said with a slight smile. Ye Hao sighed and said, congratulations for what? I have been utterly exhausted during this period. By the way, what about the 9 trials of the God of Death? Did you not mention that refining the Temple of Death would grant access to the 9 trials? In response to Ye Hao's inquiry, the three-headed hound remained unfazed and gestured for Ye Hao to observe the center of its brow. Ye Hao, filled with a sense of doubt, held the Heart of Death in his hand, which transformed into a crystalline mirror, reflecting his own shadow. To his astonishment, a purple sickle emblem inexplicably appeared on his forehead, exuding an eerie aura that seemed to draw one into its depths, as if descending into the abyss. Is this the trial of the Reaper? Ye Hao pondered, touching his brow. The three-headed hound chuckled softly, stating that the trial of the Reaper would officially commence only when your soul power reaches level 60, urging him not to be impatient. Very well. He had spent a full 3 months in this place, resembling a wild man. He feasted on the flesh of soul beasts when hunger struck and quenched his thirst with spring water. His hair, once slightly long, now cascaded down to shoulder length. Ye Hao adorned the Heart of Death as a hairpiece, intricately tying his locks at the nape of his neck. Within the Heart of Death resided the existence of the Death Goddess Temple. Thus, the three-headed hound transformed into a shadowy essence and merged into the Heart of Death, closely followed by the Death Spider Monarch. Ye Hao simply tidied himself up, unfurling his 6-winged purple light wings, and with a swift motion, soared towards the direction of the ice and fire to elementalize. His current objective was to procure the celestial herb. Old poison, I am coming. Dugu Bo, don't come over. After acquiring the celestial herb, he planned to return promptly to report his safety. It had been 3 months since his unknowing departure, and he imagined that Teacher Qin and the others might not recognize him anymore. Meanwhile, under the leadership of Dean Flinder, Shrek Academy was gradually advancing. They had recently departed from the vicinity of Soto City and still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching Heavendo City. Upon arriving at a town, the group decided to take a break. Although Oscar's flying mushroom sausage allowed for swift travel, its duration was limited to merely a minute. Coupled with Oscar's exhaustion from simultaneously preparing sausages and flying, it was evident that his physical stamina and soul power were inadequate. Come on, serve me all the food and drinks you have. Ma Hongjun, with a broad grin, entered the inn and plopped himself down at the table. Before anyone else could settle in, he loudly proclaimed his hunger. Flinder shook his head in exasperation, a rotten what cannot be carved. He then turned to Master and softly inquired, Shao Gang, do you have any news about Tang Hao? Recently, the incident involving Tang Hao had stirred a storm across the continent. The Spirit Hall merely claimed that the Haotian Douluo had violated their rules and was ultimately gravely injured and repelled. This matter was one that Master and Flinder chose to remain silent about, with only a select few in the academy aware that Haotian Douluo was indeed Tang San's father. Furthermore, during these 3 months, Tang San had been diligently honing his skills in the academy's forging room, remaining oblivious to the happenings in the Douluo Continent as he focused solely on his craft. Finally, the Tang sect's hidden weapons, the Flying God Claw and the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, were completed, and Tang San distributed them among the attendees. Everyone except Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing received one. As for the reason, it was understood by those who knew. Tang San boldly stated that unless the two apologized to Xiao Wu, he would not grant them any weapons. The two women maintained a firm stance, dismissing the importance of those weapons. Tang San's actions undoubtedly created a rift within Shrek. After this incident, the Shrek 7 could be considered fractured, due to Flinder's lost wager of 100,000 gold soul coins. Their meals over the past 3 months had been nothing more than steamed buns and pickled vegetables, forcing them to fight in the Soto Great Soul Arena to earn more. However, the meager earnings from their battles were insufficient, especially for someone like Xiao Wu, who spent extravagantly and often found her earnings depleted by the next day. In contrast, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing lived quite lavishly, indulging in fine cuisine and fashionable attire, creating a stark contrast with the remaining 5 members of Shrek. They returned from each outing to flaunt their feasts, while the others could only gaze at their plain meals in silent envy. Ning Rongrong's influential background and Zhu Zhuqing's engagement to Dai Mubai made it unwise for anyone to confront them, and the theory of unity among the Shrek 7, which Master had always championed, now seemed like a farce. Master sighed, casting a glance at Tang San, who was whispering with Xiao Wu. It has been 3 months, and I have yet to receive any news about Tang Hao. No news is good news. I believe my idol is still alive. Chapter 88. Turning from darkness to light on the day following Tang Hao's assault on the Spirit Hall, news of the incident flooded every corner of the Douluo Continent. Opinions regarding Tang Hao were divided. Some praised him, while others condemned him. Within the Haoyan sect, voices of disapproval echoed, criticizing Tang Hao for bringing shame to the sect by opposing it for the sake of a soul beast and daring to attack the Spirit Hall openly, an act that they deemed disgraceful. Although the Haoyan sect had sealed its gates, many still whispered behind closed doors, casting aspersions on its reputation. The once revered #1 sect in the world had lost its standing, leaving someone in the city of slaughter lamenting. Alas, Flinder sighed, poor little San. Xiao Gang, are we truly heading to the Heaven Do Royal Academy? Master furrowed his brow. Are you questioning my decision? Absolutely not. I would never. Flinder exclaimed, his desire for self-preservation evident. Although Qin Ming had previously promised, I still harbor reservations. Reservations? What are you apprehensive about? Master asked. Is it the Royal Combat Team? Flinder nodded vigorously. Of course. You know these little monsters we have. Each one is proud and ambitious. Not to mention, we previously lost to the Royal Combat Team. I fear this could lead to chaos at the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Flinder chuckled at the thought of it. Although he would no longer be the dean after merging with the Heaven Do Royal Academy, he still held a deep regard for the 7 members of Shrek. I may not care much for the others, but we must keep a close eye on Ye Hao, Master said solemnly. Flinder perked up. Ye Hao? You mean Little San? He glanced at Tang San with curiosity. Master nodded. There exists an irreconcilable enmity between Tang San and Ye Hao. Though they were once students at the Nuoding Junior Soul Master Academy, they were never allies. My concerns lie solely with this issue. If, by any chance, just a hypothetical, Tang San were to defeat Ye Hao, then we. Flinder waved his hand dismissively. If it comes to that, we would simply become senior instructors at the Heaven Do Royal Academy. With my abilities, I would be remiss not to become one of the top 3 at the academy. At that point, it would merely be a matter of a word. Surely Ye Hao would understand my intentions. Master smiled at this exchange. Meanwhile, at a vacant table, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing sat in solitude, their conversation largely unnoticed. I can't wait to reach Heaven Do City, Ning Rongrong exclaimed impatiently. And then? Zhu Zhuqing replied coolly. And then return home. Withdraw from the academy. I'm done with Shrek Academy. Let anyone stay who wishes. Zhuqing, let us leave together. Ning Rongrong proposed. Zhu Zhuqing's expression remained indifferent as she glanced at Dai Mubai, her irritation evident. I'll think about it. Rongrong, be honest. Can you really leave the academy? Don't forget what Dean Flinder said on our first day. No one is allowed to graduate without reaching level 40 in soul power by the age of 20. Ning Rongrong scoffed. What nonsense. The claim that one must reach level 40 by 20 is merely Flinder's cunning ploy to protect the academy. He won't let me withdraw? If he dares oppose me, I'll have Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Bone personally intervene. Let us see how he handles that. Consider this. Since we arrived at Shrek Academy, what has the Academy truly provided us? The training facilities are lacking, and issues arise regarding meals and accommodations. Under such circumstances, one is expected to endure intense training without proper nourishment. Fortunately, our physical condition is robust, otherwise, others would surely struggle. Furthermore, this academy seems to host individuals with questionable intellects, and prolonged exposure may adversely affect one's cognitive abilities. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, fully aware that Ning Rongrong's statements were irrefutable truths. Was it not previously boasted that admission to Shrek Academy would guarantee a title of Viscount upon successful graduation? Consider this. How can an unregistered academy bestow such honors? Zhu Zhuqing cast a disdainful glance towards Ma Hongjun, who was whispering and leering at her. At that moment, a wave of revulsion washed over her, prompting her to rise defiantly. She approached Ma Hongjun, and just as the onlookers were perplexed, a crisp slap echoed through the air, leaving Ma Hongjun utterly bewildered. Subsequently, Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a knowing glance with Ning Rongrong, who followed her out. Ma Hongjun sat in stunned silence for a considerable time before fury surged within him. Ignoring Dai Mubai's attempts to restrain him, he burst out, shouting after the departing Zhu Zhuqing, "You think you're something special, but don't push your luck. If you weren't Dai's favorite, I'd have dealt with you already." Before Ma Hongjun could finish, Dai Mubai delivered another resounding slap, leaving him disoriented. Torn between his brotherhood and his fiancée, he found himself in an untenable position. Watching Zhu Zhuqing's retreating figure, Dai Mubai sighed heavily, realizing that his devotion to this woman was hardly worth the turmoil. At that moment, Tang San approached. Indeed, what has the chubby one done to provoke her? A mere glance won't cost her anything, Xiao Wu remarked, chewing on her words. Forget it, you wouldn't understand. Dai Mubai replied, shaking his head, before leading the bruised Ma Hongjun back inside. As they walked, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly halted. Rongrong, we must leave, she declared resolutely. Leave? Where to? Ning Rongrong asked, puzzled. Naturally, we are departing from the academy, Zhu Zhuqing answered coldly. Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up with excitement. Wonderful, Zhuqing, you've finally made up your mind. Let's go. I know a shortcut to Tiando City. We can rent a carriage and reach there in just a couple of days. First, we'll stop at my home and then plan our next steps. Agreed, Zhu Zhuqing nodded, and together they exited the small town, embarking on their journey back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Inside the inn, upon hearing the earlier commotion, Flander erupted in fury. Master beside him wore a face contorted with displeasure. What? Rongrong and Zhuqing have left? Who do they think they are? Seeing my disciple in such a state, my anger boils over. Mubai, go fetch them immediately. Today, I shall impart some essential lessons on proper conduct. Chapter 89, Celestial Herb in the Sunset Forest. At the Eye of Ice and Fire, Douluo Bo was seated in meditation atop a cliff, particularly near a spring, attempting to break through his soul power limitations. After a lengthy period, he sighed deeply. It has been 3 months. Why is there no progress? Achieving the 9th level of soul power is challenging, and every subsequent level becomes increasingly arduous. Clearly, Douluo Bo found himself ensnared in a predicament. Without addressing his physical issues, future breakthroughs would be exceedingly difficult, especially considering his age. Perhaps I must consider alternative methods. Just as Douluo Bo prepared to depart, he paused, sensing a presence approaching. Above the Eye of Ice and Fire, Ye Hao gazed down at his destination, his heart swelling with joy. What brings you here? The voice of the three-headed hound resonated in his mind. To obtain a cheat. You shall soon see. Ye Hao replied with a mysterious smile before swiftly descending to the ground. Old poisonous one, it's been a while. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Douluo Bo was momentarily taken aback. This was his territory, and he typically dealt ruthlessly with intruders. However, upon recognizing the visitor, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief, suppressing his aura and regarding Ye Hao with an unusual expression. Is that you, Ye Hao? Douluo Bo questioned uncertainly. Was this not the boy who had been missing for 3 months? Most believed him to be dead, yet here he stood, alive and well. Are you a human or a ghost? Douluo Bo inquired, still unsure. Ye Hao was rendered speechless. After merely 3 months of absence, how had everyone become so unfamiliar? If one were to consider the situation from another's perspective, it was evident that after such an extended period of seclusion from the outside world, those connected to him would undoubtedly believe that Ye Hao had met with misfortune, a notion that could not be dismissed lightly. Thus, it was hardly surprising that Douluo Bo would react in such a manner. Ye Hao smiled faintly, surveying the surroundings of the Eye of Ice and Fire. This place was abundant with celestial herbs, a veritable treasure trove. It was truly a pity that the old poison master, despite being in such a bountiful location, remained oblivious to its riches. My goodness! The voice of the three-headed hound echoed in his mind. The Eye of Ice and Fire, the wondrous Tongtian chrysanthemum, the heart-wrenching red of longing, the eight-petaled celestial orchid, and the exquisite Kira tulip. Fortune has indeed smiled upon us. Howsy, did you already know that such treasures were hidden here? The three-headed hound appeared quite exhilarated. Ye Hao conveyed, do not be hasty. The treasures here shall ultimately belong to us. I was initially unfamiliar with the local herbs, but fortunate enough that you possess knowledge of them. Take what you can carry without hesitation, leaving nothing for anyone else, especially not for that young lad. That young lad? Which lad? Nothing of consequence. Ye Hao glanced at Douluo and smiled. Old poison, of course, I am human. It has only been 3 months since we last met. Has the bond between us diminished? Douluo replied, in these 3 months, you have been virtually out of touch. The entire Heavenly Royal Academy has been in an uproar. Even Yinzi has come to me several times in search of any news about you, questioning whether I have taken you away. Am I truly such a person? Ye Hao smiled calmly. Isn't it so? Hey, Douluo retorted with dissatisfaction. Are you looking for a fight? Old poison master, do not be angry. At your age, if you let it affect your health, do not blame me for it. Douluo chuckled wryly, waved his hand dismissively, and said with disdain, just hurry and leave. Hurry and leave. Your presence irritates me greatly. Ye Hao merely smiled and did not take his leave. Why haven't you departed yet? Are you intending to stay here to dine with me? Douluo inquired frostily. I wouldn't dare commend the culinary offerings here. It might induce poisoning. Ye Hao replied with a faint smile. Old poisoner, I've heard from Sister Yin that your health often falters. Is that true? Douluo paused momentarily, then retorted. Yin was merely jesting. I am a titled Douluo. My constitution is sturdier than most. You should hasten back to the academy. Do not cause your mentors and classmates undue concern. Canine companion, do take a look at this old poisoner-esque condition. Is he not gravely ill? Ye Hao communicated telepathically. The three-headed canine, slightly irked, responded, do not refer to me as a mutt. Moreover, I possess a name, Xiaohong. It was bestowed upon me by a great one. Ye Hao, let us not delay any further. The precious herbs here have certainly caught our eyes, yet this is ultimately someone else's territory. Pray, take a moment to assess the condition of the old poison master. Ye Hao inquired, Old poison master, during overcast and rainy days, do you not experience a tingling sensation under your ribs, occurring twice daily at noon and night, each episode lasting over an hour? Furthermore, at night, does not a sharp, needle-like pain assail the crown of your head and the soles of your feet, each instance rendering you nearly lifeless? Old poison master, surely you are more aware of these afflictions than I. I have heard that Douluo has greatly tested his poisons. How could you little rascal, possess such knowledge? Although he wields the unparalleled venom of the Phosphor Serpent King, little does he realize that this master of toxins has himself become ensnared by poison. Ye Hao smiled faintly and communicated telepathically, thank you, dog. He then turned his gaze towards Douluo and continued, as the saying goes, health is the greatest asset. Old poison, do not forget, we are both masters of toxins, and we can easily discern these symptoms. Sighing, Douluo felt his murderous intent wane. Typically, anyone aware of his secrets would be dealt with to prevent any potential leaks. However, Ye Hao was not merely his granddaughter's companion. He was backed by formidable influences, far beyond Douluo's reach. Despite his status as a titled Douluo, you speak truly. This poison has plagued me for most of my life. Do you possess a remedy? Indeed. However, there is a condition. Upon hearing this, Douluo's spirits soared. He had been stagnating in his soul power, acutely aware of his own physical condition. The toxins within him were his greatest affliction, not only for him, but also for his granddaughter, whose symptoms stemmed from the womb. Speak quickly, the old poison master urged eagerly, his eyes brightening with anticipation. Ye Hao gestured around him, declaring, I want this grass. Grass? Douluo surveyed the area. Since he had settled here, a considerable amount of time had passed, and this place had greatly assisted him in attaining the title of Douluo. However, the peculiar varieties of grass that thrived here left him at a loss. It wasn't due to a lack of knowledge, but rather because he was genuinely unaware of the unique benefits each herb possessed. If he were to comprehend the advantages of these mystical grasses, he could well imagine that not just one, but even half a stalk could be his undoing. No problem. Douluo readily acquiesced. As long as I completely purge the toxins from my body, I shall grant you whatever you desire. Chapter 90. Ye Hao's transformation agreed. With that, Ye Hao wasted no time and set to work. In an instant, Ye Hao completed the transformation into the Death Spider Monarch. His lower body morphed into a colossal spherical form, from which sprouted 8 robust spider legs, while his upper body remained that of Ye Hao, his visage appearing exceedingly fearsome. Observing this, Douluo could not help but feel astonished. Old poison, gather all the toxins within you, he commanded. Douluo nodded, and in a mere moment, the toxins surrounding him coalesced, enveloping him in a verdant hue. The emerald venom of the phosphorescent serpent monarch caused Ye Hao to furrow his brow in response. Subsequently, Ye Hao extended his hand before Douluo, gathering a small black hole in his palm. Remarkably, the toxins from Douluo's body began to rapidly siphon away. Witnessing this, Douluo was left in utter disbelief. Ye Hao, have you lost your mind? My poison is far more terrifying than you can imagine. Heed my warning and cease this at once. If you perish, I too shall find myself without a grave. In that moment, Douluo truly comprehended Ye Hao's intention to devour all the accumulated toxins within Douluo's body. Yet, this would result in Douluo's symptoms vanishing entirely, while Ye Hao would endure suffering beyond the capacity of an ordinary person. Ye Hao's expression remained impassive as the lethal poison absorbed from Douluo rapidly accumulated within him. The relentless venom of the green phosphor serpent king clashing with his own death spider emperor poison. A flickering green and purple light danced around his body. After a brief moment, Ye Hao ceased the absorption of toxins and, under Douluo's astonished gaze, leaped into the very center of the ice and fire Yangyin spring. With a splash, the scorching and frigid waters began to erode Ye Hao's form. Simultaneously, at the moment he plunged into the water, Xiaohong soared from the heart of death, swiftly plucking the octagonal xianbing grass and the fire apricot blossom rooted in the spring's center, hastily stuffing the 2 precious herbs into Ye Hao's mouth. Finally, the task was accomplished. Xiaohong exhaled in relief, glancing at Ye Hao, who lay quietly in the spring, undergoing transformation. She nodded in satisfaction. Who are you? Douluo squinted, directing a hostile gaze at the suddenly appearing Xiaohong. Xiaohong cast a sidelong glance at Douluo and replied with a smirk, Me? You are not worthy to know my identity. Such arrogance. Since I have been a titled Douluo for many years, you are the first soul beast to dare speak to me in such a manner. With that, Douluo's 9 soul rings began to rise slowly beneath him. Xiaohong disdainfully regarded him. A mere soul power barely reaching level 90 dares to flaunt before me? Spider. As soon as she finished speaking, the heart of death atop Ye Hao's head emitted a purple glow, and in the next moment, the Death Spider Emperor appeared before Douluo, a formidable 10,000-year pressure instantly enveloping every corner of the ice and fire Yangyin spring. The Death Spider Emperor. Douluo's expression turned pale, and his 9 soul rings gradually receded. He coughed, apologetically saying, You must be acquainted with Ye Hao. I. What do you mean by I? Do I know you? Xiaohong scoffed. What happened to your bravado? I offer you 2 choices, a duel or a group fight. Choose one. Douluo felt a chill run down his spine. What does a duel entail? You against us 2? And the group fight? Us 2 against you. Is there a third option? Douluo was not afraid. Rather, it was the 2 soul beasts before him. The Death Spider Emperor was already a formidable adversary, and the other resembled a small dog, a presence he could not perceive at all. Indeed, I want all the herbs here. Xiaohong grinned, her eyes sparkling. However, Douluo hesitated, for he had promised Ye Hao the herbs. With the toxins in his body now non-existent, he felt compelled to honor his commitment. Rest assured, we are acquainted with Ye Hao and will leave you seeds, so they may grow back next year for us to harvest. At this point, Douluo dared not utter another word, and could only watch helplessly as the spider and the dog scoured the precious immortal herbs, feeding them one by one into Ye Hao's heart of death. Unlike ordinary soul guidance devices, the heart of death could store living beings. Days passed, and Ye Hao continued to undergo transformation as the Death Spider Emperor poison and Douluo's green phosphor serpent king poison subtly merged within him. Outside of Tiando City, a humble carriage carried Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing as they reached their destination, Tiando City. Ning Rongrong inhaled the fresh air, her heart soaring. At last, I am home. It has been nearly half a year. I wonder how Father, Grandfather Bone, and Grandfather Jian are doing. Master, let us head directly to the 7-treasure glazed tile school without entering the city. All right. The driver cracked his whip, and the carriage sped towards the direction of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, leaving a long trail on the ground behind the slender wheels. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, located just outside Tiando City, was one of the 3 leading sects on the continent. The sect was constructed with great opulence, more akin to a castle than a sect, rivaling the grandeur of the Tiando Imperial Palace. Wealth indeed breeds extravagance. As the carriage came to a halt before the sect, the gatekeeper disciples stepped forward to block their way. "Stop! No outsiders are allowed to enter the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School," one disciple announced. "Am I also considered an outsider?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed, pulling back the curtain and hopping down from the carriage, followed closely by Zhu Zhuqing. The 2 disciples' eyes brightened, and they hurriedly smiled. "How could we possibly stop you, miss? Please, go ahead." Immediately, they cleared the path, warmly inviting this little witch of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to enter. Only the driver swayed in the wind, seemingly aware that he was transporting someone of great importance. As they entered the lavish and grand sect, Zhu Zhuqing was left in awe, occasionally gasping in astonishment. Ning Rongrong, however, expressed her indifference. Having lived there for over a decade, she was well acquainted with everything within the sect. "Zhuqing, do not appear so reserved. This is my home. And yours as well. Let me introduce you to my father." In the main hall of the sect, upon hearing the news of his daughter's return, Ning Fengji's face lit up with joy. "Father, I'm back." Without a thought for the onlookers, Ning Rongrong dashed into Ning Fengji's embrace. Ning Fengji lovingly ruffled his daughter's hair, teasing, "All right, Rongrong, there are others present." Ning Rongrong's face flushed, and she quickly turned away in embarrassment. The elders of the sect smiled silently and discreetly took their leave, allowing the family to reunite. Once the crowd dispersed, Ning Fengji smiled slightly. "Rongrong, I heard you were studying at Shrek Academy. Why have you returned?" Ning Rongrong, sitting cheerfully on a nearby chair, replied, "Father, I was truly blind. Shrek Academy is utterly inadequate, so I simply withdrew." "You withdrew?" Ning Fengji exclaimed, taken aback. After nearly half a year away from home, he should have been delighted to see his daughter return, yet he never imagined she would make such a decision. Ning Fengji's expression darkened as he admonished softly, "Rongrong, kneel." Instinctively, Ning Rongrong's knees bent, and she knelt down. "How could you be so foolish? I had hoped that attending Shrek Academy might temper your character. But it seems you have only become more rebellious, even going so far as to withdraw. What does that signify for an academy? Fengji, what are you doing?" Before he could finish, 2 powerful auras surged forth, causing Zhu Zhuqing to shudder. Looking up, she saw Sword Douluo and the slender bone Douluo swiftly approaching Ning Fengji, their gazes fixed on him with palpable discontent. Ning Rongrong was not only Ning Fengji's daughter, but also the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. In the eyes of these 2 titled Douluos, her status held even greater significance than Ning Fengji himself, weighing heavily in their minds. Sword Douluo disregarded Ning Fengji's dignity entirely and stepped forward to support Ning Rongrong. "You reprimand her just for withdrawing? What is the big deal? I have heard that Shrek Academy is merely a school without even proper registration. What qualifications do they have to educate our Rongrong?" This inquiry rendered Ning Fengji momentarily speechless as he found himself helplessly seated upon a grand throne adorned with a massive piece of warm jade. His gaze shifted towards Ning Rongrong, and he let out a deep sigh. "Are the dean and the others aware of your unauthorized return?" Ning Rongrong shook her head and replied, "Father, that Shrek Academy is nothing but a rogue institution, adept at deceit. For you to allow me to attend such a school is akin to pushing me into a blazing inferno." "Surely not," Ning Fengji pondered. Considering that the dean of Shrek Academy was none other than Flinder, one of the legendary Golden Iron Triangle from years past. However, in his moment of reprimanding his daughter, he momentarily forgot that another person stood nearby. "Rongrong, who is this?" he inquired. Ning Rongrong swiftly bounded down, pulling Zhu Zhuqing up to introduce her. "Father, this is my friend from Shrek Academy, Zhu Zhuqing, whose martial soul is the Nether Cat, hailing from the Star Luo Empire." The mention of the Star Luo Empire and the Nether Cat sparked recognition in Ning Fengji's mind, leading him to understand Zhu Zhuqing's background. "Greetings, I am Ning Rongrong's father. I apologize for my earlier rudeness, and I hope you will not take offense, Zhuqing." Ning Fengji offered a warm smile, casting a disapproving glance at his daughter. Ning Rongrong stuck her tongue out playfully and quickly hid behind the 2 titled Douluos. Zhu Zhuqing promptly responded, "You honor me, Sect Master Ning. It is indeed a privilege to be welcomed into the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School." Faced with the head of such a prestigious sect, even Zhu Zhuqing, despite her noble lineage, felt the need to adopt a humble demeanor. Do not feel constrained, Zhuqing. As a friend of Rongrong, you are also a friend of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Feel free to visit us whenever you wish. Our doors are always open for you. And please, just call me Uncle Ning. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback, but replied, very well, Uncle Ning. Pleased, Ning Fengji nodded before refocusing his attention on Ning Rongrong. Now, let us discuss your decision to withdraw from school, he said, his tone solemn. He resembled a slumbering lion, appearing calm on the surface while deeply concerned about the reputation of his sect. The matter of her withdrawal was neither trivial nor insignificant. Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback, clearly unsure of how to respond. Then, a daring thought crossed her mind. Father, you must know about the situation between Shrek Academy and the Tiando Royal Academy, right? Ning Fengji shot her an exasperated look. I was aware of it long before. As for you, once Dean Flinder and the others arrive in a few days, I will personally take you to the Tiando Royal Academy to explain the entire situation. Fengji, the Boan Douluo interjected, displeased. You intend to visit a mere Shrek Academy in person? Ning Fengji sighed. Do you think I desire this? My headstrong daughter is at fault here. Is Rongrong truly so headstrong? The sword Douluo remarked, his gaze piercing. The two titled Douluos regarded him with eyes that could pierce. Grandpa's sword, Grandpa Bone. Please do not be angry. There is a reason behind this, Ning Rongrong interjected. A reason? They echoed in unison. What reason? With a mischievous grin, Ning Rongrong took Zhu Zhuqing by the hand and strode out. In a few days, you will understand, she called over her shoulder, leaving the three of them in a state of endless speculation. This girl is becoming increasingly insensible, Ning Fengji sighed in resignation. I beg to differ. The sword Douluo remarked lightly. Rongrong is quite sensible. You, on the other hand, insist on enrolling her in that rural academy. What could possibly be of value there? Even if Flinder is a soul sage, what can he teach her? At that moment, the Boan Douluo chimed in. Indeed, Fengji. In a few days, when Shrek Academy arrives at the Tiando Royal Academy, I shall accompany you. I am eager to witness the supposed charm of this Shrek Academy. Ning Fengji could only acquiesce, uncertain of what schemes his daughter was concocting. In the corridor of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong walked alongside Zhu Zhuqing. Are you not concerned about how you treat your father? Zhu Zhuqing asked softly. Ning Rongrong waved her hand dismissively. Do not worry, my father is not so petty. He is quite magnanimous. Zhuqing, in a few days, when Flinder and the others arrive, we shall go to the Tiando Royal Academy together. Zhu Zhuqing's expression sharpened. What do you mean? If Shrek Academy behaves unjustly, then it is only right that Ning Rongrong does not act in good faith. It is time for certain matters to be revealed. Chapter 92. The Domain of Death. How has Douluo been faring these past few days? It is hard to imagine. Before him stood two individuals who resembled nothing short of bandits, their ice and fire eyes stripped bare. Any precious celestial herbs that could be named were mercilessly plundered, leaving only seeds behind. They justified their actions with the phrase, leave a thread for future encounters, but in truth, they intended to return after a few years to plunder again. The chives can never be entirely harvested. Days passed one after another, and suddenly, Ye Hao, lying in the center of the pool, opened his eyes. His aura had grown increasingly stable, akin to a slumbering lion, surrounded by a rich purple glow. A purple barrier enveloped his body. Is this the domain of death? The Death Spider Emperor mused in surprise. The Death Spider Emperor possessed the domain of death, and now Ye Hao had acquired it as well, thanks to the fire apricot flower and the octagonal ice grass. These two herbs rendered Ye Hao impervious to water and fire. The toxins that had accumulated within Douluo over the years had now been absorbed by Ye Hao, neutralizing the effects of the two celestial herbs. Ye Hao had thus perfectly comprehended his domain of death, which was now even more formidable than before. The two deadly poisons complemented one another, and coupled with the inherently lethal nature of the fire apricot flower and octagonal ice grass, the two herbs could only be consumed when neutralized. Douluo's expression turned to one of horror. He could sense that the poison Ye Hao wielded was now swifter and more potent than before. Not only that, but he had also gained a domain, something every soul master yearned for. His soul power had reached level 40. Ye Hao Sung let out a sigh of relief, having lingered in the spring for quite some time. The Eye of Ice and Fire truly deserves its reputation as a treasure, as it effortlessly captivates the gaze. But where is the grass? Ye Hao surveyed his surroundings. Finding everything stripped bare, He then cast his gaze upon the morose expression of Douluo and the sight of Xiaohong, savoring her celestial grass. Instantly, his countenance darkened. "Leave some for me." Ye Hao stepped forward to seize the opportunity, but Xiaohong merely rolled her eyes in response. "Do not be hasty. The celestial herbs are all within the heart of death. You may take them at your leisure. Yet many of these herbs are laced with potent toxins that you cannot even utilize." Having spoken, Xiaohong resumed her chewing, seemingly unaffected by the deadly toxins before her. Nearby, the Death Spider King also enjoyed a particular herb, both of them happily indulging, leaving only the solitary Gubo in a state of utter despondency. Ye Hao's lips twitched slightly. Even with a substantial family fortune, such extravagance was unwarranted. What if you inadvertently consumed a few crucial plants? Old poison. I have been in slumber for several days. Has there been any news from the continent? Ye Hao inquired. Douluo composed himself and replied with a nod. No. The Douluo Continent remains utterly tranquil. However, what is it? Ye Hao furrowed his brow. It is merely a trivial matter, Douluo chuckled. Not long ago, Prince Xuexing invited me to the royal palace for a nostalgic reunion. Would you care to accompany me? To the royal palace? Ye Hao's eyes sparkled with realization. His disappearance 3 months prior had indeed caused considerable trouble for the academy. Moreover, based on the timeline, the people from Shrek should be arriving soon. Thus, he decided to take his leave. Ye Hao retrieved the Death Spider Emperor into the heart of death. Are you not coming in? Ye Hao glanced at Xiaohong. Standing upright on her hind legs, Xiaohong placed her forelegs on her hips, striking a comical pose reminiscent of a human. It's so hot. After sleeping for so many years, can I go out and enjoy myself? Haozi, lead the way. And so, with a sway and a wobble, Xiaohong moved forward. Ye Hao, Douluo, next time, buy a pair of floral shorts for Xiaohong to wear. Why? Seeing Xiaohong like this reminds me of another dog, haha. On the journey to the heavenly palace, Ye Hao did not forget to vanquish a 10,000-year-old earth-hold demon spider as his 4th spirit ring. Rather than a battle, it was more accurate to say that the sheer aura of Xiaohong frightened the demon spider into a state of paralysis, allowing Ye Hao to deliver the finishing blow effortlessly. Yellow, purple, and black spirit rings swirled around Ye Hao, who was wholly absorbed in the process of assimilating the spirit ring. Meanwhile, Xiaohong languidly reclined with her legs crossed, leisurely chewing on a snow-colored swan kiss flower. Douluo observed in silence, his gaze fixed upon Ye Hao. This young man possessed remarkable potential and a captivating charisma. Not only did he have a 10,000-year-old Death Spider Emperor in his wake, but he also had this talking dog, a truly unprecedented phenomenon. Such individuals should be befriended rather than antagonized. However, the grass over there was indeed unfortunate. Yet, Douluo found his own recompense. The toxins that had accumulated within him for years were completely purged, and not long ago, his spirit power had also reached a breakthrough. The elevation of spirit power was a boon for a title Douluo, a fact well understood by all of them. After a considerable time, Ye Hao gradually opened his eyes, a flash of lightning shimmering within them. His aura surged significantly. With the absorption of the earth-hold demon spider's spirit ring, Ye Hao's spirit power ascended to the 42nd level, and the effects of his 4th spirit skill proved to be quite impressive. Old Poison Master, I appreciate your vigilance on my behalf, Ye Hao remarked with a smile. Douluo appeared somewhat vexed. No need for thanks. Let us continue on our way. Let us go, foodie. Ye Hao lifted the delighted Xiaohong, who was joyfully savoring the snow-white swan kiss, and hoisted her onto his shoulder. The sunset forest lay a considerable distance from Heaven-Do City, yet with the swift pace of both Douluo and Ye Hao, they would arrive in no time. In the bustling Heaven-Do City, Douluo and Ye Hao walked side by side, while Xiaohong rested on Ye Hao's shoulder, her gaze captivated by the vibrant world around her. Buy me this, Haozi, and that one too. Hurry, or I shall hold you responsible for my hunger. Ye Hao, before the magnificent and towering Heavenly Do Palace, Douluo retrieved a token. Upon witnessing this, the guards at the palace gate swung them open and informed that Prince Xuexing had been awaiting for quite some time. Ye Hao closely followed in the footsteps of Douluo. The Tiando Imperial Palace was magnificent. As the capital of a nation, it was imbued with the charm of history, each brick and tile bearing a legacy of no less than a century or even a millennium. Ye Hao, with a fleeting glance, cradled Xiaohong in his arms as he meticulously examined the structure of the palace. Upon reaching a magnificent edifice, Douluo abruptly halted his steps. Before them stood a modest pavilion, where Prince Xuexing, adorned in resplendent golden royal attire, had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Douluo's arrival, Prince Xuexing promptly rose to greet him. "Mr. Douluo, you have finally arrived. I have been eagerly awaiting your presence," he remarked with a courteous smile. Douluo approached with a beaming countenance, and the two venerable gentlemen, both surpassing 50 years of age, embraced one another as if they were old friends reuniting after a long separation, exchanging a flurry of compliments. Both were figures of considerable stature, and it was customary to engage in pleasantries upon their first encounter. Brother Xue, they greeted each other warmly. Chapter 93. Heartfelt Longing and Lifelong Commitment. Ye Hao focused his gaze, and not far away, he saw Xuexing, equally astonished, looking back at him. Their eyes met, revealing nothing but sheer bewilderment. For the past 3 months, Xuexing had relentlessly pursued the whereabouts of Ye Hao, but the results had ultimately been disappointing. A quest akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, yielding no trace of Ye Hao. Over time, Xuexing began to entertain the unsettling thought that perhaps Ye Hao had. Even the spirit hall had ceased its search for Ye Tian, indicating the significant impact Ye Hao had created over these 3 months. "Brother Xue, it has been a long time," Ye Hao said with a sly smile. Xuexing felt a warmth gather at the corners of his eyes, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips as he stepped forward to embrace Ye Hao. "You rascal. Next time you go somewhere, you must inform me. Do you have any idea how I've spent these past 3 months? Ye Hao was taken aback. Something felt amiss in the tone of voice. It was reminiscent of a long-lost wife. "Sister, your bosom is so grand, I feel stifled." Xuexing was left speechless. Upon hearing those words, she quickly recoiled in astonishment, her eyes wide with shock as she gazed at the red puppy cradled in Ye Hao's arms. What had this dog just uttered? Ye Hao was equally astonished and communicated through thought. "Xiaohong, could it be that you have seen through it?" Xiaohong chuckled softly and replied telepathically, "This sister before us is indeed extraordinary. She employs soul bones to conceal her true self. And while the average person may be oblivious, who am I? As a servant of the Lord of Death, such discernment is within my capabilities. Surely, you must have realized this as well?" "I had known it from the very beginning," came the response as their telepathic exchange concluded. Ye Hao vigorously rubbed the dog's head and chuckled. "Brother Xue, please don't take it to heart. My dog was merely joking." Xiaohong, understanding the implication, feigned a playful grin. "Don't mind me, I misspoke." Xuexing amused. "I now find myself questioning whether my identity has been compromised. Moreover, this dog can actually speak?" Perplexed, Xuexing pondered the nature of this creature. Could it possibly be a soul beast? This creature, named Xiaohong, was indeed a soul beast, its age surpassing a millennium. Though the exact number of years eluded him, Xiaohong nodded repeatedly, stating candidly, "Does age truly matter? Was your disappearance over these past 3 months for this reason?" Xuexing inquired. Ye Hao nodded. Had it not been for the trials of the Grim Reaper, he would not have been isolated from the world for 3 long months. A soul beast that had existed for over 100,000 years, and one that was so intimately close to Hao Di, almost revealing its own secrets, surpassed all his expectations. In light of this, what did it imply about his own identity? Xuexing felt as if there were no secrets left to conceal. He glanced at the lecherous grin of Xiaohong, his heart already steeling itself for the worst. Should he continue to face Hao Di in this guise? Or should he reveal his true self? As Xuexing pondered, a striking red flower suddenly appeared before him, vibrant and resplendent, securely mounted upon a stone base. "Is that the heartbreak red?" Ye Hao exclaimed, astonished as he turned to Xiaohong. "Xiaohong, what are you doing?" Xiaohong flashed a smile. "To express my earlier apologies, sister. No, brother, please accept this bouquet." Xuexing's expression darkened. He was now 100% certain that this dog had seen through his identity. He then regarded Ye Hao with suspicion. The playful demeanor made it hard to doubt him. Perhaps it was time to find an opportunity to be candid with Hao Di. Xiaohong, oblivious to the tension, looked at Ye Hao and transmitted, "Hey, don't be silly. Don't tell me you are not interested in this, sister. That's a different matter altogether. Moreover, the heartbreak red is incomparable to other celestial herbs, provided one recognizes its master." Ye Hao communicated back, "I am well aware, bring it over." Xiaohong replied with a mischievous grin. As Ye Hao bent down, Xiaohong swiftly pierced Ye Hao's fingertip, causing his blood to drip onto the heartbreak red. Subsequently, Xiaohong held the flower before Xuexing, signaling him to perform the same action. Though surprised, Xuexing could not deny the flower's beauty, and he reasoned that anything presented by this soul beast must be extraordinary. Mimicking Ye Hao, Xuexing pricked his finger, and as his blood fell upon the heartbreak red, The flower unexpectedly detached from its stone base and gently floated into his hand. Its vividly dripping branches began to entwine around Shui Qinghe's right hand, while another branch similarly wrapped around Ye Hao's right hand, forging an inseparable bond between them, their heartbeats resonating in perfect harmony. Heartbreak bestowed upon a fair one. Bloodlines intertwined for a lifetime. Xiaohong laughed heartily before vanishing into the heart of the Grim Reaper. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Shui Qinghe and Ye Hao locked eyes, filled with disbelief at what they had just done. Shui Qinghe was the first to react, hastily freeing himself from the grasp of the Heartbreak Red's branches. In the process, he noticed a ring fashioned from the vines of the Heartbreak Red adorning his right ring finger, while a similar ring had appeared on Ye Hao's left ring finger as well. The rings appeared quite ordinary, yet bore the imprint of a small red flower, identical to the Heartbreak Red. "What the heck?" they exclaimed in unison. "You go first," they echoed once more. "I will speak. You go ahead. Perhaps you should start." In unison, Shui Qinghe and Ye Hao sighed, feeling utterly exhausted. "Damn dog," Ye Hao cursed inwardly. "Don't think I don't know you're cursing me. You should be thanking me instead." Xiaohong transmitted. "Thank you. Thank you. I truly owe you my gratitude." Ye Hao gritted his teeth, feeling exasperated by this dog's self-importance. Under the current circumstances, Ye Hao felt quite comfortable. If Shui Qinghe were to expose his identity, it would be disastrous. "Brother Shui, please don't misunderstand. This dog is just joking. Do not take his words to heart." Ye Hao continued. "This acacia heartbreak red is the king among flowers, a celestial rarity. Its primary effect is to elevate the user's soul power level, and it possesses the miraculous ability to revive the dead. Moreover, it also protects its master." The astonishing capabilities of this flower made Shui Qinghe's eyes sparkle, causing him to grip the acacia heartbreak red even tighter. "Your Highness, a situation has arisen." A soldier hurriedly approached with a report. Prince Xuexing furrowed his brows. He had been engrossed in a pleasant conversation with Douluo Poison when this interruption occurred. Irritably, he responded, "What is so urgent? Do you not see that I am in the company of Master Dugong? Your Highness, the fourth prince has been attacked." Chapter 94. Ye Hao's Return. What? Prince Xuexing nearly bit his tongue in disbelief. Who would dare to be so audacious? The soldier promptly replied, "It is a group claiming to be from Shrek Academy." Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Prince Xuexing was seething with fury. He turned to Douluo Poison and said, "Master Dugong, I implore you to accompany me. These individuals exhibit complete disregard for the law. Your presence will undoubtedly instill a sense of awe." He requested Dugong Bo to help restore order, knowing that having a titled Douluo present would surely teach these lawbreakers a valuable lesson. At that time, the Spirit Hall had dispatched 2 titled Douluos to hunt Dugong Bo. Had it not been for Prince Xuexing fortuitously passing by, Douluo Poison might have faced dire consequences. Coincidentally, Dugong Bo owed Prince Xuexing a favor, so he naturally agreed to this request. Meanwhile, upon hearing that Dugong Bo would accompany Prince Xuexing to the Tiando Royal Academy, where the 4th Prince Shui Lang had been assaulted, Ye Hao also prepared to head there. "Brother Shui, I shall return to the academy first. We will gather again when time permits." Shui Qinghe was momentarily taken aback, but nodded in agreement. After watching Ye Hao depart, he stood alone, gazing at the acacia heartbreak red in his palm as if it were a treasure. He carefully placed it there and strolled towards his chambers. Upon returning to his quarters, Shui Qinghe sat down, shedding his disguise to reveal his striking visage. He placed the acacia heartbreak red into an exquisite vase, arranging it alongside the blue silver emperor. "Now, with the grass and flowers in place, all that remains is..." At this thought, Qianren Shui's cheeks flushed slightly. What did that dog truly mean? Acacia heartbreak is given to a beloved, binding their fates for eternity. As Qianren Shui pondered this phrase, her beautiful face would inevitably flush with color, resembling a ripe apple. It was one thing for Brother Hao to behave oddly, but how could even the dog mirror such behavior? What astonished Qianren Shui the most was that this dog was not only a soul beast with a lifespan exceeding 100,000 years, but also shared a close bond with Brother Hao. Furthermore, she was entirely certain that the dog had seen through her disguise. In other words, Brother Hao likely knew as well. What should be done? According to the usual protocol, Qianren Shui's plan to infiltrate the Tiando Imperial Palace was meant to be utterly clandestine, with no one permitted to know. Should anyone become aware, it would necessitate eliminating the threat entirely. Yet here, Qianren Shui found herself in a dilemma. Ye Hao is the person who evokes the most fondness in her, second only to her grandfather, and she harbors a deep affection for this younger brother. As for that dog, well, Perhaps it is time to confront Hao directly. Given her current standing, it would be effortless to entice Ye Hao into the spirit hall. Moreover, 3 months prior, Ye Hao had ventured into the spirit hall under the alias Ye Ritian. The spirit hall's intention in searching for Ye Ritian was quite straightforward. They merely sought to recruit him, harboring no ulterior motives. However, the elder from the spirit hall, unfamiliar with Ye Hao and surrounded by many, resorted to an aggressive approach, leading to a misunderstanding that forced Ye Hao to flee in haste. Ye Ritian, you are surrounded. Come out quickly. Who could endure such a predicament? Qianren Xue gazed at the ring adorning her ring finger, lost in a whirlpool of confusion. At the foot of the Tiando Royal Academy, an exquisitely adorned carriage slowly arrived. The fourth prince, Xue Bong, had been waiting for quite some time, with a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth and numerous bruises adorning his face. Clearly having suffered a beating, Prince Xue Xing hurriedly emerged from the carriage, accompanied by a contingent of soldiers in the poisoned Douluo. Upon seeing this, Xue Bong's face lit up with joy. At last, he could vent his frustrations. However, when he saw Ye Hao emerge from within, Xue Bong was momentarily taken aback, then looked at Ye Hao in disbelief. Boss, you're alive. Ye Hao, oh my. What on earth has the academy undergone during my absence of 3 months? Ye Hao rolled his eyes and, in exasperation, said, What do you think? The boss is blessed with great fortune and a long life. How could he possibly perish? If anyone dares to harm me, you must certainly stand up for me. Ye Hao, with a hint of annoyance, asked, Is it you who has once again provoked someone? Xue Bing felt a chill in his heart and, with a bitter smile, replied, Boss, how did you come to know about this? He chuckled lightly. Ye Hao, rendered speechless, remarked, Do you recall when I first arrived at the academy? It seems you were the one who gave me a rather harsh initiation, was it not? These are merely trivial matters from the past, my dear leader. Why bring them up? Xue Lang replied apologetically. Ye Hao shook his head in resignation and then entered alongside the others. After 3 months of absence, many must have presumed him dead. The Royal Academy of Tiando remained unchanged, the journey revealing little difference. Wherever Ye Hao passed, he was met with astonished gazes. The man had returned. Having vanished for 3 months, how could he return unscathed when the academy had not long ago been unable to declare his demise? The news of his return spread like wildfire throughout the Royal Academy of Tiando. In a spacious room, 3 members of the academic committee were seated at the head. Today was a momentous occasion for the academy. According to prior arrangements, all faculty and students from Shrek Academy were to merge with the Royal Academy of Tiando. Despite some earlier unpleasantness, the current trend seemed to favor a positive outcome. Moreover, the sun shone brightly from the west today. For the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji, had also arrived, accompanied by the Bon Douluo and his daughter Ning Rongrong, along with Zhu Zhuqing, both former members of Shrek Academy. This visit served a dual purpose. Firstly, to have Ning Rongrong apologize to Flinder and the others, acknowledging that her abrupt departure from the academy without prior notice was indeed inappropriate. Although Shrek Academy was not a conventional institution, rules still needed to be observed. Secondly, as Shrek Academy was about to merge with the Royal Academy of Tiando, it would cease to exist, leading to a more diverse educational approach. Furthermore, Flinder and his associates were all at least Soul Kings, and their status within the academy would only rise, likely granting them significant influence alongside the 3 committee members. Ning Rongrong felt a profound discomfort. Her father's urging on one side and the lofty demeanor of Flinder, Master, and others on the other left her feeling nauseated. Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Xiao Wu, among others, only added to her distress. Their sharp gazes indicated that if Ning Rongrong were to admit her fault today, her days at the academy would be fraught with their oppression. After all, tensions had escalated during their previous encounter in Soto City. At this juncture, Ning Rongrong found herself without recourse. If she failed to acknowledge her mistake today, it would be Ning Fengji who would suffer the embarrassment. Suddenly, the sound of applause shattered the tense atmosphere. Ye Hao, clad in a sleek black outfit and with his purple hair tied back, entered with a calm demeanor and a smile gracing his lips. Ye Hao surveyed his surroundings, and the onlookers were instantly struck with astonishment. The master and Flander rose almost simultaneously, their eyes trembling as they pointed at Ye Hao, unable to fathom that he was still alive. The 3 members of the teaching committee were initially taken aback, but soon their faces blossomed with joy. They had always known, that this young man could not possibly meet his demise so easily. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji and Bon Douluo displayed expressions of disbelief. Had they not heard that Ye Hao was dead? How could this be? Long time no see. Everyone. Ye Hao greeted the crowd with a smile. His gaze then settled on the 3 committee members. I truly apologize for causing you concern. Dream Machine smiled with relief. No worries, as long as you are well. Now that you have returned, allow me to introduce you to these individuals. They are the faculty and students of Shrek Academy, and from this moment forth, they shall be a part of the Tiando Royal Academy. Ye Hao cast a sidelong glance at Flander and the others, unable to conceal a look of disdain. Flander, master, why do you seem so disappointed that I am still alive? Flander quickly replied, No, how could that be? I am delighted that you are alive. Why would I be disappointed? Internally, he thought, what terrible luck. Not long ago, I heard the news of Ye Hao's death and boasted about it. From now on, I should command respect below the Royal Academy of Heaven Do, and with my strength, it should not be difficult to see 3 committee members retire, paving the way for my succession. But how has this fellow survived? The master's expression fluctuated, and he discreetly observed Tang San standing behind him. He noticed the cold glint in Tang San's eyes, which revealed a hint of murderous intent. The members of Shrek behind him shared the same sentiment, harboring a profound hatred for Ye Hao. Chief, my suggestion is that Shrek Academy is not as admirable as you might think. Joining our academy would only tarnish your reputation. As Ye Hao's voice faded, a surprised exclamation echoed. Oh, who would have thought there exists a 10,000-year-old soft-boned rabbit here, and it has even transformed into human form. Truly rare indeed. The 3-headed canine communicated telepathically. Ye Hao transmitted a message. Upon your return, I shall prepare a sumptuous meal of spicy rabbit heads, particularly that of the tenderbone variety. I am confident that once you indulge in it, you will be utterly captivated. The 3-headed hound's eyes gleamed with excitement, responding with enthusiasm. Absolutely. May I offer a suggestion, though I am uncertain if it should be voiced? What suggestion? The older the rabbit, the more delectable it is. What if we were to slaughter this rabbit and host a grand feast featuring the entire creature? What do you think? The 3-headed hound chuckled slyly, while the Death Spider King gazed intently at Xiao Wu, unconsciously drooling. Ye Hao's gaze was peculiar as he looked towards the timid Xiao Wu, who was hiding behind Tang San. She was aware of fear, especially with the Bon Douluo and the 3 committee members present. Her identity as a soul beast was as clear as day. However, at that moment, all eyes were fixed on Ye Hao, and naturally, Xiao Wu's identity went unnoticed. To be candid, I prefer younger rabbits. This old hare has lived far too long, and I suspect the meat has soured. Having concluded his thoughts, Ye Hao addressed the 3 committee members, urging them not to be deceived by appearances. The Shrek Academy is not as commendable as you might believe. Upon hearing this, the teachers and students of Shrek erupted in fury, glaring at Ye Hao as if he were their nemesis, ready to devour him at any moment. Enough, master. Seizing a rare moment of assertiveness, slammed his palm on the table, pointed at Ye Hao, and bellowed, Ye Hao, do not overstep your bounds. Our Shrek Academy is far from the pitiful state you describe. Turning to the 3 committee members, Master clasped his hands in a gesture of appeal. Esteemed committee members, this Ye Hao has continuously maligned our Shrek Academy. I implore you to intervene on our behalf. His words resonated with gravity, and his eyes reddened as if he bore an immense grievance. The 3 committee members exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. Ning Fengji and the Bon Douluo shared a knowing look, sensing that there was more to this situation. Ning Rongrong hesitated to speak, but was quickly silenced by Zhu Zhuqing. Such a vulnerability should not be revealed lightly. If they wished to bring their adversary to ruin, they required a more advantageous stage. Dream Machine contemplated for a moment, deciding to listen to Ye Hao's words, for assistance should be granted to allies rather than outsiders. Moreover, they understood Ye Hao's character. He would not utter baseless accusations. Should Ye Hao's claims hold any truth, Dream Machine would not hesitate to expel those from Shrek. Although the Tianshui Royal Academy's students lacked strength and were somewhat deficient in virtue, it was understandable, given their pampered upbringing from affluent families. Ye Hao took the lead, directing his inquiries towards Flanders. Flanders, I would like to ask you. Previously, I heard that many prodigies have emerged from your Shrek Academy, among whom some have even ascended to become the youngest elders of the Spirit Hall. Is this true? Upon hearing this question, Flanders was momentarily at a loss for words, his eyes darting about in agitation. The attention of the crowd swiftly converged on him, as the Spirit Hall was undeniably the most formidable force on the Douluo Continent, with the title of Elder reserved solely for those who had attained the rank of Title de Law. For instance, The sword Douluo from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School held the esteemed position of honorary elder within the Spirit Hall, enjoying considerable power and status. At this juncture, Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up. During our enrollment, I had heard Dai Mubai recount tales of this. Now, I wish to inquire of Flanders. Is what Dai Mubai said truly accurate? This question thrust Flanders into a precarious position, while Dai Mubai himself harbored deep resentment towards Ning Rongrong, gritting his teeth as he braced against the mounting pressure from the gathered crowd. The Spirit Hall maintained a prestigious standing, and any factors deemed detrimental to its reputation would be swiftly eradicated without hesitation. Shrek Academy's actions undoubtedly undermined the Spirit Hall's stature in the eyes of the populace, for the elders of the Spirit Hall were exalted figures. A mere academy like Shrek, attempting to attract students by leveraging the Spirit Hall's name, was akin to inviting ruin upon oneself. As Tang San once remarked, this person has already paved the path to their own demise. Chapter 96. If their destruction is desired, madness must follow. Flanders found himself rendered speechless, his palms beginning to sweat, and the perspiration soaked through his back. The master lamented Flanders' inability to conduct affairs properly, flaunting the Spirit Hall's name for deceitful gains. Should the Spirit Hall become aware of this, the first to face annihilation would be him. Observing the silence from the Shrek crowd, Ye Hao continued, "It is well known that Shrek Academy only admits monsters and does not accept ordinary individuals, which is understandable. However, what perplexes me is your ostentatious accumulation of wealth." Flanders, regaining his composure, retorted, "Our Shrek Academy operates with integrity, standing tall and unafraid. Where have we amassed wealth? Since its inception, Shrek Academy has thrived through the collective efforts of myself and my dedicated team. If you do not provide Shrek Academy with a satisfactory explanation today, beware." Ye Hao gazed intently, his eyes sharp and vigilant as he scrutinized the Shrek group. "What are you wary of? Do you intend to seek revenge against me?" Ye Hao scoffed disdainfully, asserting that if he could articulate it, there must surely be evidence to substantiate his claim. Rongrong, do you recall how many gold soul coins the registration fee was when you first entered the academy? Ning Rongrong replied, "It was 10 gold soul coins." Flender retorted fiercely, "Is there anything wrong with a registration fee of 10 gold soul coins? There are numerous academies on the continent that charge much more than Shrek Academy. Why don't you go accuse them?" "Indeed," Dai Mubai interjected, "Shrek Academy has always maintained fair pricing. How dare you slander it without cause?" Ye Hao let out a cold snort, exclaiming, "Indeed, they are like a den of snakes and rats. Do you comprehend the value of 10 gold soul coins? It equates to 100 silver soul coins or 10,000 copper soul coins. For a soul master hailing from humble beginnings, this is undoubtedly a substantial fortune." As previously stated by Flanders, charging 10 gold soul coins is quite reasonable, yet Ye Hao spoke with great severity, addressing the most pressing issue at hand. "Rongrong, do you recall the number of individuals who initially came to enroll in Shrek?" Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong pondered for a moment. "There were likely around 100 or so." Ye Hao nodded, affirming the situation. "Indeed, with 100 individuals, if each were to contribute 10 gold soul coins, that totals 1,000 coins. Shrek Academy adheres to an unwritten rule. It does not admit ordinary individuals, only exceptional talents. This implies that those who previously registered lack the qualifications for enrollment. If this is the case, why then do you withhold their registration fees?" Upon this declaration, Flanders' complexion turned pale, and he stammered, "I am merely defending myself. I had already warned them that applying without meeting the criteria would only result in a waste of money. Furthermore, our Shrek Academy is in a phase of rapid development. Other academies have entrance fees ranging from several hundred to thousands. Why do you not critique them for being overly meticulous about such matters?" "Defending yourself?" Ye Hao scoffed. "You are merely shifting blame. Other prestigious Soul Master academies may charge hundreds or thousands, yet their facilities are comprehensive. What do you have? Do you possess training equipment? A simulated training environment? Adequate resources for faculty and students? Moreover, the meals are nearly identical, consisting of pickled vegetables paired with steamed buns. Given your conditions, I would argue that a single copper soul coin would suffice for entry into your so-called academy for monsters. Setting aside these points, what of those who, having paid their registration fees, were denied admission?" The atmosphere suddenly grew tense as Flanders appeared deflated, sitting silently in his chair, his mind racing like ants in a hot pan. Those who were unable to enroll due to Shrek Academy's unwritten rules should surely receive their registration fees back, correct? Conversely, not only did you fail to refund them, but you also resorted to intimidation, instilling fear in those who sought to reclaim their fees. Additionally, The Empire has explicit regulations distinguishing between soul masters and ordinary individuals. Your actions not only constitute bullying, but also extortion. To the 3 committee members, I pose this question: can we truly integrate with such an institution? Meng Shenji's expression darkened as he slowly rose to address the Shrek members. Dean Flander, is what Ye Hao claims true? Faced with Meng Shenji's inquiry, Flander appeared anxious. At that moment, the master stood up, asserting, Chief Meng Shenji, please do not take Ye Hao's one-sided account to heart. There are reasons behind our actions. Flander acted out of necessity for the Academy's future development. Flander quickly agreed. Yes, indeed. Chief Meng Shenji, we are also in a difficult position. Difficult position? Jilin, the soul Douluo, scoffed. What difficulties do you face? You brazenly deceive others under the auspices of the Spirit Hall. Do you not fear retaliation from them? Not only that, Bai Baoshan added, your actions amount to clear extortion, akin to that of a bandit. You are within the territory of the Tiando Empire, and thus a part of it. The Empire has established regulations, yet you choose to ignore them. Such audacity, we cannot accommodate you here. Chief, both Bai Baoshan and Jilin exclaimed in unison. Wait, Ye Hao immediately inquired. What is the matter? The 3 members of the Education Committee responded in unison, their gazes fixed on Ye Hao, filled with confusion as they questioned him. Ye Hao presented a slight smile, casting a disdainful glance at the listless crowd of Shrek Academy. Their transgressions extended far beyond this. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment, wondering if there was yet another shocking revelation. Ning Fengji focused intently, realizing that Shrek Academy was indeed a place where appearances could be deceiving. Today promised to reveal quite a spectacle. Beside him, Bon Douluo could not help but communicate through soul power, saying, Fengji, look at the company you have chosen for Rongrong at Shrek Academy. They are a motley crew, and to top it off, their character is questionable. You entrust her to an unregistered institution like this? It is only natural that Rongrong would choose to withdraw from the school. Yet here you are, bringing her to apologize. What is there to apologize for? Given the circumstances, what more is there to say? Ning Fengji, distressed, slapped his forehead. At this point, he could only lament his own poor judgment in selecting such an academy. He had once believed that with the renowned reputation of Flander and the former Golden Iron Triangle, Shrek Academy could not possibly disappoint. However, today's revelations were truly an eye-opener. Uncle Bone, I have my own considerations regarding this matter. Let us observe how it unfolds. Humph. In response, Bon Douluo was exceedingly dissatisfied with Shrek Academy, nearing the brink of eruption. Ye Hao cast his gaze around, observing that the members of Shrek were glaring at him with palpable resentment, particularly Flander and Tang San. Were it not for the presence of authority in this place, it is likely that they would have taken matters into their own hands by now. Chapter 97. A last-minute appeal to the Buddha. Ye Hao coughed gently, meeting the disdainful gazes of the Shrek crowd, and continued, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, it seems your experience at Shrek Academy has not been pleasant. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing exchanged understanding glances. Ning Rongrong replied, I had no intention of bringing this up, but Shrek, being the first academy in my life, though it has treated me unfairly, I feel compelled to speak now. Father, Grandfather Bone, Zhu Qing and I have had a difficult time at Shrek Academy. They have ostracized us. As she spoke, a tear fell from the corner of Ning Rongrong's eye. This single tear became the catalyst for the entire incident. Boom, boom, boom. The aura of Bon Douluo began to intensify, enveloping him in a somber atmosphere as he gradually rose from his seat, his gaze drifting towards the door. Old Poison, since you have arrived, it would be inappropriate to continue hiding. Old Poison, in the Douluo Continent, only a select few could be referred to in such a manner. Outside, a regiment of soldiers stood in formation, each wielding steel guns, their expressions solemn and focused. Approaching the entrance were Prince Xuexing and Dugubo, striding forward with confidence. Their demeanor was cold, and they seemed to have formed a preliminary understanding of Ye Hao's earlier remarks and the situation at Shrek Academy. Upon seeing them, the 3 members of the Education Committee hastily rose to greet them, surprised that the matter had escalated to involve both Prince Xuexing and Bon Douluo. Your Highness, Prince, and Bon Douluo, the 3 greeted. The expressionless Prince Xuexing nodded slightly before addressing Ning Fengji and Bon Douluo with a smile. Ning Sectmaster, Bon Douluo, I extend my greetings. Ning Fengji responded, Your Highness is overly courteous. Might I inquire if your visit today pertains to the affairs of Shrek Academy? At this, Prince Xuexing's anger flared. He turned to the Shrek group across from him, disdain evident in his voice. You are the so-called Shrek Academy? Truly a fitting name for a group of hypocrites. Over the years, how many heinous acts have you committed under this facade? After his remarks, Prince Xuexing directed his gaze towards the three members of the Education Committee, Dream Machine. I kindly ask that you exercise better judgment next time and refrain from allowing any Tom, Dick, or Harry into the academy. Our royal family cannot afford such disgrace. Upon hearing this, Dream Machine quickly assented, noting that had it not been for Qin Ming's endorsement, he would not have permitted those individuals into the academy. Furthermore, Qin Ming was once a student of Shrek Academy. How could there be such a disparity between the two? As if summoned by the very mention of his name, Qin Ming rushed in upon hearing of Ye Hao's return, accompanied by Duge Yin and Yi Lingling, while the others remained diligently training. Xiao Hao, I am surprised. You are still alive? Qin Ming exclaimed, astonished that this brat had vanished for 3 months. Teacher Qin, Yin Jia, Lingling Jia, it has been a long time. Ye Hao smiled faintly, then cast a sidelong glance at the silent assembly before him. It was not yet the time for words. They would reminisce later. Upon seeing Qin Ming's arrival, Flander appeared as if he had found a lifeline, urgently exclaiming, Xiao Ming, you have finally come. The reputation of our Shrek Academy is on the verge of collapse. Qin Ming was quite puzzled and wondered what had transpired. He turned his gaze around the room and was taken aback to see the presence of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School's master, as well as the Bone Douluo. And even the Poison Douluo, who typically shunned the limelight, had made an appearance. Your Highness, what has happened to my esteemed mentors? Qin Ming inquired. Prince Xuexing snorted coldly. Teacher Qin, you are a senior faculty member of the academy. How can your discernment be so lacking? The individuals you have introduced from Shrek Academy are nothing but a motley crew. Furthermore, I have heard that you are also an alumnus of Shrek. The disparity between you and them is indeed quite pronounced. Just as Qin Ming was about to retort, he noticed Ye Hao walked amidst the crowd, undeterred by the almost predatory gazes of the Shrek members. He spoke with a dignified composure. I had the fortune of encountering students from the Tsanghui Academy in Soto City, and they recounted to me an incident where a group known as the Shrek 7 Monsters dealt them a sound thrashing. The rationale was rather straightforward. They proclaimed that those who fear causing trouble are mere mediocrities. Indeed, that was their exact phrase. Tang Xin replied coldly. They brought this upon themselves by provoking us for no reason. Ma Hongjun concurred, precisely. Those individuals were merely seeking a fight. Such audacity. With a thunderous shout, Ye Hao immediately halted several individuals. Qin Ming was left stunned, pondering what had transpired. Tang San and the others clenched their teeth in silent fury, daring not to voice their anger. Someone hiding behind Tang San must have felt a sense of relief. Shall I speak, or will it be you? Ye Hao let out a cold snort, remarking that merely because the female student was beautiful, Ma Hongjun of the Shrek 7 Devils resorted to lewd comments. As any reasonable person would know, it was evident who held the moral high ground. The subsequent events are well known to all, and I believe there is no need for me to elaborate further. To avoid trouble is the mark of mediocrity. Is this profound truth not one you have uttered, Flander? Flander gritted his teeth, falling silent, clearly conceding to this point. The current predicament, having escalated to this stage, was entirely due to Ye Hao's sudden appearance. Why had it come to this? Just as Ye Hao was about to continue, he was interrupted. Enough, Qin Ming said in a hushed tone. Xiao Hao, what is the matter with you? I invited the dean and others here for the sake of the academy. Why are you behaving this way? Ye Hao gazed earnestly at Qin Ming and said, Teacher Qin, my intentions are rooted in the best interests of our academy. If individuals of such a nature were to join us, I fear that in a mere few years, we might become the next Shrek Academy. Teacher Qin, I hold you in high regard and am deeply grateful for your guidance. However, in this matter, if you wish for Shrek Academy to gain entry into the Tiando Royal Academy, you must first overcome my objections. I am well aware of your profound connection to this institution, having once been an integral part of it, fostering an unbreakable bond. Nevertheless, Teacher Qin, one must acknowledge that people can change. Allowing such individuals into our academy could yield truly dire consequences. Ye Hao, for his own sake as well as for the academy, found himself in a tense situation. At this moment, Ning Rongrong stepped forward, casting a sidelong glance at the Shrek members. Xiao Wu, stop hiding and come out. Upon hearing this, Tang San felt a surge of anger. A dire path lay ahead. Xiao Wu, who was cowering behind Tang San, trembled uncontrollably. Heavenly Lord. 2 titled Douluos were present. If they were to unveil her true identity, it would spell disaster. Chapter 98. The master of showmanship Tang San shielded Xiao Wu with his body, fully aware of Ning Rongrong's intentions. Her actions were undeniably reckless. Emboldened by the presence of allies. Xiao Wu is innocent. Why do you all target her? He exclaimed, his gaze sharp and unforgiving. Ning Rongrong retorted with a cold smile. Tang San, do not play the role of a savior. Weren't you flaunting your prowess in front of me earlier, boasting about your hidden weapons? Hidden weapons? Indeed, a tool for the treacherous, crafted by a duplicitous mind. You think I am oblivious to your clandestine dealings? Upon uttering these words, Tang San's breath hitched. What clandestine dealings? It couldn't possibly be. No, that was impossible. The events of that night were known only to Ye Ritian and himself. Ning Rongrong had remained at the inn. Surely, he was overthinking it. I have no idea what you're talking about, Tang San countered hastily. Just as Ning Rongrong was about to speak, Ye Hao placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, signaling her to cease. Hold on to this leverage. It will prove invaluable in the future, he communicated through his soul power. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in astonishment. How did you know what I was about to say? Was Ye Ritian you that night? Tang San, your so-called hidden weapons are beneath my notice, Ye Hao said with a faint smile, disregarding Tang San's pride. Tang San scoffed, brandishing a collection of hidden weapons in his hands. The other Shrek members, understanding the cue, followed suit, proudly displaying their own intricate weapons. We possess hidden weapons, do you? They boasted with newfound confidence. Ning Fengji regarded the hidden weapons with curiosity, intrigued by this novel display. You. Ning Rongrong's lips pursed in anger. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze turned icy as she scrutinized the group before her, perceiving Tang San and Dai Mubai as mere clowns. They had been humiliated before, and now they sought to assert their superiority. How ridiculous, Ye Hao scoffed, exchanging a glance with Xiao Hong, reaching a silent agreement. Hidden weapons are merely tools for the underhanded. They hardly merit respect. Hidden weapons? You can keep them. Ma Hongjun laughed heartily. Do you possess any? These were crafted by Brother San. You shall never acquire such mastery. Subsequently, Ye Hao nonchalantly removed the heart of death from his hair, enlarging it to about 10 centimeters. Its eerie purple glow captivated all, signaling its extraordinary nature from any angle. Ning Fengji's gaze fixated on the heart of death in Ye Hao's palm, a sense of familiarity washing over him. His seasoned eyes recognized its worth, far surpassing that of the so-called hidden weapons. Suddenly, a peculiar light flickered, and Xiao Hong appeared at Ye Hao's feet, a celestial herb clasped in her mouth. At that moment, Dugu Bo's expression darkened as he recalled the dog's recent antics. Realizing the herb was from his own garden, Ma Hongjun erupted into laughter. Ha! How hilarious! It's just a dog. I thought it was something grand. Ye Hao, is this all you have? The others joined in, chuckling at Ye Hao's predicament. Only Tang San remained serious, his gaze fixated on the herb in Xiao Hong's mouth, filled with fervor and an impulse to seize it. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, hidden behind Tang San, shivered uncontrollably. Xiao Hong's presence nearly shattered her composure. She sensed an aura more potent than her own, undoubtedly a spirit beast, and it felt even more formidable than the other two. Tang San, oblivious to Xiao Wu's true thoughts and identity, was taken aback when Xiao Hong laughed heartily. Howsy, shall we venture into the sunset forest tonight to catch some soft-boned rabbits for a feast? What do you think? Ye Haosen understood instantly and said with a peculiar smile. Of course, no problem. The best kind is one that hasn't reached a century yet. The meat of such rabbits is the most tender. You are utterly clueless. Xiao Hong retorted. When it comes to the finest way to enjoy rabbit meat, let me enlighten you. The older the rabbit, the better it tastes, especially those that are 1,000 years old. Didn't we just indulge in that not long ago? Ah, Ye Hao perked up. You have a point. That 1,000-year-old soft-boned rabbit was indeed delightful. I am genuinely curious about the flavor of a 10,000-year-old soft-boned rabbit now. Xiao Hong grinned, her gaze drifting toward Tang San. I am eager to experience the taste of a 100,000-year-old soft-boned rabbit. I firmly believe it will surpass anything we have previously discussed. Ha! The duo, one person and one dog, harmonized in their banter. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu was cowering behind the wall, trembling with fear, but the others paid her no mind. Their focus was entirely on Ye Hao's dog, which astonishingly could speak, a truly rare sight to behold. Ye Hao turned to Ning Rongrong and said, Miss Ning Rongrong, if my memory serves me correctly, you have already departed from Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong nodded in affirmation. At that moment, Flander interjected, Ning Rongrong, Do not forget that without my consent as the headmaster, you remain a member of Shrek Academy. Zhu Zhuqing is also included. You both must return to the Academy's ranks. To leave the group recklessly is to display utter disorganization and lack of discipline. Flanders spoke with unwavering confidence, for he was the sole founder of Shrek Academy, and thus the fate of its members rested solely in his hands. Upon hearing this, both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing furrowed their brows in unison. Just then, Ning Fengji cast a glance and beheld Bon Douluo suddenly standing before Flander, the aura of the title Douluo spreading throughout the room with palpable intensity. Flander gazed up at the towering figure of Bon Douluo, feeling an immediate surge of trepidation. The chasm between Soul Saints and title Douluos was insurmountable. Bon Douluo, what do you mean by this? Flander stammered, his legs trembling and his eyes darting anxiously, fearing that this unfamiliar title Douluo might strike him down with a single blow. This simply could not happen. He had yet to elevate Shrek Academy to greatness. How could he allow himself to perish? I shall grant you an opportunity to reorganize your thoughts, Bon Douluo stated coldly, the atmosphere in the room growing increasingly tense. Bon Douluo intended to give Flander a chance. He initially sought an apology from Rongrong, but was taken aback by the audacity of this group. Chapter 99. The despicable one's Ning Fengji remained composed, his cold demeanor and calm presence obscuring his true intentions for this meeting. Moreover, it was not only he, as the sect master, who had been deceived, but also his daughter, Ning Rongrong. Perhaps this was the demeanor expected of those in power. This is rather inappropriate, Bon Douluo, Flander quivered, never anticipating that Bon Douluo would personally intervene on behalf of Ning Rongrong. Faced with a title Douluo's authority, Flander doubted his ability to resist. Furthermore, since Ning Rongrong was affiliated with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, nurturing this relationship could yield future benefits. Flander ingratiatingly remarked, Bon Douluo, Rongrong is a part of Shrek Academy. As a title Douluo, you cannot. Slap. Bon Douluo retaliated with a swift strike that sent Flander sprawling. I would do anything for Rongrong. You have allowed her to suffer unjustly at the hands of Shrek Academy. The fact that I have not eliminated you on the spot is already a concession. You now have one last chance. You must either agree to rectify the situation regarding Rongrong and Zhuqing, or I shall do it for you. Flander collapsed to the ground, his glasses shattered, utterly bewildered. At that moment, the master approached, awkwardly patting Flander's shoulder. I shall speak on Flander's behalf. Hearing this, Flander hesitated, but was soon silenced by the master. Satisfied, Bon Douluo returned to his seat, lifted the still warm tea from the table, and took a gentle sip. Under the gaze of the onlookers, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing had officially withdrawn from Shrek Academy. At this juncture, Ye Hao stepped forward, retrieving a yellow flower and another equally radiant bloom from the heart of death. Ning Rongrong, Miss Zhu Zhuqing, I now formally invite you to join the Tiando Royal Academy. These two flowers serve as a token of our introduction. With that, Ye Hao extended the two precious herbs towards them. Tang San felt his breath quicken, certain that the flowers Ye Hao held were of significant importance. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances, and Ning Rongrong turned to her father. Cautious after having been deceived by Shrek Academy previously, Ning Fengji pondered for a moment before subtly nodding in approval. Encouraged, Ning Rongrong confidently accepted the herbs from Ye Hao's hands. I accept. So do I, the two women declared. The three committee members beamed with joy, knowing that their enrollment would undoubtedly enhance Tiando Royal Academy's chances in future competitions. Bon Douluo's lips moved slightly, as if to utter something. Flander felt a rush of blood to his mouth, unable to suppress a cough that expelled an old, bitter taste. His gaze towards Ye Hao transformed from placid to one of loathing. Just moments ago, he had been forced to expel the two women from the academy, and now, right before him, Ye Hao brazenly enticed them to join him. This was nothing short of a dagger to the heart. The members of Shrek Academy dared not voice their indignation, fearing a repeat of Flander's fate, particularly with two title Douluos present. They lacked the audacity to provoke their wrath. Ye Hao, Ning Rongrong inquired, what is the name of this beautiful flower? Ye Hao smiled faintly, and then turned his gaze toward Xiaohong. Xiaohong rolled her eyes at Ye Hao and, exasperated, said, You know this already, so why must I repeat it? Reluctantly, she continued, Little girl, the celestial herb in your hand is called the Douluo tulip. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into confusion. The Douluo tulip seemed to be a species unknown in the Douluo Continent. Even the poison Douluo was unaware of it. Had it not been for Ye Hao's arrival, The precious celestial herb from the ice and fire yin yang I would have remained obscured. Tang San's breathing became increasingly rapid. Indeed, he had guessed correctly. The Chihuahua tulip was an unparalleled treasure among celestial items. If he were to acquire it, his strength would inevitably ascend to an entirely new level. At that point, Ye Hao would no longer be a match for him. A desire to seize the herb began to brew within Tang San, yet many eyes were upon him. Even if he succeeded, he would undoubtedly meet his demise here today. Watching Ye Hao basking in the radiance, Tang San felt an overwhelming sense of desolation, and the concealed weapon in his hand suddenly lost its allure. In the presence of a celestial herb, Tang San's hidden weapons appeared as mere scraps of metal. Xiao Hong continued, "By the way, you are the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, correct? If I remember correctly, there is a legend regarding the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower associated with your 7 Treasures Glazed Tower." "Indeed," came the reply, as Ning Fengji's eyes brightened. "Could it be?" Xiao Hong smiled gently. "This Chihuahua tulip can facilitate the evolution of your 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School into the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower. The greatest benefit is not merely that. Your soul power will also increase by several levels. As for the method of use, simply ingest it." After speaking, Ning Fengji's gaze fixated on the Chihuahua tulip in Ning Rongrong's hands, unable to contain the fervor in his eyes. He earnestly implored, "Ye Hao, do you have any more Chihuahua tulips? If so, I am willing to pay a premium for them." Ye Hao discerned the urgency in Ning Fengji's demeanor. Observing this, Douluo Bo felt a wave of darkness wash over him. To borrow a flower to present to the Buddha? Ning Sect Master, I find myself at a loss. The Chihuahua tulip is a celestial treasure, the sole one of its kind across the entire Douluo Continent. I have merely benefited from the old poison master's favor. This divine herb was indeed a reward for my assistance in his detoxification, was it not, old poison master? Douluo Bo trembled slightly, then cleared his throat and chuckled. Ning Sect Master, I too have no recourse. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji let out a sigh of relief and bowed respectfully to Ye Hao and Douluo Bo. I am grateful to both of you. Should there arise any need for the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect in the future, do not hesitate to ask. With this verbal commitment from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Douluo Bo's wounded spirit finally found solace. You little rascal, I must commend your ability to navigate social intricacies. I am, after all, a person. Ye Hao continued. Zhu Qing, the celestial herb you hold, is known as the water immortal jade muscle bone. Its efficacy is comparable to that of Miss Ning Rongrong's herb, and it will undoubtedly expedite the enhancement of your soul power. Seize this opportunity to absorb it quickly, lest it be coveted by some petty individuals. As he spoke, Ye Hao cast a sidelong glance at Tang San. Tang San gritted his teeth. The mere mention of Ye Hao's name filled him with intense loathing. The 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda held significant importance for the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Under the directive of Ning Fengji, the Bon Delaw understood the unspoken cue and led the 2 women to a secluded area for further absorption of the celestial herb. At present, I am in the process of compiling manuscripts, awaiting the grand unveiling, anticipated to occur around the 20th of this month. Chapter 100, Shrek's Retreat from the Tiando Royal Academy. Heizi, what about my full rabbit feast? Hurry up with the arrangements. Xiao Hong urged impatiently. The master's eyes brightened as he quickly stood up, adopting an air of superiority, hands clasped behind his back, gazing coldly at Xiao Hong. This should be a 100,000-year soul beast, he proclaimed. The assembled soul masters exchanged glances. It was impossible for them not to recognize the distinction of soul beasts categorized by their age. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, and finally, 100,000 years. Such ancient soul beasts were exceedingly rare. Xiao Hong scoffed, regarding the master with the disdain reserved for a fool. Without warning, she leapt into the air, executing a flawless 360-degree spin, delivering a flying kick that sent Yu Xiaojiang flying several meters. Boom. Teacher. Tang San's fury ignited at the sight, and he prepared to launch a hidden weapon. However, he was swiftly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of paralysis, a powerful pressure sweeping over him. Xiao Hong stood there, motionless, having done nothing at all. Ignorant fool, listen closely. I am a divine beast under the command of death itself, the hellhound Cerberus. How dare you compare me to those mere soul beasts? Do you believe you are worthy? With a mere 29 levels of soul power, you have no place here to speak. At that moment, the master succumbed to unconsciousness, tears and mucus staining his face, several teeth knocked out in the skirmish. Dream Machine stepped forward, waving his hand. "You must leave the Tiando Royal Academy at once. From this day forth, our academy shall no longer welcome you." Being issued an immediate expulsion order, remaining would only reflect poorly on Shrek Academy's self-awareness. The Shrek group hastily supported the master and, under the incredulous gazes of those around them, departed in a hurried manner. They vanished from sight in an instant. "What a pity. That soft-boned rabbit must be quite delectable," Xiao Hong grinned, baring her teeth in a smile. Ye Hao vigorously ruffled the head of the little red dog, exclaiming in exasperation, "You offer no opportunity for my brother to shine. There is so much more I wish to express." The little red dog scoffed, replying, "With someone who merely speaks empty words and possesses such feeble strength, fists are the only undeniable truth. I shall go play with Juju now." With that, the little red dog transformed into a shadow and vanished into the heart of death. As the situation reached a temporary pause, Ye Hao cast a sympathetic glance at the despondent Qin Ming beside him. Though he felt a pang of guilt, he believed that Shrek Academy truly did not belong in this place. Ye Hao, seizing the opportunity, handed 2 stalks of celestial herbs to Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling before departing. Dugu Yin, filled with gratitude, cast a glance at the departing Ye Hao, then whispered something to Dugu Bo. "What?" Dugu Bo responded with astonishment, repeatedly confirming, "Yin Yin, is what you say true?" Dugu Yin nodded firmly. "Grandfather, it is he. Tang San, the one who deciphered the poison of my Baihun serpent." The Baihun serpent's venom was Dugu Yan's greatest trump card, and similarly, if her poison were neutralized, the old poison master's Baihun serpent emperor poison would be inescapably affected as well. Immediately, the old poison master began to plot, bidding farewell to the 3 committee members, Ning Zhongzhu, Bon Douluo, and Prince Xuexing, before leaving with a composed demeanor. Bon Douluo exhibited a peculiar expression, contemplating saying something, yet upon reflection, he realized the crowd was far too numerous, and the situation was genuinely beyond his expectations. In his lifetime, he had encountered such a scenario. At the foot of the Heavenly Royal Academy, the Shrek group, dragging the unconscious master, staggered away, enduring ridicule and derision along the way. Their initial plans had seemed promising. Once they entered the Heavenly Royal Academy, they would no longer need to suffer from instability. Regrettably, Ye Hao had arrived at such a critical moment, inciting deep-seated hatred among them all. They yearned to consume his flesh and gnaw on his bones. "Ye Hao," Tang San bellowed towards the heavens, "the humiliation of today shall be repaid by me, Tang San, in the future. 30 years of the east of the river, 30 years of the west of the river. We shall see," he vowed on the spot, as their enmity had already reached a boiling point. Xiao Wu stepped out from the crowd, and upon exiting the confines of the Heavenly Royal Academy, her anxious heart finally found relief. Had her identity been exposed at that moment, the worst outcome would likely have been imprisonment, ultimately forced to contribute soul rings and soul bones. This was merely the most dire scenario, and she dared not contemplate further possibilities. "We have truly embarrassed ourselves," Ma Hongjun lamented, scratching his head, wishing he could bury himself in the earth. The Shrek group shared similar sentiments. They had never encountered such degradation. Even more infuriating was that from this point on, Shrek Academy could be said to be on the brink of collapse. The departures of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, who swiftly aligned themselves with the Heavenly Royal Academy, only compounded their misfortunes. The Shrek 7 had effectively disbanded. A large swollen bruise appeared on Flinder's cheek, clearly marked by 5 palm prints. He inhaled sharply, and the disgrace of today would be etched in his memory. "Principal, what shall we do next?" Dai Mubai stepped forward, asking with a sense of dejection. The events of the day had dealt them a heavy blow, from the initial exuberance of ascending the mountain to the current state of being reviled. They had become like rats scurrying across the street, a stark contrast. Flinder gasped for breath, wincing in pain. The casual strike from a title de law was indeed merciless, and he now understood Zhao Wuji's feelings from that day. "What can we do?" Flinder exclaimed in frustration. At this point, the reputation of Shrek Academy is undoubtedly tarnished. We can no longer remain at the Heavenly Royal Academy, and our future paths. At that moment, Flinder stood before multiple diverging paths, engulfed in profound confusion. The group fell silent, the atmosphere thick with tension, even the air felt stifling. Just then, the master, who had been unconscious, began to awaken. A paw print marked his rigid face, precisely over his right eye, making him appear quite haggard. He glanced at the despondent individuals seated under the tree and turned his gaze towards the distant Heavenly Royal Academy. clearly aware that they had been expelled. Everyone, please do not lose heart, the master urged, suppressing the pain in his face as he rose, hoping to rekindle their spirits. Yet, having endured the previous humiliation, the Shrek group now recognized the harshness of reality. Being publicly shamed before so many would crush even the strongest sense of pride. Master, you should rest. Ma Hongjun waved his hand, utterly defeated. The initial intention of all the faculty and students heading to the Heavenly Royal Academy was clear, a merger of Shrek Academy with the Heavenly Royal Academy. But now, they had been openly expelled, and thus Shrek Academy was effectively no more. What lay ahead for them remained an enigma. Chapter 101. Qin Ming's departure. Are you leaving? Outside the Heavenly Royal Academy, Qin Ming had gathered his belongings, preparing to depart. With a resigned smile, he remarked, the Heavenly Royal Academy is no longer suitable for me. Staying any longer would be foolish. Is it because of Shrek Academy? He continued, in truth, there is no need for you to dwell on it. Shrek Academy's current plight is a result of their own actions, and they cannot blame anyone else. Ye Hao and Qin Ming stood at the periphery of the academy. Upon learning of Qin Ming's impending departure, Ye Hao felt a pang of reluctance. However, this situation had always been a self-inflicted demise for Shrek Academy. Even if he were to abstain, had the likes of Old Poison and Prince Xuesheng arrived, the outcome would inevitably have been the same. Regardless, for Qin Ming, a former student of Shrek Academy, there was but one inevitable conclusion: departure. It seemed predestined, utterly unalterable. A tinge of bitterness stirred within Qin Ming, for this outcome had long been simmering in the depths of his heart. During his time in Soto City, Flinder had sought him out privately. Given Qin Ming's status as a former student, Flinder, as the principal, was the individual he revered most. Initially, when the proposition of merging Shrek Academy with the Royal Academy of Heaven Do was presented by the master, Qin Ming had felt genuine joy upon hearing Flinder convey this news with exuberance. Moreover, it was Qin Ming himself who had been the driving force behind this endeavor from the very beginning. Yet now, all of that had vanished into thin air. Everything that Ye Hao had previously stated left Qin Ming in disbelief. Where had the former you, the Shrek Academy, gone? Rather than pondering its absence, it would be more accurate to assert that Shrek Academy remained unchanged, untouched in essence. The only transformation lay within Qin Ming himself. Indeed, the environment can profoundly impact an individual's life. At this moment, the significance of Shrek loomed large in Qin Ming's heart. As he glanced back at the Tiando Royal Academy, which had bestowed upon him the highest status, he realized that none of this was what he truly desired. When he submitted his resignation to the 3 committee members, they expressed reluctance to let him go. At just over 30, Qin Ming had already attained the rank of Soul Sage, and reaching the esteemed title of Title de Law was merely a matter of time. Despite their attempts to retain him with enticing offers, nothing could alter the steadfast resolve within Qin Ming. They could only watch helplessly as he departed. Fortunately, the 3 committee members secretly relished the fact that although losing Qin Ming was a significant blow to the academy, they still had Ye Hao. They remained skeptical that Ye Hao, an orphan since childhood, would choose to leave. Outside the academy, after bidding farewell to Qin Ming, Ye Hao walked away without a backward glance. Although he had anticipated this outcome, the moment of parting weighed heavily on his heart. Not far beyond the towering city walls of Tiando City, the Shrek group approached with a calm demeanor. Following a series of motivational speeches from Yu Shaojiang, Shrek Academy seemed rejuvenated, each member brimming with vigor. They even regarded this incident as the Academy's greatest humiliation. Unable to attend the Tiando Royal Academy, they opted to wander around Tiando City, the capital of the Tiando Empire, since they were already there. Just as they were about to enter the city, a notice posted at the city gate caught Flanders' attention. "Dean," Flanders exclaimed, bemused, wondering who was calling him with such familiarity. Upon turning around, he spotted Qin Ming sprinting toward them, burdened with his belongings. Flanders' previously troubled expression blossomed into a radiant smile as he rushed to assist Qin Ming. "Xiao Ming, weren't you at the Tiando Royal Academy?" he inquired, perplexed, as he helped Qin Ming organize his luggage. "What happened? Did they expel you? I always said that the Tiando Royal Academy isn't as good as Shrek. One day, they will pay for their actions today." Flanders spoke with ambition. But Qin Ming shook his head subtly before replying. "Dean Flanders, I voluntarily resigned." Upon hearing this, Flanders' eyes lit up, and the Shrek faculty and students regarded Qin Ming with admiration. Yu Shaojiang laughed heartily, patting Qin Ming on the shoulder. "I knew it. Welcome back to the Shrek family. Welcome, Senior Qin Ming, to the light. Cheers erupted as the group felt elated. Qin Ming's return transformed their earlier gloom into a sense of buoyancy. With Qin Ming's presence, Shrek Academy's foundation grew ever more solid, and if this trend continued, the future of Shrek Academy would undoubtedly be bright. What's all this commotion? A soldier at the gate barked angrily. The regulations of Tiando City prohibited disturbances from outsiders. Realizing the situation, Flanders and the others fell silent, acknowledging that they were indeed on another's territory, particularly in Tiando City. With a cold snort, Flanders muttered, "What's so impressive about this? One day, Shrek Academy will rise to become the premier academy on the continent, and then you'll be the ones envious of us, eager to curry favor." He approached the notice board, but due to prior events, his glasses had been broken. Thus, he leaned in closer, struggling to decipher the large text on the poster. Recruiting. Lamba Advanced Soul Master Academy. Due to expansion, seeking soul masters above level 40, with higher soul power given preference. Flanders stroked his unshaven chin, contemplating the wealth behind such advertisements. How much must it cost to post something like this at the city gates? He grumbled, his mood souring further as he recalled a past opportunity that had slipped through his fingers when Ye Hao had publicly taken away the golden card that was rightfully his. With a sigh, Flanders lamented, "We should try our luck at Lambo Academy. With our strengths, getting hired as teachers should be no problem." The others nodded in agreement, having no alternative but to seek new opportunities elsewhere as they felt increasingly homeless. Just as the Shrek group entered the city, an unkempt figure exuded a foul stench, blending into the background. As for Xiao Wu's identity, it would be addressed in subsequent chapters as the author has plans in store. Chapter 102. Ning Rongrong wishes to repay kindness. I advise you not to consume the celestial herb just yet. Xiaohong's voice resonated in Ye Hao's mind. Could it be that my rapid increase in soul power has destabilized my foundation? Ye Hao pondered briefly. Indeed, Xiaohong continued. Your current rate of soul power enhancement can only be described as meteoric. Should you consume the celestial herb now, your soul power could rise by at least 5 levels. However, a rapid increase in soul power is not always advantageous. What should I do next? Ye Hao inquired. Xiaohong responded, I observed that within Shrek Academy, there is a young man named Tang San who harbors deep secrets. He possesses twin martial souls and exudes a formidable aura akin to yours. I am convinced he has undisclosed mysteries. For the time being, you shall cultivate within the Hall of the God of Death, equipped with all necessary resources. Your primary focus must be on solidifying your foundation. Otherwise, you will find it impossible to pass your first examination. Ye Hao's eyes brightened at the mention of the color red. Might you share what the first examination entails? Xiaohong replied, the reception of the Tiando Royal Academy. After Shrek's group was expelled, Prince Xuesheng left the academy in a fit of rage, loudly berating Shrek Academy along the way. Meanwhile, the 3 members of the education committee departed in disappointment, having thought that the academy would grow stronger, only to find that the individuals Qin Ming recruited were nothing more than a band of ruffians, akin to a criminal syndicate. Although the Tiando Royal Academy is vast, the quality of its students is alarmingly inconsistent. Under such circumstances, they would never compromise their principles. It is utterly impossible for them to accept individuals like those from Shrek, including Meng Shenji and his companions. Otherwise, one can only imagine the atmosphere that would permeate the Tiando Royal Academy under their influence. A truly unfathomable thought. In the reception area, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing sat cross-legged on the floor, their breaths gradually becoming harmonious. With the blessings of the Qilua Tulip and the Shui Xian Jade Bone, their soul power surged exponentially. As they had yet to acquire a 3rd soul ring, their soul power was currently stagnant at level 30. Still imbued with a significant amount of medicinal energy from the celestial herbs, which they needed to harvest swiftly to obtain their 3rd soul ring. Soon, Zhu Zhuqing was the first to awaken. She gradually sensed the changes brought about by the celestial herbs, distinctly feeling her soul power reach level 30 while noting that there remained a considerable amount of energy within her. Clearly, the effects of the celestial herbs had yet to be fully realized. The Shui Xian Jade Bone had transformed Zhu Zhuqing significantly. A crisp meow escaped her lips as she found it hard to believe that a seemingly ordinary herb could induce such a profound change in her. Zhuqing, how do you feel? Ning Fengji inquired, noticing Zhu Zhuqing's awakening. The Bone Douluo, seated nearby, couldn't help but lean in, intrigued as it was his first encounter with such rare herbs. Zhu Zhuqing rose and glanced at Ning Rongrong, who was still absorbing the energy. My soul power has reached level 30. Brother Ye Hao's celestial-grade herbs truly live up to their reputation. Shortly thereafter, Ning Rongrong radiated with a resplendent array of colors, exuding an extraordinarily pleasant fragrance unique to the Chihuahua tulip. Then, in the gaze of her companions, she voluntarily opened her right hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9, 9. Upon witnessing this scene, Ning Fengji and the Bon Douluo could no longer contain their excitement. Joy illuminated their faces as their gazes fell upon the treasures cradled in Ning Rongrong's palm. No, it should be the 9-treasure glazed tile. The tower glimmered with transparency, 200-year soul rings rotating steadily around its body. The 9-layered tower sparkled brilliantly. Ning Fengji and the Bon Douluo counted several times, ultimately confirming beyond doubt that it was indeed the 9-treasure glazed tile. Ning Fengji clenched his fist tightly, his eyes ablaze with fervor. This was the 9-treasure glazed tile, a beacon of hope for the future of their sect. It signified that there would be a worthy successor to his position as sect master. Dad, Grandpa Bon, why do you look at me with such expressions? Ning Rongrong slowly opened her eyes, noticing the excitement radiating from her father and Grandpa Bon. Zhu Zhuqing cast an envious glance at Ning Rongrong. The evolution of her 9-treasure glazed tile signified that Ning Rongrong's future path as a soul master would be significantly smoother. Rongrong, look at your martial soul. Ning Fengji grasped Ning Rongrong's shoulder and shook her vigorously. Dad, you're hurting me. Ning Rongrong exclaimed in pain, stepping back to free herself while inadvertently catching a glimpse of the tower. 9 layers? Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled, tears glimmering briefly in her gaze. Is this truly the 9-treasure glazed tile? As the direct descendant of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, she understood all too well the impact that the 9-treasure glazed tile could have. It was capable of altering the very fate of the entire sect. Ning Fengji smiled faintly, nodding with satisfaction. My dear, you are the hope of the entire 7-treasure glazed tile school. Overjoyed, Ning Rongrong momentarily disregarded the elation brought by the 9-treasure glazed tile. Suddenly, she turned and dashed outside, locking eyes with the returning Ye Hao. In the midst of Ye Hao's peculiar gaze, Ning Rongrong unexpectedly rushed towards him with open arms. Wow! Ye Hao swiftly unleashed the heart of death, abyssal binding, immobilizing Ning Rongrong in her place. Brother Ye Hao, what are you doing? Ning Rongrong pouted her lips, appearing as though she had been deeply wronged. Ye Hao's lips twitched. If his memory served him correctly, Ning Rongrong's next move would undoubtedly be to embrace him, followed by a kiss. Such a scenario was beyond his control, and he deemed it wiser to avoid it altogether. Moreover, with Ning Fengji and Bon Douluo present, should they witness their precious daughter in such an intimate situation, Ye Hao could confidently predict that Bon Douluo would erupt in fury. Consequently, Ning Fengji would surely begin to suspect the nature of the relationship between Ye Hao and his daughter. Ye Hao was unwilling to let his first experience end in such an ambiguous manner. What do you intend to do to me, in front of so many people? He questioned. Ning Rongrong, now a member of the Tiando Royal Academy, needed to understand the importance of modesty. Feeling displeased, she attempted to break free, but found herself utterly immobile, relying solely on Ye Hao for assistance. After a brief 7 seconds, he unfurled his 6-winged purple light wings and soared towards the distant sunset forest, vanishing completely from Ning Rongrong and the other's sight. Once the 7 seconds elapsed, Ning Rongrong regained her mobility, stamping her feet in frustration, desperately expressing her displeasure. All she wanted was. Chapter 103. Ye Hao departed again. Ning Rongrong's martial soul. The 7-treasure glazed tile could evolve into the 9-treasure glazed tile, all thanks to Ye Hao. She understood well the profound significance of the 9-treasure glazed tile to the 7-treasure glazed sect. At a loss for how to repay him, she found herself in this predicament. Fortunately, Ye Hao was quick-witted. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to explain. Child, Ye Hao speaks the truth. A young lady must exhibit restraint, Ning Fengji remarked, casting a suspicious glance at his daughter. As her father, he was acutely aware of Ning Rongrong's feelings. However, upon reflection, he recognized Ye Hao's admirable qualities as a potential son-in-law. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong quickly clarified, Father, please don't misunderstand. I hold only gratitude for Brother Hao. Nothing more. Besides, I have hardly interacted with him. His gift of the celestial herb to aid my martial soul's evolution is already a significant assistance. How could I dare to expect more? At that moment, Douluo used his soul power to convey a message. Fengji, did you not notice the ring on Ye Hao's hand? A ring? Ning Fengji immediately understood, realizing that Ye Hao must have a beloved. Before parting ways, Ning Fengji took Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing away, for both girls had reached the 30th level of soul power and urgently needed a suitable third soul ring. The Sunset Forest, located not far from them, was their ideal destination. With Douluo's assistance, they believed they could successfully acquire their soul rings before dusk. Thus, the group hurriedly set off. Leaving Shrek Academy, the two girls felt a wave of relief, no longer having to endure the scrutiny of others. On their way to the Sunset Forest, they chatted and laughed like close sisters, finding humor in the earlier misfortunes of Tang San and the others. Similarly, this incident imparted a valuable lesson to Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. In the Douluo Continent, strength reigns supreme. Only by standing tall and wielding a strong fist can one truly command respect. For instance, when Douluo made his move, Flinder dared not utter a word, showcasing the benefits of power. Has Brother Hao left the Tiando Royal Academy again? In the palace, Shui Qinghe was surprised. Ye Hao had just returned. He wished to discuss certain matters with him. Firstly, that dog had seen through his true identity, and secondly, to ensure the plan's continuity, he needed to win Ye Hao over to his side. Shui Qinghe's infiltration plan was top secret, and the only way to ensure its flawless execution was by aligning with Ye Hao. Indeed, after gifting each of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing a celestial herb, Ye Hao flew off towards the Sunset Forest without a backward glance. A shadow lifted its head, respectfully asking, "Young master, do you require me to send someone to investigate the Sunset Forest?" Shui Qinghe waved his hand, saying, "No need. Last time, when Brother Hao went missing for 3 months, your dispatched people failed to find any trace of him. It seems likely that he is in the Sunset Forest, but given its vastness, do you think you can locate him?" As soon as he finished speaking, the shadow fell silent. Indeed, since Ye Hao's disappearance, Shui Qinghe had sent multiple waves of people, and they had primarily focused on searching the Sunset Forest. Although they now knew Ye Hao was there, finding a single person in such an expanse was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, laborious and nearly impossible. By the way, what are Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing like? Are they beautiful? Shui Qinghe suddenly inquired. The shadow was momentarily taken aback. Why does the young master ask this? It replied. In response, the daughter of the 7 treasure-glazed sect's master is somewhat youthful, but Zhu Zhuqing, she is. What? Shui Qinghe pressed on. The shadow swallowed hard. I truly cannot describe her. All I can say is she is extraordinarily impressive. Shui Qinghe was left speechless. You may leave now. Once Brother Hao emerges from the Sunset Forest, you must inform me immediately. The shadow acknowledged this and dissipated into smoke. After it departed, Shui Qinghe went to the balcony, where he personally watered the blue-silver emperor, nurturing each stem and leaf. The ample sunlight and his attentive care had gradually stabilized the plant's vitality, making his days less monotonous. After watering the blue-silver emperor, Shui Qinghe sat down at his desk. Before him, a vibrant red flower, known as the Heartbreak Red, radiated a dazzling crimson glow. Whenever he had a moment to spare, he would sit at his desk, captivated by the beauty of such celestial flora. As Shui Qinghe pondered, he took a sip from the cup on his desk, recalling the words spoken by the dog Brother Hao had raised, which had established a blood bond with him. At that moment, Shui Qinghe shook his head vigorously. I truly wish you were my brother. In the core area of the Sunset Forest, Ye Hao returned once more. After confirming that he was alone, he removed the Heart of Death from his hair and tossed it into the air. Once separated from Ye Hao, the Heart of Death expanded tremendously, enveloping the core region of the Sunset Forest, rendering Ye Hao's figure completely invisible. The Heart of Death could conceal his presence. Even from titled Douluos, Ye Hao found himself in the Heart of Death, gazing at the magnificent Death God Temple before him. What brings you to this place? He inquired. At that moment, Xiaohong quietly appeared at his feet, accompanied by the Death Spider Emperor. With a grin, Xiaohong replied, Of course, it is for devilish training. I noticed that most soul masters on the continent primarily relied on their martial souls. As for their skills, I truly hesitated to commend them. You have already ingested the fire apricot and 8-angled ice grass, rendering your body impervious to water and fire. Furthermore, having absorbed the potent toxins from Douluo, combined with the original poison of the Death Spider Emperor within you, I believe. Xiao Hong glanced at the Death Spider Emperor. Spider. How do your Death Spider toxins compare to Ye Hao's? The Death Spider Emperor shook its head vigorously. Please spare me. The Master S poison is now no less potent than mine. Coupled with the Master S domain of death, I am certain that once he unleashes it, few across the continent would be able to withstand it. Xiao Hong smiled slightly, and then turned her gaze to Ye Hao. Now you understand, do you not? For the next 6 months, your sole task is but one. Chapter 104, The Red Underpants. Ye Hao and Xiao Hong entered the hall, leaving the Death Spider Emperor outside to stand guard. According to the usual protocol, aside from Xiao Hong and Ye Hao, no one else was permitted to enter the Temple of Death. This marked Ye Hao's inaugural step into the hall, which sprawled across an area equivalent to that of a football field, its grandeur invisible from the outside. Ye Hao was fortunate enough to have visited the Tiando Imperial Palace. Yet in comparison to the edifice before him, the palace seemed to pale in significance. Surrounding the temple were murals, depicting a figure cloaked in black, wielding a scythe. From a distance, Ye Hao could not help but furrow his brow. This is the Lord of Death. Does he not appear quite formidable? Xiao Hong boasted. Ye Hao remained silent, evidently awestruck by the Grim Reaper depicted on the mural, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Subsequently, he directed his gaze towards the heart of the hall, where a black scythe was firmly embedded. This scythe, exceeding 2 meters in length, bore numerous arcane inscriptions, radiating an enchanting violet glow. Ye Hao's eyes brightened, and he was about to step forward to investigate. Halt! Xiao Hong exclaimed. What is the matter? Ye Hao inquired, puzzled. Xiao Hong's expression darkened, appearing quite serious. That is the divine artifact of the adults, the Grim Reaper's scythe. It would be wise for you to refrain from coveting it, at your current level. You lack the capability to wield it. Indeed, Ye Hao began to contemplate. The Grim Reaper's scythe, it is said, weighs as much as the sea god's trident, a staggering 100,800 pounds. Thus, as Ye Hao's words faded into silence, the scythe of death, embedded in the central area, appeared to respond to his presence. It suddenly detached from its position and swiftly glided to the forefront of Ye Hao, emanating an eerie and chilling aura that sent shivers down his spine. Xiao Hong chuckled playfully, remarking that Ye Hao's words were spoken without malice, and urged him not to dwell on them too much. The scythe of death then slashed violently through the air several times, and upon closer inspection, Ye Hao noticed the very fabric of space being cleaved in two. Subsequently, the scythe returned to its original place. Observing this, Ye Hao finally exhaled in relief, realizing that the temperament of the scythe was indeed to his liking. Xiao Hong continued, Do not hold a grudge against the scythe of death. It has lingered here for millennia, and it is only natural for it to feel a sense of excitement upon finally encountering a successor like you. Ye Hao, are you certain that this blade is a result of excitement rather than a means to intimidate Ye Hao? Ye Hao gently inquired, Hong, how heavy is this blade? Prior to his question, he had taken a moment to examine the sickle, noting its peculiar temperament. It weighs 128,000 jin. Do not worry, that will be one of the subjects for your forthcoming assessment, and it is not particularly difficult. With that, Xiao Hong led Ye Hao to the next chamber. Before them lay an expanse of utter darkness, an environment where one could not discern their own hand before their face. Suddenly, Ye Hao and Xiao Hong were greeted by a dazzling sight. Before them stood a series of wooden puppets, each 2 meters in height with robust limbs, reinforced at the joints for added stability. There were 4 puppets in total, strategically positioned in each corner of the room. Upon witnessing this, Ye Hao's face instantly turned pale. He glanced at the mischievous smile on Xiao Hong's face. Hong, I have prepared a gift for you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hong immediately became intrigued and eagerly responded. You are the first person in these thousands of years to present me with a gift. What is it? I am truly looking forward to it. Ye Hao wore a mischievous grin as he reached into his soul guide ring. Suddenly, a cacophony of barks erupted. What the devil? Why on earth are you brandishing a pair of red underpants? Little Hong dashed ahead with fervent determination, while Ye Hao pursued closely behind. Ye Hao smiled faintly, lacking genuine intent, merely a gesture of politeness. To be honest, those red shorts truly suit you. Suit your grandfather. Keep your distance, or beware of my wrath. With his 6-winged violet light wings unfurled, Ye Hao cradled Xiao Hong in his embrace. In the face of her despair, he effortlessly lifted his trousers with one hand while pinning her to the ground with the other, his movements fluid and unhesitating. Once satisfied, Ye Hao nodded in contentment and leisurely made his way to his chamber to commence a new round of cultivation. Outside the Hall of Death, the Death Spider Emperor basked in the warm sunlight, sprawled on the ground in a deep slumber. Suddenly aware of someone emerging, the Death Spider Emperor attempted to rise, only to behold Xiaohong adorned in a striking pair of crimson shorts, her feet lifted off the ground as she mimicked a comical gait. Upon witnessing this, the Death Spider Emperor burst into laughter. "Ha ha, you've cracked me up, Hong. What a sight you are in broad daylight sporting those red shorts." "Ha ha." Xiaohong, already in a foul mood, felt her irritation swell at the Death Spider Emperor's unabashed mirth. Her expression darkened, and a surge of fiery energy enveloped her as she summoned a blazing ember, directing a fierce infernal flame towards the Death Spider Emperor. The searing infernal flame had the power to incinerate all in its path, even consuming the very fabric of space itself. The Death Spider Emperor, alarmed, hastily sought refuge as Xiaohong intensified her assault. Ye Hao is the heir of the Grim Reaper, and Little Red cannot do anything to him. However, you, the Death Spider King, are merely a subordinate. What gives you the audacity? Brother Hong, I was wrong. Immediately after, the anguished cries of the Death Spider King echoed through every corner of the area. After a considerable time, Little Red removed his red shorts, intending to discard them. Yet upon reflection, these were a gift from Ye Hao, and regardless of their condition, they represented his sentiment, making it quite a pity to throw them away. Deciding otherwise, he carefully stowed the shorts away and then nonchalantly entered the temple. Outside, the Death Spider King was charred black, having experienced the wrath of Little Red's inferno flames. "Damn it, you can only bully me. No, I must go out and vent my frustration, or else this beating will have been in vain." Resolute in his decision, the Death Spider King strode outward. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, having left the Heaven Do Royal Academy, each defeated a soul beast over a millennium old in the Sunset Forest with the help of Douluo, completing their collection of the third soul ring. Zhu Zhuqing's third soul skill was Nether Slash. Ning Rongrong's third soul skill was Soul Power Amplification, which enhanced soul power attributes. Due to both girls having reached the 30th level beforehand, some residual potency of the celestial herbs could not be fully absorbed. However, with the effects of their third soul rings and the stimulation of the remaining medicinal power, their soul power surged dramatically. Zhu Zhuqing's soul power reached 36, while Ning Rongrong achieved 35. Even Ning Fengji, who had weathered many storms, could not help but marvel at the changes in them. "How do you feel now, my girl?" Ning Fengji inquired eagerly, concerned as a father after their several level increases. "Father, I'm fine," Ning Rongrong replied with a shake of her head and a smile. The Kylan tulip that Brother Hao gave is truly exceptional. Chapter 105. The Offering. Seeing this, Ning Fengji finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now that Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong had completed the absorption of their third soul rings, it was time for them to return. The Heaven Do Royal Academy awaited them, as they were destined for greater things beyond the cursed Shrek Academy. As the group prepared to set off, Douluo's expression darkened, and he halted, standing still as 9 soul rings slowly rose beneath him. At that moment, Douluo scanned the surroundings with vigilance. "Uncle, is something amiss?" Ning Fengji hastily activated the 7 treasures glazed tower, and its 7 soul rings gradually manifested. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong stood behind them, completely unaware of the unfolding situation. Douluo gravely instructed, "Rongrong, Zhuqing, stay behind me and do not stray beyond 100 meters. The adversary we face now is formidable." "Formidable?" Ning Rongrong began to inquire further. Just then, the trees ahead began to topple, revealing a colossal creature exceeding 10 meters in height. Within the Grim Reaper's temple, Ye Hao stood bare-chested, facing 4 stationary wooden puppets without utilizing his martial soul, maintaining an unassailable stance. Little Red, lying beside him, nodded repeatedly, understanding that soul masters on the continent were excessively reliant on their martial souls, forgetting the latent power within themselves. Ye Hao had successively consumed the fiery apricot and the star anise ice grass, and his body had also been immersed in the waters of the Yin-Yang Eye, mastering the art of being impervious to both fire and water while fully developing his physique. The primary reason Xiaohong brought Ye Hao back to his original place was to ensure he could solidify his foundation, otherwise, he would truly fail the first trial of death. After a considerable time, Ye Hao dressed and emerged from his room. "Xiaohong, where are the red shorts I gifted you? Why aren't you wearing them?" Ye Hao teased Xiaohong after his training. Upon hearing this, Xiaohong's expression fell, and she rolled her eyes at him. "Is this how you give gifts?" You've made me the target of ridicule from Spider. However, speaking of which, where has the Death Spider Emperor gone? Ye Hao communicated with the Heart of Death and was astonished to discover that the Death Spider Emperor was engaged in a monumental battle with a formidable opponent. At the periphery of the Sunset Forest, the bone Douluo transformed into a colossal bone dragon, battling fiercely against the Death Spider Emperor, bolstered by the enhancements of Ning Fengji's 7 Treasures Glazed Tower. At that moment, the Death Spider Emperor was undoubtedly engulfed in frustration due to the relentless onslaught of Little Hong's infernal flames. Initially intending to find some easy prey, it had not anticipated encountering a formidable opponent in a human titled Douluo, whose strength was nearly equal to its own. However, as time passed, the Death Spider Emperor found itself increasingly exhausted from the struggle. The bone Douluo, with the support of Ning Fengji, faced no concerns regarding the consumption of soul power. Just as the bone Douluo launched another attack, the Death Spider Emperor's figure unexpectedly vanished without a trace. In astonishment, the bone Douluo hastily began to probe with his soul power, aware that soul beasts of the Death Spider Emperor's caliber were exceedingly rare. And this particular Spider Emperor was indeed a worthy adversary. Before the Hall of the God of Death, the wounded Death Spider Emperor returned. Just as it was poised to engage in a fierce confrontation, upon seeing Ye Hao and Little Hong, the entire spider's demeanor instantly deflated. Ye Hao, Xiaohong, Ye Hao, speechless, asked, "Who do you intend to kill?" The Death Spider Emperor, filled with a desperate will to survive, replied, "You heard wrong." Curiously, Ye Hao inquired, "How did you end up in a battle with the bone Douluo?" It was no surprise that Ning Fengji and his companions appeared in the Sunset Forest, as Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong had reached the bottleneck of their soul power and required a suitable third soul ring. However, what puzzled Ye Hao was the Death Spider Emperor's inexplicable conflict with the bone Douluo, returning with injuries. The Death Spider Emperor stammered, at a loss for words. Noticing the Death Spider Emperor's silence, Ye Hao lost interest in further questioning, realizing it would be futile. After using the Heart of Death to heal the Death Spider Emperor's wounds, he instructed it not to venture out again, warning that encountering a tidal Douluo could lead to being captured and kept by others. The Death Spider Emperor nodded vigorously, assuring Ye Hao that it would not go out again. Once Ye Hao departed, the Death Spider Emperor finally sighed in relief. "Do you harbor resentment?" Xiaohong scoffed, glancing at the Death Spider Emperor. The Death Spider Emperor shivered, quickly denying, "Brother Hong, please don't misunderstand. How could I dare to have grievances? As long as there are no grievances, I have something to inform you beforehand, so you can be mentally prepared," the Death Spider Emperor said earnestly. "Speak." "I am all ears," Xiaohong replied slowly. On the outskirts of the Sunset Forest, under the protection of the bone Douluo, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Fengji have finally emerged safely, leaving the confines of the Sunset Forest, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "Grandpa Bone, that enormous spider was terrifying," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, panting heavily. Zhu Zhuqing's expression was anxious, her usually cold demeanor tinged with worry. Why did that evil spider resemble Brother Hao's martial soul so closely? Zhu Zhuqing observed keenly. Indeed, as Zhu Zhuqing noted, the suddenly appearing Spider Emperor bore a striking resemblance to Ye Hao's martial soul. Ning Fengji exhaled, stating, "That was a Death Spider Emperor, likely over 50,000 years old, perhaps even older." "Uncle Bone, are you all right?" The bone Douluo shook his head, saying, "I am fine. The strength of that Death Spider Emperor is not inferior to mine. Fortunately, with Fengji's assistance, or else the situation could have been dire. It is truly strange. When did such a formidable Death Spider Emperor appear in the Sunset Forest?" "Sectmaster, there is something." "What is it?" "Let me sacrifice," the Death Spider Emperor exclaimed in shock. Xiaohong narrowed his eyes, asking, "What? You are unwilling?" The Death Spider Emperor retorted, "Willing? Absolutely not. Sacrificing oneself equates to giving away one's soul rings and soul bones entirely. How could the Death Spider Emperor possibly acquiesce to such a suicidal method?" Xiaohong smiled faintly. "I understand your reluctance. I know what sacrifice means for you. Rest assured, I would not allow you to sacrifice in vain. Once Ye Hao successfully breaks through to the 100th level, you can be revived." "Really?" The Death Spider Emperor's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Xiaohong lifted his head, grinning. "When have I ever deceived you?" Chapter 106. The identity of the rabbit. Upon realizing that revival was possible, the Death Spider Emperor felt no further trepidation. "Brother Hong, I shall proceed with the sacrifice now," it declared, eager to embrace death for rebirth. Xiao Hong released a fierce inferno to block the Death Spider Emperor, retorting, "Why would you sacrifice now? Wait until Ye Hao becomes a soul saint or a soul Douluo. Then you may sacrifice." The Death Spider Emperor pondered for a moment and then requested, "Brother Hong, when the time comes for my sacrifice, can you fulfill my last small wish?" Xiao Hong paused, revealing a determined gaze. "Speak. I shall grant any condition you ask." "Really? Indeed. Then I shall say it. I wish to see you in red shorts again. Is that permissible?" "Xiao Hong, why bring up that? You better go and prepare for your sacrifice." At noon, after ensuring Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing had safely reached the foot of the Tiando Royal Academy, Ning Fengji and the Bone Douluo hurriedly made their way to the nearby Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan in a carriage. Inside the carriage, Ning Fengji sipped fragrant tea leisurely, asking, "Uncle Bone, what could be so alarming?" His mood could only be described as joyous, with his daughter's martial soul evolving. The future of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan appeared bright, lightening the burden on his shoulders. However, the Bone Douluo's expression remained sour after leaving the Tiando Royal Academy. As if someone owed him money, Ning Fengji had been discreetly inquiring about it, but the Bone Douluo remained tight-lipped. After sending Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing back to the academy and watching them depart, the Bone Douluo finally spoke. "Fengji, let me ask you a question. Are you aware of soul beasts transforming into humans?" The Bone Douluo crossed his arms seriously, sensing something amiss. Ning Fengji hastily set down his teacup, securing the doors and windows, and replied, "Uncle Bone, why do you ask this?" Confused, Ning Fengji wondered about the Bone Douluo's intent. Being well-informed, Ning Fengji understood the implications of the phrase soul beasts transforming into humans. "Fengji, this continent is truly extraordinary. I can hardly believe that in my lifetime I have witnessed a soul beast transform into a human." The Bone Douluo smiled. "Do you remember the girl with rabbit ears standing at the back of Shrek this morning when we visited the Tiando Royal Academy?" Ning Fengji furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding, "Of course, that girl is named Xiao Wu. I previously had the sect investigate the backgrounds of all Shrek members. This Xiao Wu was once quite close to Rongrong. However, some events during Rongrong's time at Shrek led to a falling out." "Uncle Bone, are you implying?" After years of interaction, Ning Fengji and the Bone Douluo could understand each other with just a glance. Initially, I had not paid much attention to that girl named Xiao Wu, but when Rongrong mentioned her name, I inadvertently looked her way. This girl is quite clever. Knowing that Title Douluo and the 3 teaching committee members were present, she attempted to hide behind a pillar. Unfortunately for her, I still discerned her true nature. The Bone Douluo's eyes lit up as he turned to Ning Fengji, stating gravely, "That little girl is not human. She is a 100,000-year-old soul beast, the soft bone rabbit." Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji felt his heart race, taking a moment to compose himself before repeatedly asking, "Uncle Bone, is that girl truly a 100,000-year-old soft bone rabbit? Surely you must be mistaken?" The Bone Douluo glanced at Ning Fengji, displeased. "At the very least, I am a Title Douluo. If you do not believe me, I can have that wretch accompany you to investigate. Besides, it is indeed rare for a 100,000-year soul beast to transform into a human. However, I must say, this rabbit has quite the audacity to wander so brazenly before me. I almost failed to recognize her. Fengji, I have a plan." Ning Fengji waved his hand and said, "Uncle Gu, I understand what you are about to suggest, to capture that girl and raise her within the sect, so that when Rongrong is in need, we can dispose of her, correct?" Gu Douluo smiled faintly. After so many years of collaboration, it was evident that nothing could escape their mutual perception. "What do you think?" Gu Douluo patted his chest with conviction, declaring, "I am absolutely certain that I can bring that rabbit back to the sect without anyone noticing. Now that Rongrong's martial soul has evolved, the most fatal weakness of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, which only allows for 7 spirit rings, has vanished. With Rongrong's martial soul having evolved into the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower, this issue is now non-existent. When the day comes that Rongrong becomes a Title Douluo or a Spirit Douluo, we can then dispose of that rabbit. At that time, Rongrong will become the first auxiliary Title Douluo on the continent, and a Title Douluo with 100,000 years of experience. Fengji, by then, the 7 Treasures Glazed sect will truly dominate the continent." The more Gu Douluo spoke, the more excited he became, envisioning in his mind the grand scene of Ning Rongrong becoming a Title Douluo, with the 7 Treasures Glazed sect instilling fear across Douluo Continent. To be honest, Ning Fengji was moved. Who wouldn't desire the growth of their sect? Ning Fengji was indeed a person of keen insight, and an opportunity lay before him. If he were to agree to Douluo's plan, then the future of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect would undoubtedly unfold as Douluo described. It could become a genuine force to be reckoned with on the continent. However, upon further reflection, the factors to consider were undeniably numerous. While it was true that Ning Fengji was tempted, what if that 100,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit had allies? Given her daring entrance into Heaven Do City and her boldness in wandering before a titled Douluo, it was clear that the rabbit must possess considerable backing, or perhaps even a formidable ally. After careful consideration, Ning Fengji resolutely shook his head. This decision left Douluo perplexed. Fengji, you must think this through. Once this opportunity passes, it may never return. If you miss this chance, you will surely regret it for a lifetime. Douluo's words rang true, each syllable resonating with authority. If that rabbit had a positive relationship with Rongrong, Douluo would not have voiced such concerns. Conversely, at that time, Ning Rongrong had already departed from Shrek Academy, and observations indicated that she had completely severed ties with the rabbit. Otherwise, Douluo would not have mentioned this matter in front of Ning Fengji. After all, in Douluo's heart, Rongrong's status far outweighed that of Ning Fengji, a sentiment echoed by Jian Douluo as well. Chapter 107. So it turns out she is a titled Douluo, then there is no cause for concern. Heaven Do City. Blue Tyrant Academy. Blue Tyrant Academy, while not as opulent as the Royal Academy of Heaven Do, had the distinction of establishing a high-level Soul Master Academy in this prime location, suggesting a formidable background. Unlike the Royal Academy, Blue Tyrant Academy only admitted commoners and consistently rejected the children of nobility. The academy's interior was predominantly forest-themed, with towering trees adorning the surroundings. The group from Shrek arrived just in time, having successfully completed the first trial, and the academy's teacher responsible for recruitment led them toward the back mountain. Due to the high soul power levels of Flinder and the others, which surpassed the 40-level threshold, the recruiting teacher was momentarily at a loss and decided to take the group to meet the academy's president at the back mountain. The back mountain was picturesque, adorned with vibrant flowers, a crystal-clear stream, and an air fragrant with blossoms. Upon reaching a wooden cabin, a melodious tune wafted through the air, sung by an extraordinarily beautiful woman who was watering her plants. The enchanting voice filled the surroundings as the lovely woman, with a water jug in hand, leisurely tended to the flora. Behind her stood a tranquil wooden house, surrounded by lush trees and a quaint fence enclosing a patch of greenery, creating an ethereal atmosphere. Captivated by the melodious song, the group halted, their faces illuminated with smiles as their restless spirits found solace. Flinder wore a knowing smile and discreetly glanced at the master standing behind him. At that moment, the master appeared somewhat dejected, a cloud of gloom hovering above him. His fists clenched tightly. Just as he turned to leave, Flinder seized his arm, preventing him from moving. "Flinder, what are you doing?" the master exclaimed, clearly displeased. Observing this, the others exchanged puzzled glances, sensing a conflict between the two. Those who understood the situation recognized that Flinder and the master had once been friends, famously known as the Golden Triangle, having garnered a modicum of fame across the continent. Flinder smiled slightly and pulled Yu Xiaojiang forward, calling out, "Ere long, May. Your big brother has come to seek your favor." Yu Xiaojiang remained silent, his gaze fixed on the approaching woman, his eyes momentarily lost in thought. Soon, the curious group arrived at the wooden cabin. Before the leading teacher could explain their purpose, the beautiful woman accidentally dropped her water jug, which shattered upon impact. Unfazed by the incident, she walked step by step to stand before the master, her stunning face betraying a mix of disbelief and tears welling in her eyes. "Xiaogang, is it really you?" she choked out, her delicate fingers reaching out to caress the master's almost rigid cheek. Upon noticing the bruise at the corner of his eye, her radiant countenance transformed into one of fierce anger, her heavy aura causing the temperature around her to plummet. "Xiaogang, what happened to your face? Did someone bully you?" she inquired anxiously. Seeing this, Flinder rubbed his swollen half-face, the unmistakable imprints of 5 fingers still visible. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, he thought to himself, why was no one concerned about him? He then glanced at his only disciple, concluding that he could not rely on him either. Clearing his throat, Flinder reminded himself that he was still the leader and needed to maintain decorum in this situation. The woman turned to ask for an explanation, only to find that not only did the master have a bruise, but Flinder's right cheek bore a significant handprint, half of his face still swollen. Flinder, Xiao Gang. What happened to you two? Tell me, who bullied you? I will settle this right now. The woman exclaimed indignantly, 7 spirit rings slowly rising around her. The onlookers were taken aback. The once gentle and kind-looking woman was terrifying when angered, a young soul sage, and clearly familiar with Flinder and the master, indicating a deep connection among the three. Flinder felt a pang of emotion at her words, and with a heavy sigh, he responded, Old Big, why are you sighing for no reason? Quickly tell me who that person is. Today, I want to show him the might of our golden triangle, the killing corner. The master interjected, all right, ere long. That person is someone we cannot afford to provoke. Confronting them would be futile. Someone we cannot afford to provoke. The beautiful lady scoffed. What a joke. In this vast land, I, Lu Erlong, have never truly feared anyone. Could it be that the one who struck you is a soul Douluo? Or perhaps a title Douluo? Lu Erlong advanced menacingly, seizing Flinder's collar, her frustration palpable. As part of the Golden Iron Triangle, they had once been full of vigor in their youth. How had they all become so timid and fearful now? Faced with Lu Erlong's relentless pressure, the master reluctantly revealed the truth. Upon learning that Flinder's injuries were inflicted by the Bone Douluo of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Lu Erlong gradually tempered her anger. Indeed, it was a title Douluo, someone not to be trifled with. How outrageous it was for the Royal Academy of Heaven Do to behave thus. And what of that fellow Ye Hao? What deep-seated grudge could he possibly hold against you, to demean you so? Lu Erlong stood up for Flinder and the others. Then, with a grand gesture, she addressed the teacher leading the team from Lamba Academy. Teacher Inshu, please go and announce that from this day forth, Lamba Academy shall be renamed Shrek Academy. Upon hearing this, Flinder was momentarily taken aback, only to soon break into a joyful smile, though it quickly shifted back to a troubled expression. Erlong, what are you doing? Flinder inquired. Lu Erlong glanced at the despondent master and silently made a decision in her heart. Flinder, you are the leader among us in the Golden Iron Triangle. Your problems are my problems. Since the Royal Academy of Heaven Do looks down on you, they likewise look down on me. From this moment on, this Lamba, no, Shrek Academy, is yours. Tomorrow, I will convene a meeting of all faculty and students and announce this to the entire city. You, Flinder, are now the true headmaster of Shrek Academy. Chapter 108. The final fate of the rabbit. Lu Erlong's impassioned speech left a profound impression on all present. From this day forward, Shrek Academy was officially established. They were free from past worries and would no longer live a life of uncertainty regarding their next meal. At the all-staff meeting the following day, Flinder, now the new headmaster of Shrek Academy, appeared impeccably attired in a black suit, a bow tie adorning his neck. With his hair slicked back, he stood tall and straight, surveying the sea of faculty and students below with sparkling eyes. At that moment, Flinder felt elevated, as if he were floating on air. This was a day he had long anticipated for over a decade. He had always dreamt of such a day. Today marked the dawn of Flinder's era. Shrek Academy would undoubtedly flourish under his stewardship. Meanwhile, outside the city of Heaven Do, within the assembly hall of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the sect leader Ning Fengji sat in the main seat, his head heavy with concern. On either side of him, the Sword and Bone Douluo surprisingly found themselves in unanimous agreement. They all supported the idea of capturing the rabbit from Shrek Academy, nurturing it, and eventually sacrificing it for its soul ring and bones, which would undoubtedly lead to the sect's resurgence. However, an important issue loomed. Sect leader Ning Fengji had yet to express a definitive stance, much to the chagrin of the Sword and Bone Douluo. Since their return from the previous day until this morning, they had repeatedly volunteered to undertake the mission. They were confident they could stealthily capture the rabbit. Fengji, what are you truly apprehensive about? The Bone Douluo could no longer restrain himself from asking. Following closely, the Sword Douluo added, while that rabbit is still within reach, I can assist Old Bone, and in less than half a day, we will have it in our grasp. If you continue to waver, be wary that we may not show you any mercy. Their back and forth only served to deepen Ning Fengji's indecision. With a sigh, he replied, Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, I actually share your thoughts. Then that settles it. The Bone Douluo declared, gesturing grandly, while the Sword Douluo unsheathed his 7 kills sword, both ready to spring into action. Just as they were about to move, Ning Fengji suddenly interjected, Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, I have not yet finished speaking. He shook his head, his expression conflicted. As Uncle Gu said, if we capture that 10,000-year soft-bone rabbit, our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School will surely prosper in the future. Ning Fengji's tone shifted. his face growing grave. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized that the situation was not as straightforward as it seemed. "Oh," the sword Douluo inquired. "What do you mean by that?" Ning Fengji turned to the bone Douluo. "Uncle Gu, do you recall the red dog we encountered at the Royal Academy of Heaven-Do yesterday that could speak?" The bone Douluo nodded. "Of course. That dog belongs to Ye Hao. Are you suggesting that not only our sect is interested in the 10,000-year soft-bone rabbit, but Ye Hao is as well?" Ning Fengji's gaze was piercing. He was utterly convinced. There can be no doubt. Ye Hao has known the true identity of that girl from the very beginning. Otherwise, he would not have so brazenly bantered with that dog in public yesterday, even joking about the perfect way to prepare the rabbit's meat. In another light, Ye Hao also had his sights set on the 10,000-year soft-bone rabbit. Of this I am certain. The sword Douluo meticulously polished his 7 kills sword, its blade gleaming silver, measuring 4 feet and 3 inches long, 3 inches wide, and with a handle 12 inches long. It was aptly named 7 kills. What does that matter? Ye Hao is merely one person. Even if we capture the rabbit, I don't believe he can stop us. We rely on our own strength. When has the 7 treasure glazed tile school ever needed to heed the opinions of others? Hearing this, Ning Fengji could only shake his head with a wry smile. "Uncle Jian, from the very beginning, I have harbored doubts about Ye Hao's true identity. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, you have both met Ye Hao. Consider for a moment. Who does he resemble?" At this, the sword and bone Douluo fell silent. They had both encountered Ye Hao and shared an acquaintance. After a moment, the bone Douluo's expression darkened, and he exclaimed, "Bibi Dong." The sword Douluo's eyes lit up, and he nodded, clearly agreeing with the bone Douluo's assessment. Indeed, Ning Fengji's gaze drifted. 3 months ago, when Uncle Jian and I were at the Soto Great Soul Arena, that was our first meeting with Ye Hao. From the first glance, I felt he resembled someone, though I can no longer recall who. They all knew what followed. Ye Hao had inexplicably vanished for 3 months, and during this time, he had been completely unreachable. Just yesterday, he reappeared once more. This time, I considered my observations to be particularly meticulous. Ye Hao's every word and action bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the Pope, Bibi Dong. The bone Douluo added, "Moreover, the most crucial point is that Ye Hao and Bibi Dong are practically cut from the same cloth. There has never been anyone in this world who looks so strikingly similar to another, and coupled with Ye Hao's death spider martial soul, I cannot help but harbor suspicions." The sword Douluo quickly followed. "Are you suggesting that Ye Hao is likely Bibi Dong's son? How could that be? The Spirit Hall has never claimed such a thing. However, I hold a mixed view regarding Old Bone's perspective. What if, just what if there were such a case?" After much contemplation, Ning Fengji had reached a resolution. The 10,000-year soft-bone rabbit must be relinquished by the 7 treasure glazed tile school. "Certainly, sword Douluo and bone Douluo. Please refrain from acting on your own accord." They exchanged glances and sighed in unison. What could they possibly refute when the sect leader had spoken? "Fengji, you truly are befuddled." Bone Douluo lamented helplessly. "You have missed the opportunity for our sect to grow stronger." Sword Douluo turned his gaze to Ning Fengji. "Is it merely because of Ye Hao?" Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji shook his head. "It is not only that. First, Ye Hao gifted Chihuahua tulips, allowing Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed pagoda to evolve. Such a kindness will be eternally remembered by our 7 treasures glazed sect. Second, since that rabbit was valued by Ye Hao from the outset, why should we meddle? Having gained Ye Hao's favor, if we were to capture that rabbit later, it would be tantamount to slapping Ye Hao in the face. Third, the identity of Ye Hao remains an enigma. Regardless of his connection to the Spirit Hall, our 7 treasures glazed sect shall always maintain neutrality. Chapter 109. The wretched Tang Ritian in the bustling streets of Heaven-Do City. A crowd of elegantly dressed individuals moved about, the surroundings adorned with a plethora of exquisite goods. This area was the most prosperous in the city. Amidst this extravagance, a shabby, disheveled man, clutching a wine jug and frequently pouring alcohol into his mouth with abandon, walked alone. The dignitaries and nobles along the way discreetly avoided him, casting glances of disdain. How could such a person exist in the capital of a nation? If the Xinglua Empire were to learn of this, it would surely mock the Heaven-Do Empire. The unkempt man, with vacant eyes, tattered clothes, and a face smudged with ash, bore a chaotic nest of hair hidden beneath a black hat that obscured his features. It had been 3 months since Tang Hao's confrontation with the Spirit Hall. Upon returning to Holy Soul Village, he had intended to recover while staying close to his wife, but upon moving aside a large rock, he was met with a horrifying sight. His wife's original body was gone, and in addition, Ye Ritian had taken the soul bone, leaving behind a note that ignited an inferno of fury within Tang Hao. He silently vowed that one day he would personally end Ye Ritian's life, or else he would cease to be human. Over the past 3 months, Tang Hao scoured the vast majority of Douluo Continent. Yet he could not locate any trace of Ye Ritian. Left with no choice, he remained by his son's side, secretly protecting his only child. Now, with his wife's original body missing, if anything were to happen to his sole son, Tang Hao felt he would have no reason to live. Yesterday's events at the Heavendo Royal Academy were known to Tang Hao in broad strokes. Due to his unique status, he refrained from appearing there. He harbored deep resentment towards the youth named Ye Hao. Were it not for him, Shrek Academy would not have been expelled, leaving his son humiliated and turning them into targets of scorn. With the new Shrek Academy established, Tang Hao found himself without concerns, but his mood was exceedingly gloomy. He resorted to drinking excessively, hoping to numb himself and forget the painful memories of the past. Tang Hao wandered like a mere shell of a man, gradually fading from view at the end of the street. Uncertain whether it was familiarity or something else, the intoxicated Tang Hao stumbled to a magnificent building. Under the influence of alcohol, his eyelids grew heavy. Perhaps it was due to the long absence of peace, thus he fell into a deep slumber. Today, Teacher Tang's lecture was so vivid. Indeed, how I wish to possess Teacher Tang's skill with the harp. It truly inspires envy. From the grand edifice emerged 2 lively young maidens, clad in silver court attire, carrying a stack of books on musical instruments as they discussed their insights from the day's class. Oh no! One maiden lost her footing, tripping over something, scattering her books everywhere. The other rushed to assist her. Be careful, are you all right? The girl rubbed her scraped knee, tears welling in her eyes. I'm fine, just a minor scrape. I'll bandage it when I get home. Strange, I think I tripped over something hard. The fallen maiden looked around, noting that the path they walked was level. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility. Many individuals from the magnificent building rushed over upon hearing the commotion. In an instant, Tang Hao was surrounded by a crowd. Their eyes widened in curiosity as they gazed at the man who had suddenly collapsed. Who is this person? I don't know. Do you recognize him? If you ask me, who should I ask? He can't be a beggar, can he? At that moment, Tang Hao continued to snore. Having not rested properly since the disappearance of the blue-silver emperor, he was utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Under the influence of alcohol, he quickly drifted into a dreamless sleep. As the crowd swelled, the area became increasingly congested. What are you all gathering here for? A graceful woman in silver court attire approached, her elegant figure exuding an air of nobility that made her stand out. The onlookers instinctively parted to create a path for her. She walked with an elegance that was mesmerizing. What seems to be the matter? She inquired softly. The fallen maiden approached her, recounting the sequence of events. Upon grasping the situation, the woman commanded her attendants to take the girl away to tend to her wounds. Everyone, please disperse, she gestured. In a matter of moments, the crowd quickly scattered, leaving only the noble woman and her 2 attendants. Once the area was clear, she knelt beside Tang Hao, gently tapping his shoulder. Sir, what has happened to you? After calling out several times without response, one attendant remarked, Madam, he appears to be asleep. As the woman inhaled the strong scent of alcohol, mixed with the odor of sweat emanating from Tang Hao, she felt a wave of nausea wash over her. How foul! Her attendant pinched her nose, cautiously prodding the sleeping man with a twig. Madam, he must be a beggar, she concluded, having encountered many such individuals before. Seeing this, the noblewoman prepared to have him removed. However, just then, she caught a glimpse of Tang Hao's profile and felt a strange sense of familiarity. She quickly ordered her attendants to turn him over. Though they were puzzled, they complied with her request. Upon seeing Tang Hao's weathered face, the noblewoman felt a pang in her heart, and tears welled up in her eyes. She hesitated, then commanded, Summon 2 people to carry this man to my room. Upon hearing these words, the 2 maidens were momentarily taken aback, unable to believe their ears. The lady had actually commanded someone to bring this disheveled beggar into her chamber. It must be noted that the lady held a significant position in the city of Tiando, and even the royal family would show her deference. Observing that the 2 maidens remained motionless, the beautiful woman urged them, Hurry up. Chapter 110, Tang-san. Why am I always the one who gets hurt? Blue Tyrant Academy, or rather, it was now Shrek Academy. Just after the morning assembly had concluded, and shortly past noon, the sign of Blue Tyrant Academy had already been removed, replaced by the 5 golden characters of Shrek Academy. Flinder was filled with joy as he gazed upon the name, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. As the saying goes, when one person ascends, even the chickens and dogs rise with him. Flinder had become the principal of Shrek Academy, while Lu Erlong had contented herself with the role of vice principal, and Zhao Wujia had also been promoted to vice principal. The other Shrek teachers now held significant positions within the academy, each basking in their newfound prominence. Yet, the situation for the master had grown exceedingly awkward. Due to Lu Erlong, who was actually his cousin, their connection was considered taboo, violating the moral fabric of society. This had always been a source of distress for the master, even after more than a decade since their last encounter. Nevertheless, the master continued to treat Lu Erlong coldly, approaching tasks with trepidation, often choosing to avoid her presence altogether. Lu Erlong had observed the master's behavior closely and had resolved that this time, he would not be able to escape her grasp. That very night, after the master and Tang San had conferred, Lu Erlong unexpectedly appeared. After sending Tang San away, she kept the master there alone. Driven by curiosity, Tang San concealed himself behind a nearby tree, cautiously peering out. As a soul sage, Lu Erlong possessed keen senses and would not miss any signs of disturbance. The debate between them grew increasingly heated, leaving Tang San utterly bewildered. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming rigidity seize his body as the temperature around him plummeted, a chilling sensation washing over him. His limbs felt leaden, and instinctively, he wished to flee. Yet his feet seemed unresponsive. Trembling, he turned to see an elderly man in a green robe approaching him with deliberate steps. This man, Tang San recognized from the previous day. Before Tang San could utter another word, Douluo Bo swiftly incapacitated him with a chop to the neck and hoisted him onto his shoulder, vanishing in an instant. The entire sequence unfolded in mere moments. Who is it? Lu Erlong sensed something amiss nearby. She quickly freed herself from the master's embrace and leapt towards the spot where Tang San had disappeared. There, she detected a chilling and formidable wave of soul power, calculating Tang San's departure time. Her expression darkened. Xiao Gang, something must have happened to Xiao San. The master, arriving late and learning of Tang San's abduction, was immediately consumed by anxiety. In Soto City, Tang San's external spirit bone had been cruelly stripped away by that detestable Yi Ritian, and now, he had fallen victim once more. The master sometimes wondered if his disciple was simply cursed. Why did misfortune always seem to find him? No, we must find Tang Hao. The master's first thought was to seek out Tang Hao, believing that with his assistance, they could achieve their goal more efficiently. Yet, a harsh reality confronted them. Since Tang Hao's last encounter with the Spirit Hall, he had vanished for 3 months. In that time, not even a trace of him had been found, causing the master great distress. Based on the lingering aura, it was undoubtedly the poisoned Douluo they had encountered the previous day. To rescue someone from a tidal Douluo was an almost insurmountable challenge. Douluo Bo was notoriously ruthless, and time was of the essence. They needed to locate his whereabouts to mount a rescue. Lu Erlong, let us first rendezvous with Flinder, then we can discuss how to save Xiao San. The master said anxiously. Lu Erlong nodded resolutely, and the two hastened towards Flinder's location, not daring to waste a moment, fearing they might arrive too late to save Tang San. Meanwhile, in an unknown building within Tiando City, a groggy Tang Hao gradually awakened. The world around him was hazy. Truth be told, he hadn't enjoyed such a peaceful slumber in ages. Startled, he sprang from the bed, realizing he was in a completely unfamiliar environment. Yet, something felt familiar, as though he had been here before. His first instinct was to leave quickly. His identity was a constant threat, and remaining here was perilous. Should the Spirit Hall discover him, it would spell disaster. Just as he prepared to rise, a familiar voice called out, "Second brother, where are you planning to go?" The voice was reminiscent, and it addressed him. Tang Hao took a deep breath, suddenly feeling reassured. He should have recognized it sooner. He had somehow stumbled into the presence of his sister. Turning around, he saw a familiar face that brought a long-lost smile to his weathered features. "Yuehua, it's been ages," he greeted. The woman before him was Tang Yuehua, his younger sister and the esteemed lady of Haoyan clan, as well as the owner of this place, the Moon Pavilion, which held a prominent position in Tiando City for teaching noble etiquette. Tang Yuehua placed a bowl of detoxifying soup on the table and, overwhelmed with emotion after so many years apart, rushed forward to embrace her brother, weeping as she buried her face in his shoulder. The tears soaked Tang Hao's garments. Yet he remained unperturbed. "Brother, you have finally returned," Tang Yuehua cried, her voice piercing through his heart. Tang Hao sighed deeply. It had been far too long since he felt such a profound connection. The bond of blood was indeed exquisite. Well, I must leave, he insisted, fully aware of the precariousness of his situation. Leave? Tang Yuehua faltered, then spread her arms to block his path. Second brother, where do you think you are going? She asked solemnly. This chance encounter was fortuitous, and she knew that if Tang Hao escaped now, it could be a long time before they met again. Thus, she resolved not to let him slip away so easily. It had not been easy for her to care for him. She had personally washed his clothes, and he could not simply depart without a word. Chapter 111. Ritian rescues his son. Tang Hao felt helpless after being away from home for over a decade. His unexpected arrival at his sister's place was bewildering. Under normal circumstances, he would never have come here. After all, he was no longer a member of the Haoyan clan. How is our eldest brother? He inquired. Tang Hao's expression was complex as he spoke. Tang Yuehua said, elder brother has always been well. The last time I returned to the sect, I inadvertently saw him holding a portrait of our childhood, lost in sorrow. This time, you must return with me. Return? Tang Hao forced a bitter smile. I am no longer a member of the Haoyan sect. Yuehua, I have stumbled upon this situation. It is time for me to leave. Leave? Where are you going? Tang Yuehua furrowed her brow, displeased. We haven't seen each other for over a decade. Do you have nothing to say to me? Tang Hao fell into silence. Observing her elder brother's current state, Tang Yuehua found it hard to imagine where the spirited Haoyan Douluo had gone. Why did you go to the Wuhuan Hall? Do you not realize how dangerous it is? Tang Yuehua brought up the incident from 3 months prior. 3 months ago, news of Tang Hao's battle with the Wuhuan Hall sent shockwaves throughout the realm. He was gravely injured and his whereabouts became unknown. The already secluded Haoyan sect reacted with polarized sentiments. A scant few expressed concern for Tang Hao, while the sect's 5 elders, particularly the 7th elder, condemned him for bringing disgrace upon the sect. The 7th elder loathed Tang Hao, believing that if not for him, the Wuhuan Hall would not have killed his son. Wishing for Tang Hao to perish along the way, Tang Hao remained silent, lost in thought, unwilling to revisit the painful memories of that day. Suddenly, he lifted his head, sensing a presence approaching with an intensity rivaling his own. Rushing to the balcony's edge, he saw a figure flying swiftly, cloaked in dark green, and he discerned that the person was carrying someone on their shoulder. A titled Douluo had arrived, unmistakably the notorious Douluo from the Tiando Royal Academy. Why was this old poison master in Tiando City? Moreover, he was bearing someone on his shoulder. Tang Hao looked towards the direction Douluo was heading. It was towards the Shrek Academy. This was grave. Tang Hao silently lamented, knowing that Douluo would not leave the vicinity of Shrek Academy without reason. The old poison master was known for his erratic temperament and lethal disposition. A mere encounter with an ordinary soul master could result in death. As Tang Hao recalled the figure Douluo carried, it struck him as oddly familiar: blue clothing, short black hair. At that moment, he stood frozen in shock. Could it be his son? Following the incident with Ye Ritian, Tang Hao had vowed to remain by his son's side to prevent such occurrences from happening again. Yet today, due to a moment of inattention, Douluo? Tang Hao's voice thundered with suppressed fury, filling the room with an oppressive atmosphere. He felt as though he might lose his mind, veins of blood surfacing in his eyes, and an ancient Haoyan hammer materialized in his hand. Before Tang Yuehua could inquire about the situation, Tang Hao leapt into action, swiftly disappearing from the balcony. Tang Yuehua shook her head in resignation. Her elder brother had changed. He was no longer the same as before. Why was he so furious, even revealing the Haoyan hammer? Douluo? She pondered this name carefully. The old poison master. The poison Douluo? When had her elder brother become entangled with him? After a long moment of contemplation without clarity, she decided to cease her thoughts. Tidying up the room simply, she extinguished the lights and gazed in the direction Tang Hao had departed, letting out a deep sigh before finally leaving. Meanwhile, in the central region of the Sunset Forest, the Hall of Death had long since concealed itself under the influence of the Heart of Death, making it exceedingly difficult for even a titled Douluo to ascertain its true location. Ye Hao, the Death Spider Emperor, and Little Red were reclining on the grass in a triangular formation, their gazes directed toward the heavens. The night was tranquil, the sky adorned with twinkling stars, and a mischievous shooting star streaked across the dark expanse like a fleeting flash of light. Hey, Red, where are your red shorts? Put them on for us to see, exclaimed one. Indeed, Red, those shorts truly compliment you, chimed in the other. In a playful exchange, Ye Hao and the Death Spider Emperor teased Little Red. With a roll of her eyes at the duo, she fell silent, merely lying on the grass and stretching languidly. At that moment, a chilling aura swept through the air, and almost simultaneously, Ye Hao, the Death Spider Emperor, and Little Red sprang to their feet, their attention drawn to the source of the eerie presence. "Douluo?" they exclaimed in unison. "The old man's spirit is remarkable. He doesn't rest even at this late hour." Little Red remarked. The Death Spider Emperor added, "Master, I vaguely saw that old poison master carrying someone on his shoulder." Ye Hao nodded in acknowledgement. "It must be him." Him. Ye Hao turned and retracted the Temple of Death into the Heart of Death. He then instructed Xiao Hong and the Death Spider Emperor to enter the Heart of Death. Utilizing the Heart of Death's dark shroud ability, he enveloped himself in shadows to obscure his presence from the tidal Douluo. "Where are you going?" Xiao Hong's voice echoed in Ye Hao's mind. Ye Hao smiled faintly, for he was indeed en route to witness the old poisoner's act of murder. At present, the toxins that plagued the old poisoner had been neutralized by me, Ye Hao, and the celestial herbs of the ice and fire duality I had been thoroughly harvested, leaving only a few that had yet to mature. Fortunately, Xiao Hong had been gentle in her handling, allowing for some seeds to remain, thus ensuring the continuation of our efforts in the coming year. After a while, Ye Hao tidied his belongings and prepared to set off to observe the dramatic public trial of Tang San by Douluo. At that moment, a figure clad in black and wielding a dark hammer flashed by in midair, and Ye Hao couldn't shake the feeling that the hammer bore a striking resemblance to something he had encountered before. The Haotian hammer? Ye Hao stroked his chin, a subtle smile gracing his lips, pleasantly surprised that even Tang Ritian had arrived, making the situation increasingly intriguing. At that moment, the voice of Xiao Hong echoed in Ye Hao's mind once more. I sensed three distinct presences approaching. Two of them were familiar to me. One was the self-assured, expressionless young man of level 29, and the other claimed to be the dean of Shrek Academy. As for the last presence, it appeared to be a woman. Chapter 112. Yu Xiaojiang is at it again. One was indeed Yu Xiaojiang, the other was Flinder, and the final one must undoubtedly be Lu Erlong. With all three of them arriving, it seemed fitting for me to set forth as well. With 6 purple wings unfurled behind him, Ye Hao, sheltered by the Heart of Death, slowly ascended toward the ice and fire Tuinai, where the old poison master resided. This enigmatic phenomenon was situated within a circular valley, surrounded by a toxic barrier set by the old poison master, rendering it impossible for ordinary individuals to approach, including soul masters. Within a shadowy and mysterious cavern, Douluo stood with his arms crossed, his gaze coldly fixed upon the fallen Tang San. "Now that you are awake, there is no need for pretense," Douluo remarked, his eyes betraying a palpable intent to kill. "Senior Poison Douluo," Tang San sighed inwardly as he slowly rose, surveying his surroundings. It appeared that this old poison master had brought him to an unknown location, undoubtedly far from Shrek Academy. He pondered whether his teachers were aware of his predicament. What could the senior want by abducting him to this place? Tang San sought to clarify the situation, as he recalled not having provoked someone so notoriously formidable. The reputation of Poison Douluo on the continent was far from favorable, with murder being a mere routine for him. The most troublesome aspect was undoubtedly his lethal phosphorescent serpent emperor's poison, which guaranteed death upon contact. The cave was shrouded in darkness, the ground somewhat damp, and the flames of the candles adorning the walls burned a ghostly green. In such an environment, even Tang San, who had lived another life, felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Today, he faced a significant likelihood of meeting his end here, for his opponent was none other than Douluo. "Are you Tang San?" Douluo inquired, his eyes devoid of warmth, leaning against the wall. "I am indeed Tang San," he replied honestly, feeling insignificant before the title Douluo. Douluo's eyes sparked with curiosity as he scrutinized Tang San. "I have heard from my granddaughter that you not only broke her third soul skill, but, more crucially, also neutralized her serpent poison. I ask you, is this true?" Upon hearing this, Tang San finally grasped the reason behind Douluo's abduction. It was indeed for this matter. A faint smile graced Tang San's lips as he confirmed, "It is true." "Is it?" Douluo's amusement was evident. Facing death, you still managed to smile. "I now understand your impending fate." Tang San raised an eyebrow. "Oh, do enlighten me." Intrigued, Douluo leaned in closer, eager to hear the final words of a man destined to die. "It is because I dismantled your granddaughter's serpent poison that you fear my potential growth. Or perhaps you dread the revelation of your poison's secrets." Douluo let out a cold chuckle. "Fear? I am 78 years old and have traversed the continent for decades. I hardly know what fear is." "You are correct in one regard. Had you not neutralized my granddaughter's poison, I would never have sought you out. And now? Tang San met Douluo Bo's gaze directly, unafraid in the face of death. Now, Douluo Bo slowly approached Tang San, raising his hand, glowing with a sinister green light. Your time has come. Just as Douluo Bo was about to strike, Tang San suddenly retorted, Douluo Bo, your granddaughter's poison is trash, and so is yours. The words ignited Douluo Bo's fury. He swiftly transformed his hand into a palm and delivered a resounding slap to Tang San's face. With a sharp crack, Tang San's body was flung backward, his cheek burning and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Even at death's door, you still speak defiantly. My poison can devastate all living beings within a 1,000-meter radius, be they soul masters or soul beasts. None shall survive once tainted. Since you deem my poison as trash, prepare to perish by its hand. Douluo Bo resolved that leaving Tang San alive would pose an endless future threat. Not only did he now know the antidote to the phosphorescent serpent's poison, but what infuriated Douluo Bo the most was Tang San's audacity to declare his poison as trash. In this world, no one had ever dared to utter such words about his poison. Tang San was the first. Yet, there was one thing Douluo Bo was acutely aware of. The lethal poison of Ye Hao has now been infused with the potent toxins of Douluo Bo, merging into a singular entity through the mingling of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes and the two celestial herbs. Is it not true that Douluo Bo's phosphorescent serpent emperor's poison can be compared to this? Douluo Bo is consumed by a singular desire, to eliminate the individual known as Tang San, thereby eradicating future threats. Meanwhile, the trio of Flanders has finally arrived at this location after a long pursuit. The master is gasping for breath. Flanders and Lu Erlong, as soul saints, are able to keep pace, but for him, a mere great soul master, it is a considerable feat to manage. Fortunately, the two of them are taking turns to assist him, otherwise, he would have long been left in the dust. Ahead lies a toxic atmosphere. Flanders furrows his brow, for a greenish mist permeates the air, emanating a foul stench. Turning to investigate, he discovers the remains of a long-dead soul beast, its body having long since decayed, evidently a victim of the poisonous formation before them. Douluo Bo, indeed, is worthy of his title as a title de law, possessing such formidable resources. Douluo Bo, hand over Shao San immediately. The master can no longer contain himself. At this moment, both Flanders and Lu Erlong are alarmed. Flanders nudges the master, his brow furrowed. Shao Gang, are you trying to get us killed? Your outburst has revealed our position. They had come here stealthily, and the master's shout has compromised their cover. I apologize, Flanders, but my concern for Shao San is overwhelming. After what happened last time, I fear for his safety. The master, feeling helpless, has been anxious ever since the incident in Soto City, dreading a recurrence of that night's events. However, this time is different. The abductor of Tang San is none other than Douluo Bo, a man unflinching in his ruthlessness. For Douluo Bo, erasing all evidence is a trivial matter. If Tang San were to perish, confronting Douluo Bo the next day would yield no proof, leaving them powerless. Within the cave, Douluo Bo, enraged by the master's words, feels a surge of fury. Just one Tang San is enough to infuriate him, and now another daredevil has appeared. The audacity to address him by his full name and to issue commands is intolerable. It is essential to remember that he is a title de law, and he has never before endured such indignation. Douluo Bo glares fiercely at Tang San, his eyes sharp as arrows. Stay here obediently, and do not move. If I return to find you missing, I shall ensure your bones are ground to dust. Douluo Bo barks, and in an instant, he vanishes from sight. Once Douluo Bo has departed, a smirk creeps onto Tang San's face. You expect me to remain still? That would make me a fool. Just as he considers taking a step, he quickly abandons the idea. It would be foolish to proceed forward. Encountering that old monster would spell disaster. The voice he heard earlier was unmistakably his teacher's. For now, Tang San has temporarily escaped danger, as the master has drawn Douluo Bo's attention away. With a deep sigh, Tang San murmurs, "Thank you, teacher." Without a backward glance, he begins to flee in the opposite direction. After all, he is merely a soul master. While Douluo Bo is a title de law, what can he possibly contribute? Venturing forth would only lead to his demise. Outside the valley, the night is eerily silent as Flanders and the others keep a vigilant watch. They form a triangular formation, backs pressed together, ever wary of Douluo Bo's sudden appearance. After a lengthy silence, the master expresses his confusion. Strange, why hasn't Douluo Bo shown himself yet? Flanders rolls his eyes. Do you truly wish for him to appear? Enough of your bickering. Lu Erlong interjects. Stay alert. Douluo is merciless. We must be prepared for anything. In the shadows, Douluo emerges from the poisonous mist, clapping his hands slowly. Indeed, I am ruthless. So it is you lot. I recall a useless great soul master and a certain dean who has been humiliated. As for you, I have yet to encounter you. You dare to trespass on my territory and insult me? Do you crave death? Douluo scoffs. To him, 2 soul saints and a great soul master are hardly worth his attention. In the air, Ye Hao appears silently, his death god's heart effectively concealing his presence. Utilizing his 6-winged purple light wings to soar above, he observes the activities below with keen interest. Douluo has indeed encountered them. But where is Tang Ritian? I distinctly saw him fly past earlier. Could he have already rescued Tang San? The traitor. Given Douluo's temperament, the 3 before him are undoubtedly doomed. Slaying them would be no more significant than killing a chicken. Ye Hao, I sense a powerful presence near the ice and fire yin-yang eyes. That individual's strength surpasses even Douluo's. Could it be that Tang Ritian is there? A voice resonates in Ye Hao's mind. Ye Hao turns to look. Remarkable. Tang Ritian is not lacking in intelligence. Instead of confronting them directly, he has chosen to infiltrate Douluo's lair. These 3 are surely no match for Douluo. Ye Hao shifts his direction towards the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, recalling that Tang San should be nearby. At the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, Tang San stands in awe, marveling at the scenery. The ice and fire yin-yang eyes. How extraordinary. His heart swells with excitement. Such a treasure is rightfully his. He is confident that by consuming the celestial herbs found here, he can easily surpass Ye Hao and Tang Ritian. This unparalleled opportunity should belong solely to him. Douluo, a man of decisive action, possesses this land yet fails to recognize the celestial herbs. What right does he have to occupy the ice and fire yin-yang eyes? Douluo's ascension to title Douluo surely stemmed from the benefits of this place. Soon, the humiliation he has endured will be avenged. Tang San leans in closer, only to discover that the celestial herbs have vanished without a trace. The ground shows clear signs of excavation, mixed with petals of soil, indicating that someone has come before him. The subsequent herbs, such as the heartbreak red and the heavenly mushroom, are all conspicuously absent. Tang San's expression shifts as hope dissipates. He feels despondent. He recalls the exquisite Chilua tulip and the water nymph's jade skin bone that Ye Hao showcased at the Tiando Royal Academy. He knows he did not mistake them. This place has undoubtedly been visited by Ye Hao. Otherwise, not a single herb would have been left behind. All that remains are immature specimens or those that have already been bitten, their surfaces marred with distinct bite marks, though the identity of the creature responsible remains unknown. Ye Hao. Tang San gritted his teeth, feeling an intense unwillingness as the opportunity he had just acquired slipped away. He believed that depriving others of their chances was akin to committing a heinous crime. Why would he take all the precious herbs, leaving only the undesirable ones behind, along with those that had been gnawed by some unknown creature? Such cruelty was unfathomable. After careful inspection, Tang San confirmed that the marks did not belong to a human, but rather to a soul beast. With no other choice, he reluctantly placed the bitten herbs into a tattered bag, deciding to give them to his companions. Ugh, how disgusting. Why would he even take the ones I've bitten? Xiaohong couldn't help but chuckle. Ye Hao shrugged helplessly and remarked, having some is better than having none, Hong. Remember, do not waste the celestial herbs in the future. Even if you consume them, do not leave any for Tang San. Xiaohong rolled her eyes and replied, I don't even care for those herbs. Although I took a bite, their medicinal properties still remain, albeit not as potent as before. They might only yield about 20 to 30% of their efficacy. Tang San meticulously collected the herbs that had been bitten, even picking a few that were not yet fully grown, reserving the finest for himself and Xiao Wu. As the saying goes, one must prioritize oneself. On this journey, Tang San indeed had his gains. He had taken what Ye Hao didn't want and what Xiaohong had bitten, making the trip worthwhile. On the cliff of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, Tang Hao donned a black cloak, the strong winds of the valley causing it to billow. He gazed downwards and, upon seeing Tang San unharmed, felt a weight lift from his heart. He then turned his attention to the direction of Master and Douluo, contemplating whether to intervene. At this moment, he could not reveal his identity to Tang San. Had he not seen his son captured, he would never have exposed himself so easily. Chapter 114, The Instigator. You Xiaojing, I shall ask you one last time. Who was cursing this old man just now? Douluo's heart burned with fury as he advanced towards Flinder and the others. Flinder felt as though he were being choked, struggling to breathe in the moment. Lu Erlong swallowed hard. The old poison master was no match for them. As for the instigator, Yu Xiaojing, he had already slipped behind the crowd, observing the unfolding situation. Dugubo, where is Xiao-san? What have you done to him? The master was deeply concerned for Tang San's safety. Dugubo's eyes narrowed. He recognized that voice. It belonged to the person who had spoken confidently at the Tiando Royal Academy a few days ago, the one they referred to as master. Was it truly him? A coward who hid behind women, unafraid to shout but lacking the courage to admit it. Dugubo stepped forward, a significant smile gracing his lips as he fixed his gaze on Yu Xiaojing behind Lu Erlong for a prolonged moment, a thought forming in his mind. You mean that fellow named Tang San? Huh, I have already killed him. What did you say? The master's eyes widened, the shocking news striking him like a bolt from the blue. On the nearby cliff, Tang Hao stood resolutely, hearing every word exchanged below with clarity. Upon hearing that Tang San had been killed, he fell silent, his silence laden with a murderous intent towards the one who dared to declare his son dead. He looked towards the valley where Tang San sat cross-legged. Was this the death he spoke of? Dugubo, true to his nature, acted unpredictably, following his whims. Tang Hao would not act rashly. He desired to see what scheme Dugubo was concocting. Dugubo, your end is nigh. Flender pointed an accusatory finger at Dugubo. My end. Look at me, standing perfectly safe. How do you suppose I am finished? By a useless great soul master and 2 soul saints? Silence. Xiaojing is not useless. Lu Erlong vehemently countered Dugubo's taunt, holding Yu Xiaojing in higher regard than herself. Is that so? Dugubo smirked slightly. If that is the case, then prove it to me. What do you mean by that? The master frowned, sensing something was amiss. Dugubo, with hands clasped behind his back, surveyed the 3 before him and stated, I offer you a chance to live. That fellow named Tang San has already been killed, and as for his remains, well, they are non-existent. You know my style. The 3 gritted their teeth. They were unable to avenge Tang San. Their only option was to escape as best they could and seek out Tang Hao. That was their best course of action. Today, I am in a good mood. So I will only kill 2 people. Tang San counts as 1, and the remaining will naturally be one of you. At this, Flender, Lu Erlong, and Yu Xiaojing were momentarily taken aback. This was clearly not Dugubo's usual method. He was known for his merciless nature. Why had he suddenly changed his mind? Nonetheless, this was an opportunity. The Golden Iron Triangle had always been inseparable, and now, faced with life and death, they exchanged glances, unable to make a decision. Have you made your choice? My patience is limited, Dugubo warned, his palms swirling with a rich, dark green toxin. At that moment, Flender gritted his teeth and looked earnestly at Lu Erlong. Erlong, although you have never loved me, in my heart, you are still the most beautiful. I sincerely wish you and Xiaojing eternal happiness. With that, Flender stepped forward, confronting Dugubo. If you wish to kill someone, then take me instead. Though I may not be of great consequence, as the leader of the Golden Iron Triangle, I have some responsibility. Seeing Flender step up, Yu Xiaojing, who had been standing in the back, displayed a pained expression. No, Flender, Lu Erlong urged. Dugubo, if you wish to kill someone, then take me. Dugubo, take me instead. The master added, unable to restrain himself. No, no, no. Dugubo shook his finger, turning his gaze back to the 3. I believe you have misunderstood my intentions. I clearly stated that I would only kill one of you, specifically the one who insulted me. Upon hearing this, Flender was momentarily taken aback, while Lu Erlong felt a sudden jolt in her heart, and the master nearly stumbled, caught off guard. Realizing this, Lu Erlong quickly spoke. Dugubo, it was I who insulted you. You may kill me. Erlong, I believe you misunderstood. Dugubo, it was I who insulted you. You should kill me. Flender followed suit. Dugubo, growing impatient, retorted, you one after another. Do you really think I am a fool? He then flashed in front of the master, his eyes causing the master to tremble uncontrollably. Dugubo turned to the master, coldly asking, whom do you think I should kill among them? Dugubo cunningly posed this fatal question to the master. The master felt a surge of dread, glancing from one to the other. One was his best brother, the other his one and only in this life. The choice was excruciatingly difficult. Dugubo, I trust that Xiao-san is still alive, the master said, a confident smile gracing his face. What do you mean by that? Dugubo was momentarily taken aback. The master's lips curled into a smile, his entire countenance radiating an expression akin to that of a blooming chrysanthemum. It seems I have indeed guessed correctly. Yet, before the master's words could fully dissipate into the air, Dugubo's expression darkened, and he swung his hand with ferocity towards Yu Xiaojing. With a resounding slap, Time seemed to freeze. Tang Hao was stunned. Ye Hao was bewildered. Franelder was astonished. And Lu Erlong was furious, while Yu Xiaojiang remained in a daze. His mind still buzzing. Yu Xiaojiang was tossed about, the sheer strength of Douluo Bo rendering him nearly disoriented. It was only when he collided with a massive tree that he finally came to a halt. Before the naked eye, Yu Xiaojiang's face rapidly swelled, and he coughed up a mouthful of fresh crimson blood, mingled with two of his own teeth. Witnessing this, Lu Erlong felt a pang of sympathy and hurriedly lifted Yu Xiaojiang, her eyes filled with concern. Douluo Bo, you are a titled Douluo. If you wish to kill or maim, so be it. There is no need for such despicable means. You have truly insulted Xiaojiang. To this, Douluo Bo let out a mocking laugh, his disdainful gaze sweeping over Yu Xiaojiang. What kind of person do you think I am? I believe you are well aware. It is evident that I have not struck the wrong individual. I have already stated that I shall only kill one among you. Chapter 115, Yi Ri Tian versus Tang Ri Tian. Today, I have shown you considerable leniency by deciding to eliminate just one of you. Yet you all evade responsibility and accuse me of insult? Who have I insulted? Douluo Bo's gaze was cold as he regarded Yu Xiaojiang. At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang slowly regained consciousness. The fiery sting on his right cheek indelibly etched into his memory. He was utterly perplexed as to why this old poisoner had inexplicably struck him. Douluo Bo glared at him and sneered. Do not look at me with such innocence. Striking you has sullied my hands. Do you comprehend why I have struck you? Yu Xiaojiang shook his head in confusion. Observing this, Douluo Bo waved his hand dismissively, and Lu Erlong was thrust aside by an unseen force. In the blink of an eye, Douluo Bo appeared before Yu Xiaojiang, viciously stepping down upon him. Ah! Yu Xiaojiang cried out in pain, blood erupting from his mouth. While Lu Erlong and Franelder could only watch helplessly, immobilized as they witnessed Yu Xiaojiang's torment. In my lifetime, I detest two types of individuals, Douluo Bo declared icily. One type is those who lack ability, yet still love to shout. The other type is cowardly individuals who fear for their lives. With that, Douluo Bo kicked Yu Xiaojiang away, afterwards brushing the soles of his shoes as if to rid them of any filth. Clearly, you belong to the former. A braggart with no skills, whining like a coward who hides behind women. Meanwhile, Ye Hao, concealed by the heart of death, stood in the air. Casting a glance at Douluo Bo below, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Well done. This truly reveals Yu Xiaojiang's true colors. I suspect even if Tang Sen were to die, he would never believe his esteemed teacher could behave in such a manner. At this moment, Tang Hao stood alone atop the mountain, grappling with the realization that allowing his son to be mentored by such a person might be his greatest mistake in life. No, it was not Tang Hao's fault, but rather Yu Xiaojiang's own inability to defend himself in a precarious situation. Douluo Bo, having finished speaking, cast a disdainful glance at Lu Erlong. I truly wonder what you see in this fellow. If you Tianheng were similarly inept, I would have long since purged the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan? Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong's eyes brightened, and she exclaimed, Douluo Bo, you cannot kill us. Otherwise, our clan will not let you off. A clan? Douluo Bo laughed heartily. With your kind, you dare speak of a clan? It was clear he did not believe Lu Erlong's one-sided claim. At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang, enduring excruciating pain, struggled to rise, his wise gaze fixated on Douluo Bo, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Douluo Bo, listen closely. Lu Erlong and I hail from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan is one of the 3 sects of Douluo Continent. You come from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan? Douluo Bo considered carefully, sensing that these two were not simply jesting. From the martial spirit exhibited by Lu Erlong, it was evident that the fire dragon was indeed a variant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial spirit. Douluo Bo then turned to observe the master once more, this time with a scrutinizing gaze. This girl is from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, I can believe. But you, are you truly a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan? At this, Yu Xiaojiang was left speechless. The truth was, he had been expelled from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Strictly speaking, he was no longer a member. It was entirely reasonable for him to have been mocked by his kin due to his martial spirit defects. Most members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan possessed an inherent pride, and Yu Tianheng was no exception. After enduring ridicule, Yu Xiaojiang had left the clan, vowing to prove himself to those who had belittled him. Yet here he was, over 50 years old, his soul power stagnating, likely to remain at the 29th rank for the rest of his life, living a mediocre existence. However, one undeniable fact remained. What had this man been like in his youth to have garnered such favor from women? Yu Xiaojiang was bewildered, unsure of what to say. Douluo, I do not wish to entangle myself with you. We have come with a singular purpose. What grievance do you hold against Tang San? He is a good child. How could you commit such actions unbefitting of your stature? Initially, upon hearing the news of Tang San's death, Yu Xiaojiang's mind had gone blank. Having spent so many years with Tang San, whom he had always treated like a son, he could not fathom such a fate. Now, Yu Xiaojiang, having inexplicably found confidence, insisted that Tang San was still alive, leaving Franelder and Lu Erlong perplexed, while Douluo merely chuckled disdainfully. And even if you too are from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, what of it? I may not be able to contend with your ancient dragon. But if I kill you, how will your clan know it was I who struck you down? I have already stated that erasing every trace of you is a trivial matter for me. Prepare yourselves to meet your demise. In that moment, Douluo was resolute in his intent to eliminate the three of them before returning to deal with Tang San. If anyone inquired later, he would feign ignorance. This way, he would not only eliminate the most significant threat to himself, but also remain undetected, truly a win-win situation. Just as Douluo prepared to strike, Tang Hao atop the cliff had already gathered his Haotian hammer, ready to unleash a legendary display of power from the spirit hall. Just then, Tang Hao was taken aback, glancing around to find himself alone, questioning if he had misheard. However, in the next moment, a figure cloaked in black silently emerged before him. His arrival was so stealthy that even a powerhouse like Tang Hao had failed to notice. Tang Hao frowned, sensing no fluctuation of soul power from the mysterious figure. Who might you be? The cloaked figure spoke in a raspy voice, producing a purple object resembling bone from his hand. Do you recognize this? As the words of his son reached his ears, Tang Hao's eyes reddened in an instant, and a solemn aura of killing intent erupted around him. The Haotian hammer in his hand suddenly expanded, while 9 soul rings arranged themselves neatly beneath his feet. Indeed, there was no mistake. This man was the one who had seized his son's external soul bone. Die! Tang Hao roared, his powerful presence staining half the sky crimson. At that moment, Douluo, who had intended to strike with lethal force, abruptly halted his actions. Simultaneously, Flinder and his companions stared blankly towards the sky. When they beheld the towering figure above, their eyes lit up with renewed hope. Yu Xiaojiang clenched his fists in excitement, laughing heartily. Douluo, your time is up. In this moment, Tang Hao's unleashed aura was unparalleled. Douluo, gazing up from below, felt utterly drained. The soul power of this man was evidently superior to his own. Had he truly attacked earlier, he would have been overwhelmed. And that hammer? Could this man be? Tang Hao's sudden appearance ignited a glimmer of hope in Flinder and his companions. The master straightened his back, as if emboldened to speak in the next moment. It turned out that Tang Hao had been by their side all along, and his arrival signified that Tang San was undoubtedly safe. Otherwise, given Tang Hao's temperament, he could not have remained subdued for so long. At that time, Tang San was still immersed in the process of absorbing the herbs. Although he was vaguely aware of the events transpiring outside, he was not yet able to awaken. With the Haotian hammer in hand, its 9 soul rings radiated brilliance. Truthfully, he had been pursuing the one who had harmed his son, Ye Hao, for 3 long months. Today, he had intended to rescue his son, only to find Ye Hao had walked right into his trap, truly a double victory. Elated, Tang Hao swung the Haotian hammer overhead. It was no longer the mere 500 pounds it once was, for with his current strength, it had grown to weigh at least 10,000 pounds. His gaze was as swift as lightning. With a furious roar, he brought the hammer crashing down, vowing to obliterate the fiend before him who had harmed his son. Douluo, standing below, felt an overwhelming pressure as he stared in shock at Tang Hao's vibrant 10,000-year soul ring. He had not anticipated the existence of this madman behind the 3 before him, forcing Douluo to reevaluate his approach. Among the trio, the master's expression was the most expressive. He stood tall, his eyes gleaming with determination, fists clenched tightly as he fixed his gaze on the sky. Yu Xiaojiang was all too aware of the black-clad figure opposing Tang Hao, sharing the same resolve to eliminate the foe before them. This would serve 2 purposes, avenging Tang San and intimidating Douluo, preventing him from acting recklessly. Should the need arise, they could negotiate terms with Douluo to safeguard their own interests. Facing Tang Hao's formidable strike, Ye Hao remained unfazed, producing a mirror-like object in his hand that effortlessly intercepted the Haotian hammer, his stance unwavering. As for Tang Hao, he widened his eyes, his black robe billowing fiercely in the cold wind. This was Tang Hao's full-powered strike, How could it be that Ye Ritian remained unscathed? Though Tang Hao was injured and his strength diminished, he was still more than capable of dealing with someone like Douluo. What was more perplexing was Ye Ritian's resilience. As Tang Hao instinctively prepared to attack once more, he was taken aback to find himself unable to move, as if frozen midair. At that moment of shock, a searing and rapid inferno engulfed him, the flames summoned by the heart of death. The fiery blaze enveloped Tang Hao, reducing his garments to tatters and leaving burn marks across his body. Amidst the flames, a seemingly inconspicuous purple poison needle pricked Tang Hao's shoulder, visibly causing the flesh to turn a faint purple as it rapidly began to rot. Thanks to the heart of death, abyssal gaze, as a titled Douluo, Tang Hao could freeze time for 3 seconds. One must not underestimate these 3 seconds. Within this brief window, Ye Ritian could accomplish numerous deeds. In the next instant, Tang Hao felt his entire body grow numb, the Haotian hammer gradually slipping from his grasp. Observing this, Ye Ritian delivered a swift kick, sending the suspended Tang Hao tumbling back. Tang Hao was undoubtedly a clever man. Sensing something was amiss, he turned to flee, casting a worried glance at his son, Tang San, fearful that Ye Ritian might inflict harm upon him. To everyone's astonishment, Ye Ritian had vanished without a trace, departing so quietly that even Douluo, a fellow titled Douluo, failed to perceive his absence. Remaining in his original position, the heart of death concealed Ye Ritian's presence once more. He stowed away his black robe into his soul guide ring and gazed down at the still-dazed individuals, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Old Poison, you owe me a favor. Had you acted earlier, I am certain that with Tang Hao's temperament, he would not have remained passive. At that moment, the voice of the little red spirit echoed in Ye Ritian's mind. Why don't you pursue? This man has been afflicted by the Death Spider Emperor's poison. His body must be severely compromised. If you chase him down, you could surely eliminate him here. The little red spirit's reasoning was sound. As she had pointed out, Tang Hao had indeed succumbed to the Death Spider Emperor's poison. However, before making his move, Ye Ritian had instructed the Death Spider Emperor to be gentle. The toxin that entered Tang Hao's body was but a mere trace. While it was not lethal, if it were to flare up in daily life, it would become an exceedingly troublesome predicament, and the agony would render even the thought of suicide a luxury. Ye Hao shook his head and remarked, "Do not pursue a desperate foe. I deliberately allowed Spider to ingest the spider venom to ensure that Tang Ritian would suffer a fate worse than death. Since he intends to kill me, I shall not remain idle. To be honest, there is no animosity between Ye Hao and Tang San. The trouble arises from the meddling of Yu Shaojiang, who, in his foolish perspective, believes everyone should obey his commands. Initially, he prompted Ye Hao to apply to Shrek Academy, and when Ye Hao refused, a conflict ensued, marking the origin of all discord. Following that, in the incident at Soto City, had it not been for Tang San's last-minute intervention, causing the brothers Shimo and Shimo of the royal fighting team to be gravely poisoned, Ye Hao would never have resorted to such desperate measures. Of course, Ye Hao is no saint. When faced with a threat to his life, he cannot simply sit back and wait for his demise. This has led Tang Ritian to harbor an intense desire to kill Ye Hao. When confronted with death, Ye Hao can only retaliate passively, a circumstance he finds unavoidable. Moreover, had Douluo truly acted earlier, Tang Ritian's hammer would have undoubtedly fallen. Reminiscent of the legendary scene where the spirit hall rescued its own, Douluo, who had supplied the celestial herb, would not see Ye Hao fulfill Tang Hao's wishes. Utilizing the heart of death, alongside the cooperation of Xiaohong and Spider, Ye Hao indirectly saved Douluo's life. Observing this, Xiaohong urged, "Let us leave quickly. The spectacle has concluded. How to deal with this group is the old poison master's affair, and we need not interfere." Ye Hao nodded in agreement and swiftly flew towards the core of the Sunset Forest. After a considerable time, the master and his companions had yet to recover from the news of Tang Hao's defeat. Douluo's gaze turned sinister once more, the murderous intent in his eyes causing Flinder and the others before him to shiver involuntarily. "What do you intend to do, Douluo?" Flinder inquired, trembling. His earlier bravado completely vanished. Having thought that Tang Hao's appearance might grant them reprieve, they now realized it was all in vain. "What do I intend to do?" Douluo sneered, "I intend to deal with you." The three were taken aback. The master hastily interjected, "Douluo, I believe you have seen that should you dare to harm us, he would certainly not let it rest." Douluo laughed heartily. He cannot even protect himself. Why would he care about a few insignificant pests like you? You are correct about one thing. Tang San is indeed not dead. I was deceiving you earlier. What is your purpose in this? Flinder questioned, perplexed. Although Douluo was eccentric, his kidnapping of Tang San was entirely unexpected. What is my purpose? Douluo snapped. Why must I explain my actions to you? He pointed at Flinder and Lu Erlong. You two may be spared for now, but as for him. Douluo's gaze fell upon Ye Hao, a sly smile creeping across his face. That is another matter entirely. Upon hearing this, Ye Hao's legs trembled uncontrollably, teetering on the brink of collapse. What could a titled Douluo intend to do to him? At that moment, Flinder and Lu Erlong instinctively realized they could not move. After all, the old poison master was a titled Douluo, and his powerful aura had already left them paralyzed with fear. Douluo then slowly raised his right hand, delivering a resounding slap before forcefully pressing Ye Hao to the ground. How dare you insult me? Who gave you such confidence, coward? Just a scoundrel hiding behind women. You are the kind of person I despise the most, and you dare say I am finished? I see the one who is about to be finished is you. Ye Hao curled up, howling in despair, tears and snot streaming down. Douluo's kicks were unrestrained, striking vital points without killing Ye Hao outright, which was already a significant concession to Tang Hao. After a lengthy thrashing, Douluo finally grew tired, kicking Ye Hao towards Flinder and Lu Erlong. Take this worthless fool and get out of my territory. If you return, the outcome will not be as lenient as today. Having witnessed Ye Hao's beating, Flinder could not simply let it go. Originally believing Tang Hao would alter the situation, they now realized Tang Hao was in no position to save them. Furthermore, Tang San was not dead. Douluo would release him when he felt inclined. As Douluo finished speaking, Flinder hastily pulled Lu Erlong, who was ready to charge at Douluo, shaking his head gravely. Let us go? Flinder hoisted the unconscious Ye Hao and they departed in dismay. Chapter 117. Tang Retian is poisoned. Douluo, stop. At that moment, Tang San leaped down from the treetops, standing before Douluo with the ancient Haoyan hammer in hand. Seeing this, Douluo slowly turned, his gaze inevitably drawn to the Haoyan hammer. So that is it. No wonder Tang Hao appeared so suddenly. Everything makes sense now. Where is my master? Tang San furrowed his brow, genuinely fearing that Douluo would kill the master on the spot. In Tang San's heart, the master was akin to a father figure, and the concept of once a teacher, always a father was etched deeply in his mind. That worthless Ye Hao is your teacher? Douluo looked at Tang San with disdain. Surely not. This boy possesses twin martial souls, one being blue-silver grass and the other the Haoyan hammer in his hand. How could a genius with twin martial souls possibly have Ye Hao, a coward who can only speak empty words, as his teacher? Douluo? Tang San's eyes reddened, gripping the Haoyan hammer tightly. My master is not worthless, Tang San shouted, an aura of faint killing intent radiating from him. The killing intent was particularly sensitive to Douluo, who narrowed his eyes. The next moment, Tang San felt as though a mountain was pressing down on him, rendering him immobile, akin to fish on a chopping board. At this moment, Tang San was no different from the meat awaiting slaughter. Power. He craved formidable power, so he would not be subject to the whims of others. Tang San fixed his piercing gaze on Douluo, filled with hatred. That garbage Ye Hao is your teacher? Douluo crouched down, intrigued by Tang San. How about this? Why not take me as your master? I shall impart all my poisonous techniques to you. Are you willing? Tang San, with his twin martial souls, piqued Douluo's interest. Such talents were exceedingly rare on the continent. I shall repeat myself. My master is not worthless. Tang San declared vehemently. Once a teacher, always a father. I could never take you as my master, so abandon that thought. Moreover, my proficiency in poison surpasses yours. How could I possibly take you as my teacher? At this, Douluo's interest was thoroughly piqued. He lifted Tang San as if he were a mere chick. It is rare for anyone on the continent to surpass me in the art of poison. I never expected you to be skilled in poison as well. Let us engage in a friendly competition to see whose poison is superior. Ha ha. Douluo was in high spirits as he confidently carried Tang San on his shoulder, striding boldly into the poison formation. The night was enchanting, and the forest lay in serene silence. Tang Hao had already arrived at this location, his body marred by bloodstains, and most of him was severely scorched. Fortunately, despite the grievous injuries he had endured over the years, they were not insurmountable. However, the most critical concern was that he had been poisoned. Moreover, the severity of the poison was evident, as the blood he coughed up was a vivid red laced with a hint of purple, clearly indicating a grave affliction. The death spider emperor, which Ye Hao had subdued, was a soul beast of 100,000 years. Its venom alone was potent enough to slay a titled Douluo, and this was merely a fraction of its power. Were he to ingest its full potency, It was certain that Tang Hao would be in dire straits. Tang Hao felt an overwhelming numbness enveloping his body, as if his legs were ensnared, rendering him immobile. The world around him began to blur and overlap, approaching the brink of unconsciousness. With a sudden shake of his head, he realized he could not succumb just yet. He struggled to rise, leaning heavily against a towering tree, gasping for breath. His body appeared to be enveloped in a pale purple hue, the once vibrant color of his skin completely replaced. This was a precursor to the full eruption of the Death Spider Emperor's venom. Despite the unbearable agony coursing through him, Tang Hao gritted his teeth, his body and spirit both weary from the torment. The venom of the Death Spider Emperor that Ye Hao injected into Tang Hao's body was merely a trace, insufficient to be fatal. However, such poisonous phenomena were unavoidable. After a considerable duration, Tang Hao barely managed to endure, his clothes drenched in sweat, teetering on the brink of collapse, helplessly half-kneeling on the ground. Ye Hao, I will kill you. As dawn broke, the sun gradually ascended in the east, its warm rays once again bathing the earth, dispelling the darkness and heralding the complete end of that chaotic night. On the outskirts of the sunset forest, Flander assisted the injured Yu Xiaojing out, shielding his eyes from the blinding sunlight. Flander exhaled a sigh of relief, casting a wary glance back at the sunset forest. Shivering uncontrollably, this venture had nearly cost him his life. Thankfully, Douluo was eccentric and valued nothing more than survival. That was perilous. Douluo is indeed no trifling character. Lu Erlong nodded in agreement and added, Flander, you held up well. You managed to withstand the critical moment. Flander felt greatly reassured, thumping his chest with a smile. Of course. As the leader of the Golden Iron Triangle and the principal of Shrek Academy, I must bear such responsibility. Wouldn't you agree? Xiaojing. Yu Xiaojing remained silent, his garments tattered, covered in dust, his body mottled with bruises, his face a ghastly sight with dried blood caked upon it, resembling a veritable figure of a post-apocalyptic zombie. Compared to Flander's remarkable composure, Yu Xiaojing's position, hiding at the back during the crisis, appeared exceedingly insignificant. It was an unfortunate misstep to fall into Douluo's meticulously laid trap, leading to a humiliating fiasco that night. While Flander reveled in triumph, Yu Xiaojing faced utter embarrassment, having anticipated an opportunity to showcase his superiority, only to end up beaten to the point of being unrecognizable. Lu Erlong sighed, and then pushed Flander aside, stepping closer to the master. Xiaojing, why are you silent? You've said nothing throughout this journey. I know Douluo's words have struck you hard, but thankfully, Tang San is still alive. That is what matters. At this moment, the master finally spoke. I find myself less worried about Tang San. Ye Hao's appearance has instilled a sense of trepidation in Douluo, fostering a semblance of cowardice within him. I trust that Tang San will be fine. Douluo would not dare to harm him, for he understands that if Tang San were to perish, Tang Hao would pursue him relentlessly without regard for consequences. Moreover, with Tang San backed by the formidable Haoyan sect, once the most powerful sect in the world, albeit now hidden, Douluo certainly comprehends that a dead camel is larger than a horse. The master stroked his stubbled chin, deep in thought. As for that mysterious figure in black, I have no doubt it is Ye Hao. Otherwise, Tang Hao would not have reacted so intensely. Flander exclaimed in disbelief, no way. Tang Hao is a titled Douluo. How could Ye Hao withstand Tang Hao's full power strike? That is the Haoyan hammer, the most formidable weapon spirit in the world. In response, even the typically confident master appeared less assured. The Haoyan hammer is indeed the mightiest weapon spirit. Thus, Ye Hao must have employed some underhanded tactics. Otherwise, Tang Hao could never have been defeated. Yu Xiaojing declared emphatically, having regained his confidence. Tang Hao was his idol, and he could not fathom that his idol could be so easily vanquished. What shall we do now? Flander suddenly lost heart. If Tang Hao was so effortlessly defeated, then Ye Hao's future incursions upon Shrek Academy would leave them defenseless. After all, Ye Hao had triumphed over Tang Hao. If this news were to spread across the Douluo Continent, it would undoubtedly stir a major uproar. Yu Xiaojing sighed heavily, his face reflecting dejection akin to a wilting chrysanthemum. Unable to resist touching his bruised face, the pain from the wound made him wince. Gasping in dismay, he lamented, let us wait and see how things unfold. With that, the three of them gradually made their way toward Heavendo City, weary both in body and spirit after a night devoid of rest. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. On a bright, sunny morning, in the core area of the Sunset Forest, the magnificent Death God Temple stood tall and imposing. Ye Hao emerged from within, stretching languidly towards the sun, his bare upper body revealing chiseled abs that gleamed bronze under the sunlight. Unbeknownst to him, Ye Hao had spent nearly half a year in the Sunset Forest, enduring life and death struggles. Under the arrangement of Xiao Hong, his daily training involved engaging in combat with powerful soul beasts, during which he had also sent letters to the Heaven Do Royal Academy, assuring them of his safety. Most importantly, Ye Hao was still alive. Do not spread unfounded rumors. Xiao Hong, Zhu Zhu, we are heading home. After a while, a series of rumblings echoed from the nearby forest. Ye Hao smiled faintly, turning to envelop the area with the heart of death. The Death Temple, along with the approaching Shan Shan and the Death Spider Emperor, was drawn into its embrace. Where shall we go next? Xiao Hong's voice resonated in Ye Hao's mind. Ye Hao smiled faintly. Of course he was returning to the Royal Academy of Heaven Do. It had been over 6 months since he last set foot there. Otherwise, the people at the academy would surely think he had perished. Whenever he contemplated this, a sense of helplessness washed over him. He believed in neither rumors nor the propagation of them, choosing instead to focus on himself. Before long, Ye Hao unfurled 6 violet wings, and, utilizing the flight skill derived from the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone, he soared swiftly towards the direction of the Royal Academy. Not far off, at the location of the Eye of Ice and Fire, Tang Xin sat alone atop a cliff. A furnace before him seemingly engaged in some form of alchemical process. With intense concentration, he gazed into the furnace, his demeanor serious and unwavering. So absorbed was he that he did not notice the arrival of Douluo Bo, who quietly stood behind him. Douluo Bo had left Tang San here for half a year, during which he had believed himself to be the unrivaled master of poison. Yet, through his interactions with the 13-year-old boy, he had come to realize that Tang San's proficiency in poison was hardly inferior to his own, and the boy's ruthlessness far exceeded his expectations. He recalled the recent gift of the mother and son soul-chasing poison darts Tang San had bestowed upon him. Initially, Douluo Bo had dismissed it as trivial, thinking it little more than a novelty. After all, he was a titled Douluo, having recently broken through to level 92, with all toxins purged from his body, making him feel rejuvenated. However, during the actual experiment, his expression shifted dramatically. The power unleashed by the tiny darts astonished him beyond measure. From that day forth, Douluo Bo began to regard Tang San with newfound respect. Their relationship could be described as unremarkable, neither friends nor foes. Upon arriving at the Royal Academy of Heaven Do, Ye Hao retracted his 6-winged violet light and gently descended to the ground. After being away for more than 6 months, the academy appeared unchanged, still in the midst of classes, devoid of any presence on the playground. The passage of time had left him with a sense of desolation. Returning after such an extended absence made him feel oddly estranged, as if he were visiting for the first time, a truly peculiar sensation. Lingering there for a while, Ye Hao gradually made his way towards the location of the Royal Combat Team. Since Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong had joined the Royal Academy 6 months ago, he had yet to greet them and wondered how the 2 beautiful women had fared. At the back mountains of the Royal Academy, the scenery was breathtaking, with towering trees encircling the area. Unique stones and a variety of flora thrived, designated specifically for the Royal Combat Team's training. As the date for the high-ranking Soul Master Academy approached, the atmosphere within the team became increasingly charged. In the absence of Ye Hao, the team had expanded from 7 to 9 members, with only Ye Hao still missing. Perched on a tree trunk within the forest, Zhu Zhuqing crouched low, her lithe form pressed against the bark as she cautiously sensed the slightest rustle in the surroundings. Just then, a bolt of blue lightning descended from the heavens accompanied by a dragon's roar, as Yu Tianheng lunged down from above. Observing this, Zhu Zhuqing's expression darkened. Yu Tianheng had recently broken through to Soul Scholar and obtained a 4th soul ring. Having consumed celestial herbs, Zhu Zhuqing's physical prowess had significantly improved, and after 6 months of training, her soul power had reached 39, just a step away from becoming a soul scholar herself. At such a tender age, her soul power was unparalleled within the Royal Combat Team, rivaling only that of Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling, both of whom had also consumed celestial herbs. Thunder Dragon Claw, Nether Slash. Zhu Zhuqing's 3rd soul ring and Yu Tianheng's 1st soul ring ignited almost simultaneously. In an instant, the trees beneath them were cleaved in 2. Dark smoke billowing from the splintered wood. Zhu Zhuqing and Yu Tianheng landed gracefully, their eyes ablaze with fervent combat spirit. As the rapid lightning struck down, Zhu Zhuqing leaped into action, creating waves that were a visual feast for onlookers. A resplendent 9-colored radiance enveloped Zhu Zhuqing and Yu Tianheng as Ning Rongrong emerged from behind a tree, wielding the 9-treasure glazed tower. Her soul power had also reached 39, merely a step away from breaking through to the 40th level and becoming a soul scholar. Over the past 6 months, Ning Fingji had devoted considerable attention to Ning Rongrong. The 9 treasure glazed tower embodied the hope of their entire sect, making its significance undeniable. The 9 treasures were renowned, the first for strength, the second for speed. As Ning Rongrong's words faded, Zhu Shiqing and Yu Tianheng charged forward, their momentum greater than ever before. Just as the dragon's fist met the cat's claw, 2 emerald green turtle shells suddenly appeared, effortlessly dissipating their attacks. Indeed, despite their absence, Shimo and Shimo were not yet soul scholars, still a short distance from level 40. However, in terms of defense, the brothers were unmatched within the royal combat team. As the Xuanwu turtle was renowned for its formidable defensive capabilities, the 2 brothers, each wielding a segment of turtle shell, stood back to back, facing off against their opponents. Zhu Shiqing transformed into a streak of black lightning, darting through the forest, while Yu Tianheng unleashed a flurry of dragon claws entwined with rapid lightning, delivering blow after blow upon the turtle shell. Unbeknownst to them, Shimo's right hand, which grasped the turtle shell, began to tingle with a strange sensation. At that moment, a dense green mist began to envelop the entire area, prompting everyone to sense the impending danger and hastily retreat. Emerging from the toxic fog, Dugu Yin swam gracefully, having evolved into the Emerald Phosphor Serpent Emperor after consuming celestial-grade herbs. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, Yu Feng and Osro, who lay low in the forest, exchanged intense glances, poised to strike. In an instant, they became mere afterimages, and just as their respective attacks were about to collide, they felt their assaults completely neutralized. In shock, they turned to see Xiao Hao. Everyone was taken aback. Ye Hao found himself sandwiched between Yu Feng and AOC Luo, extending his hands to firmly clasp their fists together. Their previous assaults were effortlessly neutralized. While both were initially taken aback, a wave of elation soon washed over them. Ye Hao had returned, and his prowess had evidently reached new heights. This significantly enhanced the chances of the Royal Combat Team triumphing in the forthcoming Continental Senior Soul Master Tournament. In past editions, the championship had either been claimed by the Spirit Hall or the Star Luo Empire, while the Heaven Do Empire had often been overlooked. This year, however, it could be said that the Heaven Do Empire had its most promising opportunity to seize victory. Ye Hao slowly turned around, gazing at the members of the Emperor battle team, and smiled, "Everyone, I have returned." Meanwhile, in the vicinity of the ice and fire Yin Yang Ai, Tang San, with a grave expression, cautiously opened the bronze furnace and carefully collected 3 small, pitch-black needles, each merely an inch long, into a prepared box using the Xianyu hand. This action left Dugabo perplexed. Why did this seemingly inconspicuous creature place such importance on these small needles? What exactly are they? Dugabo could not help but ponder. Tang San, with a devilish smile, pointed at the 3 needles resting quietly in the box, his eyes ablaze with vengeful fire. These needles possess a lethal poison capable of vanquishing any adversary, including Tidal Douluo. Tang San's gaze was fervent as he stored away his prized creation, turning to Dugu Bo. "Old Poison Master, do you not trust me?" Dugu Bo chuckled dismissively. "Do you truly believe these trifling things can kill a Tidal Douluo? Each of them has achieved their status through immense struggle." Not deterred by Dugu Bo's skepticism, Tang San replied, "You will understand soon enough. When the King of Hell calls you at midnight, who would dare to let you live until dawn? I have named it the King of Hell's token." Tang San recognized that this was his most formidable secret weapon, one he would not use unless faced with a critical moment or the right person. "Old Poison Master, what shall we compare today?" he inquired. Typically, this time would be dedicated to discussing poison techniques and insights, benefiting both. "Compare? What shall we compare, little monster? You may leave now," Dugu Bo replied with a smile. "Leave? Where to?" Dugu Bo kicked Tang San playfully, chiding him. "Are you pretending not to understand? Go back from whence you came. Do you truly intend to stay here with me for eternity?" At these words, Tang San's eyes brightened. It had been half a year since he had arrived in this place. Captured by Dugu Bo, he had almost lost himself in the allure of the ice and fire Yin Yang Ai. After 6 months of cultivation, Tang San's soul power had reached level 37. Yet due to the fact that most of the celestial herbs had been taken by Ye Hao, he had not managed to refine his original water and fire immunity, and the blue-silver grass remained unremarkable. Chapter 119. An invitation from Shueqinghe. Confrontation. Tang San looked at the vacant positions in the center of the ice and fire Yin Yang Ai, where 2 types of celestial herbs should have been. And an itch arose within him. They were rightfully his. Why? Why could Ye Hao always get ahead? To ruin someone else's opportunity is akin to taking their life. "Ye Hao, just you wait. A flame of vengeance ignited in Tang San's heart. Old Poison Master, I wish to ask you a question, and you must answer truthfully. Douluo Bo paused momentarily before nodding in understanding. Tang San took a deep breath, striving to calm his restless heart. Old Poison Master, have all the celestial herbs grown here been taken by Ye Hao? He had refrained from asking this question until now, but as he prepared to leave, he finally voiced it. Although he already knew the answer, he wanted to hear it from Douluo Bo himself. In response, Douluo Bo nodded slowly and said, "You are correct. I have given most of the herbs here to Ye Hao. Is there a problem with that?" Douluo Bo's gaze was sharp. He had come to understand the conflict between Tang San and Ye Hao over the past 6 months. A conflict that had become inseparable and had even driven Tang San to madness, lamenting his unfair fate. "Why?" Tang San exclaimed passionately. "Why did you give them to him?" Douluo Bo's eyes narrowed, his aura surging as he spoke solemnly. "Little monster, do you not understand? Ye Hao resolved my own toxin troubles. As a reward, I offered him the herbs here. What is wrong with that? One should repay even a small favor with great gratitude. Though I am not a virtuous man, I do understand the principle of gratitude. Furthermore, let me advise you, do not indulge in such murderous thoughts at your young age. It may lead to dire consequences." Tang San could only clench his fists in frustration, feeling utterly helpless. His only option now was to find an opportunity to eliminate Ye Hao. So many celestial herbs had gone missing, and Ye Hao surely could not consume them all. Eventually, the remaining celestial herbs would be his. "Hurry and pack your things. I will wait for you outside." This conflict between Ye Hao and Tang San was one Douluo Bo did not wish to entangle himself in. "And let me warn you." Douluo Bo paused, casting a glance at the bloodthirsty Tang San. "Ye Hao's background is far beyond your imagination. Do not act rashly, otherwise it could spell disaster for the entire continent." Tang San was momentarily stunned, then nodded. He watched Douluo Bo's retreating figure, a barely perceptible killing intent flickering in his eyes. Ye Hao had already sealed his fate. Tang San was certain of it. "Old Poison Master, why did all the celestial herbs have to go to Ye Hao?" Tang San still could not comprehend. Not only that, but Douluo Bo had severely injured his own teacher half a year ago, leaving Master in a state of utter decline. With a deep breath, Tang San suppressed the burgeoning killing intent. He dismissed Douluo Bo's warning. In his eyes, Ye Hao was merely an ordinary person. Despite his connection to the Tiando Royal Academy, what formidable background could he possibly possess? Now, Tang San, backed by the Shrek Academy and supported by the formidable Douluo Bo, had become a significant force. Back at the Tiando Royal Academy, Ye Hao was training with the Emperor Battle Team as they prepared for the upcoming Elite Soul Master Tournament. A considerable challenge for the entire team. Although the Emperor Battle Team was exempt from the preliminaries, possessing direct qualification to the final elimination round at the Wuhuan Hall, they were still wary of the formidable opponents that awaited them. "Watch out." Ye Hao instantly activated the Death Spider Emperor's possession, launching 2 enormous webs with his hands. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing and Yu Qianheng quickly evaded, as the area touched by the webs left the flora withered. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Emperor Battle Team could not help but feel a surge of fear. In just 6 months, Ye Hao's Death Spider Emperor poison had grown so powerful, surpassing even the terrifying Biphosphor Snake Emperor's poison. The current battle only involved 3 people, while the rest of the Emperor Battle Team maintained a safe distance to avoid being affected. "Wow, Brother Hao's incredible. He has become a Soul Zone in just half a year, and he is still the same age as I am," Ning Rongrong exclaimed enviously. Her martial soul having already evolved, deserving of the title of the continent's best support martial soul. At this moment, Yilingling approached, standing beside Ning Rongrong. "Rongrong, you are also working hard. It's just that Xiao Hao's growth is too rapid." Ning Rongrong looked at Yilingling. "Lingling, you seem to know Brother Hao quite well. Could it be that you two?" She boldly speculated, taking on the role of a gossip. In response, Yilingling replied nonchalantly, "Do not overthink it. I treat Ye Hao with a common heart. He is my younger brother, and I am merely his sister. There exists no profound emotional bond between us. If there were any feelings, they would solely pertain to the innocent affection of siblings, nothing more." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's enthusiasm was instantly dampened. She had assumed there was a connection between the two, only to discover otherwise. The situation on the field shifted dramatically, becoming unpredictable. Yu Tianheng's Dragon Claw, imbued with swift lightning, charged directly towards Ye Hao, while Zhu Qing transformed into a streak of black lightning. Over the past 6 months, she had shown no signs of complacency. During their exchange, Ye Hao distinctly sensed Zhu Zhuqing's transformation. She was no longer the inexperienced girl from 6 months prior, but had truly undergone a metamorphosis. When compared to the original Shrek 7 monsters, Zhu Zhuqing could effortlessly surpass any one of them. This was no jest. Caught in a pincer attack, Ye Hao chose to abandon resistance. He closed his eyes tightly, and the area surrounding him began to undergo a metamorphosis. Enveloped in a hue of purple, in this unsettling circumstance, both Zhu Zhuqing and Yu Tianheng suddenly experienced a feeling of heaviness in their chests, their limbs growing weak, rendering them utterly powerless. In unison, they withdrew from their martial soul manifestation, gazing at Ye Hao with fear. At this juncture, Ye Hao hastily retracted his death realm, quickly assisting the two of them to their feet. I apologize, Zhuqing, Tianheng. My domain is exceedingly domineering and must have harmed you. Are you injured? Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, responding calmly. How go? Are you saying that was your domain just now? Domains are rare among the inhabitants of this continent. The domain exhibited by Ye Hao has undoubtedly reshaped everyone's understanding. How could it be that after merely half a year of absence, he has suddenly acquired such a domain? In that moment, the crowd was filled with astonishment, acutely aware of the vast disparities among individuals. Indeed, my domain is the domain of death, a gift bestowed by my martial soul. It is, after all, my innate domain. Ye Hao proclaimed with radiant enthusiasm. The spectators fell into silence, casting disdainful glances in his direction. We understand, we understand. Suddenly, Dream Machine approached, applauding Ye Hao's performance with fervor. Remarkable, Dream Machine exclaimed with a smile. I never expected that at such a young age, you would possess a domain that countless soul masters yearn for yet cannot attain. Given time, you shall undoubtedly become the pride of the Tiando Empire. Ye Hao smiled faintly, expressing gratitude for the compliment. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit, Chief? Dream Machine, undoubtedly burdened with matters of importance, soon retrieved a stack of letters from the folds of his garment. The letters were exquisitely crafted from gold, adorned with a delicate golden border, exuding an air of opulence. This is a message from His Highness the Crown Prince for you, Dream Machine said, presenting the letters to Ye Hao. Brother Shui? Ye Hao accepted the letters, realizing that they resembled more of an invitation than mere correspondence. This was an invitation for Ye Hao to dine together that evening, and the extravagant packaging was a testament to the Crown Prince's personal attention to detail. His Highness holds you in high regard, Ye Hao. You must seize this opportunity, Dream Machine emphasized. In his eyes, Ye Hao had already forged a connection with the Celestial Empire, and a future of great success was undoubtedly in store for him. Shortly after delivering the invitation, Dream Machine briefly outlined some matters before taking his leave. Ye Hao gazed at the heavy invitation in his hand, a sense of unease prickling at him. He felt that Xueqing's actions were laden with ulterior motives. Meanwhile, at an inconspicuous residence on the outskirts of the Tiando Imperial Palace, Xueqing had specially acquired this place for his leisure and enjoyment during his idle hours. The estate was expansive, capable of accommodating hundreds simultaneously, adorned with luxurious decor and unique rock formations that created an exquisite landscape. At this moment, Xueqing sat comfortably in the main hall, flanked by two titled Douluo guardians. One, the serpent spearman from that day, and the other, a robust figure. Both were appointed specifically to ensure Xueqing's safety. Has the invitation been dispatched? Xueqing inquired lazily. The serpent spearman replied, Young master, the invitation has been delivered just moments ago. Ye Hao departed from the Tiando Royal Academy and is en route to us. Very well, Xueqing has said. Once Ye Hao arrives, you two should distance yourselves as far as possible, maintaining a distance of at least 500 meters. At this, the larger man beside him could not help but ask, Young master, what is the reason for this? Xueqing smiled slightly. Brother Hao is surrounded by formidable experts. The dog he keeps is indeed extraordinary. Half a year ago, during our last encounter, that dog discerned my true identity at a glance. Upon hearing this, the two titled Douluo were taken aback. If the young master's true identity were to be exposed, Ye Hao would become a liability that could not be retained. Xueqing quickly halted their concerns. Thus, I have invited Brother Hao here. He is a prodigy, and the Spirit Hall has a penchant for talents. Rest assured, he will join the Spirit Hall. Chapter 120. Greetings. My name is Qian Rinxue. The night was enchanting, the evening streets bustling as usual, with the lights beginning to twinkle, painting a scene of prosperity and vibrancy. Ye Hao walked alone along the street leading to the Xueqing River Mansion, surrounded by a continuous flow of pedestrians. He glanced at the invitation card in his hand. Throughout this journey, Ye Hao couldn't shake the feeling of being a lamb led to the slaughter, a persistent notion that Xueqing River was laying a trap for him. Yet, there was little he could do. After all, she was his elder sister. He might as well go, for she wouldn't devour him. What was he even thinking? The voice of Xiao Hong resonated in Ye Hao's mind, pulling him back to reality. No, nothing, he replied, shaking his head, his thoughts still restless. Xiao Hong, I have a feeling this sister of mine is digging a pit for herself. Am I not walking into a trap? Ye Hao pondered aloud, filled with doubt. Ha. Xiao Hong chuckled softly. What do you think? Your sister is ultimately going to take action against you, her younger brother. Her noble status, coupled with her concealed presence within the Tiando Imperial Palace, speaks volumes of the formidable power behind her. Trust me, prepare yourself to embrace the role of a son-in-law. Ye Hao, Xiao Hong quietly appeared at Ye Hao's feet, suddenly halting and gazing into the distance. What is it? Ye Hao inquired. Xiao Hong replied. I have gathered intelligence from your sister's residence regarding two formidable individuals, likely both titled Douluo. They have just departed from your sister's estate, which suggests that she has already devised a plan to subdue you. Upon hearing this, Ye Hao's advancing footsteps abruptly ceased, and he turned his gaze toward the grand estate in the distance, along with its tightly sealed vermilion gates. Xueqinghe was clearly orchestrating a grand banquet, with ulterior motives lurking beneath the surface. His true intention was likely to recruit Ye Hao. Ever since Xiao Hong inadvertently revealed Xueqinghe's true identity 6 months ago, Ye Hao had anticipated this day would come, though he had not expected it to arrive so swiftly. Ye Hao was aware of his sister's true identity, yet he refrained from exposing it, for revealing such a secret would undoubtedly lead to considerable trouble. This scheme had been known only to a select few within the Spirit Hall. Should it come to light to an outsider like Ye Hao, the only outcome for him would be annihilation. However, who was Xueqinghe? A person of discerning taste would not easily relinquish what they valued. Ye Hao could not afford to eliminate him. Instead, he sought to win him over. Unbeknownst to them, a profound friendship had already blossomed between Xueqinghe and Ye Hao. To harm Ye Hao would surely meet with Xueqinghe's disapproval. Thus, the current scene unfolded naturally. On the surface, they dined together, while beneath, a recruitment was underway. As Xueqinghe prepared to lay his cards on the table with Ye Hao, after lingering in place for a considerable time, Ye Hao suddenly exhaled. Retrieving Xiao Hong into the heart of death, and with steadfast resolve, he advanced toward the trap. Upon reflection, the Spirit Hall did not seem so unfavorable after all. How delightful! As Ye Hao arrived before the grand entrance, he was about to knock when, to his astonishment, the long-sealed door creaked open by itself with a resounding click before he could approach. The door was opened by two unknown soul masters. Even the gatekeepers were soul masters, revealing the profound depth of Xueqinghe's estate. At that moment, Xueqinghe emerged from within, and upon spotting Ye Hao, his face lit up with joy, displaying a warm and amiable smile. He stepped forward, grasping Ye Hao's hand, showering him with heartfelt inquiries. Brother Hao, it has been 6 months since we last met. I have truly missed you dearly. Why did you not come to see me upon your return? Have you forgotten your elder brother? Xueqinghe exclaimed with a chuckle. Ye Hao smiled apologetically and said, How could that be? Brother Xue, you are exceedingly busy, and it would be inconvenient for me to impose. I only just returned yesterday. Upon receiving your invitation this morning, I hastened to come. Xueqinghe smiled faintly, then glanced behind Ye Hao. Did you come here alone, Brother Hao? What of the dog you raised? Why did it not accompany you? Ye Hao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. That dog had wandered off, likely frolicking with some female dog in an unknown alley. Ye Hao understood the implication behind Xueqinghe's words. You scoundrel! Little Hong exclaimed in dissatisfaction. In that case, Hao brother, let us proceed inside. I have already arranged the banquet. With that, Ye Hao entered the residence alongside Xueqinghe. As the two crossed the threshold, the door was shut with a resounding clang. Additionally, 2 sage-level soul masters appeared at the entrance, indicating that the plan had indeed commenced. Upon entering the mansion, Ye Hao was dazzled by the sight before him. It was akin to a miniature palace. Exquisite paintings adorned the walls, and a variety of finely crafted porcelain pieces were displayed throughout. The opulent decor and immaculate floors were all part of Xueqinghe's meticulous preparations to impress Ye Hao. Ye Hao was already prepared for the invitation, eager to hear what Xueqinghe would articulate. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at the grand hall, where an exquisite array of delicacies awaited, showcasing a bounty of both mountain and sea treasures. Observing the feast, Ye Hao and Xueqinghe took their respective seats, facing one another. Before Xueqinghe could initiate the conversation, Xiao Hong, unable to contain herself, exclaimed, Please let me out. I can't bear it any longer. Ye Hao communicated softly, Do not presume that I am unaware of your intentions. Did you not just eat before coming out? How is it that you are hungry now? Xiao Hong retorted, I truly misjudged you. Prior to our arrival, I inquired why you were not dining, and you claimed to be unhungry. And now, here you are, indulging in a feast, while I am left merely salivating. Ye Hao smiled faintly, then turned his gaze to the opposite side where Xue Qinghe sat, raising the cup on the table. Brother Xue, allow me to toast you with tea in place of wine. I am grateful for the care you have shown me over this long period. Please. Xue Qinghe chuckled lightly, lifting his cup filled with liquor as he stood to clink glasses with Ye Hao. There is no need for such formalities between us brothers. Your affairs are my affairs. And in the future, I shall rely on you even more. Please. The two drank heartily, emptying their cups. Ye Hao personally poured wine for Xue Qinghe, lifting the silver wine jug with grace as the elongated, crystalline liquid flowed gently into Xue Qinghe's cup. Brother Hao, I am quite curious about your whereabouts over the past 6 months. Why have you remained so elusive? Xue Qinghe inquired. He was well aware that Ye Hao had ventured into the sunset forest, and secretly, he had sent others to search for him. Yet, despite their efforts, no news emerged. It was as if Ye Hao had vanished from the face of the earth. Ye Hao placed the wine pot on the table and took a seat. Smiling as he said, I ventured into a wondrous secret realm within the sunset forest for cultivation, which is why I have been delayed for half a year. Secret realm? Xue Qinghe's eyes brightened. Might you elaborate? I find myself quite intrigued by such matters. Ah, Ye Hao feigned mystery. That place is something I cannot disclose. There are restrictions. I sincerely apologize, Brother Xue. Everyone harbors their own little secrets, and Ye Hao is no exception. Observing this, Xue Qinghe ceased his inquiries and deftly picked up a piece of roasted meat with his silver chopsticks, placing it into Ye Hao's silver bowl. Eat up, he urged. I have meticulously prepared this for you. You must eat your fill this evening before heading back. Ye Hao nodded silently and then began to eat heartily, leaving only the little red of the heart of death to watch helplessly. The heart of death was constrained by Ye Hao, and little red could only drool in envy. The Death Spider Emperor beside little red shared the same fate. The roasted meat was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, imbued with the enticing aroma of charcoal grilling. Brother Xue, your culinary skills are quite impressive, Ye Hao praised. Xue Qinghe smiled with a subtle expression. If you enjoy it, you are always welcome to come here. My doors will forever be open to you. As Ye Hao savored his meal, Xue Qinghe transitioned to the main topic of the day. He held his wine glass in hand, gently swirling the clear liquid within, and began to scrutinize the eating Ye Hao. With a calm demeanor, Xue Qinghe inquired, Brother Hao, what are your thoughts on the Heaven Do Empire? Ye Hao turned to Xue Qinghe, sensing the anticipated question. It's acceptable, he replied after swallowing a mouthful of meat, fixing his gaze on Xue Qinghe. Just acceptable? Do you have nothing else to elaborate on? Xue Qinghe countered. Ye Hao smiled faintly and said, Brother Xue, you are the prince of the empire. You must be well informed about the heavenly empire. This statement was not inaccurate. Xue Qinghe continued to inquire, what about the Spirit Hall? The Spirit Hall has experienced rapid development in recent years. Currently, over 70% of soul masters on the continent have joined them, which has caused my father considerable distress, leading him to erupt in anger today. Sister, this matter does not concern your family. Why have you suddenly turned to me for answers? Ye Hao pondered for a moment and mused. Under the leadership of Pope Bibi Dong, the Spirit Hall has indeed made remarkable strides in recent years, far surpassing the progress made under the previous Pope, Qian Xuanji. Bibi Dong is an exceptionally ambitious Pope and undoubtedly the most outstanding leader the Spirit Hall has had in many years. I must concede this point. In my time of hardship, I received kindness from the Spirit Hall, a gesture that remains etched in my memory. In my eyes, the Spirit Hall considers the welfare of the common people far superior to those hypocritical nobles who merely drain the lifeblood of others. I share this with you, Brother Xue. So please do not take offense, for it is you who prompted my words. Xue Qinghe smiled gracefully, unperturbed by the sentiment. With these insights gleaned from Ye Hao, the subsequent plans became considerably simpler. Success was already half achieved. Ye Hao continued to immerse himself in the feast of meat, eagerly anticipating what Xue Qinghe would convey next. In that moment, the surroundings fell into a profound silence, so quiet that the sound of a falling silver needle could be discerned. Brother Hao, your dog must have spoken to you, Xue Qinghe remarked, his expression darkening as he fixed his serious gaze upon Ye Hao. Upon witnessing this scene, Ye Hao immediately straightened his posture, locking eyes with Xue Qinghe. Brother Xue, I am quite at a loss regarding what you are implying. My dog often speaks nonsense. It tends to be rather eccentric, so please do not take it seriously, Ye Hao replied with a chuckle. However, this explanation evidently did not resonate with Xueqinghe. Do you know why I summoned you here tonight? Xueqinghe said, his tone shifting to a more somber note. Ye Hao feigned confusion, shaking his head. Do not pretend. There is no need for deceit in my presence. Xueqinghe chuckled wryly, also shaking his head. That dog is quite remarkable. Do not tell me it has not informed you of that matter. As circumstances reached this point, Ye Hao set down his knife and fork, removing the napkin from his neck. The two siblings, no, they should be referred to as brother and sister, exchanged glances, and in unison, they smiled. Ye Hao smiled, his gaze filled with keen interest as he surveyed Xueqinghe. Sister, you are indeed remarkable. I presume your invitation today is not merely for a meal. Xueqinghe smirked. You're not so bad yourself, little brother. Since that is the case, I shall be frank. I require your assistance. With a serious demeanor, she continued. Though we are siblings now, I apologize for my momentary slip in addressing you correctly. What is it that you need from me? Ye Hao inquired. Xueqinghe chuckled softly. I seek your support to achieve great things in the future. I promise you high office and abundant wealth, ensuring you will bask in endless glory and prosperity. Upon hearing this, Ye Hao waved his hand dismissively, expressing his disdain for such material possessions. Sister, I have never heard that the crown prince of the Tiando Empire is a woman. It is well known across the continent that the great Emperor Shuya has 4 sons. What intrigues me most is your identity. In business, one must exchange payment for goods. How can I trust and assist you if I am unaware of your true identity beforehand? Xueqinghe, intrigued, regarded Ye Hao with keen interest. In that case, before I reveal my true identity, I require you to make a promise. Ye Hao gazed at Xueqinghe, remaining utterly still. Could it be that I am to join the organization behind you? Upon hearing this, Xueqinghe was momentarily taken aback, his eyes revealing an eagerness for such talent. You truly are quite perceptive. What do you think? Consider it carefully. At this juncture, Ye Hao found himself with no alternatives. To agree was his only option. There was no other recourse. The moment Ye Hao stepped into the room, his fate had already been sealed. Nevertheless, Xueqinghe's proactive invitation was, naturally, within Ye Hao's expectations. With his martial soul and appearance being as they were, Ye Hao had replicated everything about Bibi Dong through the simulations of the former system upon his arrival. This meant that, in this life, Ye Hao would remain inextricably entangled with the spirit hall. Joining them was merely a matter of time. Very well, I shall join. Ye Hao replied without a moment's hesitation, his response so swift that Xueqinghe was taken aback. You agreed so readily. Will you not take a moment to contemplate further? Ye Hao shook his head. Firstly, I have faith in my sister. Secondly, do I truly have any alternatives? This territory belongs to Xueqinghe, and his men are everywhere. My own abilities are still lacking, and besides, harmony breeds prosperity. Xueqinghe has treated me exceptionally well, so I naturally do not harbor such thoughts. With that, Xueqinghe turned away, gently placing his hand on his face. Under Ye Hao's eager gaze, a flicker of golden light danced across Xueqinghe's features. The first thing that captivated the eyes was a cascade of silky golden hair, fragrant and enchanting, inspiring boundless imagination. Then, Xueqinghe slowly pivoted. In an instant, Ye Hao found himself utterly stunned, his breath quickening as he beheld a stunning beauty before him, as if an angel had descended to the mortal realm. Her ethereal beauty, commanding presence, and those crystalline eyes left him speechless. Sister, Ye Hao stammered, despite having prepared himself for this moment long ago. Witnessing her true visage today was indeed a tremendous surprise. Xiaohong chuckled, wow, this girl is extraordinarily beautiful. Hurry, Haozi, you must make your move. If you wait too long, you might lose your chance, Haozi. Haozi, he thought, realizing too late that he had succumbed to her allure. Ye Hao was taken aback for a while, observing that there was no movement at all. Xueqinghe approached and playfully tapped his brow with her finger. How do you find your sister's appearance? Is she beautiful? Xueqinghe smiled slightly, and even her smile was so enchanting that the flowers nearby seemed to pale in comparison. Ye Hao vigorously shook his head, his complexion flushing as he gazed at the enchanting figure before him. Xueqinghe, a feeling of exhilaration washing over him. Indeed, upon this first encounter, she was truly as remarkable as the rumors had suggested. You are stunning. May I inquire your esteemed name, dear sister? Ye Hao inquired with a courteous bow. Listen well, my name is Qian Rinxua, she replied with a smile. Upon hearing her words, Ye Hao felt a sense of reassurance. It appeared he had not been misled. Qian Renxue, a splendid name that perfectly complements your beauty, he mused. After a brief moment, Ye Hao's expression darkened as he rested his chin on his hand, lost in contemplation. What troubles you, dear brother? Do you have further inquiries? Qian Renxue asked. Ye Hao glanced at Qian Renxue, then shifted his gaze aside. Lingering too long could indeed lead to enchantment. His sister bore significant responsibilities, and the forces behind her must be formidable. Do not misunderstand, for my curiosity is piqued. After all, I am now bound to my sister. And understanding the organization poses no issue, wouldn't you agree? Qian Renxue rolled her eyes at Ye Hao and teased. How presumptuous. To have you as my brother is truly the greatest fortune of my life. Since you claim to belong to me, it would be no trouble to share this with you. My sister hails from the spirit hall. No sooner had she spoken than two figures emerged silently behind her. One wielded a serpent spear, while the other was of imposing stature. The aura they exuded rivaled that of Douluo, perhaps even eclipsing it. Undoubtedly, they were title Douluo. With two title Douluo present, it was clear that Ye Hao's sister was indeed a person of great distinction. Ye Hao cast a casual glance at the two title Douluo behind Qian Renxue before continuing to use his chopsticks to pick up delicacies and savor them. Qian Renxue maintained her cheerful demeanor, yet within her heart, tumultuous waves surged. She had anticipated that the appearance of two title Douluo would leave her brother in a state of shock. To her surprise, he remained even more composed than she had expected, his temperament far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Ye Hao set down his utensils and turned his gaze towards the two title Douluos, whose expressions were indifferent. At that moment, he made a decision in his heart. Sister, why not introduce these two esteemed gentlemen to your brother? After all, we shall all be one family from now on. After sipping from his glass of water, Ye Hao addressed the two title Douluos. Qian Renxue smiled faintly and nodded towards the two men behind her. The first to speak was the man wielding a serpent spear. I am Shilong. My martial soul is the serpent spear. And I am a title Douluo of the 92nd rank, known as the serpent spear. Following him, the robust man introduced himself. I am Si Shui. My martial soul is the spiked porcupine, and I am also a title Douluo of the 92nd rank, known as Si Shui. Once their introductions were complete, Qian Renxue turned to Ye Hao and said, Brother Hao, this is my family background. Are you satisfied? Indeed, I am quite pleased. Having two title Douluos by my sister's side for protection certainly affirms my choice, Ye Hao replied. Brother Hao, what is your current spirit power level? Qian Renxue suddenly inquired. I am at the 44th level, Sister Qian. Is there an issue? How about this? Qian Renxue proposed. I will arrange for a residence for you in the city. At your current level, the Heavendo Royal Academy has little more to teach you, and remaining there would only squander your time. This way, during your leisure, you can come visit me anytime, and these two title Douluo elders can also guide you in your cultivation. What do you think? Ye Hao clapped his hands gently, a subtle smile gracing his lips. With such a formidable expert by his sister's side, it seemed prudent to ensure her safety, thus he felt it unnecessary to intervene further. After all, he too had a capable brother. Oh, Qian Renxue inquired, her brow furrowing in curiosity. Could it be that your brother possesses hidden talents as well? Ye Hao chuckled softly, declaring that they were not merely trump cards, but rather his family. Upon speaking, he removed the heart of death from his hair, causing his long, lavender locks to dance gracefully in the breeze, complementing his already striking visage. In that moment, Qian Renxue, serpent spear Douluo, and bloodstained Douluo couldn't help but conjure the image of a certain woman in their minds. The resemblance was uncanny. Brother, what is this? Qian Renxue inquired. Her gaze fixed on the heart of death clasped in Ye Hao's hand, a sense of familiarity washing over her. Sister, your memory seems to falter. Do you recall the square stone I purchased at the Heavendo Grand Auction House 9 months ago? Ye Hao enlarged the heart of death, revealing its enchanting purple glow and the intricate magical patterns adorning its 6 faces. This is the very stone from before, Qian Renxue exclaimed in astonishment. Reflecting back on that seemingly ordinary stone she had bought for Ye Hao, she marveled at its remarkable transformation. At first glance, the exterior alone conveyed its extraordinary nature. The scythe mark on Ye Hao's forehead emitted a radiant purple light, manifesting 2 beams of violet brilliance from the heart of the Grim Reaper cradled in his palm. Almost immediately, one of these beams descended swiftly to the ground, heralding the arrival of Xiaohong. You are truly ruthless, trapping me within the heart of the Grim Reaper while you indulge in delightful feasts outside. leaving only me and Juju to drool in here. No sooner had she touched the ground than Xiaohong hurried to the table, her gaze fixated on the delectable spread before her. Salivating profusely at the sight of the sumptuous delicacies, Ye Hao cast a glance at Qian Rinxue, who instinctively nodded in acknowledgement. He then arranged an array of delectable dishes before Xiaohong, indicating that she could partake. From that moment on, Xiaohong ceased to be polite. With her paw, she grasped a knife and fork from the side, promptly piercing a succulent piece of roasted meat, glistening and fragrant from the grill, and stuffed it into her mouth. Instantly, her eyes sparkled with delight, and she began to devour the meal voraciously. Ye Hao let out a bitter smile and shook his head. Sister Qian, I must apologize. I lied when I entered. In truth, Xiaohong has been by my side all along. Qian Rinxue was unfazed by this. It matters not. What breed is this dog? It not only speaks human language, but also exhibits such arrogance. Xiaohong, having swallowed the morsel of meat, glanced at Qian Rinxue and remarked with a grin. Do not concern yourself with my identity. Suffice it to say, in this realm, I am invincible. The crowd responded, such audacity. Ye Hao was unfazed. Soon after, another beam of purple light descended upon the ground, and a Death Spider Emperor materialized. Under the influence of the Heart of Death, the Death Spider Emperor was roughly the size of Xiaohong, standing only about 20 centimeters tall, barely reaching a person's ankle. Brother Hong, leave me some. The Death Spider Emperor exclaimed, once again reshaping the perceptions of those present. This is a spider, 100,000-year Death Spider Emperor, Ye Hao elucidated. The title Douluo immediately recognized the creature as a 100,000-year soul beast. The snake spearman and the blood-stabbing Douluo couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. The young master's regard for this boy named Ye Hao is indeed extraordinary, to have even a 100,000-year Death Spider Emperor willingly submit to him. Young master, just now, I encountered someone with blood-stabbing. The snake spear Douluo suddenly spoke. Someone? Who? Qian Rinxue inquired nonchalantly. Dugabo, the snake spearman replied. Qian Rinxue was taken aback. Dugabo? Upon hearing this, Ye Hao also paused, for Dugabo was supposed to be with Tang San at the Eye of Ice and Fire. How could he suddenly appear in Heaven-Do City? Could it be that he had released Tang San? That seemed a strong possibility. What exactly happened? Qian Rinxue continued to probe. The snake spearman glanced at Ye Hao, but reflecting on it, he realized Ye Hao was now one of their own. So there was no need for discretion. At that moment, I was on a rooftop 500 meters from here with blood stabbing when I suddenly sensed a presence comparable to ours. We went to investigate and ultimately encountered Dugabo. And then, Qian Rinxue pressed further. Afterward, I engaged in a fierce battle with Dugabo. In the end, he could not withstand the two of us and fled towards the outskirts of the city, he recounted. This old poison master acts peculiarly. His methods are inscrutable to others. Did you reveal your identities? Qian Rinxue asked with a wry smile. Blood-stabbing Douluo quickly replied. No, we were cloaked in black robes from start to finish. And we did not even unleash our martial souls. Therefore, I believe Dugabo has no idea who he fought against. It's best not to reveal yourselves. In the future, avoid confrontation unless absolutely necessary, lest someone catches on, she advised. Turning her attention to Ye Hao, she continued. Brother Hao, I have always harbored a question. Please, Sister Qian, go ahead, Ye Hao encouraged. Are you truly an orphan? Qian Rinxue asked, resting her chin on her hand. Gazing at Ye Hao with his flowing lavender hair, he was simply captivating, and his martial soul bore an uncanny resemblance to hers. Beside them, the snake spear Douluo nodded in agreement. You bear a striking resemblance to His Holiness the Pope, and your martial soul is the Death Spider Emperor, which indeed raises suspicions. In response, Ye Hao could only feel helpless. He had no control over the system simulation from back then. This question has been posed to me by many. Ye Hao sighed helplessly, saying, I truly am an orphan. As for my awakening of the Death Spider Emperor martial spirit, it occurred entirely under unknown circumstances. Moreover, I bear a striking resemblance to His Holiness the Pope. Perhaps it is fate. With that, Qian Rinxue glanced at the two behind her. The snake spear Douluo and the blood-piercing Douluo, who exchanged understanding looks before swiftly departing. Qian Rinxue stood up and walked outside, prompting Ye Hao to follow her, leaving only the Death Spider Emperor and Xiaohong to continue cooking. Chapter 121. Tang San. The good for myself, the bad for others that night. The city of Tiando was shrouded in darkness, with every household tightly closing their doors and windows. In the stillness of the night, Dugabo suppressed the heaviness in his chest and took a deep breath in a secluded alley. Truly, When misfortune strikes, even drinking water can cause a choke. He had intended to escort Tang San back to Shrek Academy and then quietly return to his home in the Sunset Forest. Douluo Bo was known for his solitary nature. He despised crowded places. Thus, he planned to leave alone under the cover of night. However, he had not anticipated that this night marked the occasion of Qian Rinxue hosting a banquet for Ye Hao. Due to Ye Hao's exceptional intelligence, Qian Rinxue had stationed the snake spear and blood-piercing Douluo outside to guard. At that moment, Douluo Bo happened to pass by, and the snake spear Douluo mistook him for someone with ill intentions, leading to a confrontation. Now, Douluo Bo was utterly bewildered, spitting out a mouthful of saliva. He leaned wearily against the wall and sighed deeply. Indeed, Tiando City was filled with hidden talents, as two titled Douluos had suddenly appeared. Yet, he had never encountered these two before. Their agility was remarkable, and one of them seemed to possess a counter to him. Just as Douluo Bo was feeling frustrated, another man clad in black robes approached him. At this sight, Douluo Bo felt numb. What more will they do to me? He thought. Resigned, he cast a glance at the figure before him. Come on, kill me. The black-clad man, however, remained impassive. He then lifted his robe, revealing a disheveled middle-aged man who looked as if he had endured many hardships. Douluo Bo appeared far younger by comparison. Who are you? Douluo Bo furrowed his brows. I am Tang Hao, the father of Tang San, the man replied. You are Tang Hao? Douluo Bo instinctively stepped back, realizing he was confronted by this madman. This is the end for me. Years ago, Douluo Bo had abducted Tang San, and if it were not for the mysterious black-clad man who had indirectly injured Tang Hao 6 months prior, he would likely have met his demise then. It appeared that Tang Hao had come seeking revenge. Douluo Bo, having already sustained severe injuries in his earlier encounter with the two titled Douluos, was left with minimal soul power. Now, facing this madman, he prepared himself for death. Do not overthink it. I was not the one who attacked you earlier, Tang Hao stated, dispelling Douluo Bo's concerns. Ah, so you have been secretly following me. If that is the case, why did you not intervene? Douluo Bo thought to himself, recalling how he had cared for Tang Hao's son for half a year without any recognition. Now you have come here to mock me? Douluo Bo understood Tang Hao's temperament well. Anyone who could overpower the Pope was certainly no ordinary individual. Douluo Bo, 6 months ago you abducted my son. I should have killed you, but considering your care for him during this time, I shall spare you. This time. Upon hearing this, Douluo Bo felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, let me make it clear that my mercy comes with conditions. Conditions? Douluo Bo asked, puzzled. What are they? Tang Hao continued. Shrek Academy will participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition, and my son will be present. You know my status is special, and I cannot appear recklessly. Therefore, I ask you to save my son at a critical moment until the competition concludes. What do you think? At this revelation, Douluo Bo lamented his misfortune. If he agreed to Tang Hao's request, he would have to remain in the shadows, ready to protect the boy at any time. Refusing could result in his own demise that very day. Weighing the pros and cons, Douluo Bo reluctantly nodded. Very well, I accept the condition. But let me state this clearly. I will not intervene unless a life-and-death situation arises. You have my word. I will not pressure you, Tang Hao replied, stepping aside to allow Douluo Bo to leave. Feeling utterly helpless, Douluo Bo hastily departed, still shaken. Not long after he left, Tang Hao's expression darkened, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, which upon closer inspection was a deep crimson. Cursed Ye Tian, I shall kill you in this lifetime. 6 months prior, during a confrontation with Ye Tian, Tang Hao had been poisoned. Since that day, he had suffered from the effects of the poison every night, leading to his current state. After extensive investigation, he discovered that the poison was the death spider emperor's venom, an exceedingly lethal toxin, deadly upon contact. Strangely, despite being poisoned, he had not perished. Instead, he endured nightly torment, leaving him older and more haggard than before. The Death Spider Emperor's poison, aside from Bibi Dong, who was the biggest suspect, also pointed towards Ye Hao from the Tiando Royal Academy. Bibi Dong and Ye Hao shared a mother-son relationship in Tang Hao's memory, and it seemed that no one else could have orchestrated such an act. In the current continent, few could match Tang Hao's strength, and with the connection between Ye Hao and Bibi Dong, he suspected that Bibi Dong had personally attacked him that fateful night. I can no longer remain idle. I must capture Ye Hao and force him to cure me. Otherwise, I will surely meet my end. With that, Tang Hao cleaned up the blood he had spat and vanished unsteadily into the shadows. Given his current strength, he was no match for Bibi Dong. Yet Ye Hao was another matter entirely. Meanwhile, within the residence of Qianrenxue, Ye Hao and Qianrenxue were strolling leisurely down the corridor, oblivious to the fact that someone had already set their sights on him. "Brother, may I pose a question to my sister?" Qianrenxue inquired, turning her gaze towards Ye Hao. Ye Hao halted his steps and nodded, saying, "Sister, please speak. Is Ye Ritian truly you?" Qianrenxue inquired with curiosity, genuinely eager to uncover the truth behind this question. Although she had previously received definite news, she still wished to hear Ye Hao's confirmation in his own words. Ye Hao was momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded in understanding. Ye Ritian and Ye Hao were, in fact, one and the same. "Sister, how could you be so underhanded as to secretly send someone to follow me?" Qianrenxue rolled her eyes at Ye Hao and replied with a smile. "What do you mean by underhanded? I did it for your safety. That person named Tang San is the son of Tang Hao. Are you not concerned that Tang Hao might seek revenge after you remove Tang San's external spirit bone?" "Not at all." Ye Hao gazed at the twinkling stars above and declared confidently, "With Xiaohong to my left and Zhuzhu to my right, what do I have to fear from Tang Ritian? And if it comes to the worst, I still have you as my sister, don't I?" Qianrenxue chuckled softly and playfully tapped Ye Hao on the head. "You speak so flippantly. Tang Hao's strength is formidable, and my position is special. We cannot act recklessly. Moreover, the elders Xi Miao and Ci Tun are not Tang Hao's match. If you truly find yourself in a dire situation, you can go directly to the spirit hall and seek out my grandfather. He will provide you with protection. As for your spirit, who knows? She might even come looking for you personally. Let us not dwell on that for now." Qianrenxue smiled slightly. "The finals of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition will be held at the Spirit Hall, and I will personally lead the team from the Heaven Do City Division. Your royal fighting team has already qualified for this. When the time comes, I will accompany you to meet grandfather. I believe he will be quite astonished by my younger brother." "Grandfather?" Ye Hao's eyes sparkled at the prospect of meeting the family, feeling it might be happening rather swiftly. "Isn't it a bit too soon?" "Too soon?" Qianrenxue pondered over this question. Ye Hao continued, "Sister, you might not know, but just half a year ago in the Sunset Forest, I disguised myself as Ye Ritian and fought fiercely against Tang Ritian." "What?" Qianrenxue exclaimed anxiously. "You fought with Tang Hao? Were you injured? Is your body all right?" Seeing Qianrenxue's concern, Ye Hao felt a warmth in his heart. "At that time, I utilized the death gaze skill from the Heart of Death. Under its effect, someone like Tang Hao, a titled Douluo, can be immobilized for 3 seconds. In that brief moment, I had Zhuzhu poke him, injecting the Death Spider Emperor's poison into his body. Although the poison isn't lethal, it causes him to suffer each night, making his existence more unbearable than death itself." After hearing this, Qianrenxue sighed regretfully, wondering why he hadn't killed Tang Hao on the spot. If he had, she could have avenged her father. However, upon reflection, given Ye Hao's current strength, making Tang Hao suffer such a significant loss was undoubtedly a victory in itself. "Sister, it is already late. I should head back now." Ye Hao gazed at the encroaching dusk. It was time for him to return. "No need," he replied. "I have already sent someone to the Heavenly Do Royal Academy to inform Dream Machine on my behalf. You may stay here for the night. I have made arrangements for your accommodation." Qianrenxue had thought this through meticulously. Ye Hao smiled faintly, acknowledging, "In that case, I shall obediently comply, dear brother. The night deepens. My sister should retire early." With that, Ye Hao took his leave. After watching Ye Hao depart, Qianrenxue stood alone, gazing up at the sky adorned with countless brilliant stars. Once upon a time, she had spent her days in solitude within the palace, her most cherished years squandered in that desolate confinement. Now, with Ye Hao as her brother, she had experienced true warmth. Having received the blue-silver emperor and the heartbroken red from him, it was truly delightful to have someone by her side. Yet, a frown crossed Qianrenshue's face as she thought, "That little scoundrel is taking advantage of me." The following morning, in a small wooden cabin on the back mountain of Shrek Academy, Tang San gathered everyone together. "We've all arrived, little San. What is the purpose of this gathering?" The answer was singular: to distribute the celestial herbs. After returning safely to Shrek Academy under the escort of Douluo, Tang San's first action was to seek out Xiao Wu, leading to a poignant reunion. Since Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing had left Shrek Academy to join the Tiando Royal Academy, only 5 of the Shrek 7 remained. In preparation for the upcoming competition, Flander began a new round of additions to fill the vacancies of the Shrek 7, as it was a vital emblem he could not afford to tarnish. Inside the cabin, upon seeing Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Xiao Wu had all arrived, Tang San retrieved a black, green-streaked bag from the 24 Bridges moonlit night. This item was the Rui 100 Treasures bag, obtained from Douluo, as the sole tool provided by the master lacked the ability to store living beings. Tang San had exchanged it for 2 soul-devouring gallbladders from Douluo. To be candid, Douluo had suffered a significant loss in this transaction. I have brought gifts for everyone, which is why I summoned you, Tang San said as he opened the Rui 100 Treasures bag. At the mention of gifts, Dai Mubai and the others brightened, eagerly awaiting what was to come. The last time Tang San had given gifts was in Soto City, where he had presented hidden weapons. Now, what treasures might he unveil? Amidst their anticipation, Tang San teased them, Dai Lauda. Do you still remember the 2 herbs that Ye Hao gifted to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing 6 months ago during our time at the Tiando Royal Academy? Prompted by Tang San's words, Dai Mubai's indignation flared. Don't mention that traitor to me. Our academy was insulted, and instead of feeling ashamed, they joined the Tiando Royal Academy. They are a disgrace to Shrek Academy. Indeed, Ma Hongjun chimed in. I heard that the Tiando Royal Academy will also participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition. I hope I get the chance to teach those 2 traitors a lesson myself. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun expressed their frustration. It was not just their humiliation, but a disgrace to Shrek Academy itself. Oscar hesitated, wishing to speak, but ultimately swallowing his words. He placed a reassuring hand on Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai's shoulders, saying, All right, let us show some mercy. They chose their own path. And what can we say about it? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu frowned at Oscar, discontented. Xiao Ao, why are you siding with them? Are you no longer a student of Shrek Academy? Oscar retorted, Xiao Wu, how can you say that? Before you and Tang San arrived at Shrek Academy, I was already a member. I've been part of it all these years. Xiao Wu was about to counter when Tang San interjected, silencing her. Tang San looked at Oscar, his expression darkening. Xiao Ao, if you do not wish to accept my gift, you may leave. Is it necessary to bicker with Xiao Wu? Before Oscar could respond, Dai Mubai interjected, Xiao Ao, she is a girl. Why argue with her? Furthermore, it's not easy for Tang San to return, especially with gifts in hand. Let us just endure this. Oscar gritted his teeth, ultimately choosing to hold his tongue. With Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing gone, and Shrek Academy finally established, he did not wish for petty squabbles to cause a rift among them. Tang San cast a deep glance at Oscar, making a decision. When it came time to distribute the herbs, he would give the least desirable one to Oscar, serving as a small lesson. If it had been anyone else, Tang San would have already taught them a lesson. Tang San continued, at the Tiando Royal Academy, the herb Ye Hao gave to Ning Rongrong is called the Chilua Tulip, while Zhu Zhuqing received the Shui, Xianyu Jigu. Both of these celestial herbs possess extraordinary properties, capable of enhancing soul power and even causing significant transformations in one's martial soul. I had heard from the old poison that Ning Rongrong's 7 Treasures Glazed Tower had evolved into the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower, and Zhu Zhuqing's soul power is nearing level 40. By the time the competition starts, they may very well have already surpassed level 40. At this point, Dai Mubai and the others were indignant. Why did all the benefits go to those 2 traitors? Xiao Wu, in particular, was furious, her rabbit ears standing erect in anger, feeling wrong that she was the one suffering while they reaped the rewards. Tang San then produced a simple green herb shaped like a hooked crescent from the 100 Treasures bag and handed it to Dai Mubai. Upon closer inspection, Dai Mubai noticed that the herb appeared tattered, with bite marks from some unknown creature, and he could faintly smell a foul odor. Little San, what is this? Why does it smell so bad? Dai Mubai pinched his nose, expressing his disdain. Tang San frowned, explaining, this herb is called the Emerald Hook Grass. Although it is not a celestial herb, it has several benefits, including strengthening the body and enhancing soul power. While it may not compare to the rare Chirong Tongtian Ju I had my eye on, its effects are among the best in herbal medicine. The odor is to be expected. Tang San spoke with difficulty, having found this herb in a remote corner. Like other celestial herbs, it had been nibbled by some creature, leaving its medicinal properties diminished, yet it could still potentially raise Dai Mubai's soul power by at least 1 level, which would be quite beneficial. Coincidentally, Dai Mubai was at the threshold of level 39, and taking this herb might just help him break through. Chirong Tongtian Ju. Dai Mubai was puzzled. If you had such a rare herb, why did you give me this one? At this, Tang San's face darkened, and he grit his teeth. To be honest, all the herbs I have are sourced from the old poison Douluo. I had prepared many more powerful celestial herbs for everyone, but when I arrived, I learned that those prized celestial herbs had found their way into Ye Hao's hands. What I have left are merely the ones he discarded. Upon hearing this, everyone finally understood the situation. Xiao Wu was even more incensed, her rabbit teeth itching to take a bite out of Ye Hao. That detestable Ye Hao. Why is he always opposing my brother? Ma Hongjun echoed. Third brother, this Ye Hao is truly despicable. I just want to give him a good beating right now. At this moment, Oscar suddenly remarked, All right, fatty, given your current size, there's no need to get so worked up. It would be detrimental to your health. In my opinion, Ye Hao has done nothing wrong. If it were you, you would undoubtedly take the good for yourself and leave the bad behind. This is the principle of priority. The good is for you, while the bad is left for others. Oscar's words struck with piercing clarity, directly hitting Tang San's core. Tang San's gaze sharpened, and his expression darkened. He fell silent, his eyes no longer reflecting the usual calm when looking at Oscar. Wasn't this a veiled accusation against himself? What did Oscar truly mean? Just moments ago, he had complained about the heavens' unfairness and criticized Ye Hao's ruthlessness. Now, he was bluntly confronted by Oscar, leaving Tang San feeling deeply conflicted and gloomy. Suppressing his inner fury, Tang San turned earnestly to Dai Mubai. Boss Dai, if you still regard me as a brother, you must consume this herb. I, Tang San, can guarantee with my integrity that this herb will enable you to break through to level 40. Observing Tang San's sincerity, Dai Mubai knew he could not let his brother down. Holding his nose, he swallowed the herb whole. Almost instantly, a wave of heat surged through him, an unnamed fire igniting in his lower abdomen as the herb began to take effect. Elated, Dai Mubai quickly found a spot on the ground to sit and further absorb the herb's potency. Shortly thereafter, Tang San produced a battered herb, its remnants scattered, and presented it to Ma Hongjun. Fatty, this is personally prepared for you by third brother. The original celestial grade herb, the Phoenix Crown, has already been taken by that villain Ye Hao. Although this rooster comb flower is not celestial grade, it remains a top-tier herb. Trust me, if you consume it, you will surely rise from the ashes and have your revenge on Ye Hao. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Ma Hongjun felt warmth swell in his heart. No one had ever treated him with such kindness. Without a moment's hesitation, he accepted the rooster comb flower and swallowed it without tasting, akin to Zhu Beiji devouring a ginseng fruit. Rest assured, third brother, when the Continental Elite Soul Master Tournament commences, I will ensure Ye Hao learns a lesson, and I will avenge you. As soon as Ma Hongjun finished speaking, he felt a surge of strength coursing through his limbs, his body growing increasingly hot. He followed Dai Mubai's lead and sat cross-legged to absorb the energy. Oscar quickly interjected, Little San, what about me? Do I not get one? Tang San glanced at Oscar, a slight smile gracing his lips. Little Ao, you are my best brother. How could I possibly overlook you? As Oscar's anticipation peaked, Tang San retrieved a herb that was in even worse condition than the previous ones, leaving only a neck. Seeing this, Oscar's mouth twitched as he took the so-called herb from Tang San. Upon inspection, he could hardly believe it was a herb. What remained was merely the neck, while the leaf-like parts had been completely devoured by some unknown creature. Little San, are you joking with me? Is this really a herb? Oscar asked, uncertainty lacing his voice. Tang San smiled slightly, exuding confidence. This is indeed a herb. If you choose not to consume it, you are welcome to return it to me. Don't. Oscar quickly stepped back. This is a gift from you. One cannot take back a gift. Thus, the trio divided the herbs among themselves. Shortly after, the door of the wooden cabin swung open, revealing the master, who entered with a beaming countenance. Today he was particularly cheerful, for he was finally poised to break through the level 29 bottleneck. Just yesterday, Tang San had returned unscathed, and not only that, his soul power had significantly increased, bringing pride to his role as a teacher. Suddenly, Tang San informed the master that he was confident he could help him break through level 29. Upon receiving this news, the master was so exhilarated he couldn't sleep a wink that night. Early the next morning, after attending to some matters, the master hastily made his way to the wooden cabin. Upon entering, his gaze fell upon Dai Mubai and the others, who were diligently absorbing the herbs. The master silently regarded Tang San, his eyes reflecting satisfaction. The greatest decision of his life was to take Tang San as his disciple. He resolved to impart all he had learned to his soul student. Little San, you are not deceiving me, are you? The master still held some hesitation, for this issue had troubled him for decades, and he had wandered aimlessly through those years. Tang San smiled gently. Teacher, you must trust me this time. With that, he He retrieved a tattered celestial herb from his treasure pouch, looking quite disheveled. Upon seeing this herb, the master's previously radiant face fell. What was this ragged plant? Tang Sen cleared his throat, apologetically stating, "Teacher, one must not judge by appearances. Please do not underestimate this herb. I prepared this specifically for you. And as for its current state, blame that wretched Ye Hao." Tang San's eyes shone with intense murderous intent. The master was momentarily taken aback. What had Ye Hao done this time? Upon understanding the situation, the master resolutely consumed the herb Tang San had provided. After chewing it slowly, he, like Dai Mu Bai and the others, sat cross-legged with closed eyes, steadily absorbing its energy. Following this, Tang San pulled Xiao Wu outside, and they found a secluded grove. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Wu's face flushed, and she shyly asked, "Brother, what are you doing?" Tang San smiled gently, producing 2 pristine celestial herbs, placing one in Xiao Wu's palm while affectionately ruffling her hair. "Xiao Wu, this is specially prepared for you. Hurry and absorb it." Xiao Wu was taken aback for a moment, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at the flawless herb in her palm. After a brief moment of tender closeness, they both consumed their herbs, finding a spot to joyfully absorb their energy. Unbeknownst to them, the celestial herbs Tang San and the others were absorbing had been tampered with by the Death Spider King. Chapter 122. Ye Hao, am I to blame? Tang San's revenge plan in the bright morning light. Qian Rinxiu once again donned the guise of Xue Qing'e, entering the imperial palace early to handle daily affairs. A necessary duty for the prince. It would be some time before she returned. Soon, the sun was high in the sky. In the back garden of Qian Rinxiu's residence, amidst a riot of blooming flowers and lush greenery, Little Red basked lazily, its keen eyes fixated on the center of the garden. There, prominently displayed, were the heartbreak red and a blue-silver emperor adorned with golden veins. Drool dripped from its mouth. Unexpectedly, in this unknown locale, it had encountered the physical form of a 100,000-year-old beast, the blue-silver emperor. This was a tremendous boon. Little Red was never picky, relishing both vegetarian and meat dishes with equal fervor. Just as Xiao Hong was preparing to make her move, Douluo suddenly stepped forward. "I apologize, but this is a forbidden area of the estate. No one is permitted to enter." Upon hearing this, Xiao Hong glared at Douluo and retorted, "Are you mistaken? That brat Ye Hao has joined your spirit hall. After all, family members do not speak of separation. Strictly speaking, I am currently with Ye Hao and can be considered a member of the spirit hall. So, do you still intend to stop me?" Douluo was momentarily taken aback. There was some merit to her words. However, Qian Rinxue had previously instructed that no one except her was allowed inside. The blue-silver emperor was of utmost importance, and these 2 items held great significance for Qian Rinxue. Xiao Hong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her and subsequently abandoned her plan to consume the blue-silver emperor. As Xiao Hong turned to leave, she spotted the Death Spider Emperor weaving a web in the tree. Remarkably, the web was well-crafted, shimmering with a purple hue under the sunlight. "Spider, come down quickly," Xiao Hong shouted. The Death Spider Emperor descended along the web. "Where's the master? Is he still in bed?" it inquired, scanning for Ye Hao's presence. Xiao Hong disdainfully replied, "Is this your first day knowing Ye Hao? That brat won't rise before noon. Let's go eat without him." Meanwhile, in the cabin behind Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun, Dai Mu Bai, Oscar, and the master lay sprawled on the sofa, looking pale and emaciated, resembling individuals recovering from a severe illness. They clutched their distended bellies, contorting their faces in agony, occasionally emitting groans of despair. Just then, Lu'er Long and Flinder hurriedly entered, and the sight before them was shocking. My goodness, did they all collapse? Lu'er Long rushed to the master's side. Watching him struggle in pain on the sofa, her heart filled with distress. "Xiao Gang, what happened to you?" she anxiously asked. Before Xiao Gang could respond, Dai Mu Bai interjected, "Vice Dean Lu, we have visited the restroom several times since morning, and I simply can't go any longer." Following suit, Ma Hongjun lamented, "Yes, teacher, you must go to the city and fetch a doctor. If this continues, my life will be forfeit." Flinder's expression turned grave. It was evident they had all suffered from food poisoning, leading to this chain reaction. "Rest assured, I have already sent someone to summon a doctor. By the way, did you mistakenly consume something that caused the stomachache?" The master clenched his teeth, his body threatening to unleash a torrent of chaos. He hurriedly stood up and dashed out the door towards a secluded spot in the mountains. Shortly after, a foul odor permeated the air, causing even the flowers that Lu Erlong had painstakingly planted to wilt in despair. Their once vibrant colors now faded to a sickly yellow. One after another, Dai Mubai and the others rushed outside, clutching their backsides and sprinting away at great speed, their figures vanishing into the thicket. Consequently, the stench intensified, enveloping the entire back mountain in a noxious haze. Lu Erlong pinched her nose and took a deep breath, only to have her face turn crimson as she succumbed to a fit of uncontrollable coughing, tears streaming from her eyes. Flinder, what on earth is happening? My meticulously cared-for back mountain has been ruined by Xiao Gang and the others. As the dean, you must come up with a solution. Flinder was equally unwell. His head felt foggy, teetering on the brink of collapse. He also yearned to understand the situation, yet he could not simply reprimand Yu Xiaojiang and the others, lest they suffer further. At that moment, Shrek Academy had indeed transformed into a rather unpleasant place. Meanwhile, Ye Hao, who lay in the residence of Qianren Shui, remained blissfully unaware of the chaos unfolding at Shrek Academy. This was all orchestrated by the Death Spider Emperor as a prank against Xiao Hong. Long before Ye Hao's departure, Xiao Hong had already collected an abundance of celestial herbs, and every last one was considered Ye Hao's spoils. The remaining herbs had fallen victim to the Death Spider Emperor, which had chewed away their most vital parts, leaving behind mere remnants, those given to Dai Mubai by Tang San. The two herbs consumed by Tang San and Xiao Wu, which were no less than celestial grade, had long been drained of their efficacy by the Death Spider Emperor. To successfully prank Xiao Hong, the Death Spider Emperor had even enlisted Ye Hao to procure a significant quantity of laxatives. Initially, Ye Hao was puzzled by the Spider Emperor's strange request for laxatives. However, upon hearing its intentions, Ye Hao's eyes lit up with intrigue. Pranking Xiao Hong. In essence, the Death Spider Emperor was tired of being second fiddle, constantly summoned by Xiao Hong and occasionally tormented by her hellfire. It had had enough of such a life. Were it not for Ye Hao's soul power still being below its threshold, the Spider Emperor might have already made a sacrificial offering. Of course, the Death Spider Emperor would not offer itself just yet. Ye Hao had already decided that the spider would become his ninth soul ring. During this preceding period, Ye Hao needed a strong ally. For instance, during the showdown with Tang Hao, the spider's final strike would undoubtedly surpass Tang Hao's expectations. After the two reached an agreement, Ye Hao promptly flew to Heavendoe City, specifically to the largest apothecary, purchasing a dozen potent laxatives that were colorless and tasteless, undetectable even by skilled poison users like Tang San. This was to guard against Xiao Hong's keen canine sense of smell, ensuring that the laxatives would blend seamlessly with the herbs. Thus, the trap was set. In the end, Xiao Hong did not consume those two celestial herbs. Instead, Ye Hao had left the ice and fire yin yang eye before this prank could unfold. Who would have thought that Tang San would end up harvesting the celestial herbs? Instead of ensnaring his own, he had inadvertently turned the tables, intensifying Tang San's resentment towards Ye Hao to unprecedented levels. As noon approached, the blazing sun hung high in the sky. After attending to administrative duties, Shueqing He returned, shedding her disguise as she entered. Resuming her identity as Qianren Shui, she made her way to the dining room for lunch, noticing both the Death Spider Emperor and Xiao Hong present. Yet Ye Hao was conspicuously absent. Qianren Shui glanced at the empty seat and the neatly arranged bowls and chopsticks. Xiao Hong, Spider, where's Ye Hao? Isn't he eating? She inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity. Xiao Hong, chewing on her meat, replied with a grin, Miss Qian, you still aren't aware of Haozi's habits, are you? The Death Spider Emperor added, the master generally sleeps until noon and will continue to do so unless something significant occurs. No one can rouse him, it seems. The Death Spider Emperor glanced outside at the sky. It is still too early. Upon finishing, the Death Spider Emperor skewered a piece of roasted meat with its spider spear and brought it to its mouth. Hearing such words from both a dog and a spider, Qianren Shui could only shake her head in exasperation. After all, children will be children. She decided to let it be. However, upon reflection, she realized that Ye Hao had already joined her team, effectively making him a member of the Spirit Hall. In the vibrant and tumultuous city of Tiandou, Qianren Shui could not guarantee the safety of their identities. Should an unforeseen incident occur, it would necessitate a hasty escape, fraught with unknown dangers along the way. It would be disastrous if their plans were to be exposed, especially if Ye Hao were to remain in slumber at that critical moment. With that thought, Qianren Shui set down her utensils, and under the scrutinizing gaze of Xiao Hong and Zhu Zhu, her figure gradually receded. As she walked, she arrived at Ye Hao's door. Peering through the window, She observed Ye Hao lying comfortably on his bed, rhythmic and gentle snores resonating in the room, indicating that he was in deep slumber. Seeing this, Qianrenxue quietly opened the door and slowly approached the bed where Ye Hao lay. At Shilik Academy, the back mountain was shrouded in chaos. Flanders immediately issued a command forbidding anyone from venturing to the back mountain, with severe penalties for violators. It was a place that required careful management. Additionally, it should be noted that Lu Erlong had been rendered unconscious by the fumes and was currently lying in bed. As for the other victims, they were all sprawled on their beds, their posteriors raised high, looking gaunt and despondent. At this moment, Tang San could only express one sentiment. Ye Hao has already devised a path to demise. Of course, Xiao Wu is also ensnared in this predicament. From dawn until now, she has tirelessly traversed back and forth, nearly losing her very soul in the process. Xiao Wu gazes blankly at the prone Tang San, her voice a mere whisper. Brother, what kind of miraculous herb is this? It has not only failed to enhance our soul power, but has driven us all to madness. The subsequent words are difficult for her to articulate. At this moment, Tang San finds himself entirely at the center of blame, as Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and the most aggrieved of all, the master, cast scornful glances in his direction. They regard the instigator, Tang San, with disdain, feeling utterly deceived. Tang San himself is filled with regret, realizing he should not have coveted the remaining herbs. There was a reason Ye Hao chose not to take them. Surely he wouldn't leave the benefits for you, would he? Ye Hao, to be honest, I never anticipated such immense power. Dai Mubai, feeling the effects, weakly states, Xiao San, thanks to you, my soul power has not only failed to improve, but my legs feel as if they belong to someone else. What do you propose we do next? At that moment, Ma Hongjun, dejected, hung his head in resignation, saying, what else can we do? Third brother, no, Xiao San, I truly believed in you when I consumed that coxcomb flower. I never expected you to be this kind of person. I, Fatty, have misjudged you. Following suit, Oscar lamented, Sanzi, if you have grievances against me, please express them directly. Is it necessary to subject us all to such a hefty price? Moreover, your method is rather insidious, inflicting 1,000 points of damage upon the enemy while wounding oneself by 100. To be so harsh on yourself, I, Oscar, am utterly impressed. Finally, the master clenched his fists tightly, weakly striking the table beside him. The next moment, a sharp intake of breath escaped him. Pain seared through him as he grimaced. He reclined once more, indicating that the injuries sustained were indeed severe. Xiao San, this time you have truly gone too far, the master said with a grave tone, casting a fierce glare at Tang San before turning away, feigning ignorance. Brother, you are truly excessive. As she spoke, Xiao Wu buried her face in tears. At this juncture, Tang San felt a lump rise in his throat, truly wronged. With no tears left to shed, Tang San now comprehensively understood his predicament. Reluctantly, he decided to clarify the truth of the matter. Everyone, I assure you, I am not responsible for this. I have no grievances or vendettas against you. How could I possibly betray you? At this point, Dai Mubai, filled with indignation, exclaimed, then tell me, who orchestrated this? Do not let me find out, for I shall ensure they are left in ruins. Count me in. Me too. The master trembled, raising his hand, one hand pressed against his rear, clearly indicating that this lesson had been particularly profound. Observing their reactions, Tang San ceased to conceal the truth, his expression darkening, teeth clenched in anger, as he internally cursed Ye Hao's despicable actions. To be candid, this entire debacle was orchestrated by Ye Hao. Tang San seethed, a fierce glint of vengeance in his eyes. Ye Hao, the group echoed in unison. Then, the master's eyes brightened. Xiao San, I recall you mentioning that Ye Hao had ventured to the ice and fire yin yang eyes, and had made off with the miraculous herbs you had prepared for us. Is that not correct? Upon hearing this, the others turned their gaze to Tang San, eagerly anticipating his response. Tang San nodded resolutely, stating, that is indeed the case. Ye Hao is a despicable scoundrel. He took the miraculous herbs I had prepared for everyone, and the remnants we consumed were laced with a tasteless, odorless laxative that ordinary individuals could not detect. I only discovered this after the fact. Upon realizing that this unfortunate incident was the work of Ye Hao, the group reached a consensus that he must pay the price for his actions. This matter would surely not be forgotten, as the thrill of such an experience was one they dared not wish to endure again. Meanwhile, our instigator lay comfortably in a warm bed, blissfully asleep. At that moment, Qian Rinxue entered the room. Upon seeing Ye Hao still soundly slumbering, she let out a resigned sigh. Approaching the bedside, Qian Rinxue gently nudged Ye Hao's shoulder, softly calling, Howdy, howdy, it's time to wake up. When Ye Hao remained unresponsive, Qian Rinxue increased her efforts. In a surprising turn, Ye Hao rolled from the edge of the bed to the inner side, leaving Qian Rinxue momentarily stunned by his deep slumber. In desperation, Qian Rinxue climbed onto the bed, kneeling at the edge as she tugged at Ye Hao's ear, applying gentle pressure. It must be said, this method proved effective. Suddenly, Ye Hao's eyes flew open as the pain registered in his ears, instinctively causing him to grasp the delicate hand of the instigator. In a moment of shock for Qian Rinxue, he swiftly pushed her onto the bed. Ye Hao pinched Qian Rinxue beneath him, and at the moment their eyes met, a blush involuntarily crept onto Ye Hao's face, mirrored in Qian Rinxue's expression. For a fleeting instant, even the air around them seemed laden with an awkward tension. Sister Qian, are you deceiving me? Ye Hao feigned an innocent demeanor, meticulously observing the enchanting beauty that was Qian Rinxue. Indeed, she was a vision of exquisite grace. Qian Rinxue, with an amused yet exasperated smile, shifted her alluring form and glanced at Ye Hao, who was still atop her, and said with playful irritation, Hurry and get up. How much longer do you intend to keep me pinned down? Oh. Ye Hao hastily rose, casting a glance at Qian Rinxue, who was tidying her disheveled garments. In that moment, the atmosphere became palpably awkward. As time ticked away, in the grand hall where they had dined, Xiaohong and Zhu Zhu's eyes sparkled with curiosity, fixating on the pair of Ye Hao and Qian Rinxue who had just entered. An unmistakable scent of gossip hung in the air. What had transpired between them to warrant such a late emergence? During their meal, Qian Rinxue unexpectedly produced a deed from her bosom and presented it to Ye Hao. A house. Ye Hao gazed at her in confusion, realizing that a wealthy woman was indeed extraordinary. Qian Rinxue smiled, saying, with your current prowess, the Tiando Royal Academy is no longer suitable for you. Once this competition concludes, I shall arrange for your entry into the Spirit Hall. As for the deed you now hold, it pertains to another property of mine in the city. After our meal, you, along with Xiaohong and Zhu Zhu, shall relocate there. Fortuitously, this house is adjacent to mine, connected by a secret passage, allowing you to visit me at your convenience. Time swiftly passed, and a month had gone by. On this day, as was his custom, Ye Hao savored a sumptuous dinner at Qian Rinxue's estate before departing with a sense of contentment. Ye Hao strolled alone along the bustling streets, gazing at the enchanting twilight before him, his heart quietly marveling at the beauty of life. Not far behind him, in a shadowy corner, a pair of pink rabbit ears unexpectedly emerged, accompanied by Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Tang San. They stealthily followed Ye Hao, and it had already been a month since the incident involving the Jet Warriors. During this month, most of their time had been spent in bed, reflecting on that past, which they preferred to forget. A sense of resentment welled up within them. Recently, Ma Hongjun had returned from lingering in the city and happened to spot Ye Hao on his way back to the academy. Thus unfolded the current scene. Upon learning Ye Hao's address in the city, he hurried back to the academy to devise a plan with his fellow victims, Dai Mubai and the others. They intended to seize the opportunity to take revenge on Ye Hao, just as they had done previously in Soto City, rendering him incapacitated and then claiming the celestial herbs that rightfully belonged to them. In doing so, they would not only relieve their pent-up grievances, but also acquire the precious herbs, a venture fraught with no risk. At that moment, they resolved to act tonight, vowing to impart a profound lesson to Ye Hao. Tang Sen whispered, when the time comes, do not hold back. Everyone, unleash your full strength. Remember, following this, Dai Mubai cracked his knuckles, a sinister smile adorning his face. Rest assured, this time, I will make Ye Hao pay dearly, washing away the humiliation I suffered in the Soto Great Soul Arena with his blood. Me too. Count me in. At that moment, Xiao Wu clenched her rabbit teeth, emitting a series of grinding sounds, her rabbit eyes fixated intently on Ye Hao. Brother Dai Boss, create an opportunity for me, one that allows me to unleash my explosive 8-section throw. I have a premonition that Ye Hao is the very spicy rabbit head from the Soto Great Soul Arena. The group pounded their chests, exuding confidence. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled, revealing an intensity of murderous intent that surpassed even Tang San's. This time, she was determined to kill. As the sun dipped below the horizon, vanishing completely from the earth, the entirety of Heaven Do City was enveloped in a long, dark night. Yeah, Are those people trailing us behind some sort of lunatics? And what about that rabbit? Aren't they afraid of exposing their identities by following us? Not long ago, Xiao Hong had already discerned the movements of Tang San and his companions. At this time, there always seemed to be a few more figures shadowing Ye Hao, and this time, the number of followers was undoubtedly the highest yet, including the rabbit. There were 5 individuals stealthily tracking Ye Hao. When Xiao Hong recounted this to Ye Hao, he was initially bewildered. Recently, he had been shuttling between Qian Rinchu's residence and his own, visiting the Heaven Do Royal Academy only once or twice this month, leading him to believe he had not provoked anyone. As for the rabbit trailing behind him, Ye Hao swiftly realized who those 5 individuals were. Aside from the remaining members of Shrek, he could not fathom who else it could be. Ye Hao smiled faintly, casting a sidelong glance at the empty street behind him. Let us confront them ahead. If my intuition serves me right, they must be aware of my identity as the spicy rabbit head. Otherwise, they would not be acting so frantically, mobilizing in full force. This night is bound to be a fierce battle. As he spoke, Ye Hao quickened his pace. The city of Tiando has regulations prohibiting fighting within its confines, especially at night, as a curfew would soon be enforced. At that moment, the Death Spider Sovereign suddenly interjected. Master, why not capture that rabbit now? Wouldn't a grand feast of rabbit delicacies be more delightful? Little Red immediately supported the Death Spider Sovereign's suggestion, chiming in. That rabbit has evaded us more than once right under our noses. Can you truly tolerate this? Ye Hao certainly understood this principle. With a cold smirk, he remarked, I can hardly tolerate this, but the time has not yet come. When that day arrives, I shall personally intervene and make her my 6th soul ring. As for this instance, consider it a painful lesson for those from Shrek. After all, have you not noticed that there are at least 2 titled Douluos lurking behind Shrek? One must always exercise caution. With that, Ye Hao's figure flickered as he arrived at a desolate area to the west of the city, a place rarely trodden by human feet. Surrounding him were remnants of crumbling walls and ruins, an area recently earmarked for development, yet construction had yet to commence. Ye Hao halted his steps, slowly turning around to gaze, his eyes glimmering with a chilling intensity. Do not hide any longer. After trailing me for over half a month, are you not weary? As Ye Hao's voice faded, in the next instant, Dai Mubai emerged from behind a dilapidated wall. Without a moment's hesitation, for soul rings illuminated beneath his feet, for he had recently ascended to the esteemed rank of level 40. With the assistance of Flender and others, he had ventured into the Sunset Forest to acquire his 4th soul ring, bestowing upon him the formidable soul skill known as the White Tiger Meteor Shower, a vast area attack. The moment Dai Mubai made his entrance, Ye Hao swiftly prepared himself for the encounter, instantly invoking the Death Spider Emperor's possession. One of his hands transformed into a black spider spear, cleaving Dai Mubai's White Tiger Radiant Wave in twain. Simultaneously, the ground erupted violently, and the blue-silver grass, in its pupil form, surged forth. At that moment, Tang San stepped out with an enigmatic smile, exerting all his efforts to manipulate the blue-silver grass. For this day, he had waited an interminable time. Today was undeniably the opportune moment to eliminate Ye Hao, a chance Tang San could not afford to miss. The blue-silver grass surged forth in a fervent tide, weaving itself into a grand net, intent on ensnaring Ye Hao to unleash the final, devastating strike. Following this, Ma Hongjun sprouted a pair of fiery wings, and the searing flames of the phoenix cascaded from above, while Oscar remained behind the others, perpetually supplying sausages. At that very moment, Xiao Wu suddenly emerged from an undisclosed location, her 3 soul rings illuminating beneath her feet. As her 3rd Millennium Soul ring shone brightly, she instantly vanished from sight, activating her teleportation skill. This night, the entire Shrek team was poised to strike. Such was their creed. Shrek is a singular entity. Ye Hao is no ordinary individual. His hands transformed into sharp spider spears, severing the net woven by the blue-silver grass into countless fragments. Following closely, he executed a horizontal strike that cleaved Ma Hongjuan's phoenix flames in twain. In the next moment, Xiao Wu materialized behind Ye Hao, seemingly preparing to unleash her waist bow, subsequently coordinating with her explosive 8. In an instant, Ye Hao was enveloped in a violet glow, and Xiao Wu felt her throat constricted by an unseen force. Indeed, at that moment, Ye Hao was gripping Xiao Wu, all under Tang San's gaze, which was nearly steeped in despair. Ye Hao's arms, which had transformed into spider spears, now reverted to their natural state. His left hand grasped Xiao Wu, while his right hand unleashed a torrent of power with remarkable swiftness. Chapter 123. The revelation of Ye Hao's identity. The challenge for a 10,000-word update commenced today, on the first day. Xiao Wu. At this moment, everyone ceased their attacks, for Xiao Wu had already fallen into Ye Hao's grasp. Ye Hao, release Xiao Wu at once. If you dare, let us settle this one-on-one. Tang Xin declared solemnly. Ye Hao cast Xiao Wu at his feet. The spider spear formed from his arm poised threateningly against her throat. A one-on-one duel? Ye Hao scoffed, remarking that according to your so-called master from Shrek Academy, you are a unified entity. At that moment, I fear it may not be merely a one-on-one confrontation. Rather, you may take turns against me. After all, once it's over, you will still proclaim that Shrek Academy stands as a whole. How contemptible! Dai Mubai gritted his teeth in frustration, inwardly lamenting that Xiao Wu was more of a hindrance than a help. There is but one adversary before me, while you are 5, thereby granting me the upper hand. At this juncture, Shrek's side found itself entirely on the defensive, with Xiao Wu being captured first. Their original strategy was indirectly disrupted. I am genuinely curious as to why you chose to attack me. Could it possibly be related to that incident in Soto City? Or perhaps within the confines of the Royal Academy of Tiando? Ye Hao's lips curled into a smirk as he gazed upon the helpless members of Shrek Academy. Silence. Tang San gritted his teeth, pointing an accusatory finger at Ye Hao, vehemently declaring, the disgrace of Shrek Academy shall be purged by our own hands. However, this time it is different. This is a personal grudge between you and us. A personal grudge? Ye Hao was somewhat bewildered, as it seemed he had not interacted with these individuals from Shrek for the entirety of the month, let alone harbor any personal grievances. During this time, he had been closely associated with Qian Renshua, fostering a significant bond. As for the members of Shrek, he had long since dismissed them from his thoughts, and the notion of personal animosity was utterly foreign to him. Be honest. Ye Hao delivered a light tap to the forehead of the fidgeting Xiao Wu. This action only served to incite Tang Xin further, his eyes turning bloodshot, his tightly clenched fists slowly oozing crimson. Tang San's desire to eliminate Ye Hao was palpable. I have remained secluded for an entire month. How could I possibly become entangled with you? If you are referring to the incident with the Tiando Royal Academy, I apologize. But that was your academy's own failing and cannot be blamed on others. Speak. Clarify the circumstances and the rights and wrongs of this situation. Otherwise, as he spoke, the spear-like appendage formed from his arm pressed menacingly against Xiao Wu's throat, the chilling cold of the weapon glinting ominously in the night. At that moment, Xiao Wu was genuinely frightened, trembling uncontrollably, her eyes vacant and pleading as she glanced toward Tang San and the others. She feared that Ye Hao might strike without warning, leading to dire consequences. Oh no, the golden legend. The 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone have emerged. Oscar whispered, his voice barely audible. He found it difficult to voice the events that had transpired a month prior, a subject he wished to avoid at all costs. This was not only a humiliation for Shrek Academy, but also a blemish on their lives. Beside him, Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai were equally stunned, caught between their longtime companion Xiao Wu and the singular stain on their lives, rendering their decision agonizing. What matters more, Xiao Wu or our dignity? Tang Xin bellowed. In that moment, the group stood in silence, each wearing a face of reluctant discontent. Tang San furrowed his brow and recounted the events from a month ago, when they had transformed into jet-propelled warriors. And that is how it unfolded, Tang San concluded, his words hanging in the air. Dai Mubai and the others wished fervently to dig a hole and disappear, as the revelation was overwhelmingly difficult to articulate. Even Xiao Wu, at Ye Hao's feet, was gritting her teeth, resolved to exact vengeance upon the instigator beside her. Ha ha! Ye Hao laughed heartily, utterly astonished that what began as a mere prank on Xiao Hong had spiraled into something far more intricate. Not only had Xiao Hong failed to execute her prank, but she had inadvertently handed over the opportunity to Tang San, who was not only an adept, but also a master of poison. How could he have failed to detect such a simple laxative? Had he forgotten the teachings of the Tang sect from his past life? Indeed, it is you. Tang San's eyes sparkled with realization as he reached behind him, retrieving the Zhuge divine crossbow from the enchanting night under the 24 bridges. With the arrow poised and ready, all was set to unleash its potential. It is I, yet it is not merely me. Ye Hao wiped away the remnants of tears from the corners of his eyes and gazed at the indignant crowd before him. What do you mean by that? Ma Hongjun questioned furiously. Ye Hao did not ignore Ma Hongjun, which infuriated him greatly. Indeed, I am the one who administered the poison. This seemingly innocuous statement ignited a spark at the scene. Tang San and the other four widened their eyes in anger, their soul rings rising beneath them, each radiating an air of murderous intent. Wait, I have not finished speaking. Ye Hao smiled slightly and continued. It is true that I administered the poison. But my target was never you. Not us. The group exchanged bewildered glances, shaking their heads in confusion. If it is not us, then who is your target? Dai Mubai furrowed his brow. Unable to fathom who besides Shrek could have incurred Ye Hao's wrath to the extent that he resorted to using a laxative as a means of punishment. At this very moment, the Death Spider King, situated in the heart of death, wore an awkward expression. While Xiaohong beside him was filled with curiosity, why was he not aware of this matter? Never mind. Even if I told you, with your intelligence, you would probably still fail to discern who it is. Ye Hao chuckled wryly, casting a sidelong glance at Tang San and the others. Tang San, I have heard that you are quite the expert in poisons. How is it that you cannot even distinguish this colorless and odorless laxative? Upon hearing this, Tang San felt once again insulted, his heart tightening painfully. The dilapidated herbs that had originally been gnawed by the Death Spider King were meant for Dai Mubai and the others, so he had not observed them closely. As for the two intact herbs consumed by him and Xiao Wu, they had their entire efficacy drained by the Death Spider King. To prevent Xiaohong's keen nose from detecting anything amiss, Ye Hao had deliberately concealed the colorless and odorless laxative at the very heart of the herbs, ultimately causing the Death Spider King to regurgitate some herbal remnants as a cover. Thus, even someone like Tang San, a connoisseur of poisons, might not have noticed. Ye Hao continued, not only that, but you have also betrayed your comrades. It would be one thing if you were to consume the potion yourself, but how could you involve your teacher as well? Is it true that the master has been indisposed lately and requires your concoction for recovery? Silence, Tang San commanded, drawing the Zhuge God crossbow before him, having already locked onto Ye Hao as his target. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and the others at Tang San's side prepared themselves for battle. What is this? Anger from embarrassment? Ye Hao scoffed. With your psychological fortitude, calling yourself Shrek Academy is quite the joke. At this rate, you all have transformed into mere Spitfire warriors. I thought the air quality in Heavendo City had suddenly plummeted. It turns out it was due to your contributions. Truly commendable. Had it not been for Xiao Wu still being in Ye Hao's grasp, they would have surely charged at him. Ye Hao, let us strike a bargain. What do you say? Tang San suddenly proposed. A bargain? Pray, enlighten me, Ye Hao replied, intrigued. Tang San took a deep breath, attempting to quell the fury simmering within him. Release Xiao Wu, and we shall consider this matter settled. What do you think? At these words, Ye Hao was taken aback. It seemed the sun had risen in the west today. Tang San, who had always proclaimed the path of death, was now choosing to retreat. The prey I have caught shall not be easily relinquished, Tang San. I admit to administering that laxative, but the orchestrator of this entire affair has been you all along. Lurking in the shadows, Tang San gritted his teeth. What do you mean by that? Are you feigning ignorance? Ye Hao then turned his gaze to Dai Mubai and the others, declaring with righteous indignation, you have all been manipulated by this scoundrel Tang San. Upon hearing this, the group was left bewildered, akin to a monk unable to comprehend, unsure of whom to believe. What nonsense are you spouting? My brother could never be that kind of person. Xiao Wu was the first to retort. Before she could finish, Ye Hao struck her on the forehead. Impudent. We humans are conversing here. What right do you, a beast, have to interject? In that moment, Xiao Wu trembled, gazing at Ye Hao with disbelief. Don't look at me like that. You know whether there are any secrets in your heart. Ye Hao cast a glance at Dai Mubai and the others, and he remarked, when the day comes that you uncover the true identity of this rabbit, I hope your jaws do not drop in astonishment. What nonsense are you spouting? Tang San retorted, his frustration palpable, believing Ye Hao was slandering him and sowing discord among the members of Shrek. Dai Mubai, half convinced, withdrew from his white tiger transformation and regarded Ye Hao with solemnity. Ye Hao, elucidate this matter. How has Tang San manipulated us? Following suit, Ma Hongjun and the others also disengaged from their martial spirits, harboring an inexplicable confusion regarding Tang San's series of actions. Why were the celestial grade herbs damaged? Why did Ye Hao resort to administering a laxative? Why did Ye Hao claim that Tang San had exploited them? At that moment, countless questions swirled in their minds. Yearning for Ye Hao's clarification, Tang San gazed bewilderedly at his companions, whom he had spent so much time with, and implored, Mubai, Fatty, Xiao Ao, you must believe me. Ye Hao is slandering me. attempting to create rifts between us. Have you forgotten how Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were driven apart by Ye Hao, ultimately leaving the Shrek family? In response, Ye Hao sighed in exasperation and said, Tang San, at this juncture, there's no need for pretense. Do you truly believe I am unaware of everything that transpired in Soto City? Shall I lay bare your misdeeds before your brothers? What are you saying? Tang San furrowed his brow in confusion. Ye Hao smiled faintly and raised his middle finger at Tang San. This scene felt remarkably familiar to Tang San, as the memory of a figure standing on the soul-fighting platform resurfaced in his mind. It's you. Tang San's eyes glistened with a crimson hue as he lifted his right hand, aiming at Ye Hao's position. His finger pressed down on the trigger, and the sound of the Zhuge divine crossbow slicing through the air echoed, releasing 16 sharp bolts in an instant. In response, the corners of Ye Hao's mouth curled upwards. He swiftly pulled up Xiao Wu, as the incoming bolts aimed directly at her face. Ye Hao stepped sideways, narrowly avoiding several bolts that grazed Xiao Wu's cheek. In that moment, the shock experienced by Xiao Wu was undoubtedly profound. Ignoring the blood trickling down her face, tears welled up in her eyes, and a few strands of hair, mingled with blood, fell to the ground. Xiao Wu could hardly believe that Tang San, her companion day in and day out, would disregard her safety entirely. The words he had once spoken, "You are my sister, and I will protect you," now echoed hollowly, as if, just as Ning Rongrong had said, they were mere grandiloquent promises. At that moment, not only Xiao Wu but also Dai Mubai and the others standing nearby gazed at Tang San in disbelief. Once upon a time, Tang San had truly changed. He had grown cold, treating everything with indifference, even towards his brothers. Unintentionally, the Zhuge divine crossbow slipped from Tang San's grasp as he stared blankly at the 3 long marks etched on Xiao Wu's cheek, blood flowing forth like a gentle stream. Xiao Wu, I don't know what to say. Tang San found himself on the brink of despair. I'm sorry. Xiao Wu, truly sorry, he choked out. Subsequently, Tang San rose, his gaze turning fierce as he glared at Ye Hao. Ye Hao, the spicy rabbit head from the Great Soul Arena, is that truly you? Tell me. At this juncture, Ye Hao chose to reveal the truth. Tang San, you are correct. That spicy rabbit head is indeed me. Upon hearing this, the crowd was struck with astonishment. Xiao Wu, coming out of her daze, turned to look at Ye Hao, realizing that he was far more terrifying than her elder brother, Tang San. Tang San forced a bitter smile, realizing that Xiao Wu's suspicions were valid. You are that spicy rabbit head. Why? Why have you treated Xiao Wu this way? What wrong has she committed? Ye Hao, with a swift motion, seized Xiao Wu by the throat, his expression heavy as he cast a solemn gaze upon Tang San and Dai Mubai. Do you recall that fateful night before I transformed into the spicy rabbit head? Back then, you were still the Shrek 7 monsters. During that fateful soul battle, the actions of this rabbit are indelibly etched in your memories. Merely because an innocent soul master raised a contemptuous gesture towards her, you all ruthlessly inflicted grievous harm upon him, resulting in his subsequent paralysis. At these words, Dai Mubai and the others bowed their heads in shame, their earlier arrogance now silenced. Yet, Tang San retorted, he brought it upon himself. How so? Ye Hao countered. Is it simply because he made a disdainful gesture? Tang San asserted, indeed. Anyone who harms Xiao Wu must face the consequences. Ah, Tang San, therein lies your tyranny. In this vast continent, everyone, including your teachers and friends, are they not all subject to your wrath should they displease you in the slightest? Ye Hao questioned, his voice laced with skepticism. This inquiry rendered Tang San momentarily speechless. He found himself at a loss for words. Once upon a time, many had indeed faced dire consequences, including his teacher, Yu Xiaojiang, who nearly faced death at Tang San's hands for witnessing his use of hidden weapons. The vow of a day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father seemed to unravel in the face of such contradictions. No wonder you were an orphan in your past life. It all becomes clear now. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar exchanged fearful glances, their expressions betraying their trepidation as they turned to Tang San. In that moment, as brothers to the very man who had become a harbinger of doom, they felt a chill run down their spines. According to Ye Hao's perspective, what if one day Tang San deemed them unworthy and turned a dagger upon them? Whose fault would that be? The trio instinctively touched their necks, relieved to find them still intact. I do not wish to engage in such discourse with you. Ye Hao quickly surrendered Xiao Wu. Ye Hao smiled faintly. He was currently my quarry, and how could I possibly relinquish him? Furthermore, Dai Mubai, are the so-called divine herbs you have consumed not tattered and seemingly nibbled upon? Upon hearing these words, the trio of Dai Mubai felt an immediate sense of dread, quickly descending into gloom. Could it be that those exquisite medicinal herbs were? How do you know? Oscar asked, his heart racing with trepidation, hoping it was not as he feared. Ye Hao chuckled softly and remarked, "Those remnants are indeed from my meal. You are quite unfastidious to consume what I have left behind. It truly is a testament to your perseverance. So, how does it taste?" No sooner had he spoken than Oscar's stomach began to churn violently, prompting him to hastily dash to a corner and expel the contents of his stomach. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun followed suit, their faces displaying a pallor that spoke volumes of their disdain for Ye Hao, which had escalated to unprecedented heights. Observing the plight of Dai Mubai and the others, Xiao Wu and Tang San felt a surge of relief, thankful that they had not partaken in Ye Hao's leftovers. Otherwise, the outcome might have been dire. "Almost forgot," Ye Hao added. "Tang San, the 2 plants you and Xiao Wu consumed were intentionally set aside by me." In an instant, both Xiao Wu and Tang San found themselves in a dire predicament. Xiao Wu, covering her mouth, was on the verge of expelling her contents when Ye Hao unexpectedly released her grip. Seizing the moment, a pink hue flickered in Xiao Wu's eyes as she cast a beguiling glance at Ye Hao, their gazes locking in an intense exchange. Simultaneously, her second soul ring illuminated, activating her enchanting skill. It was anticipated that Ye Hao would succumb to her allure. However, just as Xiao Wu was about to unleash her devastating 8-diagram throw, Ye Hao swiftly delivered a resounding slap, leaving Xiao Wu disoriented, and with a powerful kick, sent her flying. Ye Hao stood with his hands clasped behind him, his gaze cold and indifferent as it fell upon Xiao Wu. "You think you are alluring? No one desires what you offer. Only Tang San, blind to your faults, would be drawn to you. You are far less enchanting than Sister Qian." Seeing Xiao Wu unscathed, Tang San finally exhaled in relief, suppressing the discomfort in his abdomen. Suddenly, the first soul ring beneath his feet illuminated, and countless blue-silver grasses began to encircle Ye Hao from all directions. "Ye Hao, return to us the celestial herbs that rightfully belong to us." At that moment, Dai Mubai and his companions, having just regained their composure, unleashed their powers. Fourth soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. Dai Mubai activated his fourth soul skill, manifesting numerous white meteors around him. As he delivered a powerful punch, these meteors rained down upon Ye Hao like a torrential downpour, accompanied by Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Fire Line. Their fury reached a peak. They had been outmaneuvered by Ye Hao, and it was infuriating to think that the celestial herbs he consumed were once theirs. In that instant, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun unleashed their soul skills recklessly, hurling their attacks at Ye Hao in a frenzy. Anger had stripped them of reason. Meanwhile, Oscar, standing at the rear, naturally took on the role of support, producing sausages one after another. After a while, the trio gradually eased their assault, feeling a significant release of pin-up frustration as they gazed at the lingering smoke before them. Under such relentless onslaught, it seemed impossible for Ye Hao to survive. However, from the smoke emerged Ye Hao, encased in a purple shell, and scathed and adorned with venomous spikes. "No, this cannot be. It is utterly impossible." Dai Mubai could hardly believe it. Such a swift and powerful attack should have overwhelmed even a Soul King. How could Ye Hao endure it? "What is this?" Tang San furrowed his brow in confusion. Ye Hao smiled gently, and the violet armor enveloping his body gradually faded away. "This is my fourth soul skill, the Thorn Spider Armor. All your attacks are futile before it. I have accepted your greeting, and now it is my turn." The crowd felt an unsettling foreboding, as if imminent danger was approaching. Their apprehensions were soon validated. Ye Hao swiftly positioned himself in front of Dai Mubai, whose face contorted in agony as Ye Hao delivered a powerful blow to his abdomen, the force of which exceeded Dai Mubai's physical capacity to endure. Following that, Ye Hao unleashed a left hook upon Ma Hongjun's right cheek, visibly collapsing half of his face. Blood gushed forth as several teeth, mingled with crimson, were expelled from his mouth. Subsequently, Ye Hao's gaze shifted towards Oscar. He decided to spare him this time, perhaps out of a sense of affinity. "Tang San, the time has come for us to confront one another. The grievances between us need no further elucidation." Ye Hao relaxed his wrist, setting his sights on Tang San. Meanwhile, four soul rings gradually ascended beneath his feet. A 10,000-year soul ring. Ma Hongjun, with his swollen visage resembling that of a pig, exclaimed in astonishment. The fourth soul ring is indeed 10,000 years old. Goodness, this surpasses the absorption limit for a fourth soul ring. directly exceeding the 5,000-year threshold. Does he not fear for his life? How? How did you manage this? Tang San inquired, a sheen of sweat forming on his brow. His eyes ablaze with fervor. Ye Hao cast a disdainful glance at Tang San, sneeringly remarking, "What need have I to explain how I accomplished it to you? Concern yourself with your own affairs. Moreover, just now Ma Hongjun shouted that the celestial herb belongs to you. On what basis?" At Ye Hao's questioning, Tang San fell silent, his eyes darting about as he hesitated, glancing between Ye Hao and the fallen Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun behind him. It seemed he had struck a nerve. At this moment, Ma Hongjun, undeterred, continued, "Brother San has already informed us that the celestial herb was clearly prepared for us. It is you who lacks martial virtue, claiming the herbs for yourself. Were it not for your actions, we would not find ourselves in such a predicament." Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Ye Hao's gaze towards Tang San shifted from contempt to utter loathing. A man must uphold his dignity, and someone like Tang San had none. "Old poison, since you're here, why not come forth and testify?" Ye Hao's sudden exclamation caused Tang San to tremble involuntarily. As soon as he finished speaking, a green light shot up into the sky, and Douluo appeared at the center of the confrontation. His sudden presence seemed to publicly declare Tang San's doom. "Old poison, I am curious as to why you are following these individuals," Ye Hao queried, having learned of Old Poison's arrival thanks to Xiao Hong's hint. Douluo shook his head in resignation, replying, "I made a promise to someone. Otherwise, do you think I would willingly follow that person?" After saying this, he cast a sidelong glance at the silent-stricken Tang San. Had he known this would transpire, he would have eliminated this nuisance 6 months ago and departed from the Sunset Forest sooner. This way, it would not have been so simple for Tang Hao to find Douluo. At last, he saw through this villain's true nature. A person so thoroughly despicable should never be closely associated with. It would be better for Douluo to simply erase him, yet he could not afford to provoke him. For behind Tang San stood Tang Hao, and behind Tang Hao, even more formidable figures. Douluo was but a solitary man, one who could not afford such a confrontation. However, should he truly provoke Douluo's wrath, the consequences would be dire. "Have you been coerced?" Ye Hao utilized his soul power to transmit his voice, his lips barely moving. Douluo subtly nodded, his lips moving as he replied, "Not long ago, I was ambushed by 2 unknown titled Douluos. I barely escaped with my life, and shortly after, Tang Hao appeared. He insisted I protect this fool Tang San until the conclusion of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition. You tell me, after so many years traversing the continent, when have I suffered such humiliation?" As he spoke, Douluo became increasingly agitated, his toxic prowess beginning to shift dramatically. Upon Douluo's arrival, Ma Hongjun was overjoyed. Was he not a familiar ally of his brother San? It was said that the celestial grade herbs were crafted by him, and now his appearance heralded the imminent acquisition of those herbs for Ma Hongjun. In his excitement, Ma Hongjun rushed to Douluo's side, brazenly shouting at Ye Hao. "Ye Hao, you wretched!" Before he could finish, Douluo retaliated with a swift slap that sent him flying for miles, until he resembled the brightest star in the sky. Everyone was taken aback, shrinking their necks as they could only watch the 2 silent figures. Xiao Wu, familiar with the situation, hid behind Tang San. Acutely aware of the peril, what if Douluo decided to abduct her by mistake? Douluo suddenly declared, "The herb was actually a gift from me to Ye Hao, not as Tang San claimed. I hereby solemnly warn you all, if you utter another word regarding me, beware, for I shall not hesitate to remove your tongues. Do not presume I am incapable of such acts, for I possess 1,000 ways to make you experience death." As he spoke, Douluo shot a cold snort at Tang San, accusing him of slander. Were it not for Tang Hao protecting his life, Douluo would have long since severed his head, allowing no room for such insolence. Tang San inwardly lamented why Douluo had to appear so abruptly, thwarting all his carefully laid plans. And what of Ma Hongjun? What purpose did his foolishness serve? At that moment, a man wielding a serpent spear emerged from the darkness, approaching Ye Hao with an unhurried demeanor. Witnessing this, Tang San and his companions felt their hearts tighten, while Douluo's expression grew grave. It was him, the one who had ambushed him previously. Douluo was about to warn Ye Hao of the impending danger when the spear-wielding man positioned the weapon across his chest, bowing slightly to Ye Hao, and said calmly, "Young master, please." Douluo was taken aback, exclaiming, "You? Who are you?" Douluo felt as though he had received a shocking revelation. The man behind Ye Hao was none other than one of the titled Douluos who had ambushed him not long ago. Moreover, This individual referred to Ye Hao as young master. At that moment, Douluo gasped in realization, recognizing that Ye Hao was the one with the deepest secrets. Previously, he had harbored doubts about Ye Hao's identity due to their striking similarity. Now, the unexpected appearance of this spear-wielding man delivered a profound blow to Douluo's psyche. Ye Hao is indeed the son of Bibi Dong. Otherwise, the serpent spear man would not refer to him as the young master. Moreover, with his death spider emperor martial soul, at this very moment, Douluo's heart clenched with apprehension. Could it be that these individuals, are destined to meet such a dire fate today? Ye Hao looked at the serpent spear Douluo in astonishment and then nonchalantly nodded. Before departing, he swiftly moved in front of Tang San and, under Tang San's astonished gaze, delivered a punch to his chin, followed by an elbow strike to his abdomen, forcefully knocking him to the ground. Tang San, caught in a predicament, could only bite his teeth in frustration and swallow his anger. Meanwhile, Douluo merely observed silently, remaining utterly still, as if the events unfolding before him were mere figments of imagination. Old poison, until we meet again. Ye Hao remarked as he cast a glance at Xiao Wu. You should feel fortunate that I have not yet reached the pinnacle of my soul power. Otherwise with that. Ye Hao deemed further words unnecessary. Simultaneously, when Douluo's gaze fell upon Xiao Wu, he was instinctively stunned by the scene before him. This little girl was, in fact, a transformed 100,000-year soul beast. He cursed himself for being blind during his time at the Tiando Royal Academy, having overlooked such a remarkable being. 100,000-year soul beasts were exceedingly rare, especially one that had taken human form. Finding such a creature was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. However, Douluo's thoughts shifted when he recalled Tang San's connection to Tang Hao. If Tang Hao had sent Douluo to safeguard Tang San, he must surely be aware of Xiao Wu's true identity, leaving Douluo wary of pursuing any ulterior motives. After watching Ye Hao depart, Douluo let out a deep sigh, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. He never anticipated that he would ultimately misplace his trust. At that moment, Tang San, having spat blood, managed to rise with Xiao Wu's assistance, looking at Douluo with a complex expression. Old poison, why did you not intervene just now? Why did you stand idly by as Ye Hao unleashed such a fierce attack on me? Tang San questioned. Douluo rolled his eyes at Tang San with a disdainful smile. A fierce attack? Since Ye Hao intended to strike you down, I must ask, are you dead now? Tang San was momentarily speechless. Douluo continued. Since you are not dead, why should I come to your aid? This reasoning was sound. Douluo had agreed to Tang Hao's request to intervene when Tang San was in danger. Observing Ye Hao's actions, Douluo had discerned that Ye Hao understood the true identity of the boy, and thus his actions were merely a lesson. In light of this, Douluo saw no reason to get involved in such turmoil. Furthermore, Douluo had always harbored an aversion to protecting others. Had it not been for Tang Hao's coercion, he would have paid no heed to these matters. Ye Hao's ability to teach Tang San a lesson from a different perspective signifies that the spirit hall has dealt a blow to Tang Hao, much to the delight of Douluo. I happened to come here today, and now I shall take my leave. With that, Douluo vanished into the night. As Tang San watched Douluo's retreating figure, profound resentment flickered in his eyes, intensified by the pain coursing through his body. Why was he so weak? He possessed twin spirits, yet chose to cultivate the inferior blue-silver grass instead of focusing on his formidable second spirit. At this moment, a thought to abandon the blue-silver grass and switch to his second spirit surged in Tang San's mind. Meanwhile, Ye Hao walked alongside the serpent spear Douluo on the desolate streets, where only their solitary figures strolled. What do you mean by that? Ye Hao inquired, perplexed, glancing at the serpent spear man. Firstly, Ye Hao had joined the spirit hall, but the title of young master was not one to be casually bestowed. Only the daughter of the Pope, Qian Renxue, was worthy of such a title. Secondly, Ye Hao was genuinely confused. Being called young master for the first time felt odd. The serpent spear Douluo smiled knowingly, anticipating Ye Hao's inquiry. You have now joined the spirit hall. Moreover, the young master mentioned that once the finals of this tournament begin, he will accompany you to the spirit hall. At that time, you shall meet His Holiness the Pope. Upon receiving this information, Ye Hao couldn't help but chuckle. Is that why you call me young master? The serpent spear Douluo shook his head. Not entirely. Oh, Ye Hao was still baffled. The serpent spear Douluo continued. Because the old poison master is present, I can sense a powerful presence not far from here, which must belong to Tang Hao. The Tang San you confronted is his son, so you must tread carefully. Every member of the Tang family is fiercely protective. If one day Tang Hao finds you, you should be cautious. Realizing this, Ye Hao understood that the serpent spear Douluo had deliberately addressed him as young master to instill caution in the observing Tang Retian nearby. However, Tang Hao was ultimately a madman, capable of anything. By the way, why did Sister Qin seek me? Ye Hao asked. The serpent spear Douluo merely smiled mysteriously. You will know once you go. Thus, the matter reached a temporary conclusion. The 5 members of Shrek left, their bodies battered, and along the way, they remained silent, clearly affected by their ordeal. Meanwhile, Tang Hao took the initiative to confront Douluo. Have you forgotten the promise you made to me? Tang Hao questioned sternly. Witnessing his son being beaten, Tang Hao, with his unique status, was furious that Douluo had failed to act on his promise. Consequently, after Douluo's departure, Tang Hao sought him out immediately. Douluo scoffed, I did intervene. Tang Hao's eyes narrowed, his imposing aura steadily rising. Do you think I'm blind? Where did you intervene? Douluo remained unfazed. If I hadn't, your son would likely be dead by now. Tang Hao retorted, if it weren't for Ye Hao's prior awareness, would you have appeared? Douluo coldly snorted, displeased with Tang Hao. I am not easily coerced by you. You know well what your son is like. Refusing to back down. Tang Hao stepped forward, his right hand enveloped in dark light, as the Haotian hammer manifested in his grasp, 9 soul rings slowly rising beneath his feet. Douluo, the old poison master, responded by emanating the eerie glow of the green phosphor snake emperor's poison, his own 9 soul rings ascending in tandem. The greatest disparity between these 2 titled Douluos lay in the levels of their soul rings and soul power, where Douluo found himself at a disadvantage. With a serious expression, Douluo said, Tang Hao, you must think this through. If I am harmed today, I will not hesitate to unleash the green phosphor snake emperor's poison upon Shrek Academy, and your son will pay the price. I believe the spirit hall would be quite pleased. Douluo, you dare? Tang Hao shouted, momentarily loosening his grip on the hammer. What do I have to fear? Douluo replied with a contemptuous laugh. You have pushed me to this extent. Why should I be wary? You saw for yourself that Ye Hao is constantly protected by a titled Douluo from the spirit hall. Do not pretend you are unaware of Ye Hao's true identity. No matter how powerful you are, what can you truly do for your son's revenge? Silence enveloped Tang Hao, his heart ablaze with unquenchable fury. After a long pause, he relinquished the Haotian hammer, and once assured that Tang Hao would not strike, Douluo finally sighed in relief. Facing this madman alone filled Douluo with uncertainty about victory. Tang Hao's gaze was complex as he looked at Douluo, deeply sighing. I hope you will uphold your promise to me. With that, Tang Hao turned and departed without a backward glance, his figure appearing exceedingly solitary under the moonlight, a silvery glow casting over him as he walked away in solitude. Once Tang Hao had left, Douluo finally felt a slight sense of relief, inwardly cursing Tang Hao's inaction and Tang San's cunning. How was he to comprehend this peculiar father-son duo? P.S. After much contemplation last night, I have decided to set this rabbit free for now, as there is an explosive plot waiting ahead. Chapter 124. Xiao Wu meets her grandfather. Ye Hao's audacious idea. Hunting the Emperor Divine Beast. I have posted this first because someone is treating me to dinner tonight, and I fear I might forget later. Are you leaving Tiando City, sister? In Qian Rinxue's residence, after returning with the serpent spear Douluo, Ye Hao arrived at Qian Rinxue's side. Upon learning that she would be departing for a while, he couldn't help but inquire about the reason. Could it be that the undercover mission in Tiando City had failed? Qian Rinxue smiled gently, looking at Ye Hao. Do not worry, sister merely needs to break through to the 70th level and urgently requires a suitable 7th soul ring. Understanding this, Ye Hao gradually relaxed. Outside the city, the Sunset Forest? The Sunset Forest was the closest soul beast forest to Tiando City, teeming with diverse soul beasts, making it a primary choice for many soul masters seeking to hunt. However, Qian Rinxue shook her head. Not the Sunset Forest, rather, the Stardow Forest. The Stardow Forest? Ye Hao exclaimed, astonished. The Stardow Forest was the largest soul beast forest on the continent, incomparable in scale to the Sunset Forest. Qian Rinxue continued. This morning, I used Xue Qinghe's identity to request leave from that old fellow Xue Yi. I will leave early tomorrow morning. While I am away from the city, you must be cautious. According to my subordinates' investigations, Douluo has been frequently appearing at Shrek Academy lately, which undoubtedly raises suspicions. One must commend the reliability of Qian Rinxue's intelligence network. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Hao inquired, Sister, Do you perhaps have specific requirements regarding the seventh spirit ring? You are indeed correct, Qian Rinxue replied, nodding in resignation. The seventh spirit ring corresponds to the martial soul's true form, and as you are aware, this true form holds immense significance for soul masters. The age of the spirit beast required for the seventh spirit ring must be no less than 40,000 to 50,000 years. While there are indeed numerous spirit beasts within the Sunset Forest that reach this level, based on the intelligence I possess, it seems that none are suitable for me. Thus, I plan to venture to the Douluo Forest, the place abundant with spirit beasts, in hopes of striking luck. Should fortune not smile upon me there, my next step will be to return to the Sunset Forest, providing a dual layer of security. During my absence from Heaven-Do City, you should return to the Heaven-Do Royal Academy. This is undoubtedly preferable to remaining alone in the city, as it at least ensures your safety. Upon hearing this, Ye Hao managed a bitter smile and replied helplessly, Sister, you may not be aware, but just a short while ago, I had an altercation with Tang Hao's son, Tang San, along with some individuals from Shrek Academy. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Douluo, their fate would likely have been far worse. Qian Rinxue was taken aback by this revelation. What transpired in such a brief span of time? How did you create such a commotion? She asked, her curiosity piqued. Ye Hao recounted the story eloquently. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Douluo, I surmised that the five from Shrek would not have easily conceded. Tang San and his companions clung to their claims of the celestial-grade herbs as if they were a stubborn adhesive plaster, leaving Ye Hao utterly speechless. Ye Hao successfully eliminated the toxins within Douluo, thereby acquiring the coveted celestial herb. Yet, how did it come to pass that he was branded as the thief of the herb that Tang San had prepared for them? This revelation shattered Ye Hao's worldview, leaving him questioning the audacity of such accusations. Fortunately, Douluo had previously been coerced by Tang Hao to remain in the shadows. Otherwise, it is likely that Tang San and his companions would have already faced Ye Hao's wrath. Douluo's sudden appearance was wholly unexpected for Tang San, serving as a significant blow to his pride. Was the celestial herb truly his to claim? Who had been so brazen in their words before? Upon Douluo's arrival and subsequent narration of events, who remained silent, not daring to utter a word? Upon learning the full context of the situation, Qian Rinxue was incensed. It seemed that Tang San was not fit to be called a son of man, while Douluo, a titled Douluo, was disgracefully submissive to such coercion. Was his own poison, the green phosphor serpent emperor's toxin, merely for show? Once the finals of the competition concluded, Tang San's reckoning would arrive. Rest assured, brother, the Spirit Hall will not let such a wretch escape unscathed. In truth, Ye Hao's greatest concern was not this. Even if Tang Hao arrived, Ye Hao felt unperturbed. For with Xiao Hong and Zhu Zhu by his side, he was confident that Tang Hao would not return. Sister, why not allow me to accompany you to the Douluo Forest? Coincidentally, my soul power has reached level 50, Ye Hao proposed. Qian Rinxue exclaimed, Your soul power has reached 50? Just a few days ago, you informed me that it was only 44. How is it possible to have increased so dramatically? Have you found some kind of cheat? Qian Rinxue was genuinely perplexed. The arduous journey of soul power enhancement was well known to her as a soul master. How could it be that for Ye Hao, this arduous task appeared as effortless as quenching one's thirst? In response, Ye Hao offered a subtle smile, retrieving an unassuming herb from the heart of death. It was a vibrant green, with 3 snow-white leaves at its center adorned with droplets resembling morning dew. What is this? Qian Rinxue inquired. This is the weeping autumn water dew, a celestial herb I procured from the old toxin master. Much like the heartbroken red I gifted you earlier. These are rare treasures on this continent. I consumed the fire apricot and the 8-pointed ice grass at the Eye of Ice and Fire, granting me a body impervious to both fire and water. With a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, Ye Hao continued, I inquired with Xiao Hong beforehand, and it seems the weeping autumn water dew is quite suitable for me. Upon consumption, my soul power could increase by 4 to 5 levels. Combined with the remaining potency of the previous 2 celestial herbs, breaking through to level 50 is certainly within reach. After much contemplation, Qian Rinxue ultimately acquiesced to Ye Hao's request, agreeing to accompany him to the Douluo Forest the following morning. Following this, Ye Hao and Qian Rinxue engaged in light conversation before he retraced his steps through the hidden passage back to the home she had arranged for him. Upon his return, the first order of business for Ye Hao was to enter his room and remove the heart of death from his hairpin. When Xiao Hong and Zhu Zhu were released, Ye Hao was taken aback. Zhu lay on the ground, covered in wounds, and upon seeing Ye Hao, she rushed into his embrace as if he were her savior. "Master, help me. That mad dog is after me." The Death Spider Emperor cried out in agony, and in that moment, Ye Hao understood the source of Xiaohong's fury. Before Ye Hao could utter a word, Xiaohong bared her teeth at him, her mouth beginning to conjure the scorching flames of hellfire. "You two schemed against me. If it hadn't been for the fact that I was unable to consume any more herbs due to prior ingestion, I would have taken action against those two remaining herbs." Indeed, those were the very herbs that Tang San and Xiao Wu had consumed. It was fortunate that Xiaohong had refrained from taking a bite. Otherwise, it would not have been Tang San and his companions who faced the consequences, but rather the very Xiaohong standing before him. "You two have truly outdone yourselves." Xiaohong seethed. "Have you plotted against me as well, Zhu? I misjudged you, thinking to use laxatives to turn me into a projectile warrior? How could you even conceive such a plan?" Ye Hao's lips twitched awkwardly, compelled to take on the role of a mediator. "All right, Xiaohong. There's no need to be so angry. Shut your mouth." Xiaohong snapped at Ye Hao, her teeth bared in resentment. "And you? Zhu is trying to target me. Yet you choose not to intervene. Instead, you act as an accomplice. If he is the mastermind, then you are merely assisting him. I truly misjudged you both." With that, Xiaohong turned her back on the two, retreating to a corner of the bed, sitting in silence. Ye Hao exchanged a glance with the Death Spider Emperor, feeling a profound sense of helplessness as he shrugged. After a lengthy series of apologies, Xiaohong's anger gradually subsided. Ye Hao then turned his attention to the mark atop the Death Spider Emperor's head, formulating a plan in his mind. He gazed at the Heart of Death, and in that instant, the connection between the Heart of Death and the Death Spider Emperor was severed. Observing this, Xiaohong couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Ye Hao, what are you doing? Have you broken the bond between the spider and the Heart of Death?" The Death Spider Emperor looked on in confusion, experiencing an unprecedented sense of relaxation. In response to Xiaohong's curiosity, Ye Hao spoke gently. "When I first encountered the spider, it appeared intent on devouring me. At that time, I felt utterly helpless and could only bind it using the Heart of Death. However, after more than 6 months of cohabitation, we have transformed from strangers into a family, sharing countless experiences along the way. Looking back, that initial encounter with the spider so eager to consume me seems rather endearing now." As his words fell, the Death Spider Emperor's eyes glistened with emotion. It approached Xiaohong and bowed deeply, expressing its sincere apologies. Seeing this, Xiaohong could no longer muster a response and accepted the Death Spider Emperor's contrition. At that moment, Xiaohong suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, "Haozi, you have lifted the restrictions on the spider. With the Heart of Death now vacant, and your next destination being the Starry Forest, you can't possibly mean to." Indeed, having lived together for so long, Xiaohong was one of the few who truly understood Ye Hao. Realizing the true intent behind his actions, the two, one person and one dog, exchanged knowing smiles. Ye Hao smiled and said, "The Stardow Forest is the largest soul beast forest on the Douluo Continent, teeming with a myriad of soul beast species. Among them, the most formidable are the sky blue bull python and the titan great ape, both reigning as the sovereigns of the entire Stardow Forest, akin to the Spider Queen, each being a soul beast of 100,000 years. He then turned to Xiaohong and inquired, "Xiaohong, are you confident in defeating them?" In response, Xiaohong bestowed a subtle smile upon the Death Spider Emperor, a grin so lewd that it made the Death Spider Emperor shudder involuntarily. "Spider, soon your status will ascend. You shall no longer be the eternal second to the 10,000-year-old. The Death Spider Emperor, perplexed, asked, "What do you mean by eternal second? Master, what is Hong Ge talking about?" "It is nothing. You shall understand in due course," Xiaohong replied with a smile. He continued, "Those two mere 100,000-year soul beasts are nothing to worry about. My divine beast has yet to speak. Rest assured, I can dispatch them in mere moments. Just tell me which of the two soul rings you desire, and once we arrive at the Stardow Forest, I shall take care of them." Ye Hao shook his head with a bitter smile and said, after absorbing the autumn water dew, "I have only reached the rank of a level 50 Spirit King. Your eagerness for me to absorb a 100,000-year spirit ring is simply a call for my demise. I have yet to fully embrace life." His intentions were unmistakable, to seal one of them within the Heart of Death. Immediately, the Death Spider Emperor's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Subsequently, I would have a subordinate to command." "Ah, indeed, the youth is promising." Ye Hao nodded slightly, and they spoke in unison. Seizing the moment before dawn broke, Ye Hao held the crystal dew of longing before him, allowing the few glistening droplets to flow into his mouth. As those precious drops fully entered his being, the crystal dew of longing in his hand began to wither rapidly, eventually transforming into dust and completely vanishing within his grasp. Ye Hao, under the protection of Xiaohong and Zhu Zhu, naturally had no concerns about his guardianship. He promptly sat cross-legged on the bed, gently closed his eyes, and began to absorb the effects of the celestial herbs, striving to complete his absorption by dawn and smoothly break through to level 50. With prior experience in absorbing the fiery apricot flower and the 8-pointed ice grass, Ye Hao found the absorption of the autumn water due to be quite effortless, quickly entering a state of focus. At Shrek Academy, Tang San and his companions returned under the cover of night, nursing severe injuries. Particularly, Ma Hongjun had become a veritable pig's head, having been discovered by Tang San's group at the eastern edge of the city, where he was found awkwardly stuck in a dry well. Fortunately, his corpulent physique prevented him from falling in entirely. Following the day's events, Dai Mubai and the others felt utterly disheartened. They no longer dared to provoke Ye Hao and were increasingly skeptical of Tang San's words. Even as they were offered the leftovers from others, it was evident that Tang San had enjoyed the full benefits with his sweetheart, leaving them feeling disgusted. Even if Tang San had chosen not to share, Dai Mubai and the others would not have blamed him, as those herbs were indeed acquired by Tang San. Yet, to their dismay, Tang San had distributed them, fabricating lies to incite the group to confront Ye Hao, all while attempting to claim the remaining celestial herbs for himself. This was unequivocally a targeted conspiracy. The outcome: Dai Mubai and the others became the primary victims, each bruised and battered, with the exception of Oscar, who emerged unscathed. The rest bore varying degrees of injuries. In the dormitory, without exception, everyone lay on their beds, experiencing an unprecedented sense of relaxation, reveling in the feeling of having survived a calamity. Only Tang San remained, harboring resentment towards Ye Hao. Why was Ye Hao stronger than him? Why were the celestial herbs of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes not his? Why did all the advantages seem to favor Ye Hao? Countless doubts swirled in his mind, rendering Tang San increasingly restless, his face contorted in a terrifying grimace that surpassed even the trauma faced at the Tiando Royal Academy. Observing this, Dai Mubai and the others, each dragging their painful injuries, staggered out of the dormitory. To them, Tang San had become a complete madman, one who would betray his own brothers to achieve his goals, and it was best to keep their distance from such a person. Outside the dormitory, Xiao Wu watched the departing figures of Dai Mubai and the others, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. She had intended to offer some words of comfort to Tang San, but was abruptly silenced by a pair of hands emerging from the darkness, causing her to widen her eyes in fear. In that moment, Xiao Wu recalled Ye Hao's words before he left and reached out, hoping Tang San would sense her distress. However, at that moment, Tang San was engulfed in a fierce internal struggle, oblivious to Xiao Wu's plight. Gradually, her consciousness began to fade. The night air was frigid, chilling to the bone. In the silent woods of Shrek Academy, deep within the Academy's forest, no one ventured into this secluded area at such a late hour. Xiao Wu lay alone beneath a large tree, shivering from the biting cold wind. Dazed, she opened her eyes and found her surroundings unfamiliar. Hastily, she rose from the ground, panic-stricken as she scanned the area, which consisted solely of towering trees and the infinite darkness encroaching upon her. At that moment, she felt on the verge of collapse. Had she truly been captured? What would become of her now? Just as tears threatened to fall from her eyes, a figure in a black robe suddenly emerged from the woods. "Child," he uttered simply, sending a jolt of fear through Xiao Wu's body as she felt the tension in every fiber of her being, cold sweat trickling down her cheeks. "It is I." Tang Hao lifted his hood, revealing disheveled hair and eyes devoid of luster, casting a forlorn glance at Xiao Wu. He couldn't help but sigh, wondering what had become of his family. Marrying a soul beast was one thing, but how had his son encountered a 100,000-year-old soft-boned rabbit at just 6 years old and accepted it as a sister? The trajectory of their relationship seemed destined to evolve into something more, a path Tang Hao wished to avoid for his son. Thus, he had brought Xiao Wu here to discern the soul beast's intentions. Should their paths not intertwine in the future, he would not hesitate to raise her, only to eliminate her when Tang San required a soul ring. "Who are you? Where's this place?" Xiao Wu sensed Tang Hao's aura. Realizing he was far more formidable than Douluo, a title Douluo. The identity of a soul beast had become a haunting specter for her, bringing untold dangers since her arrival in Tiando City. Tang Hao smiled faintly, sitting upon a rock and gesturing for Xiao Wu to join him. Reluctantly, she complied, recognizing her vulnerability. This hunter was a colossal force she could not withstand. I am Tang Hao, Tang San's father, he revealed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's previously suspended anxiety eased slightly, yet she remained cautious. First, she had not anticipated Tang San's father to be a title Douluo. Secondly, if Tang San's father was indeed a title Douluo, her identity as a soul beast must have been recognized long ago. She felt a surge of relief. Being revealed by a title Douluo and still surviving for so many years was no small feat. Greetings, uncle, she stammered, her voice trembling. Despite being Tang San's sister, she felt like a mere fragile soul beast before him, aware that he could end her life in an instant. Thus, she adopted a demeanor of utmost caution, knowing well that no title Douluo was ever to be trifled with. Tang Hao observed her, a knowing smile gracing his weathered face. Relax, do not be so tense. I harbor no ill will towards you. However, Xiao Wu remained unconvinced. Why had he suddenly abducted her under the cover of darkness? Though she had transformed from a soul beast into a human, she still understood the underlying dangers. Noticing her silence, Tang Hao sighed deeply. Child, do you know? Tang San's mother was also a 100,000-year-old soul beast. This revelation rekindled hope within Xiao Wu, akin to the warmth of the winter sun. She gazed at Tang Hao, her disbelief palpable. Uncle, you mean to say that Brother San's mother was also a 100,000-year-old soul beast? Could it be that she shares a similar fate to mine? Xiao Wu finally comprehended the profound bond she shared with Tang San. Their intimacy stemmed from the fact that half of his bloodline was of soul beast origin. Tang Hao's gaze grew distant, as if aging several years in an instant. You are correct. When I was with her mother, she had already matured into a soul beast. Compared to you, child, you truly possess remarkable boldness. In your youthful years, you unexpectedly ventured into the unpredictable city of Tiando, and I cannot help but marvel at your audacity. If you were to catch the attention of other title Douluos, I believe your fate would be all too clear. Xiao Wu fell silent, gazing at Tang Hao in confusion. Are you asking me to abandon my brother? The moment those words escaped her lips, Tang Hao was momentarily taken aback. The faint, killing intent that had flickered in his heart dissipated entirely in an instant. For he had received the most gratifying answer, one he had longed to hear. Tang Hao cast a comforting glance at Xiao Wu before reaching into his bosom to retrieve a small flower glowing with a vibrant red hue. Its stem and leaves exuded a lively green, presenting an extraordinary sight. Child, this is for you. Xiao Wu, perplexed, accepted the flower from Tang Hao's hand. The moment she touched it, a flash of red light passed through her, leaving her with an indescribable sense of ease. Uncle, what is this? Xiao Wu inquired. Tang Hao, with a bittersweet smile, revealed a deep nostalgia in his eyes as he said, this flower was left behind by Tang San's mother. Awaken named it Kiminghua, signifying the brightest sun of the following dawn. With this flower, the aura of your soul beasts can be concealed, allowing you to stand openly by Xiao San's side without fear. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's excitement was undeniable. She cradled the Kiminghua as if it were a treasure, her gaze toward Tang Hao shifting from fear to a warm, familial affection. Left behind, she echoed. Uncle, you mentioned that this Kiminghua belonged to Brother San's mother. Has Aunt passed away? This question, undoubtedly, pried open Tang Hao's old wounds. The memories of yesteryear flooded back, and his previously gentle demeanor faded into despondence. His once dim eyes now shimmering with clarity, as a powerful aura surged within him. His tousled hair danced in the wind, and in that moment, Tang Hao resembled a formidable deity. Child, Tang Hao paused, then sorrowfully continued. You must know, Xiao San's mother has indeed passed away. We were discovered by the Spirit Hall. The former Pope Qin Xuanji, alongside several titled Douluos, launched a fierce assault against us. At that time, I was not yet a titled Douluo, my soul power barely reaching the pinnacle of 89. My ninth soul ring. With that, Tang Hao revealed a Haotian hammer, the small hammer floating in his palm. The sight of the 10th 100,000-year soul ring evidently caught Xiao Wu's attention. Crimson as blood, the red soul ring was unmistakably recognized by her as belonging to a 100,000-year soul beast. Xiao Wu instinctively took a step back, fear evident in her expression as she regarded Tang Hao. Could it be that he was contemplating murder? A bold thought crossed her mind. Tang Hao shook his head, his voice laced with bitterness. My wife ultimately chose to sacrifice herself for me. In this 100,000-year soul ring, do you now understand? Sacrifice? Xiao Wu choked out. Sacrificing everything. Losing her life, bestowing her soul ring, soul bones, and even her very essence to another. Tears welled in Xiao Wu's eyes. If she were ever put in such a position, perhaps she would resolutely do the same. After carefully stowing the Kiminghua, Xiao Wu, still shaken, said, "Uncle, there's someone at the Tiando Royal Academy named Ye Hao. He likely knows my true identity and wants me to become his soul ring. What should I do?" Ye Hao. Tang Hao's voice deepened, and at the mention of that name, his anger was palpable. Firstly, the title Douluo, Snake Spear, who had appeared today, was one of the elders of the Spirit Hall. Secondly, Ye Hao's identity had been confirmed. What Douluo Bo had said rang true. Tang Hao could not act rashly, for it would spell disaster for him and the entire Tang family. Humph. Tang Hao scoffed, then declared, "Rest assured, as long as I am here, Ye Hao shall never take you away. When you participate in the Continental Senior Soul Master Elite Competition, strive to win the final match. Should he trouble you again or attempt to seize you, I will intervene personally, even at the cost of my life. If it comes to that." Tang Hao's gaze turned toward the direction of the Haotian sect, his expression heavy with melancholy. "I will be forced to take desperate measures. Child, I believe you can see that Ye Hao's martial spirit is the Death Spider Emperor. I deduce he hails from the Spirit Hall and is the son of the current Pope, BB Don." As soon as Tang Hao finished speaking, he noticed the change in Xiao Wu's demeanor. The killing intent in her eyes could no longer be concealed. She trembled with rage, her teeth clenched, transforming into a figure exuding sheer terror. "Uncle, do you know?" Tears streamed down Xiao Wu's cheeks, glistening as they fell. "My mother died at Bibidon's hands." Upon hearing this, Tang Hao finally understood the source of Xiao Wu's fury upon hearing Ye Hao's name, as well as her recurring thoughts of wanting him dead. "Child, it is late. You should return now." Tang Hao gestured in a direction and said gently, "If you follow this path, you will reach the academy in less than half an hour. Tonight, you must not share our matters or this conversation with Xiao San. He is still too weak. Revealing so much to him may hinder his future cultivation. Do you understand?" Xiao Wu nodded with determination, and after bidding farewell to Tang Hao, she departed, her heart heavy with thoughts. As Tang Hao watched her leave, his expression darkened, and he coughed up a mouthful of purplish-red blood. The poison of the Death Spider Emperor had infiltrated every part of his body, leaving him like a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. He was uncertain how much longer he could endure, perhaps 3 to 4 years, or even 5 to 6. As the sun rose, casting the first rays of morning light upon the city, a speeding carriage shattered the dawn's tranquility. Inside, Shui Qinghe and Ye Hao were seated, their destination, the Star Do Great Forest. The previous night, after consuming the tears of longing, Ye Hao's soul power had risen to level 50 by morning. He was now in the same position as Qian Renxue, both lacking a crucial corresponding soul ring. "Oh," Xiao Hong yawned vigorously, curling up beside Ye Hao and quickly drifting into slumber, alongside the Death Spider Emperor resting on Ye Hao's shoulder. Ye Hao forced a smile, immediately utilizing the Heart of Death to envelop both of them within. "Had they not slept well last night?" Ye Hao replied lightly. "During the process of absorbing the dew of longing, they provided timely protection for me, which is why I couldn't rest well." He then suddenly asked, "Sister, do you have any ambitions?" Qian Renxue was taken aback. "What do you mean by that?" Ye Hao smiled faintly, for as the saying goes, one must act in their own interest lest the heavens conspire against them. As soul masters, we must indeed plan for our own futures. "Sister, my intentions for this journey extend far beyond merely acquiring a 5th spirit ring." Qian Renxue looked on with curiosity. "Could it be that you harbor other ambitions? Pray, enlighten me." "Sister, are you aware of the 2 great emperors residing within the Stardo Forest?" Ye Hao inquired. Qian Renxue nodded. "The sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape. They inhabit the deepest recesses of the Stardo Forest. I recall my grandfather speaking of them in my childhood. They are among the most formidable spirit beasts of our time, having reached the age of 100,000 years. No one dares to lay a hand on them. Thus, the depths of the Stardo Forest are regarded as a forbidden zone for humanity." "You cannot possibly mean." Qian Renxue began to piece together the implications. "With the 2 great emperor beasts and that rabbit, a family should be whole." Ye Hao mused, gazing out at the enchanting landscape, a slight smile gracing his lips. Qian Renxue stared at Ye Hao in astonishment, then shook her head with a bittersweet smile. "You must be mad. 100,000-year spirit beast is far beyond your capacity to confront. Furthermore, even we at the Spirit Hall regard the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape with great trepidation. No matter how many tidal Douluo we deploy, it would likely be futile. You are still so young. How can your ambitions be so grand? Ye Hao remained unconvinced, exuding confidence as he declared, Sister, to be frank, a single dog from Shaohong can withstand 1,000 troops. Those mere 10,000-year-soul beasts are nothing to fear. If worst comes to worst, I still possess the death domain of the spider. Within this realm, no matter how fiercely those 10,000-year-soul beasts may struggle, their efforts would ultimately prove futile. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Rinxue gazed earnestly at Ye Hao, her voice resolute as she inquired, Brother, do you truly have confidence? In response to Qian Rinxue's serious question, Ye Hao smiled as a gesture of affirmation. Sister, I have been a part of the Spirit Hall for some time now. Although I have not ventured there, as a member, I yearn to contribute to the Spirit Hall, otherwise, I might be the subject of gossip. Who would dare? I shall see who would dare to speak ill of you, Qian Rinxue retorted, glaring at Ye Hao. So, you intend to capture the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape? In the past, even bandits would present a token of allegiance upon entering a stronghold. Ye Hao smiled and said, My heart of death has released the restrictions on the spider yesterday. Now, there is a vacancy within the heart of death. And with the abyssal binding skill, I can completely capture one of them, just like the previous spider. It will fully obey my commands. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue's eyes lit up, but she soon pondered, what about the other one? Indeed, the azure bull python and the Titan giant ape are two. Yet there is only one vacancy in the heart of death. Ye Hao awkwardly chuckled and scratched his head, saying, As for the other one, I do not intend to be greedy. Let it remain in the Douluo forest. The Douluo Continent is vast, and I doubt it can escape far. After settling on this plan, Qian Rinxue nodded and said, In that case, I will have Uncle Shi and the blood-soaked Douluo assist you. No need. Ye Hao waved his hand. Once we arrive at the Douluo forest, my sister can directly hunt the required spirit beasts. I will venture deep into the forest with the spider and Shaohong. With their protection, even if we encounter a tidal Douluo, I can ensure they return empty-handed. 5 days swiftly passed. On this day, the carriage carrying Qian Rinxue and Ye Hao gradually came to a halt at the outskirts of the Douluo forest. As they disembarked, the grandeur of the forest immediately captivated Ye Hao. The towering trees and winding paths were indeed worthy of being the largest spirit beast forest in the continent, harboring numerous hidden secrets. Soon after, the snake-spear Douluo and the blood-soaked Douluo approached Qian Rinxue, while Shaohong and the Death Spider Emperor emerged from the heart of death. The two exchanged smiles, embodying the essence of hunters, ready to showcase their prowess. Be careful, little brother, Qian Rinxue said softly. Sister, you too, Ye Hao replied. With that, Ye Hao spread his 6-winged purple wings. The Death Spider Emperor leaped onto his shoulder, while Shaohong was cradled in his arms. Activating their flying skills in conjunction with the blue-silver Emperor's right leg bones, Ye Hao transformed into a bolt of purple lightning and vanished from sight. As Qian Rinxue watched her brother depart, she silently prayed for his safe return before entering the forest with the 2 tidal Douluos. Soaring above the Douluo forest, Ye Hao flew for quite a while. The towering trees came into view, and especially after consuming the autumn water elixir, the surroundings became much clearer. In this state of rapid flight, he looked down to see the spirit beasts frolicking below, their antics vividly displayed. Howsy, we are still at the forest's edge. The spirit beasts here are at least 1,000 years old, none suitable for you. Let us venture deeper. I estimate we will find more appropriate spirit beasts there. Shaohong suggested. Ye Hao nodded in acknowledgement, immediately amplifying the power of his wings, swiftly entering the periphery of the starry forest. Upon arrival, he was confronted by towering trees, reaching heights of several hundred meters, rendering rapid flight impractical. He sought a suitable spot to alight. Touching down gently, Ye Hao gazed in awe at the unfamiliar forest before him. The woods were enveloped in an eerie silence, with ancient trees, some over 1,000 years old, standing tall. Even a dozen robust men might struggle to encircle one. In that moment of returning to the forest, the Death Spider Monarch seemed rejuvenated, bouncing off Ye Hao's shoulder. Being a soul beast of 100,000 years, it possessed an acute sensitivity to its surroundings. Thus, under the influence of the heart of death, the Death Spider Monarch could ensure its presence was concealed. Otherwise, even before Ye Hao could approach, the surrounding soul beasts would likely flee in terror at its aura. Ye Hao wished to avoid startling the grass and alarming the serpent. At that instant, Xiao Hong, vigilant, scanned the surroundings and cautioned, "Haozi, something is approaching." With a mental prowess surpassing that of most titled Douluos, Xiao Hong could sense impending danger or the arrival of powerful entities in advance. Consequently, Ye Hao quickly took refuge behind a massive tree, patiently awaiting the arrival of his quarry. A series of crackling sounds, reminiscent of bones fracturing, quietly echoed through the air. Ye Hao listened intently, deducing that the source was likely a multi-legged creature. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as a colossal figure emerged from the depths of the forest. A grotesque magic spider, exceeding 5 meters in size. Its robust and powerful 8 spider limbs inched toward Ye Hao, adorned with striking purple and black patterns. Evoking a sense of revulsion, Ye Hao stood in stunned silence, realizing that the creature before him was none other than the embodiment of his second martial soul, the soul-eating spider emperor's predecessor, the soul-eating demon spider. It seemed that his fate was irrevocably intertwined with the demon spider. Amused yet perplexed, Ye Hao felt a mix of emotions. At that moment, the Death Spider Emperor spoke. "Master, this soul-eating demon spider is approximately 10,000 to 5,000 years old, making it perfectly suited for your 5th soul ring. Let us take action. You all wait here. I shall confront it alone." With that, Ye Hao stepped forth from behind the tree trunk, his steps resolute and unwavering. The soul-eating demon spider, with its age exceeding 10,000 years, was clearly the most fitting representation for his 5th soul ring. Ye Hao possessed an intimate understanding of this creature, as he himself was the bearer of the soul-eating spider emperor martial soul. Both the soul-eating spider emperor and the death spider emperor were among the most formidable beings within the demon spider category of soul beasts. Chapter 125. Another spider emperor on the 3rd day of the challenge. As Ye Hao prepared himself, the soul-eating demon spider seemed to sense an intruder. It twisted its massive body and unleashed a torrent of violet webs directed at Ye Hao. Without hesitation, Ye Hao activated his 1st soul ring, transforming his arms into elongated, jet-black spider spears that shattered the web before him into countless fragments. Some of the severed strands fell upon the trunk of a sturdy tree, which withered instantaneously. The areas cloaked in the web corroded beyond recognition. Subsequently, Ye Hao withdrew from the possession of the Death Spider King and summoned his 2nd martial soul, the Soul-Eating Spider King. This formidable entity manifested behind him, exuding an overwhelming aura that crushed the very essence of the soul-eating demon spider before him, its small eyes wide with trepidation, unable to avert their gaze for even a moment. On Ye Hao's forehead lay an intricate web of dark green patterns, from which a resplendent emerald glow emanated, cascading over his form. Behind him, 3 pairs of dark green spider spears materialized, while his arms transformed into similar elongated spears of the same hue, enveloping his lower body entirely in a radiant shroud of dark green light. In an instant, Ye Hao completed the possession by the soul-devouring spider emperor. Meanwhile, a sudden tremor coursed through Xiao Hong, who was hidden behind the tree trunk, as her gaze locked with that of the spider. "Spider, have you sensed it?" Xiao Hong inquired with utmost seriousness. The Death Spider Emperor nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. A creature of similar age to mine has arrived. There is no mistaking this aura." With that, Xiao Hong stepped forward from behind the trunk, standing tall, while the Death Spider Emperor faithfully followed closely behind her. Ye Hao's 6-winged violet wings unfurled behind him, transforming into a purple radiance that surged forth like lightning towards the back of the soul-devouring demon spider. The creature's shell was remarkably resilient, and its sole vulnerability lay in its underbelly, the most fragile part of its anatomy. Ye Hao stood upon the back of the soul-eating demon spider, and before it could react, his eyes glinted with determination as he thrust the spear formed by his arms directly into the creature's back. At this moment, an unceasing flow of energy was greedily absorbed by Ye Hao. Possessing the soul-eating spider emperor spirit, he could utilize the spider silk or the spear embedded within the opponent's body to devour their life force and soul power. This was akin to how Bibi Dong had once consumed Qian Xuanji. At this critical juncture, Ye Hao, who was fervently absorbing energy, remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger behind him. In a moment of urgency, Xiao Hong swiftly unleashed a torrent of searing hellfire, dispelling the threat looming over Ye Hao. The source of the menace was a creature exceeding 10 meters in length, with 8 stout legs adorned in a lush, dark green fur, each leg firmly embedded in the ground, creating deep ravines in the earth. This colossal being bore an uncanny resemblance to the soul-eating demon spider beneath Ye Hao, with the sole distinction being the aura it emitted, which was strikingly reminiscent of the Death Spider Emperor. Upon witnessing this gigantic entity, the Death Spider Emperor momentarily froze, its 8 small eyes sparkling with affection as if it had fallen deeply in love. Meanwhile, Ye Hao completed the hunt for the soul-eating demon spider, which lay lifeless beneath him. From the body of the deceased creature, a layer of black luminescent particles began to rapidly coalesce, swiftly forming a pitch-black 10,000-year soul ring. Simultaneously, an icy chill crept over Ye Hao, causing him to break into a cold sweat as he leisurely turned to glance behind him. Good heavens! Ye Hao exclaimed, the soul-eating spider emperor. He then cast a quick look at Xiao Hong and the spider, who was lost in its infatuation. You audacious human! How dare you slay my offspring? Your demise is imminent, declared the soul-eating spider emperor. Ye Hao was taken aback. The voice was melodious, akin to a gentle spring breeze, imbued with a softness that was tinged with an underlying chill, which was further laced with an intense murderous intent. A sudden realization struck him. It was inconceivable that the spider monarch could articulate words. Panic surged within him, just as the soul-devouring spider monarch raised its robust leg, adorned with dark green fur, poised to crush Ye Hao beneath its weight. Ye Hao would not sit idly by. The heart of death tied in his hair quietly soared forth. It spun rapidly in the palm of his hand, and with a slight smile, Ye Hao hurled it towards the soul-devouring spider emperor. The heart of death expanded in the wind, swiftly dividing into 6 facets. Just as it had once imprisoned the Death Spider Emperor, 6 smooth mirrored surfaces emerged, unleashing 6 chains of dark purple laced with lightning, which firmly bound various parts of its colossal body. The soul-devouring spider emperor attempted to shift its massive form, seeking to break free from the constraints of the chains. However, inexplicably, the binding proved overwhelmingly potent. The black lightning that clung to it instilled a profound fear, rendering it utterly immobile. As Ye Hao was preparing to mark the soul-devouring spider emperor before him, the Death Spider Emperor suddenly exclaimed, "Master, please show mercy." Ye Hao was momentarily taken aback, then glanced at the contemplative Xiao Hong. Observing his reaction, Xiao Hong sighed and said to Ye Hao, "Let me handle this. Your luck has been rather extraordinary. First, the 10,000-year Death Spider Emperor, and now, another 10,000-year soul-devouring spider emperor." In response, Ye Hao shrugged, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. At times, he pondered whether he might genuinely be the chosen one. Consequently, Ye Hao retracted the heart of death. The chains binding the soul-devouring spider emperor were successively removed, and the heart of death, previously 10 centimeters in size, once again flew into the palm of Ye Hao's hand. Unbound, the soul-devouring spider emperor now gazed at Ye Hao with a lingering sense of trepidation. A seemingly ordinary human, accompanied by a Death Spider Emperor, also a 10,000-year soul beast. What extraordinary charisma must this individual possess to earn such unwavering loyalty from the Death Spider Emperor? Moreover, there was that small dog, whose age and cultivation were inscrutable even to it, which bore an unspoken yet formidable presence. Hong, I leave it to you. After Ye Hao finished speaking, he took the lead in sitting cross-legged on the ground, directing his gaze towards the lifeless body of the soul-devouring spider before him. The black, ancient soul ring gradually encircled Ye Hao's form under the influence of his soul power, while the other 4 rings subsequently appeared in succession. The soul-devouring spider king watched as Ye Hao absorbed the soul rings and the deceased soul-devouring spider, feeling a surge of intense resentment rise within. A cough from Xiao Hong jolted the soul-devouring spider king back to reality. You two are nothing but disgraceful creatures among soul beasts, associating with despicable humans. The soul-devouring spider king spat vehemently. The Death Spider King felt a wave of shame wash over it. Xiao Hong let out a cold snort. An invisible aura of pressure enveloping the soul-devouring spider king, rendering it immobile and filled with dread. You have 2 choices, either surrender or face my wrath personally, Xiao Hong stated coldly. In that moment, her gaze was chillingly frigid, plunging the soul-devouring spider king into a state akin to being trapped in an icy abyss. The onlooking Death Spider King felt anxious, fully aware of Xiao Hong's resolve to act upon her threats. In another densely wooded area, Qianrenxua, flanked by the snake spear Douluo and the bloodletting Douluo, finally encountered a light heavenly horned horse with a cultivation level of 50,000 years. perfectly complementing Qian Rinshua's six-winged angel martial soul. After a fierce battle, Qian Rinshua successfully vanquished the light heavenly horned horse and began to absorb this crucial seventh soul ring under the protection of the two titled Douluo guardians. Time ticked by. As Ye Hao completely integrated the fifth soul ring into himself, his soul power surged, breaking through to level 52, with the fifth soul skill proving exceptionally suitable for him, wielding considerable power. Upon completing the absorption of the soul ring, Ye Hao slowly opened his eyes, only to be greeted by the sight of a dog's face grinning at him. What the? Ye Hao patted his chest and hurriedly rose. Glancing at the awkwardly smiling Xiao Hong, he exclaimed, "Please, do not frighten me. Where is the soul-devouring spider emperor?" Xiao Hong raised an eyebrow and replied with a mischievous grin, "Rest assured, I have handled it quite splendidly." In an instant, Ye Hao felt a chill run down his spine, tentatively asking, "You haven't, by any chance, slain it, have you?" Xiao Hong immediately made a face, rolling her eyes at him, and retorted, "Do I look like that kind of creature?" "Perhaps not," Ye Hao mused. Xiao Hong continued, "Worry not. That soul-devouring spider emperor has been persuaded to join your ranks. At this very moment, the spider is engaged in some motivational work. Thankfully, we haven't squandered the opportunity to secure the heart of the Reaper. Otherwise, dealing with those two Imperial Soul beasts would have been quite the challenge. I sense we are not far from the core region of the Star Doe Forest. I can faintly detect two immensely powerful presences, even stronger than that spider and the soul-devouring spider emperor. Let us proceed," Ye Hao said, tidying his unruly wine-red locks before readying the heart of the Reaper into his hair. For the next segment of their journey, Ye Hao opted to walk on foot. In the dense jungle, he and Xiao Hong ambled along, their auras entirely shielded by the heart of the Reaper, ensuring that even the likes of the sky blue bull python or the titan giant ape would remain oblivious to their presence. "I'm quite curious," Xiao Hong inquired. "Why are you so insistent on capturing those two Imperial Soul beasts?" At her words, Ye Hao smiled gently, gazing towards their approaching destination. "Do you remember the 10,000-year soft-bone rabbit from Shrek Academy?" Xiao Hong nodded. "Of course I remember. You still owe me a grand feast featuring the entire rabbit." Ye Hao chuckled softly. "Why are you still thinking about it? Rest assured, you shall not be overlooked." Returning to the main topic, he continued, "In truth, that 10,000-year soft-boned rabbit has a long-standing acquaintance with these two spirit beasts. They grew up together." "Is that so?" Xiao Hong inquired with keen interest. "I truly did not perceive that the female rabbit possessed such a lure. Are you suggesting we capture them for fishing?" Xiao Hong ventured cautiously. Ye Hao laughed heartily, declaring that this fish is not the same as that fish. Strictly speaking, it should be about catching a rabbit. That rabbit is undoubtedly aware of my affiliation with the Spirit Hall. Moreover, the finals of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition just so happen to be held at the Spirit Hall. If that rabbit does not attend, would we not miss the opportunity to capture it entirely? Therefore, by capturing either the sky blue bull python or the titan giant ape before the competition, I can have Sister Qian disseminate the information that one of the soul beasts is being held at the Spirit Hall. Given their bond, the rabbit will surely come to rescue it. At that moment, we can execute our plan to capture them all at once. As long as no significant unforeseen events occur along the way, this operation should be foolproof." Xiao Hong grinned and remarked, You don't appear to be anything special at first glance, but beneath that ordinary exterior lies an extraordinarily cunning mind. Your plans are intricately woven, and you are truly clever. But I find it quite appealing." Ye Hao's countenance was grave as he gazed upon the approaching destination, whispering softly, "Be cautious, we have arrived." Chapter 126. Taming the Titan Great Ape. In the heart of the starry forest lies a magnificent and expansive central lake, encircled by towering trees. The water is crystal clear, revealing the lakebed, while a gentle mist envelopes the area, bestowing it with an ethereal charm. At the edge of the lake, there resides a creature of mountain-like stature, its ebony fur reflecting a subtle golden sheen under the blazing sun. Its shoulders span over 7 meters, and its eyes, resembling lanterns, gleam with a yellow luster. This behemoth, with muscles as formidable as granite, instills a sense of dread in all who behold it. The Titan Great Ape, a pinnacle of the food chain. Currently, it playfully sits by the shore, unabashedly splashing in the water, sending ripples across the surface. Not far from the Titan Great Ape, Ye Hao and Xiao Hong, sheltered by the heart of the Reaper, went unnoticed by the colossal beast. Beneath the lake's surface, another creature rested, Xiaohong's gaze fell upon the depths where slumbered a soul beast with the head of a cow and the body of a python, the azure bull python, an entity even more formidable than the titan great ape. Choose one, Haozi, which do you prefer? Xiaohong inquired. The heart of the reaper currently had but a single vacancy, unable to accommodate both beasts simultaneously. Ye Hao must make a choice between the two. He selects the one that appears the most foolish. Ye Hao pointed towards the titan ape, fixing his gaze upon it. The azure bull python was undeniably astute, while the titan ape, in stark contrast, was utterly ineffectual, possessing nothing but brute strength. Indeed, the titan ape resembled a mischievous child, lacking the composure and serenity of its elder brother, the azure bull python. This presented an opportune moment for capture. Consequently, the duo, one man and one dog, settled on their course of action. Thereafter, Ye Hao removed the heart of death from his hairpin, releasing the death spider monarch and the soul-devouring spider monarch. Within this circle, the soul-devouring spider monarch felt somewhat out of place, its gaze inadvertently landing upon the titan ape, a sense of familiarity washing over it. Are you all insane to dare set your sights on the forest emperor? It exclaimed in astonishment. We are indeed targeting it, Ye Hao replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips, revealing a dazzling array of white teeth. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ye Hao. The soul-devouring spider monarch declared. The target is clear, the titan ape. Ye Hao dispelled the concealment effect of the heart of death. At the moment when a man, a dog, and two spiders appeared beside the lake, the azure bull python, which had been lurking at the lake's bottom, suddenly widened its eyes. Its massive bovine head gradually emerged from the water's surface. As Ye Hao relinquished the heart of death, he activated it, directing its power towards the titan giant ape, who had turned to regard him. As their gazes met, the titan giant ape became aware of Ye Hao. Yet the heart of death was the first to be launched. Mirroring the earlier occurrence, the heart of death erupted violently, 6 immense mirrors materializing to obstruct the titan giant ape's path. Following this, 6 chains, crackling with purple-black lightning, shot forth from within. In that instant, the titan giant ape was momentarily taken aback, then began to thrash its colossal body, its fists like mountains relentlessly striking at the chains that ensnared it. Its gaze transformed into one of fierce rage, directed at the sole human present. It was filled with wrath and a singular desire to obliterate this despicable creature before it. Unexpectedly, the chains seemed almost sentient, persistently sapping the titan giant ape's strength, while the 6 mirrors cornered it into a dire predicament. Black lightning coiled around it, causing the titan giant ape to convulse uncontrollably, leaving scorched marks across its body. Second, the azure bull python erupted from the surface of the lake, and instantly, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, thunder crashing and lightning flashing. The azure bull python cast its gaze towards Ye Hao, who was manipulating the heart of death, along with the 200,000-year-old spider emperors beside him. At that moment, it was perplexed as to why these ancient soul beasts would willingly serve a human. Azure annihilation thunder. The azure bull python whispered, as lightning began to coalesce at the center of its horns, striking swiftly towards the heart of death. The python hoped to exploit this opportunity to shatter the bindings of the heart of death, thus restoring the titan giant ape's freedom, allowing them to cease being passive. However, the azure annihilation thunder appeared to have little effect. The power of the lightning was wholly absorbed by the heart of death, transformed into its own strength. Meanwhile, the chains emanating from the heart of death had already ensnared the titan giant ape's body, binding its neck, limbs, and waist with iron chains. At this juncture, Ye Hao's lips curled into a smile. It was time to act. With 6 radiant violet wings unfurled behind him, Ye Hao stood majestically above the titan giant ape. The side-shaped mark on his brow began to resonate with the 6 mirrored facets of the heart of death. In this moment, the azure bull python was engulfed in despair, desperately swimming toward the position of the titan giant ape, sensing that if it did not exert itself now, the fate of its companion would be dire. Soon, the death spider sovereign and the soul-devouring spider sovereign positioned themselves before the azure bull python, obstructing its path. You 2 traitorous soul beasts, get out of my way. The azure bull python roared in fury, its eyes glowing crimson. The overwhelming aura it exuded left the 2 spider sovereigns feeling abashed. Truly, it was the emperor of the forest. In a one-on-one confrontation, either of the spider sovereigns would undoubtedly fall short against it. However, there stood 2 spider sovereigns. And as the saying goes, 2 spiders combined are invincible in the world. The death spider sovereign sneered, Azure bull python, we shall not trouble you this time. Just remain there quietly, and once our master has captured the Titan giant ape, we will naturally depart. The soul-devouring spider sovereign, aware of the azure bull python's combat prowess, recalled its own previous brashness in this place, yet the undeniable gap in strength had forced it to retreat in defeat. You speak nonsense. The azure bull python roared, its horns crackling with energy once more, its eyes wide and round, as more lightning converged toward its horns. At this moment, its target shifted. It was no longer the heart of death, but rather Ye Hao, who stood upon it. Just as the azure bull python was poised to launch an attack, the searing inferno flame, long gathered within the mouth of Little Red, engulfed the azure bull python in an instant. The intense heat of the flame vaporized a significant portion of the water in the pool, now gravely injured. The azure bull python lay in the center of the pool, emitting thick clouds of black smoke, with scorch marks covering its body. Witnessing this scene, the death spider sovereign and the soul-devouring spider sovereign were filled with trepidation, realizing the might of Brother Red, so formidable that a single strike had vanquished the azure bull python before them. Big brother, the Titan giant ape wept, casting a helpless glance at the azure bull python, now sprawled in the center of the lake. At this moment, it truly yearned to crush the human standing before it. Titan giant ape, seal. With a thunderous roar, Ye Hao commanded the 6 mirror-like surfaces to converge, while simultaneously, the Titan giant ape, tightly bound, began to shrink in size. Before the naked eye, the once towering figure of the Titan giant ape, measuring over 100 meters, was compressed to a terrifying dimension. Trapped within the heart of death, it felt as though it had entered an unfamiliar realm, utterly stripped of its freedom. Observing this, Ye Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to Xiaohong and promptly instructed, Spider, soul-devouring spider monarch, prepare for retreat. The death spider monarch did not hesitate, and the soul-devouring spider monarch followed suit. Xiaohong, the plan is complete. Regroup. Xiaohong nodded faintly, casting one last glance at the azure bull python before departing alongside Ye Hao. The heart of death has limitations, capable of absorbing only one soul beast of 100,000 years at a time. The Hall of Death and the Heart of Death are two distinct realms. Creatures like Xiaohong typically reside in the Hall of Death, where she reigns supreme within the Heart of Death. Due to the series of performances exhibited by the spider, Ye Hao lifted his control over her, naturally granting her the qualification to reside in the Hall of Death. As for the newly subdued soul-devouring spider monarch, it appeared to be a female spider that, under Xiaohong's pressure, reluctantly joined Ye Hao's ranks. Thus, 3 formidable beings resided within the Hall of Death. As for the Titan giant ape, due to its obstinate nature, it found no place among the denizens of the Hall of Death and was confined within the Heart of Death. This is precisely why only one soul beast of 100,000 years can be absorbed at a time. Roaring fiercely, the azure bull python howled to the heavens, causing the lake to boil and the sky to be streaked with flashes of lightning amidst gathering storm clouds. Watching Ye Hao's retreating figure, the azure bull python felt utterly helpless and enraged. What manner of human was this? Not only had he abducted its younger brother, but he also had 200,000-year soul beasts by his side, including the imperial soul-devouring spider monarch, a native of the Douluo forest, recognized for its formidable power, albeit subordinate to its younger brother. From this day forth, I shall have an unending vendetta against humanity. After vowing this, the azure bull python plunged into the depths of the pond, severely wounded. Pursuing further would only waste its life, especially if that human had more tricks up his sleeve. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the Douluo forest, Qianrenxue had completed the absorption of her 7th spirit ring, her soul power reaching level 72. This spirit ring suited her remarkably well. Uncle Shi, has there been any news from Brother Hao during my absorption? Qianrenxue inquired, glancing at the snake spear Douluo. The snake spear Douluo shook his head, his expression troubled. There has been no word from Ye Hao, but I sensed a surge of powerful energy not far from here. Chapter 127. The bride price for marrying Qianrenxue. The first kiss on the outskirts of the Douluo forest, Qianrenxue anxiously awaited beside the carriage. The 2 forest emperors, the azure bull python and the Titan giant ape, were not beings that even the spirit hall dared to provoke lightly. The sun hung high in the sky at noon. After waiting for a considerable time, seeing that Ye Hao had not returned, Qianrenxue hurriedly stepped out of the carriage. Gazing anxiously at the vast expanse of the Douluo forest, reminiscent of the Milky Way. Half a day had passed. He had been gone for too long. Why had he not yet returned? Could it be that Brother Hao had encountered some peril? Uncle Shi, let us proceed to the core area of the Douluo forest. A golden angelic sword appeared in Qian Rinchua's hand, her gaze resolute. At that moment, the snake spear Douluo hesitated. The three of them alone were no match for the two imperial soul beasts, let alone extracting Ye Hao from their clutches, an impossible task. Just then, from the nearby thicket, a figure shot forth like an arrow released from a bow. When Ye Hao emerged from the forest and once again beheld the light, his heart finally settled. He had at last escaped that cursed place. Before he could fully register his surroundings, a voluptuous figure rushed forward, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Inhaling the fragrance emanating from her, Ye Hao felt his cheeks flush involuntarily. Sister's figure is truly splendid. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. The snake spear Douluo casually stepped away, leaving Qian Rinchua and Ye Hao alone in that space. Sister, could you please let go? I can hardly breathe. As Ye Hao's words faded, Qian Rinchua was momentarily taken aback, her countenance flushed as she hastily pushed him away. She quickly turned her back, her hands gently rubbing her heated cheeks, pondering how she had lost her composure just moments earlier. Yet, she found solace in the fact that her brother was safe. Taking a deep breath, Qian Rinchua endeavored to calm her restless heart. Brother, she thought, you nearly frightened us to death. It is truly wonderful that you have returned safely. So, how did the plan unfold? Was it successful? Ye Hao smiled faintly, removing the heart of death from his hairpin. Everything progressed smoothly. I successfully obtained the fifth soul ring. However, I had just endured a fierce battle. The sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape truly deserve their titles as the rulers of the forest. Fortunately, I managed to capture the titan giant ape. As soon as the words left his lips, the heart of death hovering in Ye Hao's hand began to turn transparent. Qian Rinchua leaned down to take a look. Indeed, just as Ye Hao had mentioned, the titan giant ape was frantically swinging its massive fists, relentlessly attacking the barrier of the heart of death. Yet, all of this was in vain. After all, the heart of death was a divine artifact, and without Ye Hao's consent, the titan giant ape would never breach the constraints of the heart. Upon confirming that the spirit beast trapped inside was the titan giant ape, Qian Rinchua smiled knowingly and pulled Ye Hao toward the carriage. Their objective had been achieved, and it was time for them to depart. The carriage set off, gradually leaving the confines of the Star Doe forest. Inside the carriage, Ye Hao slumped into his seat, utterly exhausted. At this moment, he truly wished to do nothing more. Capturing the titan giant ape had required immense effort on his part. Thankfully, this titan giant ape was rather foolish, unlike the composed sky blue bull python. Otherwise, Ye Hao would have expended even more energy. Yet, everything unfolded as anticipated. Currently, the bait for the rabbit was prepared, awaiting the commencement of the grand competition. Brother Hao, you are formidable. This time, I truly admire you, Qian Rinchua exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. She held a deep respect for her brother, marveling at his ability to capture even a super spirit beast like the titan giant ape. What in the world was there that her brother could not accomplish? Ye Hao, weary in both body and spirit, replied dully, Sister, please arrange for someone to deliver the heart of death containing the titan giant ape to the spirit hall. To the spirit hall? Qian Rinchua inquired, perplexed. Why is that? Qian Rinchua was bewildered. Capturing the titan giant ape had been no small feat, and it was an asset belonging to Ye Hao. Why would he wish to send it to the spirit hall? Ye Hao gradually elucidated. First and foremost, the prestigious elite soul master competition of the entire continent is on the verge of commencement, with the grand finale set to be hosted at the spirit hall. This event promises to be an unprecedented spectacle. We shall transport the titan giant ape to the spirit hall and subsequently declare that it was captured by the spirit hall. This strategy will undoubtedly attract an influx of individuals, highlighting the paramount importance of dissemination. Consequently, the number of free soul masters joining the spirit hall will only increase. For if such a formidable king of the forest can be subdued, what feats remain beyond the capabilities of the spirit hall? Secondly, this titan giant ape is a gift I have prepared for my sister, serving as an engagement present of sorts. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinchua's eyes sparkled with intrigue. For me? This is a soul beast that has existed for 100,000 years. Are you truly willing to part with it? Ye Hao smiled faintly. For one must be willing to give in order to gain. This is indeed a lucrative transaction. Are you truly giving it to me? Indeed. Do you not regret it? Once I have spoken, I have no intention of retracting my words. Very well. Sister extends her heartfelt gratitude to my beloved brother. I shall accept this titan gorilla. But do not go back on your word. Ye Hao shrugged and chuckled. I certainly have no regrets, for I have gained. At that moment, Qian Rinxue sensed something amiss and leaned closer to Ye Hao, taking a seat beside him. What did you mean by that earlier statement? Were you genuinely teasing your elder sister? In response to Qian Rinxue's inquiry, Ye Hao remained composed. Did I? I would never dare to jest with my sister. My words were sincere. Qian Rinxue shot him a disdainful glance. A clever little devil, are you? Have you taken a liking to your elder sister, wishing to bring her home? She added, your sister is breathtakingly beautiful. It is only natural for anyone to steal a glance. Ye Hao grinned, locking his gaze onto Qian Rinxue's. Sister, why not accept me? I am willing to become part of your family. Qian Rinxue burst into laughter, teasingly replying, perhaps when you mature a bit more, I shall give it serious consideration. Shortly thereafter, Ye Hao activated the Heart of Death, from which emerged the soul-eating Spider Emperor along with Xiao Hong and Zhu Zhu. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the Spider Emperor, Qian Rinxue immediately recognized it as the soul-eating Spider Emperor, identical to that woman's martial spirit. Brother, who might this be? Qian Rinxue inquired, pointing at the Spider Emperor, as it seemed she had no recollection of the soul-eating Spider Emperor in her memories. Ye Hao coughed softly and said earnestly, allow me to introduce my new companion, the 10,000-year soul-devouring Spider Empress. By the way, what is your name? The Spider Empress replied, my name is Zhu Er. Zhu Er, what a melodious name. Such an adorable female spider, thought the Death Spider Emperor, secretly delighted, its 8 small eyes fixated on Zhu Er, wishing to be perpetually entranced by her presence. Little Red, lounging beside Ye Hao, stretched languidly and cast a glance at the infatuated spider, letting out a deep sigh. Spiders and roses alike bear thorns. However, the spider remained oblivious. Paying no heed to Little Red's caution, Ye Hao glanced briefly at both parties, recognizing that he could not interfere in the matters of affection among soul beasts. Subsequently, he entrusted the Heart of Death, containing the Titan giant ape, to Qian Rinxue, urging her, I believe the Spirit Hall possesses the means to restrain the Titan giant ape. You may now instruct someone to deliver the Heart of Death to the Spirit Hall. Qian Rinxue nodded earnestly, accepting the Heart of Death from Ye Hao's hands. She then turned her gaze towards the window, and the disciples of the Spirit Hall, expertly maneuvering the carriage, understood her intent, bringing the carriage to a gentle halt. Before long, Snake Spear Douluo and Blood-Piercing Douluo arrived beside the carriage. Young master, what are your instructions? Inquired Snake Spear Douluo. Qian Rinxue handed the Heart of Death to Snake Spear Douluo, advising, inside this vessel lies the Titan giant ape. I now command you and Elder Blood-Piercing to deliver it to the Spirit Hall, preferably placing it directly into Grandfather's hands. There is no need for our Pope to be informed of this matter. The two exchanged surprised glances, and then, with trembling hands, Snake Spear Douluo carefully accepted the Heart of Death from Qian Rinxue. Within it resided the Titan giant ape, a sovereign soul beast of the Star Do Forest. Bearing the heavy responsibility upon their shoulders, they dared not exhibit even the slightest negligence as they prepared to set forth towards the Spirit Hall. Ye Hao suddenly remarked, there is one more matter, Elder Shimao. If my sister's grandfather inquires, you shall explain that when she ventured into the Star Do Forest to obtain her 7th spirit ring, she fortuitously employed the Heart of Death in her possession to capture the Titan Great Ape. Thus, it was delivered to the Spirit Hall for her grandfather to safeguard, facilitating her future plans regarding spirit rings. Immediately, Qian Rinxue interjected, how can this be? This is your achievement. Why should you place it all upon my shoulders? Such an arrangement is profoundly unjust to you. Ye Hao shook his head with a wry smile and said, Sister, do you still not understand? My actions are all for you. For me? Qian Rinxue replied, perplexed. What do you mean by that? Ye Hao continued, Sister is the heir to the Spirit Hall, destined to inherit the entirety of the Spirit Hall in the future. The significance of the Titan giant ape is evident to all soul masters across the Douluo Continent. My actions are intended to bolster my sister's prestige, ensuring that as she takes on the responsibilities of the Spirit Hall, an increasing number of supporters will rally behind her. Of course, this matter must remain confidential, given that my sister currently bears great responsibilities. Thus, it is sufficient for the elders of the Spirit Hall to be informed. This will alleviate any concerns regarding her subsequent spirit rings and simultaneously enhance her standing. Truly a case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Upon grasping Ye Hao's benevolent intentions, both the Serpent Spear Douluo and the Blood-Stabbing Douluo were momentarily taken aback, developing a favorable impression of him. Qian Rinxue turned to the 2 titled Douluos and nodded in agreement. Let us proceed as my younger brother suggests. If grandfather inquires, you shall disclose the truth to him. I believe he will understand. Understood. The two, having received Qian Rinxue's directive, wasted no time and swiftly soared towards the spirit hall. Qian Rinxue watched them depart, then summoned the disciples of the spirit hall to resume their journey. With Uncle Shi and the others' stamina, I believe we shall reach the spirit hall within half a day, she remarked with a hint of regret. What is there to lament? Acquiring 100,000-year soul beast for my sister's 8th and 9th spirit rings is a marvelous achievement. Ye Hao inquired. Qian Rinxue smiled bitterly. It has been decades since I infiltrated the Tiando Empire, and I have not returned home even once during this time. Finally, I managed to step out, yet my leave from that old man Shuye is about to expire. Should I return to the spirit hall now, it would inevitably cause delays, and my identity would be called into question. You know well that the position of the crown prince is not one to be taken lightly. Although the court has remained stable over the years, I believe it is merely the calm before the storm. I shall have to wait until the current tournament concludes and I can return home after the finals. Thankfully, having you by my side alleviates my burdens. At least I have someone to converse with regularly. At that moment, Ye Hao wore a mischievous smile, leaning closer to Qian Rinxue, and chuckled, Sister, since we have some time, why not consider what I previously suggested? Hearing this, Qian Rinxue's fair face instinctively flushed, resembling a tempting red apple. You little rascal. Always teasing your sister. All right, how about this? I will propose an alternative. An alternative? Please, sister, do enlighten me. Ye Hao replied eagerly. Close your eyes. Qian Rinxue commanded. Could it be? As an experienced veteran, Ye Hao likely anticipated the forthcoming actions of Qian Rinxue. Ye Hao obediently closed his eyes, quietly anticipating what was to come. Almost immediately, under the astonished gazes of Xiao Hong, Zhu Zhu, and Zhu Er, Qian Rinxue, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, leaned closer to Ye Hao and, as delicately as a dragonfly skimming the water, lightly touched his cheek. Ye Hao felt the moisture and fragrance brought by Qian Rinxue, and at that moment, his heart was filled with a sense of serenity, drawing him one step closer to success. Witnessing this scene, the Death Spider Emperor's eyes lit up, realizing just how formidable its master truly was. Following this, it imitated Ye Hao's demeanor, but before the spider could approach its offspring, the latter cast a disdainful glance at the shameless spider and promptly kicked it away. At this moment, the one most inclined to curse should be Xiao Hong. Had they considered the feelings of the spider? Chapter 128. Do you remember? Bibidong's 100,000-year soul ring. Throughout the journey, Xiao Hong's canine visage remained low, silent and brooding. The phrase single dog was vividly embodied in this moment. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the Wuhuan Hall, bathed in the golden hues of dusk, appeared strikingly beautiful, standing majestically atop the mountain and exuding an imposing aura. At this juncture, the serpent spear Douluo and the blood-piercing Douluo finally returned from the Stardo forest. The moment the two titled Douluo entered the city, they felt an immense relief. The burden on their shoulders had been exceedingly heavy. Escorting a 100,000-year soul beast was no trifling matter. They had been exceedingly cautious throughout the journey, fearing any oversight. Even though they were titled Douluo, the gravity of the task weighed heavily on their minds. Upon their return, the serpent spear Douluo and the blood-piercing Douluo hastened to the Elder Hall. They walked briskly, ignoring the elders who attempted to greet them. Their focus solely on their destination. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the Elder Hall. Stopping in their tracks, they awaited the arrival of Qian Douluo. In a short while, the grand doors of the Elder Hall swung open, casting forth a brilliant and sacred golden light. An elderly figure with 6 angelic wings descended gracefully before the two titled Douluo. This pair had been specifically dispatched to the Tiando Empire to ensure the safety of the young master. Qian Douluo inquired nonchalantly, Why have you returned? Has something happened to Xiao Shui? The serpent-speared Douluo swallowed hard. The figure before them was a peerless Douluo who had stood tall on the continent for many years. They, as mere novice titled Douluo, felt hesitant to even meet his gaze. Reporting to the grand offering, the young master instructed us to deliver this item back and requested your esteemed self to safeguard it. He replied, as he reverently presented the heart of death, holding it above his head. Upon closer examination, Qian Douluo found the small purple cube to be exquisitely crafted, adorned with intricate patterns that hinted at its extraordinary nature. What is contained within? Qian Douluo asked. The Titan giant ape, the serpent-speared Douluo, answered respectfully. This simple statement caused Qian Douluo's expression to shift dramatically. The Titan giant ape, a 100,000-year soul beast, was a dominant force within the Stardo forest. often referred to as the king of the forest alongside the sky blue bull python, reigning at the apex of the food chain. Qian Daolu pressed further. What transpired? Did Xiao Shui venture into the Star Do forest? The blood-piercing Douluo interjected. Indeed, grand offering. Not long ago, the young master successfully broke through to level 70. The two of us accompanied him to hunt soul beasts in the Star Do forest. During our endeavor, the Titan giant ape unexpectedly appeared, and the young master utilized the Heart of Death to bind it. Subsequently, he instructed us to urgently deliver it to the Wuhuan Hall for your personal custody, as the Titan giant ape will serve as the source of the young master's future soul ring. Upon hearing this, Qian Daolu nodded slowly, grasping the essence of the situation. As he touched the Heart of Death, a tingling sensation coursed through his fingertips, prompting him to retract his hand involuntarily. Suddenly, the Heart of Death soared into the air, radiating a mesmerizing purple light. Its size expanded from a mere 10 centimeters to over 100 meters in an instant, enveloping the entire sky in a violet glow. At that moment, nearly all disciples of the Wuhuan Hall turned their gaze toward the Elder Hall. High above in the Pope's Hall, Bibi Dong, surrounded by Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo, stepped onto the balcony and looked up at the colossal apparition that had materialized above the Elder Hall. Her brow furrowed slightly. She sensed an unmistakable divine aura. What is he up to now? Bibi Dong murmured, her attention fixed on the Elder Hall. Simultaneously, the Heart of Death suspended in the air disintegrated, revealing 6 mirror-like surfaces, each over 100 meters wide, from which an eerie purple light shone down onto the ground before the Elder Hall. Following this, the Titan giant ape, bound by chains, emerged. 6 chains crackling with purple lightning ensnared the Titan giant ape, rendering it immobile. At this moment, Bibi Dong's expression changed. The king of the forest, the Titan giant ape. Zhu Douluo exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, it is the Titan giant ape. I wonder who managed to capture it, Gue Douluo remarked coldly. At this juncture, Bibi Dong's attention was not fixated on the Titan giant ape, but rather on the source of the chains, the Heart of Death, which she surmised to be an artifact of immense power. The Titan giant ape glared at the gathered individuals, ignoring the constraints of the chains. It swung its massive fist toward Qian Daolu in a fit of rage, furious at being captured and brought to this unfamiliar place. In the face of this unexpected assault, Qian Daolu remained unflinching, standing his ground with an air of indifference as he regarded the incoming fist. He merely lifted his left hand, and before the Titan giant ape could exert its strength, he effortlessly overturned it with a single hand. Witnessing this, the onlookers trembled, silently marveling at Qian Daolu's terrifying prowess. The serpent spear and blood-piercing Douluo stood agape, astonished that he was indeed one of the legendary 3 supreme Douluo of the world, a reputation well-deserved. Having learned from this lesson, the Titan giant ape, seemingly oblivious, struggled to rise again, its large eyes darting about. It crouched down, fixated on Qian Daolu, who had so easily overturned it with one hand. In its understanding, this human appeared so diminutive, and it reasoned that a single punch should suffice to crush him. Why had the situation reversed? Although previously enraged by its capture, the prospect of battling this seemingly insignificant human seemed to present a greater challenge. If it were to crush him with one punch, it would be a victory for the Titan giant ape. Amidst the astonished gazes of those present, the Titan giant ape leapt into the air, combining its fists, exuding an overwhelming aura that caused the titled Douluo gathered there to feel an oppressive weight upon their feet, as if they were sinking into quicksand. With the sudden emergence of the Titan giant ape, nearly all titled Douluo of the Wuhuan Hall converged to witness the majesty of this king of the forest. The once mighty ruler of the forest now found itself a prisoner of the Wuhuan Hall. 100,000-year soul beast was of paramount importance to them. Moreover, the curiosity among the titled Douluo was palpable, each eager to discern which formidable individual possessed the ability to capture the Titan giant ape alive. The consensus among most was that it must have been the Grand Offering who accomplished this feat. After all, the Grand Offering, with its formidable soul power reaching 99 levels, was an undeniable presence. The audacity of the Titan giant ape to dare confront the Grand Offering was beyond the imagination of all the titled Douluo elders present. Truly, a beast is but a beast. Qian Daolu shook his head with a bitter smile, intending to intervene and teach a lesson, when suddenly, the Heart of Death, which had been silent in midair, reacted. The chains binding the Titan giant ape pulled back, causing the beast to collapse onto its limbs, shaking the very earth beneath it. Subsequently, The chains began to extend downwards, 6 of them breaking free from the mirror-like surface, plummeting towards the mountain below in unison. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were astonished. Could the Titan giant ape be attempting to escape? Just as everyone prepared to take action against the giant, the descending chains had already secured themselves to the peaks below the Wuhuan temple, effectively trapping the Titan giant ape. Its enormous form, akin to a mountain, was visible from every corner of the city. Roaring with all its might, the Titan giant ape struggled against the chains, yearning for freedom. Yet, the chains remained immovable, tightening their grip until all resistance faded into dust. The chains thoroughly bound the Titan giant ape before the Elder Hall, and should it harbor any ill intentions or desires to flee, it would be met with a free and electrifying shock therapy. With the matter settled, the Heart of Death completed its mission, shrinking back to its original size of 10 centimeters. Before the gazes of the spectators, it flew off into the distance, transforming into a purple meteor that vanished into the sky. Douluo observed the departing Heart of Death and the now docile Titan giant ape. Coupled with the earlier accounts from the serpent spear Douluo and the bloodstained Douluo, he sensed that something was amiss. As an experienced veteran, he cast a casual glance at the serpent spear and bloodstained Douluo, then stated, "You too, accompany me inside." Upon hearing this, the hearts of the serpent spear and bloodstained Douluo sank. Reluctantly, they circumvented the massive Titan giant ape and followed Douluo into the Elder Hall. Once Douluo departed, the atmosphere became lively. The esteemed elders of the Wuhuan temple gathered, akin to spectators at a zoo, occasionally jesting about the colossal creature before them. Despite its fury, the Titan giant ape, contemplating the sensation of being struck by the Heart of Death's lightning, found itself filled with trepidation. It curled into a ball, desperately averting its gaze. At that moment, Bibi Dong approached, causing the previously boisterous elders to fall silent. "Titan giant ape, do you remember me?" Bibi Dong inquired, her eyes fixed on the beast with a slight smirk. As her soul rings began to illuminate one by one, the sight of her soul-devouring spider emperor and the most prominent 100,000-year soul ring left the Titan giant ape momentarily stunned. "Do you recall this 100,000-year soul ring? On that dark night, I could have captured you all. Unfortunately, you and the sky blue bull python were absent, and it was that rabbit that met its demise instead. If I am not mistaken, there was another rabbit as well. Do not worry, I shall eventually find that elusive prey. I will personally slay it before your eyes, allowing it to take pride in becoming my next soul ring." At this, the Titan giant ape's expression twisted in rage. It could never forget that night. Upon returning with its brother, the sky blue bull python, it was too late. The rabbit's mother lay dead, killed by the very woman before it. Overwhelmed with fury, the Titan giant ape disregarded the chains binding it, its eyes filled with bloodlust as it sought vengeance against Bibi Dong. At that moment, the chains emitted bursts of electricity, causing the Titan giant ape to convulse, ultimately leading to its unconsciousness. Bibi Dong let out a cold laugh, casting a final glance at the standing Elder Hall before retracting her martial spirit and leaving the scene. Chapter 129. Douluo, do I have a grandson? No more concealment is necessary. The Titan giant ape is far beyond what Xiao Shui could capture. Speak the entire truth. Douluo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a serious expression adorning his face, with a 6-winged angel statue looming behind him, exuding an aura of sanctity. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the serpent spear Douluo and bloodstained Douluo chose to reveal the truth, acknowledging the Grand Offering's authority. "Please, Grand Offering, do not be angered. It was not our intention to conceal this matter," spoke the serpent spear Douluo.